Introduction. As Daenerys rides her mighty dragon to obliterate King's Landing, Arya departs on a white steed from a world that resembles a hell on earth. Even after the people of the Seven Kingdoms triumph over the White Walkers and slay the Night King, the long-awaited peace remains elusive. Instead, they're met with yet another form of slaughter. If time could be reversed, if one could return to a moment in the past, what choices would you make? Chapter 1. Back to the past. As the treacherous Jon Snow's blade plunges into Daenerys, a resounding bell tolls from the heavens, freezing the world in that very instant. Jon's gaze reveals a mix of reluctance and a resolute murderous intent, while Daenerys' face radiates pure bliss. The act of slaying one's beloved is vividly portrayed by the duplicitous Jon, eliciting dismay even from the divine. A bearded man clad in white robes gazes down upon the unfolding tragedy with disappointment, shaking his head before producing a golden clock and gently adjusting the hour hand with his left finger. Everything in the mortal realm begins to rapidly rewind, returning to the battle at King's Landing. As Daenerys rides her dragon, unleashing flames upon the city, Queen Cersei, under the protection of her guards, escapes to the seaside, planning to flee by ship. Only one vessel remains, a grand ship piloted by Euron, who has just knocked Jaime unconscious and intends to escape. Upon spotting the helpless Cersei by the shore, Euron's heart softens, and he commands his crew to row the ship toward her. Daenerys, expressionless as she commands her dragon to annihilate King's Landing, suddenly hears a voice in her mind. By the sea, by the sea. With a hint of hesitation, she directs her dragon toward the shoreline behind King's Landing. Soon, she observes Cersei climbing aboard Euron's ship. Recalling the merciless murder of her loyal advisor Missandei by Cersei, Daenerys is consumed by rage. She resolves to ensure that the woman below and all aboard that ship pay for Missandei's demise. Under her command, the dragon dives toward the ship. Euron and Cersei, having just boarded, are struck pale with terror at the sight of the descending dragon. Understanding that they are doomed beneath the dragon's breath, Euron frantically seizes the ship's ballista and fires a bolt at the approaching beast. The arrow transforms into a golden streak across the sky, piercing through the dragon's flames and directly into its skull, killing the beast instantly. Daenerys plummets into the sea alongside her dragon. Logically, a bolt fired from a ballista should not penetrate the flames emitted by the dragon. However, this was no ordinary arrow. It was a golden arrow imbued with divine power, impervious to any magic that could destroy it in an instant. Yes, Euron exclaims triumphantly as the dragon falls. At that moment, a voice echoes in his mind. Seize her. Without a second thought, Euron commands the ship to steer toward the spot where Daenerys has fallen. He plunges into the water, rescuing the struggling and nearly lifeless Daenerys from the depths. Ultimately, Euron and Cersei escape to foreign shores with the unconscious Dragon Queen. King's Landing lies in ruins, Cersei defeated and vanished. The future queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Daenerys, is nowhere to be found. Jon Snow, deranged with despair, scours every nook and cranny of King's Landing in search of his beloved Daenerys, yet finds no trace of her. Eventually, the leader of the Unsullied, Grey Worm, dispatches a team that discovers the dragon's corpse in the sea, its skull pierced by the golden arrow. Despite days of searching, the Unsullied fail to locate Daenerys. Devastated by the loss of both Missandei and Daenerys, Grey Worm leads his forces away from King's Landing, returning to their homeland. Following the inexplicable demise of Queen Daenerys, Jon Snow is proclaimed the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. With celestial assistance, he ascends the Iron Throne, uniting the realm. Perhaps in gratitude for divine favor, he renames the unified continent the Dawn Empire. In the 10th year of the Dawn Empire, a cart slowly rolls into the capital, King's Landing. When it halts at an eastern way station, a peculiar young girl with golden hair and deep, shining black eyes leaps from the cart. The girl gazes in awe at the towering castle in the distance. The Red Keep, the seat of power for the Emperor Jon. Little girl, 10 silver coins, the driver smiles, addressing the girl lost in thought. Ah, the girl snaps back to reality, offering a radiant smile before responding, I'm sorry, I don't have any silver coins. The driver's expression darkens with anger as he retorts, Child, nothing in this world comes without cost. I brought you from the port to here. 10 silver coins is hardly expensive. Seeing the driver's ire, the girl calmly retrieved a finely crafted pouch from her waist, adorned with a design resembling a jellyfish or octopus. She pours out a handful of gleaming gold coins and asks, Will this suffice? The driver stares in disbelief at the gold coins in her hand, swallowing hard before exclaiming, "Yes, yes, this is more than enough." After paying her fare, the girl tucks away her pouch and skips eagerly toward the long-desired King's Landing. The current King's Landing has undergone extensive expansion. The city now boasts not only the Royal Red Keep, but also the residences of various lords and the renowned Royal Academy and the Cathedral of the Dawn God. As the capital of the Dawn Empire, King's Landing serves as the political, economic, cultural, and religious center. The Royal Academy was a proposal made by Samwell Tarly to Emperor Jon during the city's expansion. Samwell now serves as Jon's chief advisor, residing within the Red Keep. The Cathedral of the Dawn God is still under construction, though the main structure, the Hall of the Divine, has been completed, housing a colossal statue of the Dawn God. The Dawn God's faith emerged mysteriously on the continent, amassing millions of followers in just a few short years, establishing itself as the most influential religion across the realm. The girl inquires her way toward the Royal Academy. Along the way, she encounters a young beggar who offers to guide her there. Unfamiliar with the city, she follows him without hesitation. Chapter 2. King's Landing. The beggar leads the girl through winding alleys until they arrive at a secluded passage. Feigning exhaustion, he turns to her and says, "Look how far I've brought you. My legs are weak, and I'm utterly spent. Could you spare me a little reward?" He gazes longingly at her coin pouch. The girl hesitates, then decides to take out a single gold coin for the beggar. Just then, the beggar snatches the pouch from her hand and bolts away. The little girl immediately burst into tears, crying out as she chased after the small beggar. The two raced toward the bustling Imperial Avenue of King's Landing. "Catch that thief. He stole my purse." The girl's cries reached the ears of a boy standing at the street corner, gnawing on an apple. He turned to see a small beggar hurrying toward him, with a tear-streaked girl trailing closely behind. Without a second thought, the boy hurled the half-eaten apple at the beggar. To his surprise, the nimble urchin dodged, causing the apple to strike the girl on the shoulder, making her cry out in pain and double over. "Oh my heavens! I didn't mean to." The boy rushed over to help the girl. "Don't worry about me. Please help me catch that thief," she pleaded, her voice laced with distress. "Fear not. I shall retrieve your purse," he vowed, dashing off in pursuit of the beggar. The girl rose, smiling at the tall, sturdy boy's retreating figure, and hurried to follow him. Just as the boy was about to catch up with the beggar, a procession of carriages appeared ahead. The beggar swiftly slipped into the midst of the horse-drawn parade. The boy noticed the elegantly dressed riders and realized they were likely nobles, not to be trifled with. Yet, he had promised to assist the girl in recovering her purse. In a moment of impulsive bravery, he plunged into the throng of carriages. A sudden whinny erupted from a startled steed, which galloped wildly toward the girl. The nobleman atop the horse struggled to rein it in, but the animal continued its frantic charge. In a desperate bid to avert disaster, a lavishly dressed lady leaped from her carriage, rushing toward the girl while brandishing a long whip. In a flash, the whip coiled around the girl's waist, and with a powerful tug, she was pulled from the path of the oncoming hooves. "Are you all right, dear?" the noblewoman asked, gazing down at the terrified girl in her arms. Unbeknownst to her, the girl had fainted from shock. The lady, with no other option, took the girl into her carriage. The procession gradually arrived before the Red Keep, where the political and military elite of the Targaryen Empire had gathered to welcome the prince and princess of the Kingdom of Eloria. "Elia." Emperor Jon opened his arms wide, embracing the noblewoman tightly. "Brother," cried Elia, the princess of Eloria, overwhelmed with joy. "Where have you been all these years? I had no word from you. You cannot imagine how worried I have been." "Let me see you," the emperor said, gripping her shoulders and examining her face. I. Elia, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to find her words. With a hearty laugh, Emperor Jon embraced her once more. He then inquired, "And who is this handsome gentleman? Do introduce me." Elia stepped forward, taking the hand of the nobleman beside her. "This is my husband, Prince Vilren of Eloria. And this is my brother, the Emperor of the Targaryen Empire," she added, introducing him to her husband. "Honored to meet you, Your Majesty." Prince Vilren bowed respectfully before Emperor Jon. "Welcome to King's Landing," the emperor replied with a warm smile. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, Emperor Jon received the prince and princess of Eloria. During their conversation, Jon learned that Eloria, situated to the west of the Seven Kingdoms, was only about a third of the continent's size. However, it was a unified realm, ruled by King Stock III, who was Vilren's father. Separated by the Sunset Sea, the two lands faced frequent fogs that often disoriented vessels. Thus, despite their proximity, Interactions between the two were scarce. As the conversation unfolded, the queen of the Targaryen Empire, Yara Greyjoy, entered with her 6-year-old son, Arthur. Upon spotting his father, young Arthur shouted, "Father! Father! Hug me! Hug me!" Yara set Arthur down, and he dashed toward Emperor Jon, who opened his arms wide to embrace him. He affectionately rubbed his bushy beard against Arthur's delicate face, prompting the boy to exclaim, "That tickles, father! Your big beard." Seeing her brother, Emperor Jon, gazing fondly at her son filled Elia with warmth and envy. She turned to her husband, Vilren Stark, who was smiling at the affectionate scene between Jon and Arthur. Noticing the flicker of yearning in Vilren's eyes, Elia mused, "Perhaps he too wishes for a child of our own?" Alas! As Elia lost herself in thought, Emperor Jon introduced his wife, Queen Yara Greyjoy, to her and Prince Vilren. "Elia, this is my wife, Yara. I presume you have met before, so no further introduction is necessary," he said, holding his son Arthur in one hand and his wife Yara in the other. The prince and princess of Eloria, who had been seated, promptly stood and bowed to Yara Greyjoy in unison, saying, "Your Majesty." Later, Elia learned that her brother had been waiting for news of the former king of the Seven Kingdoms, Daenerys, for 3 years without any word. Jon's chief advisor, the corpulent Samwell, suggested seeking a new queen due to concerns about the succession issue. Otherwise, the hard-won peace of the Seven Kingdoms might once again be threatened by disputes over the throne. Although Emperor Jon still harbored feelings for his old flame, Daenerys, he recognized his duty to ensure stability and the welfare of his subjects. After much deliberation, he ultimately consented to Samwell's recommendation and chose Yara Greyjoy, the Lord of the Iron Islands, as his wife. Following Yara Greyjoy's ascension as queen, her brother Theon assumed lordship of the Iron Islands, with Jon granting him the title of Earl. Chapter 3. Who is she? After the audience concluded, Arya returned to her chamber with her husband, Aellen. "Little Arthur is so beautiful. His eyes are as dark and profound as my brother's," Arya murmured, resting her head on Aellen's shoulder. Aellen gently held Arya's small hand and sighed. "Indeed. If only he were." Before he could finish his thought, Arya's fervent lips silenced him. With fervor akin to fire, Arya pushed Aellen onto the grand bed. After their passionate encounter, Arya nestled against her husband like a contented kitten, whispering, "I love you so dearly. I truly wish heaven would bless us with a child." "I love you too, and I long for a child as well," Aellen replied with a hint of dejection. "But so many years have passed. My dear, do not despair. Perhaps the time is not yet ripe," Arya reassured him, bestowing a lingering kiss upon him. A sudden knock at the door interrupted their tender moment. After donning their garments, Arya and Aellen stepped outside to discover it was a guard. The guard informed Arya that the young girl had awakened. Consequently, Arya ventured alone to the girl's chamber. Inside, Arya smiled warmly and softly inquired, "You're awake?" The girl nodded and, glancing around, asked, "Where am I? What happened to me?" "This is the highest place in King's Landing," Arya replied enigmatically. The girl, bewildered since it was her first visit to King's Landing, suddenly seemed to recall something. "Red Keep? Are you saying I am now within the Red Keep?" she exclaimed excitedly. Arya nodded with a smile. "Oh my, how did I end up here?" "This is the royal palace." The girl gazed at Arya with an expression of incredulity. Arya, momentarily taken aback, wore a slightly troubled expression before shaking her head and explaining, "It's not as you imagine." "How shall I explain it?" "Well, my brother is King Jon. Thus, I have the freedom to come and go from the Red Keep." The girl's face reflected shock and disbelief. "Now, your doubts should be resolved. It's my turn to ask you some questions, if I may?" Arya inquired with a smile. The girl nodded eagerly. "What is your name?" Arya asked first. The girl blinked and replied, "I am called. Do not deceive me. I saved you from beneath the hooves of a horse. Otherwise, you would have perished by now." Arya interjected with a serious demeanor. Daenerys Weston," the girl promptly responded. "Daenerys Weston?" Arya repeated, momentarily taken aback, then softly asked, "What is your father's name?" "Sherlock Weston," Daenerys answered. "And your mother?" Arya continued her inquiry. Daenerys spoke. "I have no mother. I have never met her." "Oh, what a pitiable child," Arya exclaimed as she enveloped Daenerys in her arms. While gently stroking Daenerys' hair, she pondered. Could she possibly be the daughter of Daenerys Targaryen? Impossible, how could that be? "What am I thinking?" Arya softly inquired. "What about your father? Why are you not with him?" "My father is a fisherman. He spends most of his time at sea, rarely returning home. I live on a small island with Uncle Beck and Little George," Daenerys replied. Upon hearing this, Arya sighed in relief, reassured that the girl in her embrace was not the granddaughter of the Mad King. Yet, she felt that this was still insufficient to dismiss any lingering suspicions about the little one. Thus, she casually asked, "What brings you to King's Landing?" "Oh, that is a long story," Daenerys began. Over a year ago, she had ventured alone to the seaside, where she discovered a short man lying on the beach. He was bearded and soaked, motionless on the ground. Initially frightened, Daenerys' curiosity prevailed, for she had never seen a man so diminutive. Cautiously, she approached the small man and placed her finger at his nostrils, detecting signs of life. Concluding that he must have been caught in a storm and washed ashore, Daenerys recalled the drowning rescue techniques Uncle Beck had taught her. She leapt onto the man's chest, jumping until he finally awoke. The small man proclaimed himself the Hand of the King, wielding great power. In gratitude for her saving his life, he gifted Daenerys the brooch that symbolized his office. He also shared tales of the great city of King's Landing, urging her to visit it in her lifetime. Before departing, he told her that if she ever felt bored, she could take the brooch to the Royal Academy in King's Landing to engage in some delightful pursuits. A little over a month ago, a ship happened to pass by the island, and Daenerys beseeched the crew to take her to King's Landing. The kind-hearted captain obliged, and thus, she journeyed to the capital. Arya quickly deduced that the small man Daenerys had mentioned was none other than Tyrion Lannister, the Hand of the King. When she saw the brooch the girl produced, her suspicions were further confirmed. At that moment, Arya found herself perplexed. Who was this little girl before her? Why had Tyrion chosen to bestow the Hand's brooch upon her? Did he already possess some knowledge? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Arya's mind. This girl could possibly be the daughter of Daenerys Targaryen, or perhaps not. Yet, it was astonishing that she had fortuitously encountered Tyrion. Even more remarkable was the fact that this girl had been saved by Arya upon her arrival in the capital. Perhaps this was a serendipitous connection bestowed by fate. Soon, Arya reached a resolution. Regardless of whether this little girl was indeed the granddaughter of the Mad King, she was determined to take the child away. Both she and her husband yearned for a child desperately. More precisely, the future of the kingdom of Aellen required an heir to the throne. Arya gazed quietly at young Daenerys, her eyes radiating maternal warmth. If only she could have a child, she would undoubtedly be an exceptional mother. Chapter 4. The Royal Academy. Daenerys looked up and met Arya's loving gaze, her previously wandering heart suddenly finding solace and warmth. It was a kind of maternal affection, she thought inexplicably. "How wonderful it would be if I could have a daughter as beautiful as you," Arya softly remarked. Daenerys, somewhat puzzled, looked at Arya and inquired, "Don't you have any children?" "Well," Arya replied with a hint of resignation, nodding slightly. "That is indeed a great pity," Daenerys said, her voice tinged with sadness. "Why don't you become my mother? You happen to have no child." "Trust me, I would love you very much," Arya said earnestly. Daenerys was momentarily taken aback by the sister of the Emperor Jon stepping forward to claim the role of her mother. She was uncertain of the motives behind such an action. "Well, never mind that for now," she pondered. "Why should I want her to be my mother? What benefits would it bring me?" Her thoughts flitted between these questions. "I understand that my proposal may seem presumptuous. However, consider this. If you were to become my daughter, you would instantly be a member of the royal family of Aellen. If all goes well, you might even inherit the throne and become the Queen of Aellen. Just think, how many people strive for such a dream throughout their lives? And you, with just a nod at this moment, could effortlessly attain the highest power and status, ultimately becoming the most esteemed person in Aellen," Arya gently articulated. "The royal family of Aellen?" Daenerys questioned, her confusion deepening. Arya nodded affirmatively. "Yes. My husband is a prince of Aellen. He will inherit the throne and become the king. If you become our child, you could potentially become a queen." "Oh," Daenerys exclaimed, a light dawning upon her. "I too wish to be your child, and I yearn to become a queen in the future. But what about my father?" "Oh, right. You still have a father. Well, he left you all alone on a small island, preoccupied with his own affairs. Do you still wish to return to that life?" Arya pointedly remarked. Daenerys shook her head, saying, "I do not wish for that." "Indeed, you do not. Therefore, follow your true desires. My embrace welcomes you," Arya said, opening her arms to Daenerys. In an instant, Daenerys leaped into Arya's embrace. From that moment on, she gained a noble mother. At the royal banquet that night, Arya and her husband, Aellen, were delighted to introduce their beautiful and charming daughter, Ishtar Stark, to their old friends. "Hello," a young boy cheerfully greeted Ishtar. She turned to see it was the same boy who had previously tossed an apple at her. "What brings you here? How did you get in?" Ishtar asked, astonished. The boy winked and mysteriously replied, "That's a secret." Ishtar shot him a glance and responded, "If you won't tell, then never mind. So where's my purse?" "Oh, I'm sorry. That guy ran away too quickly for me to catch him," the boy said, spreading his hands in exasperation. Ishtar turned to leave when she heard a woman call out, Rain, come over here and stay with your father. I'm on my way, the boy replied, turning back. What is your name? Rain asked. Suddenly, Ishtar had a thought and quickly said, I am Ishtar, Ishtar Stark. I am Rain Lannister. The lady over there is my mother, Brienne, the commander of the Imperial Knights. Rain pointed to the tallest woman in the gathering. Ishtar nodded from afar at Brienne as a form of greeting. Rain swiftly returned to his parents. Rain, who is that little girl? Do you know her? Brienne inquired. Ah, she's my friend. She said her name is Ishtar Stark, Rain answered truthfully. Stark. She must be a member of the royal family from the kingdom of Aellen, James Lannister interjected. Brienne curiously looked at her husband and asked, How do you know? Well, look, she has been following Prince Aellen and the princess closely, which surely indicates a close connection, James said, gesturing towards Arya's direction with his chin. I don't believe it. She could just be, Brienne began. Let's make a wager. How about a bottle of fine red wine? James smiled at Brienne. Very well. If I lose, you pay? Brienne replied cheerfully. The following day, Queen Yara Greyjoy of the Celestial Empire accompanied Prince Aellen, the princess, and their entourage to visit the headquarters of the Imperial Cavalry. This headquarters serves as a cradle for military talents of the Celestial Empire, where countless brave knights, loyal to their king and the Empire, have grown. At the center of the headquarters stands a tall stone monument, inscribed with the spirit and oath of the Imperial Knights, loyal to the Empire, loyal to our king. Protect the weak, obey the strong. Defend the honor and dignity of knighthood with our lives. To welcome the Queen and the members of the royal family from Aellen. Commander Brienne of the Imperial Knights specially selected over 10 knights to perform martial demonstrations in the arena. The knights were divided into 2 teams, fiercely clashing with one another. They alternated between thrusting their swords and engaging in fierce duels, showcasing the agility and valor of the Imperial Knights to the fullest. From the distant spectator stands, enthusiastic applause erupted intermittently. The applause served as an affirmation of the knights' extraordinary skills. Upon entering the Royal Academy with her parents, Isa finally grasped the amusing tales recounted by the little man, Tyrion. This esteemed institution was a gathering place for numerous children hailing from the imperial family, lords, and noble ministers. Here, they engaged in the study of the empire's language, history, astronomy, geography, and other knowledge. The prospect of learning and playing alongside so many peers was undeniably exhilarating. At the heart of the academy stood a towering bronze statue of a book, crafted from the finest metal. Inscribed upon its pedestal were the profound words, "Knowledge is power. Knowledge liberates humanity from ignorance and fortifies our beliefs." The Royal Academy also housed 2 grand edifices, the Imperial Library and the Imperial Exhibition Hall. The library boasted an extensive collection of texts, encompassing subjects such as astronomy, geography, history, as well as divination and magic. Isa was particularly awestruck by the exhibits within the Imperial Exhibition Hall, the remains of dragons, the limbs of the White Walkers, shattered armor, broken swords, and dragon crystals. The esteemed guest, Samwell, the Empire's chief advisor, led the royal couple, Waylon and Aaliyah, through the hall, recounting the tale of how the people of the 7 kingdoms united under the banner of Emperor Jon to valiantly resist the invasion of the White Walkers, ultimately achieving victory. Chapter 5. Clouds of Home. Isa was utterly astonished upon learning that her mother, Aaliyah, had personally vanquished the Night King. She could scarcely conceive of having such a magnificent mother. Equally astonished was Prince Waylon, who grasped Aaliyah's hand tightly and exclaimed with fervor, "My dear, you fought against the White Walkers. You killed it. How extraordinary you are. How did you accomplish such a feat?" All eyes turned to Aaliyah, who replied, "In truth, I was filled with despair at that moment. When I participated in the battle against the White Walkers, I never imagined I would survive. I fought with the resolve to perish, battling the countless, undying White Walkers, not for my own sake, but for the Empire, to spare its people from the slaughter." The hall erupted in thunderous applause. "I love you, my great hero," Prince Waylon declared passionately, enveloping Aaliyah in his arms and kissing her deeply. The visit to the exhibition hall instilled in Isa an immense admiration for her mother, as well as profound respect for Emperor Jon, who had led the armies of the 7 kingdoms against the White Walker invasion. At that moment, Isa could still envision the deep, dark eyes of Emperor Jon, imbued with a hint of melancholy. In contrast to the knightly order, Aaliyah found herself captivated by the cathedral of the Celestial Emperor. She could not fathom what marvels lay within this faith that had captivated the entire continent of the 7 kingdoms in just a few short years, amassing thousands of devoted followers. As Arya arrived at the Grand Cathedral of the Celestial Empire, she was met with the imposing statue of the Lord Kimin towering before her. In its left hand, the statue held a tome, presumably the sacred scripture of the Celestial Empire. The right hand was raised high, wielding a long sword, evoking the impression that the Lord was pronouncing some decree. The Archbishop Calliston of the Celestial Empire graciously welcomed Queen Yara Greyjoy, Prince Vaelin, and Princess Arya into the hallowed hall, adhering to the rituals of the faith. During her dialogue with Calliston, Arya exhibited a profound interest in the teachings of the Celestial Empire, prompting the Archbishop to present her with a Bible. Gradually, Arya immersed herself in the wisdom contained within its pages. The scripture proclaimed that the Celestial Emperor is the sole deity in existence, and that Lord Kimin, the son of the Celestial Emperor, descended to Earth to guide humanity towards righteousness and spiritual cultivation. Those who profess faith in the Lord, heed his counsel, and remain steadfast to his oaths, shall attain enlightenment. Upon death, they will be welcomed by the Lord's emissaries and ascend to the heavenly realm, securing eternal life. Conversely, those who embrace malevolence, forsake the Lord, and betray his vows will be cast aside by him, deprived of his protection and condemned to the inferno, suffering the agonies of eternal flames. The scripture further asserts that true believers, who diligently practice their faith and embody its principles, shall gain the Lord's sanctuary, free from afflictions and blessed with everlasting happiness. Those who reject the Lord are denied eternal life and shall be ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation, enduring its torments. The Lord is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. He decreed that all humankind are his children, and those who believe in him are brethren, called to love and not to harm, slander, or kill one another. He emphasized the need for guardianship, protecting family, sovereign, and sacred teachings. The Lord also called for repentance, acknowledging human fallibility and the potential for redemption through baptism, allowing one to reclaim the title of believer and receive his protection anew. In summary, Arya discerned that the essence of the Celestial Empire's doctrine lies in self-discipline, spiritual practice, and guardianship. As for the notions of ascending to heaven or descending to hell after death, she regarded them as ethereal concepts, not to be wholly embraced. A few days later, Prince Vaelin and Princess Arya, accompanied by their daughter Aissa's Talk, departed from King's Landing, intending to return to the realm of Aellen. Emperor Jon dispatched Count Cien, leading a contingent of knights to escort them to the Iron Islands, from whence they would journey back to Aellen. Days later, the grand vessel of the Aellen royal family emerged on the eastern coastline of the kingdom. From aboard the ship, the eastern shoreline of Aellen could be seen from afar. The vessel did not approach the shore, but continued its northward voyage along the coastline. After navigating past the Land of Mists, it reached the northeastern coast of Aellen. Subsequently, the ship sailed southward along a great river known as the Bella River, which stretched deep into the heart of Aellen. The following morning, the grand vessel arrived at a port situated several leagues from the royal city of Aellen. Upon disembarking, Prince Vaelin, Princess Arya, and their daughter proceeded to travel towards the royal city in a carriage. The royal city is vast, housing not only the palace but also the esteemed dignitaries of the kingdom of Aellen. Its broad streets are lined with bustling shops, radiating prosperity. The palace, situated on a prominent elevation in the northern part of the city, is heavily guarded, rendering it inaccessible to the general populace. King Stock III of Aellen gazes impassively at his granddaughter, Issa, who appears to have descended from the heavens. He seems transformed, a stark contrast to the benevolent father he once was, inciting deep concern within Prince Vaelin. After scrutinizing Issa, Stock III turned his gaze to Elia and inquired, "You are both so young. Why the haste to adopt this child?" Elia met his eyes briefly before instructing a nearby attendant, "Please escort the princess to her chamber for some rest." Once Isa had departed, Elia ventured, "Your Majesty, we are left with no alternatives. Vaelin and I have endeavored tirelessly. Yet the heavens have not blessed us with a child." "But why her?" Stock III asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Before Elia could respond, he thundered, "My nephew, Count York, has 3 sons. You could easily adopt one of them. Why settle for a beggar to be our royal heir?" Elia, sensing the king's fury, became anxious. She stammered, I leave. I never wish to see you again. You will not compel me to acknowledge that beggar." With those words, Stock III banished Prince Vaelin and his family from the royal city. Left with no choice, Vaelin took his wife and daughter to their fief, the city of Caros. Following their departure, Count York, the king's nephew, received news from the royal city. Upon learning of the king's intention to bestow the throne succession upon his own child, he was elated, unable to sleep for several days and nights. However, when he heard of Elia's audacious plan to adopt a child as the royal heir, his fury was ignited. Count York resolved to eliminate the foolish woman, Elia. Chapter 6. The Dark-Clad Messy 2 weeks later. Count York entered the royal city accompanied by a cloaked figure. In a secret chamber, he instructed the enigmatic figure to reveal a remarkable object to King Stock III. The figure produced a large crystal ball and cast a spell upon it. Soon, the crystal began to unveil images. On a stormy night, a wooden cabin bore witness to the birth of a female infant. Tragically, the mother perished shortly after childbirth. A grim-faced man wept over the corpse of the infant's mother, believing the child to be an omen of misfortune, and ordered that she be taken to a remote island. This infant grew to become Isa, indeed, a harbinger of ill fate. Stock III bellowed in rage. As soon as the words of King Stock III faded, a horrifying scene emerged upon the crystal ball. The kingdom of Aellen was engulfed in flames of war. Countless warriors lay slain in pools of blood, and numerous villages were ablaze, leaving the populace homeless. What is the meaning of this? King Stock III inquired in terror. Your Majesty, that girl is a catastrophic star that descended on a stormy night. Wherever she treads, war and disaster follow. As long as she remains in the kingdom of Aellen, we shall know no peace, the cloaked figure replied slowly. Is that truly the case? Stock III questioned skeptically. Indeed, it is, the figure affirmed with certainty. Enraged, Stock III commanded, eliminate her. Yes. Count York bowed his head in agreement. Upon returning to his territory, the city of Kairos, Count York dispatched men to confront Isa. Prince Aellen, upon his return to his fiefdom, was consumed by profound sorrow. He never envisioned that his father would cast him out from the royal city. Being exiled was an exceedingly dreadful fate, one that could potentially strip Prince Aellen of his claim to the throne. In the dead of night, he was jolted awake by a nightmare. He gazed at the sleeping Arya beside him and murmured, Why? Why did you bring that girl back? Unbeknownst to him, Arya remained blissfully unaware of Prince Aellen's heartache. Lost in sweet dreams, the despondent Prince Aellen, clutching a bottle of wine, approached the window. As he drank, he stared out into the boundless night. Suddenly, rain began to pour outside, growing heavier and awakening Arya from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she found Prince Aellen was missing. She called out in a panic, Aellen, my dear, where are you? I am here, slurred the inebriated Prince Aellen, his voice muddled. Oh, my heavens. It is far too dangerous there. Come back, Arya exclaimed, realizing the perilous state of the drunken prince at the window. Without hesitation, Arya leapt from her bed and rushed towards him. After helping the inebriated Aellen to bed, she hurried to close the window. The night wind was chilly and the rain cold. At that moment, Arya felt utterly awake, sensing that Aellen's midnight drunkenness was indicative of deeper troubles. Arya, do you know? You are my queen, Aellen mumbled incoherently. Arya responded, planting a gentle kiss on his warm cheek. Whatever you say or do, I shall heed your wishes. However, Aellen continued to mumble, Father is very angry, truly angry. I am frightened. Arya grasped Aellen's right hand with both of hers, resting it upon her face, tenderly rubbing his palm as she reassured him, with me by your side. You need not worry. From Aellen's ramblings, Arya gleaned a glimpse into the turmoil within his heart. The throne held immense significance for him. It was precisely this understanding that led her to consider adopting Isa. Little did she know, King Stock III had already devised his plans. This plan is decidedly detrimental to both her and Aellen. What should I do? Arya pondered as she gazed at the slumbering Aellen. A few days later, Arya sought out Isla and remarked, Isla, you have seen it. Your father and I have been ousted from the royal city. Isla nodded, awaiting Arya to elaborate. Arya continued, the king is now quite disappointed in your father and may have lost his trust in him. In an effort to amend this situation, I intend for your father to adopt another child. I hope you can understand our predicament. Isla nodded in silence, unable to comprehend the implications of Arya's intentions at the tender age of 10. Even if she were to grasp the situation, what could she do? She had long felt abandoned by her father. The application for Arya and Aellen to adopt the young son of the Earl of York, Woodstock, was swiftly approved by King Stock III. Consequently, the rift between the king and the prince was mended. Arya, Aellen, and Woodstock returned to the royal city, while Isla remained in Kairos city. Despite living a life akin to that of a princess, devoid of material worries, Isla felt a profound sense of boredom and desolation, as companionship eluded her. One morning, as was her custom, Isla strolled through the park. By chance, she spotted an intriguing little bird. It was small and beautiful, clutching a pink flower in its beak, hopping playfully before her. Isla, captivated, extended her palm towards the bird. To her astonishment, the bird gently alighted on her hand, placing the pink flower in her palm. In that moment, Isla was filled with joy. As she tenderly caressed the bird's exquisite feathers, she chuckled, "Thank you for your gift." Just then, The bird flapped its wings and took flight. Isla, clutching the flower, chased after the bird. As she pursued it, meandering and pausing, she unwittingly ventured into a thicket. The bird soon perched on a branch not far away, remaining still. Isla stealthily approached the bird, then suddenly lunged and captured it. Just as she was about to speak to the bird, darkness enveloped her, and a middle-aged man clad in black with a broad-brimmed pointed hat appeared before her. He wielded a wooden staff, and with a swift motion, he transformed Isla into a parrot. The man, a sorcerer named Macy sent by the Earl of York, placed the transformed Isla into a birdcage and swaggered out of Cairo City with the cage in hand. Chapter 7. The quest for the daughter. Macy returned to Asa City, carrying the birdcage, without informing the Earl of York that he had turned Isla into a parrot. Is the task accomplished? The Earl inquired, scrutinizing Macy. Macy nodded and replied, the little girl will no longer be seen in Cairo City. Then where has she gone? The Earl asked casually. She has vanished, Macy said, his expression impassive. The Earl of York was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and remarked, that seems acceptable. By the way, what kind of bird is contained within? I have never encountered it before. A talking bird, alas. I have yet to hear it speak, Macy said with a hint of resignation. Ha! The Earl of York erupted into hearty laughter. Then, with a playful smile gracing his face, he said, my apologies. This is the first time I have heard of such a bird. Now, back to the matter at hand. The Earl's smile faded as he gazed intently into Macy's eyes, saying, Prince Wellen has adopted my youngest son, Wood. It seems that the throne will ultimately fall into our hands. Macy smiled and nodded, replying, congratulations, my lord. Is that all? Do you not have anything further to say? The Earl inquired with a hint of disappointment. Macy appeared hesitantly contemplative. Please, speak freely. I do appreciate your differing perspectives, the Earl encouraged, smiling at Macy. I believe we may be celebrating too soon. After all, the old king is still alive, and Prince Wellen is quite young. Given the current circumstances, it will take at least another 30 or 40 years for your son to ascend the throne. In that span of time, many unforeseen events may transpire, Macy analyzed meticulously. What do you mean by that? The Earl's expression shifted from lightheartedness to a somber gravity, clearly recognizing the validity of Macy's assessment. Macy met the Earl's gaze and continued, moreover, I suspect that Prince Wellen's adoption of your youngest son may merely be a tactical maneuver. If he genuinely intended to bequeath the throne to your son, why not select the more mature Harry? Are you suggesting that Wellen's actions are solely to gain the king's trust? That his aim is merely to return to the capital? The Earl suddenly queried. Indeed, it is quite possible, Macy nodded in agreement. That fool Wellen dares to exploit my son. How despicable. This must be the wicked scheme of Elia, that barren hen. Such a fool is utterly unworthy of the throne. I shall ensure they pay for this, the Earl declared with palpable anger. News of Isa's disappearance swiftly reached the capital, leaving Elia in shock. She resolved to return to Cairo City to search for Isa, but Wellen intercepted her. Now that we have Wood, isn't it better that Isa is missing? Why must you seek her? Wellen questioned, somewhat irritated. She is our daughter. From the moment she called us father and mother, she will forever be our daughter. I cannot abandon her. I must find her, Elia insisted. You are mad. Your actions will arouse Father's suspicions. Wellen retorted angrily. If you consider Isa a burden, you may ignore her. I shall seek her myself, Elia declared, storming out, not sparing a glance back. Elia, Wellen called after her retreating figure, but she did not turn back. Upon returning to the city of Kairos, Arya summoned all the servants before her, questioning each about the circumstances surrounding Isha's disappearance. Ultimately, Arya concluded that Isha had vanished without a trace, for no one had witnessed her leaving Kairos, nor had she reappeared since. Undeterred, Arya instructed the servants to plaster the streets and alleys of Kairos with reward notices. However, as days turned into weeks, and a month passed, not a single soul brought forth any tidings regarding Isha. In that moment of despair, Arya heard from a servant about a mystical diviner residing in the city of Goth in the southern lands. This enigmatic figure would assist one in locating their desires, provided they offered a substantial amount of gold. Thus, Arya mounted her steed, armed with her slender sword, and departed from Kairos, setting her sights on the southern city of Goth. It was a season rife with rain, rendering the roads muddy and treacherous. Clad in plain attire, and with her sword at her side, Arya found herself drenched. Peering ahead with narrowed eyes, she sought refuge from the relentless rain. Yet, all that lay before her were barren plains and distant woods. By the time she reached the forest, twilight had descended. The rain had ceased, but the damp clothing clung uncomfortably to her skin. Determined to cross the woods swiftly and find a dwelling where she could change her attire and kindle a fire for rest, Arya thought how delightful it would be to savor a warm meal. As she rode along the narrow path, a black crow soared overhead, shrouded by the night, and perched upon a nearby branch. Soon after, Arya noticed several pairs of eerie green eyes glimmering in the shadows. Realizing the imminent danger, she tightened her legs against the horse's sides, intending to gallop away from the lurking wolves. At that moment, a low, ominous growl echoed through the air, and a dark shape darted past. A massive wolf lunged at Arya from her mount. In a flurry of instinct, she drew her sword and thrust it toward the beast, which let out a pained howl as it fell to the ground. The remaining wolves growled menacingly as they closed in. In such a perilous situation, most would have succumbed to fear, trembling and falling from their steeds at the sound of those ferocious growls. Yet, the battle-hardened Arya remained unflustered. With her sword in hand, she carefully monitored the movements of the wolves while urging her horse to advance. The steed, startled by the growls, whirled in place, ignoring Arya's commands. With no other option, Arya dismounted, leaning against her horse as she faced the advancing wolves. Moments later, the pack lunged at her once more. Armed with her sword, Arya valiantly defended herself against the onslaught of the wolves. After a fierce struggle, two of the injured wolves retreated into the shadows. Another wolf, having stared at Arya for a while, found no means to overcome her and departed. Chapter 8. Misfortunes never come alone. Arya led her horse through the woods, and in the distance, she spotted a flicker of light. She mounted her steed and gradually made her way toward the illumination. The stone house loomed tall and imposing, lacking a door. Inside, a fire crackled. As Arya stepped into the stone dwelling, a swarm of bats, dark and innumerable, burst forth from within, flapping their wings and screeching as they charged towards her. In a panic, Arya shielded her head and crouched on the ground, remaining still. After a considerable time, she rose and ventured further into the stone house. The interior was desolate, devoid of any other presence, save for a pungent scent of blood emanating from a corner. The bats had likely been feasting on some unfortunate creature. Exhausted and famished, Arya had little inclination to investigate what lay curled in the shadows. The flickering firelight cast a soft glow upon her weary visage, enveloping her in a comforting warmth that radiated from the outside in. She resolved to warm herself for a while before shedding her damp garments to dry, and thereafter to indulge in a restful slumber by the fire. She planned to continue her journey southward to the city of God at dawn. As Arya gazed into the flames, thoughts of her daughter, Isha, surfaced. She was uncertain whether Isha had fled or had been abducted. Arya had hoped her daughter would comprehend her plight. However, as her mind wandered, an enormous shadow loomed above her, slowly descending. With a heavy sigh, Arya returned to reality, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. Upon raising her gaze, she was met with the sight of a colossal fist descending towards her. Instinctively, she rolled aside, narrowly evading the lethal blow. The ground trembled with a resounding crash, sparks flying in the aftermath. Illuminated by the falling embers, Arya beheld her assailant, a gigantic stone figure towering above her like a tree. A formidable and perilous aura, reminiscent of the Night King, sent her heart racing. Enraged and alarmed, Arya swiftly regained her footing, intent on fleeing. Yet, before she could steady herself, the earth quaked once more. Dizziness overcame her, and her legs buckled, causing her to collapse back onto the ground. Three gargantuan stone beings approached Arya with heavy, powerful strides. One of them swung its fist directly at her. Once again, Arya rolled and scrambled, narrowly avoiding the titanic stone creature's assault. In a frenzied dash, she fled forward, with the three colossal figures hot on her heels. Not far into her escape, Arya was confronted by a vast river that barred her path. She turned to flee in another direction, only to find the three giants closing in. With no alternatives left, Arya plunged into the frigid waters of the river. Behind her, silence reigned. The three giants seemed deterred by the river's depths. As she glanced back, she saw that the enormous stone beings remained rooted at the riverbank, motionless. Observing the scene, Arya exhaled deeply, contemplating her plan to swim downstream and then emerge from the water, thus evading those three terrifying giants. With this thought, she began to glide along the river's current. However, after a short while, she suddenly felt her legs ensnared by an unseen force. In an instant, she was yanked beneath the water's surface. "Help!" Arya gasped, but was met with a mouthful of river water. Her arms flailed desperately at the surface as she fought against the overwhelming tide, unwilling to succumb to death. On the riverbank, a figure clad in black, holding a birdcage, gazed impassively at Arya's struggle in the water. This was none other than the formidable sorcerer Macy, a companion of Count York. Macy turned away only after witnessing Arya vanish beneath the surface. Submerged, With her legs ensnared and strength waning, Arya found herself unable to call for aid. Visions of loved ones flooded her mind. Aellen, her brother Jon, her sister, her younger brother, her father, her mother, and the holy Lord Chimon. Unbeknownst to her, Arya's left hand clutched tightly onto the silver pendant of the sacred sword, which had been bestowed upon her by the Archbishop Calisthon of the Church of the Celestial Emperor. Each follower of the church, upon baptism, could wear various sacred artifacts. Commoners adorned themselves with wooden, iron, or copper relics. High-ranking missionaries donned silver ones, while special individuals possessed artifacts made of mithril. The archbishop himself bore a golden relic. As Arya struggled for breath, clinging to the sacred artifact with a flicker of consciousness, she silently prayed, "O Holy Lord, save me. I have followed your teachings and protected my family. My dear daughter, Izea, is missing, and she needs my protection. I require your assistance." Meanwhile, in the shadows, Macy noticed a radiant light emerging from behind him. Turning to behold a magnificent beam of divine light cascading from the heavens and illuminating the river below, he was struck with shock and hurried towards the riverbank. To his astonishment, he witnessed Arya, who had been drowning, being gently lifted from the water by a colossal sword radiating a brilliant glow, slowly rising to the surface. The sword cradled Arya and hovered at the water's edge. Could she be the chosen one? Macy murmured, gazing at Arya, whose entire being emanated a sacred luminosity. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind, and ultimately, he chose to leave in silence. The sight lingered in Macy's mind, refusing to fade. After a considerable time, he addressed Izea, who remained in her cage. "You possess a truly great mother." Izea, feigning sleep with her eyes tightly shut, could not suppress the surge of emotion ignited by Macy's praise for her mother. Indeed, her mother had sacrificed so much in the quest to find her. Iz's thoughts spiraled in a whirlwind of reflection. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Isha remained silent. She had long resolved that she would not converse with the terrifying figure clad in black beside her. Noticing Isha's continued indifference, Macy smiled faintly and waved her wand, casting a spell. In no time, a multitude of crows gathered around Macy. She instructed them in an ancient tongue, and soon after, the flock dispersed swiftly in all directions. The following morning, Elia awoke by the riverbank. Upon realizing she was alive, tears of joy streamed down her face. Yet in her mind, she clearly recalled her near drowning the previous day. How could it be that she was now unharmed? Chapter 9. The black-clad sis Elia closed her eyes, meticulously recalling the events following her fall into the water. She had been seized by an unknown entity, dragged beneath the icy river, struggling and gasping for breath as she prayed to the Holy Lord Chimon. In that moment teetering on the brink of death, she seemed to glimpse a divine light. Could it be that I was saved by the Holy Lord Chimon? Elia suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the sky in astonishment, murmuring to herself, "Is there truly a deity in this world, or are these merely figments of my imagination?" For a moment, Elia found herself engulfed in confusion. But as she recalled the indestructible whites, the resurrection of the White King, and the dragons capable of breathing fire and soaring through the skies, those terrifying and bizarre events she had personally encountered, she felt it was not entirely implausible that a divine presence existed in this world. Looking down, Elia noticed a magnificent sword radiating light lying beside her. The sword's shape perfectly mirrored the holy sword depicted on the pendant of the Celestial Emperor's faith that hung around her neck. "The holy sword!" Elia exclaimed. In an instant, a wave of tension and exhilaration washed over her, for this sword confirmed that she had indeed been saved by the Holy Lord the previous night. Furthermore, the appearance of the holy sword attested to the existence of the divine. Elia hurriedly prostrated herself before the holy sword, bowing her head in fervent prayer. "Thank you, omnipresent and omnipotent Holy Lord, for your gifts and protection. I shall forever remain your loyal follower and guardian." Previously, although Elia had adhered to the tenets of the Celestial Emperor's teachings to guide her actions and refine her spirit, she had never intended to become a devotee. However, in that moment, she fully and willingly embraced her role as a follower of the Holy Lord, ready to dedicate her life to his guardianship. As Elia grasped the holy sword, an overwhelming power surged from the blade into her being. In an instant, her garments billowed, her hair danced in the air, and she felt enveloped in divine light. With a sudden flourish of the holy sword, Elia unleashed a colossal arc of energy, slicing through the turbulent river. A thunderous roar echoed as the river erupted into towering waves. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the river had momentarily ceased to flow, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The waters suspended in midair cascaded back down into the river. Elia, panting heavily, gazed in awe at the river, astonished by the sword's formidable power. After a considerable time, Arya carefully removed her garments and delicately wrapped the holy sword within them, securing it against her body. The sword's brilliance was so intense that she feared it might attract unwarranted attention. Determined to continue her journey towards the southern city of Goth, Arya realized that the distance was vast and that walking would prove to be a considerable waste of time. Hence, she resolved to locate her steed first. As Arya approached the spot where she had tethered her horse the previous night, she was elated to see it still there. She dashed towards her mount with uncontained excitement. Upon reaching the horse, Arya inadvertently noticed 3 stone figures, fashioned from rocks, not far from her. These figures were seated around a pile of ashes. She had intended to mount her horse and be on her way, but instead, she found herself hastening towards the trio of stone beings. Examining the diminutive figures, each standing less than a meter tall, she was struck by an unsettling intuition. These were the very entities that had pursued her the night before, nearly causing her to plunge into the river and drown. Yet, they were merely piles of stones. Arya reminded herself internally. Had she truly encountered a supernatural phenomenon the previous night? Shaking her head, she pondered the notion. Regardless, these stone figures could not remain here. Resolving this in her mind, she dismantled the 3 stone beings before finally mounting her horse to continue her journey. Suddenly, a man sprinted towards a patch of grass, where a figure clad in black lay sprawled. The man in black rested his hands behind his head, his legs crossed nonchalantly. A blade of foxtail grass held in his mouth as he gazed at the clouds above. He asked languidly, "Did you get a good look this time?" "Indeed." A short stature, large eyes, and carrying a sword. "Ah, and riding a swift steed," the standing man replied with evident excitement. "Male or female?" inquired the man in black. "Female, with a sprinkle of freckles." "It must be her, no doubt about it," the man answered confidently. "Freckles? You can see those?" the man in black remarked as he rose from the ground. After a moment's contemplation, he slapped the man on the head and said, "In our land, which woman does not possess alluring freckles? Look at you." The man chuckled foolishly, following the man in black towards the main road. Meanwhile, Arya rode her swift horse with great speed towards the direction of a nearby town. Suddenly, her steed stumbled, causing her to tumble onto the grass beside the road. As she regained her footing, she found herself surrounded by 3 men, one brandishing a dagger. The man with the dagger waved it menacingly at Arya, growling, "Hand over all your valuables." "Ah, it appears I have encountered bandits," Arya thought, as she unsheathed her sword from her waist and admonished fiercely, "Who are you? State your names. I do not slay nameless wretches." "I am Chong, the thief," the dagger-wielding man retorted, lunging towards Arya. With a swift sidestep, Arya's sword flashed, and she heard a pained cry from the man as blood streamed from his right arm, which had gripped the dagger tightly. The dagger-wielding man gazed at Arya with a face full of terror, then glanced at the cloaked figure, appearing to be caught in a dilemma. "Clap, clap, clap," the figure in black applauded, exclaiming, "Remarkable skills." Subsequently, with a sharp sound, he drew his sword and pointed it at Arya, stating, "Sir Seiss, I humbly request your guidance." Arya scrutinized the individual before her, known as Seiss. He exuded a chilling demeanor, his face devoid of warmth. His golden, curly hair evoked images of a golden retriever. With a handsome and fair visage, he possessed captivating blue eyes. Beneath his prominent nose lay defined lips. His chin was clean-shaven, lacking any stubble, and a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth rendered Arya perceiving him as rather childish. "Are you a bandit as well?" Arya inquired. Her brow furrowed. "No," Seiss shook his head in response. Arya sheathed her sword and pressed. "Then why did you obstruct my path?" Seiss replied nonchalantly. "I am the leader of the Eastern Braden clan, here specifically to claim the sword you bear." Chapter 10. The Wolf's Tactics. What claim do you have? This is clearly theft. Do you know how many have sought to seize my sacred sword and perished beneath its blade? Arya retorted, her expression stoic. "I have no interest in the number of fools you have slain. I merely wish for you to understand that a sacred sword befits a hero. And I am that hero," Seiss jested earnestly. Upon hearing this, Arya laughed scornfully. "A hero? More like a bear, you." After a pause, she continued, "If you can defeat me, I shall bestow the sacred sword upon you. But what if you lose?" "Lose? That is an impossibility," Seiss declared, a mocking smile adorning his face. Noticing his confidence, Arya proposed, "How about this? My journey is quite solitary. If you lose, you shall follow me as my servant for all eternity. Does that sound agreeable?" "Agreed. I accept your terms," Seiss responded, and with that, he lunged at Arya with his sword. Clang, clang, clash. The swords met, sparks flying. Before long, Arya realized that this man was not only handsome, but also highly skilled in swordplay. She found herself retreating under the force of his relentless assault. The most troubling aspect for Arya was his immense strength. Each clash sent vibrations through her grip, nearly causing her sword to slip from her hands multiple times. At this moment, Arya understood that strength was not her forte, and she could not afford to confront him head-on. She needed to engage in a war of attrition while seeking out his weaknesses for a decisive strike. However, did this Sise truly possess any vulnerabilities? Sise attacked with a flurry of strikes, swiftly dodging sideways. His offense was as swift and lethal as a snake striking from its lair, while his defense was agile and steady, akin to a tortoise basking in the sun. After a considerable duration of combat, Arya had yet to uncover even the slightest flaw in Sise's technique. Yet, rather than displaying any semblance of concern, her face grew increasingly animated. She sensed that this Sise indeed harbored the potential to become a hero. However, the mere thought of transforming a future hero into a mere beast of burden ignited a thrill within her heart. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. After executing the 7th maneuver, Arya swiftly retreated, creating distance and assuming a defensive posture to confront Sise. Upon completing another 7 strikes, she again withdrew with agility. At this moment, Sise's expression grew grave, devoid of the earlier disdain and mockery. He mused internally. This woman must have been a she-wolf in a past life. Otherwise, how could she employ such wolfish tactics? A strike followed by retreat, then seeking the opportunity to launch another assault. Perhaps she was merely biding her time due to fatigue. What a cunning woman she is. The cycle repeated, 7 strikes culminating in a halt. As Arya cautiously engaged with Sise, she remained vigilant to his shifting expressions. Once she ascertained that he had tacitly accepted her 7-strike principle, she concluded with the 7th sword. Just then, Sise retracted his long sword, intending to regroup, but Arya, breaking from convention, thrust her sword forward with no chance for Sise to react. Startled and enraged, he hastily raised his sword to block. Clang, clang, clash. Arya seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of rapid attacks. She summoned all her strength, forcing Sise to retreat in utter disarray. The long sword in Arya's grasp lashed out like a tempest, showing no sign of respite. Truly, she was a despicable and terrifying woman. Sise, while fending off Arya's fierce and powerful strikes, seethed inwardly. Yet, an even more astonishing revelation dawned upon Sise. He noticed the sacred sword on Arya's back emanating a faint glow. With each shimmer, he sensed an increment in the strength of Arya's blows. How extraordinary! What could this mean? As he pondered, a radiant brilliance erupted from behind Arya, akin to the sun itself. Die! Arya roared, delivering a decisive strike towards the unfortunate Sise. With a sharp clang, Sise's longsword shattered, and a streak of light flashed through the air, blood gushing forth as a long wound appeared across his chest, instantly staining his attire crimson. Thud! The dark-clad Sise fell to his knees before Arya, subsequently collapsing onto the ground. Ah, boss! The 2 men behind him were struck with terror, staring at the fallen Sise in a state of bewilderment, regretting their entanglement with this formidable woman. Arya commanded the 2 men to tend to Sise's injury and instructed them to procure 2 sturdy branches, fashioning a makeshift stretcher with vines and cloth to carry Sise to the nearby town. With the aid of an herbalist, Sise's chest wound ceased to bleed. Due to the severity of her slave's injury, Arya chose to remain behind, waiting for Sise's condition to stabilize before continuing their journey. Before long, news of the Eastern swordsman Sise Braden's grievous injuries spread far and wide. Those who previously harbored intentions towards the sacred sword, upon contemplating Arya's terrifying prowess, promptly quashed any nefarious thoughts. However, there were still a few undaunted souls who found their way to the small town. These individuals, in their fervent quest for the sacred sword, were willing to forsake their very lives. Arya, feeling rather idle, thought it more engaging to spar with these brash men as a means to pass the time. She established a rule: anyone could challenge her. Victory would grant them the sacred sword, but defeat would require them to inscribe their name in the empty pages of the oath book with their own blood, pledging lifelong loyalty to Arya. In essence, challengers would barter their freedom and fidelity for a chance to claim the sacred sword. Many, upon hearing Arya's stipulations, quietly departed. Only 3 remained: Dylan Cassidy from the sea, Balin Hill from the mountain tribe, and the last, a man named Hunter Hawk. After a fierce battle, Dylan Cassidy, Balin Hill, and Hunter Hawk each etched their names into the oath book. A month later, Arya, accompanied by her formidable companions, set forth on the path to Goth City. Subsequently, Arya and her entourage arrived smoothly in Goth City. After some inquiries, Arya ventured into a narrow alley in the west of the city. where the renowned diviner of the kingdom of Aellen resided. Upon her arrival, Arya noticed an opulent carriage outside the alley, presumably belonging to some noble seeking the diviner's counsel. Upon entering the diviner's chamber, Arya was greeted by a young girl, no older than her teens, who attended to her. Due to the presence of another visitor, the diviner could not immediately attend to Arya's reading. Chapter 11. The intrusive obsession. The young girl brought forth several platters of fruit for Arya before departing. Driven by curiosity, Arya stealthily approached the diviner's door. She faintly heard a woman's voice within. You may become a queen, but there will be trials and tribulations along the way. Most importantly, you must remain steadfast and not be swayed. Shortly thereafter, a young woman in her 20s emerged from the diviner's small abode. This woman exuded an air of elegance, adorned in lavish attire, unmistakably of noble lineage. With cascading golden hair and captivating emerald eyes, her fair complexion and fiery lips rendered her unforgettable. Approaching the diviner, Arya discovered that the diviner was an elderly woman. She inquired, "Who was that enchanting woman?" The diviner glanced at Arya and replied slowly, "You are certainly not from around here. That young lady is Aellen, the daughter of Count Foxbook. No one in Goth City is unfamiliar with her. Now, what is it you wish to ask? My daughter is missing. I have searched every corner of Kuros City, yet found not a single clue. I have come to seek your guidance," Arya replied earnestly. The diviner nodded and said, "Very well. However, I must first ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully." "Of course, I shall," Arya responded. The diviner inquired, "Is the daughter you speak of your biological child?" "No, she is my adopted daughter," Arya replied. "Oh," the diviner then remarked, "she is not your biological daughter. If she has vanished, then so be it. Why do you travel all the way from the distant city of Kuros to seek my assistance? What kind of obsession compels you to do so?" Arya initially hesitated to respond to the diviner's trivial inquiries, but contemplating her reliance on the other, she reluctantly replied, "My daughter and I were once complete strangers. It was fate that brought her before me, and I cherish her as my one and only. I promised to care for her diligently. Yet, unexpectedly, she has vanished without a trace." As Arya spoke, sorrow welled up within her heart. Observing Arya's genuine emotion, the diviner sighed and said, "We are but ordinary people. We must not cling too fervently to certain matters." Arya, bewildered by the diviner's words, gazed at her in confusion. The diviner placed a silver goblet before herself, pouring red wine into it as she continued, "Each of our hearts resembles this goblet, while our desires and obsessions are akin to the wine. When the goblet is filled with obsession, it can hold nothing else. Do you not feel that you have overlooked many, far more significant, aspects?" At that moment, the goblet brimmed over, yet the diviner did not cease pouring, allowing the exquisite wine to spill from the silver vessel. "Indeed, have I overlooked something?" Arya pondered. "Aellen, I once believed him to be my sole companion. I thought I would never part from him, not for a moment. Yet now, I have not seen him for months nor spoken to him. What has become of me? Am I losing my sanity?" Arya found herself lost in contemplation. To be overly fixated on certain things can lead to the loss of even more important treasures. Sometimes, relinquishing is the wisest choice, the diviner spoke softly. Arya nodded slowly and replied, "Very well, I shall remember that. Now, before the divination, you must provide me with something you deem most valuable as an exchange," the diviner stated, her gaze fixed upon the sacred sword Arya carried on her back. "You desire my sacred sword?" Arya asked, taken aback. The diviner smiled faintly and replied, "Why would I not want such a fine blade?" "Absolutely not. Please choose something else." Arya insisted. "How about gold?" "I can offer you gold," she quickly countered. The diviner frowned, saying, "Why are you so stingy? Did you not just say you would let go of your obsessions?" "I refuse. I will not part with the sword," Arya declared resolutely. Seeing no opportunity, the diviner produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Arya. "This depicts a pattern of black pearwood with golden veins. If you can procure this specific form of black pearwood, I shall assist you with the divination." Arya unfolded the parchment, revealing a serpentine design. The inscription noted that the wood must be at least 1 meter long and 2 fingers thick. "Very well. Where am I to find such a thing?" Arya inquired. The diviner replied, "In the dark forest to the west." Thus, Arya was compelled to lead her formidable companions towards the western dark forest. "Are you truly intent on venturing into the dark forest?" inquired the cloaked Zeiss, who rode alongside her. "Indeed. Is there something amiss?" Arya turned her gaze to Zeiss, questioning him. "That dark forest is a forbidden zone for us humans," Zeiss replied. "Forbidden zone? A human forbidden zone? I have never heard of this," Arya exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Hunter Hawk, riding close behind, interjected, "I am aware. I am aware. Please, go on." Arya glanced back at Hunter and urged him to continue. In our nation of Aellen, there have been two ancient forbidden zones. One is the fog-laden forest in the northeast, and the other is the dark forest we are about to enter, Hunter Hawk explained. But why? What makes these two places forbidden? Arya inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Hunter Hawk responded, perhaps there are primordial beasts within. Those who enter are devoured. Hence, they are deemed forbidden zones. Perhaps? Have you ever ventured in? Have you seen one of these beasts? Arya pressed further. I have not entered. Hunter Hawk replied. What about you all? Arya turned to the others. No. I have not either, she chuckled. Since none of you have ventured there, what is there to fear? Legends are often mere fabrications. I am unafraid. Why should you? Strong men be? Zeiss, Hunter, and the others fell silent. After a brief pause, Zeiss queried. But why must we go to the dark forest? Well, it is to find this, Arya said, handing Zeiss a sketch. Golden silk black pearwood? Isn't that what the high priest uses to craft his staff? Zeiss remarked. I am unsure. The diviner requires it, so I must seek it for her, Arya replied. 7 days later, Arya, Zeiss, and their companions arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the dark forest, named Dusk Town. Chapter 12, The Dark Forest. Although Dusk Town was situated in a remote location, it thrived with activity. Adventurers from all corners of the nation gathered there, including miners in search of rare ores, hunters seeking pelts from fierce beasts, and herbalists collecting elusive medicinal plants. Arya and her companions entered a tavern called the Setting Sun Tavern. Arya ordered a sumptuous feast and refreshing drinks, then inquired with the tavern owner about those familiar with the dark forest. She also sought information regarding the golden silk black pearwood. Unfortunately, the tavern owner claimed to have never heard of such wood. He suggested that Arya consult the hunters who frequently traversed the dark forest. Disappointingly, both hunters and miners professed ignorance of the golden silk black pearwood, neither having seen nor heard of it. With no other recourse, Arya returned to her table, joining Zeiss and Dylan for some solace and drink. Unbeknownst to them, the daylight had faded into evening. Arya, along with Sis and Hunt, conferred briefly and resolved to remain in the tavern for the night. At dawn, they would venture elsewhere to inquire about the elusive golden silk black pearwood. In the dead of night, a young sorcerer clad in a black robe and a wide-brimmed, pointed hat entered the tavern. After settling into a corner seat, he sipped his drink while observing Arya, Sis, and the others. Upon awakening, Arya noticed a strangely dressed young man gazing at her. A sudden flutter gripped her heart, yet she managed a polite smile. The young sorcerer, seeing Arya was awake, approached her and inquired, I have heard you are seeking information regarding the golden silk black pearwood. Is that true? Arya nodded, replying, yes. Do you happen to know anything? The young sorcerer nodded in affirmation, saying, I have heard of it, though I have not seen it. That is splendid. Could you share what you know about the golden silk black pearwood? Arya exclaimed, her spirit instantly invigorated. Thus, the young sorcerer began to tell her about the legendary golden silk black pearwood, which is said to thrive deep within the heart of the dark forest. This tree, originally known as black pearwood, is only designated as golden silk black pearwood when it reaches an age of over 1,000 years. It is considered the finest material for wizards and sorcerers to craft their staves. Due to the perilous nature of the dark forest, few dare to use golden silk black pearwood for their staves. The branches of black pearwood are peculiar, adorned with black thorns of various and irregular shapes. Its fruit resembles an apple, bearing the name moro fruit. When the moro fruit ripens, it turns a deep ebony hue, exuding an alluring fragrance, thus earning its name. Curious, Arya inquired further about the approximate location of the dark forest's heart. The young sorcerer informed her that continuing westward from Twilight Town, the first terrain encountered would be the Edge Forest. If one proceeds straight ahead for about a day's journey, they would enter the true dark forest. Traveling deeper for another 2 days would bring them close to the heart of the dark forest. Grateful for the information, Arya produced a handful of gold beads to offer as compensation. However, the young sorcerer declined the reward and rose to depart. At dawn, Arya, the cloaked Sis, and their companions entrusted their horses to the town's care, stocked up on provisions and water, and set off on foot towards the dark forest. As they journeyed westward, Arya observed that the trees grew denser and taller. Occasionally, she caught sight of a majestic stag, and sometimes she noticed groups of individuals foraging for herbs deep within the woods. After a day of travel, Arya and Sis arrived at the edge of an expansive primeval forest. This was the forbidden zone of the dark forest. Towering trees obscured the sun, and the pervasive mist combined with the ominous darkness instilled a sense of dread in those who ventured within. Few herbalists or hunters could be seen here, for they all understood the dangers of this forbidden realm and would not risk their lives by entering. Arya, along with Sis and others, gradually ventured into the dark forest. As they delved deeper, the occasional sound of birds flapping their wings could be heard. Yet, curiously, no bird songs resonated within the woods. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted above them, as an avalanche of stones, branches, and nuts rained down upon them, causing excruciating pain. "What on earth is happening?" Hunter exclaimed. "I have no idea. The light is too dim to discern the culprit," replied Baron, brandishing his spear into the shadowy expanse above and bellowing, "Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." No sooner had Baron finished speaking than a massive dead tree hurtled from the adjacent thicket, crashing towards him. "Baron, watch out," Sis warned, tugging at him. The tree collided violently with a larger trunk, producing a resounding thud. From that colossal tree emerged a horde of gigantic bats with crimson eyes, flapping their wings and lunging at Baron, Sis, Dylan, and the others. Arya and her companions wielded their weapons, striking down the bloodthirsty creatures one after another. The nauseating scent of blood permeated the air as bat corpses, the size of watermelons, fell to the ground. This forest is truly uncanny, harboring such terrifying monsters, Dylan Cassidy remarked, wielding his great sword against the attacking bats. "Indeed, we have scarcely entered, and we have yet to uncover what ferocious beasts await us ahead." Hunter Hawk added, "Boss, should we retreat? We needn't pursue this so-called golden silk black pear wood," Baron suggested. Arya contemplated for a moment before responding, "Having come this far, it would be a shame not to glimpse the millennia-old black pear tree. What do you wish to see? If you perish at the hands of these monsters, how will you ever find your daughter?" Sis interjected. "For my daughter, I must find the golden silk black pear wood. This is my sole hope," Arya declared resolutely. Very well, Sis conceded reluctantly. After dispelling the swarm of bloodthirsty bats, Arya and the others continued onward. After traversing for nearly half a day, they unexpectedly arrived at a vast clearing devoid of trees. Strangely, the ground was marked with enormous footprints. Chapter 13. The Giant Magic Rabbit. As Arya contemplated advancing further, she was halted by Hunter Hawk. Pointing at the footprints, he cautioned, "Boss, from my experience, there may be giant wild men or other large beasts lurking nearby." "Oh, then we should hasten our departure from this place," Arya responded quickly upon hearing Hunter's warning. With that, Arya took off, intending to cross the clearing. "Boss, don't go that way," Hunter cautioned. At that moment, a rhythmic and thunderous sound echoed from a distance. Boom, boom. "Hurry, run." Hunter Hawk swiftly turned and fled. Elia, Sis, and the others followed suit. Soon, they encountered an enormous black rabbit, bounding into view. This colossal creature towered over even the tallest trees. As it hopped, it searched the surroundings for something elusive. "How can there be such a gigantic rabbit?" Elia whispered to Hunter Hawk. "How should I know? Perhaps this creature is the guardian of the dark forest," Hunter Hawk speculated. "No wonder this dark forest is deemed a forbidden zone, with such monstrous beings lurking about. Who would dare to enter?" Baron Hill murmured. "What should we do now, boss?" Sis inquired softly. Just wait a moment. Once it leaves, we can move forward," Elia replied, her voice tinged with trepidation. "You still intend to venture deeper?" Baron Hill exclaimed in frustration. Before Elia could respond, the enormous black rabbit suddenly turned its head towards them and began to hop in their direction. Elia angrily nudged Baron Hill, whispering, "It's your fault. It's coming." Just as Baron Hill was about to speak, Hunter Hawk hissed, "Everyone quiet." The massive black rabbit approached Elia and Sis, its colossal head swaying as if deep in thought, or perhaps searching for something. Elia, Sis, and the others held their breath, closing their eyes in fear. Suddenly, a tremendous howling pierced the air from nearby, like a fierce wind sweeping through the forest. Yet, this wind felt eerie and chilling against their skin. The giant rabbit lifted its head, turning towards the source of the howl. It bared its teeth and swiftly hopped in that direction. Boom, boom. The ground and the forest trembled incessantly. "Shall we make a run for it?" Sis suggested to Elia. "It has gone that way. We should take this route to circumvent it," Elia declared, leading the way forward. "My goodness, she still intends to go deeper," Dylan Cassidy lamented. "We're going to be done for because of this woman," Baron Hill added. "What can we do? We chose to follow such a large-chested yet brainless leader," Hunter Hawk remarked, following behind. The reluctant Sis trailed behind Hunter Hawk. Meanwhile, the giant black rabbit had discovered a large snake, now mercilessly pounding it. The snake opened its mouth to bite the giant rabbit, but the clumsy creature knocked it unconscious with a single blow. The giant rabbit then opened its mouth wide and bit down on the snake. With a soft pop, the snake transformed into a flurry of fireflies, gradually vanishing. The giant rabbit stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The delectable giant serpent unexpectedly vanished into thin air. At this moment, Arya had led Cisbreeden, Dylan Cassidy, Hunt Hawk, and Baron Hill far away from the territory of the colossal Black Rabbit. After traversing for roughly a day, they paused to kindle a fire in a clearing, intending to rest before continuing their journey deeper into the forest the following day. Clad in black, Cisbreeden, Dylan, Hunt, and Baron took turns on watch, vigilant against potential attacks from other ferocious beasts. In the dead of night, 2 savage wolves attempted to assault Arya and her companions, but they were swiftly dispatched by Hunt Hawk's arrows. When dawn broke, Arya and the others consumed some bread they had brought along and sipped a bit of water before extinguishing the fire and resuming their expedition into the forest depths. After an indeterminate length of time, they encountered several enormous wild boars, which were peculiar in that their eyes glowed a terrifying red. Upon spotting Arya and her group, the boars launched an unrelenting attack. Despite Hunt Hawk firing numerous arrows, they proved utterly ineffective. The boars displayed no fear whatsoever. The ferocious creatures pursued Arya and her companions, forcing them to scatter in all directions. With no other option, they climbed up a tree, while the boars, in a frenzy, relentlessly rammed their heads against the massive trunk. Thud, thud. Arya clung tightly to the tree trunk, thinking to herself, "Keep ramming. Perhaps one will perish against the tree." However, shortly thereafter, she heard a creaking sound from below, and the tree began to sway even more violently than before. Could it be that such a stout tree is about to topple? Arya exclaimed in astonishment. Moments later, she called out to Hunt Hawk, who was also perched on a nearby branch. "Hunt, the tree is going to fall. You must think of something." "What can I do? Their hides are too thick. My arrows merely tickle them. I stand no chance against them," Hunt Hawk replied helplessly. Creak, creak. The tree upon which Arya was situated crashed down with a resounding thud. Heavens! Arya gasped as the mighty trunk fell. Upon witnessing this, Hunt Hawk shouted urgently, "Boss, run! The boar is coming to bite you." As Arya scrambled to her feet, the enraged boar charged toward her. In a moment of desperation, she drew the sacred sword from her back and slashed at the beast. Whoosh! A brilliant arc of light, akin to lightning, sliced through the body of the boar. The creature did not have time to emit a cry before it was cleaved in two. Hunt Hawk, still in the tree, stared in astonishment at Arya wielding the sacred sword. He had never anticipated such immense power from it, for it was the first time he had witnessed Arya unleash its might. With her spirits lifted after the successful strike, Arya seized the sacred sword and set off to pursue and dispatch the remaining boar below. Chapter 14. Lost in the woods after a flash of white light. The wild boar, which Arya sought to vanquish, was cleaved in two by the sacred sword. Hunt Hawk promptly descended from the tree, following Arya in search of Zeiss and Baron. Boss, is this truly the sacred sword?" Hunt Hawk inquired with palpable excitement. "Indeed. What is the matter?" Arya replied, hastening forward in pursuit of the sound of the boar colliding with the trees. "Remarkable. So powerful. May I have a chance to wield it?" Hunt Hawk marveled. "Absolutely not," Arya retorted, quickly advancing as she gripped the sacred sword tightly, striking down upon the boar with ferocity. This time, not only was the boar slain in a single stroke, but the great tree that Dylan Cassidy resided in was also felled. Dylan gasped as the massive tree toppled towards him. Hunt Hawk rushed forward, pulling the fallen Dylan to his feet, exclaiming, astounded, "Are we? That is the sacred sword." "The sacred sword? Is it truly the sacred sword?" Dylan pressed for confirmation. "Yes. I just asked the boss. She affirmed it is indeed the sacred sword." Hunt Hawk nodded. "Wondrous. Why have we not seen the boss wield it before?" Dylan questioned, puzzled. "I cannot say. You shall inquire with the boss shortly," Hunt Hawk replied as he hurried to catch up with Arya. After rescuing Zeiss and Baron, Arya and Hunt Hawk ventured deeper into the forest. "Boss, we've been walking for quite some time. We must be nearing the heart of the dark forest," Baron Hill remarked. "Perhaps. It is possible that we shall soon encounter the golden silk black pear wood," Arya responded. "That would be splendid," Dylan added. As Arya, Zeiss, and the others proceeded deeper into the woods, they engaged in conversation. Time passed, and darkness enveloped the forest. Yet, they still found no signs of the golden silk black pear wood. "Boss, do you think we might be lost?" Hunt Hawk suddenly suggested. Arya surveyed her surroundings and asked Hunt Hawk, "What makes you say that?" "Just a hunch," Hunt Hawk replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, Arya said, "Very well. It is dark now. We shall rest here for the night. Tomorrow, we shall devise a plan." Thus, Arya, Zeiss, and the others found a relatively open area and kindled a fire. They gathered around the blaze, feasting and drinking before settling down to rest. In the depths of night, Dylan Cassidy vaguely perceived a shadow not far off. Assuming it to be a figment of his drowsiness, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yet, When he looked again, he saw nothing. He glanced around and sensed another silhouette in the distance, though he remained uncertain. The following day, at Handhawk's suggestion, Arya marked the trail conspicuously. Before long, they discovered, just as Handhawk had predicted, that they had indeed strayed from their path, as they returned to the location of their previous markings. With no alternative, Handhawk proposed climbing to the top of a great tree to ascertain their direction. As he ascended to the treetops, he beheld an overwhelming expanse of trees surrounding him, while the sky above was shrouded in ominous clouds, suggesting a downpour was imminent. Unlike the birds, he could not soar into the air to ascertain his bearings. Helpless, he resolved to descend and convey the situation to Arya and the others. After considerable contemplation, Arya could devise no alternative but to forge ahead. During their second attempt, she instructed Balin to mark their path differently. Yet, after a while, Arya, Sis, and the others found themselves back at their starting point. The day slipped away as they wandered in circles, trapped in their own repetitious journey. In the dead of night, Hunter Hawk was roused by Sis, who said, "Hey, it's your turn to keep watch." "Very well, thank you for your diligence," Hunter replied with a yawn, rising to stretch his limbs. After adding some dry branches to the fire, he gazed vacantly into the flames. After a considerable time, Hunter looked up and glimpsed a vague human visage in the distance. He instinctively seized his bow, ready to aim. Wait, where did it go? He mused, perplexed. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings, yet the darkness revealed nothing. At dawn, Hunter Hawk climbed to the treetop, hoping to find the sun for guidance. To his dismay, the sky remained overcast, devoid of sunlight. It appeared as though they were ensnared in a world enveloped by dark clouds, with no daylight in sight. Descending from the tree, Hunter reported the situation to Arya. Sis, Dylan, Hunter, and the others gathered around Arya, awaiting her direction for their next move. After a moment of reflection, Arya looked at Sis and Balin before declaring, "We must continue forward. Remaining stagnant is not a solution. Perhaps, as we walk, we shall find our way out." "Very well, I shall follow your lead," Balin replied with resignation. Thus, Sis, Balin, and the others trailed Arya as they advanced. However, after a prolonged journey, they found themselves back at their point of departure. Much like the previous day. "Sis, are your markings accurate?" Arya inquired, running her fingers over the marks on the tree trunk. "Of course they are," Sis affirmed. "Oh dear. What shall we do? We are truly lost," Arya lamented, collapsing onto the ground. Sis and Hunter exchanged helpless glances, then leaned against the great tree in silence. "You all need to think of a way for us to escape this place," Arya said, her frustration evident. After a moment, Dylan Cassidy suddenly proposed. "Could we be under a curse cast by some malevolent creature, which is why we cannot find our way? What kind of creature could ensnare us in this forest?" Arya questioned. Dylan pondered before responding. "Perhaps it is a sprite, or a mischievous fairy, or even an evil sorcerer. I have never heard of such things before." Arya replied in astonishment. Handhawk remarked, "Just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. By the way, last night I believe I caught a glimpse of a rather indistinct face. Just as I was about to shoot it with my bow, it vanished in an instant. Quite eerie. Listening to you, I recall seeing a shadowy figure while I was on watch during the night. I thought perhaps it was merely a trick of my eyes. In retrospect, it might have been that entity playing its games," Dylan Cassidy added. "Then it is indeed possible that an invisible being is at play," Sis commented. Chapter 15. Heart of the Lake. Arya glanced at Handhawk in surprise, then turned her gaze to Dylan Cassidy, weighing the truth of their words. After a moment, she inquired, "If it truly is an unseen creature toying with us, how do we confront it?" Handhawk replied, "I have a plan. However, I will need to borrow something from you, though I am uncertain if you will grant my request." Just as Arya was about to agree, she suddenly recalled something. Clearing her throat, she said, "Aside from the holy sword, anything I can provide, I would be willing to lend." Handhawk smiled and asked, "Do you possess any woolen knitted fabric?" "Indeed, I have a small wool vest that I knitted myself. If it is of use to you, I can lend it." Arya responded, "Very well, please remove it and hand it to me." "You all turn your heads away. No peeking," Arya commanded. She then proceeded to take off her vest and handed it to Handhawk. Without hesitation, he began to dismantle the garment. Arya fumed in frustration, tempted to bite Handhawk in retaliation. Sis, Dylan, and the others stared at Handhawk in bewilderment, unable to comprehend his audacity in dismantling the vest of a formidable sorceress. Handhawk tightly tied one end of the cashmere yarn to the tail of an arrow and the other end to his wrist. He then used a sharp dagger to cut his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the arrowhead and shaft. Afterward, he insisted that Sis, Baron, and Dylan each add their blood to the arrow, particularly on the knot where the cashmere yarn was tied. Once this was completed, Hawk drew back his bow and released the arrow. With a swift sound, the arrow, trailing the string, soared towards a large tree ahead. As he reeled in the line, he advanced forward, with Sis, Baron, Arya, and the others closely trailing behind him. After what felt like an eternity of walking, they arrived at a clearing. In this space stood several enormous stag with magnificent antlers. These creatures were not only significantly larger than any they had encountered previously, but their eyes shone a striking red, creating a rather terrifying sight. Wow, those stags are fascinating. Shall we capture one to use as a mount? Arya exclaimed eagerly. It has been days since I last had meat. I would like to catch one of those stags for roasting. Hawk licked his lips in anticipation. Indeed, it has been a considerable time since I last indulged in meat. I feel utterly drained of energy. Ballinhill exclaimed. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Arya retorted angrily at Balin and Hunter. Meanwhile, Sis and Dylan were stealthily approaching a magnificent stag, likely yearning for roasted venison as well. Hunter Hawk drew back his bow, and with a swift whoosh, an arrow struck the majestic stag. The creature let out a pained cry, then bolted forward, hooves pounding the ground as it fled. Hunter, Arya, and the others pursued relentlessly. The stag, with the arrow embedded in its side, staggered to a halt before a great tree. It lunged against the trunk and, in an instant, vanished into thin air. Hunter Hawk followed the trail of blood to the base of the tree, where the last drop of blood had fallen. He stroked his chin and remarked, "This tree may harbor secrets." With that, he pressed his palm against the bark. Suddenly, a pained cry echoed. Hunter Hawk, too, disappeared. Upon witnessing this, Arya, Sis, and the others rushed towards the great tree. Before them emerged a vast, ominous lake, its water a murky black, shrouded in mystery. Not a single fish was visible in its depths, nor was there any sign of aquatic vegetation along the shores. At the center lay an island, crowned by a towering golden-black pear tree, heavy with glossy, dark fruits. The breeze carried an alluring aroma, igniting their appetites and causing mouths to water. That tree must be the legendary golden-black pear wood. Let us make haste, Arya exclaimed with excitement. At last, we have glimpsed the fabled tree, Hunter Hawk added joyfully. As the group approached the lakeside, they found no visible path to the island. Dylan Cassidy suggested swimming across, but Hunter Hawk quickly interjected, wary of the lake's eerie waters that might conceal danger. Thus, they proposed constructing a raft from wood to traverse to the island. Arya concurred with this plan. While the group busied themselves gathering timber, Hunter Hawk was astonished to observe the wounded stag walking upon the lake's surface. He surmised that the creature couldn't possibly have flown there. Perhaps an invisible path led to the island, and the stag was privy to its location. With this revelation, Hunter Hawk took a long stick, calling upon Arya, Sis, and the others to accompany him back to the lakeshore. He began probing the water's edge with the stick, searching for the elusive route. After a thorough exploration, he finally discovered the invisible bridge, approximately a meter wide. He secured an arrow tied with cashmere thread to the shore, instructing Sis to grasp a handful of the thread and follow closely behind him. He would lead the way while Arya and the others trailed behind Sis. Indeed, it was an invisible bridge, aptly named the Bridge of Concealment, a necessary passage to the heart of the lake. The origins of this bridge remained a mystery. Cautiously, Arya, Sis, and the others approached the island, and soon, with great delight, they dashed towards the golden-black pear tree, eager to pluck a serpentine branch from its boughs. At that moment, a large serpent sprang from the tree, lunging towards Barenshire with the intent to strike. Just as the serpent was about to sink its fangs into Barenshire, Arya swiftly drew her holy sword and slashed at the creature. In a flash of white light, the serpent's head was severed from its body. Observing the demise of the serpent, Barenshire hurriedly snapped off the snake-shaped branch. Meanwhile, Hawk, momentarily tempted, reached for a moro fruit. However, as he extended his hand toward the fruit, the serpent's thick tail swept him off his feet. It was then that Arya, along with Sis and the others, realized that the serpent's body had miraculously regrown a head in a matter of moments. "We must flee," Arya exclaimed, terrified by the serpent, leading the group towards the hidden bridge. The 10-meter-long serpent, akin to a flying arrow, pursued Arya and Sis relentlessly. "You all go ahead. I will deal with it," Arya declared, brandishing her holy sword. Chapter 16. The Ferocious Serpent. Be careful, Hawk cautioned as he followed Sis and Barenshire onto the hidden bridge. At this juncture, the serpent had caught up with Arya. She shouted defiantly at the serpent, "Was it really necessary for you to chase me down just for breaking a branch? If you wish to avoid losing your head again, then be gone." The massive serpent seemed to comprehend her words, pausing momentarily before turning and swimming towards the golden silk black pear tree. Arya then ascended the hidden bridge, cautiously following the cashmere thread that Hant Hawk had previously laid down, making her way to the lakeshore. Upon reaching the shore, she conferred with Sis, Hant, and the others, insisting that they must capture the injured stag with antlers. With no alternative, Sis and Hant reluctantly acquiesced. While Arya and Sis were attempting to capture the wounded stag, 6 or 7 cloaked wizards appeared on the island at the heart of the lake, including the young wizard from the Dusk Tavern. Among this group, 3 were engaged in a struggle with the serpent, while the others sought to pluck Moro fruit from the golden silk black pear tree. As one of the Moro fruits was harvested, the previously tranquil surface of the Blackwater Lake erupted into massive ripples. Suddenly, with a great splash, 6 enormous serpent heads emerged from the depths. The 6 serpents, resembling colossal swords, surged towards the wizards on the island. The wizards, pale with fear, had not anticipated such monstrous creatures lurking beneath the surface. Before they could cast any spells, the 6 serpents opened their gaping maws, unleashing 6 streams of differently colored toxic mists that engulfed the wizards instantly. Seeing this, Arya, Sis, and the others swiftly took hold of the stag and made their exit. Once the toxic mist dissipated, 7 lifeless bodies lay beneath the golden silk black pear tree on the island, one still clutching a Moro fruit. All the corpses bore the marks of blood flowing from their orifices. The 6 massive and ferocious serpents had vanished without a trace, likely retreating once more into the depths of the lake. Before long, several wisps of ethereal white shadows drifted up from the corpses. These apparitions, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, all floated beneath the golden silk black pear tree. In the blink of an eye, the shadows transformed into tendrils of azure smoke, weaving into several distinct ink fruits. The heart of the lake island regained its tranquility. At that moment, the colossal serpent guarding the golden silk black pear tree swam towards the corpse clutching the ink fruit, its gaze fixated on the fruit with an unmistakable glint of excitement. As the serpent opened its maw, intent on devouring the fruit that lay so tantalizingly close, the ink fruit unexpectedly burst with a resounding pop. A wisp of black smoke erupted forth, resembling a slender, serpentine mist, and was swept away by the wind across the lake's surface. Enraged at its missed opportunity, the serpent lashed its tail in fury, sending the corpses, which emanated toxic fumes, tumbling into the lake. Sizzling, the moment those bodies touched the inky waters, they began to decay rapidly, bubbles erupting around them. After a considerable time, the bodies ultimately disintegrated into bleached bones, sinking to the lake's depths. Days later, Elia, Sis, and their companions returned to Dusk Town. Upon their arrival with the blood-red-eyed giant stag, the town erupted in fervor. The townsfolk hurried forward, eager to touch the extraordinary giant stag, for they had never before encountered such a towering and fearsome creature. They soon learned from Hant that this giant stag had been captured from the deepest recesses of the dark forest, where only 6 such stags were said to exist. With one now gone, only 5 remained within the forest confines. The townspeople flocked to the Dusk Tavern, gathering around Elia, Sis, and the others as Hant Hawk recounted tales of their remarkable journey through the dark forest. Wandering minstrels soon composed ballads celebrating the exploits of Elia, Sis, and their companions, spreading their legend throughout the realm. Before long, they became celebrated as legendary heroes in the hearts of the people of Aellen Kingdom. After departing Dusk Town, Elia and Sis made their way to Goth City. When Elia placed the serpentine golden silk black pear wood into the diviner's hands, the diviner was momentarily rendered speechless. With trembling hands, she caressed the legendary wood, astonished. How astonishing! I never imagined I would witness such a precious material in my lifetime. You are indeed a miracle, the diviner exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Elia smiled quietly, refraining from comment, patiently awaiting the diviner's insights. Noticing Elia's silence, the diviner reassured her, "Rest assured. I promised to divine for you, and I shall not go back on my word. Please, give me a moment." The diviner carefully wrapped the golden silk black pear wood in a pristine cloth and set it aside. She then unfurled a somewhat yellowed parchment, revealing a mysterious map spread across the table. The diviner retrieved 3 ancient coins from her bosom and held them in her hands. With her palms pressed together, she gently swayed them up and down, murmuring a prayer under her breath. After a moment, the diviner abruptly separated her hands, causing the 3 coins to tumble onto a mysterious map. Bowing her head, she scrutinized the map for a while before addressing Elia. "Your daughter resides in the largest city to the north. You shall encounter her in the near future." Upon learning of her daughter's whereabouts, Elia was filled with immense joy. She produced some gold beads and offered them to the diviner as a token of gratitude, which the diviner graciously declined. The diviner then assigned Elia a peculiar task, necessitating a journey to the city of Assa. As Elia, Sis, and their companions embarked towards Assa, they encountered a throng of warriors drawn by their legendary exploits. These individuals, inspired by the tales of Elia and her comrades, resolved to follow her. The initial group of a mere 10 swelled to hundreds. With the growing numbers, Elia found herself contemplating the sustenance and management of this burgeoning entourage. In Bill City, Elia convened a meeting with Sis, Dylan, Hunt, and Baron. During this assembly, Elia proposed the establishment of the Celestial Empire Church, appointing herself as the High Priestess. With Hunt and Dylan serving as deacons, the church would encompass a Holy Knight Order, led by Sis as the commander and Baron as the vice commander. The Holy Knight Order would remain loyal to the Celestial Empire Church, safeguarding its sanctity, its leader, and the safety and interests of its followers. Furthermore, the Order could undertake commission tasks to secure funding for development. Chapter 17. The Emerald City. Elia lingered in Bill City for a month, during which she imparted teachings on the doctrines of the Celestial Empire Church and the spiritual principles of the Holy Knight Order. With the assistance of Kevin Bill, the Lord of Bill City, the Celestial Empire Church was swiftly established, with its center in Bill City. Kevin not only provided a venue for the church, but also generously donated substantial supplies and funds. Moreover, he employed dozens of members from the Holy Knight Order to oversee the security of Bill City. Thus, Elia's vision for the Celestial Empire Church came to fruition. Soon, the citizens of Bill City and its surrounding areas joined the Celestial Empire Church, becoming faithful adherents. Sis, Hunt, Baron, and Dylan busied themselves with various tasks, while Elia enjoyed a leisurely respite. She resolved to set forth towards Assa to fulfill the task entrusted to her by the diviner. Upon her arrival in Assa, Elia presented a patterned shell to the owner of a tavern in the western part of the city. That afternoon, the tavern owner led Elia to a grand residence. Within this abode, Elia was astonished to encounter the esteemed figure of the Earl of York, alongside the prominent black-clad Macy. As Elia entered Macy's guest room, she was greeted by the peculiar call of a bird exclaiming, "Mother! Mother! Mother!" Elia was taken aback and immediately inquired of Macy, "What sort of bird is this?" "It speaks." Macy smiled and replied, "It is a talking bird, known as a parrot." "How marvelous!" Elia exclaimed in wonder. Macy remarked, "In truth, since I acquired this parrot, I have not heard it utter a single word. Today marks the first occasion it has spoken." "Oh, why does it call me mother?" Elia inquired further. Macy glanced at the parrot, then at Elia, and replied, "Perhaps it perceives your royal stature and desires to become your pet, thus seeking to capture your attention in this manner." "How do you know I am a princess?" Elia asked, astonished. Macy answered mysteriously, "That is a secret." "Then who are you?" Elia pressed. Macy replied, "I am merely an ordinary sorcerer." "By the way, what brings you to me?" Elia stated, "Someone asked me to deliver this to you." With that, she handed over the golden silk ebony staff to Macy. As Macy caressed the staff, he marveled. What an extraordinary gift this is. After a moment's pause, he rose, retrieved the cage containing the parrot, and placed it before Elia, saying, "Princess, you have bestowed upon me such a precious gift. I am at a loss for how to repay you. I offer you this little creature as a token of my gratitude." Elia, enchanted by the talking parrot, graciously accepted it. Thus, Isha returned to her mother's side. As Elia journeyed northward, she inquired of passers-by where the largest city lay. They uniformly responded that the grandest city was Assar. Elia remained skeptical, for she had not encountered her daughter in Assar. Time and again, Isha, now transformed into a parrot, had proclaimed herself to be the daughter Elia sought. Yet Elia steadfastly refused to believe. Riding upon the majestic horned stag, accompanied by the parrot, she continued her northern expedition. They traversed forests and crossed lakes, forging ahead. Elia was convinced that her daughter resided somewhere to the north. Ultimately, Elia arrived at the fringes of the misty forest, a forbidden realm of the kingdom of Aellen. Yet, for Elia, nothing could impede her resolute advance. Though akin to a primeval forest, this place was suffused with sunlight and invigorating air. The horned stag bore Elia onward, navigating through layers of mist until they reached the edge of a vast lake. The surface was shrouded in white fog, creating an ethereal spectacle reminiscent of a legendary paradise. The horned stag lingered at the lakeside for a moment before suddenly leaping into the water. Ding, dong, ding, dong. The horned stag, carrying Elia, emerged upon a shimmering glass bridge that radiated hues akin to a rainbow. Let us refer to this bridge as the Rainbow Bridge. It ascended at a 45-degree angle, leading to an unknown destination, with mist still enveloping both sides. After an indeterminate passage of time, the horned stag ultimately guided Elia out of the fog. revealing before her an immense city. Within this city stood a colossal tree, soaring toward the heavens, its surface gleaming with an emerald-like sheen. The tree was laden with fruits that shimmered with golden brilliance. From a distance, it appeared as if the sky were adorned with countless twinkling stars. The city gates stood wide open, allowing Arya to enter effortlessly. Within the city, numerous tiny fairies, each possessing a pair of translucent wings, flitted about. Upon catching sight of Arya's majestic horned deer, they scattered in a flurry of panic. Only one fairy, armed with a bow and arrow, approached and said, "Welcome to the Emerald City. The Lake Fairy Queen requests your presence in the Great Hall." Arya entrusted her horned deer to a fairy for safekeeping and followed the bow-wielding fairy to the Grand Hall, accompanied by her parrot. As they traversed the city, Arya's eyes danced around, taking in the extraordinary sights of the Emerald City. This place boasted an array of exotic flowers and plants, while beautiful birds soared through the air. Rather than a city, it resembled an immense private garden. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, Arya found the floor as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the opulent walls and ceiling bedecked in gold and splendor. Atop the throne in the center of the hall sat a regal and stunningly beautiful woman, the Lake Fairy Queen. She gestured for Arya to take a seat beside her and instructed a fairy to present Arya with a goblet of exquisite wine. The Lake Fairy Queen proclaimed, "This is the most famous wine from my fairy abode. Let us raise our glasses and indulge." Arya thought to herself that the Lake Fairy Queen had summoned her merely to drink. Alas, she had pressing matters to attend to. "Your Majesty," she began, "I have come in search of my daughter, Isla. Might you have seen her?" The Lake Fairy Queen glanced at the parrot perched on Arya's shoulder and smiled gently. "Indeed, I have seen her. She is quite the darling. Now, let us drink first. We shall discuss other matters afterward." With no alternative, Arya bowed her head to grasp the goblet of wine before her. As she did, she noticed a fleeting vision manifest on the ground before her. The image revealed a colossal, smoke-emitting magical rabbit leading a monstrous tree creature towards a small town, where the inhabitants fled in terror. The vision vanished as quickly as it appeared, and Arya wondered if she had merely imagined it. The town seemed eerily familiar. Could it be the town of Dusk? Chapter 18. Golden Stars. Arya raised her goblet and drank deeply. The wine was the finest she had ever tasted. As soon as the liquid graced her lips, she slipped into a blissful slumber. Isla, witnessing her mother's inebriation, felt a mix of fear and concern. Yet, in this unfamiliar place, she dared not act, remaining obediently in her spot. The Lake Fairy Queen seemed to sense Isla's unease and chuckled, "Do not fret, dear child. Your mother is merely intoxicated. She shall awaken in a few days. Just one goblet, and she will be unconscious for days." "What sort of wine is this?" Isla exclaimed in astonishment. The Lake Fairy Queen smiled enigmatically, but remained silent, scrutinizing Isla closely before inquiring, "Dear child, have you offended someone, leading to a love curse that transformed you into a pitiable little parrot?" "A fearsome figure clad in black. I know not who he is," Isla replied. "Did you just say that I have been cursed?" Isabella inquired. The Lake Fairy Queen nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is a curse of love, one that even deities cannot unravel." "Ah, does that mean I am destined to remain in this form for eternity?" Isabella said, a hint of sorrow in her voice. The Lake Fairy Queen blinked and responded, "That may very well be the case, unless you encounter your prince, who can help lift the curse." Isabella was momentarily stunned and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "My prince? Who could that possibly be?" "That is a matter of the future, which I cannot disclose. I can only offer you a piece of advice. When true love arrives, do not turn it away. Otherwise, you may indeed find yourself forever as a pitiable creature." With that, the Lake Fairy Queen waved her right hand at Isabella. She felt an invisible essence descend upon her, though she was unaware of its nature. Quietly, Isabella settled onto the table before Elia, gazing at her slumbering form in a daze. After a considerable time, boredom enveloped Isabella in the vast emptiness of the Grand Hall, prompting her to take flight. She fluttered and paused, gradually making her way toward a colossal tree that seemed to pierce the clouds. Perching upon a large stone beneath its boughs, she gazed upwards at the golden apples the size of watermelons hanging from the branches. "Wow, what kind of tree is this? It is so tall." Isabella couldn't help but exclaim. A massive serpent's head, adorned with glistening scales, emerged from behind the tree. After casting a glance at Isabella, it spoke. "This is the World Tree, the abode of the gods." "The World Tree? The gods? Where are they? I cannot see them," Isabella asked incessantly. The great serpent replied, "The gods reside within those golden stars. Naturally, you little one cannot behold them." "Oh, are you saying those golden apples are the golden stars?" Isabella inquired further. "Indeed," the serpent affirmed before withdrawing its head from sight. Beneath the world tree, Isabella remained entranced as she gazed at the golden stars above. Suddenly, she flapped her wings and soared toward the nearest golden star. She flew and flew, yet could not draw nearer to the celestial orb. I refuse to believe this. It is so close, yet I cannot reach it, she declared to herself. As time passed, fatigue weighed heavily upon Isabella, yet the distance to the golden star remained unchanged. Exhausted, she contemplated finding a place to rest. However, as she looked down, she found herself surrounded by an expanse of white. Unbeknownst to her, she had ascended to great heights. Am I deceived by the sight before me? Isabella murmured. Unwilling to give up, she fervently flapped her wings, ascending a short distance once more. Yet, the golden star remained tantalizingly distant. Isabella was utterly fatigued, devoid of any strength to ascend further. Thus, she folded her wings and plummeted from the heights like a stone. The wind howled in her ears, as if mocking her folly. Clouds raced past her tightly shut eyelids. After a while, Isha opened her eyes. No longer were they shrouded in a blanket of white. Instead, the sights of the Emerald City gradually became clear. Isha spread her wings, gliding and spiraling gracefully in the sky before descending. She landed softly on the grass near the world tree. Lying back and gazing at the golden stars, murmuring to herself, "Oh, I am utterly exhausted." Isha had intended to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Just then, a fairy approached and inquired, "Why, little girl, what are you doing? You look utterly spent." Isha, too fatigued to speak, glanced at the fairy and replied, "I wanted to fly into that golden apple to take a look, but no matter how I try, I cannot reach it. I am truly worn out." The fairy could not help but chuckle at this. She then said, "That is the abode of the gods. Without the guidance of a divine messenger, you cannot enter." "Oh," Isha replied, and then drifted off to sleep. The fairy shook her head at Isha before taking her leave. 3 days later, Isha awakened Elia. "Mother, mother, come quickly. The Lake Fairy Queen has left you 3 treasures to choose one to take with you," Isha exclaimed to her bleary-eyed mother. Elia focused her gaze and saw 3 sword sheaths placed before her. The first was a golden sheath, the second adorned with an array of gems, and the third was a simple, pitch-black sheath. After a moment's contemplation, Elia chose the third sheath, causing the other 2 exquisite sheaths to vanish immediately. She inserted the radiant holy sword into the black sheath, and the sword's brilliance faded, no longer ostentatious. "Little parrot, do you know where the Lake Fairy Queen is? I have matters to discuss with her," Elia asked Isha. "I overheard the fairies say that the Lake Fairy Queen has gone to another golden star for urgent business and won't return anytime soon." Isha paused before adding, "By the way, mother, the Lake Fairy Queen has a message for you." Elia inquired, "What is the message?" Isha responded, "The kingdom of Aellen is facing dire circumstances and desperately needs your return to address the situation." With that, Isha flew towards a door adorned with mysterious patterns. Nodding her head at the enigmatic door, she said to Elia, "Through this door, we shall swiftly return." Chapter 19. The Withering Wood. Elia felt a pang of doubt. Yet upon recalling the terrifying scene she had witnessed earlier, she began to believe the Lake Fairy Queen's words might indeed hold truth. Consequently, she briskly approached the mysterious door, intending to return to the kingdom of Aellen. As she reached the threshold, she suddenly halted. "My deer is still outside. I must bring it over," she declared. Isha quickly called out to Elia, Mother, there's no need to go." Previously, the Lake Fairy Queen remarked that the deer had completed its guiding mission and needed to remain in the Emerald City. She also cautioned that under no circumstances should the deer be returned to the kingdom of Aellen. Left with no choice, Elia and Issa pushed open the mysterious door and stepped inside. In the blink of an eye, Elia and Issa vanished into a dazzling white light. They emerged in the city of Lois, within the grand cathedral of the Celestial Church. The deacon, Hant Hawk, who was kneeling before the statue of the Celestial Emperor in prayer, was taken aback when he saw Elia materialize before him, leaving him utterly astonished and frozen in place. "Are you Hant?" Elia inquired, looking at the middle-aged man kneeling before her with a hint of confusion. Hant nodded and hastily got to his feet, perplexed. "Your Grace, how did you arrive here? I heard not a single sound of footsteps." "Oh, it is a long story. Even if I told you, you would not comprehend it. But, why do you appear so aged? What has transpired?" Elia remarked, scrutinizing Hant Hawk from head to toe. "Sigh, it has been 10 years. How could I not age? By the way, Your Grace, you seem to have changed not at all. No, in fact, you appear much younger than before. What is the explanation for this?" Hant queried with palpable curiosity. 10 years. How can that be? Little parrot, how many days have I slept?" Elia asked Issa. "Approximately 3 days, perhaps just a tad more." Issa replied. "Are you certain?" Elia pressed. Issa nodded affirmatively. "I am certain, for the fairies informed me. The Lake Fairy Queen instructed them to convey that 3 days have passed, and you must awaken, lest great misfortune ensue. Oh, Ilya responded, ceasing her doubts. Meanwhile, Hawk stood by, utterly bewildered. The mention of 3 days, the Lake Fairy Queen, and fairies left him confounded, unable to grasp the parrot's words. Ilya glanced at Hawk, whose face was a portrait of inquiry. I know you have many questions to ask. In due time, I shall explain everything. However, at present, I am far more interested in knowing what significant events have transpired in the Kingdom of Aellen. Ah, indeed. The Kingdom of Aellen is undergoing monumental upheaval, an internal war of great magnitude, Hawk replied. The civil strife in Aellen is a conflict between Count York and the royal city. But why are they engaged in battle? The reasons are convoluted and trace back to the cataclysmic events in the Dark Forest. Years ago, upon returning from their exploration of the Dark Forest, Ilya, Zeiss, and others ignited a fervor for adventure in the southwestern region of the Kingdom of Aellen. People flocked to Twilight Town from all corners of the nation, forming groups to venture deep into the Dark Forest. However, this audacious behavior incited the wrath of the guardians of the Dark Forest. Enormous black rabbits, treemen, werewolves, and enraged wild boars surged forth, mercilessly slaughtering those who dared to venture into their territory. Furthermore, these colossal creatures breached the boundaries of the Dark Forest, annihilating every human in Twilight Town overnight. Thousands of lives were claimed by this calamity, and even graver events lay ahead. Months later, in a remote village southwest of Gothic City, a dreadful affliction known as the Withering Disease emerged. Initially, those stricken by this illness exhibited signs of lethargy and confusion, losing their appetite. As time progressed, they dwindled to mere shadows of themselves, emaciated and resembling desiccated trees, ultimately succumbing to starvation. Due to the disease's contagious nature and high mortality rate, neither herbalists nor sorcerers dared to approach its victims. Soon enough, the Withering Disease spread like a silent specter, traversing from one village to another, claiming countless lives. In Gothic City, some began to gather their belongings in anticipation of the inevitable encroachment of the disease. They understood that escape was imperative before it reached their doorstep. Father, you must take action, otherwise, the townsfolk will flee, Aellen Fox declared at the dining table. Addressing her father, Roderick Fox, Roderick cast a weary glance at Aellen and sighed. If they wish to leave, let them do so. What more can I do? You know the Withering Disease is drawing near, and we are powerless against it. Undeniably, you speak the truth, Aellen replied. However, if everyone departs, what purpose remains for us? Would you not become a mere title, a count without a following? You make a compelling point. I must act before my people abandon me. Yet I find myself at a loss. Should I compel them to remain and perish alongside me? Clearly, that is not an option, Roderick lamented. Aellen gazed thoughtfully at her father before quietly consuming her bread. After a moment, she suggested, we have a formidable seer in our city. Perhaps we should consult her for guidance. Very well, Roderick replied with an indifferent demeanor. That day, Roderick and Aellen, bearing precious gifts, sought out the oracle. After her divination, the seer informed Roderick, this calamity of the Withering Disease is but a continuation of the previous cataclysm from the Dark Forest. It serves as a divine warning to humankind. A forbidden zone remains just that. It is not meant for any to enter. What must I do to put an end to this disaster? Roderick inquired. The oracle replied. First, you must offer sacrifices to the heavens and pray earnestly. Second, you should provide for the impoverished, demonstrating kindness. Third, construct a barrier of firewood outside the city as a means of isolation. Upon receiving the oracle's counsel, Roderick commissioned the construction of an altar in the southeast of Gothic City. After purifying himself, he brought live cattle, sheep, pigs, and seasonal fruits to the altar as offerings, beseeching the heavens to accept them, forgive the ignorance of humankind, and bring a swift end to the calamity. Subsequently, Roderick and Aellen began distributing food and clothing to the destitute citizens of the city, offering comfort and instilling faith that the heavens held love for humanity and that the disaster would soon pass. Chapter 20. Father and son Aellen distributed food and clothing to the villagers on the outskirts of Goth City. Following the diviner's guidance, they constructed a barrier of firewood at a distance from the village. Should any signs of the blight appear, they would promptly ignite the woodpile to prevent its spread into the village. Subsequently, Roderick rallied the townspeople to gather firewood and erect a protective fence around Goth City for the safety of its citizens. Upon learning of the means to resist the blight, the townsfolk found solace and joined Count Roderick in collecting firewood. After 2 weeks, a fence was completed. However, the blight did not vanish due to Roderick's pleas and the goodwill of the city's lord. A month later, in a nearby village, A man named Byron inexplicably contracted the disease. Upon realizing his affliction, Byron was consumed by anguish. He could not comprehend why a person of such kindness would suffer from such a malady. To protect his family and prevent the villagers from being infected, he resolutely chose to self-immolate. In doing so, he ignited the barrier outside the village. Byron screamed in agony as he was engulfed by flames, helpless and desperate. A wisp of black smoke escaped from his body, transforming in the air into an angry visage that roared at the burning Byron. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, causing the flames to rapidly spread toward the village. Sparks were carried by the wind and landed on the rooftops. Before long, the houses were ablaze. Thick smoke billowing and flames flickering. As it was the dead of night, most villagers remained oblivious and perished in the inferno. A few fortunate souls managed to escape the flames. The survivors understood that the blight must have been the cause of the fire that consumed their village. But now, with nothing left, what could they do? They had no choice but to seek aid from neighboring villages. However, the inhabitants of the adjacent village offered only scant provisions, refusing them entry. In the meantime, they ignited their own woodpiles outside the village. This fire appeared to indeed halt the spread of the blight, as the villagers did not succumb to the disease. Driven by their will to survive, the refugees made their way to Goth City, hoping that the benevolent Aellen would assist them. Yet, as they approached the city's gates, the guards set ablaze the enormous barrier. The towering flames barred the desperate souls from entering. Ultimately, these helpless individuals chose to leap into the inferno. A wisp of black smoke escaped from one of the burning figures, dissipating into the air. A month passed without any cases of the blight appearing within Goth City. The people rejoiced, celebrating the end of their calamity. They mourned for those lost in the disaster, feeling sorrow, while simultaneously condemning the architect of this tragedy, Elia. The citizens of the kingdom of Aellen firmly believed that Princess Alia's decision to lead the great horned stag out of the dark forest incited the monsters within to invade human territory, resulting in a horrific massacre of the populace and the spread of the dreadful blight of withering wood. Consequently, the people clamored for the expulsion of Princess Alia. Concurrently, the kingdom's ministers, earls, and nobles who had suffered the loss of loved ones in the calamity urged King Stock III to take action, expressing their discontent with Alia's abandonment of Prince Aellen to associate with wild men. Furthermore, they accused her of trespassing into forbidden lands, which instigated a catastrophic upheaval in the dark forest. The actions of Princess Alia had severely tarnished the royal family's dignity and reputation. The voices of the entire nation echoed in unison, demanding her expulsion. King Stock III found himself compelled to engage in a serious conversation with his son, Aellen. "My child, how long has your princess been away from you?" Stock III inquired. "Over a year," Aellen replied, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Do you know why she left?" Stock III pressed further. "She said she was searching for Isha," Aellen sighed. "Is that truly the case? Are you aware that she has been mingling with several men?" Stock III questioned with rising anger. "What does this say about your honor and our royal dignity? Alia is not that kind of person. I know her well. She is loyal to love and would never act inappropriately," Aellen defended her. Stock III shot a disapproving glance at Aellen and retorted, "You know I have never been fond of this foreign woman." "I know, but I truly care for her," Aellen insisted earnestly. "Caring?" Stock III nodded in resignation, contemplating his son's apparent foolishness. "How could I have such a naive child?" Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he continued, "Do you realize that everyone outside wants to expel your Princess Alia?" Aellen, taken aback, exclaimed, "On what grounds? She is a princess. Are they challenging our royal status?" "Silence." Stock III snapped at Aellen. Seeing the genuine anger in his father's eyes, Aellen promptly fell silent, lowering his gaze. "It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of this situation. I will speak plainly. You must choose between your throne and Alia. I do not wish to witness a dreadful upheaval in the kingdom of Aellen during my lifetime." Stock III laid bare the stakes. "Why must I make a choice?" "I refuse to choose," Aellen lamented. "Because you are a prince. Because you are the future king. As a sovereign, one must sacrifice many things for the throne: love, family, even life itself. If you lack this understanding, you are unworthy of ruling a kingdom," Stock III stated expressionlessly. "I do not comprehend. What connection does all of this have with Alia? I truly do not comprehend." Aellen feigned innocence as he spoke. "A king without the support of the people will inevitably find himself on the guillotine. A monarch devoid of power will sooner or later plunge into the abyss of war. The royal family is devoid of love, existing solely for politics, alliances, and stability." Stock III fixed his gaze firmly upon Aellen's eyes. Aellen lowered his head deeply. In truth, he understood all of this. He simply did not wish to acknowledge it. He yearned for the throne, as well as for love. Yet, fate seemed to mock him. He had indeed encountered his true love, yet he was compelled to face such a daunting choice. Chapter 21. The prophecy comes true if you remain silent. I shall assume you have relinquished your claim to the throne, Stock 3 declared. Tomorrow, I shall proclaim to the realm that young Wood shall be the prince. Upon my death, he will ascend as the king of this kingdom of Aellen. With that, Stock 3 gestured for Wei Luan to leave. Father, could you grant me 2 years? Wei Luan suddenly inquired. What do you mean? Stock 3 responded, puzzled. If within 2 years, Aaliyah has not returned to my side, I shall dissolve our marital bond. Wei Luan replied with some reluctance. But what if she does return? Stock 3 pressed. If she returns, I shall renounce the throne and accompany her back to her homeland, the 7 kingdoms. Wei Luan contemplated aloud. Fool. Stock 3 scolded in anger. Before Wei Luan, he drafted 3 wills. Should he unfortunately pass within 2 years, the throne would be bequeathed to young Wood. Stock 3 secured one of the wills within the royal vault, entrusting the other 2 to his loyal ministers for safekeeping. He admonished these ministers repeatedly. No one must be allowed to glimpse the contents within. Soon, the Earl of York learned of the contents of Stock 3's will. Consequently, he intervened to quell the unrest surrounding the Aaliyah incident. The kingdom of Aellen returned to tranquility. Why did Stock 3 choose to draft a will? On one hand, he sought to provide reassurance to young Wood's father, psychologically stabilizing the Earl of York and averting relentless public scrutiny that could tarnish the royal family's reputation and undermine its authority. On the other hand, Stock 3 sensed a decline in his health. He was uncertain of what the next 2 years might hold. Simultaneously, he wished to warn Wei Luan, compelling him to make a decision swiftly. In Asa City, within the Earl's manor, what do you think the king intended by drafting that will? The Earl of York inquired of the dark-robed sorcerer, Macy. I am uncertain. However, that will is quite enticing. What might we do about it? Macy hesitated to articulate. The Earl of York smiled slightly and replied, You speak wisely. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Very well, Macy responded before departing the Earl's manor. Macy traversed the desolate wilderness, moving slowly while keenly searching for something with his head bowed. After a considerable while, he suddenly knelt down, cautiously gathering an unusual herb. This herb is known as the mudila grass, its root resembling a human form. This herb is renowned and exceedingly precious within the realms of sorcery and potion-making. After the enigmatic figure clad in black, known as Macy, gathered a sufficient quantity of the wood della grass, he ventured to a mysterious cabin nestled within the forest. Inside this quaint abode, he meticulously extracted the roots of the wood della grass, suspending them with fine twine to dry in the open air. A fortnight later, Macy collected the dried roots, chopping and grinding them into a fine powder, which he then stored in a small wooden box. Subsequently, he journeyed to the royal city. A year later, King Stock 3 underwent a dramatic transformation, displaying erratic moods that rendered him incapable of governing the kingdom. As a realm cannot endure a day without a sovereign, the ministers of the kingdom of Aellen implored Prince Waylon to assume the responsibilities of governance. Thus, Prince Waylon temporarily took on the royal duties of the kingdom of Aellen. As the 2-year mark approached, Aaliyah seemed to have vanished from existence, leaving no trace or return to Waylon's side. The information Waylon managed to acquire indicated that Aaliyah had ventured into the forbidden mist forest of the kingdom of Aellen. Waylon was heartbroken. He could not comprehend why Aaliyah possessed such an adventurous spirit. He feared that this time, fortune would not favor her as it had before, believing that had she succeeded, she would have returned with her legendary tales. In despair, Waylon knelt before the ailing King Stock 3, tears streaming down his face, and declared, Father, I am willing to forsake my bride, Aaliyah, for the throne. The king nodded in acknowledgement, responding, My child, you have finally matured. I have already chosen your bride. She is Erin Fox, the daughter of the Lord of Gothtown. Days later, Waylon was ceremoniously crowned in the royal city, becoming King Stock 4 of the Kingdom of Aellen. Meanwhile, within the Lord's estate in Gothtown, Count Roderick inquired of his daughter Erin, My child, His Majesty the King wishes for you to come to the royal city. Are you willing? Erin, perplexed, gazed at her father and asked, Why would the king summon me to the royal city? For a visit? Silly child, Roderick replied, hesitating. His Majesty intends to take you as his queen. Upon hearing this, Erin's heart soared with joy. She thought to herself, It seems the prophet's words were true. I am truly destined to become a queen. Erin's expression did not escape Roderick's notice, and he shook his head, saying, If you desire, I shall send escorts to accompany you to the royal city. Erin shyly nodded in agreement. A few days later, Erin, accompanied by her maid and a contingent of guards, set forth for the royal city. However, As their party traversed the territory of Asar, they were surrounded by a formidable group of over 100 men. The guards tasked with Aellen's protection were no match for this overwhelming force. Unsurprisingly, after a fierce altercation, Aellen was taken to Asar. When Count York first laid eyes on Aellen, he was struck by an unprecedented sense of awe. He had never envisioned that such beauty existed in the world. Gazing into her eyes, he inquired, "Has anyone ever told you that you are the most beautiful maiden in existence?" Aellen shook her head in response. "You must be a celestial goddess who has inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, and I am fortunate enough to behold you. I am captivated by you. I adore your smile, I cherish your tranquility, and I admire your grace akin to a swift swallow," the Earl of York proclaimed as he approached Aellen. Gently lifting her chin, he leaned closer. However, Aellen forcefully pushed him away and retreated a few steps, stating, "Please, show me some respect. After all, I am still a noble lady." The Earl nodded and replied, "If you so desire, I could make you my queen." Aellen retorted, "As far as I am aware, you already have a wife. Moreover, you are not a king." Her words struck a nerve with the Earl. He shrugged his shoulders and admitted, "Indeed, I have a wife. But she passed away several years ago. As for the throne, I could become the king of Aellen at any moment should I wish. Then come find me once you have ascended to the throne. I am heading to the royal city now, so please let me go," Aellen said, a hint of anger in her voice. "The royal city? Huh, what is there to enjoy there? This Asar city is the largest in the kingdom of Aellen. It offers everything, far more entertaining than that royal city. Yes, you shall remain here in Asar," the Earl declared before departing. Chapter 22. The rebellious king. The news of the Earl of York's confinement of Aellen swiftly reached the royal city. King Stockfor was infuriated and sent envoys to Asar demanding her release. The Earl stipulated that if Stockfor returned he would send Aellen to the royal city. Recently crowned, Stockfor was reluctant to clash with the Earl and acquiesced to his demands. In the stillness of the night, the Earl gently pushed open Aellen's chamber door. Alert, Aellen instinctively reached for the dagger concealed beneath her pillow. "Aellen, my goddess, tomorrow, you shall leave this place. Alas, I truly find it difficult to part with you," the Earl said as he sat at the edge of her bed. Aellen ignored him, feigning slumber. The Earl took a strand of her hair, inhaling its scent deeply. Suddenly, his breath quickened. He desired her, yet he restrained himself, knowing that forcibly claiming Aellen would not win her heart, but rather instill deep-seated resentment. Once the Earl departed, Aellen exhaled in relief, releasing the dagger from her grasp. King Stockfor dispatched envoys to return wood and took Aellen with him. A month later, in the royal city, Stockfor married Queen Aellen. 2 months thereafter, King Stock III passed away. Not long after the old king's burial, the Earl of York, citing the late king's will, proclaimed that within 2 years of its writing, the throne would pass to young Wood, thus crowning him king and establishing a regime in South Aellen with Asar as the capital. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that King Stock III had died within 2 years of drafting his will. The Earl acted in accordance with the will, which was not erroneous. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Stock III had already bequeathed the throne to the current King Stock IV. Therefore, in the eyes of the reigning monarch, Stock IV, the Earl's actions were undoubtedly tantamount to treason. Thus, he proclaimed to the world that the southern Aellen kingdom of Asa City was illegitimate, a mere facade of governance. Simultaneously, he declared that the treasonous acts of the rebellious factions, led by the Earl of York, were indeed valid. Meanwhile, King Stockfor actively organized his army, intending to swiftly advance on Asa City and eliminate the traitors under York's command. Unbeknownst to Stockfor, the 4 central cities soon declared their secession from the northern Aellen kingdom, aligning themselves with the southern Aellen kingdom. "My dear, I can wait no longer. I must mobilize troops to Asa City at once to eradicate those rebels," Stockfor said, gazing at Queen Aellen. Aellen nodded in agreement. "This will be a war that concerns the very survival of the royal family. I must secure support from all quarters," Stockfor remarked, his meaning clear. "I will contact my father immediately. I believe he will lend you his utmost support." "Rest assured," Aellen replied hastily. "Very well," Stockfor said, kissing his queen before hastily departing. Leading an army of 10,000 soldiers, Stockfor set forth from the royal city towards Asa City. Along the way, the lords of various cities sent forth their recruited warriors to join the king's grand army. By the time Stock IV's forces reached the gates of Asa City, their numbers had swelled to 20,000, while the defenders within Asa City amounted to fewer than 8,000. Atop the walls of Asa City, the self-proclaimed supreme military commander of the southern Aellen kingdom, Earl York, stood alongside the dark-clad sorcerer, Macy. "There are many of them," the commander, York, stated impassively. "Indeed." Macy nodded in agreement. "Can we hold this royal city?" York inquired. "No doubt. The heavens are favoring us," Macy assured him. That is reassuring. York replied with a faint smile. Below at Asa City, Stock 4 unsheathed his great sword with a resounding clang, pointing it towards the city as he bellowed. Charge into the city and eliminate the traitors. Kill. With a roar that echoed to the heavens, the king's army surged forward like a colossal wave, fiercely advancing upon Asa City. The defenders atop the walls turned pale with fear. They had never witnessed such a formidable display. As the king's forces drew ever closer, Commander York shouted, "Archers, prepare!" With a swift motion, thousands of archers drew their bows, and at the command, a deluge of arrows rained down upon the advancing royal army. Waves of arrows cascaded from the battlements, inflicting countless casualties upon the king's forces. Simultaneously, the dark wizard Macy, gripping his golden inlaid black pearwood staff, closed his eyes and chanted incantations. Soon, the skies darkened abruptly, and howling winds erupted. In a moment, hailstones the size of fists plummeted from the heavens, striking the king's army with brutal force. "Ah!" cried the soldiers struck by the hail, clutching their heads in despair, chaos erupting among them. "Steady the formation. Advance. Attack. Move forward." The commanders shouted in disarray. King Stork gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, bewildered by the sudden onslaught of hail descending from the sky. Strangely, the hail seemed to target only his soldiers. At that moment, thousands had approached the city gates. Some were erecting ladders to scale the walls, while others wielded heavy hammers, intent on breaching the gates. The defenders atop the walls hurled massive stones at the attacking soldiers, whose anguished cries echoed as they plummeted from the heights. The hail intensified, growing to the size of watermelons, inflicting severe casualties upon the besieging forces amidst the relentless assault from the defenders of Asa City. In despair, Stork 4 ordered a retreat, deciding to wait for a more favorable day to resume the siege. In the dead of night, King Stork 4 encamped on a plain more than 10 miles from Asa City. The soldiers lit numerous bonfires, their flickering flames resembling distant stars. Inside the king's tent, Stork 4 lay restless, replaying the day's events in his mind. He sensed that the atrocious hail was no mere coincidence. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Moments later, a commander rushed into the king's tent, urgently reporting, "Your Majesty, the enemy has launched a surprise attack on our camp." Without hesitation, Stork 4 grasped his royal sword and dashed out of the tent. Meanwhile, several other commanders were organizing the troops for defense. Illuminated by the firelight, 3 towering giants led a band of enemies in a fierce assault on the camp's main gate. Arrows whistled through the air, striking the giants as if merely tickling them, failing to inflict any damage. The foremost giant swung its fist, shattering the gate to splinters, while the 2 giants behind it followed, demolishing the tall barriers with ease. Stork 4 and his soldiers stood in stunned disbelief, uncertain of the monstrous beings before them. "Charge!" Stork 4 commanded, raising his royal sword to signal the attack. The soldiers surged forward to engage the 3 giants and the enemy assailants in a fierce battle. The giants swung their massive fists, sending soldiers flying, while some unfortunate ones were reduced to pulp beneath the giant's hand. Observing the futility of approaching the giants directly, the commander ordered the spear-wielding soldiers to advance in formation, aiming to pierce the colossal foes. After a grueling struggle, the enemy retreated, and the giants swaggered away. At dawn, Stork IV soldiers were astonished to find a thick layer of stone debris strewn across the camp. "Your Majesty, it is possible that the enemy's forces harbor powerful sorcerers," one commander expressed with concern. King Stock 4 sighed and remarked, "I witnessed the events of last night as well. I suspect that our adversaries may have enlisted the aid of dark sorcerers. However, we must eradicate those traitors. For the sake of our nation, we have no alternative." "I understand, yet we must first devise a strategy to confront that dark sorcerer. Otherwise, we may find it impossible to seize Asa City from the rebels," the commander cautioned. Stock 4 nodded in agreement, saying, "You make a valid point. Very well, send forth my decree to recruit sorcerers from across the realm to serve our cause." As the sorcerers of the kingdom of Aellen gradually arrived at the royal encampment, the enigmatic and formidable profession of sorcery re-emerged before the eyes of the public. From these sorcerers, Stock 4 learned that the hailstorm they had encountered while assaulting Asa City was indeed conjured by a sorcerer. They also claimed that the sorcerers among the rebels were exceedingly powerful. Concerned, Stock 4 sought to win over these sorcerers by bestowing upon them the title of Grand Mage, promising that from this day forth, they may exist openly and honorably within the kingdom of Aellen. Consequently, the sorcerers expressed their willingness to serve King Stock 4. Just as Stock 4 was recruiting Grand Mages in preparation for another assault on Asa City, numerous tribes in the eastern part of the kingdom of Aellen declared their independence, forming a confederation known as the Oran Tribal Alliance. Observing the king's unsuccessful campaign against Asa City, the leaders of other regions within Aellen began to stir restlessly, believing that Stark lacked the capability to govern the kingdom. They felt that the reign of the Stark monarchy had reached its conclusion, and it was time for a change of rule. Thus, local leaders across the kingdom of Aellen proclaimed their independence, engaging in conflict to vie for land and subjects. The kingdom was plunged into an unprecedented period of upheaval. Stark again led his forces against Asa City. This time, he chose not to launch a direct assault, but instead camped outside the city, biding his time for the opportune moment. Both York and Macy were taken aback by Stark IV's return. After deliberation, they resolved to seal the city and refrain from venturing out. As night fell, York dispatched another contingent to stealthily exit the city, intending to disrupt the king's encampment. Over 1,000 soldiers crept towards the royal camp, only to find many soldiers sprawled haphazardly within. A foul stench of alcohol wafted from the camp. The rebel leader's heart leapt with joy at this sight. Although he could not comprehend why the king's soldiers were drinking within their encampment, he perceived this as a splendid opportunity to secure a victory. If he could locate the king's supplies and set them ablaze, the royal forces would surely retreat. With this in mind, the leader commanded his troops to swiftly locate the enemy's provisions. Before long, the soldiers from South Aellen discovered the king's supplies. However, as they ignited their torches to incinerate the provisions, they found their legs immobilized. Looking down, they realized their limbs were ensnared by thick, long strands of grass rope. The grass ropes, resembling serpents imbued with life, stealthily slithered up the legs of the soldiers, entwining them tightly, without warning. The soldiers of the Southern Aellen Kingdom, gripped by terror, hastily wielded their swords to sever the creeping tendrils. Just then, a cacophony of whistling arrows erupted, as countless projectiles rained down from all directions. Alas, the soldiers of the Southern Aellen Kingdom became motionless targets, meeting a grim fate beneath the deluge of arrows unleashed by the Northern Aellen Kingdom. After annihilating 1,000 soldiers from the Southern Aellen Kingdom, King Stark commanded the igniting of the heaps of firewood strategically positioned around the encampment. Soon, the royal camp was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing into the sky. The guards atop Asa City, from a distance, beheld the conflagration at the Northern Aellen encampment. Soldiers in disarray, and faintly heard the cries of alarm. They promptly reported the situation to the Grand Commander, York. Upon learning of the turmoil at the king's encampment, Commander York swiftly led 3,000 soldiers, hastening out of the city under the cover of night, intending to exploit the chaos and launch an assault against the king's forces. In no time, York's troops surged into the king's encampment. Enemies, the foes are upon us, the king's soldiers shouted as they scattered in panic. Meanwhile, the soldiers of York's army fervently pursued the terrified royal soldiers. Before long, King Stark, leading an ambush, charged forth. The royal army seized this rare opportunity, launching a counteroffensive against York's troops. The royal forces swiftly disrupted York's formation. Realizing he had fallen into King Stark IV's trap, York hastily turned his horse around, ordering a retreat. However, at this juncture, York's 3,000 men found themselves encircled by the royal army, and escape proved nearly impossible. A fierce battle ensued, yet ultimately, York, shielded by his men, carved out a bloody path and fled towards Asa City. King Stark IV's forces pursued him relentlessly, and the slower, straggling soldiers of York's army were mostly slain by the advancing royal troops. In the end, fewer than 300 of York's soldiers reached the foot of Asa City. The defenders atop the walls, witnessing York's defeated return, hastily opened the gates to admit the remnants of his army. As soon as the gates swung open, the royal forces, previously lying in ambush on either side of Asa City, surged forward. They attacked the defeated York soldiers outside the gates while simultaneously pressing against the entrance, clearly intent on breaching Asa City amidst the chaos. Chapter 24. The Siege of Asa City. Enemies are behind us. Quickly close the gates, York bellowed as he entered the city. The guards stationed at the gates rushed to secure the entrance, but at that moment, over 100 of York's soldiers remained outside, desperate to avoid death and striving to push their way in. Meanwhile, the ambushing royal troops began a merciless slaughter of the York soldiers left outside. It would not be long before they breached the gates. I command you, turn around. Fight. Prevent the enemy from entering. You must stop them. York roared at his men by the gate. The soldiers found themselves with no alternative but to relinquish their advance into the city. They understood that even if they managed to breach its gates, the Grand Commander would undoubtedly slay them. At that moment, they had no other option but to defend the city of Asa with their own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, King Stark had arrived with his army at the foot of the city. With a resounding command, the royal forces commenced their siege. Gazing upon the multitude of torches below, York felt a genuine sense of dread. He turned to the sorcerer in black, Macy, and remarked, "There are far too many of them, and our previous ambush has left us severely weakened. I fear we cannot hold Asa any longer." "If that is indeed the case, my lord, you must consider an escape route," replied Macy. "You should lead the king away." "I will hold them here," York commanded. "Very well." The sorcerer acquiesced and departed. "Fire! Fire!" York ordered. With a swift whoosh, arrows rained down like a swarm of locusts upon the royal forces below. Suddenly, a thunderous impact resonated from the city gates. Boom, boom, boom. The king's army outside attempted to force their way in, but the gates were far too sturdy to breach. Before long, a grand sorcerer, shielded by a cohort of soldiers, approached the gates. Selecting 2 robust soldiers from the ranks, he cast a spell upon them. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2 colossal beasts. With a point of his staff, the sorcerer commanded the monstrous creatures to charge at the gates. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of their massive collisions sent shivers down York's spine as he directed his attention to his comrades. "Take a squad and ensure the gates are defended." As the team descended from the walls, they heard a resounding crack. The stout and sturdy bolt behind the gates had shattered. "Charge forward. Do not let them enter," commanded a minor leader of the guards. The defenders surged forward, determined to prop up the gates. Suddenly, a series of loud cracks echoed. Followed by a thunderous crash, the gates were breached. Under the leadership of the 2 gigantic beasts, the king's army surged into Asa City. A fierce battle erupted at the gates, and the royal forces quickly seized control. Soon, a throng of the king's men flooded into Asa, clashing violently with the York troops within. The fall of the gates foretold the inevitable downfall of Asa City. The morale of the York forces dwindled, and they began to scatter in retreat. Amidst the chaos, York managed to escape from Asa. In the royal palace of Asa City, which had once served as the residence of the Earl of York before its transformation into the gathering place for the sovereign and ministers of South Aellen, now stood deserted. King Stockfor ordered a thorough search of all correspondence within the palace, determined to root out York's conspirators. However, to his astonishment, York had preemptively ordered the incineration of all letters. His men found nothing of significance in the palace, save for a vast trove of gold, silver, and jewels. King Stockfor dispatched a cavalry unit to pursue York and the usurper Wood, while he remained at the stronghold of Asa, orchestrating a sweeping purge. The majority of the nobles in the city met their fate on the guillotine, charged with treason and conspiracy. Even more horrifying, Stockfor commanded the grand sorcerers to cast their spells upon the citizens of Asa. Anyone found loyal to the usurper met a grim end, either executed or imprisoned as test subjects in the dungeons. Within the span of a mere month, the population of Asa dwindled by 1/3. Those who remained were predominantly common folk, compelled to pledge unwavering loyalty to Stockfor for their survival. Failure to do so would see them confined and subjected to experimentation. The fall of Asa signified the demise of the usurper regime led by York in the southern realm of Aellen. However, the flames of war had ignited across Allen's territories. For Stockfor to maintain his reign, he understood that he must eliminate all challengers to his authority. Count Fox of Goth bid farewell to Stockfor, leading over 10,000 valiant warriors on a relentless march to Asa to support the royal army. This gesture deeply moved Stockfor, illuminating for him why his father had insisted he marry Aellen as queen. With Count Fox's formidable backing, his throne would stand resolute. Count Fox was eager to return to Goth, having received intelligence that various eastern tribes were poised to attack. Meanwhile, the western regions of Aellen faced an invasion by thousands of Morel from the sea. The local populace formed a militia to resist, but they were swiftly vanquished by the Morel, who rapidly seized control of the western towns. The Eastern Alliance of Tribes, known as the Orlon Confederacy, surged forth like a raging wildfire, spreading chaos in all directions. The flames of war soon encroached upon the outskirts of Goth. After conquering Asa, Stockfor began recruiting soldiers from among its inhabitants. Eager to demonstrate their allegiance, the citizens quickly formed a 3,000-strong Asa army, following the royal forces towards the nearby rebel towns. Witnessing the unstoppable advance of the royal army, the 4 central cities raised white flags in surrender to Stockfor. He graciously accepted their fealty and requested military support from them. Within a fortnight, the central cities organized an army of over 10,000 troops to accompany the royal forces towards the Eastern Orlon Confederacy. Why did Stockfor prioritize quelling the rebellion of the Eastern Orlon tribes over addressing the Morel invasion in the west? To him, the foreign invaders were merely pillagers, unlikely to linger in Allen's western provinces after their looting. Therefore, in his perspective, the external invasion paled in comparison to the threat posed by the Eastern Rebellion. The royal army swiftly penetrated the Orlon territories, launching attacks against the weaker tribes. These small factions were utterly defenseless and soon fell to ruin. The tribe's members, regardless of gender, were all rendered into slavery. In the merciless inferno, tribe after tribe was reduced to ashes. Chapter 25, The More People. The largest tribe in the east, the Braden clan, serves as the suzerain tribe of the Kingdom of Orlon. Noah Braden, the chieftain of the Braden clan, is the sovereign of Orlon, leading over 25,000 valiant warriors. Noah skillfully utilized the advantageous terrain of Orlon to mount a formidable resistance against the royal army. For several months, the royal forces led by King Stockfor suffered devastating losses, particularly the Four Cities Army and the Asa Army, which Stockfor had deployed as the vanguard. Unfamiliar with the eastern landscape, these forces often fell into Noah's meticulously laid ambushes, while the Orlon warriors, concealed in their surroundings, unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows upon them. Even with the presence of a Grand Mage brigade accompanying the royal troops, they could gain little advantage on Orlon's territory. A year later, Stockfor was compelled to withdraw his weary army from Orlon. Although Stock IV's military campaign against Orlon ended in failure, it dealt a severe blow to the newly independent alliance of Orlon, with nearly 10 tribes annihilated and around 60,000 people rendered homeless and enslaved. Countless villages were consumed by the flames of war. At this juncture, Orlon was unable to deploy further military actions, significantly alleviating the pressure on Goth City. Stock IV's expedition lasted nearly 2 years, with its greatest success being the decisive destruction of the puppet regime led by York in the southern region of Aellen. Simultaneously, central regions of the 5 cities were re-subjugated under royal authority. Regrettably, he could not quell the rebellion in eastern Orlon in one fell swoop. Adding to Stock IV's troubles, the More People not only remained but also undertook a massive migration to the western territories within a mere 2 years. These More tribes established a nation called Islands in the west. At this point, the Kingdom of Aellen was effectively split into northern and southern halves by Orlon and Islands. The expansive northern area under royal dominion and the vast southern region centered around Goth City, ruled by Count Fox. Should Count Fox ever harbor ambitions of establishing himself as a king, the Kingdom of Aellen would inevitably descend into an era of 4 nations. The prolonged conflict spanning over 2 years rendered countless citizens of Aellen homeless refugees. Large numbers wandered aimlessly, seeking refuge from the ravages of war and a stable home. Tragically, many unfortunate refugees perished from starvation along their journeys, while some fortunate ones found their way to Bill City. These fortunate souls were taken in by the Celestial Church and became its adherents, having experienced both the joys of life and the depths of suffering. This segment of the church community profoundly understood the significance of protecting their families. They transformed into the most fervent supporters of the Celestial Church, for it was during their darkest hours that the church offered them shelter and a glimmer of hope. Thus, they embarked on a mission to propagate the teachings of the Celestial Church throughout the lands of Aellen. Amidst the tumultuous era of warfare, Bill City emerged as a sanctuary in the hearts of countless suffering souls who journeyed from all directions to pay homage at its sacred grounds. They yearned to glimpse the legendary paradise, devoid of suffering and replete with tranquility. The influence of the Celestial Emperor's cult in the Kingdom of Aellen is burgeoning, soon capturing the attention of King Stockfor, along with that of the people of Orlon. They are all quietly observing this enigmatic organization. Upon returning to the royal city, King Stockfor is overwhelmed with joy, for his queen, Aellen, has borne him a healthy young prince. He names his son Louis. To celebrate the continuity of his lineage, King Stockfor organizes a grand sacrificial ceremony. In the eastern outskirts of the royal city, an ancient oak tree stands, surrounded by towering stone walls that form a circular megalithic structure. The site of King Stock IV's sacrificial ceremony is located at the very heart of this stone circle. The king offers 3 specially chosen white bulls to the great god of abundance, Mun, as a gesture of gratitude for the blessing of a son, securing the future of the royal family of Aellen. Not long after, King Stockfor proclaims his youngest son, Louis Stock, as the crown prince. Simultaneously, he announces a week-long festivity throughout the Kingdom of Aellen. The entire nation rejoices, showering blessings upon Crown Prince Louis Stock. When the news reaches the city of Goth, the elderly Count Roderick Fox is moved to tears, exclaiming, "My daughter was right. My daughter was right." Clenching his fists, Count Fox vows to find a way to quell the rebellion and to witness his little grandson ascend to the throne. He decrees a reduction in taxes for the citizens of Goth, encouraging them to strive for productivity. He also promotes trade with neighboring regions to diversify and increase the goods available in Goth. In addition, Count Fox prepares the army, ensuring military supplies and enhancing soldier training in anticipation of the impending conflict. In the western kingdom of islands, tens of thousands of Allenites have been enslaved, laboring for their masters, the Moors, to construct the grand fortress by the sea. At this time, thousands of Moors reside in islands, led by a man named Modu. He organizes his people into 3 divisions, the Upper Division, the Lower Division, and the Eastern Division, to guard against attacks from 3 different directions. During a military conference at the fortress, Modu proclaims, "We, the Moorish people, are commanded by the sea god, Shishau-Bader, to rule this land. Thus, we must always remember our mission. We must embed ourselves deeply into this earth like nails, and let the Moorish people take root, sprout, branch out, and thrive like towering trees. Hail! Long live the sea god! Hail! Long live the sea god! Hail! Long live the sea god!" The conference hall erupts in fervent voices, with the attending Moorish leaders swept up in emotion. Modu continues, "To survive in this unfamiliar land, we must unite. You have witnessed that our successful establishment of a stronghold here is attributed, on one hand, to the protection of the sea god and the valiant efforts of our kin, and on the other hand, to the fortunate circumstance that this nation is currently engulfed in turmoil and fragmentation. Their disarray and division have afforded us a splendid opportunity to conquer this land. We must indelibly remember this lesson, for their present state could very well become our future. It is evident that the establishment of the Kingdom of Islands in the western region of the Kingdom of Aellen is merely a small step in the grand design of the Moor tribe. Their greater ambition is to seize control of the entire Kingdom of Aellen. To this end, King Modu of Islands has personally selected a group of intelligent individuals with a gift for languages from among his kin to learn the language of Aellen. Simultaneously, he has dispatched scouts deep into the heart of Aellen to familiarize themselves with the terrain, thus preparing for future military endeavors. Chapter 26. The Fall of Orlon. Following their successful repulsion of the attack by Stock 4, the Eastern Kingdom of Orlon seized the opportunity to invade the territory of Count Fox in Goth City. Noah Bladen intends to annex Goth City and subsequently contest the dominion of the entire Kingdom of Aellen with Stock 4. Count Fox's southern forces, engaged in battle with the Orlon army, suffered a series of defeats, resulting in the majority of Goth City's territory falling under Orlon's control. Months later, a formidable force of 20,000 from Orlon besieged Goth City. Should they conquer Goth City, Count Fox's territory would be entirely claimed by Orlon. At this juncture, King Stock 4 of Aellen launched a renewed offensive against Orlon. With remarkable speed, his army swept through Orlon, annihilating half of the kingdom in their advance. Faced with such overwhelming force, King Noah Bladen of Orlon was compelled to abandon Goth City and lead his troops back to Orlon. During their retreat, the Orlon army set fire to numerous civilian villages, rendering countless inhabitants of Goth homeless refugees. The forces of King Stock 4 ultimately encountered the Orlon army along the banks of the Nile River, situated dozens of miles east of Bill City. A fierce battle ensued, involving over 40,000 combatants. Under the leadership of King Noah Bladen, the warriors of Orlon fought valiantly, momentarily pushing back the forces of King Stock 4. Just as the Orlon army appeared poised to overwhelm the king's forces, a cavalry unit bearing the banner of the Holy Sword charged into the fray. This 3,000-strong cavalry was none other than the Holy Knights of the Celestial Empire. Under the command of Commander Cisbladen, the Holy Knights launched a gallant charge against the Orlon forces. The previously demoralized king's army rallied once more, and under the guidance of King Stock 4, joined forces with the Holy Knights to launch a counterattack against the Orlon troops. Before long, the formation of the Orlon army was shattered by the Holy Knights. As time progressed, the battlefield increasingly tilted in favor of the Orlon adversaries, compelling their king to issue a retreat order. King Stock 4, leading his royal army, relentlessly pursued the fleeing forces of Orlon until they were driven to the far eastern reaches of the Walker Peninsula. Since the onset of the Great War, King Stork 4 has nearly subdued the rebellion in the Kingdom of Orlon. He commanded the execution of all rebel leaders and their descendants. Concurrently, he bestowed the reclaimed eastern territories of the Kingdom of Aellen upon the noble warriors who remained loyal to him. In recognition of the timely assistance rendered by the Holy Knights of the Celestial Empire, Stork 4 first awarded the prestigious Warriors Medal of the Empire to their leader, Cisbladen. Additionally, he granted the neighboring city of Loyus to the Celestial Empire as a token of appreciation for their unwavering loyalty to the crown. Furthermore, Stork 4 permitted the Celestial Empire to freely propagate their faith within the Kingdom of Aellen. After vanquishing the numerous rebels in eastern Orlon, Stork 4 seized the momentum to advance towards the western Kingdom of Islands, intent on driving the invading Moral tribe from the kingdom of Aellen. Meanwhile, the Morals, under the leadership of their chief Modu, were advancing towards the region of Goth City. As soon as the Morals appeared at the borders of Goth City, the vigilant sentinels galloped swiftly to inform Count Fox, the lord of the city, of the impending invasion. After conferring with his trusted subordinates, Count Fox dispatched a contingent of 2,000 soldiers to intercept the Morals near the Elra Pass. The Elra Mountains stretch from west to east along the northern border of Goth City, serving as a natural barrier to protect the region. Count Fox intended to utilize this formidable terrain to halt the Moral incursion. Modu led his 6,000 troops towards Goth City with an unstoppable momentum, quickly arriving at the vicinity of the Elra Mountains. The kingdom of Aellen, known for its frequent rainfall, was currently experiencing a downpour in the Elra area. The mountain paths were slippery and the roads muddy. The howling winds made the drenched Moral army feel particularly cold. Nevertheless, they continued their advance with laughter and banter, discussing their obedient Allenian female slaves and boasting of their prowess in the bedroom. The thought of conquering Goth City and acquiring greater wealth and more slaves ignited a fervent blaze within their hearts, filling them with exhilaration. Killing, plundering riches, and indulging in women epitomized their desired way of life. They were a band of madmen, living solely for their desires. Unfazed by death, having taken countless lives, they felt no regret even if their own demise awaited them. The Moral army steadily approached the Elra Pass, a narrow valley flanked by steep mountains, with a path barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. As the Moral forces began to enter the pass, a tremendous rumbling erupted from the mountains on either side. Countless massive boulders tumbled down, crashing into the Morals below, causing chaos and confusion. Many Morals were crushed by the falling stones. Those at the front, desperate to escape the valley, found themselves shot down by the Goth archers lying in ambush on the slopes. In a moment of desperation, Modu had no choice but to order a retreat. As the Moors stumbled out of the valley, thousands had already perished within its confines. Modu, realizing that the Goths had anticipated their arrival and that the journey to Goth City would yield no rewards, reluctantly led his men back to their stronghold, the Sea Fortress. Along the way, Modu received urgent news from the Sea Fortress. King Stock IV of Aellen was advancing with an army of 20,000. Modu was instantly filled with dread and promptly ordered a forced march to reach the Sea Fortress as swiftly as possible to defend against the royal army. By the time Modu's forces returned to the Sea Fortress, the king's army had just begun their assault. Modu, accompanied by nearly 5,000 defeated soldiers, hurriedly rushed into the outer fortress. He then commanded the gates to be shut tightly and ordered a strong defense. King Stock IV, with his 20,000 troops, arranged them strategically outside the Sea Fortress. Under the protection of his guards, he rode around the fortress to survey the situation. The Sea Fortress, built against the mountains, was fortified with a wooden palisade made of trees over 2 meters high on its front and sides, while several arrow towers flanked the main gate. Inside the fortress, the Moors were in a state of panic, hastily forming ranks behind the palisade in preparation for the king's impending attack. King Stock IV instructed his commanding officer to lead 3,000 men to dismantle the palisade, while simultaneously ordering archers to unleash a hail of arrows into the fortress, providing cover for the vanguard to initiate the siege. At his command, the vanguard, shields held high, charged towards the outer fortress. Chapter 27. The Battle of Sea Fortress. Upon witnessing the royal army's offensive, Modu commanded his archers to draw their bows and target the besieging soldiers of the king. In an instant, a torrential rain of arrows filled the air. Amid the relentless barrage, many on both sides fell, struck down by arrows. As the vanguard of the royal army approached the palisade, Modu ordered his spear-wielding troops to launch their surprise attack through the barrier. The king's vanguard, while defending against the unexpected thrusts of the Moors' spears, desperately worked to chop down and dismantle the palisade, eager to break through and engage in a deadly confrontation with the enemy. A stalemate ensued as the battle progressed slowly. Though the Moors' palisade suffered some damage, their fierce resistance inflicted heavy casualties on the royal vanguard. Observing the significant losses among his soldiers from a distance, King Stock IV furrowed his brow, contemplating the dire turn of events that might ensue if this continued. Just then, the Moors suddenly flung open the gates and surged forth, charging toward the royal vanguard, which was preoccupied with dismantling the palisade. The surprise attack threw the royal vanguard into chaos, with some perishing and others fleeing. Modu quickly instructed his men to seize the opportunity to repair the damaged palisade. King Stock IV, witnessing the enemy restore the section of the palisade that his soldiers had laboriously dismantled, was filled with fury. Yet, faced with the cunning and ferocious Moors, He found himself at a loss for an effective strategy. In frustration, King Stockfor murmured to himself, "This cannot continue. I must devise a viable plan." The Grand Mage Corps may indeed wish to give it a try. Thus, King Stockfor summoned the Grand Mage Daradin. Shortly thereafter, Daradin, clad in a flowing white robe with golden trim and wielding a staff, stood before King Stockfor. He bowed respectfully and inquired, "Might your majesty have pressing matters to discuss? Do you possess any strategies to aid me in vanquishing our foes?" Stockfor asked directly. Daradin, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, "The enemy soldiers are fierce and resolute, and their fortress is formidable. Indeed, it is quite challenging to breach." Upon hearing this, Stockfor felt a surge of irritation, thinking, "What nonsense! If you have a solution, speak. If not, take your leave. This is exasperating." Noticing the flicker of anger on the king's face, Daradin hastily added, "Your Majesty, I do have a method to assist our forces in breaching the city." "What is this method?" Stockfor inquired, his spirits lifting immediately. Daradin, seeing the king's mood change from ire to delight, began to explain. "I can set up a grand formation to defeat the enemy. However, this formation requires a substantial amount of resources. Speak plainly, master. Should you require anything, I shall ensure your needs are met. Upon success, I will not neglect the Mage Corps," Stockfor declared, recognizing that Daradin had unspoken demands. Encouraged by the king's response, Daradin continued, "The formation I intend to establish is known as the Divine Crow's Descent Formation. It necessitates the collaboration of at least 6 mages to be realized. Therefore, I humbly request that your majesty command the other mages to assist." Upon hearing this, Stockfor was struck with both surprise and elation. Immediately dispatching messengers to summon all the accompanying mages, Daradin selected 5 mages from the corps and, in an open space, traced an intricate hexagram formation with his staff. Then, Daradin and the 5 mages positioned themselves at each vertex of the star and began to chant an ancient and enigmatic incantation in unison. Shortly, a vibrant fireball materialized in the air above the hexagram, swelling larger and more fervent with each utterance of the spell. The surrounding air seemed to ignite with its intensity. Ultimately, this blazing fireball underwent a tumultuous transformation, morphing into a fire portal the size of a window. Waves of heat radiated from the portal, engulfing the area with warmth as if one stood before a colossal furnace. Stockfor and the thousands of soldiers nearby were momentarily awestruck by the spectacle before them. They were bewildered by how these seemingly ordinary individuals had conjured such a formidable phenomenon through mere drawings and incantations. What astonished Stockfor even further was the sight of thousands of fiery crows erupting from the searing portal in an instant. These crows danced and swirled in the sky, as if searching for something or waiting for a signal. As Daladin pointed his staff towards the fortress by the sea, a flock of fire crows in the sky transformed into a crimson tempest, charging towards the enemy's position. The more people, having received orders from Modu, intended to seize the moment while the royal army was distracted, launching a surprise attack from the fortress. However, upon witnessing a fire dragon rapidly approaching, they were instantly struck with terror and fled. Wherever the fire crows descended, flora ignited, and wood and stone were consumed in flames. Those more soldiers pursued by the fire crows instantly became figures of anguish, racing away as living torches. Before long, the palisade and gates outside the fortress were engulfed in fierce flames. Seizing the opportunity, the royal army broke through, pursuing the terrified Moor. At that moment, the Moor chieftain Modu bellowed, "Long live the sea god! Long live the sea god!" The previously panicked Moor tribesmen, upon hearing their leader's roar, echoed in unison, "Long live the sea god! Long live the sea god!" As they shouted fervently, they turned and armed themselves to confront the advancing royal forces. The towering Moor warriors, like cornered beasts, wildly swung their long swords and massive axes against the royal army, resulting in numerous royal warriors falling into pools of blood. Nevertheless, the royal army maintained the upper hand due to their numerical superiority. Archers from both sides exchanged volleys intermittently. King Stock IV's guard remained vigilant and cautious, protecting the king. Suddenly, a volley of arrows whistled towards King Stockfor. The captain of the guard immediately commanded, "Raise shields. Protect his majesty." King Stockfor hastily dismounted, seeking refuge beneath the shield wall raised by his guards. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of arrows struck the shield wall, yet some guards were still injured. While the king's guard shielded him, a few unusual warriors from the royal army appeared unexpectedly behind them. Although these individuals donned royal military attire, their stature was extraordinarily imposing. Silently, they advanced towards King Stock IV's location. "Stop! Who are you?" cried one guard as he noticed the soldiers suddenly appearing behind them. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the foremost towering warrior of the royal army swiftly stepped forward, plunging a dagger into his abdomen. Assassin, protect the king. The captain of the guard had scarcely finished speaking when several throwing knives hurtled towards King Stock 4. Simultaneously, the assassins charged towards the king, who was but a breath away. In an instant, 4 or 5 guards fell victim to the assassins. The royal army warriors in front, alerted to the assassination attempt, rushed towards the king. Just then, one of the assassins suddenly shouted in the Aellen language, "The king is dead. The king is dead." At that moment, another wave of arrows whistled through the air. In the ensuing chaos, King Stock 4 was struck by an arrow and collapsed to the ground. "My king, your majesty," the captain of the guard cried out in despair, cradling the fallen Stock 4. However, King Stock 4 wore a pained expression, yet was rendered speechless. Before long, he succumbed to his fate, foaming at the mouth. The assassins were ultimately reduced to mere pulp by the encircling royal army. The Battle of Ocean Fortress concluded with a resounding victory for the king's forces. The Moor tribes suffered countless casualties, and their chieftain, Modu, fled with a small remnant of survivors. Meanwhile, Queen Aellen, residing in the royal city, was beset by anxiety and sleeplessness. Just as dawn approached, she finally drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she encountered King Stock 4, who had led his troops into battle. His visage was ashen, his eyes devoid of life. As he spoke to Aellen, "My dear Aellen, farewell. You must protect this kingdom. King, my beloved Wellen. No, do not leave." Queen Aellen abruptly sat upright in bed, staring vacantly into the emptiness of her chamber. "It cannot be. The king shall not come to harm," she murmured to herself. The haunting nightmare rendered her unable to sleep any further. Not long after, the royal army returned with King Stock IV's remains to the royal city. Queen Aellen fainted upon witnessing the grim sight. Stock 4 was laid to rest in the royal mausoleum, interred beside his father, Stock 3. With the young heir Louis still a child, Queen Aellen assumed regency, being crowned as queen. The prolonged turmoil of war had not only decimated the population of Aellen, but had also left the royal treasury barren and the economy in a state of despair. Thus, upon her ascension, the young queen was immediately confronted with a myriad of daunting challenges. A glimmer of solace lay in the fact that her late husband, Stock 4, had sacrificed his life to bequeath her a united Aellen. After Chancellor Midlet presented the financial report to the queen, she sat frozen on the throne, her countenance devoid of expression. The alarming fiscal deficit, the substantial pensions for valiant warriors fallen in battle, funds for the wounded, and relief allocations for refugees, all weighed heavily upon her. "What am I to do?" the queen murmured, her eyes vacant. Midlet blinked slowly before responding. "There are indeed solutions to these predicaments." Upon hearing this, the queen's spirits lifted considerably, as if she had grasped a lifeline. "Do you truly have a solution?" she inquired eagerly. Midlet nodded with a smile and said, "In Aellen, there are 5 prominent families of considerable influence. Among them is the Fox family, headed by your father. Additionally, there are the Stockheis family from the central city of Asa, the Moor family from the east, the Norman family from the north, and a once great royal branch led by the York family, now fallen into decline." "I am aware of these," the queen replied, somewhat disheartened. Midlet continued, "Your Majesty, if you wish to alleviate the immediate crisis, you must seek assistance from these powerful families." "Are you suggesting that I borrow money from them?" the queen asked, suddenly enlightened. "Borrowing is secondary. The primary concern is the dwindling population and the vast, sparsely populated lands. If your Majesty were to offer titles and lands to these families, I believe they would be more than willing to present substantial treasures before you," Midlet suggested. "You make a compelling argument. I shall give it due consideration." The queen nodded and dismissed Midlet. A few days later, she issued a decree stating that anyone who paid the state a sum of 100 gold coins could attain the title of Viscount. For 1,000 gold coins, one could become a baron. Upon achieving the rank of baron, should one perform noble deeds in battle for the nation, there would be an opportunity for elevation to the more esteemed title of earl. Once the queen's decree was made public, the nobles and merchants of the kingdom of Aellen flocked to the chancellor to purchase the titles of Viscount and baron with their wealth. In a remarkably short span of time, the queen amassed a considerable amount of gold coins, sufficient to alleviate her immediate financial distress. However, her actions stirred considerable dissatisfaction among the nobility who had earned their titles through valor on the battlefield, particularly the principled Prime Minister Leopold. He publicly expressed his discontent regarding the queen's mercenary practices on numerous occasions. This discontent soon reached the ears of the queen, prompting her to summon the Prime Minister to the palace. "My Prime Minister, I have heard that you harbor some grievances against me lately," the queen remarked with a smile, gazing down at Leopold. With reddened eyes, Leopold glanced at the queen but refrained from elaborating. The queen rose from her throne and descended gracefully towards him. Have you been drinking? She inquired, furrowing her brow and covering her nose with a handkerchief. Indeed, I have indulged quite a bit. Your Majesty, would you care for a drink? Leopold replied with a hint of sarcasm, the scent of alcohol lingering around him. At this moment, I have no inclination for such indulgences. As Prime Minister, your duty should be to unite with me in governing the nation, ensuring peace and prosperity for our people. Yet, you appear to be preoccupied with your libations, neglecting the grave matters of state. Perhaps it would be best for you to retire home and rest, the queen stated, turning back to her throne with an impassive expression. Upon hearing the queen's intention to dismiss him from his position, Leopold's inebriation evaporated in an instant. He glared at the queen, shouting, I am a veteran of 3 reigns. What right do you, a mere southern woman who knows only how to sell titles, have to dismiss me? A southern woman? A seller of titles? I never imagined I would be so perceived in the eyes of the Prime Minister. Very well, let it be settled, the queen retorted coldly. Thus, the principled Prime Minister Leopold was relieved of his duties for speaking ill of Her Majesty in public. This incident quickly spread throughout the kingdom of Aellen. In a remote village in the eastern part of the kingdom, York, Wood, and the cloaked Messie had taken refuge. My lord, have you heard? King Stockfor has passed away, and Queen Aellen has ascended to the throne, Messie whispered to York. York nodded, then sighed, alas. Who would have thought such a beautiful woman would rise to become the most powerful person? I believe this presents a prime opportunity for us to make our return. York glanced at Messie, then replied despondently, Are you suggesting I contend for the throne against a woman? Is there a problem? Asked the cloaked Messie, somewhat perplexed. York remained silent. Consider the warriors outside who follow you. Think of Wood, who ought to be seated upon the throne. And remember the valiant soldiers who once fought alongside you. Steady yourself, my lord. The realm of Aellen needs you, Messie urged. But how can we, with so few, reclaim the crown from that woman? Her father is Roderick, the lord of Gothic City, York replied, shaking his head. The cloaked Messie asserted firmly, my lord. Do not forget that you are of royal blood. You carry the lineage of the Stock dynasty within you. You are the rightful king of Aellen. Once you return to Asa City and raise your arm, thousands will rally to serve you with unwavering loyalty. Is that truly so? York inquired, his gaze laden with skepticism. Trust me, the gods will bless you, Messie reassured him. Under Messie's persuasion, York, along with Wood and others, embarked on the journey back to Asa City. Along the way, whenever hunger struck, they would fish in rivers or, in the absence of water bodies, hunt hares and wild boars in the woods and fields. One day, as York and Messie's group of 7 or 8 passed through a small village, they encountered a local nobleman collecting rent. A family, unable to pay their dues, faced the dire consequence of having their beautiful daughter taken as payment. The old farmer clung to the nobleman's leg, pleading for mercy and promising to find a way to gather the rent. However, the nobleman struck him with his whip, cursing, Get your filthy hands off me. Despite the pain, the old farmer continued to cling desperately to the nobleman's leg, imploring him to relent. If you don't let go, I'll have your house set ablaze. The nobleman threatened viciously. With no other option, the old farmer released his grip, tears streaming down his daughter's face as she cried, Father, father, please save me. Yet, all he could do was weep on the ground. York, unable to witness the injustice any longer, moved to rescue the girl but was seized by the cloaked Messie. My lord, there are countless tragedies in this world. If you attempt to address each one, how can you manage it all? Moreover, we have important matters to attend to. We cannot allow ourselves to be sidetracked, Messie implored earnestly. However, York shrugged off Messie's grasp and strode purposefully towards the nobleman, declaring, If I cannot protect these poor souls, what right have I to claim the throne? Release that girl. York commanded the nobleman. Who do you think you are? Get lost. The nobleman retorted, striking York with his whip. York sidestepped the blow, fists clenched, and warned, Release her, or I shall not hesitate to take action. Release her? Not a chance. Attack him. The nobleman ordered his henchmen. Suddenly, 7 or 8 robust men surged forward, encircling York. He flexed his wrists and, while surveying the imposing figures surrounding him, declared, It has been quite some time since I last engaged in a brawl. Today, I shall practice my skills on you lot. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch at the nearest of the burly men. York's valiant companions attempted to assist him, but were halted by the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, Messie. Before long, the henchmen of the minor noble lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. They were no match for York's prowess. Realizing the formidable strength of York, The minor noble released the beautiful maiden and retreated with his followers. To York's surprise, the young lady named Elvira insisted on accompanying him. When he inquired why she wished to follow and not remain with her father, Elvira replied, "Those men will not relent. They will return. When they do, without my lord here, I will still fall prey to their clutches." After pondering her words, York conceded her point and said, "I shall take you with me, but you must first bid farewell to your father." Elvira turned her head away, unwilling to face her parent, for she felt that he had not done enough to protect her when the villain attempted to abduct her. "Are you still angry with your father? Have you forgotten how he pleaded desperately for your release?" York asked, gazing into Elvira's eyes. She remained silent. "Remember this, there are no parents who do not love their children. Even they have moments of helplessness," York said, gently urging Elvira to say her goodbyes. With tears streaming down her face, she reluctantly approached her father. Unbeknownst to Elvira, that farewell would turn out to be eternal. Days later, the minor noble set fire to her father's home, claiming his life in the inferno. What York did not anticipate was that Elvira's presence would bring them considerable hardship. The minor noble informed the local lord of York's refusal to collect rent, prompting the lord to assemble a force of over 50 men to apprehend York and Messi. Aware of their status as royal fugitives, Messi had consistently advised York to take a secluded mountain path to the city of Assa. It was precisely because York heeded Messi's counsel that they managed to evade pursuit by mounted hunters. As they approached the town of Nas, a crucial thoroughfare to the central region, York and Messi soon found themselves under the watchful eyes of a group of tattered vagabonds. While traversing the bustling market, they suddenly spotted a contingent charging towards them. With keen instincts, Messi swiftly instructed his men to protect York and the wood father and son, while he gripped his staff, eyes fixed intently on the thundering cavalry approaching like a tempest. "Surround them." At the command of a horse-mounted leader, his numerous subordinates encircled York and the dark-clad Messi. Chapter 30. The city of Mongguang Mountain. The leader of the horsemen pulled out a portrait from his bosom, and upon comparing it with the figure before him, he confidently declared, "It is them. Capture them all. I will hold them off. You must ensure the safety of the master." Dark-clad Messi proclaimed, wielding his staff against the advancing hunters. A mighty gale surged forth, sending the hunters tumbling in disarray. Dust and debris swirled around them. Meanwhile, York, Littlewood, and Elvira seized the opportunity to dash towards the town's outskirts, shielded by their guards. "A dark mage. You are indeed a dark mage," exclaimed the horseman leader, both astonished and enraged. With a slight smile, dark-clad Messi responded, "Now that you are aware, you should leave at once. Otherwise, I shall consign you all to the flames." With a flourish of his right hand, an immense fireball materialized, hovering ominously above his palm. "Humph, a trickster. Kill him," commanded the horseman leader, as his men brandished their weapons and charged at dark-clad Messi. With a swift motion, Messi sent the fireball hurtling towards the closest hunter. Following this, he waved his staff again, and a series of explosive sounds erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Cries of pain echoed as Messi conjured a circular wall of ice around him in an instant. The hunters collided with the thick ice barrier, their swords raised in a frenzy as they attempted to hack it down. Just as they were on the verge of breaching the wall, dark-clad Messi vanished without a trace. Left with no choice, the horseman leader led his men in pursuit of York, Elvira, and the others. In their panic, they fled towards a nearby mountain, Mongguang Mountain, where an ancient fortress, the city of Mongguang, stood. This stronghold was home to the venerable Elbert family. Upon learning of York and Elvira's plight, Count D. White, the lord of the city of Mongguang, graciously offered them shelter. After York conveyed their intentions, Count D. White promptly ordered the gates of the fortress to be sealed. Before long, the horseman leader arrived at the foot of the city of Mongguang with his men. Despite his fervent calls, the valiant guards stationed at the gates refused to relent. Left with no alternative, the horseman leader retreated with his followers. That evening, Count D. White extended an invitation to York, Elvira, and their companions for dinner. Holding an exquisite horn cup, he surveyed the gathered guests and proclaimed, "Welcome to the mountain city. Let us toast together." As they dined and drank heartily, Count D. White regaled them with amusing anecdotes about the city of Mongguang, prompting bursts of laughter around the table. The delightful hours passed swiftly. In the deep of night, Elvira found herself ensnared in a peculiar dream. In her dream, she encountered a hazy silhouette. The figure urged Elvira, "Leave this place. Leave this place. Why should I depart? Who are you?" Elvira pressed anxiously. Yet, in an instant, the figure flickered and vanished. With a startled gasp, Elvira awoke from her slumber. She surveyed the dimly lit room, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloping her. At that moment, sleep eluded Elvira. Her mind replayed the Count Devitt's meaningful, yet casual glances and his enigmatic smile from the previous evening's banquet. What has come over me? Have I truly developed feelings for the Count after just one encounter? Elvira murmured to herself. No, this cannot be real. It must be the wine that has clouded my judgment. I do not fancy men like him. No, not at all, she insisted, reinforcing her resolve. Elvira spent a sleepless night, and as dawn broke, she hastily sought out York. Why are you in such a rush to find me? Did you not sleep well last night? York inquired, observing the dark circles beneath Elvira's eyes with curiosity. Elvira faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. If you didn't sleep well, perhaps you should rest a little longer. We are not in a hurry to leave, York suggested with a smile. Elvira, alarmed, quickly replied. No, it's not that. I believe we must depart from here at once. Depart? Why? York questioned. Elvira responded, I sense danger in this place. Danger? What peril do you perceive? Why do you say this? York asked, gazing intently into Elvira's eyes. I had a restless night filled with dreams, Elvira admitted. York's expression shifted to understanding as he chuckled, nodding in recognition. It dawned on him why the young lady before him bore such darkened eyes. It was the result of her restless first night in this unfamiliar locale. Seeing York smile, Elvira momentarily froze, contemplating, surely I cannot allow a mere dream to compel me to insist upon leaving with the adults. Moreover, I am uncertain of the actual dangers lurking in this city. My dear, your jest is amusing. Today promises to be a splendid day, Count York declared before turning to depart, leaving Elvira standing there, somewhat bewildered. During the day, Count Devitt guided York, Elvira, and others on a tour of the Grand Mountain City. It must be said, this mountain city was truly vast. From the lookout tower, one could behold the expanse of the barren plains. Wow, it is so beautiful here, Elvira exclaimed, gazing at the seemingly endless horizon with excitement. If you like it, you may stay here. I can accompany you every day to enjoy this scenery, Devitt softly suggested, looking at Elvira, at a loss for words. Elvira found herself enchanted by the Count's striking black and white eyes, lost in thought. Deep within her heart, a voice urged her, agree to stay, accept his offer. Promise him. Stay here, Elvira's sister urged. Sister, look quickly. What is that? At that moment, Wood rushed over and tugged at Elvira's arm. It was only upon this gentle shake that Elvira regained her senses, her mind momentarily a blank canvas. Following Wood's pointed direction, she beheld a throng of riders galloping forth towards the city of Mogwang Mountain. Soon after, the sound of alarm bells echoed through the air, as the warriors of the mountain city swiftly gathered at the castle gates. Upon ascending the battlements alongside York and Count Devitt, Elvira discovered that the riders were the returning hunters. Chapter 31. Rallying allies. Listen, we have no intention of waging war against you. Please surrender. The woman named Elvira, one of the hunters, shouted loudly. Count Devitt turned to Elvira and remarked, it appears they have come in search of you, but I do not know them at all. Elvira exclaimed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Count Devitt addressed the hunters below. Elvira is currently my guest. What business do you have with her? That wretch is our lord's slave. She escaped with a man. We demand her return, the leader of the hunters proclaimed with authority. Count Devitt, taken aback, turned to Elvira and asked, is what he claims true? Elvira, in a state of panic, glanced at Count Devitt, uncertain of how to respond. No, she is not. She is my family, York interjected unexpectedly. Grateful, Elvira looked at York, her emotions swirling, leaving her at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Count Devitt smiled slightly and said, in that case, let you handle this matter. York, momentarily taken aback, then faced the hunters below and declared, Elvira followed me that day. She is now under my protection, no longer a slave. Such audacity. You shameless scoundrel. You have abducted our slave, and now dare to act so brazenly. It seems we must storm the castle to retrieve her. The leader of the hunters retorted angrily. I, York Stock, commander of the Aellen kingdom, hereby declare the emancipation of Elvira, York proclaimed, removing his wedding ring and tossing it towards the leader of the hunters. As the leader picked up the ring, adorned with a red gemstone, he gasped, heart of the blazing flame. He truly is the rebel King York. With that revelation, the hunters departed, ring in hand. That ring must hold great significance for you, Elvira said, her eyes misty as she gazed at York. She has long departed from me. Let her remain forever enshrined in my heart, York replied softly. Count Devitt remarked, I did not expect you to be the renowned rebel king. I am truly honored. I had to conceal my identity due to other pressing matters. I hope you can understand, my lord, York explained. Count Devitt chuckled and inquired, are you here to make a comeback? York did not deny it and nodded. Seeing the other party's candor, Earl Devitt remarked, given your current strength. It is impossible for you to make a comeback. I am aware, replied York. Earl Devitt, surprised, inquired, if you know this, why do you still proceed? York responded, I do this not for myself, but for the kingdom of Aellen, to rescue the people of the world, like Elvira. Earl Devitt glanced at Elvira behind York and said, if you truly possess the resolve to contend for the world, I can assist you. York, thrilled by this prospect, exclaimed, it would be wonderful if the Earl could lend a hand. However, I have one condition. You must leave one person as a witness to our alliance. Earl Devitt looked towards Elvira. York understood that the Earl wished to keep Elvira. Perhaps he genuinely cared for her. Thus, York turned to Elvira and said, Elvira, you know? I cannot agree, Elvira interrupted, covering her face and weeping. She realized this was wrong, but the fear of being left alone in the terrifying Magic Mountain City overwhelmed her. Do not worry, I will come for you soon, York assured her. Elvira remained silent, only crying into her hands. Seeing her distress, Wood suggested, Father, why not let me stay instead? Understanding Elvira's fear, York reluctantly agreed to leave Wood in Magic Mountain City. Although Earl Devitt's plan had fallen through, he honored his promise and allied with York, dispatching 100 warriors to accompany him in the campaign against Asa City. News of the return of the rebellious King York spread swiftly. The discontented nobles opposing the Queen Regent emerged to support York, offering both men and resources. Upon receiving word of York's advance on Asa City, Queen Aellen immediately sent the royal army to join forces with the city's defenders against the rebels. By the time York's forces arrived at Asa City, his army had grown to over 10,000. The violet emblem on the rebel flag stood out prominently. York had already received intelligence from within the city that the current commander was King's Hilton, accompanied by an additional 20,000 royal troops led by the young noble talent of the Stokes family, Nostokes. The royal army of 17,000 faced York's 10,000 rebels in formation outside Asa City, with a command from General Nostokes. The royal forces charged first into the rebel lines. Kill! Kill! The thunderous battle cries echoed as the two armies collided like roaring waves. In an instant, chaos erupted, filled with screams, wails, and the clashing of weapons. The royal army not only had the numerical advantage, but also deployed cavalry to break the rebel formations, ultimately surrounding and overwhelming the insurgents. Not long after, under the tactical siege orchestrated by General Wong, the rebel forces suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, York was at the forefront, fighting valiantly. Beside him, 100 warriors from Magwang Mountain City fought shoulder to shoulder. These warriors were agile and robust, each one a formidable combatant capable of taking on 10 foes. The warriors of Magwang Mountain City wielded their great swords with remarkable skill, forcing the soldiers of Wang's army to retreat repeatedly. In mere moments, numerous soldiers from Wang's army fell victim to the blades of the Magwang warriors, meeting their demise with severed heads and pierced hearts. The warriors from Magwang Mountain City were drenched in blood, and countless bodies of Wang's soldiers lay at their feet. It was their ferocity that allowed York to remain unscathed amidst the elite assaults of Wang's forces. From the heights of Asa City, King Hilton, who had been closely monitoring the fluctuations of the battlefield, issued a command. Instantly, over 100 archers unleashed a torrential rain of arrows upon the positions of York and the warriors from Magwang Mountain City. This relentless onslaught of arrows posed a grave challenge for the Magwang warriors. One moment of distraction could lead to injury. We must devise a plan swiftly, otherwise, our Lord's life may be in jeopardy, Elvira said anxiously to the cloaked Messi. Chapter 32. Peril lurks everywhere. The cloaked Messi nodded in agreement. Grasping his staff, he began to chant incantations. Before long, a gray mist enveloped the area outside Asa City. The fog thickened, rendering the archers atop Asa City unable to discern the happenings on the battlefield. They were compelled to lower their bows. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the mist, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. Monsters! Run! The soldiers of the King's army turned in panic, fleeing towards Asa City. This unexpected turn of events greatly relieved the rebels, who had been at a disadvantage. York commanded a retreat. After this battle, he realized that with his current strength, it was impossible to capture Asa City, and he had no choice but to withdraw temporarily. Once the fog dissipated, the battlefield was strewn with thousands of corpses, many of which bore gaping holes in their chests, their hearts lost to the chaos. The numerous forces of the King's army had failed to annihilate the rebels or capture the traitorous King York. This failure incited the furious wrath of Her Majesty, the Queen, who demanded accountability from the commander of the King's army, Nostokes. The Chancellor, Midlet, urgently interjected, according to the information I have received, during the fierce battle, Nostokes, as commander, utilized our army's advantages to launch an offensive. The infantry charged head-on while cavalry flanked from both sides, effectively encircling the rebels. The rebels were on the brink of defeat, but for some unknown reason, a thick fog suddenly descended. Are you implying that the heavens are aiding York and his band of rebels? The queen retorted angrily. No, no, no. Chancellor Midlet realized his misstep and hastily denied. York's faction is comprised of treacherous scoundrels. How could the heavens possibly assist such rebellious individuals? Upon hearing the news, I learned that a great sorcerer within the York army employed dark magic, resulting in our forces being ambushed by monstrous beasts within the thick fog, leading to our downfall. The queen, upon receiving this report, expressed her astonishment, inquiring, a sorcerer? Monstrous beasts? Why was this not mentioned in the battle report? Midlet chuckled softly and replied, It seems Commander Nor was aware of his defeat and felt he had failed your majesty. Overcome by shame and self-reproach, he refrained from reporting the truth to your majesty. The queen, after reflecting on this, remarked coolly, Since there is a reason for the occurrence, let us not punish him for now. Midlet, witnessing the queen's calming demeanor, gradually withdrew. Days later, several grand sorcerers from the academy received orders to assist in the battle at Asar City. With the support of these powerful mages, Commander Nostokes became imbued with confidence. He sought to annihilate the York rebels and dispatched multiple troops to search for their whereabouts. At that moment, the York rebels were actively recruiting soldiers, proclaiming their legitimacy as rightful heirs to the throne, while denouncing Aellen as a scourge upon the realm. Noblemen dissatisfied with the queen's rule began to contribute funds to aid York in overthrowing her governance. York's propaganda proved remarkably effective, as no woman had ever ascended to the throne in the kingdom of Aellen. Consequently, an increasing number of citizens rallied in support of the rebellious King York, opposing Queen Aellen's reign. In a brief period, unrest erupted across the kingdom of Aellen, with mobs, incited and supported by the old nobility, attacking the new nobles who had acquired their titles through monetary dealings. They vandalized the shops of these new elites and seized their possessions. The mobs, having tasted the sweetness of rebellion, grew increasingly reckless, and chaos spread like wildfire throughout the land. The tumultuous situation left Queen Aellen in a state of unease, perplexed by the reasoning behind the mob's insurrection and the swelling support for the York rebels. She was at a loss as to how to address these pressing challenges. In an effort to quell the uprising, the queen dispatched a considerable number of royal guards to various locales. In the royal city, numerous old nobles clandestinely gathered at the residence of former Prime Minister Leopold, united by a singular purpose, to enlist his aid in orchestrating the overthrow of Queen Aellen's reign. The significant deployment of royal guards left the royal city vulnerable, providing an opportune moment for Leopold and his faction to execute their plans. In the dead of night, a few days later, former Prime Minister Leopold led a group of nobles, armed and ready, into the royal palace. The loyal guards fought valiantly, granting the queen and the young prince a chance to escape. Under the protection of the guards, Queen Aellen and the prince fled the royal city through secret passageways. Once Leopold had secured control over the city, he publicly announced 10 charges against Queen Aellen and declared her authority null and void. However, he refrained from declaring who the true king of Aellen would be, positioning himself against both Queen Aellen's regime and the rebellious King York. No one knows his true intentions. The Chancellor, Midlet, has been summoned to the royal palace by Leopold, the controller of the capital. In the council chamber, only Leopold and Midlet are present, seated across from each other at a grand round table. Why are you doing this? Midlet cannot help but inquire. Leopold gazes into Midlet's eyes and calmly responds, I do this for the kingdom. Enough. At this critical juncture, when the kingdom is in dire need of its queen, you instigate a coup and oust her majesty. You are playing with fire. Midlet exclaims passionately. Leopold remains unfazed by Midlet's reproach. You see the chaos that has enveloped the kingdom. Ultimately, it is that woman who bears the blame. Now, someone must be held accountable for the kingdom's turmoil. I act merely in accordance with divine will. Realizing the futility of further argument, Midlet directly asks, What have you summoned me for? Leopold leans forward and enunciates word by word. I wish to invite you to join me in governing the capital. Midlet is momentarily taken aback, then a look of distrust and mockery crosses his face. He glances at Leopold and nonchalantly replies, You have expelled the queen. Now is your opportunity to seize power entirely. Why invite me? I have never sought to rule with an iron fist. All I have done is to restore stability to the kingdom as swiftly as possible. Midlet, assist me. The kingdom needs you, and I need you. Leopold extends his heartfelt invitation once more. Midlet contemplates refusing. He does not wish to become a pawn in Leopold's tyranny. However, It is evident that the capital is now under Leopold's control. To refuse his invitation could very well lead to dire consequences. Thus, Midlet resolves to accept Leopold's offer for the time being. Chapter 33. The Ascendancy of the New King with the Assistance of Chancellor Midlet. The tumult caused by the palace coup gradually subsides, restoring tranquility to the capital. The governance of the capital is now overseen by a council of power brokers led by Leopold and Midlet. Currently, all decrees of the Aellen kingdom emanate from this council. Major affairs are handled collectively by its numerous members, who reach final decisions through deliberation. Under Leopold's direction, the council issues notifications across the realm regarding the capture and imprisonment of the former queen, Aellen, deemed the source of the unrest, while urging the local nobility to swiftly quell any disturbances. Simultaneously, Leopold discreetly dispatches agents to hunt down the escaped former queen, Aellen, and the young prince, Louis. Having fled the capital, Queen Aellen, disguised as a refugee alongside Prince Louis, journeys south on foot, clearly intent on reaching Goth City to seek her father's protection. Aellen could hardly have anticipated that she would one day find herself in such a wretched state. Countless sleepless nights have found her tormented by the haunting question, am I truly, as the vile Olipot claims, a beguiling temptress who wreaks havoc upon the kingdom? Am I truly a harbinger of disaster, destined to bring ruin upon my husband? Each recollection of the 10 grievous accusations levied against her by Olipot fills her with unquenchable rage. In her present state, she yearns desperately for the benevolent guidance of the goddess of abundance, Mana. She finds herself in dire need of divine direction, lost and uncertain of her path. Yet, it appears that the goddess has forsaken her, never once gracing her presence in waking or in dreams, not even once. Perhaps the divine does not exist at all. Perhaps the goddess of abundance is merely a figment of the king's collective hopes, she consoled herself. Though clad in tattered garments reminiscent of a refugee, the indelible air of nobility surrounding her could not be concealed. As she traversed a small town cradling little Louis in her arms, she sensed the presence of someone trailing her. Once bustling with shops and throngs of people, the town had succumbed to the ravages of war and insurrection, leaving most of its inhabitants in flight and many storefronts shuttered. The unkempt streets bore the weight of neglect and decay. As gusts of wind swept dust and fallen leaves into a tempest, emaciated stray dogs roamed the alleys in search of scraps, while even the feral cats atop the rooftops appeared gaunt, their fragile bodies at risk of being swept away by a stronger breeze. Only a handful of souls wandered the streets, a stark contrast to the once vibrant atmosphere, evoking an inexplicable sense of desolation. 2 unfamiliar men cornered her in an abandoned alleyway. Clutching Louis tightly, she pressed her back against the stone wall, frozen in place. Lift your head, one commanded. Instead, she lowered her gaze even further. The other man lunged forward, forcefully pressing her head against the wall. Terror and fury filled her beautiful eyes, prompting her to swiftly shut them. Tears of helplessness streamed down her soiled face, compelling the man to release his grip. At that moment, his heart raced. He had never encountered such exquisite eyes. The instant she closed them felt like the extinguishing of stars, and her tears inexplicably pierced his heart with sorrow. Who are you? Why are you alone in this forsaken town? The second man inquired. My husband perished in the chaos of war. I managed to escape with my child amidst the turmoil. She wept, her sorrow overwhelming her. Her tears flowed freely, as if a dam had burst. The 2 men exchanged glances, one of them expressing concern. Your plight is indeed tragic. It is perilous for a woman to wander alone with a child. Why not accompany us from now on? With that, he took the child from her arms and cradled him closely. Despite knowing that these men were not of good character, she felt powerless and resigned to follow them. The news of the coup in the royal city, which forced Queen Aellen to abdicate, swiftly reached the city of Asa. The entire royal army was thrown into disarray. Nostokes, the commander of the 3 armies, immediately convened a meeting with the chief generals. A coup has occurred in the royal city. We must deliberate on our next course of action, Nostokes declared, surveying the assembled leaders. King's Hilton remarked, it is rumored that the queen is imprisoned in the royal city. We should swiftly advance and rescue her. However, York's rebellious forces loomed threateningly over Asa. If we leave, what becomes of Asa? Nostokes inquired. King's Hilton pondered for a moment before responding. In comparison to the royal city, Asa is inconsequential. What do you mean? Nostokes asked, somewhat perplexed. King's Hilton explained. If the York rebels were to seize the royal city first, they might execute the queen and proclaim themselves the new rulers of the kingdom of Aellen. At that point, we would be deemed traitors. Do you believe many would continue to fight alongside us then? Nostokes fell silent, absorbing King Hilton's words. King's Hilton continued. If we march on the royal city under the banner of rescuing the queen and eliminating the treacherous ministers, we shall undoubtedly prevail, and none shall dare to oppose us." After hearing this, Nostokes and the other commanders agreed to the proposal to advance on the royal city. Soon after the royal army departed Asa, York led his forces into the city. Establishing Asa as his stronghold, he launched campaigns and quickly captured the 4 central cities. Subsequently, York proclaimed himself king, making Asa his royal city and establishing the Southern Aellen regime. Following his ascension, he wed Elvira, making her his queen. Upon entering the royal city, Nostokes discovered that Queen Aellen was not imprisoned there as he had believed. He had initially intended to execute the group of nobles, led by Olipot, who had participated in the coup. At that moment, however, the council, under Olipot's influence, proposed that Nostokes be appointed as the new king. Nostokes found himself at a loss on how to respond. He understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he were to ascend to the throne and become the king of Aellen. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Nostokes ultimately accepted Olipot's proposal. Ascending to the throne as Stockhisai. Being a new regime, Stockhisai heeded the advice of Finance Minister Midlight and exchanged letters of recognition with York, acknowledging the regime of the Southern Aellen Kingdom. Simultaneously, he requested that King York recognize Stockhisai as the ruler of the Northern Aellen Kingdom. Upon receiving the correspondence from Stockhisai, King York also dispatched envoys to acknowledge the existence of the Northern Aellen Kingdom. Thus, mutual recognition was established between the two realms. Meanwhile, Chapter 34, the Northern Black Fortress reveals that Aellen and young Lewis, accompanied by 2 men, arrived in the city of Loyas. Prior to reaching Loyas, one of the men had attempted to sell Aellen but was thwarted by the other man. "I have developed feelings for her. Do not sell her," he insisted. The other man retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend your own standing? How will you provide for her? And for that little one? I have never been enamored by any woman. However, the instant I laid eyes upon her, I confessed to my companion. Enough, do not speak further. Such a woman is beyond our reach," he advised. "Brother, are you suggesting that I am unworthy of love?" I queried, bewildered. "No, that is not my implication. Yet, your affection must be reciprocated. Do you truly believe she would return your feelings?" He responded with resignation. "How can one know without attempting?" I persisted, undeterred. With a heavy sigh, he conceded, "Very well. I know of a place that may accept souls like ours. If your feelings are genuine, I shall guide you there." "Where's this place?" I inquired with excitement. "The city of Loyas," he replied, leading Aellen and young Lewis to this destination. Subsequently, the 2 men, alongside Aellen and young Lewis, became adherents of the Celestial Emperor sect, with its leaders providing them shelter and suitable employment. Thus, they established their lives in the city of Loyas. Meanwhile, in the southern lands of the Kingdom of Aellen, at the city of Goth, the old Count Lord Rick was utterly stunned upon learning of the coup in the royal city. What astonished him further was the news that Queen Aellen had been imprisoned. The whereabouts of young Prince Louis were unknown. Overwhelmed, the Count felt dizzy, darkness encroaching upon his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. His attendants swiftly supported him, guiding him to a grand chair. The Count, eyes closed, remained motionless, haunted by visions of Queen Aellen being led to the guillotine. "I must act swiftly, rally my forces, and storm the royal city to rescue the poor Aellen," he uttered in profound anguish. The following day, the Count summoned his troops to commence drills. The citizens of Goth were aware that the Count intended to wage war, yet they were oblivious to whom his wrath was directed. 2 days later, a raven descended upon the Count's estate, landing before the window of the Grand Wizard Harris. Harris beckoned to the raven, which transformed into a luminous orb, resting in his palm. After absorbing the information within the orb, he hastened to find the Count. "My lord, the Queen is not in the royal city," Harris exclaimed with excitement. "Is that truly the case?" The Count inquired. "Absolutely. I have just received reliable news from the royal city. The Queen and the young prince fled the city that very night," Harris confirmed. The Count exhaled in relief, saying, "That is splendid news. I feared for their safety." "And what of the current state of the royal city?" he asked. "It was previously under the control of that old rogue, Olipot. Not long ago, Nostokes led troops into the royal city. It seems an accord was reached, and he has declared himself king, becoming Nostokes I." Harris relayed all the information he had obtained. Infuriated, the Count bellowed, "These treacherous usurpers dare to act in such a manner. My lord, it is only a matter of time before that rogue king sets his sights southward for war. I urge you to prepare," Harris advised. The old Count nodded and remarked, "You speak truly. Relay my command to have the lords from various territories send hostages, accompanied by oaths of fealty." Thus, one by one, the heralds departed from Goth City. journeying in all directions. A month elapsed, during which the lords from the southern lands dutifully penned their oaths of loyalty to the old count, sending their kin to Goth City as a testament to their allegiance. Subsequently, the old count decreed the construction of fortifications at the border connecting the southern and northern Aellen kingdoms, dispatching a substantial garrison to safeguard against any sudden incursions from either realm. Following the exchange of diplomatic missives, the northern and southern Aellen kingdoms collaboratively set about subjugating the rebellious noble lords within their borders. A year later, the two kingdoms established their governance along the line of Cheline Lake, Michigan Lake, and the Dafong River. Shortly thereafter, King York of the southern Aellen kingdom initiated military campaigns to the east, relentlessly expanding his dominion. In contrast, King Stokey's Eye of the northern Aellen kingdom directed his forces northward, intent on reclaiming the northern Black Fortress, ruled by the Norman family. With the current patriarch being Count Roland Norman, the vast northern plains surrounding the Black Fortress were firmly within the grasp of the Norman clan. Upon ascending to the throne, Stokey's Eye sent envoys to the northern Black Fortress, summoning Count Roland to the royal city. However, Count Roland persistently declined the invitation, showing no intention of visiting the royal city to pay homage to Stokey's Eye, cautious of the formidable power held by the northern Black Fortress. Stokey's Eye refrained from an immediate advance northward. Now, having subdued most of the disobedient noble lords within the northern Aellen kingdom, Stokey's Eye turned his attention to dismantling the influence of the northern Black Fortress. Just as the royal army commenced its march, news reached the northern Black Fortress. Count Roland convened the lords from the northern territories, urging them to mobilize their forces to resist the invasion of the 15,000 troops from the royal city. After a fortnight of mobilization, fewer than 10,000 troops from the northern Black Fortress gathered near Beshi Lake, confronting the royal city's army. The forces of the northern Black Fortress encamped on the northern bank of the Beshi River, while the royal city's troops stationed themselves on the southern shore. The two armies poised for confrontation across the waterway. However, the royal city's forces did not hasten to cross the river for an assault. They remained quietly encamped by the riverbank, treating the northern army across the river as though they were mere shadows. Count Roland found himself perplexed by the royal city's armies in action. He summoned the accompanying mage, Mordo. "Great mage, what do you believe is the reason for the enemy's inactivity across the river?" he inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Mage Mordo replied, "To my knowledge, the enemy has no fewer than 6 great mages among their ranks. Their reluctance to engage suggests that they are unprepared for something." "Then, what do you propose we should do?" Count Roland asked. Mage Mordo gazed into Roland's eyes and stated, "We must swiftly ascertain the enemy's intentions. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril here. What are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly," Roland urged. Nodding in agreement, Mage Mordo departed, dispatching 3 crow sentinels to scout the enemy encampment of the royal city's forces. The esteemed Mage Mott quickly discerned that the mages of the royal city's army had neglected to establish any magical barriers. His 3 crows effortlessly scouted the enemy's position, revealing that the adversaries were merely practicing their formations, engaging in no other activities. Chapter 35, A Night of Madness with a Sense of Perplexity. Mage Mott pondered how to convey his concerns to Count Roland. "I fear the enemy may attempt a nocturnal assault by boat," he stated directly upon encountering Count Roland. "Then we shall remain vigilant throughout the night, awaiting their approach." Count Roland responded. Mage Mott countered, "That would be unwise. Instead, let us consider this. Under the cloak of night, 6 powerful mages from the royal city army materialized by the banks of the Beshi River. Behind them, an orderly assembly of over 10,000 soldiers stood ready. The 6 mages united their powers, casting spells upon the river, and soon a delicate layer of ice began to form upon its surface. As time progressed, the ice thickened. When the 6 mages ceased their incantations, the multitude of soldiers cautiously traversed the frozen river, advancing towards the enemy encampment across the way. The forces of the northern Black Fortress were evidently unprepared for such a stealthy approach from the royal city army, prompting them to flee northward. Thus commenced a massacre devoid of resistance, as the 10,000 soldiers relentlessly pursued the northern Black Fortress forces. The chase continued for over 10 miles, until the beleaguered soldiers of the northern Black Fortress, exhausted, surrendered en masse. The royal city army surged forth, intent on binding their defeated foes. Suddenly, from the slopes on either side, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed, accompanied by a torrent of fire raining down upon them. The illumination of flames revealed the horrified expressions of the royal city soldiers, who had not anticipated an ambush at that location. Worn from their long pursuit, their fighting spirit waned. Cries of agony filled the air as, in the blink of an eye, two elite cavalry units from the northern Black Fortress surged forth like two torrents unleashed, roaring towards the disoriented Royal City Army. "Form ranks! Form ranks!" bellowed the commanding officer of the Royal City Army, attempting to instruct his men to create a shield wall to withstand the cavalry charge. However, it was too late. The northern Black Fortress cavalry struck like lightning. In an instant, the sounds of neighing steeds, the clash of weapons, and the cries of the wounded reverberated across the battlefield. Blades flashed, heads rolled, and blood gushed forth as countless soldiers of the Royal City Army fell victim to the trampling hooves of the cavalry. The Royal City Army's formation quickly disintegrated under the relentless onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Count Roland seized the opportunity, leading thousands of infantry into the fray. The cavalry charged while the infantry advanced, their coordinated efforts mercilessly crushing the Royal City soldiers. Above, the great mage of the northern Black Fortress, Mott, commanded the archers, who incessantly rained fire arrows upon the approaching soldiers of the Royal City Army. With no other recourse, the commander of the Royal City Army ordered a retreat. Seasoned by battle, they fought while falling back, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. On the battlefield beneath the moonlight, a foul wind swept through, and corpses lay strewn across the ground. No one paid heed to the wounded soldiers, who groaned and cried out in agony amidst the blood-soaked earth. The northern Black Fortress Army relentlessly slaughtered the Royal City forces, who suffered grievous losses. Just as the northern Black Fortress Army aimed to deliver a decisive blow to the Royal City soldiers, a sudden and fierce wind arose. As if an unseen hand had intervened, rendering their movements nearly impossible. The Grand Mage Murdo, sensing the peculiar nature of the wind, urgently called out, "The enemy's Grand Mage has arrived. We must retreat at once." Upon hearing Murdo's warning, Count Roland swiftly ordered a withdrawal. At that moment, an arrow, trailing a long tail of flame, shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Grand Mage Murdo. With a flourish of his staff, Murdo conjured a dazzling hexagonal shield. The impact was thunderous, sending archers surrounding him scattering in all directions. The formidable presence of the enemy's Grand Mage sent the northern Black Fortress soldiers fleeing in panic. The tide of battle shifted once more, as the Royal City forces turned to pursue the retreating northern Black Fortress Army. In their haste, the northern soldiers showed no intent to resist, fleeing into the safety of Tanya City, where they barred their doors and prepared for a siege. As dawn approached, the Royal City troops halted their assault at the city gates, opting instead to establish their camp outside. With the break of day, the Royal City forces dispatched messengers to surrounding villages and towns to gather provisions for a prolonged campaign. Meanwhile, within Tanya City, Count Roland was consumed by anxiety, unable to find solace. The previous night's battle had resulted in thousands of casualties for the northern Black Fortress Army, yet the Royal City troops showed no signs of retreat. Aware that the scant forces within the city could not hold against the siege, Count Roland felt utterly powerless. Pacing restlessly, Count Roland abruptly halted and addressed Grand Mage Murdo. "Master, perhaps we should abandon the city and flee?" Murdo chuckled softly. "My lord, are you worried about the fate of the innocent citizens within the city, which prompts such thoughts of flight?" With a heavy sigh, Count Roland replied, "I am truly out of options." Murdo responded, "In my humble opinion, fleeing the city would be far less prudent than surrendering openly." "What do you mean by that, master? Would you have me surrender to those treacherous usurpers?" Count Roland retorted, visibly agitated. Murdo, having anticipated Roland's reaction, spoke calmly. "Indeed, my lord, they are treacherous usurpers. Yet it is precisely these scoundrels who have left us with no viable alternatives. What choice do we have? To face death? Would that not serve their vile purposes perfectly?" Count Roland gazed at Murdo in silence, finding himself unable to counter the mage's reasoning. He waited patiently for Murdo to offer further insights. Murdo continued, "I understand your concern for the realm and your indignation at the unjust expulsion of the queen. However, the queen's father, Count Rolric, remained indecisive, leaving us in a state of uncertainty." Modet paused momentarily before continuing. "My lord, you are young and accomplished. Last night's battle showcased your prowess in defeating a greater force, significantly diminishing the morale of the royal city. It will not be long before your name resonates throughout the realm." Count Roland remained silent. The wizard Modet proceeded. "In today's world, numerous factions vie for power amidst incessant strife. This is indeed the time for you to wield your influence. If you were to surrender to the royal city, you would undoubtedly be entrusted with significant responsibilities. If surrender were my desire, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?" Roland retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Modet responded, "Should you capitulate without a fight, the world will regard you with disdain. How could the royal city ever bestow favor upon you? After careful contemplation, Count Roland acknowledged the wisdom in Maudit's words and resolved to surrender the city. He dispatched a messenger to the royal military camp, conveying his intention to yield. Following negotiations, an agreement was reached, and at the appointed time, he opened the city gates to surrender. Chapter 36. The Eastern Expedition to York upon the commander of the royal city's forces occupying Tanya City. Count Roland and the principal leaders of the northern Black Fortress army were all imprisoned. Days later, an order arrived from the royal city, mandating the surrendered troops to construct a bridge over the Bicey River, with Roland and the other leaders to be escorted to the royal city to await their fate. After being taken to the royal city, Roland did not encounter King Stock-His-Eye. Instead, he was confined in the dungeons for 3 months before being released. After grooming himself and presenting a tidy appearance, he was summoned by King Stock-His-Eye. The sinful subject, Roland Norman, pays his respects to your majesty, he announced. Bowing before the throne, King Stock-His-Eye cast a glance at Roland and coolly inquired, having been confined for so long, have you reflected upon your transgressions? Roland replied, the sinful subject, akin to a mere firefly, dares to compete with your majesty's brilliance. I am truly deserving of the harshest punishment. You possess a degree of self-awareness. Although you have surrendered, due to your prior insolence, I must detain you for a time. Now that you have sincerely submitted, we shall wipe the slate clean. You may continue as the lord of the northern Black Fortress, guarding our northern frontier, King Stock-His-Eye declared. I humbly thank your majesty for your great benevolence. Count Roland responded promptly. However, King Stock-His-Eye shifted his tone, warning, should you ever entertain thoughts of rebellion or disloyalty, I will personally lead an expedition to crush Black Fortress and eradicate your Norman lineage. I would never dare. I vow to dedicate my life to your majesty. Guarding the northern borders to demonstrate my loyalty, Roland quickly assured him. King Stock-His-Eye was pleased with Roland's demeanor and publicly rewarded him with numerous beautiful maidens, fine wines, and attendants to honor his capitulation. 2 months later, King Stock-His-Eye arranged a marriage between one of his sisters and Count Roland to signify his favor. After the northern Black Fortress yielded to the royal city, other lords within the borders of the northern Aellen kingdom also pledged their loyalty. From that moment forth, the authority of King Stock-His-Eye became increasingly solidified. In contrast, the eastern campaign of King York of South Aellen was fraught with difficulties. The eastern territories were under the control of a faction of noblemen loyal to the Fourth Stork, each of whom was valiant in battle, causing considerable strife for King York during his conquests. Even more troubling for him was that whenever he led his forces into the eastern lands to quell dissent, Lord Roderick from the southern territories would mobilize his army to harass South Aellen. Consequently, King York was compelled to divide his forces to guard the southern borders against this impending threat, which hindered his ability to secure the eastern region. Left with no alternative, King York sought counsel from his ministers on how to conquer the east and expand the domain of South Aellen. After extensive deliberation, he ultimately resolved to dispatch numerous undercover agents to the eastern territories while also courting the support of the theocratic order in Loyas City. He intended to leverage the order's knights to restrain the southern forces, thereby allowing him to focus his efforts on the east. Not long after, envoys from South Aellen arrived in Loyas City. Upon learning of their purpose, Hant Hawk, a deacon of the theocratic order, recognized the gravity of the matter and felt the need to consult with his colleagues. Thus, he did not provide an immediate response to the envoys, instead instructing them to await further communication. Hant promptly sent word to fellow deacons Dylan Cassidy, the commander of the Holy Knights, Sice Bladen, and Vice Commander Baron Hill, summoning them back to Loyas City. A few days later, the 4 prominent figures of the theocratic order convened at their headquarters. Brothers, a significant event has arisen. I cannot make this decision alone, hence my summoning of you, Deacon Hant Hawk stated directly. What is it? Commander Sice Bladen inquired with curiosity. Well, York has sent envoys proposing an alliance. He wishes for us to join forces against Count Roderick of the South, Deacon Hant Hawk explained. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a profound silence, as all present understood the weight of such an alliance, especially in a time when the world was in disarray. A misstep could lead to the demise of their order. What do you think? Should we form an alliance? Deacon Hant broke the silence, posing the question. This is a complex matter, Commander Sice Bladen replied. I understand, which is precisely why I called you back for discussion, Deacon Hant replied with a hint of frustration. Sice then turned to the other two, asking, what are your thoughts? I believe the decision to ally hinges on the conditions they offer us. If the terms are favorable, we shall consider the alliance. If not, then there is no point in discussion, Dylan Cassidy, also a deacon, stated. seeing the three of them turn their attention towards him. Eager to know the proposed terms, Deacon Hant clapped his hands and said, "All right." Indeed, they have presented quite enticing conditions. The envoy from King York promised that if the theocratic order allies with him, he would permit the order to spread its teachings and grow its congregation within South Aellen. Simultaneously, King York would bestow 1,000,000 gold coins upon the Celestial Church. Subsequently, each year, King York would donate a substantial sum of wealth to the Celestial Church as a gesture of support, regardless of his permission. Our followers have already permeated the lands of South Aellen. Therefore, this stipulation holds no significance, remarked Baron Hill, the vice commander of the Holy Knights. Indeed, Baron speaks wisely, responded Sis Braden. The terms they propose likely involve financial compensation to employ us against Count Roderick. This seems to be their intention. To my knowledge, King York has attempted several eastward campaigns to pacify the eastern territories, yet has returned empty-handed due to Count Roderick's military interventions. If we assist him in repelling the incursions from the south, he may very well succeed in subduing the east and significantly expanding his influence, Baron Hill added. If that is the case, the terms proposed lack sincerity, stated Deacon Dylan Cassidy. After considering the analysis presented by his brethren, Deacon Hunt fell into contemplation. Indeed, if we manage to restrain the southern armies for York, he could very well conquer the east first, then turn his attention to besieging the Celestial Church before aligning with North Aellen to seize the southern territories. In such a scenario, would the Celestial Church not be sacrificed in vain? What do you all suggest? Deacon Hunt glanced at his companions before inquiring. We ought to refrain from forming alliances with any faction and maintain our neutrality, Sis Braden stated slowly. That may not be prudent, Deacon Hunt instinctively questioned. Chapter 37. Interwoven destinies. As long as we do not ally with either side, it will be challenging for them to swiftly annihilate one another and bolster their strength. During this period, we must endeavor to strengthen ourselves as much as possible. If the Celestial Church becomes sufficiently formidable, whichever side ultimately prevails will hesitate to act against us. Sis Braden analyzed. Are you not concerned that King York might strike first against us? Deacon Hunt asked. Sis Braden chuckled. York is no fool. Should he attack us, we would undoubtedly align with the northern capital or Southland, thereby inadvertently empowering his adversaries. Such a foolish act is not in his nature. After hearing this, Deacon Hunt nodded, convinced by Sis Braden's reasoning. He thus resolved to reject King York's request for an alliance. Following the failure of his plan to utilize the Celestial Church to restrain the Southland, King York was exceedingly furious. He promptly dispatched envoys to the northern capital, seeking to unite with North Aellen to eliminate the Celestial Church, a dire threat. However, much to King York's surprise, North Aellen also declined his proposal. King Stock his eye claimed to be preoccupied with quelling domestic unrest and lacked the manpower to deploy. With no option left, King York begrudgingly suppressed his ire. Upon returning to the city of Laos, Sis Braden wandered alone through the familiar streets. For many years, like others, he had tirelessly labored for the growth and prosperity of the Celestial Church, scarcely finding the time to truly appreciate the beauty of this city. This city, once bestowed upon the Church of the Heavenly Emperor by His Majesty the King after the valiant Sir Sis led the knights to rescue King Stock IV, has now fallen into disarray in just a few short years. Sir Sis Braden could never have anticipated that the once mighty Stock dynasty would crumble before his very eyes. Nor could he have foreseen that the beautiful queen would be confronted by the tumultuous events that lay ahead. Wait for me, Canyon. A man's voice jolted Sis Braden from his reverie, drawing him back to the present. He observed a male adherent of the Church of the Heavenly Emperor hastily pursuing a female devotee shrouded in a black veil. The woman, evidently frightened, sought to flee. What is happening? Sis Braden murmured, furrowing his brow in confusion. The male devotee intercepted the woman named Canyon, imploring, Canyon, you know how I feel. I care for you deeply. Yet, why do you persist in avoiding me? Why do you conceal your face behind this veil? What is your purpose in doing so? I am truly sorry for leading you on. I cannot return your affections. Please forgive me, Canyon replied softly, tears welling in her eyes. Why? What is the reason? The man questioned in anguish. Love in this world is bound by fate. Though our paths have crossed, I lack the fortune to share a life with you, Canyon wept, tears streaming down her cheeks. I do not understand, the man responded, bewildered. Sis Braden, with a sigh of resignation, interjected. What she means is that she does not wish to be with you. You should let go. Who are you to intervene? What does this have to do with you? The man shouted in a mixture of pain and fury. My lord. Upon hearing Sis Braden's voice, Canyon turned in surprise. You know me? You are Sis Braden? Sis Braden regarded the veiled woman with a look of intrigue. Canyon retrieved a brilliantly radiant ring from her pocket and offered it to him. Upon seeing the ring, Sis Braden was taken aback, his mouth agape. So it is. Shoo. Canyuan gestured for silence. Sis Braden nodded in understanding. He promptly escorted Canyuan away. He led her to a hidden chamber within the Church of the Heavenly Emperor. Once there, he bowed and addressed her. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen. There is no need for such formality, my lord. I am no longer a queen. I am merely an ordinary devotee of the church, Queen Aellen said, a hint of sadness in her voice. There is no need for sorrow, Your Majesty. One day, you shall return to the royal city and reign once more. Sis Braden reassured her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Queen Aellen gazed at him through tear-filled eyes and asked, will that day truly come? Indeed, Sis Braden affirmed with a nod. Thank you, she exclaimed, suddenly throwing herself into Sis Braden's embrace. Thank you truly. Even though I know it may be impossible, I must express my gratitude. Sis Braden found himself at a loss, unsure of where to place his hands. After a considerable time, he gently wrapped his arms around Queen Aileen's waist and softly uttered, it is not impossible, it is certain. You must believe in yourself. Will you help me? Queen Aellen asked softly, clinging tightly to Sis Braden. I am willing. Sis Braden responded gently. Upon hearing this, Queen Aellen, filled with excitement, kissed Sis Braden. Aellen had never anticipated that amidst her entanglement with another man, she would encounter her ideal hero, Sis Braden. She could not have imagined that one day she would lie beside this man, willingly embracing the role of his beloved. Aellen vividly recalled the day she first laid eyes on Sis at the royal court. She had stood behind King Stock 4. As she watched the handsome and valiant Sis approach to receive his title, her heart inexplicably raced, especially when Aellen gazed into Sis's enchanting light blue eyes. She felt as if she were staring into the tranquil sea, overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to dive in. Aellen repeatedly reminded herself, I have my own beloved. My husband is His Majesty the King. I am the Queen. I love my husband. He is also a great hero. Although, in comparison, he may not possess the same striking looks. He loves me dearly, and I love him deeply. Aellen continuously reassured herself to maintain her composure before others. Yet, when she caught Sis glancing at her, his eyes radiating astonishment, her cheeks flushed instantly. She resembled a bashful rose, blooming quietly and captivating all who beheld her. Surprised and exhilarated, Aellen thought, could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Her thoughts momentarily distracted, she returned to reality only to see Sis turning away. At this moment, Aellen, accompanied by Sis Braden, returned to her residence in Lewis City, intending to fetch little Lewis. However, she soon discovered that the child was missing. Upon inquiry, she learned that her son had already been taken away by two men. Chapter 38. The setting sun. Although Aellen was unaware of the reasons behind those two men taking her child, she was resolute in her determination to reclaim little Lewis, no matter the cost. With a firm resolve, Aellen strode towards the residence of those two men. Where is my child? Aellen demanded of the man standing guard at the door. The man glanced inside and replied, the child is in there. You cannot enter. Lewis, are you in there? Aellen called out loudly, desperate to ascertain her son's whereabouts. Inside, little Lewis, upon hearing his mother's voice, cried out, Mama, I am here. As soon as Aellen heard her child's cries, her tears flowed uncontrollably, like pearls slipping from a broken string. Overcome with emotion, Aellen pleaded with the man, I beg you. Let my child go. Please return him to me. You wish to reclaim your child? Humph. The man scoffed twice and remarked, have you truly forgotten who rescued you and your child from the chaos of war and brought you into this peaceful world? I can never forget the kindness you have shown to us, Aellen replied, wiping the tears from her face. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the man interrupted her. What do you mean you have no way to repay us? Do you dare to claim you are unaware of my brother's affections for you? Had he not confided in me about his feelings, I would never have agreed to bring you here for a better life. With each word, his anger intensified. Aellen was well aware of the man's feelings towards her, yet her noble status forbade her from consorting with a mere vagabond. Seeing Aellen silently weeping, Sis could no longer restrain himself and inquired, what must be done to return the child to us? Who do you think you are? This is not a place for you to speak. The man bellowed, his temper flaring at Sis's words. Sis calmly replied, I am her husband. Isn't your husband dead? The man gazed at Aellen in astonishment. Aellen softly responded, I had believed him to have perished in the chaos of war, unaware that he was gravely injured and brought to this city of Loyas. Upon hearing Aellen's revelation, the man's fury diminished considerably. He glanced at Sis and then at Aellen. Realizing that they were a striking couple, truly a match made in heaven. No wonder she did not favor his brother. With a sigh, he turned to his comrades inside and said, You heard that. Her man has returned. You should give up hope. Moments later, little Lewis burst from the house, leaping into Aaron's arms and crying heartily. Aaron, in tears, comforted the child in her embrace. Meanwhile, Sis produced a bulging pouch of coins and handed it to the man, saying, "This is all the money I possess, as a reward for escorting the two of them safely. I hope you do not find it lacking." The man opened the pouch to reveal it filled with gleaming gold coins. Instantly elated, he shouted to his brothers inside, "Come out, we have money." Another man promptly emerged, and upon seeing the pouch of gold, his frown transformed into uncontainable joy. Sis was pleased with their reaction and declared, "Should you encounter any troubles in this city, simply mention my name, Sis Braden." With that, he turned to leave. The two men stood there, dumbfounded, gazing after Sis and Aaron as they departed. After a considerable pause, they excitedly exclaimed, He is the leader of the Holy Knights, Sis Braden? We are in awe." The city of Loyas appeared exceptionally beautiful under the setting sun. Sis held little Lewis in his arms and turned to look at Aaron beside him. Bathed in the golden light of the sunset, she resembled a blooming rose, captivating him with her beauty and charm. "This may very well be the happiest day of my life." Sith couldn't help but think, "No, the beautiful life has just begun." A few days later, Sith asked Aellen, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I plan to be with you," Aellen replied with a heartfelt smile. "You know, the affairs of the Night Order are quite demanding," Sith hinted. "When you're busy, do not hesitate to attend to your duties. I will be here with the children, awaiting your return," Aellen softly said, resembling a devoted wife. Upon hearing this, Sith could not resist gently embracing Aellen. After all these years, it was the first time he had heard such warm and deeply affectionate words. Perhaps deep within a man's heart lies a yearning for such a woman, one who would stand by him at twilight, tenderly inquiring if his porridge is warm. The turbulent emotions within Sith surged as he whispered in Eileen's ear, "With you in this life, what more could I desire?" Though Aellen longed to remain in Royas City, after much contemplation, Sith ultimately decided to secretly escort Aellen and young Lewis to the southern lands. Royas City is situated at the intersection of the northern Aellen Kingdom, the southern Aellen Kingdom, and the southern lands. Thus, driving a carriage, Sith swiftly entered the territory of the southern lands with Aellen and Lewis. The southern lands maintain strict scrutiny over outsiders, primarily to guard against spies from the southern and northern Aellen Kingdoms. However, with his status as the leader of the Holy Knight Order, Sith traversed the roads without obstruction, heading straight towards Goth City. Along the way, Sith gradually realized that the southern lands had begun constructing fortifications at critical junctures and essential thoroughfares, perhaps anticipating a future conflict and preparing their defenses in advance. Returning to Goth City after many years, Aellen felt a tumult of emotions. She was both exhilarated and anxious to be back in her homeland, while simultaneously burdened by the painful memories of the past. "At the Count's residence, my lord, Her Majesty the Queen and the young prince have returned," a servant exclaimed excitedly as he rushed in. "Is this truly the case?" the old Count asked, his voice filled with emotion. Indeed. Her Majesty will arrive shortly," the servant replied joyfully. Quick, please help me to welcome Her Majesty," the old Count said, overjoyed. As the servant assisted the old Count just a few steps, they spotted the Queen, running towards them with the young prince in tow. "Father!" Aellen exclaimed as she leapt into her father's embrace, her words dissolving into silent tears. Chapter 39, The Plains of Windaw. "It is good to be back. It is good to be back," the old Count murmured as he gently patted his daughter's back. His voice choked with emotion. At that moment, tears streamed down his face. Although he knew that his daughter and grandson were safe, the years spent searching for them without a trace weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him with an inevitable sense of worry. The poignant reunion between father and daughter brought tears to the eyes of all present, servants and attendants alike. The old Earl specifically met with Sis Braden, who had rendered valuable service in escorting the Queen and the young prince. The old Earl turned to Sis, seated beside him, and said, "Your efforts in bringing the Queen and the young prince here are commendable. I am determined to reward you handsomely. Pray, what would you desire as your recompense?" Sis replied, "As a warrior of the Empire, it is my duty to escort the Queen and the young prince. I dare not claim any credit. Rewards must follow merit. The commendable actions of a leader inspire others to emulate their loyalty and dedication to the crown. Therefore, you must graciously accept this honor," the old Earl insisted. Upon hearing this, Sis responded, "In that case, I shall request a promise from you, my lord." With that, he cast a glance at Aellen, who, upon noticing his gaze, speculated, "Surely this promise cannot pertain to me?" "What promise?" the old Earl inquired, filled with curiosity. Sis smiled gently and said, "We shall discuss this matter at a later time. Just remember today's event." "Very well," the old Earl nodded in agreement. Although Sis did not request gold or silver rewards, the old earl nonetheless bestowed upon him a substantial collection of treasures, including gold, jewels, a beautiful maiden, and a renowned sword. Aware of the old earl's intent to forge ties with the Heavenly Emperor's church, Sis did not refuse the gifts. After all, he had yet to inform the church's steward, Hant, about his escort of Aellen and the young prince to Goth City. With these riches, he could effectively silence Hant's inquiries. As expected, upon returning to Loya City, Sis was summoned by Hant Hawk, the church's steward. "Where have you been lately? We haven't seen you around." Hant feigned ignorance. "Where could I have gone? Just out for a breath of fresh air," Sis replied nonchalantly. Hant, with a sarcastic tone, said, "I heard you secretly escorted Her Majesty the Queen and the young prince to Goth City. Is that true? Since you already know, why ask me?" Sis retorted. "You." Hant was momentarily incensed. "Such a significant matter should have been discussed with us," Sis explained, "given the urgency concerning Her Majesty and the young prince's safety. I feared that too many voices might compromise their security, which is why I acted without prior consultation." Hant remained disgruntled, prompting Sis to recount the old earl's generous gifts. He also assured Hant that he would submit the treasures to the church, to which Hant finally acquiesced. In the kingdom of South Aellen, King York's attempts to sow discord and rally the Eastern lords had been underway for over a year, yet yielded little success. Observing the unwavering opposition of the Eastern lords, King York resolved to launch another military campaign eastward. Prior to this expedition, Queen Elvira had a prophetic dream, in which she conveyed to King York that victory was assured. For the Earth God was watching over him. As King York led an elite force of over 10,000 warriors onto the horizon of the Wind Plains, the Allied troops gathered at the eastern fortress of Windhold had already formed their ranks before the stronghold. The resonant sound of horns filled the air, heralding the clash of two formidable armies, advancing like a surging tide. The sky echoed with the piercing sound of arrows whistling through the air. As both sides' archers eagerly began their exchange of fire, the soldiers in the front line raised their shields to shield themselves from the deluge of arrows raining down upon them. "Charge! Kill!" the combatants shouted, rushing towards their imminent adversaries. Thud! 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 The warriors clashed their shields together, straining with all their might to push back their foes. The clash of swords rang out, blood splattering across the battlefield, as cries of agony pierced the air and men fell to the ground. The two sides became entangled in brutal combat. At that moment, King York's cavalry surged forward, galloping with intent to flank the Eastern Alliance's formation. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed ominously. Mounted warriors brandished their swords, striking at the terrified soldiers of the Eastern Alliance. Blades flashed, heads rolled, and as the hooves trampled through the chaos, carnage ensued. Just as it seemed the Eastern Alliance's formation was on the verge of collapse under the cavalry's onslaught, the soldiers of the Eastern Alliance suddenly transformed into monstrous beasts. They morphed into colossal, ferocious creatures, roaring as they charged into King York's ranks. The chaos left King York's troops bewildered, many already fleeing in terror. Those who lagged behind were swiftly caught by the savage bears, crushed into a bloody pulp, while others lost their heads to the vicious tigers. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the Eastern Alliance utilized their transformed warriors to spearhead the assault, with others following closely behind, gradually gaining the upper hand. The battlefield soon ran red with blood, strewn with the fallen. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the overwhelming stench of death that threatened to induce nausea. As the fierce west wind howled and the setting sun glowed a bloody red, a long, mournful howl echoed across the field. The valiant warriors of the Ma Guang Mountain transformed into werewolves, charging towards the emboldened Eastern Alliance. With a fierce roar, one agile werewolf swiftly severed the neck of an Eastern soldier. "Do not fear. Charge forth and slay them," commanded the Eastern commander, wielding his long sword. "Kill!" The soldiers of the Eastern army, undeterred by the werewolves, rallied with fierce cries, encircling their adversaries. In no time, the werewolves fell one after another to the relentless assault of the Eastern warriors. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. Soon, enormous hands formed from the soil erupted from the ground. Reaching skyward, these colossal mud fists, clenched tightly, descended mercilessly upon the soldiers of the Eastern Alliance. Boom, boom, boom. Countless warriors of the Eastern Alliance were struck down by the mighty blows of the earthen fists. Before long, the surrounding land transformed into a muddy swamp. The Grand Mage accompanying the York army unleashed formidable magic, causing the Eastern Alliance forces to disintegrate into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the York army commenced their counterattack, plunging both armies back into tumultuous combat. The third chapter, a tripartite stand, unfolds with the swift and powerful werewolves darting across the battlefield like phantoms. The warriors of the Eastern Alliance found themselves utterly defenseless against this ferocious pack. The treacherous mire further impeded their movements, drastically diminishing their combat efficacy. In the face of the werewolves, they resembled mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Ultimately, the Eastern Alliance retreated from Wind Fortress. King York commanded the fortress to be besieged and launched a nocturnal assault. Before dawn, Wind Fortress succumbed to the might of King York's forces, resulting in the execution of all soldiers within its walls. Following the battle at Wind Fortress, King York successfully quelled the eastern region, and the realm of South Aellen expanded its influence to the coastal areas of the east. Subsequently, in a bid to distinguish his kingdom from North Aellen, King York deliberately renamed it the Kingdom of Wind. Not long after, Count Roderick of Southland proclaimed the 6-year-old Louis as King Louis I, establishing the Kingdom of Southland with Goat City as its royal capital. Thus, the once unified Kingdom of Aellen fractured into 3 distinct entities: the Kingdom of Aellen, the Kingdom of Wind, and the Kingdom of Southland. News of King York's pacification of the East swiftly reached the royal city of the Kingdom of Aellen. During a court meeting, the nobles and ministers engaged in fervent deliberation. One minister remarked, "In the Battle of Wind Plains, King York's forces suffered significant losses. At this juncture, he likely possesses no capacity for further conflict. I believe this presents us with the optimal opportunity to deploy our troops southward." To this, King Stokes I replied, "However, we have a treaty with King York. If we were to breach this pact, would we not be betraying our integrity?" Another minister interjected, "Treaties are merely contingent upon circumstance. We should strike decisively while King York is still consolidating his hold on the east, for if we delay, he will surely encroach upon our borders once stability returns." King Stokes I, contemplating the counsel of his ministers, found their suggestions quite astute. After all, the treaty with King York had merely been a strategic maneuver to buy time and subdue dissenters in the north. Now, with the Kingdom of Aellen unified and stable, it was indeed an opportune moment to employ military force and expand their territory. Ultimately, under the minister's advisement, King Stokes I resolved to lead a grand army southward. Count Roland Norman was appointed as the vanguard of the southern expedition. Roland commanded 5,000 elite troops, advancing directly toward the gateway of the Kingdom of Wind, Mala City. Mala City, situated by Lake Ronald, occupied a crucial position along the central waterways. Roland's army, eager to continue their southward march, first needed to capture Mala City. Upon perceiving the imminent threat posed by the forces of the Kingdom of Aellen, the city's garrison ordered a resolute defense. Moreover, they dispatched messengers to seek aid from neighboring strongholds. Recognizing the formidable defenses of Mala City, Count Roland refrained from a direct assault. Instead, he chose to encamp his forces outside the city, dispatching a missive of surrender into its walls. As long as the commander of Mara City is willing to open the gates and surrender, Count Roland guarantees the safety of the soldiers and citizens within the city. Simultaneously, Count Roland assures that the life of the one who offers the city will be spared. However, to Count Roland's astonishment, the commander of Mara City tore up the surrender letter right before his eyes. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Count Roland was compelled to launch a forceful assault on Mara City. In the dead of night, the soldiers and citizens of Mara City were suddenly alarmed by a tremendous howling sound emanating from the lake. Before long, a torrential downpour began to drench the city. The rain intensified, extinguishing the torches atop the walls. The defending soldiers sought refuge indoors to escape the deluge. As time passed, the water within Mara City accumulated, soon submerging the entire area. Believing a flood had occurred, the citizens rushed out of their homes, desperate to flee the city. Chaos ensued within Mara City. Meanwhile, Count Roland, standing beneath the city, observed impassively as 2 grand sorcerers cast their spells. Unbeknownst to him, these sorcerers conjured a colossal tornado upon the lake's surface, which relentlessly drew water into Mara City, precipitating the disaster. With no other option, the commander of Mara City abandoned his post in a hasty retreat. Count Roland, aided by the sorcerer's formidable powers, effectively flooded Mara City without a single drop of bloodshed. Upon realizing that the calamity was orchestrated by the grand sorcerers of the Kingdom of Aellen, the soldiers and citizens within the city were left in utter shock and awe. Understanding the significance of Mara City, Count Roland decided to rest there, awaiting the arrival of the main forces of the king's army. Soon, news of the Kingdom of Allen's vanguard capturing the strategic Mara City reached the capital, Asa City, of the Wind Kingdom. This revelation sent shockwaves through both the court and the populace. Particularly, The incident involving the grand sorcerers of the kingdom of Aellen flooding the city to force the commander's surrender left King York both astonished and enraged. In haste, King York summoned the national advisor, the enigmatic Messi, to devise a counter-strategy. The army of the kingdom of Aellen invades with a formidable force and powerful sorcerers. What shall we do now? King York inquired anxiously. Sighing heavily, advisor Messi replied, as far as I know, the sovereign of the kingdom of Aellen personally leads an army of 15,000. This sheer number of troops alone is beyond our capacity to contend with, not to mention the formidable sorcerers accompanying them. It is indeed a challenging predicament. Unwilling to concede defeat, King York insisted. Are we to simply stand by and watch as the 4 central cities fall into enemy hands? After a moment of contemplation, advisor Messi responded, there are indeed options available to us. We can proceed in this manner. At that moment, Elia and Issa appeared in the grand cathedral of the Temple of the Celestial Emperor in Lewis City. Elia, having grasped the significant changes that had transpired in the kingdom of Aellen during her decade-long absence, felt a profound sense of loss. She never anticipated that she would no longer possess her royal identity. Moreover, she was taken aback by the realization that her somewhat timid husband, Aellen, had chosen to abandon her and marry another. To her utter surprise, the once unified nation of Aellen had splintered into disarray. For Elia, it was a stark reminder of how much had changed. An inexplicable sense of sorrow welled up within her, piercing through her heart. She longed to weep, yet tears would not fall. Suddenly, Elia recalled the words of the fortune-teller she had encountered in Gothic City. Perhaps it was her own stubbornness that had led to such profound losses. At the height of her anguish, the envoy from the Wind Kingdom arrived in Loy's City. As the High Priestess of the Celestial Empire, Elia personally received the messenger. Soon, she learned from the envoy that King York sought an alliance with the Celestial Empire to confront the nation of Aellen. In exchange for the Celestial Empire's agreement to ally with the Wind Kingdom, they were prepared to offer the cities of Muir and Holy Spirit from the central region. While Elia understood the significance of these cities for the growth of the Celestial Empire, she had just returned and was still uncertain about many matters. Therefore, she refrained from immediately responding to the envoy. Elia summoned Hawk to bring forth Zeiss, Barin, and Dylan, eager to hear their opinions on the proposed alliance. Chapter 41. The Battle of Holy Spirit City. Upon hearing that their leader had returned, Zeiss, Barin, and Dylan rushed back to Loy's City with the exuberance of children, eager to reunite with the long-lost figure they revered. When they beheld Elia, who appeared almost like a young girl, they were momentarily taken aback. Have you 3 lost your senses? Why do you stare at me so? Elia asked with a hint of suspicion. Is it really you, our leader? Barin could not contain his disbelief. Indeed, without a doubt, Elia replied with a smile. I don't believe it, Zeiss retorted coldly. Nor do I, Dylan added, scrutinizing Elia closely. Seeing her loyal companions doubt her identity, Elia drew forth her sacred sword. As it was unsheathed, a radiant light illuminated the room. Leader, it truly is you. Zeiss, Barin, and the others exclaimed in unison. Are you lot only convinced by the sword and not by me? Elia said, a hint of irritation in her tone. Barin remarked. It's just that time has treated you kindly while the rest of us have aged. Look at us. We have all turned into uncles, whereas you seem to have become a young girl. How can we believe you are our leader? Enough of this idle chatter. We have pressing matters to discuss. King York wishes to ally with us, offering Muir and Holy Spirit City in return. What are your thoughts? Elia stated. I have heard about the Northern Kingdom's army invading the Wind Kingdom. I believe neither side is virtuous. It would be wise for us to remain uninvolved and let them fight amongst themselves, Barin asserted directly. Elia nodded in response, remaining silent. She turned her gaze towards Zeiss. Zeiss said, it seems that the royal city intends to eliminate King York in one fell swoop. If the King of York is vanquished, the next to face annihilation may very well be our Heavenly Emperor's sect. Does the King of York truly lack the strength to fight? Arya inquired, puzzled. Sis nodded and replied, in the Battle of the Wind Realm, the elite forces of the King of York engaged in fierce combat with the Eastern Alliance, suffering significant losses. The Eastern region still requires a military presence to maintain stability. The King of York currently possesses insufficient troops to contend with the forces of the royal city. How many warriors can our Heavenly Emperor's sect muster? Arya asked. Our Holy Knight Order comprises merely 6 or 7,000. Our forces are inadequate to confront the royal city's army of 15,000, Sis replied candidly. Bishop, you can't seriously be considering an alliance with the King of York, can you? Hunterhawk questioned. Arya nodded, stating, as Sis has articulated, if the Wind Nation falls, our Heavenly Emperor's sect will be next. Rather than waiting idly for our demise, we should fight with all our might. After surveying the group for their opinions, she continued. I agree. Sis was the first to express his support. Varen echoed, I concur. Eventually, Hunter and Dylan had no choice but to agree as well. Thus, Arya accepted the envoy from the Wind Nation's proposal for an alliance and arranged with the King of York to converge their forces at the Holy Spirit City in the Central Four Cities to jointly confront the army of the Royal City. Upon learning that the Heavenly Emperor sect had accepted Muir City and Holy Spirit City and agreed to ally with him, the King of York breathed a sigh of relief. He promptly summoned his troops and hastened to Holy Spirit City to unite with the forces of the Heavenly Emperor sect. At this juncture, the army of the Royal City had gathered entirely at Malak City by the shores of Ronald Lake. King Stokey's eye was poring over maps, contemplating the next steps in his military strategy. Count Roland, what do you think is the best approach to swiftly seize Assa City? Stokey's eye inquired, glancing at Roland Norman by his side. I believe the King of York's forces are feeble and cannot withstand your Majesty's army. We should mobilize immediately and head straight for Assa City. At that point, the enemy will surely flee in terror and submit to your Majesty's might, Roland asserted. Stokey's eye nodded in agreement. However, Roland continued, I propose we retain a portion of our forces here in Malak City to safeguard our retreat should the enemy attempt to sever our escape route. Count Roland's foresight is commendable. Very well, we shall depart for Assa City tomorrow, leaving 1,000 troops to garrison Malak City, Stokey's eye decided, adopting Roland's counsel. As they journeyed southward, the Royal City's army plundered abundantly at each location to swiftly replenish their supplies. True to Count Roland's predictions, wherever the Royal City's forces advanced, the enemy fled in panic. However, upon reaching Holy Spirit City, they discovered the gates firmly shut, with the defenders resolutely holding their ground. The accompanying mage of the Royal City's army utilized the Eye of Divination to assess the situation within Holy Spirit City and discovered that the King of York commanded 6,000 troops lying in wait inside. Upon learning that the King of York was personally stationed at Holy Spirit City, Stokey's eye commanded an assault on the city, intent on capturing the King of York alive. As the command to assault the city echoed, the royal army besieged from all directions. On the battlements stood King York alongside the royal sorcerer, Macy. Can you discern the location of the enemy's commander? Inquired King York. With a gesture of his golden-threaded ebony staff, Sorcerer Macy replied, It is situated in the midst of those cavalrymen. It appears that breaching their defenses will prove quite arduous. Such matters are not for your majesty to fret over. Macy reassured with a smile. Before the siege hammer of the royal army could reach the base of the walls, Sorcerer Macy cast a spell, shattering it with a colossal earthen hammer. Observing this, King Stock his eye promptly commanded the accompanying archmage to assist in the assault. 7 archmages convened, and after deliberation, they decided that one would engage in a magical duel with the enemy sorcerer, while the others would seek opportunities to sabotage the city gates. The archmage tasked with contending against Macy was none other than the esteemed head of the Magic Academy, Daradin. With staff in hand and incantations on his lips, Daradin soon conjured a massive black void in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a monstrous creature, adorned with grand wings, emerged from the abyss. Pointing his staff towards Macy's position, Daradin commanded the beast to soar towards the 2 figures on the battlements. Upon spotting the flying monstrosity barreling towards him, Macy was taken aback. With a swift flourish of his golden-threaded ebony staff, he unleashed a barrage of brilliant golden light towards the creature. Just as the radiant beams were poised to strike, the beast deftly maneuvered, evading the assault. With a powerful flap of its wings, it accelerated towards Macy and King York. With no other recourse, Macy invoked another spell. As the gigantic winged beast prepared to descend upon them, a colossal frost dragon suddenly manifested from thin air. With a thunderous roar, the frost dragon collided with the winged creature, creating a cacophony that echoed through the skies, sending shockwaves of terror through the ranks of soldiers below, who dared not look directly at the spectacle. Chapter 42. A battle to the death. The accompanying sorcerers, shielded by soldiers, gradually approached the city gates. Just as they readied their staffs to cast spells upon the gates, a dozen valiant warriors leaped from the battlements, charging towards the sorcerers outside. Protect the archmages, the commander urgently commanded. Before the warriors even touched the ground, they had transformed into fearsome werewolves. With furious howls, they lunged at the archmages shielded by the soldiers. A resounding thud echoed as one soldier was sent flying by a werewolf's powerful strike. The creature then bared its fangs, lunging at another soldier. The archmages, concealed behind the soldiers, swiftly unleashed their spells. Moments later, several soldiers morphed into colossal beasts, surging forward to engage the werewolves in fierce combat. Subsequently, the archmages united their powers to cast fireballs at the city gates. One after another, immense fireballs struck the massive wooden gates, igniting them in a roaring blaze. The task of the Grand Sorcerers was accomplished, and under the protection of the soldiers, they began their measured retreat. However, more than a dozen werewolf warriors relentlessly pursued them. These fierce werewolves, at great cost, ultimately succeeded in slaying 2 of the Grand Sorcerers. Upon witnessing the gates of the Holy Spirit City engulfed in flames, the troops of the royal city rushed towards the gates. King York, upon seeing the destruction of the gates, immediately led his men towards that direction. At that moment, King York, wielding a great sword and clad in battle armor, fought valiantly alongside his soldiers against the surging tide of the royal city army at the gates. Gazing at the Holy Spirit City, which was being overwhelmed by the royal city forces, King Stokey's eye felt a surge of exhilaration. He murmured to himself, "After this battle, I shall surely annihilate the entire Wind Kingdom." Just as his words faded, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. "Your Majesty, trouble looms. The Holy Knights are advancing," reported a cavalryman racing back on horseback. "How many of them are there?" inquired King Stokey's eye. "A dark mass, approximately several thousand," the cavalryman replied. After a moment of contemplation, King Stokey's eye declared, "Let us disregard them for now. We shall first seize the city." Thus, under the protection of his guards, he galloped towards the Holy Spirit City. At this juncture, the royal city army had already breached the defenses of the Holy Spirit City. They were locked in a desperate struggle with the York army. Thick smoke billowed, and flames soared high. The townsfolk, seizing sticks and weapons, joined the York soldiers in repelling the invading royal city forces. 6,000 warriors of the Holy Knights, led by Elia, surged towards the Holy Spirit City like a tempest of darkness. From her steed, Elia wielded the holy sword, cleaving through the ranks of the royal city army arrayed below. A tremendous beam of white light erupted forth, sending the royal city soldiers flying as if they were mere paper. "Slay them!" roared the soldiers of both sides, clashing fiercely. Following closely beside Elia were Sis and Baron. The trio, like a razor-sharp blade, swiftly tore through the formations of the royal city army. After a fierce skirmish, the Order of the Knights, led by Elia, successfully broke through the blockade of the royal city forces and surged into the Holy Spirit City. The Holy Knights, in concert with the York army, engaged in a fierce battle against the royal city forces within the city. At this time, the national master, Macy, was utterly exhausted. His duel with the Grand Sorcerer Daradin had drained him of immense magical and mental energy. He could only hide in a corner, silently observing the gruesome slaughter that unfolded around him, reminiscent of hell itself. The battle raged on until dusk. Ultimately, the royal city army could not withstand the combined might of the York army and the Holy Knights, and they retreated from the Holy Spirit City. Given the heavy casualties on both sides, neither Elia nor York commanded a pursuit of the royal city forces, leading a few thousand battered troops. King Stokey's eye made a hasty retreat towards the kingdom of Aellen, showing no sign of stopping along the way. While King York emerged victorious in the Battle of the Holy Spirit City, he too suffered the loss of over 3,000 soldiers. As per their prior agreement, King York relinquished both the Holy Spirit City and the city of Muir. On the banks of Lake Ronald lies the city of Marla, which remains under the control of the people of Aellen. Within the city of Holy Spirit, there are still thousands of wounded soldiers and prisoners from the royal army. King York entrusted all of them to Arya. A few days later, he led his men out of Holy Spirit City. Arya gathered the thousands of captives and addressed them. "I am Arya Stark, the High Priestess of the Heavenly Emperor. Your lives now rest entirely in my hands." After a brief pause, she surveyed the captives and wounded, then continued, "I present you with 2 choices, to die or to become my loyal servants. Choose wisely." Those who opted for death were executed on the spot, while the rest who wished to live were left to serve as slaves in Holy Spirit City. Subsequently, Arya led the followers of the Heavenly Emperor in the reconstruction of the city. Additionally, she dispatched Zeiss to Moor City to take control of it. Zeiss's takeover of Moor City was smooth, thanks to prior arrangements made by King York with the city's lord. The people of Moor City understood that it was the intervention of the Heavenly Emperor that enabled King York to repel the invading royal army. Thus, they did not resist the Heavenly Emperor's presence. Upon his return to the royal city, King Stokey's eye learned that a group of individuals had arrived from the distant continent of the Seven Kingdoms. Among them was a young noble named Rhaen Lannister, who sought an audience with Her Highness the Princess. Out of curiosity about the continent, King Stokey's eye welcomed the distant guests. Looking at the tall, handsome young man with golden hair standing in the center of the royal court, he inquired, "What is your name, and from whence do you hail?" The golden-haired youth replied, "Your Majesty, I am Rhaen Lannister, from the continent of the Seven Kingdoms." "The Seven Kingdoms? What kind of place is that? I have not heard of it before." King Stark, as I asked with intrigue. Ren Lannister explained. The 7 kingdoms lie to the east of your esteemed nation, separated by a sea. Oh, King Stark, as I replied, somewhat skeptical. After a moment, he asked, what brings you across the sea? Ren Lannister responded, I have long heard of your majesty's illustrious greatness, a ruler of unparalleled wisdom. Thus, I have come to pay my respects and to behold your divine presence. Ha ha ha, young man, well said. I shall take your words as truth. Very well. I grant you the freedom to roam within the borders of Aellen. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult my ministers, King Stark, as I said with delight. Ren Lannister expressed his gratitude and took his leave. In truth, he had been in the royal city for some time, gathering information that the Stark's dynasty had fallen in a coup. Moreover, the princess he yearned for, Princess Arya Stark, was nowhere to be found. Chapter 43. Casey Winton. To reach the land of Aellen, Ren Lannister had traversed the sea 3 times. This time, thanks to the generous payment he offered to a skilled astronomer, he successfully landed in Aellen. Thus, Ren Lannister was determined to find Princess Ishtar, no matter the cost. In pursuit of her, he resolved to traverse the continent of Aellen. Departing from the royal city, he journeyed southward, admiring the breathtaking landscapes of foreign lands while inquiring about Ishtar's whereabouts. To his surprise, when he reached the vicinity of Lake Ronal, he discovered that his funds had been entirely depleted. With no money, even the simplest meal became a challenge. Reluctantly, he decided to head to the nearby city of Mara in search of work, intending to save enough to continue his search for Ishtar. Upon entering Mara, Ren realized he had gone an entire day and night without sustenance. He was uncertain how he had managed to endure. Overwhelmed by hunger, he sought refuge in a tavern, ordering a feast and devouring the food ravenously. Shortly thereafter, a young woman clad in hunting attire approached his table. She scrutinized Ren for a moment before asking, "May I sit here?" Ren glanced up at the woman and nodded, returning to his meal. The young huntress found Ren's focused consumption both amusing and intriguing. After a while, she introduced herself. "I am Casey Winton. What is your name?" Ren took a generous sip of exquisite wine before meeting Casey's gaze. "I am Ren Lannister. The surname Lannister is quite rare. Where do you hail from?" Casey inquired. Her interest piqued as she observed the handsome stranger with golden hair and striking blue eyes. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, Ren stammered, I am an outsider." "Oh, an outsider?" Casey responded with skepticism. She glanced at the formidable sword resting on the table and asked, "Are you a knight?" Ren nodded affirmatively. Casey continued, "I have a task at hand. Would you be interested in joining me? If you can cover my meal, I shall accompany you on this endeavor." Ren wiped his mouth and replied, "All right." Casey turned to the tavern keeper. "Check, please." Following this, Ren accompanied Casey as they exited the tavern, strolling down the street in tandem. After a while, Ren could no longer contain his curiosity. "What task are we to undertake?" Casey looked up at the sky and responded, "It is still early. Let us wander a bit." "Is this your first visit to Mara?" "Yes, I've never been here before," Ren admitted. "Do you find it beautiful?" Casey asked, glancing at the tall and handsome Ren. Ren nodded, "Indeed. The scenery of lakes and mountains is picturesque, and the castle's beauty is poetic. Truly, it is a rare gem of a place. Are you complimenting my beauty?" Casey teased, smiling at Ren. "If you perceive it that way, then yes," Ren replied. "This task may prove challenging. Perhaps we should gather a few more people?" Casey inquired with a playful smile. In Casey's eyes, Ren discerned genuine enthusiasm and admiration. He offered a faint smile, turning his gaze elsewhere. He feigned ignorance, pretending not to see or understand. Noticing that Ren remained silent, Casey suggested, "It's still early. Shall we explore that tower?" She pointed towards the towering spire that loomed over the city of Mara. Ren gazed up at the cloud-kissed edifice, curiosity swelling within him. What breathtaking view awaited from its summit? After a lengthy ascent along the winding steps, Casey and Ren finally reached the observatory at the pinnacle of the spire. The wind howled past their ears, and the sprawling vistas of Mara and its surroundings unfolded before them. "Wow, it's beautiful," Casey exclaimed, captivated by the distant scenery. "Indeed," Ren replied, equally enthralled. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its afterglow painted the western clouds in hues of crimson. Feeling the chill, Casey instinctively tightened her garment. Stealing a glance at Ren, she noted that he was too engrossed in the distant beauty to notice the cold. "Do you feel a bit chilly? Shall we head down?" Ren inquired. Casey replied, a tinge of disappointment washing over her. Gathering a few companions, they departed from Mara before the city gates closed. In the dead of night, Casey, Ren, and their group arrived at a village. The moon hung large and round in the sky, draping the entire settlement in a silvery glow. In the distance, the haunting howl of wolves echoed. Moments later, shadowy figures raced beneath the moonlight, their eyes glowing a sinister red, soon revealing themselves as werewolves. Werewolves? One exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, you are correct. Our mission is to hunt these creatures, Casey declared, distributing several specially crafted silver daggers among the group. With these daggers, pierce the hearts of the werewolves, she instructed, gripping her long sword as she strode purposefully towards a nearby farmhouse. One werewolf had already breached the farmhouse, violently battering the door. Inside, the occupants, hearing its low growl, cowered beneath their beds in terror. Casey, Rain, and their companions surrounded the creature. Upon seeing them, the werewolf abandoned its assault on the door and lunged at Casey. As she deftly sidestepped, she slashed her sword toward the werewolf. The beast missed its target, sustaining a wound from her blade, and let out a furious roar as it turned its wrath toward Rain. With his greatsword in hand, Rain executed a diagonal strike aimed at the werewolf's legs. Remarkably, the creature twisted mid-air to evade the attack. Upon landing, the werewolf swiped at a nearby hunter with its razor-sharp claws. The hunter raised his greatsword to defend, but with a resounding crack, the blade shattered in two. Terrified, the man fled, only to be swiftly pursued and fatally bitten by the werewolf. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the others were filled with both fear and rage. They surged forward, their greatswords swinging with vengeance, determined to avenge their fallen companion. Through their fierce efforts, the werewolf ultimately succumbed to its numerous wounds. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, Kathy Winton plunged her silver dagger into the heart of the werewolf. Subsequently, she severed the creature's head and carried it away. The man who had fallen victim to the werewolf was cremated by his comrades, for it was said that those bitten by a werewolf might transform into one themselves. They remained uncertain whether their deceased companion would rise again as a werewolf. After a night of relentless effort, Kathy, Rain, and their companions had slain a total of 5 werewolves. They then proceeded towards the city of Muir with the severed heads in tow. Chapter 44. The Werewolf Forbidden Zone. Upon their arrival in Muir, Rain discovered that the werewolf hunting mission had been commissioned by the Church of the Celestial Emperor in the city. For each werewolf slain after accepting the mission, the hunters were entitled to receive 10 gold coins from the church. After Kathy exchanged the werewolf heads for gold coins, she and her companions divided the bounty. She inquired of the hunters whether they wished to continue pursuing this lucrative task. However, they deemed the hunt for werewolves too perilous and expressed their reluctance to continue. Only Rain was willing to remain and accompany Kathy in the endeavor. Today, Kathy was in high spirits, not only for having earned her reward, but also because Rain chose to stay. At that moment, a messenger from the Church of the Celestial Emperor approached Kathy and Rain. Our esteemed leader of the Holy Knight Order wishes to speak with you both. Might you have a moment? The messenger inquired. The leader wishes to see us? Kathy asked, her excitement palpable. Indeed, the messenger confirmed with a nod. That is splendid. We are available. Where shall we meet this esteemed leader? Kathy eagerly questioned. Please, follow me. The messenger replied courteously. Thus, Kathy and Rain followed the envoy to the Lord's Manor in Muir. I am Sis, the leader of the Holy Knight Order. May I ask who you are? Sis inquired. Kathy Winton. Rain Lannister. They introduced themselves. Sis gazed into Kathy's eyes and said, You both exhibited remarkable prowess during the werewolf hunt. I hold great admiration for your skills. Might you be interested in joining my knightly order? I would be delighted. Kathy responded with enthusiasm. Sis nodded and turned to Rain, asking, And what about you? He is willing as well. We are in this together, Kathy interjected. Rain, taken aback by Sis's presence, had initially intended to decline. However, upon witnessing Sis's cheerful demeanor, he found it difficult to refuse. Oh, Sis remarked, as if he had already grasped the underlying dynamics. He then instructed his subordinates to escort Kathy and Rain to the Knightly Order's training camp. On their first day within the order, Kathy and Rain engaged in the study of the history of the Church of the Celestial Emperor. To their astonishment, they learned that the church had been founded by a woman named Arya Stark, who also served as its first bishop. I must seize the opportunity to meet this legendary bishop, Kathy resolved. Kathy Winton excitedly spoke to Rain, who merely smiled in response, remaining silent. As a member of the Holy Knight Order, our duty is to safeguard the faith, ensuring the safety of the bishop and the lives and properties of the faithful. We wield great swords and possess formidable might, yet we must not abuse our strength to oppress the weak. Our purpose is to protect those who require our protection. A series of inspiring declarations from the Holy Knight Order resonated from the podium. The more Kathy listened, the more invigorated she became, while Rain appeared increasingly drowsy, evidently disinterested in the proceedings. The next day, upon her arrival at the training grounds, Kathy immediately stirred a commotion. for she was the first female knight of the Holy Knight Order, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. Cathy Winton's beauty was unlike that of any other woman. It embodied a wild elegance and a strength that captivated all. Beneath her sun-kissed skin burned a vibrant ferocity, and her dark eyes sparkled with both intelligence and tranquility. Yet, she remained oblivious to the eager gazes cast upon her from all directions, as if the men simply did not exist. Cathy Winton and Rain were inseparable, whether in training or during breaks, which irked their peers. Consequently, some individuals privately sought to challenge Rain, curious to ascertain whether this seemingly simple-minded fellow possessed the prowess to act as a guardian for Cathy. As a man of House Lannister, Rain's swordsmanship was undoubtedly exceptional. He effortlessly overcame his challengers, swiftly earning himself the illustrious title of the Golden Leopard. Sis received a letter from the Southern Lands. Aellen expressed in her missive her deep desire to meet him. The longing and affection conveyed through her words made Sis wish he could sprout wings and fly directly to Aellen's side. However, the Holy Knight Order had too many pressing matters to attend to. At that moment, there had been a series of incidents involving werewolves attacking humans near the city of Muir, preventing him from journeying to Goth City. Each day, the Holy Knight Order dispatched a team of knights to search for traces of the werewolves beyond the city walls. On this day, it was Cathy Winton's turn, leading a small squad of over 10, including Rain, to patrol outside the city. Where did these werewolves come from? One knight casually inquired. They say from the Wind Country. It was reported that during the battle in Holy Spirit City, a werewolf from the Wind Country killed the Grand Mage of the Northern Aellen Kingdom, replied another knight. But why were the werewolves released? Cathy could not help but ask. The knight shrugged, saying, who knows? Another knight pondered for a moment before suggesting. Perhaps they intend to create a no-man's land between Marla City and Muir City to prevent the influence of the Aellen Kingdom from spreading southward. Is this strategy effective? Cathy inquired. It doesn't help the military. However, ordinary people certainly dare not venture into this area, the knight continued. After their patrol, Cathy observed that the frequency of werewolf sightings near Muir City was relatively low, while encounters became increasingly common as they approached Marla City. It appears that, as the knight asserted, the Kingdom of Winds has dispatched werewolves to thwart the southern advance of the Northern Allens. The proliferation of werewolves has rendered the territory between Marla City, Muir City, and Rooney City nearly desolate. An alarming congregation of werewolves now poses a significant threat to the three cities. Furthermore, any action from either the Northern Allens, the Kingdom of Winds, or the Celestial Church must take into account the menace presented by the werewolves. Perhaps this is the true motive behind the Kingdom of Winds unleashing such a multitude of these creatures. After suffering defeat in the southern campaign, King Stokes I has no intention of proceeding southward. Stationed in Marla City with a formidable army, he is content to reign as emperor from the royal city. Following the battles of the Wind Plains and Holy Spirit City, King York of the Kingdom of Winds is in a dire state, lacking the strength to engage in further combat. Thus, he has resorted to the idea of employing werewolves to create a no-man's land. At this moment, Arya Stark of the Celestial Church is preoccupied with the reconstruction of Holy Spirit City and the expansion of her church's influence. She has yet to turn her attention towards territorial expansion. However, out of love for her congregation, as a bishop, she has issued a bounty for the hunting of werewolves. Chapter 45. Roderick. At this juncture, the forces from the south have mobilized. Count Roderick has led his troops across the border of the Kingdom of Winds, advancing towards Asa City. In desperation, King York once again dispatched envoys to Holy Spirit City seeking assistance. Yet, this time, Arya Stark refused King York's plea. She asserted that Louis I of the Southern Lands was originally a member of the Stoke royal family, destined to become the sovereign of the Allens. It is the duty of the Celestial Church to protect the monarch, thus providing no justification for aiding the Kingdom of Winds against the royal house. Given the pre-existing alliance between the Celestial Church and the Kingdom of Winds, they shall not intervene in the conflict between the Southern Lands and the Kingdom of Winds. Reluctantly, King York found himself compelled to venture alone to Mogwong Mountain City. My lord, the Southern army is advancing, and I urgently require your assistance, King York stated candidly. The lord of Mogwong Mountain City, Count D. White, smiled slightly and inquired, might I ask, your majesty, which do you deem more vital, the throne or your life? Taken aback, King York slowly responded, a life devoid of a throne is bleak and utterly meaningless. Ah, so it seems your majesty places greater value on power, remarked Count D. White. Speak. What conditions must be met for you to assist me? King York demanded. Elvira, Count D. White replied. You. King York exclaimed furiously, she is my queen. Are you insulting me? If you fail this time, you will be nothing at all. rather than allowing her to suffer alongside you. It would be far better for her to remain in the comfort and happiness of Mogwang Mountain City, Count D. White stated calmly. Although Count D. White spoke the truth, King York, as a monarch, could not acquiesce to such an impertinent demand. He rose in anger, intending to depart. At that moment, Count D. White stood and declared, "If you are willing to relinquish the throne to Prince Wood, I would be inclined to assist you once more." King York halted his steps, closing his eyes as vivid memories of his arduous struggle for the throne surfaced in his mind. Countless battles fought with bloodshed, and numerous near-death experiences had forged his relentless pursuit of power. He was not inclined to relinquish all he had fought for so easily. Yet, without the aid of Mogwang Mountain City, the Wind Nation truly risked annihilation at the hands of the Southern Army. Very well, I shall concede the throne to Wood. Should we successfully repel the Southern forces, King York ultimately proclaimed. A promise is a promise, Count D. White chuckled, his mirth evoking a sense of distaste in King York. The Southern Army, numbering 10,000 strong, advanced northward under the command of Count Roderick, unimpeded by any obstacle. Capture Assar City. Bring forth the traitor York alive, and a bounty of gold shall be yours. Count Roderick declared, his sword pointed at Assar City as he shouted with fervor. Charge! The Southern soldiers roared, surging toward the city. On the battlements, a rain of arrows fell like locusts, claiming the lives and wounding countless assailants. Boulders crashed down, battering the Southern soldiers, who screamed in agony. Yet the Southern army pressed on relentlessly, employing battering rams to assail the gates, which trembled under the immense force of their strikes. The Wind Nation's sage, Messi, wielded his golden-threaded black pearwood staff, summoning fiery projectiles that rained down upon the Southern forces. Soldiers struck by the fireballs transformed into living torches, fleeing in terror. After a fierce struggle, the Southern troops finally breached the battlements. A chaotic melee ensued as they clashed with the defenders. As the Southern forces swelled in number upon the walls, the defenders began to falter. At that moment, the gates were breached, and a tide of Southern soldiers surged through, flooding the city. Soon, Assar City was ablaze, descending into a nightmarish inferno. Just then, 1,000 brave warriors from Mogwang, led by Count D. White, charged forth on swift steeds like a tempestuous storm toward Count Roderick's position. Protect the Count, the captain commanded. Over 2,000 guards formed a protective phalanx around Count Roderick. With a fierce growl, Count D. White transformed into a werewolf, leaping from his galloping horse to pounce upon Roderick's guards. With a chorus of howls, the werewolves descended upon the center of the guards. Witnessing his protectors fall one after another, Count Roderick's expression morphed into one of sheer panic. With a sharp intake of breath, he drew his great sword, wary of the advancing werewolves that pierced through layer upon layer of defense. Transformed into a wolf, Count D. White's eyes glowed crimson as he sank his fangs into a fallen guard. The guard, desperately stabbing at D. White with his dagger, was met with despair as the wounds healed at an alarming rate before his very eyes. Count DeWitt did not slay the guard. Instead, he sank his teeth into the man's shoulder. In the midst of the guard's terrified and agonized screams, long wolf fur began to sprout on his hands and face. Following this, Count DeWitt lunged at the isolated and defenseless Count Roderick. "Beast, perish!" Roderick exclaimed, striking at the werewolf with his sword. The werewolf howled in agony as it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this, Count Roderick felt a surge of joy. He raised his great sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the werewolf's immense head. However, a sudden, searing pain surged through his calf. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that another werewolf had ambushed him from behind. Ignoring the fallen werewolf before him, Roderick swiftly turned and struck at the assailant. The werewolf let out a low growl and retreated, clutching a piece of flesh torn from Roderick's leg. The excruciating pain nearly caused Roderick to falter. He understood that he could not succumb. If he fell, the surrounding werewolves would surely tear him to shreds. A chorus of howls erupted as several werewolves circled Roderick. They refrained from attacking, waiting for an opportune moment to pounce and transform the old Count into one of their own. The ground was littered with corpses, both of the werewolves and the guards. Alarmingly, some of the guards' bodies were undergoing a transformation. It would not be long before those corpses rose again as werewolves. At that moment, 3 swift steeds galloped into view. Leading the charge was the commander of the Sacred Knights, Sis, followed closely by Casey and Rain. Upon seeing the commander of the Sacred Knights approach, and realizing his own severe injuries, Count DeWitt led the werewolves in a hasty retreat. Chapter 46. Sis takes a bride. Are you Lord Sis? The old Count, his vision blurred by blood, strained to discern before asking. Indeed, it is I. Are you unscathed, my lord? Sis inquired. My calf is injured, Roderick replied, swaying dangerously on the verge of collapse. Sis promptly supported the old count. Casey stepped forward to bandage the count's wound, while Rain stood vigilant nearby. In the city of Asa, countless werewolves were engaged in a desperate battle against the southern soldiers who had invaded. The main thoroughfare was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Many houses lay in ruins. King York, leading his royal guard, fiercely defended his palace. Those southern soldiers attempting to advance were either incinerated by fireballs conjured by the court mage or fell victim to the archer's arrows. As time passed, the number of transformed werewolves grew exponentially, while the southern soldiers dwindled. Confronted with an ever-increasing horde of werewolves, the soldiers transitioned from astonishment to sheer terror. They realized that victory was unattainable, and thus, they were compelled to retreat from the city of Asa. Count Roderick, under the escort of Sis, Casey, and others, departed the borders of the Wind Kingdom. Upon returning to Gothic City, Roderick urged Aellen to hold their son, Westesis, who was just over a year old, and present him to Cisbladen. Cisbladen stood in stunned silence, gazing at Aellen cradling the child. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He never anticipated that before he could even propose to the old count, Aellen had remarried. Regret washed over him. He lamented the decision to send Aellen and their child to Gothic City. Had he not done so, would they be facing this outcome today? Call your father. Aellen gently instructed the little one in her arms. Father, Westesis called out in a tender voice. A sigh of nervous relief escaped Cisbladen as he looked at Aellen and asked, What is happening? I thought you. Aellen, noticing the myriad of expressions on Cisbladen's face, smiled and replied, This is our child. I named him Westesis. With that, she handed the child over to Cisbladen. He embraced his son, overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. He had never imagined he would have a son, a testament to the love shared between him and Aellen. Captain, you accomplished a great feat by escorting the queen and her child here. And now, you have rescued me from that pack of werewolves. How do you intend for me to repay this kindness? The old count inquired, somewhat inopportunely. I have but one request. Cisbladen fervently stated. I ask that you grant me the hand of your beautiful and noble daughter in marriage. I will dedicate my life to protecting, cherishing, and loving her. You wish to marry my daughter? She is Her Majesty, the esteemed queen. The old count exclaimed, his anger flaring unexpectedly. Cisbladen was taken aback by the old count's sudden ire. He stepped forward and declared, Your daughter has always been a paragon of nobility in my heart. I would gladly serve her as a devoted servant, in this life and beyond. My affection for her is genuine. The old count's demeanor softened slightly, yet he remained noncommittal. Suddenly, Cisbladen recalled something and said, My lord, do you remember our previous agreement? Agreement? What agreement? My age has dulled my memory of many things, the old count replied, his gaze flickering. Cisbladen quickly continued, You once promised to grant me one request. I wish to invoke that promise today. I implore you to allow me to marry your daughter. Very well. I consent. The men of the Fox family keep their word. A promise is worth its weight in gold, the old count proclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. Thus, Cisbladen married Aellen in Gothic City. Meanwhile, Rian, who had stayed in Gothic City for over a month, learned many things from Casey Winton. For instance, Aellen was originally the queen of the kingdom of Aellen, who had been cast adrift due to a coup. Additionally, the Archbishop of the Celestial Church, Arya Stark, had once been the lawful wife of Stockies IV. Due to Arya's prolonged search for her daughter, she had not returned home for many years, leading to her being deposed as princess by Stokes IV, who subsequently married Aellen Fox as his queen. It was at this moment that Rain realized the astonishing events that had transpired over the years. The Princess Isis Stock had vanished into the vast sea of humanity long ago. Upon receiving this news, Rain fell into a profound despondency. Casey Winton, unaware of Rain's turmoil, was filled with concern yet felt powerless to assist. A few days later, Sis, Casey, and Rain departed from Got City on swift steeds, racing towards the direction of Muir City. Upon their return to Muir City, they were summoned by the bishop to Holy Spirit City. As Casey Winton and Rain entered the city, they were apprehended by the agents of the Celestial Church. Sis bellowed, What is your intention? They are under my protection. The Celestial Church envoy replied in a hushed tone, The bishop is awaiting you. What is the meaning of this? Sis inquired angrily. All of this is at the bishop's behest, came the reply. The bishop is quite displeased. You would do well to tread carefully. Commander, the envoy advised softly. Your Grace. Sis bowed to Arya and continued, I hope to speak with you. Arya regarded Sis in silence for a moment before coolly remarking, Congratulations on marrying a woman from the Fox family and establishing a household. Sis remained silent, pondering, what could have upset the chief? Is it merely because I married Aellen without her consent? Noticing Sis's reticence, Arya spoke directly. I previously stated that you should not intervene in the conflict between King York and the southern lands. Why did you disregard my warning? I have done nothing wrong. I merely went to rescue someone. Sis replied earnestly. What exactly have you done? Who can say? But now King York has dispatched inquiries regarding our failure to uphold our agreement and assist Count Roderick. How do you propose I respond? Arya asked coolly. There is no need to respond at all. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Sis questioned, somewhat perplexed. Aren't we allies of King York? Arya asserted. Not anymore. Sis interrupted. He surveyed Arya, Hank, and Baron before stating, our current allies are the southern lands. I have married the mother of their king. We have officially allied with the southern lands. Chapter 47. A kiss seals the deal. Arya gazed silently at Sis, neither responding nor acknowledging the claim of an alliance with the southern lands. Clearly, she was waiting for Sis to provide a more substantial and reasonable explanation. As the bishop had previously indicated, the king of the southern lands was the legitimate royal family and should rightfully be the ruler of all. Forming an alliance with the southern lands is the rightful path. Meanwhile, York, as a rebel, disrupts the realm and disregards the suffering of the people. Now, he has colluded with werewolves, committing further atrocities. How can the Holy One allow him to endure? Sis exclaimed passionately. After listening, Arya nodded and said, You seem to have a point. However, this time you have indeed defied my command, intervening in the conflict between the Land of Winds and the southern continent. I must impose a penalty upon you as a warning. After a moment of contemplation, Elia pondered the nature of the punishment for Sis. After a while, she declared, I have decided to relieve you of your position as the Grand Commander of the Holy Knights, reducing you to the rank of captain. And as for your two companions, they shall face execution. You cannot treat them this way. It was I who insisted they accompany me to Asa's city. I am willing to take their punishment in their stead. You cannot execute them. Sis exclaimed in astonishment. I am the High Priestess of the Celestial Empire. It is I who shall determine their fate, Elia retorted, turning her back and departing. No, Sis shouted in fury, imprisoned in the dungeon. Casey and Rain could hardly fathom that they had been sentenced to death so swiftly. They were still engaged in light-hearted discussions about the amusing events in Gothic City when the next day arrived, and Casey Winton and Rain were escorted to the guillotine. A crowd had gathered below, comprised of warriors from the knightly order, citizens of the Holy Spirit City, and a multitude of slaves. High Priestess Elia pointed at Rain and Casey Winton, proclaiming, These two have defied military orders by participating in the conflict between the Land of Winds and the southern continent. Those who violate military commands shall be executed. Proceed with the execution. At her command, two members of the Celestial Empire approached the guillotine, bearing black hoods. Your Highness, I hail from the Seven Kingdoms, and I wish to see your daughter, Princess Isha. Rain shouted towards Elia, who stood a short distance away. Upon hearing the mention of the Seven Kingdoms, Elia froze momentarily. When she regained her composure, Rain and Casey had already donned their hoods. She quickly ordered the execution to be halted. Elia instructed her subordinates to remove Casey and Rain from the guillotine. She turned to the handsome and tall Rain Lannister and inquired, You just claimed to be from the Seven Kingdoms. Is that true? Indeed. I truly come from the Seven Kingdoms, Rain affirmed. What is your name? Elia asked. My name is Rain Lannister, he replied candidly. Elia scrutinized Rain closely before exclaiming, You are a member of the Lannister family? Yes. My father is Jaime Lannister, and my mother is the Grand Commander of the Imperial Knights, Byrne, Rain elaborated. Oh, my heavens. You are the son of Byrne. Tell me, what brings you from the Seven Kingdoms to this place? Elia inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have crossed the sea twice before, hoping to meet your daughter, Princess Isha, but I was unsuccessful. Fortunately, I have succeeded this time, Rain responded with excitement. You wish to see Isha? Elia asked. Yes, I have traveled great distances to meet your daughter, Princess Isha. I hold deep affection for her, Rain confessed, his enthusiasm palpable. Elia regarded the handsome young man before her in surprise. After a moment, she sighed and said, I must admit, I am impressed by your resolve. Well, this is my daughter, Isha. Elia gently stroked the parrot perched on her shoulder and remarked, Little one, do you not claim to be my daughter Isha every day? Why have you suddenly stopped speaking? Oh, I remember now. You are that chubby little one, exclaimed Isha in astonishment. You are truly Princess Isha Stark? Rain asked in disbelief. Indeed. Well, after all these years, you have grown so tall, she replied. By the way, you mentioned you liked me. Is that true? Isha pressed on. Rain nodded, saying, Yes, I do like you. I intend to marry no one but you in this lifetime. If you genuinely cherish me, then kiss me. Isha said calmly. Rain cautiously extended his hands, allowing Isha to leap into his palms. He then gently kissed her beak. To the astonishment of those present, after the kiss, the former little parrot transformed in a radiant glow into a beautiful woman clad in a wedding gown. This enchanting figure was none other than Princess Isha. She and Rain Lannister embraced passionately. Arya stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared to discover that this parrot was indeed her daughter Isha. Even more astonishing was the fact that she bore an uncanny resemblance to Daenerys Targaryen. Undoubtedly, she was Daenerys' daughter, Arya mused. Catelyn Winton gazed at Rain and Isha in despair, unable to comprehend that the man she adored was now embracing another woman before her eyes. In anguish, Catelyn cried out and departed. She was heartbroken, yet she understood that it was fate, one person waiting for another. But who was waiting for her? Arya did not stop Catelyn. She had long realized that the girl had feelings for Rain. Today is a splendid day. My daughter has brought her boyfriend to meet me, Arya jested. What do you plan to do? Will you accompany Rain back to the Seven Kingdoms? Arya inquired of Isha. I have not yet decided, Isha replied honestly. Although I do not know how you transformed into a parrot, the fact that he can return you to your true form indicates that he is your destined one. What I wish to impart is that you must learn to cherish what you have before it is lost. Mother, I understand. I will treat him well, Isha affirmed. Isha and Rain chose not to leave Arya, for Isha felt that her mother needed her now. Although she was uncertain of how she could assist her mother, she believed she should remain. In accordance with the agreement with Count DeWitt, King York of the Wind Kingdom relinquished the throne to his son Wood. The young Wood became the ruler of the Wind Kingdom, while Count DeWitt assumed the role of regent. In the Southlands, Count Roderick heard that his esteemed son-in-law, Sise, had been demoted for violating regulations to save him, which infuriated him. Consequently, he penned a personal letter to Sise, summoning him to the Southlands. Sise hesitated. He yearned to reunite with his beloved wife, Aellen, yet he was acutely aware that Arya would not easily permit his departure, especially at this juncture. How to depart from Elia with dignity. This was a matter that had long been weighing on Sith's mind. Chapter 48, Awakening of Talent. Shortly thereafter, the Southern Continent dispatched envoys to the Holy Spirit City to discuss an alliance with the Lord of the Heavenly Emperor. The Southern Continent promised that, following the alliance, the Heavenly Emperor's Church would be permitted to propagate freely within its territory, and its followers would receive due respect. Additionally, the Southern Continent expressed its willingness to fund the construction of a grand cathedral for the Heavenly Emperor's Church in Goth City. However, the King of the Southern Continent hoped that in the future, Lord Sith of the Heavenly Emperor's Church would serve as the cathedral's steward, thereby facilitating matters concerning the alliance. Elia acquiesced to the Southern Continent's request for an alliance and agreed to appoint Sith as the chief steward of the Heavenly Emperor's Church in Goth City. Thus Sith, accompanied by a cadre of elite members from the church, set forth for Goth City. Among them was Casey Winton. Upon his arrival in the Southern Continent, Sith was summoned by the king, who subsequently appointed him as the commander of the Southern Continent's Knights, and tasked him with the formation of the Royal Knights. Elia soon realized the true intentions of the Southern Continent. However, she also understood that Sith had married Queen Aellen, the king's mother, and was no longer the same Sith she once knew. After Sith's departure, the affairs of Muir City required management, so Elia sent her daughter, Isla, to take charge there, with Rain accompanying her. Although Isla appeared as an adult, her mind remained that of a child in her teens, necessitating her reliance on Rain for guidance. Rain, drawing from his knowledge acquired in the Seven Kingdoms, advised Isla to select strong individuals for training to bolster the knights. He took it upon himself to manage the myriad affairs of Muir City, allowing Isla the time to delve into the peculiar knowledge swirling in her mind. One early morning, Isla arose at dawn, facing the wind and repeatedly chanting an incantation. As the rays of the rising sun fell upon her face, a warm current flowed through her being. At that moment, a phrase flashed in her mind, and she exclaimed, "Holy light." A beam of light descended from the heavens, striking a nearby tree. The branches ignited, rapidly engulfing the tree in flames. Isla stood in astonishment, unsure if the burning tree was a consequence of her actions. She recited the phrase once more, shouting, "Holy light." Another beam of light struck the tree, transforming it into a blazing inferno. Could those words be the incantation for casting magic? Isla murmured to herself. Thus, she resolved to compile the strange and wondrous words in her mind into a small booklet, aptly titled Ring of Light. Her daily endeavor would be to memorize the texts within the Ring of Light, practicing each spell in turn. Rain observed Isla's daily musings, oblivious to what she was reciting. He felt helpless yet refrained from voicing his concerns, as she was so passionate about learning and reading. He had no grounds to oppose her enthusiasm. On that day, Rain led a band of knights out of Muir City, intent on hunting down werewolves. Reports from villagers outside the city indicated that the number of werewolves was increasing. Rain, as a knight of the order, felt it was his duty to ensure the safety of the citizens under his protection. He believed it was time to teach those werewolves a lesson. Guiding his cohort, Rain searched for the werewolf lairs along the way, slaying many of the beasts. After traversing a path with over 50 knights, they finally arrived at the edge of a dense forest. Various signs suggested that this could be a gathering place for the werewolves. Dismounting, Rain boldly entered the woods, wielding his great sword. The knights behind him followed suit, dismounting and joining the advance. As they stepped into the forest, a foul stench of decay assailed their senses. Rain moved deeper, surveying his surroundings and remaining vigilant to any sounds. Suddenly, a low growl echoed, and a dark figure lunged at him. Rain swung his sword to intercept the oncoming wolf. At that moment, the surrounding underbrush and branches began to thrash violently. Countless wolves charged toward the knights from all directions. With a chorus of growls, the pack assaulted the knights. They fought valiantly, swinging their swords at the attacking wolves. However, one knight let out a terrible scream as he fell to the ground. Before his comrades could rush to his aid, 5 or 6 wolves descended upon him, tearing him apart in mere moments. Witnessing his companions fall one by one, Rain realized they could no longer hold their ground. He shouted, "Everyone retreat." Meanwhile, in the Lord's Manor of Muir City, Isabella was practicing a new spell. This incantation was particularly challenging. She had attempted it several times without success. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hurried back inside to retrieve a newly crafted staff. Returning to the courtyard, she held the staff in one hand while reciting the complex spell. Upon completion, she waved the staff, conjuring an image before her. Through the projection, Isabella saw Rain in the forest, pursued by a pack of wolves, and noticed that he had already sustained injuries. Panic washed over her as she turned pale. Quickly, she cast a spatial spell. Moments later, a vast void appeared before her. Without hesitation, she leaped into the chasm and vanished from the courtyard in an instant. Isabella reappeared atop a high mountain. She scanned the surroundings, but found no signs of a forest. "Oh dear, I've teleported to the wrong location," she muttered. Without delay, she cast the spatial spell again, conjuring another void. After jumping through, she emerged by the seaside, surrounded only by sand and the vast ocean. What on earth is happening? Why do I keep ending up in the wrong places? Isabella fretted nervously. I must calm down. I need to teleport closer to Rain. Otherwise, he will be devoured by the pack. With that thought, she closed her eyes and once more invoked the spatial spell. In this moment, Issa found herself repeatedly invoking the name of Ren as she leapt once more into the void. She emerged outside the forest, confronted by a herd of horses, instantly recognizing them as belonging to the knights. Fortunately, she had arrived at the correct location this time. As she murmured to herself, she hastily sprinted towards the woods. Before long, Ren, accompanied by over a dozen knights, burst forth from the thicket, pursued by a horde of vicious wolves. Gripping her staff, Issa intoned an incantation, then declared, "Sacred light." A brilliant beam descended from the heavens, striking down upon the ravenous wolves trailing Ren. The beasts howled in agony, consumed by flames. Chapter 49. A test of skill. Upon witnessing the fiery spectacle, the wolf pack faltered. Yet Issa showed no signs of halting. Her staff waved gracefully, unleashing bolts of light, like lightning upon the marauding wolves. Each wolf struck by the beams let out a wretched cry before being engulfed in fire. The remaining wolves turned tail, retreating into the forest. Issa began to chant another spell, this time with a prolonged incantation. With a powerful shout, she proclaimed, "Incinerate." Suddenly, the sky ignited with a crimson glow, reminiscent of a blazing sunset. Countless massive fireballs surged forth, hurtling towards the woodland. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the relentless cacophony of thunderous explosions, the forest was reduced to a sea of flames. The bloodied knights knelt before Issa, who, in that moment, embodied the essence of the fire deity. Ren was no exception. He knelt before her, gazing at her in awe. The woman he had long admired was astonishingly powerful, a strength that left him breathless and filled with trepidation. Issa approached, enveloping the bloodied Ren in her embrace. She whispered soothingly, "Do not fear. It is all over now. With me, you shall be safe." She mistook his stunned silence for shock from the wolves, unaware that it was her own prowess that had left him speechless. Suddenly, Ren burst into tears, discarding his sword to cling tightly to Issa's leg. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid," Issa consoled him, gently patting his back as one would comfort a younger sibling. "They are all dead. They were all torn apart by the wolves," Ren sobbed. Issa sighed. her heart heavy. Indeed, it is profoundly sorrowful. I share in your grief, but please, do not weep. As she spoke, she retrieved a handkerchief to dry the tears of her beloved. I am weary. Please take me back, she implored. Only then did Ren lift Issa, placing her upon the horse's back. Together, they embarked on their return to Muir's city, accompanied by the knights. Issa, genuinely fatigued, soon fell asleep in Ren's arms. Outside Muir's city, Ren came to a halt. Turning to the knights behind him, he commanded, "On this day, not a single word regarding Princess Issa shall be spoken. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy." More than 10 knights, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Since the destruction of the werewolf den, the vicinity of Muir City has become considerably safer. The townspeople learned that Lord Rain of the Celestial Empire, accompanied by a contingent of individuals, had obliterated the werewolf lair, thus securing their peaceful existence. Consequently, many sought to join the Celestial Empire, aspiring to become devoted adherents. After being brought back to the Lord's mansion, Issa slept for an entire day and night before awakening. Rain, who had vigilantly remained by her side, grasped her hand upon her awakening and exclaimed, "Wonderful. You have finally regained consciousness. I was so worried." Issa smiled and reassured him, "There's no need to fret. I would never abandon such a handsome little lover." Rain chuckled sheepishly and inquired, "Are you hungry? I can prepare something for you." "I am thirsty. I would like some red wine," Issa replied after a moment of contemplation. "Very well. I shall fetch it for you at once," Rain responded eagerly. Issa pondered why she felt so inexplicably fatigued. After a prolonged period of contemplation, she decided to dismiss the thought. After indulging in the red wine, Issa soon drifted off into another slumber. Rain, deeply concerned about Issa's condition, feared that something might be amiss with her health, prompting him to summon the town's herbalist. The elderly herbalist meticulously examined Issa's symptoms and questioned Rain. "Has she exhibited any unusual behavior recently?" "None at all. She has been in this state for several days," Rain replied. The herbalist furrowed his brow and reiterated, "I mean, prior to her deep slumber, did she engage in any unusual activities?" Rain hesitated, feeling reluctant to disclose Issa's magical abilities. The herbalist, growing agitated, remarked, "How can I help her if you conceal such vital information?" Realizing that Issa's safety was paramount, Rain confessed, "Your Highness possesses magical abilities. This information must remain confidential." "Oh, now I understand the situation. The princess has simply exhausted her mental energy, leading to her prolonged unconsciousness. I will prepare some remedies. With a few days of treatment, she shall recover," the herbalist stated calmly. "That is reassuring," Rain sighed in relief. "However, upon her awakening, you must inform her to refrain from overexerting her mental energies. Otherwise, she risks descending into madness," the herbalist cautioned. Rain nodded vigorously, "Understood. I shall remember." After consuming several doses of the herbalist's concoctions, Issa gradually began to recuperate. Rain faithfully conveyed the herbalist's warnings. Feeling mentally drained, Issa tapped her forehead and murmured to herself, "So, casting spells indeed depletes mental energy. No wonder I felt so unwell." She then asked Rain, "Did the doctor mention how I might swiftly restore my mental energy?" Rain contemplated briefly before responding. He did not specify, but perhaps sufficient sleep is the remedy. "You are quite right. I find myself drowsy once more. Please, attend to your duties," Issa said before once again succumbing to sleep. Rain gazed at the slumbering Issa, feeling a blend of helplessness and sorrow as he pondered. Had it not been for her desire to save me, she would not have found herself in this predicament. It should have been my duty to protect her. Alas, it seems I am not yet strong enough. At that moment, Rain made a silent vow to strengthen himself, so that he could safeguard the beloved before him. Days passed, and Issa finally returned to her former self. The harrowing experience had weighed heavily on her, causing her to heed the herbalist's advice and refrain from recklessly practicing magic. With some leisure time on her hands, she decided to venture out and see what Rain was up to. Upon inquiring, she discovered that during these days, whenever he had the chance, Rain was at the training camp honing his swordsmanship with the knights. Issa arrived at the knights' training camp and observed Rain leading a group in the center of the field, practicing swordplay. The tall and handsome Rain looked quite impressive as he wielded his sword with finesse. Issa chose to admire him from a distance, not wishing to intrude. After a while, she turned to leave, feeling inclined to wander through the town. Alone, Issa strolled along the bustling streets of Muir City, unknowingly making her way to the herbalist's residence. Deep within her heart, she still harbored many questions, and today she sought answers from the herbalist. Chapter 50. The Power of the Mind. "Ah, you seem to be in good spirits," the herbalist remarked, glancing at Issa before returning to his tasks. Issa smiled and replied, "Thanks to the herbs you've provided. What are you busy with? She inquired. I'm slicing and grinding these dried herbs, preparing them for storage, the herbalist explained. After a brief pause, he asked, Did you come here for a specific reason today? Indeed, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you, Isha responded. Go ahead. I'm not particularly occupied at the moment, the herbalist replied. Seeing the herbalist's accommodating demeanor, Isha ventured, To be frank, I wish to seek your counsel regarding matters of mental power. Shouldn't you be asking your magic instructor about such topics? Why come to me? The herbalist inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Magic instructor? Isha echoed, perplexed. The herbalist blinked and clarified. The person who teaches you magic. Yes, he is your magic instructor. Why not consult him? No one has taught me magic, Isha said, spreading her hands in exasperation. The herbalist stared at her in disbelief. After a moment, he shook his head and returned to his work without further comment. Recognizing the skepticism in the herbalist's demeanor, Isha insisted, I truly have no magic instructor. Strange phrases keep appearing in my mind, and when I recite them, magic manifests. Are you implying that you are a self-taught magical prodigy? The herbalist asked with a teasing tone. Isha replied with a hint of resignation, Perhaps so. I am just as baffled by it as you are. I wish to understand how one might swiftly restore their mental fortitude or enhance their mental capacity significantly. The herbalist pondered for a moment and replied, The human spirit resembles water in a reservoir. By maintaining a tranquil heart, one's spirit will flourish. If one is consumed by incessant thoughts, it is akin to water spilling from the reservoir, leading to the depletion of mental energy by trivial distractions. Thus, the foremost step to rejuvenating the spirit is to cultivate inner peace. Upon hearing this, Isha nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Beyond the tranquility of the mind, are there other methods? Perhaps through external means? The herbalist gazed at Isha with an enigmatic expression and then calmly stated, Is this not the very purpose of your visit today? Isha chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. The herbalist reflected momentarily before continuing. There exist various forms of external aids for restoring one's spirit. One such form is the natural environment. For instance, a forest filled with fresh air and vitality, or serene lakes and gardens can profoundly influence one's body and mind, facilitating the rapid recovery of mental strength. He paused before adding, Another method involves the power of herbs. The world is replete with an array of peculiar herbs, some of which possess remarkable efficacy in revitalizing the spirit. For example, Madeira grass, calming incense, musk, and white ghee, when combined in precise quantities as prescribed, can be brewed or ground into powder and administered when necessary, can swiftly restore one's mental vigor. Ah, I see now, Isha remarked with satisfaction. However, the herbalist cautioned, while many herbs are beneficial to the body, they can also be harmful if misused or taken over prolonged periods, inevitably causing bodily harm. Isha nodded. Acknowledging this wisdom, I understand now. Thank you very much. With that, she departed. Isha felt she ought to procure some potions for mental restoration. Yet the dilemma lay in her ignorance of the recipes. After some inquiries, she discovered that only the Grand Mages possessed knowledge of these formulations. Moreover, the most powerful Grand Mages of the Kingdom of Aellen resided in the northern royal city. Thus, Isha left a letter for Rain and set off alone from Muir City, intending to study magic at the Magical Academy in the northern royal city. When Rain discovered the letter, he was taken aback. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately set out for the city of Holy Spirits to report the matter to the Celestial Emperor, Elia. Upon learning the news, Elia dispatched Dylan to manage affairs in Muir City, while simultaneously instructing Rain to search for Isha in the royal city. At that moment, Isha had already arrived in the royal city. She first employed a spatial void technique to teleport to the outskirts, then ventured alone into the city. Under the governance of King Stokey's Eye, the royal city thrived. Shops lined the streets, and the thoroughfares bustled with life. Occasionally, patrolling guards traversed the streets, ensuring public safety. As Isha wandered, her eyes darted about, captivated by various intriguing sights. For a fleeting moment, she found herself momentarily forgetting the purpose of her visit to the royal city. As Isha gazed upon the bustling and vibrant royal city, a thought crossed her mind. When will Muir City attain such splendor? After enjoying herself for a while, she inquired her way to the Magic Academy. Miss, please halt, called a guard as Isha attempted to enter the grand doors of the academy. Offering the guard a sweet smile, she replied, Greetings. I am Isha Elizabeth Lannister, here to study magic. The guard politely nodded and inquired, Do you possess a letter of recommendation? Is a letter of recommendation required to study magic? Isha asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. The guard nodded, stating, Indeed, it is a decree from His Majesty the King. After all, not everyone is qualified to learn magic. Isha was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "How might I obtain a letter of recommendation?" "I'm not entirely sure. This regulation was set by His Majesty, and it would be best for you to inquire with him." The guard replied with a smirk. "Very well. It seems I have no other choice," Isha said helplessly. Isha indeed made her way to the royal palace. For she had no acquaintances in the royal city, being a woman who had been away from this world for a decade. However, upon arriving at the palace gates, she was halted by the royal guards. "Miss, this is the royal palace. You cannot enter without an invitation," the guard stated coldly. "I wish to see His Majesty the King," Isha asserted directly. "I too wish to see His Majesty. But he is quite busy and cannot spare the time to meet with me," the guard replied enigmatically. Isha was momentarily stunned and asked, "Can't you go in to see him?" "I lack the qualifications," the guard responded. Isha pondered for a moment and remarked, "Are you saying that I lack the qualifications to meet His Majesty?" "Indeed. You're quite astute, much like your beauty," the guard chuckled. "However, I genuinely have matters to discuss," Isha said anxiously. The guard merely smiled and remained silent. Chapter 51. The Magic Academy. Seeing that the guard was no longer attending to her, Isha took out her wand and declared, "Well, I shall seek him out myself." With that, she cast a spatial void spell and leaped inside. The guard stood dumbfounded, staring at the spot where Isha had vanished. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he shouted, "Assassin! An assassin! Protect His Majesty! Quickly, protect His Majesty!" "Who are you?" King Stokeseye asked, gazing in bewilderment at the girl who had entered his study unannounced. "I am Elizabeth Lannister. Do you happen to know where His Majesty is?" Isha inquired. "Oh, what business do you have with the king?" Stokeseye asked casually, assessing Elizabeth before him. "I wish to attend the Magic Academy and seek his assistance in writing me a letter of recommendation," Isha replied. Stokeseye looked at Isha with surprise and asked, "You wish to study magic?" "Indeed. What of it?" Isha nodded affirmatively. King Stokeseye looked at Isha with a hint of amusement and said, "At your age, you should be seeking a young man to court, perhaps even consider marriage and children. Why pursue magic?" Isha, despite her height, felt compelled to clarify, "Do not be deceived by my stature. I am but in my teenage years. Is this a tradition of the Lannister family?" She pondered, momentarily at a loss for words. "You are merely a teenager? I find that hard to believe," Stokeseye countered, shaking his head. At that moment, the image of the tall, handsome boy, Rain Lannister, flashed through his mind. Could this girl be his sister? Stokeseye mused internally. "Do you know a boy named Rain?" he suddenly inquired. Isha instinctively nodded, her heart racing with apprehension. She was anxious, uncertain why he would mention Rain's name. Had he gotten into trouble here? "You hail from the Seven Kingdoms, do you not?" Stokeseye continued, observing Isha's bewilderment. "Yes. How did you know?" she replied cautiously. Stokeseye smiled. "I have met your brother. He visited us previously. I am quite intrigued by your Seven Kingdoms. What sort of place is it?" "Oh, the Seven Kingdoms. It is vast, truly vast, particularly the capital, which is bustling with life. To be honest, I have not explored much myself, as I am still quite young," Isha replied wistfully. Stokeseye chuckled, beginning to believe that Isha was indeed Rain Lannister's sister. He casually penned a letter of recommendation for her and said, "You need not seek an audience with the king. With this letter, you may attend the Academy of Magic." "Really? Thank you so much," Isha exclaimed, taking the letter and bowing respectfully to Stokeseye. He nodded with a smile, about to say something more when a guard outside inquired through the door, "Your Majesty, the royal guard reports that an assassin has breached the palace. Are you unharmed?" "I am unharmed. There are no assassins here. You may leave," Stokeseye called out assertively. "Very well," the guard replied and departed. "Could the assassin they spoke of be you?" Stokeseye asked Isha, studying her. Isha widened her eyes. "I do not know. I am still a child. Do I appear to be an assassin?" Stokeseye laughed and shook his head. "By the way, they just referred to you as Your Majesty. Is it possible?" Isha suddenly realized. "Are you not heading to the Academy of Magic? If you choose not to go, please return that letter to me," Stokeseye said, somewhat evasively. "I shall not return it. I am leaving," Isha declared, and with that, she activated her spatial void magic, vanishing before Stokeseye's eyes. Stokeseye was left in stunned silence, having never witnessed such formidable magic before. At this very moment, a thought arose in his mind. With the esteemed recommendation from His Majesty the King, Eliza seamlessly became an apprentice at the Academy of Magic. Her magical mentor, Daenerys, also served as the head of the academy. Under the guidance of the great sorcerer, Eliza began to learn how to enhance her spiritual power through meditation. She started to recognize and differentiate various magical herbs under Daenerys' tutelage. Time passed swiftly, until one day, Ryan arrived at the gates of the Academy of Magic. He sought entry but was halted by the guards. Ryan inquired, Might I ask if a strikingly beautiful girl in her 20s, approximately this tall, has recently come to study at the academy? The guard replied, indeed, there is. Her name is Elizabeth Lannister. I remember her quite well. She entered the academy with the king's recommendation. May I ask who you are and why you seek her? Ryan, bewildered, momentarily lost his composure. Elizabeth Lannister? The king's recommendation? What is happening? Noticing Ryan's dazed expression, the guard, curious, nudged him and asked, Hey, brother, are you all right? Ryan finally regained his senses and replied, I have not been in the best of spirits lately. My mind tends to wander. What was your question again? The guard, puzzled, was about to respond when the king, riding a horse, approached slowly. Your Majesty, the guard promptly bowed to King Stokey's eye. The king nodded slightly to the guard before dismounting. The guard quickly stepped forward to lead the king's horse aside. Isn't this Ryan from the Seven Kingdoms? King Stokey's eye addressed Ryan. I am Ryan at your service. Your Majesty, Ryan quickly responded. The king smiled and nodded, saying, You are here to find your sister Elizabeth, I presume? I had some free time today and thought I would take a stroll. Shall we enter together? Yes, Your Majesty. Ryan replied eagerly as he followed King Stokey's eye into the academy. Your sister is quite lovely. Is she truly only in her teens? The king inquired. Yes. Ryan hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and simply affirmed. King Stokey's eye remarked, When she first spoke of it, I was skeptical. But then I recalled your impressive height and believed it. Does your Lannister family share such stature? Ryan confirmed, Indeed. Both my father and mother are quite tall. Hence my sister and I. The king nodded, stating, Your family is quite remarkable. As King Stokey's eye and Ryan conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the place where Eliza was studying magic. Chapter 52. The moon surrounded by stars at this moment. The Grand Sorcerer Dalaran was instructing Eliza and several other apprentices in a new magical incantation. Eliza, along with her fellow apprentices, began to recite the spell and subsequently wave their wands in unison. Before the apprentices, the grassland erupted with a flurry of mud fists, varying in size and shape. Yet, before Isha, there was nothing. Daradin could not help but shake his head, just as he was about to offer a few comforting words to Isha. He felt the ground tremble slightly. Then, with a resounding thud, a colossal mud fist burst forth from the earth, soaring high into the air. Master, what should we do now? Isha inquired anxiously, gazing at the enormous mud fist swaying in the sky. Use your mental focus to control the mud fist and direct it towards that tree over there, Daradin urged swiftly. With a flick of her wand, the massive mud fist hurtled towards a nearby tree with a whoosh. Boom. Crack. The tree was utterly obliterated by the mud fist's impact. It seems your sister possesses remarkable magical talent, King Stokey's eye remarked to Rain, observing Isha's silhouette. I hadn't anticipated that. I thought she was merely interested in magic, Rain responded, somewhat disingenuously. At that moment, Daradin spotted His Majesty the King and led Isha along with the other apprentices to pay their respects. Master, your teachings are exceptional. King Stokey's eye expressed his admiration to Daradin. Daradin replied, These children are indeed promising. They will undoubtedly become accomplished magicians in the future. Indeed, Master, your efforts are appreciated. The king nodded in acknowledgement. Isha pays her respects to your Majesty. Isha stepped forward and bowed. Are you finding your studies here to your liking? King Stokey's eye asked with a smile. Isha nodded with a smile. Your brother has come to see you. You two may converse. The king gestured towards Rain, standing behind him. Thank you, your Majesty, Isha said joyfully. Brother, how did you find your way here? Isha exclaimed, rushing into Rain's embrace. Rain held her tightly, responding, As soon as I saw your letter, I hurried here. Alas, you are quite the mischievous one. I had nothing pressing to do, so I decided to learn magic here. But I worry about you, Rain replied. I understand. I will be here for quite some time. Do you plan to stay here with me? Isha asked, gazing into Rain's eyes. If that is the case, I shall find work here. So I can take care of you, Rain declared. Honestly, I am grown up enough not to require anyone's care. Besides, my mentor is wonderful, and they provide food and lodging. If you have matters to attend to, you may return, Isha suggested tentatively. I wish to stay and accompany you, Rain asserted directly. Isha beamed at this, replying, Very well then. You are the one choosing to stay. If you find it tiresome or dull later on, you mustn't blame me. Rain smiled, but said nothing further. Later, Rain became an apprentice at a blacksmith shop. From that moment on, he spent countless monotonous days amidst the clanging sounds of iron being forged. Whenever the blacksmith shop was not busy, Rian would visit the Magic Academy to see Isha. While she was engrossed in her studies, he would gaze at her from afar, and with just one glance, he felt like the happiest person in the world. If Isha happened to be free, She would walk side by side with Rian in the small garden, enthusiastically sharing her recent discoveries of new herbs and delightful spells. She would also inquire about Rian's activities at the blacksmith shop. Days passed swiftly, and before long, a year had slipped away. Under the diligent tutelage of the great wizard Daradin, Isha's knowledge and mastery of magic advanced remarkably, her innate talent astonishing even Daradin himself. On one particular day, Rian and Isha were walking shoulder to shoulder, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way to the garden. They were spotted by King Stokey's eye, who had come alone to observe the apprentice's progress. The king watched Isha and Rian from a distance, sensing something amiss in his eyes. They appeared less like siblings and more like a couple deeply in love. Consequently, the king summoned Daradin to inquire about Rian and Isha. It was then that he learned from the great mage that, over the past year, Rian had frequently visited the academy to see Isha. Daradin also mentioned that the other instructors believed Rian and Isha were indeed romantically involved. After hearing this, the king said nothing further and turned to leave. In the days that followed, Isha often accompanied the great mage Daradin to various noble soirees. Each banquet filled her with joy, particularly the array of delectable fruits and desserts. At these gatherings, Isha met numerous young nobles, some serving in the court, others in the royal guard, and a few, despite their youth, already renowned as knights. These noble youths varied greatly. Some were handsome and charming, others possessed vast knowledge, while some were witty and humorous. All were intrigued when they discovered that Isha was an apprentice in magic, displaying a keen interest in the magical realm. Each conversation brought Isha immense joy, and surrounded by such talented individuals, she felt as though she were the center of the universe. She was uncertain why she captivated so many. Perhaps it was her beauty? Almost periodically, Daradin would take Isha to high society gatherings, balls, and banquets. Gradually, she grew fond of this new lifestyle, as she often found herself in the spotlight. The feeling of being the center of attention was exhilarating. In contrast to the lively noble youths, Rian appeared somewhat subdued. At times, Isha would find herself comparing Rian to the young nobles pursuing her at the soirees. Each time they met, Rian had little more to share with Isha than the mundane details and trivialities of the blacksmith shop. Occasionally, Isha would find herself pondering, am I truly destined to spend my life with such a dull individual? Unbeknownst to Rian, he remained oblivious to Isha's internal turmoil. His days were consumed by the monotony of the forge, crafting great swords, armor, and shields, a life rendered tedious and dreary. However, the mere thought of accompanying Isha back to Muir City upon her graduation from the Academy of Magic invigorated him greatly. Chapter 53. The Invasion of the Mo Tribe months later. Urgent news arrived from the Black Fortress in the north. The Mo tribe had landed along the northern coast and had now infiltrated the region surrounding the Black Fortress. King Stockhis I commanded Count Roland to lead 5,000 elite soldiers to defend against the Mo invasion. Simultaneously, a recruitment notice was issued, calling for soldiers to join the fight in the north. The monotonous clang of hammering echoed from the blacksmith shop. Suddenly, the old blacksmith shouted at Rain, who was engrossed in his work. What is it, master? Rain inquired, lifting his gaze from the anvil. Stop what you're doing for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you, the old blacksmith said. All right, Rain replied, setting aside his work and approaching his mentor. Recently, there's been trouble in the north. The king is urgently seeking men to fight, the old blacksmith stated calmly. What kind of trouble? Rain asked casually. The Mo tribe is back. I've heard their numbers are considerable this time. If the north cannot hold, it may spell doom for the capital as well, the old blacksmith expressed with concern. The king's army is formidable. They will surely drive the Mo tribe away. You need not worry, master, Rain reassured him. Sigh, the old blacksmith lamented, you do not understand. A few years ago, we fought against that wind country, and the losses were catastrophic. The current royal army is merely a ragtag bunch cobbled together. What? Rain exclaimed in shock. After a moment's reflection, he suggested, if you doubt the king's army, we should flee south while the Mo tribe has yet to arrive. I am too old to run, and I have not many years left. I have grown accustomed to life in this capital, the old blacksmith said, glancing at Rain with unspoken words. Do not worry, master. We shall go together. If you cannot walk, I will carry you, Rain offered. Foolish boy. What are your plans? The old blacksmith inquired. Rain, slightly puzzled, replied, plans? I have no particular plans. The old blacksmith shook his head. Do you not intend to enlist and fight in the north? Oh, Rain scratched the back of his head, then said, I must remain in the capital. I need to protect Isha. Who is Isha? The old blacksmith asked, curiosity piqued. She is my sister. She is studying magic at the academy, Rain explained. Oh. The old blacksmith pondered and replied, perhaps this time, The mages of the Magic Academy will accompany the army to the north. Surely not. She is but a child. The king would never allow her to venture into such perilous territory, exclaimed Rhaen, astonished. The blacksmith chuckled, You foolish lad. Why do you think His Majesty is training those magic apprentices? It is precisely so that they may serve the nation in times of crisis. Upon hearing this, Rhaen promptly informed his master that he had urgent matters to attend to, and hurriedly made his way to the Magic Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Rhaen learned that Isha had already departed for the northern Black Fortress alongside the Grand Mage Daradin. Due to the king's urgent summons, Isha had left in haste without the opportunity to inform Rhaen. Concerned for Isha's safety, Rhaen decided to enlist in the army, aspiring to reach the front lines in the north. At that moment, Isha was riding on horseback, following her mentor Daradin. They were accompanied by a multitude of soldiers, advancing toward the northern Black Fortress under the protection of Count Roland's army. Along the way, they received reports from warriors riding in swiftly from the Black Fortress about the ongoing battles ahead. Count Roland soon learned that the Mo tribe had occupied most of the northern territories and was advancing toward the fortress. The potential fall of the Black Fortress would yield catastrophic consequences. In a bid to reach the fortress before it succumbed to the Mo tribe, Count Roland commanded his troops to march with all haste toward the Black Fortress. However, as his army arrived at the Bexy Fortress by the shores of Lake Bexy, they received the grim news that the Black Fortress had fallen. With no alternative, Count Roland ordered his forces to establish a camp at Bexy Fortress, while dispatching several cavalry units to scout the enemy's movements in the north. Grand Mage Daradin swiftly reported the news of the Black Fortress's demise to His Majesty the King. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the king personally led 5,000 newly recruited warriors on a journey to the north, with Rhaen among them. After the Mo tribe captured the Black Fortress, they began to seize the people of Aellen as slaves, forcing them to fortify the fortress and construct 2 additional strongholds on either side. Aware of the Mo tribe's intentions to maintain their hold on the Black Fortress, Count Roland resolved to send 2 battalions of 1,000 men each into the northern regions to ambush the Mo raiders. He remained at the stronghold with the main force to guard against any sudden assaults. Look, it is the banner of the Count. The Count has returned to rescue us, exclaimed a northern Aellen refugee, pointing excitedly at the distant blue flag. Indeed, that is the Count's wave emblem. It truly is the Count. Another refugee confirmed, voice filled with elation. The Count has come back. We are saved, cried the refugees, tears streaming down their faces. In that moment, their previously desolate and helpless hearts glimpsed a flicker of hope. Have you encountered any foreign invaders? The cavalry captain inquired of a refugee. No. The refugee shook his head in response. Where are you headed? The captain inquired once more. The refugee replied, The outsiders in Black Fortress are exceedingly brutal. They frequently emerge to seize our provisions and abduct men to enslave them. We fled in fear. The captain nodded in understanding. The refugee then asked, What of the Count? Has he not returned? The Count is at Bexy Fortress. You will find him there, the captain responded before leading the group onward. Bexy Lake. The Count is at Bexy Lake. Let us hasten there. The refugees exclaimed with enthusiasm. News of Count Roland's return to the north spread swiftly across the land. The populace flocked to Bexy Lake, seeking the Count's protection. Count Roland's 2 cavalry units occasionally encountered marauding members of the Mo tribe outside the city, resulting in fierce skirmishes. Upon learning of the 2 battalions of Aellen Kingdom cavalry hunting his kin, the Mo tribe leader, Modu, began devising a plan to eliminate them. Chapter 54. By sight. After making necessary arrangements, Modu sent forth the Mo tribe's hunters. A force of 3,000, guided by a prophet, marched southward with urgency. Meanwhile, the 2 royal battalions from Bexy Fortress were making their way back to Bexy Lake after successfully completing the mission assigned by Count Roland. Upon learning that Count Roland had stationed his forces at Bexy Lake, the common folk of the Black Fortress region began to journey there. The brave among them eagerly enlisted, arming themselves to defend their homeland alongside Count Roland. Others assisted in constructing fortifications and encampments for the Count. With only a few dozen miles remaining, the 2,000-strong royal battalion was nearing Bexy Lake. My lord, it seems a group of Mo cavalry is pursuing us from behind. A rider galloped up to the captain of the cavalry. How many are there? The handsome Count Bysite asked. Perhaps several hundred, the rider replied. Count Bysite pondered briefly, then declared, Let us not concern ourselves with them. We must hasten back to the fortress to reunite with Count Roland. He then proclaimed loudly, All troops, heed my command. Accelerate our advance. Destination, Bexy Fortress. At that moment, Count Bysite and his cavalry suddenly heard a resounding and melodious song echoing from behind. The beauty of the melody was irresistible, compelling them to pause and glance back, curious as to who could sing so exquisitely. Unbeknownst to them, they came to a halt, involuntarily turning to witness the source of the enchanting tune. The setting sun bathed a group of royal knights in crimson light, their expressions dazed as if completely entranced by the captivating song. "My lord, this is dire. Count Bysite and his men are in peril." The Grand Sorcerer Daradin urgently informed Count Roland. "What is the matter?" Count Roland asked, astonished. Daenerys proclaimed, "I have just glimpsed through the eye of divination and witnessed Count Besper and his warriors ensnared by the enchanting melody, rendered immobile. Behind them, a relentless horde of thousands from the Mo tribe is in pursuit. Count Besper must not fall. We must devise a means to rescue them." "Where are they?" inquired Count Roland. "I shall lead my troops to their aid forthwith." "Near the oak forest, 20 miles distant," Daenerys replied. "Very well," Count Roland acknowledged. And with 2,000 men, he hastened towards the oak forest. Meanwhile, the Grand Sorcerer Daenerys conjured a magical void and swiftly transported himself and Isha to Count Besper's side. "Quick, cover your ears," Daenerys instructed Isha while brandishing his staff. Suddenly, a colossal lightning bolt illuminated the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that jolted Count Besper and his 2,000 knights from their stupor. At that moment, the 3,000 hunters of the Mo tribe charged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Count Besper directed his knights to form ranks and confront the enemy. The prophetess of the Mo tribe gazed skyward in terror, bewildered by the sudden, thunderous clap that shattered her magical form. The Mo warriors, tall and formidable, possessed a numerical advantage. Under the ferocious onslaught, Count Besper's 2,000 cavalry suffered grievous losses on the brink of collapse. Just then, Count Roland and his 2,000 soldiers arrived on the scene. "Charge! Annihilate the enemy," Count Roland commanded, pointing his sword at the Mo tribe. "Slay them," roared the soldiers of the royal city as they surged forward. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the Mo warriors hastily withdrew. At that moment, countless colossal objects plummeted from the night sky. The prophetess of the Mo tribe, sensing imminent disaster, swiftly employed her escape magic and vanished from sight. Then, a cacophony of thunderous crashes erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A deluge of acorns, the size of windows, descended upon the Mo tribe. Screams of anguish erupted as the unfortunate Mo warriors were crushed by the colossal acorns, while others were rendered unconscious by the impact. "Count Besper, are you unharmed?" Count Roland inquired with great concern. Count Besper wiped the blood from his face and replied, "I am fortunate that you arrived in time, or my men and I would have perished in this oak forest. It is thanks to Master Daenerys. Had he not alerted us in time, we would not have been able to provide aid," Count Roland stated candidly. Count Besper acknowledged with a nod and approached Master Daenerys alongside Count Roland. "Thank you, Master, for your timely intervention," he said, bowing respectfully. "Oh, there is no need for such gratitude. We serve our nation and ought to assist one another in times of need," Daenerys replied. "Indeed. Master speaks truthfully," Count Besper concurred. He gazed at Eliza standing beside Daradin and said, "Elizabeth, we meet again." "Indeed," she replied. "Are you all right?" "There is so much blood on your face," Eliza asked with concern. "I am fine. This is merely the blood of our enemies. I did not expect Lady Elizabeth to be so courageous as to venture onto this perilous battlefield," Count Best remarked in admiration. Eliza smiled and said, "Well, one must defend their country. The Master just stated that although I am a woman, my love for this nation runs deep." Count Best nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Lady Elizabeth is truly an extraordinary woman." Eliza smiled but said nothing further. Thus, the group returned to the Bessie Fortress together. A few days later, King Stokey's Eye, leading thousands, arrived at the Bessie Fortress. Soon after, His Majesty conferred with Count Roland and Count Best on strategies to assault Black Fortress. Among the troops was Rain, who seized an opportunity to speak with Eliza. "What are you doing on the battlefield alone? Do you have any idea how worried I have been about you?" Rain asked, his brow furrowed. "The king's orders left me no choice," Eliza replied with a hint of resignation. "You should have at least informed me before you left. I could have accompanied you and protected you," Rain insisted. Eliza wanted to respond, but she held her tongue, realizing Rain's genuine concern for her. With a smile, she said, "It was my oversight this time. I promise it won't happen again. I thought you were busy at the blacksmith's. Can the matters of a blacksmith compare to yours? You are the most important thing in this world," Rain declared. His words resonated deeply in Eliza's mind, keeping her awake through the night. She felt a pang of guilt for disappointing someone who valued and cared for her so dearly. Yet, she found herself drawn to the charming and witty Count Best. "What should I do?" Eliza pondered, torn between her feelings. Chapter 55. The Battle of Lake Namor. Days later, King Stokes led his army to Black Fortress, preparing to conquer it and eradicate the Mo tribe. Upon receiving this news, the Mo tribe leader, Modu, planned to array his forces along the shores of Lake Namor, ready to engage the king's army in a battle to the death. As they marched, scouts dispatched by His Majesty reported the latest movements of the enemy. Soon, King Stokes learned that over 10,000 Mo tribesmen had formed ranks by Lake Namor. Consequently, the king ordered his troops to advance towards the lake and engage the enemy in a decisive battle. As both armies took their positions, the Mo tribesmen began to sing. The soldiers of the king's army quickly covered their ears, fearing that the haunting melodies would lead them to madness and death at the hands of their foes. Amidst the prophetic songs of the enemy, a vanguard of 2,000 soldiers from the northern Black Fortress charged forward. As part of the vanguard, Count Best immediately commanded the attack. Those northern Black Fortress men who had succumbed to the enchanting song were swiftly defeated by the 3,000 soldiers led by Count Best. Taking advantage of the situation, Count Best appeared and launched an assault on the main forces of the Mo tribe. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted as an enormous octopus leapt from the lake. Towering over 10 meters, its massive form brandished numerous tentacles that danced wildly, sweeping towards the 3,000 warriors led by Count Best. Caught completely off guard, the vanguard of the Royal City Army was sent tumbling in all directions by the frenzied appendages of the colossal creature. Witnessing this chaos, Count Best and his subordinates were gripped by fear and turned to flee. Charge! With a commanding shout, Mo ordered his troops to launch a fierce assault against the Royal City Army. King Stokes I, observing the terrifying monstrosity before him, hastily inquired of his companion, Daenerys, Master, what shall we do? Such a fearsome creature confronts us. Your Majesty, do not panic, Daenerys responded, brandishing his staff. In no time, a gargantuan frost dragon appeared in the sky. The frost dragon unleashed a breath of icy mist upon the towering octopus, and amidst a series of resounding cracking noises, the monstrous creature was encased in a massive ice sculpture, its wild tentacles frozen in a fierce pose mid-air. Mo, witnessing the octopus created by his seer being turned into an ice sculpture by the enemy's dragon, was taken aback. Before he could issue orders, the seer beside him began reciting a string of incantations. Subsequently, he pointed at the frozen octopus, and astonishingly, the ice covering it began to melt at a visible rate, transforming into water. The giant octopus, once an ice sculpture, prompted jubilant cheers from the Royal City Army. Simultaneously, Count Best rallied his soldiers and turned to engage the charging Mo tribesmen in fierce combat. The Mo warriors, towering over the Aellen people, wielded massive axes with great strength. Swinging their great axes, they resembled grim reapers harvesting lives from the Royal City Army. The vanguard led by Count Best began to fall in droves, and the situation grew dire. Fortunately, Count Roland, leading the main forces of the Royal City Army, arrived just in time, accompanied by Rain. Over 20,000 soldiers clashed by the shores of Lake Namor, where great swords met mighty axes, and bloodlust clashed with desire. Countless fell into pools of blood, their anguished cries echoing in the air. The octopus, now freed from its icy prison, engaged in a fierce battle with the colossal frost dragon swirling above. Its massive, serpentine tentacles reached skyward, attempting to drag the frost dragon down. However, the frost dragon, seemingly aware of the octopus's intentions, soared high, evading capture. The two titanic entities remained locked in a stalemate, each seeking a decisive blow yet unable to find the opportune moment. On the ground, the Royal City Army and Mo tribesmen clashed fiercely. Rain charged at the forefront alongside Count Roland, while Isha stood beside Daenerys, remaining close to His Majesty the King. Isabella occasionally brandished her staff, summoning enormous clay fists that soared into the sky, crashing down upon the Mo tribesmen intent on ambushing Count Bysite. With Isabella's assistance, Count Bysite fought valiantly against the Mo tribesmen, but his subordinates fell one after another. Soon, he found himself engulfed by the Mo warriors. Protect Count Bysite, commanded Count Roland, as soldiers from the royal city surged from all directions to rescue him from peril. Yet, the Mo tribesmen stood resolute, unwilling to allow them passage to save the beleaguered Count. As Count Bysite faced imminent demise beneath the Mo tribesmen's colossal axes, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. In an instant, a massive clay fist erupted from the earth, lifting him high above the fray. Such formidable magic! Modu exclaimed in awe. A mere parlor trick, retorted the seer beside him, gesturing towards his crystal ball. Moments later, a gigantic octopus monster turned, raising a colossal tentacle to strike at Count Bysite, suspended in the air. With a thunderous crash, the massive clay fist shattered into a cloud of dirt, sending Count Bysite plummeting to the ground with a cry of despair. Just as he landed, another tentacle of the octopus monster swept through the air like a dragon's tail, aiming to crush him. The surrounding Mo tribesmen scattered in fear, while Count Bysite fled desperately to evade the lethal strike. A resounding boom echoed as the tentacle struck the earth, creating a vast crater and causing many to lose their footing and tumble down. Just when the octopus monster attempted to retract its tentacle, it found itself ensnared by numerous giant clay appendages, unable to withdraw. Seeing this, Count Bysite seized the opportunity, raising his great sword to slash at the monster's tentacle. The blade gleamed, severing one of the tentacle's massive limbs. Roar! The octopus monster bellowed in a terrifying crescendo, sending chills down the spine of all who heard it. In a fit of rage, it lunged toward Count Bysite. The frost dragon in the sky, seizing the moment, unleashed a torrent of icy breath upon the frenzied beast. Just as everyone anticipated the octopus monster would be encased in ice once more, the misty white frost breath was abruptly halted by a shimmering blue electric net that enveloped the creature. In that instant, one of its colossal tentacles struck forth, ensnaring the frost dragon's mighty neck. Chapter 56. The Conference of the Four Directions. The enormous form of the frost dragon suddenly plummeted, as it was forcefully pulled downward by the octopus monster's grip. In a panic, the frost dragon flapped its enormous wings desperately, striving to break free from the tentacle's grasp. However, several other tentacles of the octopus monster coiled around the frost dragon, sealing its fate. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. The colossal frost dragon crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The frost dragon engaged in a fierce struggle with the octopus monster, as Count Bestie narrowly escaped the creature's grasp, only to be rescued by Count Roland and Rain, who charged through the chaos. Together, Counts Roland, Bestie, and Rain fought valiantly alongside the royal army against the ferocious warriors of the Mo tribe. Rain, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship, dispatched countless foes, earning Count Roland's admiration for the valiant and strikingly handsome young man with golden locks. Despite numerous charges from both sides, neither could claim victory. The battle raged on until dusk, leaving the ground littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The waters of Lake Namor were stained crimson. Ultimately, both factions withdrew, unable to defeat one another. The Mo tribesmen continued to hold fast to Black Fortress, while King Stock His Eye of the Aellen Kingdom, realizing he could not conquer it, led the citizens of Black Fortress southward in retreat. Count Roland, meanwhile, stationed over 2,000 soldiers at Bexy Fortress, due to his bravery in battle. Rain was recommended by Count Roland to His Majesty the King. King Stock His Eye elevated Rain to the rank of Knight Commander and assigned him to join Count Roland at Bexy Fortress. Thus, the Mo tribesmen, through their formidable might, once again solidified their foothold on the Aellen continent. The Battle of Lake Namor instilled in King Stock His Eye a profound awareness of the Mo tribesmen's strength. He understood that relying solely on the Aellen Kingdom's forces would not suffice to drive them away. In days to come, the Mo tribesmen would inevitably advance southward across Lake Bexy, posing an imminent threat to the military and citizens of Aellen. The king grew increasingly apprehensive. He resolved that the Mo tribesmen could not be allowed to persist in the northern Black Fortress. He must swiftly unite all possible allies to collectively confront the Mo tribesmen. Consequently, King Stock His Eye reached out to the Southern Land Kingdom, Wind Fortress Kingdom, and the Celestial Empire Church, intending to convene a summit to discuss a unified response against the Mo tribesmen. 3 months later, King Stock His Eye of Aellen, Prime Minister Roderick of the Southern Land, and King Wuda II of the Wind Kingdom gathered in the sacred city of the Celestial Empire Church with Cardinal Elia to hold the summit. During this conference, the parties recognized each other's governance as legitimate and subsequently proposed a joint initiative to combat the Mo tribesmen. Ultimately, they reached an agreement to mobilize a coalition of forces from the 4 nations to confront the Mo threat in the north. However, not long after, news arrived from Bexy Fortress in Aellen that Rain and a detachment of cavalry, sent to scout the enemy movements at Black Fortress, had vanished without a trace, likely captured or slain by the Mo tribesmen. Isa, who was deeply in love with Rain, was struck with shock upon hearing the news. She felt as if something within her had been silently taken away, leaving her feeling emptier than the aimless winds that wandered through the vastness of the world. In the depths of night, visions of Rain besieged by the Mo tribe and collapsing in a pool of blood incessantly haunted Isha's mind. Her heart ached with concern for Rain, the man who once vowed to her, "I shall marry none but you." Rising from her bed, Isha lit the candles in her chamber, and soon invoked the art of the spirit mirror. Before her, a mirror-like apparition materialized, revealing an image of Rain. In this vision, he appeared dazed, akin to a lifeless puppet, imprisoned within a dungeon. Shortly thereafter, several members of the Mo tribe approached Rain's cell, clutching a small vial. Although Isha could not discern the contents of the vial, she was certain it boded ill. Unsure of how to proceed, Isha contemplated using her spatial void to instantly transport herself to Rain's side, yet she knew such an act would likely lead to her capture by the Mo tribe. Helplessly, she watched as they forced the potion down Rain's throat. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Isha felt an unbearable pain constricting her chest, tears streaming from her face like pearls freed from a broken string. This man, who could have lived a life of happiness on the Seven Kingdoms continent, had endured such calamity for her sake. If it were not for me, she choked, he would not be in such despair. When true love arrives, do not turn it away, echoed the words of the Lake Fairy Queen in her mind. Why do I forsake Rain's genuine affection for the fleeting pleasures with Count Baze? Isha questioned herself. Before long, the Grand Coalition of the Four Nations, led by King Stock-His-Eye, embarked on their northern campaign against the Mo tribe. The southern land dispatched 5,000 elite troops under the command of General Haishisi, while the Wind Kingdom contributed 3,000 men led by Count D. White. The Celestial Empire sent 5,000, personally commanded by Bishop Elia, and the King of Aellen led another 5,000. This coalition amassed nearly 20,000 soldiers, advancing resolutely toward the northern Black Fortress. As the coalition's forces encamped at the foot of the Black Fortress, the Mo tribesmen fortified themselves within, refusing to engage in battle. The coalition had no choice but to launch a direct assault on the fortress. Flanking the fortress were two encampments, forming a strategic angle that significantly heightened the difficulty of the siege. Nevertheless, the coalition had no alternative but to eliminate these outer encampments first. With the battle horn sounding, the coalition split into two contingents, each charging toward one of the enemy's camps. An onslaught of arrows rained down from the sky like locusts, the piercing whistling of arrows echoing in the air. Countless valiant soldiers fell to the ground, struck by arrows. The accompanying mages began to cast their spells, and soon, massive fireballs descended from the heavens, crashing violently upon the enemy encampments. Those unfortunate Mo tribesmen were obliterated by the fireballs, engulfed in flames, ultimately reduced to charred remains. Under the relentless onslaught of fireballs, the enemy camp soon erupted into flames. The air was filled with flickering light and thick, billowing smoke. The werewolves from the land of wind unleashed their prowess amidst the haze, transforming into ferocious beasts, darting through the smoke, swiftly reaping the lives of their adversaries with their razor-sharp claws and fangs. Chapter 57. Desperate love. The low growls of the wolf beasts intertwined with the agonized cries of the enemy, alongside the crackling of burning structures and the thunderous sounds of collapse, creating a grand and exhilarating symphony. The warriors fought valiantly, driven by the singular aim of annihilating their foes and uprooting their encampment. The Mo tribe resisted fiercely, defending their hard-won territory with their very flesh and blood. Upon the walls of Black Fortress, the Mo tribe leader, Modu, stood surrounded by numerous individuals draped in blue robes, noble priests of the Mo tribe. Above one of their hands hovered a crystal orb the size of a fist. He gazed skyward, silently uttering incantations. In a moment, the sky darkened ominously, and soon thick clouds gathered, flashing with lightning. In the blink of an eye, torrential rain began to pour, quickly extinguishing the raging fires within the camp. Soldiers from both sides battled fiercely in the downpour. With a resounding boom, the massive gates of Black Fortress swung open, and Modu led his tribesmen forth into the fray, igniting a battle that would determine their fates. Kill. The soldiers of the Four-Nation Alliance brandished their great swords and charged towards the advancing forces of the Mo tribe. The combatants collided like two torrents of murky mud, their great swords and axes dancing wildly in the storm, each showcasing their valor and strength amidst the deluge. Above Black Fortress, the priests of the Mo tribe sprang into action, chanting magical incantations in unison. Before long, the rain falling from the heavens transformed into a brilliant blue. The ground below soon mirrored this hue, and from a distance, it appeared as though all were engaged in battle upon a tranquil azure lake. Among those who followed Modu into battle were a group of enslaved captives from the nation of Aellen, led by the towering Ren, who wielded weapons against the Four-Nation Alliance. In the chaos of the battlefield, any blade drawn was a foe. Ren's imposing stature made him easily recognizable, and he caught the eye of Kessie Winton, who had accompanied the expedition. However, Upon witnessing Ren wielding a great sword against their own, she was utterly stunned. Unable to comprehend the transformation of the man she deeply cherished into a cold accomplice of the enemy. Through the downpour, Cassie Winton called out to Ren, desperately seeking to understand why he had become an adversary. "Ren," she screamed, hoping to awaken the reason within him that seemed lost. Upon hearing his name, Ren instinctively turned to her, finding a female warrior bearing a bow and arrow before him. Yet, he could not recall who she was. His crimson-tinged gaze reflecting a glimmer of confusion. "Do you not remember me? I am Cassie Winton. Once, atop the towering spire in Marala City, we beheld Cassie, tears streaming down her face as she lamented." The echo of enemy, enemy reverberated incessantly in Rain's mind. At last, he raised his great sword and struck towards Cassie Winton before him. The blade glinted ominously. Instinctively, and driven by a warrior's alertness, Cassie Winton leaped aside just as the sword descended upon her. She gazed at Rain, wielding the sword aimed at her, with incredulity. She yearned to comprehend the madness of the moment, yet it was evident that answers would not come from Rain's lips. With a painful and helpless cry, Cassie Winton swung her own sword towards the man she adored deeply. "If he truly does not love me, let me perish beneath his blade." She silently prayed while fiercely attacking Rain. With a sharp crack, Cassie Winton, her vision blurred by tears, stared at the approaching Rain. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Yet, the tumultuous noise could not rouse the dazed Rain from his stupor. Ultimately, his sword struck the woman who cherished him so profoundly. In a fleeting moment, Cassie Winton's sword was severed by Rain's strike. She stood motionless in the rain, resolute in her belief that if she could not be with the one she loved, she would rather embrace death. She strained to discern Rain's face, but the stinging tears and the relentless rain obscured her sight. Behind King Stokey's eye, Isa had been watching Rain ever since he left the city. She sought to uncover what potion the Mo clan had administered to him, and now, she began to grasp the situation. To her astonishment, there existed a girl so enamored with Rain. However, in that moment, Isa waved her staff, and Rain was struck aloft by a massive earthen fist. "No!" Cassie Winton screamed, her eyes fixed on Rain as he was hurled into the air. She was oblivious to the cause of the calamity, but could not bear the thought of watching her beloved fall to his demise. Just then, the colossal fist transformed into a great hand, catching the plummeting Rain and enveloping him into the earth below. At that moment, the fallen warriors on the battlefield, soaked by the cerulean rain, began to rise once more. Brandishing their great swords and massive axes, they assailed the soldiers of the Four Nations Alliance. The forces that had once held the advantage were swiftly overrun by these resurrected monstrosities. "We cannot allow this to continue. Our warriors shall become such monsters." Elia implored King Aellen of the neighboring realm. "Does the bishop wish for us to order a retreat?" King Stokey's eye inquired. "Indeed," Elia affirmed. "Very well," King Aellen conceded. "Order the retreat." Soon, the horn of retreat sounded, and the soldiers of the Four Nations Alliance hastily withdrew. They established camp on the southern shore of Lake Bessie. Subsequently, the leaders of the Four Nations convened once more to deliberate on how to confront the enemy's undying legion. However, Isa did not partake in the military discussions. Instead, she ventured alone to the dungeon of the Bessie fortress. The guards stationed at the dungeon, upon recognizing Isa, posed no further inquiries and permitted her entry into the dimly lit confines. These sentinels had heard whispers of Isa being the most promising sorceress of the Aellen kingdom, destined to potentially ascend to the stature of a master like Daladin. Thus, none wished to provoke a mage of such immense potential. With a torch in hand, Isa arrived at the entrance of a cell deep within the dungeon, where only one prisoner resided. This individual exhibited a vacant stare, leaning against the earthen wall, motionless, resembling a lifeless wooden figure. "Rain!" Isa called out to the inmate within. Indeed, the figure inside was Rain. On the battlefield of the northern Black Fortress, Isa had first cast a spell to hurl Rain away with a mud fist, rescuing Cassie Winton, and subsequently, in Cassie's presence, had pulled Rain into a prearranged spatial void. Consequently, Cassie would believe that Rain had perished beneath the earth, thus relinquishing any hope for him. This was merely a ruse devised by Isa. She did not wish for the man she harbored feelings for to be coveted by another woman. Although she had no immediate intentions of marrying Rain, and despite her affection for Count Batet, she could not abide by another woman's designs on Rain. Isa had transported Rain to the dungeon of Bessie Fortress and had come to ascertain his condition. Yet, upon calling Rain's name, he remained utterly unresponsive, resembling a statue. It was evident that Rain was in dire straits, and Isa felt powerless to assist him. It seemed she would have to procure an antidote from the priests. Isa muttered in resignation as she departed from the dungeon, instructing the guards to take good care of Rain. Days later, the coalition of 4 nations set out once more to assault Black Fortress. Following the destruction of 2 military camps outside the fortress, the Mo tribe opted not to rebuild. The Mo tribe leader, Modu, gazed upon the returning coalition with deep perplexity, uncertain of what emboldened them to challenge his undying legion once more. In the aftermath of the prior conflict, both the Mo tribesmen within Black Fortress and the coalition forces below had suffered substantial casualties. Nevertheless, this ultimate battle commenced with the resounding call of the charge. The coalition forces executed their plan, encircling Black Fortress from 3 fronts, thus significantly dispersing the already limited Mo adversaries and reducing their own losses in the siege. At the outset, Count Batet led a contingent, feigning an assault on the eastern side of Black Fortress. This quickly drew the majority of the Mo tribesmen towards the east. The Mo defenders atop the walls unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the assailants attempting to scale the fortifications. The arrows whistled through the air, targeting the soldiers armed with swords and shields. As the siege troops raised their shields to fend off the raining projectiles and boulders, they rushed forward towards the walls with fervor. Under the urging of the Mo clan leader, Modu, the priests of the Mo tribe began to chant incantations towards the densely packed siege troops, resembling a swarm of ants. Not far from where the Mo priests were situated, a large flock of crows gathered atop a tower, cawing incessantly, which unsettled both Modu and the soldiers guarding the city. United in their efforts, the Mo priests soon produced a series of sharp, resonant crackling sounds emanating from the ground outside Black Fortress, where a thick layer of ice rapidly formed upon the city's walls. This ice was not only solid and smooth, but also significantly increased the difficulty of scaling the fortifications. Moreover, the ground outside the fortress began to freeze over. At this moment, Count Roland, leading a contingent of warriors amidst the chaos, joined forces with over 100 werewolf warriors and several mages from the Wind Kingdom, advancing towards the weakest point of Black Fortress, located at the northwest corner. Count Roland intended to exploit this vulnerability to breach the fortress. Meanwhile, at the front, Daladin, accompanied by the instructors from the Magic Academy, continuously summoned colossal beasts to aid the army in assaulting the main gate, successfully diverting the attention of many Mo tribesmen. Outside the gate, the massive creatures charged relentlessly against the thick fortress door, causing the entire structure to tremble with each tremendous impact. We must deal with those beasts quickly, or the gate will soon be breached, Modu instructed one of the priests beside him. Very well, let us freeze the beasts in place, replied the priest, closing his eyes and gesturing fervently. Soon, a chilling mist surged towards the gate, encasing everything it touched in a thick layer of ice. The beasts battering the gate were swiftly transformed into furious ice sculptures. The assault on the main gate failed, and the siege team incurred heavy casualties. At this juncture, Count Roland's forces successfully ascended the northwest corner of Black Fortress, engaging fiercely with the advancing Mo tribesmen. Upon seeing intruders scaling the walls, Modu led a charge towards Count Roland. Observing the situation of the Mo priests, Isha turned to her mother, Elia, exclaiming, "Mother, the opportunity has arrived. Shall we act?" Indeed, Elia nodded in agreement. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, soon cloaked in thick clouds, with lightning weaving through the heavens. Isha realized that the enemy mages had commenced the activation of the Undead Legion's formation, prompting her to swiftly wave her staff and cast a spatial void. Elia, wielding the holy sword, along with several knights, leapt into the void, followed closely by Isha. The radiant brilliance of the holy sword quickly captured the attention of the Mo priests. "Who are they? Quickly stop them!" shouted the terrified Mo warriors assigned to protect the priests. With a swift swing of her great sword, Elia cleaved through the charging Mo warriors, severing them in a blinding flash of light. "Let us hasten." The priests of the Mo tribe, upon hearing a loud cry, sought to employ their escape technique. However, at that very moment, with a flourish of the staff, Isafa summoned a multitude of blinding beams of light that cascaded from the heavens, targeting the Mo priests. Left with no alternative, the priests erected ice shields above their heads to shield themselves from the impending onslaught of the terrifying light. Boom, 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 ah, ah, ah. The beams effortlessly shattered the ice shields of the Mo priests, sending them crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the Knights of the Heavenly Emperor charged forth to incapacitate the fallen Mo priests. Meanwhile, the Mo warriors tasked with guarding the priests had all perished beneath the blade of Alia's holy sword. Isafa once again invoked the void of space, whisking away the unconscious Mo priests. Devoid of their priests, the Mo tribespeople could not hope to defend Black Fortress City. After a grueling and brutal battle, the city ultimately succumbed to the siege of the coalition of four nations. To ensure the complete annihilation of the Mo tribespeople, King Stokes I dispatched Count Bester, leading a cavalry of 2,000, to pursue the remnants of the Mo forces that had fled Black Fortress City. The Mo leader, Modu, fled in a panic towards the seaside with a few hundred followers, intent on escaping Aellen Kingdom by boat and returning to their homeland. Yet, just as they beheld the harbor, Count Bester and his cavalry emerged. The battle-hardened Modu quickly organized his men into formation and began a slow retreat. Aware of their intent to flee by ship, Bester raised his sword and bellowed, "Slay them. Not a single enemy must escape." 2,000 cavalry charged forward, launching an assault on the retreating Mo tribespeople. Bester led the charge, his great sword aimed directly at Modu. Just as Bester and his cavalry were on the verge of overtaking the Mo, he suddenly experienced a sensation of weightlessness. In an instant, both horse and rider plunged into a vast sand pit. Chapter 59. A heartfelt revelation. Count Bester and nearly half of his cavalry plummeted into the unexpectedly vast sand pit. The cavalry behind them, quick on the draw, managed to rein in their steeds just in time to avoid the gaping abyss. The Mo tribespeople, witnessing the turn of events, rejoiced. They unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the enemies trapped in the sand pit. Bester and his men found themselves with no chance of escape. At that moment, colossal waves began to rise from the sea. On a vessel anchored nearby, a Mo priest was casting a spell. The towering waves surged forth, carrying the ship and countless fish towards the panicked cavalrymen. Beneath the surface, innumerable massive shadows scurried through the waters, undoubtedly the presence of formidable creatures akin to great white sharks. The cavalry of Aellen Kingdom, witnessing the impending doom, swiftly turned their steeds to flee. The waters soon ran red with blood. As the waves receded, the sand pit vanished without a trace. On the beach, remnants of severed limbs lay scattered, and the white bones of Mo and his subordinates vanished into the distance aboard a grand ship, propelled by the wind and waves as they departed from the realm of Aellen. Under the duress of severe interrogation by Isha and Arya, a priest of the Mo tribe ultimately divulged the truth regarding Rain. The transformation of Rain into his current state was due to the ingestion of a poison known as the Heartless Pill. As the name suggests, it strips one of their mental faculties, rendering them a mere puppet in human form. The Mo priest asserted that, at present, there is no antidote for this Heartless Pill. According to legend, however, there exists a method that may awaken the poisoned individual's consciousness. The blood of their beloved must be sprayed upon their face. With no other recourse, Isha resolved to follow the Mo priest's guidance. She retrieved a razor-sharp dagger, intending to make a small incision on her wrist to draw forth some blood. Yet, a wave of fear enveloped her. Her hand trembled incessantly around the dagger. After all, she was still but a child. Despite her mature appearance, her mind was that of a youth in her teens. Observing her distress, Arya gently offered, "If you cannot bring yourself to do it, allow me to assist." Isha silently repeated to herself, "My heart loves Rain. I am willing to offer my blood for him." She steeled herself to once more attempt the incision, but before the dagger could even graze her skin, her heart raced, and her hand quaked uncontrollably. She faltered yet again. Arya stepped forward, taking the dagger from Isha's trembling grasp, while firmly grasping her forearm. "I shall proceed. If you are frightened, simply close your eyes." Arya spoke with utmost care. Isha inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and nodded to indicate her mother could proceed. The dagger glided gently across Isha's wrist, and blood flowed forth, dripping steadily into a silver cup prepared in advance. After a moment, the Mo priest interjected, "That is sufficient. That is enough. This blood will suffice." Arya hurriedly attended to Isha, binding her wound. She gazed at Isha and reassured her, "Do not worry. In a few days, the wound will heal. Though it will leave a scar. It matters not. As long as I can awaken Rain, I would gladly bear additional scars," Isha murmured, her gaze fixed on Rain in the distance. Arya smiled faintly at her daughter's resolve, but said nothing further. She turned to the Mo priest and inquired, "What must we do next?" The Mo priest pointed to Isha and instructed, "Let her pour the blood from the cup into her mouth and spray it upon that man's face." Isha followed the priest's instructions and sprayed the blood onto Rain's face, silently awaiting a miracle, yearning for the moment when Rain would awaken and see her first. However, after a considerable time had passed, Rain remained seated in his chair, expressionless and vacant, gazing at Isha with hollow eyes. What could be the reason? Why did he not respond at all? Arya, somewhat enraged, questioned the priest of the Mo tribe. The priest appeared taken aback, nervously suggesting, perhaps the amount was insufficient. Let her try spraying again. Following his advice, Issa once more sprayed her blood upon Rhaen's face. Yet, Rhaen remained utterly motionless, allowing the blood to trickle onto his garments as if he were in a stupor. Fuming, Arya drew her holy sword, placing it against the priest's throat, and exclaimed, "You dare deceive us. Do you believe I would hesitate to end your life right now?" The priest, stammering, replied, "But perhaps she does not love him as deeply as one might imagine." "What did you say? On what grounds do you make such a claim?" Arya retorted, "He traversed oceans for my daughter, enduring countless hardships along the way. Their love is genuine. You are a fraud. I shall take your life." "Mother," Issa called out, attempting to restrain her mother. However, her plea came too late, for a trickle of blood had already begun to seep from the priest's neck, causing him to faint from fear. "What is happening?" Arya asked, puzzled as she turned to Issa. "Perhaps he speaks the truth. I may not feel as strongly for Rhaen as I thought," Issa confessed, her mind conjuring the image of Casey Winton's sorrowful despair on the battlefield. She recognized that the girl indeed loved Rhaen deeply. "What do you mean? What transpired between you two?" Arya asked incredulously, struggling to comprehend why her daughter would forsake a man so devoted to her. "I do not know, nor do I understand how it came to this. However, the Heavenly Emperor has rendered his judgment. I genuinely do not love Rhaen as I once believed," Issa said, her voice filled with anguish. Sighing deeply, Arya inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we still attempt to save him?" "Yes, we must save him. He came here because of me, and I bear a significant responsibility for his current state," Issa replied. "But where shall we find a girl who truly loves him?" Arya questioned. "I know where," Issa calmly stated, leading Casey Winton to them. Initially reluctant to meet Issa, Casey arrived upon learning it concerned Rhaen. When Casey laid eyes on Rhaen, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears, having believed him slain at the gates of Black Fortress. She thought she was dreaming. He has been poisoned by the Mo tribe. Now devoid of his senses, unable to recognize anyone, Issa said sadly, "I am aware. He was in such a state when I last encountered him. Is there a way to awaken him?" Casey asked, gazing earnestly at Issa. "There is. That is precisely why you have come here," Issa replied, then proceeded to disclose the method to awaken Rhaen. Kathy Winton, taken aback, hesitated for a moment, but without a trace of doubt. She used a dagger to slice her wrist, splattering her blood across Rhaen's face. A pained sound escaped Rhaen's throat, followed by tremors coursing through his body, as if something were detaching from within him. "Kathy, how could you be here?" Rhaen's eyes regained some spark as he looked at Kathy Winton in confusion. You actually recognized me?" Kathy Winton exclaimed with sheer joy. "Of course, how could I forget you? My head is pounding. It feels like so much has happened. Yet I can't recall any of it," Rhaen admitted, a hint of agony in his voice. Seeing Rhaen's distressed expression, Kathy suddenly threw herself into his embrace, whispering in his ear, "Do you know how much I've missed you?" Nearby, Isla and Alia, sensing the moment, discreetly withdrew. Rhaen remained silent, burdened by the weight of forgotten memories, yearning to understand what had transpired. Later, through Kathy Winton's revelations, Rhaen learned of all that had unfolded during his mental lapse. It dawned upon him that the girl he had desperately sought was right before him, for the Celestial Emperor had made a choice on his behalf. Once Rhaen regained his strength, he resolved to leave the kingdom of Aellen with Kathy Winton and return to the continent of the Seven Kingdoms. However, no ships were available to take them there, leaving them to reside near the northern seaport. The death of Count Best was a devastating blow to Isla. After all, he was the first man she had genuinely loved, despite her tender age of merely a few years. To console Elizabeth, King Stokey's Eye of Aellen planned to grant her a fief. Elizabeth chose the coastal town of Bran in the north. Stokey's Eye bestowed the city of Mara upon the Celestial Empire as a token of gratitude for their valiant efforts in the war against the Mo tribe. Thereafter, the continent of Aellen was divided among the Kingdom of Aellen, the Kingdom of Wind, the Southern Land, and the Celestial Empire. Years of unrelenting warfare had diminished the populations of the four nations, leaving the people in despair. Consequently, the leaders of the four nations signed a peace treaty, pledging to cease hostilities in commemoration of their collective victory against the invasion of the Mo tribe. Alia deliberately left 1,000 knights to protect the town of Bran for Elizabeth. At Elizabeth's request, the Mo priest remained in Bran, where she bestowed upon him a new name, Promise. In turn, Promise vowed to Elizabeth, pledging his lifelong loyalty as her servant. From Promise, Elizabeth learned of his origins from the island nation of Lance, where his people had long referred to themselves as the Children of the Sea. By a twist of fate, they had arrived in the Kingdom of Aellen and, under the leadership of the Mo chieftain, had launched multiple assaults on Aellen, seeking to claim it as their own. Elizabeth was profoundly intrigued by the perilous nature of the sea and pondered how the Lance people navigated its treacherous waters with such ease. Promes explained that they sailed by the guidance of the stars to ascertain their direction. In inclement weather, when the stars were obscured, they would beseech the sea god for protection, who would ensure their safe passage, even amidst tempestuous storms. Elizabeth regarded Promes's words with a measure of skepticism. Yet she earnestly endeavored to learn the language of the Lance and knowledge regarding the stars. A year later, Rain and Casey arrived in Bran City seeking Elizabeth's assistance to return to the Seven Kingdoms. Driven by a sense of guilt towards Rain, Elizabeth acquiesced to their request, albeit stating that she required time to prepare a grand vessel. After 6 months, under Promes's guidance, Elizabeth's crew constructed 10 magnificent ships of the Lance. Subsequently, Elizabeth and Promes, accompanied by several hundred soldiers, personally embarked on a voyage to escort Rain and Casey back to the Seven Kingdoms. With Promes's expertise, the fleet traversed the mist-shrouded Aellen Straits and arrived at the Seven Kingdoms. Rain successfully married Casey in his homeland, filling him with joy. He wished to invite Elizabeth to visit Cayenne City, yet she politely declined, feeling it necessary to consider Casey Winton's feelings, as she was now Rain's official partner. Elizabeth and Promes lingered in Lannisport for half a month, procuring an abundance of provisions, wine, vegetables, and other rare fabrics and artifacts from the Kingdom of Aellen before setting sail for home. However, mere days after departing the Seven Kingdoms, Elizabeth's fleet encountered pirates upon the open sea. The pirate flag bore the image of an octopus, a symbol that seemed vaguely familiar to Elizabeth, though she could not recall where she had seen it. The pirates commanded over 10 ships, blocking Elizabeth's fleet from advancing. The pirate captain, Brad Sherlock, demanded that Elizabeth and her crew surrender or face the slaughter of her men. Elizabeth regarded Captain Brad Sherlock, who appeared to be around 25 years of age, perhaps a year or two her senior. He had dark hair, pale skin, and a strikingly handsome visage that momentarily evoked the image of someone from her past. Resolutely, Elizabeth refused to capitulate, ordering her crew to prepare for battle. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Promes, silently urging him to take action. Captain Brad Sherlock, incensed, brandished his sword towards Elizabeth's fleet, issuing the command to attack. The pirates unleashed a barrage of arrows upon Elizabeth's men while maneuvering their ships closer, attempting to board. At that critical moment, a fierce wind suddenly arose over the sea. The gale grew stronger, causing the pirate vessels to sway and retreat, while Elizabeth's fleet remained steadfast and unaffected. Elizabeth, wishing to teach the band of pirates a lesson, brandished her staff. A tempest of fireballs, propelled by the wind, mercilessly rained down upon the pirates' grand vessel. In the blink of an eye, their ship was engulfed in flames, and before long, it sank into the depths of the sea. The surface of the water was littered with numerous pirates who had abandoned ship in a desperate bid for survival. Captain Brad Sherlock gazed at Elizabeth in terror, utterly astonished that such a beautiful woman was, in fact, a powerful sorceress. Without casting a glance at Brad, Elizabeth commanded her fleet to continue their voyage. After a lengthy journey across the ocean, she and her fleet finally returned to Bran City, bringing with them provisions that significantly alleviated the food shortages in the city. Subsequently, Elizabeth divided the rare goods acquired from the Seven Kingdoms continent into several batches for sale in the royal city. Upon hearing of the exotic wares from overseas, the nobles in the royal city eagerly competed to purchase them at exorbitant prices. This maritime venture yielded Elizabeth a fortune of thousands of gold coins, revealing to her the immense profits inherent in oceanic trade. Thus, she conceived the ambitious plan to establish a maritime fleet for long-distance commerce. Elizabeth intended to engage in long-term maritime trade with the Lannister family from the Seven Kingdoms continent. However, she harbored concerns regarding how to deal with pirates like Brad. After much contemplation, she concluded that she needed a formidable army to safeguard her maritime interests, yet regrettably, she currently possessed only the small fief of Bran City. As night descended and the lights illuminated the surroundings, Elizabeth and Promes toasted in merriment. Promes, I believe you are my guardian angel. With you by my side, I shall one day become the most powerful person in this realm of Aellen, a tipsy Elizabeth proclaimed, her words flowing freely. Alarmed, Promes, who had not partaken in drink, was taken aback by her haunting declaration. Unsure whether his mistress was genuinely intoxicated or merely jesting, he replied, "Well, I harbor little ambition for power. I am someone who simply enjoys wealth and the pleasures of life." "Indeed, let us revel in life," Elizabeth echoed, raising her goblet. Following several successful maritime trades, Elizabeth amassed hundreds of thousands of gold coins, allowing goods from the Seven Kingdoms to flow from the royal city to the southern lands of the Wind Nation. Within a few years, Bran City had nearly doubled in size, attracting merchants from the Kingdom of Aellen who transported various regional specialties to the city, all the while awaiting the return of Elizabeth's fleet laden with overseas treasures. King Stock-Eye of Aellen could scarcely believe that Elizabeth had transformed the modest Bran City into such a thriving hub in a mere few years, and he found himself greatly intrigued by her burgeoning trade activities. Thus, he dispatched envoys to Elizabeth, proposing a partnership in the maritime trade. Elizabeth acquiesced, yet stipulated one condition. She required the king to assemble a naval escort consisting of 3,000 men. Recent maritime ventures had left Elizabeth quite perturbed. A formidable band of pirates, led by Brad, sought to plunder her fleet. Had it not been for Promis's timely conjuring of a dense fog, she and her fleet would likely have met their demise at sea. King Stock-Eye, eager to collaborate with Elizabeth, consented to her demand. He recruited 3,000 valiant warriors from across the realm, forming a legion subordinate to the city of Bran. The king declared that Elizabeth would be responsible for the expenses and upkeep of this military force, to which she agreed. With the king's involvement, the scale of Elizabeth's fleet more than doubled. Leading her grand armada, Elizabeth set sail once more towards Lannisport on the continent of the Seven Kingdoms. The Lannister family of Casterly Rock was already immensely wealthy, and their conquest of Highgarden only augmented their territory and influence. In recent years, the Lannisters had further enriched themselves through maritime trade with Elizabeth of the realm of Aellen. The intelligence agency of the imperial capital observed every move of the Lannister clan with keen interest. However, King Jon the Great of the Seven Kingdoms had no objections, considering the exchange between Aellen and the Seven Kingdoms beneficial. Rumors circulated that this Elizabeth of Aellen bore a striking resemblance to Queen Daenerys Targaryen, piquing the interest of the aging king, who was eager to meet Captain Elizabeth. As Elizabeth's fleet navigated the waters near the Iron Islands, they were intercepted by the fleet of Lord Theon Greyjoy. Elizabeth was compelled to negotiate personally. Upon seeing Elizabeth, Theon was momentarily struck dumb. Before him stood a young woman who was a veritable reincarnation of Daenerys Targaryen, albeit in her youth, while he had grown old. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Lord Theon's mind. At that moment, he was grateful to the pirate chief Brad for the warning he had provided. Without it, his nephew Prince Arthur might have unwittingly gained a formidable rival for the throne. Today, he resolved, he must eliminate this woman who bore such an uncanny resemblance to Daenerys Targaryen. Elizabeth stood at the bow of her ship, gazing across the waters at Theon. She called out, "I am Elizabeth Stock, hailing from the realm of Aellen. We are the royal fleet of Aellen, en route to Lannisport for legitimate trade. May I inquire who you are and why you obstruct our passage?" "Humph. Do you truly intend to conduct legitimate trade with an entire ship full of soldiers? You clearly seek to invade Lannisport under the guise of trade. Do you take me for a fool?" Theon retorted angrily. No, you misunderstand," Elizabeth responded. "Our soldiers are here solely for the purpose of escorting, as the waters have previously been plagued by pirates. To ensure our safety, we have brought along a contingent of soldiers. I beseech you, allow us to pass," Elizabeth explained. "Do not attempt to deceive me. I shall not believe your words," Count Scene declared, gesturing with a grand wave to issue an attack order to his men. A storm of arrows whistled through the air, targeting Elizabeth's fleet. With no other recourse, Elizabeth commanded her forces to engage in battle. Scene's subordinates, seasoned sailors well-versed in naval combat, were far superior to Elizabeth's hastily assembled escort of over 2,000. As a result, Elizabeth's side soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 62. The father-daughter encounter. As Scene's vessels approached Elizabeth's escort fleet, countless iron grappling hooks were cast forth, ensnaring the escort ships and bringing Scene's south ships perilously close. His men leapt onto the escort vessels, clashing violently with Elizabeth's soldiers. "My lord, it appears our soldiers cannot hold out much longer. Perhaps we should retreat?" Promis suggested anxiously. Elizabeth, in anguish, watched her soldiers fall victim to the enemy's ruthless onslaught, tears of sorrow streaming down her beautiful face. With a heavy sigh, Elizabeth resolved to abandon the cargo and make a full retreat. She had initially believed that these men were motivated by greed for her goods, igniting their unwarranted aggression. However, to her astonishment, Scene's men paid no heed to the cargo soaked by the sea, relentlessly pursuing her instead. Confounded, Elizabeth questioned why these Iron Islanders sought her demise, as she bore no animosity towards them. At the stern of the ship, Promis, observing Scene's fleet in close pursuit, resorted to magic once more. The once tranquil sea surged, unleashing towering waves of over 10 meters high that crashed upon Scene's ships. The waves mercilessly engulfed vessel after vessel. My lord, the waves are too great. It is far too dangerous. We must return. One of Scene's subordinates urged. Scene bellowed. What are these mere winds and waves to us? We cannot allow those enemies to escape. Pursue. Continue the chase. Scene's grand ship forged ahead through the tumultuous seas. He was willing to pay any price, even his life, to ensure Prince Arthur ascended the throne. As Elizabeth saw the enemy fleet daringly in pursuit, she sensed that there was more to this day than met the eye. Yet she could not fathom the underlying truth. Soon, Elizabeth spotted a fleet not far ahead, displaying a flag emblazoned with an octopus. The pirate crew, she murmured, overwhelmed with trepidation. Indeed, it was the notorious pirate band of Brad Sherlock that encircled her. Ho, 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 come take a look. Who do we have here? Is this not our enchanting little sorceress? Brad Sherlock exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Elizabeth remained silent, her expression darkened. Where is your grand fleet, little beauty? How is it that only a few battered ships remain? Brad inquired with a hint of malice. You had better step aside, or I shall incinerate you. Elizabeth retorted with indignation. Daenerys. At that moment, an elderly man joyfully called out to Elizabeth. She stared in astonishment at the excited old man, perplexed as to how he knew of a name she had once possessed. What are you shouting about, Dad? Brad Sherlock muttered, furrowing his brow at the old man nearby. That rascal is your sister, Daenerys Sherlock, the elder replied. Who do those ships belong to? Weston Sherlock pointed towards Theon's fleet. Upon hearing this, Brad Sherlock stood frozen, unable to fathom that this fierce little beauty was indeed his half-sister. Those ships belong to Lord Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, he finally managed to say. Why is that little scoundrel not staying on the Iron Islands? What brings him here? Weston Sherlock asked, visibly agitated. It seems they are here in pursuit of that sister of mine, Brad replied. Your sister Daenerys is exceptionally beautiful. It is only natural that she has admirers. However, why would an old eunuch pursue her? Weston frowned. How would I know? Perhaps there is some history between them, Brad said disingenuously. Look at their fierce demeanor. They must be plotting something against my daughter. Why are you still dawdling? Send someone to eliminate them. Weston scolded his son, Brad. Reluctantly, Brad ordered an attack on the approaching fleet of Lord Theon, while also instructing the ships near Elizabeth to draw closer, as his father intended to meet his daughter. Oh, Daenerys, where have you been all these years? I have missed you dearly, Weston exclaimed as he embraced Elizabeth. At this point, Elizabeth could no longer deny that she was indeed Daenerys Sherlock. Father, much has happened. I'm not sure where to begin, Elizabeth replied. Hearing himself referred to as father by Daenerys filled Weston with immense joy. After a fierce battle, Lord Theon's forces were utterly vanquished, and he himself fell to numerous sword wounds, meeting his demise in the sea. Seizing the opportunity, Brad led the fleet to Pike Island and captured Pike Castle. Subsequently, he conducted a thorough purge of those loyal to Theon. Elizabeth not only escaped death, but also reunited with her long-lost brother and father. However, she did not linger on Pike Island. After gathering her belongings and crew, she set sail for Lannisport, wishing to avoid the impending war. All she sought was wealth. Seeing his daughter's resolve to leave, Weston did not insist on her staying. After all, she was grown and had her own aspirations. He allowed Elizabeth to depart. As soon as Elizabeth's fleet entered Lannisport, it was seized by the military, along with its crew. Confined in a prison cell, Elizabeth wore a bewildered expression, contemplating. Could it be that they have already learned about my brother and father's conquest of Pike City? It cannot be. It is utterly impossible, she reassured herself. Could you do me a favor? I would like to meet with Rhaen Lannister, Elizabeth addressed the guard. The guard remained expressionless and ignored her completely. With no other option, Elizabeth resigned herself to her cell. The following day, a man clad in a long black cloak and wearing a matching hood entered the cell. He commanded the others to leave, leaving only himself and Elizabeth in the chamber. The figure in black inquired, "What is your name? From where do you hail? Who are your parents? Why should I tell you? Who are you, and why are you dressed like this?" Elizabeth retorted. The man in black fell silent for a moment before responding, "I am the one who holds your fate in his hands. Should you wish to remain in this cell for eternity, you may choose not to answer my questions." With no other recourse, Elizabeth acquiesced and truthfully answered his inquiries. Chapter 63. Bran's Deception. Elizabeth Stark? What relation do you have with the royal Stark family of the Kingdom of Aellen? The man queried. Elizabeth was taken aback, astonished that this figure in black was aware of the Stark royalty. After a moment's thought, she replied, "To be frank, my father was King Stark IV of the Kingdom of Aellen, but alas, he perished on the battlefield." Stark IV? Is he the renowned Valen Stark? The man asked, astonished. "Yes. How do you know? Who are you, and how do you know my father?" Elizabeth asked, her shock palpable. I now know who you are. Well, you need not know who I am, the man stated before departing. When will you release me? Elizabeth shouted at the retreating figure. The news of Count Kian's death and the fall of Pike City swiftly reached the imperial capital. Queen Yara ordered a campaign against the usurpers of Pike City, the Brad family and their cohorts. She sought vengeance for her slain brother, Count Kian. Tasked with executing this campaign was Rhaen Lannister of the Lannister family from Casterly Rock. Rhaen led 10,000 warriors of the Lannister house, embarking from Lannisport towards Pike City. However, upon arriving at Pike Island, Rhaen discovered that the Brad faction had already vanished without a trace. The island was left as an empty shell. Rhaen dutifully reported the situation regarding the campaign against Pike City to Queen Yara. She ordered Rhaen to continue searching for the whereabouts of Brad and his band of pirates. Nevertheless, after months of scouring the seas, Rhaen and his fleet found no sign of Brad or his crew. Reluctantly, he returned to Casterly Rock. Elizabeth had been imprisoned near Lannisport for several months. One day, a peculiar figure, hindered by his mobility and seated upon a chair, arrived at the cell. This individual was Bran Stark. He had come at the behest of King Jon to investigate the past of Elizabeth in order to uncover her true identity. Upon his inquiry, Bran discovered that Elizabeth was, in fact, the daughter of King Jon and Queen Daenerys. However, as he delved into Elizabeth's history, he recognized the extraordinary trials she had endured. Yet, he found himself grappling with whether he should reveal her true identity to King Jon, as it pertained to the question of succession to the Iron Throne. Undoubtedly, should King Jon pass, Elizabeth would be the most legitimate claimant to the Iron Throne, not only by virtue of being the daughter of Queen Daenerys, but also due to the pure Targaryen blood that coursed through her veins. As Bran journeyed toward the capital, his thoughts were tumultuous and conflicted. He understood the immense joy and excitement that would envelop King Jon upon learning that Elizabeth was the daughter of Queen Daenerys. However, this revelation could drastically alter the future of the Seven Kingdoms. Should he deprive that young woman of her right to the Iron Throne? Bran pondered to himself. For many, being the rightful heir to the Iron Throne would be an honor beyond compare. Yet, for Elizabeth, who was alone and vulnerable in the realm, such a claim could usher in endless calamity. Within the confines of the capital's secret chamber, Bran faced King Jon in solitude. So, is she truly Daenerys' daughter? King Jon inquired eagerly. No, she is not, Bran replied. After being captured by Euron and Cersei, Daenerys took her own life rather than endure Euron's indignities. Thus, the queen has no descendants. The young woman merely bears a resemblance to the queen. Bran concocted what he believed to be a satisfactory narrative. Sighing deeply, King Jon responded, "If that's the case, so be it. She claims to be the daughter of Arya and Wylis. In truth, that connects us by blood. I understand. I have seen all of this," Bran replied. "In that case, I shall finance the purchase of her goods," King Jon declared. Bran smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Elizabeth and her entourage were soon released, and her considerable cargo was swiftly acquired at twice its usual value, leaving Elizabeth perplexed. After procuring her goods, Elizabeth set sail once more, returning to the realm of Aellen. This voyage had taken a heavy toll on her fleet, with half of her ships destroyed and the escort of over 2,000 suffering significant losses. Upon her return, Elizabeth faced the daunting realities of immense cargo losses and compensation for the casualties, leaving her troubled throughout the journey. She was uncertain how to report back to King Stokey's Eye upon her return. Not long after Elizabeth's fleet had entered the harbor of Bran, a large flotilla of ships adorned with the flag of the octopus appeared on the distant horizon. What was happening? Elizabeth furrowed her brow as she gazed at the approaching pirate vessels. Leading the ships was Weston Sherlock, accompanied by his son Brad Sherlock. They had long established surveillance in the Iron Current Isles, and upon spotting Elizabeth's fleet, which bore the golden violet flag, they swiftly organized their own ships and followed her to the kingdom of Aellen. "Hello, my dear daughter, I have arrived," Weston Sherlock called out excitedly, waving his arms from the bow of his ship. Elizabeth, seeing this, could only shake her head in resignation. She was at a loss regarding how to manage the fleet of dozens of ships led by her father, and she could not fathom the purpose of his arrival. The previously tense atmosphere in Bran Harbor relaxed upon hearing her father's enthusiastic shout. Promes approached Elizabeth and whispered, "They have brought 3,000 to 4,000 men. Do you think they intend to seize Bran City?" Elizabeth's eyelids fluttered involuntarily at this revelation. She immediately called out to her father, "Father, with so many people here, do you plan to attack my Bran City?" Hearing this, Weston Sherlock quickly ordered the other ships to anchor offshore while he and his son Brad entered Bran Harbor first. Upon disembarking, Weston Sherlock approached Elizabeth with a cheerful demeanor and said, "My beloved daughter, you have misunderstood my intentions. Your brother and I followed you here out of necessity. What do you mean? Elizabeth asked, perplexed. You know well that during the last incident, your brother eliminated that old man, Theon Greyjoy, to rescue you. Since then, we have been relentlessly pursued by the army sent by his sister, Queen Yara. We had no choice but to seek refuge in your city. Weston Sherlock explained with a resigned expression. Chapter 64. The Judgment Day. Upon hearing her father's explanation, Elizabeth found no reason to send his men away. After all, her father and brother had incurred the Queen's wrath because of her. With no alternatives, Elizabeth reluctantly consented to allow Weston Sherlock's men to take refuge in Brand City. What Elizabeth had not anticipated was that Weston Sherlock and his 3,000 to 4,000 followers had no intention of leaving after settling in. With no other options, Elizabeth made it a requirement that Weston Sherlock's men join the Celestial Empire, hoping to reshape their beliefs and regulate their conduct through its doctrines. Regarding the losses incurred during this expedition, Elizabeth personally spent over 100,000 gold coins to compensate for the lost ships and provide pensions to the fallen warriors. Overall, this maritime venture had cost Elizabeth dearly. Meanwhile, the royal city remained on high alert regarding the arrival of Weston Sherlock and his entourage of 3,000 to 4,000 men. The king dispatched several groups of individuals to inquire about the purpose of Elizabeth's presence. With no other recourse, Elizabeth journeyed to the royal city to elucidate her situation directly to King Stokey's Eye. Upon her arrival, she recounted the tribulations she faced at sea. However, the king remained unconvinced and imprisoned her on charges of treason. Concurrently, he revoked her lands in Brand City. The news of Elizabeth's confinement was shrouded in secrecy until the Earl of Roland's army appeared at the gates of Brand City, prompting citing Sherlock, Brad Sherlock, and others to discover that Elizabeth was incarcerated in the royal dungeons for treason. They have imprisoned my virtuous daughter, Elizabeth. We shall confront them. Citing Sherlock proclaimed from the ramparts of Brand City, rallying the citizens and his men who echoed, "Let us fight, storm the royal city, and rescue Elizabeth." Observing the brewing rebellion among the people of Brand City and recognizing his limited forces, the Earl of Roland hastily reported the situation to the royal city. The followers of the Celestial Empire were widespread across the realm of Aellen. Consequently, the news of Elizabeth's imprisonment for treason reached the ears of the High Priestess Elia. Understanding the grave nature of treason, which could lead to execution by hanging, she swiftly led over 10,000 knights of the Celestial Empire towards Marla City, intent on compelling the king to surrender Elizabeth before she could meet her grim fate. The approach of the Celestial Empire's formidable army astonished King Stokey's Eye. He sought to fortify the royal city, while simultaneously dispatching envoys to inquire why the Celestial Empire disregarded the peace treaty and launched an unprovoked invasion. The High Priestess, however, paid no heed to the king's messengers. Wherever the celestial troops marched, the populace rallied to the priestess, seizing arms to join the northern campaign. Faced with the overwhelming and well-equipped forces of the Celestial Empire, the defenders of Aellen's cities either surrendered or fled in terror. The Celestial Army, bolstered by tens of thousands, advanced relentlessly towards the royal city. The Prime Minister Leopold advised, "Your Majesty, it is prudent to prepare for the worst." With a heavy sigh, King Stokey's Eye lamented, "At this juncture, I must lead my forces to confront the Celestial Empire in a desperate struggle." He added, "In my opinion, we should summon the Earl of Roland's army. Otherwise, our mere 3,000 defenders will be insufficient against the multitude of the Celestial Empire." The court mage, Daladin, concurred. Yet the king shook his head, declaring, "It is too late. The Celestial Army will soon be at our gates." Dalatine inquired with a hint of confusion. What could possibly motivate the Celestial Emperor sect to suddenly mobilize their forces against our nation of Aellen? "I do not know," King Stokey's Eye replied with resignation. "The envoy I dispatched was slain before even laying eyes on that madwoman. It appears that the Celestial Emperor sect has long schemed for this invasion. Perhaps we should request assistance from the Wind Kingdom and the Southern Lands to launch an offensive against the cities of the Celestial Emperor sect. This would be preferable to idly awaiting our demise." Upon hearing Dalatine's suggestion, King Stokey's Eye nodded in agreement. Thus, Dalatine cast a spell, transmitting the king's message through divine crows to the grand sorcerers of the Southern Lands and the Wind Kingdom. When the forces of the Celestial Emperor sect arrived at the gates of the royal city, their numbers had swelled to 50,000. Meanwhile, the royal city could muster only 3,000 hastily recruited guards. Count Roland was presently leading 5,000 elite troops in an assault on Brand City. With a flourish of the holy sword in Arya's hand, the Celestial Emperor sect launched their attack on the royal city. The fervent devotees, braving a hail of arrows, cried out, "Judgment Day! Judgment Day!" as they obliterated fortress after fortress outside the city. The king of Aellen personally led his 3,000 guards alongside numerous grand sorcerers atop the royal walls, defending their stronghold. Just then, chaos erupted within the city. The celestial emperor sect's adherents set fire to buildings and shops, while the frenzied zealots attacked the soldiers guarding the gates. The grand sorcerers atop the walls hastily cast spells to summon rain and extinguish the flames. The guards unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the celestial emperor sect's assailants. At that moment, Arya's forces had reached the foot of the royal city. Under the command of 2 deacons and the legion commander, the celestial emperor's followers began their siege. Dalatine and the sorcerers by his side raised their staffs, unleashing magical assaults upon the invading forces. Enormous fireballs rained down from the sky, crashing into the throngs of celestial emperor devotees below. Those struck were instantly engulfed in flames, transforming into living torches. Yet, even as they burned, the celestial emperor's followers continued to shout, "Judgment Day! Judgment Day!" Clearly, before the madness of the celestial emperor's zealots, no magic could instill fear or compel them to retreat. The countless warriors of the celestial emperor sect swarmed the city walls, clashing with the king and his guards. With no other recourse, Dalatine summoned a colossal frost dragon to assault the celestial emperor forces. Upon its arrival, the frost dragon unleashed a chilling breath upon the army below. In its wake, numerous knights and adherents of the celestial emperor were transformed into ice sculptures. The immense frost dragon descended, targeting the warriors of the celestial emperor sect, who bravely charged the gates. Witnessing the ferocity of the frost dragon, Arya grasped her holy sword and dashed toward the monstrous creature. Chapter 65. The Siege of the Royal City. Bishop, be careful. Bishop, no? The followers of the Celestial Empire, upon witnessing their bishop, audaciously called out to challenge the frost dragon. As the colossal creature took notice of the approaching Alia, it flapped its immense, heavy wings and lunged towards her. Perish! Alia bellowed, brandishing her sword to strike at the dragon's outstretched claws. A blinding flash of white light erupted, and with a swift motion, she severed one of the dragon's talons. Viscous dragon blood gushed forth, transforming the sky into a crimson deluge, while the frost dragon emitted a sorrowful roar. Long live the bishop! Long live the bishop! Alia's decisive blow sent the throngs of Celestial Empire followers into a frenzy of ecstatic cheers. On the battlements, King Stokey's Eye of the Aellen Kingdom, witnessing Alia's formidable prowess as she fearlessly engaged the dragon, felt a tremor of apprehension course through him. He stood transfixed, watching as the colossal frost dragon was mercilessly cleaved to pieces by Alia, this madwoman wielding her resplendent sword. Upon the dragon's demise, the followers erupted in jubilation, storming the royal city. Bishop Alia entered the stronghold, successfully liberating Elizabeth, who had been imprisoned in the dungeons. When Elizabeth learned that her mother, Alia, had valiantly led an army to seize the royal city for her sake, she was utterly astounded. She had never fathomed that her mother would wage war against the Aellen Kingdom for her. "Mother!" Elizabeth cried out, throwing herself into Alia's embrace. In that moment, she resembled a child, weeping on her mother's shoulder. Alia gently patted Elizabeth's back, offering her solace. "I understand you have endured much suffering and hardship. However, you are now a grown-up. You cannot behave like a child, crying at every whim. Do not be sorrowful, my dear." Elizabeth choked on her words. "No, I am not sad. I am overwhelmed with joy and excitement to see you, mother." "Foolish child, I too have missed you," Alia replied tenderly, holding Elizabeth close. Days later, Alia ordered the execution of Stokey's Eye, along with Prime Minister Leopold and his cadre of nobles. Many of these nobles had participated in the coup that ousted Queen Arryn. In Alia's eyes, these conspirators were far more ruthless than any adversary on the battlefield. As long as they lived, the specter of another coup loomed, and Alia was determined to deny them that opportunity. Regarding Stokey's Eye, Alia explained to Elizabeth, "Though this man offered you some assistance in the past, he imprisoned you and falsely accused you of treason. His intentions were to take your life, and his inner depravity is manifest. Such individuals deserve no mercy." In addition to this, Arya had another reason for executing Stokey's Eye. She believed that the elite, led by Stokey's Eye, had dared to challenge imperial authority and disrupt the established order. Such individuals, if left unpunished, would only inspire more to rise and create turmoil. In that case, loyalty would become a distant memory, and chaos would reign indefinitely. Subsequently, Arya Stark chose an auspicious day to ascend the throne, becoming the queen of the Kingdom of Aellen. Simultaneously, she assumed the role of the Grand Archbishop of the Celestial Empire. Queen Arya appointed her daughter, Elizabeth, as the crown princess. She also instructed Elizabeth to coordinate the selection of talent and establish a new governing body for the Kingdom of Aellen. Count Roland, stationed outside Brand City, led thousands of troops to besiege the city. However, within the walls, Westing Sherlock and his son, Brad Sherlock, adamantly refused to surrender. Count Roland commanded his men to shout from outside the city, "Those who surrender shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Those who bring forth the head of a rebel shall receive 100 gold coins. And for the capture of the rebel leader, the reward shall be 10,000 gold coins." Under Count Roland's generous offers, divisions began to surface within Brand City. Many citizens started to flee the city. Some brave souls, eager for the promised bounty, seized the opportunity to strike down the drunken pirates, claiming their heads. The chaos within Brand City was precisely what Count Roland had hoped for. However, at that moment, he received news from the royal city. It had fallen, and the Grand Archbishop had taken control. After careful consideration, Count Roland determined that it was unnecessary to waste further forces in Brand City. So he led his army of thousands to Black Fortress. As the troops withdrew from outside Brand City, Westing Sherlock and Brad Sherlock, under the guise of purging disloyalty, unleashed a bloody massacre upon the city. They then departed with the plundered gold and jewels. In the southern land, at the royal city, Regent Duke Roderick urgently summoned Grand Commander Cisbraden. "The Grand Archbishop has invaded the Kingdom of Aellen," Duke Roderick directly informed Cisbraden. Cisbraden paused in silence before inquiring, "What is the current state of the Kingdom of Aellen?" "I am not entirely sure. It is said that tens of thousands of fervent Celestial Empire believers are actively engaged in battle. It seems Stokes' reign will not endure much longer," Duke Roderick replied. Cisbraden murmured, "The followers of the Celestial Empire are spread throughout the continent. At least 1/3 of our army consists of believers. If we engage in war against the Celestial Empire, will those infiltrators within our ranks side with them?" Duke Roderick expressed his deep concern. "I do not know. This is a dilemma we must confront," Cisbraden contemplated. Duke Roderick stated, "It appears we must first purge the Celestial Empire believers from within. Once they are eradicated, we can then confidently confront the Celestial Empire." "Indeed, my lord," Cisbraden casually inquired, "but how do you intend to deal with those believers?" Prince Roderick contemplated for a moment and declared, "We must first ascertain the number of individuals involved, and then we shall decide accordingly. This matter is somewhat cumbersome and may require considerable time. However, it is not overly troublesome. I shall inquire at the Church of the Celestial Emperor, and I will soon have the answer." With a smile, Zeiss replied, "Oh, I had forgotten that you are also affiliated with the Celestial Emperor's church." Suddenly, Prince Roderick realized something and asked Zeiss, "Do you possess any effective strategies for managing those followers of the Celestial Emperor?" Zeiss sighed deeply, taking a moment to reflect before responding. "In my opinion, our foremost task should be to win the hearts of the people. We need those followers to support us and heed our commands, thereby fighting on our behalf. You speak wisely. I entrust this matter to you. Please handle it, for I cannot conceive of a suitable solution. Alas, in my old age, such burdensome issues are best left to the youth," Prince Roderick lamented. Chapter 66. The sovereign's eyes did not hasten to address the affairs of the Celestial Emperor's church. Instead, he returned directly to his residence. "My dear, there is something I would like to seek your opinion on," Zeiss said, grasping Eileen's hand. Aellen gazed curiously at Zeiss, awaiting his continuation. "Well, do you wish to return to the royal city and reclaim your rightful throne?" Zeiss inquired earnestly. Aellen shook her head, replying, "I do not desire that. I only wish to remain by your side and nurture our children as they grow. In that, I find great contentment and happiness." "Really?" Zeiss questioned, somewhat incredulously. "Indeed," Aellen affirmed with a nod, smiling as she asked, "My dear, what prompted you to ask me this today?" "Oh, the High Priest of the Celestial Emperor has launched an assault on King Aellen's city. My father fears that once the Celestial Emperor's forces seize Aellen, they will march southward against us in the southern lands. Thus, I sought your thoughts on whether we should engage in war with the Celestial Emperor," Zeiss explained slowly. Aellen nodded in response and said, "This matter can be decided by you and my father. There is no need for you to consult me. However, do you have your own thoughts on it?" "Me?" Zeiss chuckled, remaining silent. Aellen stepped closer, embracing Zeiss gently as she whispered, "We are partners in marriage. You need not consult me on every matter. I know you love me, and you are entitled to your own opinions as well. Just express your thoughts to my father as you see fit." Yet, Zeiss found himself at a loss for words. "It's nothing. My father is aging, and henceforth, this southern land will require your guardianship and leadership. Both Louis and I have faith in you," Aellen reassured softly. Upon hearing her words, Zeiss tightened his embrace around Aellen, realizing in that moment how fortunate he was to share his life with her. Although Aellen professed her reluctance to assume the role of queen once more, Zais recalled the fervent expression on her face when he had vowed to assist her in reclaiming the throne in the city of Luisi. It dawned upon him that perhaps her words stemmed from a desire to avoid conflict between him and the brothers of the Heavenly Emperor sect. Zais found himself in a precarious predicament. Despite his ascendance to the position of Grand Commander of the Southern Lands, he remained entwined with the Heavenly Emperor sect, still a member of its ranks. Should war erupt between the Southern Lands and the sect, he would be compelled to side with the former. For it was there that his family resided, the essence of his existence. Yet, this allegiance would necessitate betrayal of Aellen and the sect. Once a person forsakes their beliefs, envisioning their future becomes a daunting task, likely resembling that of a wandering soul, lost and forlorn. Nevertheless, Zais could no longer afford to linger on such thoughts. He was faced with the harrowing choice between family and faith. At that very moment, an envoy from the Wind Kingdom arrived in Goth City. King Wood-Eye of the Wind Kingdom sought to ally with the Southern Lands to confront the arrogant and domineering Heavenly Emperor sect. Duke Roderick consented to the alliance with the Wind Kingdom and agreed to mobilize their forces against the sect. Anxiety gnawed at Zais as he closed his eyes, his mind preoccupied with the dilemma of addressing the followers of the Heavenly Emperor sect within the Southern Lands. He understood that procrastination would inevitably transform this issue into a grave threat for the region. In the dead of night, unable to find solace in sleep, Zais reached for a copy of the sect's doctrines resting on his bedside, poring over its contents not to absorb its teachings, but to uncover any potential loopholes that he could exploit. Time and again, he scrutinized the doctrines, yet ultimately discovered nothing of value. Exhausted, Zais gradually succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, a swirling mass of black mist materialized, eventually coalescing into the form of a shadowy figure. The figure addressed Zais. "I sense your confusion and anxiety. If you place your faith in me, I shall empower you and make you the sovereign of this world." "How could that be? I am but an ordinary mortal. What right do I have to become the master of this realm?" Zais retorted with self-deprecating humor. "Mortal beings are defined by their lack of faith, living akin to swine and dogs, driven solely by desire. You, however, are different. You are the chosen sovereign dispatched by the Dark Lord." "Who is the Dark Lord?" Zais inquired, curiosity piqued. "You shall come to know him in due time. Travel westward and seek a being with violet eyes. He will bestow upon you unimaginable power." The shadowy figure declared before vanishing from Zais's dream. "The West? We're in the West," Zais urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. Dear, Aellen, stirred by Zais's ramblings, shook him vigorously. Yet, Zais merely mumbled in his sleep, drifting deeper into unconsciousness. Aellen gazed at the man beside her, letting out a long sigh, oblivious to the nature of Zais's dream. However, she was acutely aware of the immense burden her man bore, and felt utterly helpless to assist him. All she could do was quietly accompany him. At daybreak, Zais departed from the city of Goth alone, journeying westward in search of the one with the violet eyes. At each stop, he inquired among the villagers if they had seen or heard of anyone possessing a pair of violet eyes, but they all replied in the negative. Thus, he continued westward, distancing himself further from Goth. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the town of Twilight. After many years, this town had regained its vibrancy, bustling with hunters, apothecaries, sorcerers, and prospectors from across the nation. For Zais, this place was steeped in memories. His first visit had been with Elia, Hunter, and others, but now he returned with the intent to confront them. As he wandered through the town, he found no sign of the person with violet eyes as described by the shadowy figures. He sighed, pondering, what is happening to me? Am I truly so fearful of Elia? Have I allowed myself to believe in my own dreams? The haunting image of the fallen Southern Kingdom, where he, along with Aellen and their 2 children, had become prisoners, filled him with despair. He shut his eyes in anguish, lamenting, "I do not desire war. I simply wish to live a simple life with my family. Why can such a modest wish not be fulfilled? Kind sir, please help me. I have not eaten for 3 days." A frail voice pierced through Zais's thoughts. He opened his eyes to see a 13 or 14-year-old boy standing before him, emaciated and clad in tattered clothing, holding a broken bowl and begging. Seeing the boy's plight, Zais took out 2 gold coins and dropped them into the child's bowl. The crisp sound of the coins brought an instant, radiant smile to the boy's face. "Thank you, kind sir. Thank you," he exclaimed repeatedly. Just as Zais was about to turn away, something struck him, and he called after the departing beggar, "What happened to your eyes? Why are they covered?" The boy stood frozen for a moment before responding, "My eyes were injured. They cannot endure the light." Zais replied softly, "I apologize. I was merely curious. By any chance, have you heard of anyone with violet eyes?" With a sudden crash, The beggar's bowl fell to the ground. He hurried to retrieve it, but at that moment, a strong wind arose, swirling around them, lifting the bowl further away. The scene became eerily chaotic as dust and debris flew about. In that instant, Zeiss noticed that the cloth covering the boy's eyes had also been swept away by the gust. The boy now gazed at Zeiss with his striking violet eyes. You are the one with violet eyes? Zeiss asked in astonishment. What do you seek from me? The boy with the violet eyes replied, feigning calmness. I require your assistance, the Sith stated bluntly. I only aid the most powerful and ambitious individuals. Do you possess such qualities? Questioned the one with violet eyes. The Sith was momentarily taken aback. Until that moment, he appeared devoid of ambition. He merely yearned for a mundane life, filled with happiness alongside his wife and children. It was not until that fateful night, in a dream, that he realized, I do possess ambition. I aspire to be the sovereign of this world. I shall govern the fates of all, he declared abruptly. The violet-eyed figure gazed at him for a long while, contemplating whether this man was merely deceiving himself. After a significant pause, she finally responded, Very well, I shall assist you. The wind ceased, and she donned a cloth strip to blindfold her eyes once more. Subsequently, she accompanied the Sith towards Gothic City. Upon returning to Gothic City, the Sith was met with dire news. Duke Roderick had perished in battle. The High Priestess Elia personally led her forces, advancing toward Gothic City. Where have you been these past few months? Inquired the weary Aellen, her eyes brimming with tears upon seeing the Sith. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. For in the hour of his homeland's direst need, he had been absent. This absence had directly led to Duke Roderick's demise. Had he been present, it was he who might have fallen instead. The Sith understood he had disappointed his beloved. He embraced Aellen tightly, saying, Cry, let it out. I know you are heartbroken. I too share your sorrow. I have returned. Allow me to protect you and our child. Let me avenge my father and the brave soldiers of the South who fell in battle. Aellen wept inconsolably in the Sith's embrace, like a child, releasing all her grief, despair, and discontent into a torrent of tears that soaked his garments. Exhausted from her tears, Aellen eventually drifted into slumber. The Sith then conferred with the violet-eyed figure on how to confront the impending army of the High Priestess. What are your plans? She inquired. The Sith sighed, responding, I intend to surrender. She remained silent. Do you not wish to know why I choose to surrender? He asked, curiosity flickering in his gaze. Were I in your position, I too would opt for surrender. There is no need for further inquiry, she replied before departing. Days later, the army of the High Priestess arrived at the gates of the city. The Sith voluntarily opened the gates and surrendered, allowing Queen Elia to lead her forces into Gothic City. King Louis I of the South was ordered executed by Queen Elia. The Kingdom of the South met its demise. Queen Elia appointed the Sith as the Lord of Gothic City, granting him dominion over the South. Why did the Queen order the execution of Louis I? One might wonder. To her, Louis I, as a member of the stock royal family, was the most qualified individual to claim the title of King of Aellen. Yet now, she, Elia Stark, stood as the sole monarch of Aellen. The Queen harbored concerns that one day, the Sith might leverage Louis I's identity to incite turmoil, especially when, after a century, Elizabeth ascended to rule Aellen. Should the Sith invoke Louis I's name to rally forces against her, the consequences were unfathomable. Thus, the Queen resolved to eradicate potential threats preemptively. From that moment onward, Aellen confined herself within a small chamber, resolutely refusing to meet anyone, including the man she once adored, Sis Braden. Sis did not plead for Aileen's forgiveness. He understood that she would never absolve him, regardless of the circumstances. He was acutely aware of the profound anguish that a mother experiences when helplessly witnessing the execution of her child. In that moment, Sis felt utterly powerless, surrendering everything to the passage of time, hoping it might alleviate Aileen's inner torment. At that juncture, Zitong visited Sis, presenting him with a stone roughly the size of a fist. What purpose does this stone serve? Sis inquired, gazing perplexedly at the object in his hand. Zitong replied, This is no ordinary stone. It is known as the Magic Stone, which I specifically retrieved from the Dark Forest. Magic Stone. What utility does this stone possess? Sis questioned further. Zitong continued, Do not underestimate this Magic Stone. It harbors formidable power. I can impart to you a method for absorbing its energy. If you follow my instructions daily, in a matter of months, your capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Sis listened with skepticism. In the days that followed, he adhered to Zitong's guidance, absorbing energy from the Magic Stone each day. Meanwhile, Queen Elia led the forces of the Celestial Empire to the northern stronghold of Black Castle. She repeatedly sent envoys to urge Count Roland of Black Castle to surrender, but he remained steadfastly defiant. Consequently, the queen resolved to personally command her troops in an effort to raze Black Castle to the ground. The Celestial Empire's army, numbering in the tens of thousands, loomed ominously before Black Castle. Queen Aelia issued a final ultimatum to Count Roland. Should he continue to refuse surrender, her forces would unleash devastation upon the city after breaching its walls. Count Roland, clutching the queen's handwritten missive, murmured to himself about the implications of such devastation. He fully grasped that a massacre would ensue, resulting in the slaughter of all within the city, his family, the soldiers, and even the innocent civilians. What a terrifying madwoman! Count Roland lamented, collapsing helplessly into his chair. His reluctance to bow to Aelia stemmed from his belief that she lacked noble lineage and royal blood, rendering her unworthy of the title of King of Aellen. Chapter 68. The Fall of the Wind Nation in Roland's Eyes. The most deserving candidate for the throne of Aellen was Louis I of the Southern Lands. He had secretly vowed to support Louis's ascension at the earliest opportunity. However, the deranged Aelia had cruelly executed Louis I. Upon receiving this news, it felt as if thunder had struck him. He was rendered utterly stunned. Beneath a torrent of fury and helplessness, his deep-seated devotion to uphold and remain loyal to the royal family shattered in an instant. With the demise of Stock his Eye and Louis I, Count Roland found himself adrift, uncertain of whom he should fight for. Should he seek vengeance for his former lord, Stock his Eye? Yet, outside the walls stood the overwhelming might of the Celestial Empire's army, leaving him with no semblance of hope for victory. What terrifies Count Roland the most is the cost of the massacre. He, Roland of Normandy, cannot allow the illustrious legacy of the entire Normandy family to be tarnished. He cannot let his family's loyalty become their funeral pyre. Furthermore, he cannot permit the innocent citizens within the city to suffer. After considerable contemplation, Count Roland resolved to surrender the city. Queen Aelia, leading her army without shedding blood, entered Black Fortress. Thus, with the exception of the Wind Kingdom in the east, nearly the entirety of the Kingdom of Aellen came under Queen Aelia's dominion. The queen did not punish Count Roland. She merely diminished his military power, leaving him with only 1,000 men to defend the north, while the remaining 6,000 or 7,000 were incorporated into her ranks. A year later, Queen Aelia decided to lead her forces eastward to conquer the Wind Kingdom. Her ambition was to unify the Kingdom of Aellen and become the sole ruler of this world. At the queen's behest, Count Roland of Black Fortress led 500 men to partake in this eastern campaign, while the Southern Lands Duke Sis summoned 5,000 troops for the impending battle. The queen's army, numbering 30,000, advanced eastward, swiftly breaching the city of Asa. From there, she centered her efforts on eradicating the werewolves in the surrounding areas. The great mages accompanying her continually dispatched enchanted ravens to scout for the werewolves' lairs. Upon discovery, they would coordinate with the knights to eliminate the beasts. After 2 months of relentless hunting, all werewolves surrounding Asa had been exterminated, with the fortunate few fleeing to the Wind Plains. Duke de Witt, the regent of the Wind Kingdom, was greatly troubled by Queen Aelia's meticulous tactics. He understood that if this continued, one day, her forces would annihilate all werewolves and march upon Wind Fortress. Thus, de Witt issued a secret command. Eventually, the queen's grand army appeared on the Wind Plains, facing an innumerable legion of werewolves stationed outside Wind Fortress. To breach the fortress, the queen must first conquer the werewolf army. Queen Aelia was perplexed as to why there were so many werewolves in the east. At that moment, she had no choice but to order an attack. A lone wolf howl echoed, and thousands of werewolves surged like a torrential river towards the approaching army of the Celestial Empire. Attack, Aelia commanded, pointing her sacred sword forward. The densely packed forces of the Celestial Empire charged towards the oncoming werewolf legion. The two armies collided like two colossal waves, crashing into one another. In that instant of impact, countless souls fell forever upon the soil of the Wind Plains. The agile and swift werewolf legion displayed their formidable combat prowess as the battle commenced. The army of the Celestial Empire quickly found their formation shattered by the werewolves, who tore through them like tigers among sheep, executing a brutal slaughter. Elizabeth led the mages, continuously casting powerful spells such as fireball and annihilation against the werewolf hordes. Countless beams of radiant light shot down from the heavens towards the werewolves, with those struck instantly igniting in flames, howling in agony as they fled in chaos. Amidst the sky, blazing fireballs descended with a torrential wave of heat, heralding an apocalyptic arrival that transformed the Wind Plains into a veritable hell on earth. Even the esteemed mage corps of the Celestial Empire, wielding their formidable spells, could not intimidate the powerful werewolf legion. Queen Aellen of the Kingdom of Aellen, brandishing the sacred sword, found herself ensnared by the overwhelming encirclement of werewolves. With a sweeping motion of her sword, a colossal and searing beam of light erupted forth, cleaving through the surrounding werewolves. The sound of flesh being severed echoed as numerous werewolves were instantly bisected, blood gushing forth in torrents. Faced with the dragon-slaying Aellen and her holy sword, the werewolves quivered in fear, for none among them possessed the strength to withstand even a single strike from the sacred blade. Lord Sis of Gothic City charged forward, wielding his great sword. He unleashed a fierce strike against the savage werewolves, and one fell, writhing in agony. The wound appeared to smolder as if subjected to a relentless burn, emitting wisps of acrid smoke. Ultimately, the werewolf succumbed to its excruciating fate. Sis gazed in astonishment at his great sword, perplexed as to why it had so effortlessly vanquished a werewolf. Yet, he had little time for contemplation, as the battlefield was rife with countless werewolves slaughtering the human army. As more and more werewolves fell beneath Sis' blade, he realized that his newfound strength might stem from the energy absorbed from the magical stones. Perhaps it was this very energy that served as the werewolves' nemesis. Under Queen Alia's leadership, the forces of the Celestial Empire gradually turned the tide of battle. The Holy Knights, in concert with the Mage Corps, vanquished thousands of werewolves. Witnessing the futility of victory, Duke D. White, the commander of the Wind Nation, hastily ordered a retreat to Wind Fortress. Queen Aellen, however, offered no respite to the werewolf legion, immediately commanding an assault on Wind Fortress. The Mage Corps unleashed powerful spells upon the fortress gates, reducing them to ash in mere moments. Thousands of Celestial Empire soldiers surged into Wind Fortress, engaging in fierce combat with the werewolf horde within. Ultimately, Wind Fortress fell, leading to the annihilation of the Wind Nation. Duke D. White and King Wood disappeared without a trace. In the aftermath of this conflict, the Kingdom of Aellen was restored to its former unity, with Queen Aellen reigning as its sole sovereign. Lord Sis of Gothic City, having absorbed the energy of the magical stones, underwent a remarkable transformation, feeling his strength magnified beyond tenfold. Gradually, he began to believe that this purple-eyed power could indeed make him formidable. He grew increasingly convinced that he was destined to become the ruler of this world. In a fit of excitement, Sis approached Aaron's door, calling out, "My dear, it is I. Please open the door. I have something to share with you." Chapter 69. Sis' 5 sons. The weary Aaron gazed vacantly at the distant trees and mountains outside her window, unwilling to acknowledge the presence of the heartless man outside. Had it not been for his capitulation, his own child, Louis I, would not have met his demise at the hands of Aellen. His eyes lingered outside the door, acutely aware that Aaron had yet to forgive him. In that moment, his heart ached profoundly, engulfed in the sorrow and anguish of lost love. He yearned to see Aaron, to share a few words with his beloved, yet was unable to do so. Although separated by merely a door, it felt as though they were divided by insurmountable mountains. That night, Zitong joined Zeiss in revelry. As the wine flowed, Zitong summoned several enchanting women to dance before them. In the dead of night, the inebriated Zeiss was guided into the bedroom by these beauties. Once inside, they did not depart. This entire arrangement had been orchestrated by Zitong in advance. The following morning, Zeiss awoke to discover himself amidst several unclad women. With a throbbing headache, he needed no further contemplation to understand the indulgences of the previous night. With no alternatives, he retained the women as his concubines. Months later, upon confirming that several of Zeiss's concubines were with child, Zitong presented them with a few morwa fruits, imparting the knowledge of harnessing their energy. Ultimately, Zeiss's concubines bore him 5 sons, whom Zitong named Maji, Feloa, Sigot, Loaka, and Wusi. As the queen of the Kingdom of Aellen and the high priestess of the Celestial Empire, Aellen appointed Elizabeth as the crown prince of Aellen, who also served as a deacon of light within the Celestial Empire. In her capacity as a deacon of light, Elizabeth actively fostered the training of magicians, aspiring to establish a magical order under the auspices of the Celestial Empire. Years swiftly passed, and under Queen Alia's governance, the Kingdom of Aellen emerged as a unified and progressively prosperous nation, blending church and state. During this decade, the absence of warfare led to a significant population surge. Concurrently, the royal establishment of the Royal Ocean Fleet facilitated long-term maritime trade with the 7 nations, enriching the treasury and ensuring economic flourishing. After enduring years of conflict, the citizens of Aellen finally embraced an era of peace and prosperity. The populace, devout followers of the Celestial Empire, regarded themselves as the children of the Celestial Emperor. They adhered to the tenets of the Celestial Empire as a guiding principle for their actions, Daily, they worshipped the celestial emperor, aspiring to find solace in his embrace after death, to dwell alongside him eternally and attain everlasting life. Through a decade of enlightenment, the citizens of Aellen became industrious and loyal to their nation and monarchy. For many, the aspiration to become exemplary adherents of the celestial empire crystallized as their life's ambition. As the youth of Aellen reached the ages of 14 and 15, the local leaders of the celestial empire would select a group based on their inherent tendencies and daily conduct, sending them to either the Academy of Magic or the Knights Order for further education. In the Academy of Magic, the selection of apprentices required not only a remarkable affinity for perceiving magical elements, but also a consideration of the youth's character. Even the most gifted could not access the sacred magic if their hearts harbored malice. Thus, the young aspirants entering the Magic Academy must endure a rigorous trial period lasting over a year. Only those who successfully navigate this ordeal will emerge as junior magic apprentices. In contrast, the Holy Knight Order imposes far fewer restrictions. As long as the youths possess a fervent passion for the great sword and unwavering loyalty to the empire and the royal family, the order will nurture them into competent warriors. However, the skies above the southern lands have long been shrouded in an enigmatic, swirling darkness, the origins of which remain a mystery. Over the past decade, an alarming number of ferocious beasts, enveloped in this obscure aura, have emerged in the southern region. Many common folk have fallen prey to these malevolent creatures. The populace implored Count Zeiss to send hunters to eradicate these dark beasts, and he complied. Yet, the number of these creatures only increased. News of the ferocious beasts plaguing the southern lands swiftly reached the royal capital. Queen Alia chastised Count Zeiss for his ineffectiveness in safeguarding the citizens. Concurrently, she dispatched both the Holy Knight Order and the Magic Steward Order to investigate the beastly menace. Count Zeiss's 5 children, though merely in their teenage years, stood tall and robust, resembling adults in stature and strength. They frequently ventured forth to hunt the fierce beasts, consuming the magical cores within them to amplify their own powers. On this particular day, Zeiss's son, Pharaoh's Zeiss, led a team on the outskirts of Goth City in pursuit of these creatures. In the distance, he spotted a group approaching Goth City, comprised of over 10 knights and 2 wizards wielding staves. Their attire revealed them to be from the Celestial Empire. Observing the hunt from afar, the Celestial Empire's members paused to watch. With a youthful yet commanding voice, Pharaoh directed his subordinates. "You there, go over and intercept it. Do not let it escape." With that, he brandished a spear and charged excitedly towards a wild boar emanating a thin veil of black smoke. The boar, though not particularly large, had menacing red eyes and fearsome, sharp tusks. Upon seeing Pharaoh's rush towards it, the boar, startled, retreated and turned to flee. Fortunately, Pharaoh's allies had already positioned themselves along its escape route. In its frantic bid for survival, the boar careened towards one of the men, who, taken by surprise, swung his great sword at the oncoming beast. The boar deftly dodged the strike and barreled past. Witnessing the boar's fearsome appearance, yet recognizing its true nature, the others rallied together, encircling the creature and allowing their young master Pharaoh's to make the kill. With a swift thrust, Pharaoh's spear pierced the wild boar, which let out a mournful cry before succumbing to death. He commanded his subordinates to promptly eviscerate the creature, retrieving a black orb the size of a cat's eye from within its body. Gazing at the orb presented by his followers, Pharaoh furrowed his brow and remarked, "Too small. Well, I shall reward you." "Thank you, my lord." The man promptly addressed his young master, after which he swallowed the black orb in one swift motion. The onlookers gazed enviously at the man consuming the orb. Moments later, a resounding cry escaped his lips. "Ah?" Subsequently, it became evident that his garments were billowing as if a formidable force surged within him, radiating outward. The followers of the Heavenly Emperor were left astounded, unable to fathom the astonishing prowess of the southern folk, who not only hunted fantastical beasts, but also ingested such enigmatic black orbs. Chapter 70. Expedition to the 7 Kingdoms. Who are you? What brings you to our city of Goat? Pharaoh inquired as he stepped forward to the members of the Heavenly Emperor. "We are followers of the Heavenly Emperor. By the Queen's decree, we have come to investigate the incidents involving the fantastical beasts. I noticed your adeptness in hunting these creatures. You must frequently engage with them," the captain of the Knightly Order remarked. Pharaoh nodded in agreement. "Indeed, one wonders where these beasts emerge from. We have been slaying them for quite some time, yet they seem endless. It is quite vexing," he added, gesturing towards the fantastical beasts scurrying nearby. "Oh, I see. Earlier, we observed you extracting an orb from one of the beasts. Might I inquire about its nature?" the captain asked with curiosity. Pharaohs replied. The orb you refer to is known as a magic orb. Some fantastical beasts possess it, while others do not. The larger the orb, the more energy it harbors. It is a valuable item, granting immense strength to those who consume it. The knight captain's expression shifted to one of enlightenment as he nodded appreciatively. Thank you, young man. Not at all, Pharaohs said with a wave of his hand before turning away to continue leading his companions in the hunt for fantastical beasts. Once Pharaohs and his followers departed, two mages approached the knight captain and whispered, "Is what he said true? Could the magic orb truly possess such extraordinary properties?" "It might be true. Why not slay a few beasts ourselves and bring some magic orbs back to the capital for the queen to examine?" The captain mused. "Indeed. It sounds too remarkable to ignore," one of the mages concurred. The followers of the Heavenly Emperor cooperatively hunted down over 10 fantastical beasts, acquiring 5 magic orbs of varying sizes. They then set forth to return to the royal city with their newfound treasures. Queen Alia examined the magic orbs brought back from the southern lands, but could not discern their significance. Thus, she ordered her subordinates to present the orbs to the Grand Mages of the Magic Academy for further study. Through their investigation, the Grand Mages discovered that the small orbs contained formidable dark powers. However, they were at a loss as to how to harness this darkness. In order to swiftly eradicate the fantastical beasts of the south, the queen decreed that the Knights of the Holy Order must venture southward every few months to hunt these creatures as a rite of passage. Additionally, the Grand Mages dispatched batches of magic apprentices at intervals to accompany the knights on their quests to vanquish the beasts. After 2 arduous years of struggle, humanity has managed to escape from the clutches of the dark forest's monstrous beasts, only to find themselves once again drawn back into its depths. At this juncture, a group of individuals from the 7 kingdoms, fleeing by ship to the realm of Aellen, brought forth alarming news. The invasion of the overseas giant race had shattered the 7 kingdoms into disarray. The esteemed Emperor Jon met a heroic demise in the War of the Guardians. His successor, King Arthur, has mysteriously vanished during the defense of the imperial capital, leaving his fate unknown. The capital has fallen to the giants, who now march southward, poised to engulf the 7 kingdoms entirely. Presently, only the River Bay Kingdom, under the control of House Lannister, and the Southern Dorne Kingdom remain free from the giants' grasp. Queen Alia harbors deep concerns for the North and the Stark family's safety, for it is her birthplace, home to her kin. Consequently, she decrees that her heir, Elizabeth, shall lead an expeditionary force of 50,000 troops to the 7 kingdoms to repel the giant invasion. Princess Elizabeth, commanding the formidable expeditionary army, arrives at the Iron Islands, intending to land at Pike before advancing into the heart of the 7 kingdoms. Upon witnessing the multitude of ships on the horizon, Lord Brad Sherlock, the ruler of Pike, is struck with fear. The banners flying from the vessels display 2 golden swords crossed in a heraldic emblem, revealing to the knowledgeable Brad that this vast naval force hails from Aellen. Confronted with the might of Aellen's army, he submits and surrenders Pike, bowing in fealty. Princess Elizabeth does not meet her brother Brad. Instead, she orders his imprisonment, conscripting all able-bodied men on the island into her expeditionary force. Subsequently, she dispatches several fleets to scout the interior of the 7 kingdoms. Soon, reports return indicating that the northern giants are amassing forces in the southern River Bay Kingdom, preparing to assault Highgarden. In response, Princess Elizabeth resolves to capture the coastal city of Cape Eagle first, then march south along the King's Road toward King's Landing. Guided by the island's inhabitants, her grand army swiftly approaches Cape Eagle. It is here that the Aellen forces encounter the legendary northern giants for the first time. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, these pale-skinned, golden-haired beings wield massive axes and round shields, known for their bloodthirsty nature. With only 2,000 giant warriors defending the city, the Aellen army quickly overtakes Cape Eagle. To prevent future repercussions, Princess Elizabeth orders the execution of all giants within its walls and liberates the noblemen and soldiers of the 7 kingdoms who had been imprisoned by the giants. She demands their loyalty and urges them to take up arms alongside her forces to expel the northern giants from the 7 kingdoms. The liberated nobles and soldiers, upon hearing of Princess Elizabeth's intent to lead them against the giants, are filled with fervor and readily pledge their allegiance to her. Afterward, Crown Princess Elizabeth led her army southward along King's Road, systematically vanquishing the northern giants. At this moment in the southern riverbend, tens of thousands of northern giants, under the command of their leader, Gore, were besieging Highgarden. Inside the castle, Rhaen Lannister valiantly defended his fortress while casting anxious glances toward the east. As the walls of Highgarden were on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the northern horde, news from the east remained ominously absent. In despair, Rhaen lamented. "Is this all a matter of fate?" With a heavy sigh, he bellowed. "Those outside the walls swear to stand with Highgarden unto death. Attack!" His loyal followers echoed his rallying cry with fervor. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the gates of Highgarden were forcibly breached by the northern giants wielding their enormous axes. Countless giants surged into the castle, unleashing a brutal massacre. Just then, a cloud of dust billowed from the east, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. With Cassie Wentworth at his side, Lord Tyrell Blaemont led 20,000 allied cavalry in a swift charge toward the beleaguered stronghold. Chapter 71. The approach to King's Landing. The arrival of the Dornish reinforcements rekindled hope within Rhaen and his men. They wielded their great swords with renewed vigor, engaging fiercely with the invading northern warriors. The Dornish cavalry surged into the castle, clashing with the northern giants in a fierce melee. The collision of axes and curved blades ignited brilliant sparks, as vibrant lives fell one after another into the crimson tide, never to rise again. Here, the clash between guardianship and desire unfolded. Each individual was inscribing their own legendary tale with blood and sacrifice. "Rhaen," Cassie Wentworth cried, brandishing her great sword as she sprinted toward Rhaen Lannister, who was besieged by several northern giants. "Wow, that girl is stunning. I like her," exclaimed a giant warrior, brandishing his axe as he approached the charging Cassie. "Ah!" Cassie Wentworth swung her sword at the bald giant blocking her path. The giant raised his circular shield, and with a resounding crash, her blade struck the shield. The giant retaliated, swinging his axe toward Cassie, who narrowly evaded the blow. The bald giant pressed forward relentlessly, forcing Cassie to retreat, and the distance between her and Rhaen grew perilously vast. Seeing Rhaen in jeopardy, tears streamed down Cassie's face as fear gripped her heart. She dreaded the thought of witnessing Rhaen fall before her eyes, terrified of losing him forever. "Little girl, if you promise to be my woman, I shall spare that man," taunted the bald giant warrior as he continued his assault on Cassie. She remained silent, summoning all her strength to strike at the loathsome giant before her. "Hey, you've got quite a bit of strength. I like that," the giant remarked, lifting his axe once more as he advanced on Cassie. Clang! With a sharp crack, the mighty sword in Cassie Winton's grasp was sent flying by the colossal warrior's axe. In that moment, bereft of her sword, Cassie could not suppress a cry of despair. Seizing the opportunity, the bald giant warrior advanced with great strides, delivering a crushing blow with his shield that sent Cassie sprawling to the ground. She never rose again. Taken captive by the giant warrior, Rhaen watched helplessly as his beloved was carried away, unable to intervene, for he found himself ensnared in a perilous encirclement. It was Iron Curtain Blaemont, leading the Dornish warriors, who arrived just in time to rescue him. Ultimately, with the combined efforts of the Dornish cavalry and the valiant warriors of House Lannister, the northern giants retreated from Highgarden. Yet, not a trace of joy graced Rhaen's heart. The sight of the countless corpses strewn about the city filled him with profound sorrow. Moreover, he had failed to locate his beloved Cassie Winton or the bald giant warrior. To survive was perhaps a monumental grace bestowed upon him by the divine. Iron Curtain Blaemont placed a reassuring hand on Rhaen's troubled shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. Your beloved will come to no harm. She is an exceptionally skilled warrior." Rhaen uttered these words, though he struggled to believe them himself. The northern giants, having withdrawn from Highgarden, soon received alarming news. A formidable army was advancing southward, threatening King's Landing. Thus, Gore had no choice but to abandon his assault on Highgarden and lead his forces swiftly to the aid of King's Landing. Crown Prince Elizabeth proclaimed herself guided by divine providence, leading her army across the sea to assist the Emperor's subjects in repelling the northern giants. Consequently, Elizabeth's forces garnered overwhelming support from the faithful of the Seven Kingdoms. Numerous valiant men of the Seven Kingdoms rallied under the banner of the Golden Holy Sword, prepared to fight alongside Elizabeth and drive the invading northern giants from their land. With the fervent backing of the populace, Prince Elizabeth's army advanced seamlessly to the outskirts of King's Landing. At the gates of King's Landing, Gore commanded tens of thousands of giant warriors, facing off against the vast host of Prince Elizabeth. As the resonant clarion of charge echoed, the warriors surged forth like a tumultuous wave, clashing with fervor. Prince Elizabeth, wielding her staff, personally directed the hundreds of powerful mages accompanying her, unleashing magical assaults upon the formidable northern giants. Under the leadership of the Archmage Daradin, the elite mages enacted their ultimate summoning spells, conjuring ancient ferocious beasts, frost dragons, mighty wyverns, three-headed serpents, and hellish creatures engulfed in flames materialized upon the battlefield, launching overwhelming assaults against the towering northern giants. As the frost dragon unleashed a chilling breath, numerous northern warriors were encased in ice. The wyvern swooped down, crashing through enemy ranks like a fearsome tempest. Meanwhile, the three-headed serpents plunged into the fray, biting mercilessly at any foe within reach. In the blink of an eye, dozens succumbed to poisoning, collapsing to the ground. The hellish beasts of flames surged into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc in all directions. The warriors of the Northern Giant clan, struck by terror, scattered in disarray, none daring to confront the fearsome fiends. With a flourish of his staff, Prince Aellen summoned countless radiant beams of light from the heavens. These beams, akin to divine arrows, screamed toward the giant clan warriors, piercing through their bodies in an instant. Countless massive fireballs rained down from above, striking the giant clan soldiers with deadly precision. Those warriors were instantly transformed into towering figures of flame, shrieking as they fled in panic. Occasionally, colossal fists of mud erupted from the earth, crashing down upon the surrounding giant clan fighters. Even with the support of the accompanying mage corps, Elizabeth's expeditionary force faced tremendous losses on the front lines, with tens of thousands perishing beneath the axes of the giant clan warriors. The number of the wounded was incalculable. The battlefield was awash with blood, strewn with corpses, and the heavy scent of blood was enough to induce nausea. Yet, the battle raged on, with more and more falling. The 5 sons of Sis, fighting in place of their father, led thousands of southern soldiers in a valiant charge. Covered in blood, yet undaunted, they grew bolder with each skirmish, driving the enemy giant clan warriors into retreat. This was due to their consumption of numerous magic pearls, granting them immense strength, rendering the towering northern warriors utterly powerless before them. As time passed, the battle gradually approached its conclusion. The formidable northern giant clan army was ultimately vanquished by Elizabeth's forces. The clan leader, Gore, fell in battle, along with tens of thousands of his warriors, while thousands more surrendered and were captured. Chapter 72. The Queen's counterattack. Elizabeth's expeditionary force paid a heavy price, with over 30,000 soldiers lost and countless wounded. Among the 30,000 from the 7 nations who followed Elizabeth, most perished in the conflict, with innumerable injuries. Ultimately, Prince Aellen and Elizabeth led the army into King's Landing, ascending the Iron Sword throne to become the new Queen of the 7 Kingdoms. To bolster morale and stabilize her troops, Queen Elizabeth opened the royal treasury, distributing gold coins to reward the soldiers who accompanied her on the expedition. Additionally, she elevated a number of counts based on their military merits, including the 5 sons of Sis. Queen Elizabeth designated the North as the realm of the 5 sons, a gesture that filled them with immense pride. Despite the North still being under the control of the giant clan, they vowed to remain steadfastly loyal to Queen Elizabeth, pledging their lives to fight for her cause and vanquish any rebellious foes. News of Elizabeth's resounding victory over the giant clan and her ascension to the Iron Sword throne swiftly spread across the 7 kingdoms. In the sheltered Highgarden, Ren was greatly inspired upon hearing of Elizabeth's coronation as queen. He resolved to reorganize his forces and drive the remaining giant clan warriors out of the River Bay Kingdom. After Queen Elizabeth successfully captured King's Landing, she took 2 significant actions. On one hand, she recruited soldiers to bolster her forces. On the other, she dispatched emissaries to the Kingdom of Caen to gather intelligence about the situation there. The Queen intended to conquer Caen City first and gain control over Lannisport. This strategy would enable her to establish a maritime route to the Kingdom of Aellen. In the event that her army faced a shortage of supplies during future conflicts, they could rely on sea transport to procure necessary provisions from Aellen. Moreover, Queen Elizabeth was eager to seize Caen City for another reason. She longed to ascertain the current state of House Lannister. Deep within her heart, there existed an unresolved sentiment for a certain individual. Inspired by the news of Queen Elizabeth's triumphant defeat of the Northern Giants, an increasing number of people from the 7 kingdoms, led by nobles, commenced their rebellion against the Northern Giants' dominion. Although various uprisings ultimately met with failure for a multitude of reasons, their valiant actions afforded Elizabeth precious time. 3 months later, having made ample preparations, Queen Elizabeth dispatched the young Earl of Pharos, commanding an army of 10,000, to embark on a campaign against the Kingdom of Caen. Simultaneously, she reinforced strategic locations, particularly the estuary of the Trident River, to thwart any potential incursions by the Northern Giants entrenched in the Valley Kingdom. Accompanied by his 2 brothers, the Earls of Scott and Lox, the young Earl of Pharos led his 10,000 troops directly to the gates of Caen Kingdom, specifically to the city of Golden Fawn. Inside Golden Fong, 2,000 northern giants and over 1,000 enslaved soldiers from the Seven Kingdoms stood ready for defense. Faced with the formidable and easily defensible walls of Golden Fong, the three brothers from the Zai's family found themselves at a loss. They sought the counsel of the Grand Sorcerer Murdo, who had previously served under Count Roland of House Norman. When Count Roland pledged fealty to Queen Elia, Murdo, at her behest, had joined the Magical Academy in the capital. During Queen Elizabeth's expedition through the Seven Kingdoms, Murdo, as a mentor from the Magical Academy, was also summoned to accompany the campaign. Having heard of Murdo's wisdom from their father, the three brothers requested Queen Elizabeth to allow the Grand Sorcerer to join their mission to the Kingdom of Cayenne. Upon Murdo's arrival, the Earl of Pharaohs promptly rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Master, please take a seat." Murdo, understanding the purpose of the summons, settled in without hesitation. Once comfortably seated, the Earl of Pharaohs smiled and said, "Master, you are aware that the Queen has tasked us three brothers with the assault on the Kingdom of Cayenne. Yet, we find ourselves perplexed by the daunting Golden Fong city, which is both tall and imposing. We have racked our brains without devising a strategy to breach its defenses. Might you assist us in formulating a plan?" Murdo observed the three brothers, particularly the anxious expression of the young Earl of Pharaohs, and could not help but chuckle at their predicament. Master Murdo stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully and remarked, "The young count's intentions are well understood by this old man. You are reluctant to assault the city directly, as it would incur excessive casualties, adversely affecting the subsequent battles. Yet, you desire to capture Golden Tooth City without bloodshed, which is simply unattainable. Master, how do you know what I am thinking?" Count Pharaohs inquired, astonished. Murdo chuckled, "Because your thoughts are plainly inscribed upon your visage." Count Pharaohs scratched his head and continued, "Master, do you possess a viable strategy? Indeed, there is a method. However, its efficacy is not guaranteed." Master Murdo replied with a hint of resignation. "That is sufficient. We shall give it a try," Count Pharaohs exclaimed with delight. "Yes, indeed. Perhaps it will yield success," added Count Scott at his side. Seeing the enthusiasm of the young man, Master Murdo smiled and proclaimed, "Very well, we shall attempt it tomorrow." The next day, Count Pharaohs arrived at the foot of Golden Tooth City with over 1,000 carefully selected elderly and disabled soldiers. He then affixed a letter of surrender to an arrow and shot it into the city. Upon receiving the letter, the giant leader within the city was immediately enraged, bellowing, "You pitiful, limping wretches dare to demand my surrender? I shall flay your skin." With that, the giant leader charged out of Golden Tooth City, leading a throng of giant warriors towards Count Pharaohs and his men. Upon witnessing the giants emerge from the city, Count Pharaohs and his soldiers turned and fled, not sprinting too swiftly, but rather enticing the pursuing giants to follow. The less mobile soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms were soon caught by the pursuing giants, who dispatched them with brutal efficiency. The thrill of the hunt invigorated the giants as they slaughtered the captured soldiers one by one. Unbeknownst to them, they had been lured far from Golden Tooth City by Count Pharaohs and his men. Suddenly, Count Pharaohs halted, thrusting his spear forcefully into the ground and gasping for breath. "Little wretch, why have you stopped running? Unable to escape now?" The giant leader taunted with a sinister grin as he approached. "I wish I could run, but I am simply unable," Count Pharaohs gasped. The giant leader advanced menacingly, inquiring, "Did you not write in your letter that you would dismantle my bones, strip my sinews, and flay my skin to create a great drum? Come now, I stand before you. Show me your prowess." Count Pharaohs raised his spear defiantly, warning the giant leader, "Do not approach. Otherwise, I shall not be merciful." With a cold laugh, the giant leader waved his hand and commanded, "Slaughter them all and feed the dogs." The warriors of the giant clan surged forward, wielding their massive axes and great swords to assault Count Pharaohs and his beleaguered troops. With immense strength, the giant warriors effortlessly dispatched the elderly and weak soldiers led by Count Pharaohs. Just then, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. The leader of the giants looked up to behold a vast army of thousands charging towards them. "The enemy approaches. Retreat swiftly," he commanded, turning his followers towards the direction of Golden Tooth City. However, they had scarcely fled when another group burst forth from a nearby valley. Leading this contingent was Count Rock, the brother of Count Pharaohs, who, following the instructions of Master Motto, had positioned 2,000 men in ambush to sever the giants' escape route. Realizing their retreat was cut off, the giant leader became enraged and ordered a fierce fight against the 2,000 foes before them. Count Rock, brandishing a great sword, clashed with the giant leader, whose enormous axe met the sword in a cacophony of ringing steel and flying sparks. The giant leader was taken aback by the remarkable strength of this young adversary. who stood his ground against the relentless onslaught of the mighty axe. Before long, Count Scott and Master Motto, leading the main force, charged forward. They surrounded the giant warriors, and after a fierce onslaught, they slew over 500 of them. Those who remained, desperate to survive, had no choice but to surrender. The giant leader was captured as well. Subsequently, Count Pharaohs escorted the giant leader and the hundreds of surrendered giants to the foot of Golden Tooth City. "Open the gates, or I shall skewer him with my spear," Count Pharaohs shouted, pressing his spear against the back of the giant leader as he addressed the guards atop the walls. Upon seeing their leader captured, and with the enemy numbering in the thousands, the giant sentinels were thrown into a panic, unsure of what to do. Observing their hesitation, Count Pharaohs commanded that over 10 captured giants be brought forth. With a sweeping gesture, he ordered the execution of these kneeling prisoners, their heads severed by the soldiers behind him. Witnessing the execution, the remaining giants atop the wall seethed with rage, hurling curses at Count Pharaohs. Yet, when the gates remained shut, Pharaohs produced another 20 prisoners, ordering their beheading as well. At this moment, silence fell over the battlements. No one dared to utter a word against Count Pharaohs, fearful that he would be the next to face the blade. The giant leader could no longer restrain himself. He shouted to his brethren atop the wall, "What are you waiting for? Open the gates at once. Do you wish to see me executed?" Reluctantly, the giants complied and surrendered, opening the gates. Count Pharaohs ordered the binding of all giant warriors in the city, their hands secured behind their backs. Subsequently, he addressed the citizens of the 7 nations and the enslaved soldiers who had suffered under the tyranny of the giants. "We hail from the distant shores of the nation of Aellen. Like you, we worship the celestial emperor and are his devoted subjects. Our journey across the ocean to the mainland of the 7 nations is divinely guided, aimed at liberating you from your profound suffering, for the sake of freedom, for our shared faith, and to ensure that the peoples of the 7 nations are no longer oppressed and enslaved by these foreign invaders. You should join our ranks and fight alongside us against the encroaching aggressors. Do you consent?" The gathered citizens of the 7 nations and the former enslaved soldiers were profoundly moved by Count Pharaohs' words, and they fervently cried out, "We are willing." Which nation would willingly endure the oppression and enslavement of foreign peoples? Which people do not yearn for a life of peace and freedom? Now, the people of the 7 nations faced an opportunity that could alter their destinies, and they grasped it resolutely, seeking liberation for themselves and for the entirety of the 7 nations. At Count Pharaohs' rallying call, the men of the city of Golden Tooth seized their weapons and joined the Western Expeditionary Army led by the Count. Through the mouth of the giant chieftain, Count Pharaohs learned that the number of giants remaining in the kingdom of Cayenne was not substantial, totaling just over 4,000. It was only because Golden Tooth City served as a critical stronghold for the kingdom of Cayenne that over 2,000 giant warriors had been dispatched there for defense. Upon receiving this intelligence, Count Pharaohs decisively marched his army westward, preparing to seize Cayenne City in one fell swoop. Leading the western expedition, Count Pharaohs' army moved with great momentum along the river road leading to Cayenne City. The mountain winds howled, causing the pines on either side to sway and murmur. The river below gurgled joyfully, uplifting the spirits of those who heard it. After traversing the long and rugged river road, Count Pharaohs' advancing army finally entered the heartland of the kingdom of Cayenne. Along their route, they occasionally beheld the gruesome sight of corpses hanging from tall wooden pillars, most of which were in a state of decay, rendering gender indistinguishable. Clusters of crows and vultures gathered near the bodies, eagerly waiting for opportunities to feast upon the remains. The giants of the kingdom of Cayenne employed such brutal methods to suppress the resistance of the Cayenne populace. All citizens of Cayenne who dared defy the giants' rule, irrespective of gender, were captured and met with the grim fate of being hanged from the towering pillars, under the savage dominion of the giants. Countless Cayenne citizens were forced into the mines, reduced to mere laborers extracting gold. Many entered, never to emerge alive. Soon, the giants of Cayenne became aware of the Western Expeditionary Army led by Count Pharaohs. The giant chieftain dispatched thousands of Cayenne enslaved soldiers to confront the approaching enemy. On the plains outside Cayenne City, over 2,000 giants commanded thousands of Cayenne enslaved soldiers, engaging in fierce combat with the Western Army led by Count Pharaohs. Chapter 74. A fateful union. Both sides drew their bows taut, exchanging volleys of arrows in a fierce contest. A tempest of arrows whistled through the air, soaring toward the soldiers on both sides. Amidst the deluge of projectiles, the frontline shield-bearers of each army raised their shields to fend off the onslaught of flying arrows. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the shields were pierced with long, protruding arrows. Charge! Slay! The warriors on both sides roared with fury as they swiftly advanced toward one another. Bang, bang, bang. The frontline fighters clashed their shields in a cacophony of sound. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons rang out like a torrential downpour. The brothers Pharos, Scott, and Locke fought side by side, their immense strength and exceptional martial skills rendering them as sharp as three unyielding blades, swiftly tearing a breach in the enemy formation. The line of giants crumbled like a breached flood dam, overwhelmed by the fierce onslaught of the Western Expeditionary Army. In the end, over 2,000 giant warriors were slain, and thousands of enslaved soldiers perished. The losses for Pharos's Western expedition were also considerable. Fortunately, the city of Cayenne had fallen, just as Pharos led his troops against Cayenne. The giants entrenched in the Valley Kingdom launched an assault on the fortress by the Trident River, attempting to breach its defenses and march southward to attack King's Landing. Unbeknownst to the giants, Count Us had already stationed over 10,000 warriors within the fortress. Us not only commanded his soldiers to repel the giants' assault, but also dispatched messengers to request reinforcements from King's Landing. Upon receiving the news, Queen Elizabeth personally led an army of 20,000 to aid Count Us, with the formidable support of the Grand Mage Corps accompanying her. Queen Elizabeth took command of the vast army on the battlefield, successfully annihilating the giant forces from the Valley Kingdom. Determined to press the advantage, Queen Elizabeth advanced eastward to conquer the Valley Kingdom. After eradicating the main force of giants from the Valley Kingdom, her army effortlessly seized Bloodgate City. Once Queen Elizabeth captured Eagle's Nest City, the entire Valley Kingdom would fall under her dominion. Queen Elizabeth's forces stood before Eagle's Nest City, casting a shadow over the giants within. The giants, witnessing the overwhelming presence of the Queen's army, turned pale with fear, realizing their days of prosperity were at an end. Queen Elizabeth commanded her subordinates to address the giants within Eagle's Nest City, urging them to surrender the city. Failure to do so would result in the Queen unleashing the Mage Corps to set the city ablaze. Surrender, or be reduced to ruins alongside Eagle's Nest. To preserve their lives, the giants chose to capitulate. Dozens of giant leaders within the city became prisoners. Thus, the Valley Kingdom, Riverall Kingdom, Cayenne Kingdom, and Iron Isles all fell under the control of Queen Elizabeth. Months later, after Count Pharos had thoroughly eradicated the remaining giant factions in the Cayenne Kingdom, he began his southern campaign against the giant fortresses in the River Bay region. After more than a year of arduous battles, Count Pharos ultimately obliterated the entire giant presence in the River Bay Kingdom. Due to the willingness of Count Rain to submit to Queen Elizabeth, Count Pharos did not impose any difficulties upon him. However, Count Pharos insisted that Rain accompany him to King's Landing to meet Queen Elizabeth. When Queen Elizabeth beheld Rain once more, her emotions were profoundly stirred. She summoned him for a private audience. "How have you fared over the years?" she inquired, gazing at the marks that time had etched upon Rain's visage, unable to restrain her curiosity. Rain let out a deep sigh, uncertain of how to respond. It was evident that since the invasion of the giants into the Seven Kingdoms, Rain had not known a single day of peace. His parents had followed King Jon into battle, perishing valiantly in the war for their homeland. His wife, Catelyn Winton, had been abducted by giants during the defense of the Eyrie, her fate unknown, her whereabouts a mystery. Rain shook his head and replied, "Not well. Each day feels like a year." In Rain's eyes, Queen Elizabeth discerned an infinite sorrow. Unable to contain her compassion, she stepped forward and embraced the pitiful man before her. In that tight embrace, Rain found his strength dissipating. His emotions shattered in an instant, and he wept like a child. The pain and grief that had long been suppressed within his heart cascading forth with his tears. Queen Elizabeth gently patted Rain's back, at a loss for words to comfort the man in her arms. They remained entwined in silence, for what felt like an eternity. Days later, Rain received a ring, his wedding band, once bestowed upon Catelyn Winton. In that moment, he stood frozen, realizing that he had irrevocably lost his beloved Catelyn. At Queen Elizabeth's behest, Rain stayed in King's Landing, left with no choice but to comply, for she was the queen. His days within the palace were filled with little else but attending banquets with the queen, sharing meals, and taking leisurely strolls. Before long, Rain observed a peculiar truth. Aside from himself, there were no other men in Queen Elizabeth's company. There was a slave named Promis, but a slave hardly counted as a man. That evening, while accompanying Queen Elizabeth for drinks, she became intoxicated, with her cheeks flushed and her beauty magnified. The inebriated queen gazed at Rain through hazy eyes and asked, "Do you know why I have remained unmarried all these years?" Rain was momentarily taken aback. Because there resides a person in my heart," Queen Elizabeth murmured, pointing to her chest. Once, he loved me dearly, and I loved him in return. Yet, I failed to cherish his affection, and ultimately, I lost him. The queen spoke with palpable anguish, leaning over the table as tears streamed down her face. I do not comprehend what has transpired, nor do I understand why this has come to pass. I know that I have regrets, but what can I do? Rain was astonished to discover that, after all these years, the queen still held such profound love for him. He moved closer and enveloped Queen Elizabeth in his arms, gently wiping away the tears that adorned her face. Rain addressed the queen, "You have always been here, from the very beginning until now. Yet, I find myself at a loss as to what to do. If only you would guide me." Upon hearing this, the queen offered her delicate lips. Rain gently bestowed a kiss upon them. Days later, the astonishing news reverberated throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The enchanting and wise Queen Elizabeth was to wed none other than Count Rain. Following their nuptials, Count Rain ascended to the title of Prince Rain. The two lovers, having endured trials and tribulations, ultimately found their union. Chapter 75. The bestowal in the following year. Queen Elizabeth gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, whom she named Diana and Grey. As a large number of giants from the north crossed the sea to settle in the Northlands, Queen Elizabeth found herself unable to conquer that region. Over time, the continent of the Seven Kingdoms became delineated by the Greywater Watch and the Twin Rivers City, with the north becoming the territory of the giants, while the south remained under Queen Elizabeth's dominion. Before the northern giants invaded the Empire of the Apocalypse, its population had once soared to over 2 million. However, in recent years, the Seven Kingdoms faced relentless invasions, leading to a drastic decline in population. Particularly, tens of thousands of valiant men perished on the battlefield defending against foreign incursions. Countless elders and children also succumbed to the ravages of war, famine, and plague. As the giants continued their advance southward, the number of slain men from the Seven Kingdoms rose dramatically, while the women became mere playthings for the giants. Had it not been for Queen Aellen of the Aellen Kingdom, who promptly dispatched an expeditionary force to aid her compatriots in resisting the foreign invasion, the people of the Seven Kingdoms might have faced annihilation at the hands of the giants. By the time Queen Elizabeth successfully established control over the southern territories, the population of the Seven Kingdoms had dwindled to less than 300,000, the majority of whom were women. To address the severe labor shortage, Queen Elizabeth resolved to select a group from the over 3,000 captive giants, provided they renounced their previous beliefs and expressed a willingness to convert to the teachings of the Celestial Emperor, adhering to its doctrines and commandments. The Queen would grant them civilian status. In essence, those giants who embraced the faith of the Celestial Emperor would attain the rights of citizens within the Seven Kingdoms. This would allow them to marry, bear children, and propagate their lineage on the lands of the Seven Kingdoms. However, Queen Elizabeth emphasized that those giants who regained their civilian status must show respect towards the women willing to unite with them to form families. Any harm inflicted upon these women would result in capital punishment. Ultimately, nearly 2,000 giants chose to forsake their faith in the deity Orson, converting to the teachings of the Celestial Emperor and becoming its followers. These 2,000 giants were dispersed by the Queen across various regions of the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, Queen Elizabeth sought to recruit young individuals from the Aellen Kingdom who were eager to develop their prospects in the Seven Kingdoms. As long as they were willing to come, land, women, and housing would be provided. A considerable number of youths from Aellen were enticed and crossed the sea to the lands of the Seven Kingdoms. Queen Elizabeth, as she had previously declared, distributed lands and provisions to the young souls who journeyed from afar, while also commissioning the construction of shelters. The ravages of war had not only claimed countless vibrant lives, but had rendered the lands of the Seven Kingdoms desolate. Numerous estates and vast fields lay fallow, neglected and uncultivated, leading to a severe food shortage across the realm. As the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, Elizabeth sought to alleviate this crisis by establishing a maritime route from Lannisport to the lands of Aellen, ensuring a steady supply of provisions to the continent. Moreover, she enacted policies to encourage marriage, reward procreation, and promote the cultivation of farmland, aiming to address the food scarcity at its roots. To stabilize the hearts of the soldiers who had followed her to the Seven Kingdoms, Queen Elizabeth instituted a meritocratic military system consisting of 30 ranks, granting honors based on the valor demonstrated by her warriors. Additionally, she permitted the soldiers from Aellen to seek companionship among the women of the Seven Kingdoms, emphasizing the necessity of respecting their dignity and forbidding forced unions. With military rank, land, and family secured, the soldiers from Aellen pledged their unwavering loyalty to Elizabeth. The Queen exchanged the territory of Highgarden and its southern regions, previously held by Prince Run, for the Kingdom of Cairan, bestowing Ren's former lands upon Count Pharos. The eastern part of Highgarden in the Bay Kingdom was divided into two sections, granted to Count Scott and Count Locke respectively. A portion of the River Isles Kingdom, centered around the bustling city of Flowing River, was conferred to Count Motzi, while extensive lands near the Trident River Fortress were awarded to Count Us. The majority of the Valley Kingdom's territory was given to Kevin Dillon, the second son of Dillon Cassidy, while the remaining lands were designated as freehold for the common folk of the Seven Kingdoms to cultivate. The lands of the Storm Kingdom were split in two, allocated to Orlando Hunt, the eldest son of Hant Hawk, and Robert Barron, the youngest son of Baron Hill. Dragonstone Island and its surrounding territories became direct holdings of Queen Elizabeth, who appointed officials to oversee them. The vast expanse of land was subsequently divided into numerous territories, with portions awarded to the soldiers based on their military achievements, while the majority was set aside as settlements for the free citizens of the Seven Kingdoms. After several years of development under her reign, the Seven Kingdoms began to regain vitality, achieving a degree of self-sufficiency in food production. Subsequently, Queen Elizabeth embarked on further reforms, aspiring to establish a theocratic state akin to Aellen. She ordered the restoration of temples of the celestial deity that had been ravaged during the war and dispatched knowledgeable and virtuous adherents of the faith as missionaries. The queen aimed to regulate the behavior of the populace through the precepts of the celestial deity, while tasking her ministers with revising and codifying a comprehensive legal framework for the Seven Kingdoms, taking into account the previous laws and the current realities. She employed the laws of the Seven Kingdoms to address the unlawful occurrences that transgressed the divine edicts of the Heavenly Emperor. The queen also commissioned the archmages to establish a magical academy in the city of King's Landing. She believed that possessing a formidable magical army was the key to overcoming the northern giants. Thus, she resolved to select a group of gifted children early on to cultivate them into great mages. In her 10th year of reign, Queen Elizabeth discovered that her two children, Diana and Grey, possessed astonishing magical talents. Consequently, she entrusted her precious offspring to the academy, where specialized magical instructors would nurture their abilities. In the same year, across the sea in the kingdom of Aellen, a momentous event transpired. Count Sis, the lord of Goth City, abruptly declared himself the king of the southern lands. Shortly thereafter, he led an army of 30,000 southern troops northward, intent on besieging the royal city. The eldest son of Dillon, Taylor Dillon, who was stationed in the eastern part of Aellen, took the initiative to rise against the advancing southern forces. Simultaneously, the younger son of Hant, Ox Hant, also mustered his forces to ambush the southern army. The Lord of the West, Baron Hill, dispatched his son, Eddie Baron, with 10,000 soldiers to the royal city to safeguard Queen Elia. Chapter 76, Rebellion. Taylor Dillon, commanding an eastern force of 10,000, swiftly joined forces with Ox Hant's central army of 10,000, forming a united front of 20,000 to obstruct the advance of King Sis of the southern lands. The two armies soon met, and a great battle ensued. As the gloomy sky unleashed a light rain, the 30,000 southern soldiers charged forth under their king's command. The cacophony of battle cries resonated through the valley, accompanied by the neighing of war horses. In the misty rain, a nebulous dark cloud enveloped the entire battlefield, rendering it eerie and terrifying. Before long, the southern warriors, their eyes ablaze with fury, launched an assault on the united forces of the East and Central. The alliance soon found itself unable to withstand the fierce onslaught of the southern army, and the front lines began to show signs of collapse. At this critical juncture, King Sis, wielding a great sword, took to the battlefield himself. Under his leadership, the southern forces swiftly breached the defensive lines of the coalition. It was not long before the united forces completely disintegrated, with thousands retreating in disarray as the southern army relentlessly pursued them. Following this clash, no one remained capable of halting King Sis's advance northward. However, the southern army had also suffered significant losses. When they approached the royal city, only about 15,000 soldiers remained. Even in the face of the 30,000 defenders of the royal city, King Sis showed no inclination to retreat. Today, he was determined to breach the city and ascend the throne, ruling over all. Sis, I have treated you well. Why do you choose to rebel? Queen Elia questioned the southern king from the castle walls. Why? I aspire to be the king of Aellen. Sis roared in response, taken aback by his audacity. Queen Elia nodded and replied, I did not expect you to grow increasingly ambitious. Very well, if you have the capability, come and seize the city. Just wait. I shall come for you. Attack the city. The southern kingdom's king swung his colossal sword forward, leading over 10,000 soldiers in a fierce charge toward the 20,000 guards stationed at the city gates. As the siege commenced, More than a dozen sorcerers atop the battlements brandished their staffs, unleashing a barrage of magical assaults upon the southern forces. Fiery projectiles rained down from the sky, exploding amidst the advancing troops, causing countless soldiers to either perish on the spot or flee, engulfed in flames. Despite their valiant efforts, the southern army suffered grievously under the formidable magical onslaught of the archmages. Standing resolutely beside the southern king was the purple-eyed sorceress, who coldly regarded the archmages casting their spells from the city walls. From within her cloak, she produced a fist-sized black crystal orb, which she then raised into the air. Moments later, an ominous cloud of black smoke surged forth from the orb, gradually coalescing into a massive oriental black dragon that lunged toward the sorcerers on the city walls. "What is that dark entity?" inquired a keen-eyed archmage, pointing at the approaching shadow. "Is it merely a plume of smoke?" Before the second archmage could finish his sentence, the dragon transformed into countless serpentine wisps of smoke, darting towards the sorcerers. These black smoke serpents inexplicably invaded the bodies of the archmages, causing their forms to swell grotesquely. Their bellies expanded as if they had consumed an enormous watermelon, while their faces contorted in agony, eyes bulging ominously. I feel unbearable pain. My body." With a thunderous explosion, one of the archmages burst apart, showering the battlements with gore and flesh, a scene drenched in sanguine horror. A foul stench permeated the air, a nauseating miasma wafting forth. Boom, boom, boom. The rotund archmages continued to explode one after another, their remains scattering like rain across the battlements. Not far away, Queen Aellen stood in stunned disbelief, paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle before her. In that moment, the myriad of black smoke serpents converged once more, forming a gigantic black python with flickering tongues, lunging directly at the frozen queen. Instinctively, Queen Aellen drew her sacred sword and aimed a strike at the monstrous serpent. Miraculously, the black python evaded her blow, transforming into a formidable black sword that arced toward her. Clang, clang, clash. Enraged, Queen Aellen fought desperately against the malevolent black blade with her sacred sword. Yet, she could distinctly feel an overwhelming force emanating from the dark weapon, an intangible pressure that weighed heavily upon her spirit. It seemed as though the sinister black sword sought to compel her to surrender. However, as a queen, Aellen could never concede. Perish! Queen Aellen roared, pouring all her strength into a frenzied strike against the obsidian sword. Clang, 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 clang. The radiance emanating from the holy sword intensified, becoming increasingly blinding. It shone like a sun that had suddenly appeared in the midst of night, dazzling and sharp. With a resounding crash, a formidable shockwave erupted, radiating outward from Queen Aellen. The black sword vanished. Suddenly, the purple-eyed figure beside the southern king spat a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. The southern king swiftly caught him, concern etched on his face. "What is wrong? Are you all right? That woman is too powerful. I cannot contend with her." "You must be cautious," the purple-eyed figure gasped before his head drooped, unconscious. The southern king ordered his men to carry the purple-eyed figure aside to rest. He himself charged forward on horseback, rallying the southern troops for another assault on the royal city. Unbeknownst to them, Queen Aellen had entered the battlefield, wielding her longsword. Her hair had turned gray, as if decades had passed in an instant, losing the youthful essence she once possessed. She charged directly at the southern king, who brandished his greatsword and raced towards her. All present seemed to fade into the background, rendered invisible by the fierce confrontation between the queen and the southern king. Clang! The holy sword clashed against the greatsword. "You bastard! Why have you betrayed me?" Queen Aellen demanded, her fury manifesting in relentless strikes against the southern king. He remained silent, focusing solely on fending off her tempestuous onslaught. "Speak! I refuse to believe this is merely for the throne," she cried, delivering a violent slash at the southern king. The ferocity of her blow crashed down upon him like a tumultuous wave upon a fragile vessel. The southern king staggered back several paces. "I had no desire to contest the realm with you. I merely wished to live in peace with my wife and children in a quiet corner of the south. But I could not, for you unjustly murdered young Louis, driving a wedge between my wife and me," he retorted, his voice filled with anger. "That Louis was a heartless wretch, the spawn of that harlot Aellen. I had every right to slay him. Should I spare him, only for him to usurp Isadora's throne in the future?" Queen Aellen shot back fiercely. The southern king glared at the aged queen, at a loss for words. "I entrusted the south to you, and yet you betray me for a woman? Is she truly worth such sacrifice?" Queen Aellen demanded, her voice laced with fury. Meanwhile, far away in the southern city of Goat, Aellen gazed towards the royal city, tears streaming down her face. She had remained in her small abode until the news of Xai's declaring himself king of the south and waging war on the royal city reached her. It dawned on her that for so many years, she had misunderstood Xai's. Aellen now comprehended the depth of Xai's love for her. She realized that his patience was simply a matter of waiting for the right moment. For all these years, she had been consumed by guilt. She regretted marrying Sis, which led to the death of her family members, one after another, before her eyes. At this moment, Aellen realized that her love had not been misplaced. Her man was indeed a remarkable hero. She silently prayed within her heart, "May my beloved return safely. She is the woman I cherish. She is not a withered flower." "You madwoman, go to hell." The king of the south thrust his sword toward Queen Aellen. Queen Alia did not flinch, allowing Sis's sword to pierce her body. A line of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she murmured, "In the end, I have lost, defeated by that wretched woman." The sacred sword fell from Queen Alia's hand to the ground, and she closed her eyes forever. The king of the south stood frozen, bewildered as to why the queen chose not to evade his strike, allowing his blade to penetrate her flesh. He attempted to grasp the queen's sacred sword, but as soon as his hand touched the hilt, he felt as though his palm was seared by a blazing flame. Reluctant to release it, his hand began to emit wisps of smoke, accompanied by a foul odor. Meanwhile, the sacred sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. Helpless, the king of the south was compelled to abandon the sword, leaving him with a wound on his palm that would never heal. The once clear sky had transformed into a tapestry of ominous clouds, with countless serpents of lightning flickering among the layers. Soon, a torrential downpour commenced, as if the heavens themselves wept for the passing of Queen Alia. Ultimately, the king of the south emerged victorious, breaching the royal city, ascending the throne, and becoming the king of Aellen. However, neither Count Roland from the north, nor Lord Balenshiel from the west, nor Handhawk from the central region, nor Dylan Cassidy from the east recognized Sis's claim to the throne of Aellen. Instead, they formed an anti-Sis alliance, vowing to avenge the fallen Queen Alia. The kingdom of Aellen was once again plunged into civil war. Far away on the continent of the Seven Kingdoms, Queen Elizabeth remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in Aellen. During Elizabeth's 12th year, the giant clans of the north mobilized an army of 100,000, poised to conquer the southern nations. Queen Elizabeth, on one hand, actively organized her forces to confront the invading giants, while on the other, she dispatched envoys to the Dorne Kingdom in the south, requesting their assistance in repelling the northern invasion. Prince Rain personally journeyed to the Dorne Kingdom to represent the Queen in discussions with King Iron Curtain Blaeman of the United Dorne Kingdom regarding a united defense against the external threat. In the court of the United Kingdom, King Iron Curtain Blaeman welcomed Prince Rain. "After more than a decade, you seem to be faring well," remarked King Blaeman. Rain smiled in response. "I am doing reasonably well. However, I must commend you. After all these years, you have ascended to the throne of Dorne, which is truly admirable. Here, if you are ruthless enough and your fists are strong enough, you can claim the title of king. It's all about strength." King Blaeman replied with a grin. Rain nodded with a smile and said, "In fact, I have come here on behalf of Queen Elizabeth to discuss the matter of a joint military expedition with you." "Who is Queen Elizabeth? I have never heard of her," inquired King Iron Curtain of Dorne, his brow furrowed in confusion. Rain chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Queen Elizabeth is a legend." Thus, Rain recounted the tale of Queen Elizabeth leading her army to conquer the Seven Kingdoms to King Iron Curtain. A woman, leading an army to save the people of the Seven Kingdoms? How could she have achieved that? "I find it hard to believe," exclaimed King Iron Curtain, visibly astonished. Rain sighed and said, "If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would have doubted it. However, I am utterly convinced. Indeed, the northern giants are advancing south with an army of 100,000, aiming to engulf the southern realms. Should they emerge victorious this time, their next target may very well be your kingdom of Dorne." "I am aware of the northern giants' vast ambitions," King Iron Curtain replied. "However, the decision to go to war is of great significance. I must confer with the other kings before I can provide you with an answer. After all, this matter cannot be decided by me alone." "Very well. I shall await your favorable news," Prince Rain said. "I am quite intrigued by your Queen Elizabeth. Could you share more about her?" King Iron Curtain asked eagerly, his eyes fixed on Prince Rain. Prince Rain regarded King Iron Curtain with a wary gaze, pondering. "Surely he does not have designs on my queen? What if he demands a marriage alliance in exchange for military support? Why do you look at me like that?" King Iron Curtain queried, a hint of confusion in his expression. "Oh, nothing, nothing," Prince Rain hastily replied. "I wonder if your majesty is married?" "Of course. I have 3 wives and 3 sons. My eldest is 16, and the youngest is only 6. By the way, have you found your wife?" King Iron Curtain inquired. Not yet. She may have long since passed away, Rain said, his tone subdued. King Iron Curtain placed a comforting hand on Prince Rain's shoulder, but chose to say nothing further. After a moment, King Iron Curtain suddenly remarked, I have many beautiful maidens in my clan. If you fancy any of them, you may take her as your wife. Prince Rain quickly shook his head. No, no, no. Has your taste changed over the years? Do you now prefer men? King Iron Curtain jested. Not at all. I fear that if my wife finds out, she would strike me down with a sword. Prince Rain replied candidly. You have a wife again. Who is she? Is she beautiful? King Iron Curtain asked, his interest piqued. She is indeed beautiful. She is none other than Queen Elizabeth, Prince Rain stated candidly. King Iron Curtain stood there, momentarily speechless. Subsequently, he approached and gently touched Prince Rain's forehead, and then inquired, Are you jesting, young man? You wed the legendary Queen Elizabeth? Truly, without a doubt. Otherwise, how could I possibly represent the Queen in discussions with you? Prince Rain candidly replied. King Iron Curtain of Dorne sighed as he clasped his wrist and lamented, Alas, I had intended to marry that legendary Queen Elizabeth. To my astonishment, you have beaten me to it. I have been wed to her for over a decade. Prince Rain chuckled. King Iron Curtain of Dorne cast an irked glance at Prince Rain before departing. Days later, King Iron Curtain informed Prince Rain that after deliberation among the kings, they had unanimously agreed to mobilize forces to join Queen Elizabeth in combating the Northern Giants. However, as a gesture of goodwill, the Queen must promise to marry one of her daughters to the Kingdom of Dorne. Ideally, Prince Rain should have sought Queen Elizabeth's counsel on this matter, given its implications for Princess Diana's happiness. Yet, with the looming threat of the giant army, Prince Rain had little time for deliberation. Thus, he acquiesced, requesting that one of King Iron Curtain's 3 sons be chosen for the union. King Iron Curtain readily consented, embracing Prince Rain with great joy. A few days later, King Iron Curtain personally led over 50,000 Dorne cavalry alongside Prince Rain towards the northern front. The giant army, under the command of King Kurt of the North, advanced with unstoppable momentum, effortlessly capturing Twin River City. Subsequently, the northern forces pressed south along King's Road, seizing Trident River Fortress and Flowing City, until they encountered the main forces of the 7 kingdoms in the vast plains of River Isle. Though the giants boasted an army of 100,000, the reality was far less, comprising 60,000 giant warriors and over 10,000 enslaved soldiers, including more than a dozen towering giants standing around 3 meters tall. These colossal beings advanced like a multitude of small mountains, impervious to any resistance. Queen Elizabeth commanded an army of 100,000, with the 5 sons of Sis leading 50,000 as the vanguard. The left flank was commanded by Count Orlando with 10,000, while Count Robert led another 10,000 on the right. The central force of 20,000 was under the direction of Count Kevin, with Queen Elizabeth safeguarding 10,000 troops to protect the Grand Mage Corps. As the battle commenced, archers from both sides unleashed a torrential rain of arrows upon each other's ranks. The front lines of both armies consisted of shield-bearers wielding large shields, sprinting forward while holding their shields overhead. As the 2 vanguards drew closer, the front lines of shield-bearers hastened their advance, soon engaging in a fierce charge. Charge! Kill! The battle cries resounded thunderously, echoing across the battlefield. The clashing of shields rang out like a cacophony. Both sides of shield-bearers exerted their utmost strength to breach the enemy lines. However, as the front shield-bearers were thrown aside, those behind quickly filled the gaps. The front lines clashed fiercely, with combatants struggling to gain the upper hand, and occasionally, shield-bearers fell to the ground. At that moment, the spear-wielding soldiers of the 2nd phalanx of the giant clan launched their long spears towards the enemy after a brief sprint. Thud, 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 ah! The warriors of Queen Elizabeth's side fell in droves, pierced by the spears. After several waves of spear throws, the Queen suffered the loss of nearly 10,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, over a dozen colossal giants from the giant clan charged forward, swinging massive logs. The frontline soldiers were swept away by the giants' onslaught. Before long, signs of collapse emerged among Queen Elizabeth's vanguard forces. In her fury, Queen Elizabeth commanded the Mage Corps to unleash magical attacks upon the giants. A rain of fireballs cascaded from the sky, relentlessly bombarding the giant warriors. Many were struck dead by the fireballs, while others were engulfed in flames, running in chaotic panic. The archmages summoned several enormous wyverns, which swooped down upon the giant clan's formation. Some dragons exhaled scorching flames, turning clusters of giant warriors into fiery beings, while others unleashed icy breaths, encasing groups of giants in frozen sculptures. At that moment, Queen Elizabeth waved her staff repeatedly. and countless golden beams of light shot forth from the sky, reducing the giant soldiers to ashes. Hellfire beasts charged into the ranks of the giants, trampling, crushing, and incinerating countless warriors. Enormous mud fists erupted from the ground, sending giant soldiers flying into the air. The unfortunate ones fell to their demise, while the luckier ones were left barely alive. Despite the valiant efforts of the 5 sons of Zeiss, they were quickly forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the powerful giant warriors. Count Earl Kevin swiftly directed the central troops to hold the line against the giants breaching the front. With desperate fighting, the central defense gradually stabilized. The situations on the left and right flanks were dire. They barely held their positions through constant retraction, preventing a breakthrough by the enemy. The left and right flanks suffered significant losses under the giants' fervent onslaught. The battle raged on for a day, resulting in heavy casualties for the giants, who ultimately retreated. However, the Queen's losses were substantial as well, with over 30,000 soldiers fallen and countless others wounded. The following day, the giant army clashed with Queen Elizabeth's forces once more. Not long into the fierce battle, the giant phalanx launched a volley of spears aimed at the position of Queen Elizabeth and her mages. The Queen and her mages quickly cast shield spells, and vibrant 6-pointed star-shaped shields materialized above their heads. Upon contact with the shields, the spears were deflected away. King Kurt of the North sighed and remarked, "I did not expect that those liches had so many tricks up their sleeves." Continue the projection upon them. The Northern King, Kurt, had scarcely finished his command when a cadre of colossal wyverns roared through the air towards his position. Among them, a frost dragon unleashed a chilling breath directly at King Kurt of the North. The king, pale with fear, swiftly turned to flee, distinctly hearing the relentless cracking sounds behind him. Snap, snap, snap. A frigid gale surged forth, sending shivers down his spine. The earth beneath him, along with his giant warriors, was encased in ice, transformed into a grand tableau of frozen sculptures. 2 fire dragons swooped towards the phalanx of giant spearmen, one to the left, the other to the right. With a dive, their enormous jaws unleashed torrents of searing flames, engulfing the bewildered giant warriors. A multitude of the warriors was reduced to charred figures, aflame and consumed by the inferno. As the giant spearmen prepared to retaliate with their lances against the looming dragons, a multitude of golden rays cascaded down from the heavens, summoned by Queen Elizabeth with a sweeping motion of her hand, resembling a golden tempest showering the battlefield. Witnessing their comrades being incinerated by the bizarre golden beams, the giant warriors scattered in terror, desperate to evade the relentless onslaught from above. Meanwhile, the sky was ablaze with fireballs, transforming the battlefield into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Amidst the cacophony of thunderous roars, Queen Elizabeth's soldiers clashed fiercely with the northern giants. This time, with the giants' spear attacks diminished, Queen Elizabeth's forces suffered considerable losses. However, King Kurt had evidently studied the previous day's skirmish. He strategically positioned his main forces on both flanks, executing a dual flank breakthrough tactic to encircle the enemy. Thus, it was not long before the left flank, commanded by Count Orlando, succumbed to the frenzied assaults of the northern giants' elite troops. A horde of giant elites surged forth, mercilessly slaughtering the weaker warriors of the 7 kingdoms. Count Kevin, the chief commander in the center, hastily directed his troops to reinforce the left flank, hoping they could seal the breach swiftly to prevent the enemy from penetrating further and threatening Queen Elizabeth's safety. Just then, the right flank, led by Count Robert, also fell to the onslaught of the giant warriors. In an instant, both wings of Queen Elizabeth's army were engulfed in chaos. Countless soldiers from the 7 kingdoms met a grim fate beneath the might of the northern giants' axes and spears. It was evident that Queen Elizabeth's forces were now at a distinct disadvantage, teetering on the brink of annihilation. To avert further disaster, the chief commander urgently signaled for retreat. Sounding the horn of withdrawal, Queen Elizabeth's army turned in unison, retreating, while the vanguard of the 6 sons took on the rear guard, tasked with holding off the relentless pursuit of the giant horde. Queen Elizabeth led her defeated army in a retreat to the city of Stone Sanctuary, halting their withdrawal only upon reaching its walls. Following this battle, the northern giants had seized a substantial portion of the Riverall Kingdom. The 30,000-strong vanguard commanded by the 5 sons of Sis suffered near total annihilation. Count Machi and Countess suffered grave injuries, their lives hanging by a thread. Queen Elizabeth personally visited the bloodied Sis and, with tears in her eyes, implored the accompanying apothecary to do everything in their power to save Counts Machi and us. With a choked voice, she expressed her deep gratitude to Counts Pharaohs and Scott, among others. stating that it was due to their unwavering resistance that her forces had not been obliterated by the giant army. The valor of these earls would forever be etched in her memory. Queen Elizabeth, sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, vowed that regardless of what calamities might unfold in the future, she would grant them clemency from capital punishment. In response, the injured Counts Pharos, Scott, and Locke hastily rose to their knees, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Elizabeth. The Queen's solemn oath effectively bestowed upon each of Cis's sons a gilded token of immunity from death. With this token, as long as their descendants refrained from treasonous acts, they would ensure their lineage's safety and prosperity for generations to come. Days later, King Cute of the North led 30,000 giants to the gates of Stone Sanctuary. Aware of her impending defeat, Queen Elizabeth nonetheless ordered her remaining 30,000 troops to stand against the giants, for she had no alternative. The battle soon erupted, and without the charge of Cis's sons, the combat effectiveness of the Queen's army significantly diminished. The formidable northern giants relentlessly crushed the Queen's formations. On a brighter note, the accompanying mage corps, unencumbered by the need for protection, could unleash long-range magical assaults from atop the city walls upon the giant forces below. Despite the inevitable loss, Queen Elizabeth refused to retreat, for she had no place to flee. As she witnessed her soldiers falling one by one at the city's base, her heart bled with despair. It was in this moment of realization that she comprehended why hundreds of thousands of warriors from the Seven Kingdoms had been annihilated by the northern giants. The enemy was simply too powerful. Just as despair enveloped Queen Elizabeth, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from a distance. A colossal cavalry, shrouded in a cloud of dust, surged toward Stone Sanctuary. Accompanied by Prince Rain, King Don of the Iron Curtain Blaemen led over 50,000 Iron Riders to her aid. The sudden influx of 50,000 reinforcements incensed King Cute of the North, who contemplated retreat, yet it was too late. The Iron Riders of King Don surged forth like a black tempest, swiftly sweeping through the battlefield. Ultimately, in the joint onslaught of the Don cavalry and the Queen's forces, the once mighty northern giants faced crushing defeat. King Cute barely escaped the battlefield, while the giant warriors suffered near total destruction. After a strategic discussion with Queen Elizabeth, King Don resolved to pursue the retreating giants, leading the united forces northward. Upon their arrival in the northern realm, they soon discovered the giants of the north have long since sailed away across the seas, for the main force of their kind was utterly annihilated in the recent northern expedition. The remaining giants of the north are bereft of any fighting spirit. Upon returning to his realm, King Cute of the North promptly commanded a retreat back to their homeland, fully aware that the fierce cavalry would soon come charging after them. Following this battle, the North was finally reclaimed, and the continent of the Seven Kingdoms emerged from decades of humiliation under foreign invasion. Queen Elizabeth ascended to her rightful place as the true sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. In the 18th year of Elizabeth's reign, Princess Diana had reached the tender age of 15. In accordance with a pact made years ago, Queen Elizabeth resolved to send Princess Diana to Dorne to wed Prince Neural Blaemen, the second son of the King of Dorne. Chapter 80. The Grim Tidings Mother. I do not wish to go to Dorne. I am still so young. I want to stay by your side, Princess Diana wept, tears streaming down her face as she spoke to the Queen. Queen Elizabeth sighed deeply, embracing her daughter tightly. Listening to her daughter's pleas shattered her heart, and two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. The Queen struggled to suppress the urge to keep her daughter close, for she too felt the weight of this separation. Yet what could she do about the kingdom of Dorne? My dear child, do not cry. Allow me to explain, Queen Elizabeth said, attempting to steady her emotions as she gently patted the princess's back. Wiping her tears, the princess gazed up at her mother with sorrowful, misty eyes. Your marriage to Dorne is the decree of the Celestial Emperor. You carry a significant responsibility in maintaining our long-standing alliance with Dorne. Your future family is a powerful lineage and a crucial ally to us, with Dorne as our steadfast supporter. The people of the Seven Kingdoms shall no longer suffer under the tyranny of foreign invaders. Do you understand? The princess shook her head, pouting as she asked, what does that have to do with me? Queen Elizabeth felt a surge of frustration, but could not bear to scold her daughter. Instead, she replied, because you are a princess, my dear. You were born to live for the welfare of the realm. Have you not heard the saying, to wear a crown? One must bear its weight. No, the princess replied, shaking her head. With a long sigh, Queen Elizabeth said, very well. How about I make you a promise? The princess blinked, her eyes fixed on her mother. Regardless of what happens in the future, you, Princess Diana, will possess the same right as Prince Grey to inherit my throne, Queen Elizabeth declared with solemnity. Okay, the princess responded with a single word before turning to leave. Queen Elizabeth stood there, bewildered, unable to discern whether her daughter was genuinely naive or merely pretending ignorance. It felt as though she had fallen into her daughter's clever trap. Watching her daughter walk away, Queen Elizabeth was overcome with an inexplicable sorrow. This was her precious child, nurtured for over a decade, now so easily drawn away by another's words. I can still bear more. I shall have a multitude of little ones to keep me company, Queen Elizabeth suddenly muttered to herself. Thus, Queen Elizabeth clandestinely embarked on her own progeny plan. The happiest among them was none other than the King of Dorne, Iron Curtain Blaemond. Upon the marriage of Diana to Dorne, he pointed at the beautiful Princess Diana and told his son Nuri Blaemond, "You fortunate lad. To wed such a stunning princess is indeed a tremendous blessing. From this day forth, treat her with the utmost care, love her, and protect her. Do not let her suffer in any way. Otherwise, beware, for I shall break your legs." Nuri Blaemond stood there, grinning foolishly, at a loss for words to respond to his father's proclamation, merely nodding in agreement. Nuri gazed at his bride, Princess Diana, and thought to himself, "She is so beautiful. Is she truly from the heavens? Her skin is so fair, and her hair, golden like spun gold, is soft and voluminous. Her eyes are so lovely. Can such a magnificent girl truly be mine?" Due to Princess Diana's inability to comprehend the Dorne language, their conversations were scarce. To help his beloved Diana learn the language of Dorne, Nuri enlisted Tess, a girl he had grown up with, to teach her. Being the second son, most affairs of the family were managed by his elder brother, Indra Blaemond. This arrangement granted Nuri ample time to accompany his new wife on leisurely excursions across the lands of Dorne, with Tess always in tow. However, driven by her feminine intuition, Princess Diana grew wary of the girl named Tess. She could not fathom why her husband would invite such a beautiful girl to instruct her in the Dorne language. Perhaps it was merely a pretext. The language barrier deepened Princess Diana's solitude, already pronounced with her arrival in Dorne. Witnessing Tess and her husband share laughter in the Dorne tongue only intensified her heartache. Princess Diana felt immense torment, yet what could she do? All she could strive for was to learn the language diligently, hoping to communicate with her husband and integrate into this new world. As half a year swiftly passed, a fleet arrived from the realm of Aellen to Lannister Port, bearing shocking news that reverberated throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Queen Elio of Aellen had been slain years ago by the rebellious King Sise. For many years, the entire realm of Aellen had been embroiled in protracted conflict. Upon hearing that her mother, Queen Elia, had passed, the already pregnant Queen Elizabeth of the Seven Kingdoms was overcome with rage and sorrow, succumbing to illness. Prince Rain stood by the Queen's side, offering solace. "My dear Queen, given the circumstances, you must take care of yourself." Queen Elizabeth, with her eyes closed, wept silently. Her heart was heavy with grief, acutely aware of the profound love her mother had always held for her. Her mother, in her relentless search for her, relinquished her position as a princess and traversed the treacherous terrains of the Kingdom of Aellen, enduring numerous perils. In her quest, she lost not only her beloved but also the essence of love itself, living a solitary life devoid of companionship. Queen Elizabeth could not fathom why such a remarkable and heroic mother would befall such misfortune. The more she pondered, the deeper her sorrow grew. With tears cascading onto her pillow, witnessing Queen Elizabeth's profound sadness, Prince Rian found his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. He grappled with the question of why such a noble queen would be targeted for harm by the likes of Sise. The news of Queen Elia's tragic demise swiftly spread across the Seven Kingdoms, reaching the north, where Sise's 5 sons found themselves in a state of palpable anxiety. In the council hall of Winterfell, the 5 sons of Sise gathered around a round table, their expressions grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. "What shall we do now?" Count Scott broke the prolonged silence. "I know not." Count Machi sighed heavily, his voice laced with despair. Seeing his elder brother's troubled countenance, Count Scott could not restrain himself. "Father, at his age, should not be inciting rebellion. Is he not aware he is complicating our lives?" Count Pharaohs cast a glance at his brother before speaking slowly. "A true man spares no effort to seize opportunities, ascending gradually to the pinnacle of power. To govern the world is the ultimate dream of every ambitious man. Brother, you do not consider following in father's footsteps to incite rebellion, do you?" The candid countess asked, astonished at his elder brother's demeanor. "Rebellion? What do you mean by rebellion?" Count Pharaohs retorted sharply. "You are not a child. Choose your words with care." Countess, chastened by his brother's rebuke, lowered his head in silence. "Rebellion leads to annihilation. If you desire to perish alone, we shall not impede you. However, you cannot drag our entire family into your demise." Count Pharaohs added emphatically, "But father has already rebelled and slain the mother of Her Majesty Elizabeth. Even if we do not rebel, the Queen will not easily forgive us." Count Locke, who typically remained taciturn, interjected. This is precisely where the issue lies. Clearly, we are innocent. We are worlds apart from Father. How could we possibly have known of his intentions? The real concern is whether the Queen will deem us innocent. We are uncertain how she will choose to deal with us. Count Pharos lamented. Blood for blood. A father's debt must be repaid by the son. As the eldest, I shall journey to King's Landing. A life for a life. I believe the Queen is not unreasonable. After all, we have risked our lives for her over the years. She will extend some measure of clemency, Count Machi declared. Absolutely not. Brother, you cannot go. To do so is to court death, Count Scott immediately countered. Indeed, brother, echoed the others. The 5 brothers, having ventured forth together, must return together. How could we allow you to bear this burden alone? Count Usper interjected. Eldest brother. Count Pharos suddenly proclaimed. If there is to be one who shoulders this responsibility, it shall be I, the King of the North. You are our elder, destined to lead the Sis family to rise in the North. Tomorrow, I shall embark for King's Landing to speak with the Queen, should the Queen decree my death. Dear brother, you must guide our brethren and the children across the wall to seek refuge in the frigid north. You must survive at all costs. Second brother, allow me to take this perilous journey, Count Machi insisted. Count Pharos waved his hand, declaring, thus it shall be decided. Third brother and youngest, prepare for tomorrow. Take the children and seek safety in the north. Do not wait for the Queen's forces to arrive, for then it will be too late. Count Scott and Count Usper nodded in agreement. Remember, under no circumstances must you return to the kingdom of Aellen. Should even one of you return, our rebellion shall be irrevocably confirmed. Very well, this shall be our course for today, Count Pharos concluded, rising to depart. Before leaving, Count Pharos pondered for a moment and decided to bring along his 7-year-old son, Langston Pharos. Upon their arrival at King's Landing, Count Pharos and his son proceeded directly to the palace to seek an audience with Queen Elizabeth. Your Majesty, the sinner has heard of the misfortune that has befallen Queen Elia and feels profound remorse. Thus, I have brought my young son to plead for your forgiveness. Count Pharos implored, kneeling with Langston at his side. Queen Elizabeth gazed impassively upon Count Pharos and his son, her silence enveloping the hall in a heavy stillness. After a moment, Count Pharos spoke again. I understand that treason is a grave offense. Therefore, I am willing to relinquish my lands in the north, to forfeit my title, and to atone for my father's grievous sins with my life. Queen Elizabeth harbored a genuine desire to execute the Count and his son, to vent her fury. Yet, she understood that even should she eliminate them, her mother, Queen Elia, could not be resurrected. Moreover, she would be branded as a murderer of loyal subjects. Queen Elizabeth was acutely aware that the 5 sons of Sis bore no relation to the rebellion occurring thousands of miles away. However, the memory of her beloved mother, brutally slain, festered within her, a grievance she could not simply dismiss. At that moment, Queen Elizabeth found herself in torment, uncertain of her course of action. She could not disregard the sacrifices and contributions made by the 5 brothers over the years, nor could she betray the promise she had made to them, for she was a sovereign. I recognize that this matter does not pertain to you 5 brothers. However, it cannot simply be overlooked. I require a commitment from all of you, a promise of tangible action, Queen Elizabeth declared slowly. Count Pharos lowered his head, pondering what this tangible action could entail. The Queen cannot possibly intend for me to lead the troops back to quell the rebellion in Aellen. Absolutely not. It is inconceivable that the Queen would entrust me with such a task at this moment. But what does she truly mean? No matter how much Pharos pondered, he could not decipher the Queen's intentions. Observing his silence, Queen Elizabeth spoke. I intend to send troops back to Aellen to restore order. You in the north are responsible for recruiting 10,000 men and must also prepare supplies for an army of 30,000. Pharos promptly replied, this humble servant will commence preparations immediately upon returning. Additionally, your fief in the north will be halved. I will send someone to take over the diminished lands. The Queen stated coolly. Yes, Count Pharos bowed his head in acknowledgement. I have taken a liking to your son. Let him remain in the imperial capital. The Queen asserted with an undeniable tone. Very well, Count Pharos acquiesced. Days later, Queen Elizabeth held a state funeral for her mother. Following this, she announced the dispatch of an expeditionary force to Aellen, urging all lords to cooperate earnestly. Months later, Queen Elizabeth gave birth to a baby girl, whom she named Maria in honor of her mother. A month thereafter, the 16-year-old Prince Grey personally led 30,000 troops by ship to Aellen to quell the rebellion. Count Robert Baron accompanied Prince Grey to Aellen, along with over a dozen great mages. Meanwhile, Princess Diana of Dorne welcomed a baby boy, Inmund Blamont, with her partner, Nur Blamont. At this juncture, Princess Diana had mastered the Dornish language, enabling her to communicate effectively with Nur. She insisted that Nur arrange for Tess to marry a suitable man. Chapter 82. A hasty departure. Nur Blamont remarked, Tess has grown up with me since childhood. She is like a sister to me. I must find her a reliable man who can bring her happiness. Very well. Send her back home. I do not wish to see her. Princess Diana interrupted Nur's words. You have just given birth and need to recuperate. Your household lacks someone to care for the child. Why are you so eager to send Tess away at this time? Nur inquired, puzzled. Princess Diana glared at Nur in silence. Just then, Tess entered with the child. Claiming the baby was hungry and needed the princess to nurse him. Seizing the opportunity, Nur slipped away, and Tess also found an excuse to leave. Once they were a distance away, Nur asked Tess, You didn't overhear anything while you were outside, did you? Tess kept her head down, silent. Do not be angry with her. She has just given birth and may be feeling unwell, Nur speculated, sensing Tess might have heard something. He quickly added with a smile, Tess, why don't you marry me? Otherwise, one day when the princess is unhappy, she might hastily find someone to wed me off. I would prefer not to. Tess grasped Nur's hand as she spoke. Nully sighed and said, You know, the princess believes in the Heavenly Emperor's teachings, which only permit monogamy. However, we are in Dorne, where the Heavenly Emperor's doctrines do not bind us. Why can't I marry you? Hearing Nully's words, Tess understood his feelings and could not help but feel a deep sadness. Do not weep. I am aware of your sentiments. Yet I have always regarded you as my dear sister. Nully found himself at a loss on how to comfort the heartbroken Tess. Before the princess arrived, You clearly told me that you loved me and would marry me. But now. Tess's sorrow intensified with her thoughts, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Do not cry anymore. I know you are wonderful. Not being able to marry you in this lifetime is my misfortune. Let us return. Otherwise, the princess may grow suspicious. Nully whispered, Princess, your eyes only see the princess. You have never cared for me. I am so pitiful, Tess lamented, her tears flowing. Nully shook his head helplessly and turned to walk back. Not far away, a crow tilted its head, observing the pair of Nully and Tess walking back. And after a while, it flapped its wings and flew away. In the following days, Princess Diana ignored Nully. Finding no joy at home, Nully ventured out to hunt. With her man absent for several days, Princess Diana grew increasingly anxious. She feared she had overstepped, worrying that Tess might take the opportunity to seduce her man. The more she pondered, the more frightened she became. Thus, she conjured a divine crow to keep watch over him. Meanwhile, in the distant nation of Aellen, Prince Grey's expeditionary force had successfully landed. They first made their way to the northern Black Fortress. Upon learning that Prince Grey was personally leading an army to quell the rebellion, Count Roland hurriedly exited the city to greet him. Prince Grey learned from Count Roland that the treacherous King Zeiss, unable to withstand the coalition's assault, had fled the royal city to the southern lands. The current control of the royal city lay in the hands of Lords Dillon, Hunt, and Barron, who were deliberating on dispatching troops to the southern lands to capture the city of God and eliminate Zeiss, avenging Queen Illyria. Days later, Prince Grey led his army toward the royal city. Count Roland specifically sent his two sons, Ernaman and Edenman, to lead 3,000 warriors as vanguards for Prince Grey. Upon hearing of Prince Grey's approaching forces, the three great lords promptly opened the city gates to welcome his army into the royal city. Following the council of the three lords, Prince Grey ascended the throne, becoming the new king of Aellen. The sacred sword of Queen Illyria was also bestowed upon King Grey of Aellen. After paying homage to his grandmother, Queen Illyria, King Grey conferred with the three lords to discuss strategies for advancing southward to attack the southern lands. In the southern city of Got, Aellen gazed at Zeiss in silence, her eyes fixed on him. Zeiss, intrigued, glanced at Aellen and inquired, Is there something on my face? Aellen shook her head. Then why do you look at me like that? Zeiss asked with a hint of amusement. Because in my eyes, you are the most formidable and handsome man in this world, and thus I must gaze upon you in such a manner, Aellen replied. Zeiss helplessly shook his head. Just then, Zitong entered the room. I bear unfortunate news, she said, casting a glance at the infatuated Aellen before turning to Zeiss. What news? Zeiss inquired. An army of 30,000 from the east is currently advancing southward. I estimate it won't be long before they are at our gates, Zitong explained. So many? Zeiss frowned. Far more than that. Those three old fools have summoned at least another 30,000 troops. We cannot hold Goat City. Zitong hesitated, her words trailing off. If there is something to say, just say it. Can anything be worse than this? Zeiss replied nonchalantly. Zitong sighed, and then said, I performed a divination for you yesterday. The situation is dire. Zeiss fixed his gaze on Zitong, and after a few seconds, he asked, What specifically is the situation? You will be killed by a golden-haired youth. Moreover, the entire Zai's clan will be slaughtered after the city falls, Zitong stated plainly. Aellen, upon hearing this, tightly grasped Zai's hand. In that moment, she recalled her deceased son, little Louis, and a wave of fear washed over her. She did not wish to witness the death of her beloved once more. Zai gently patted the back of Eileen's hand, then turned to Zitong and asked, "What shall we do?" "We must leave. While the enemy has not yet arrived, we should take everyone and flee by ship from the kingdom of Aellen," Zitong replied. "Is there no other way? Can we not stay?" Zai pondered in silence for a moment. "As long as you remain in the kingdom of Aellen, you cannot escape the fate of your clan's slaughter. We must flee." Zitong shook her head. "Very well. I will heed your advice. We shall escape," Zai said. When King Grey of Aellen led 60,000 troops to Goat City, he quickly discovered that the city was nearly deserted. King Grey dispatched men to search for Zai. Before long, he learned of Zai's flight from the kingdom of Aellen by ship. At that moment, Zai, guided by Zitong, was sailing westward. Days later, their ship was struck by a torrential storm. The fierce winds churned towering waves, capsizing the accompanying vessels. Chapter 83. The kingdom of Lance. Zai gazed in shock at the unfolding chaos, powerless to intervene, forced to watch his followers sink into the sea in despair. He wished to command the sailors aboard to assist those who had fallen overboard, to rescue them onto their ship. However, the tempest was too fierce. The sailors all cowered in the cabin, too fearful to venture out. Zai could not save those who had plunged into the depths. Nor could he even save himself or his family. He could only pray to the gods and demons within his heart. After the storm passed, miraculously, Zai and his family survived. However, among the multitude that once accompanied them, only a little over 2,000 remained. They were brought amidst the tempest to the vicinity of a vast island. Having endured the fury of the sea, Zai felt the ocean's terrifying might, as well as his own insignificance. He was unwilling to meet his demise in the depths of the sea. Thus, he resolved to lead the others to seek refuge on the island. To his surprise, Zitong refused. She proclaimed that not far to the west lay a sacred realm, a destination far more worthy of their journey than this desolate place. Gazing at his family and the valiant warriors who had followed him through life and death, Zai found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to pursue the sacred land Zitong spoke of or to settle for a tranquil existence on the island. He raised his voice, addressing all present. "Do you wish to remain here, or shall we venture forth to the sacred realm? Wherever you go, I shall follow." "Life holds meaning only in your presence," replied Aellen with a smile. Zai gently grasped Eileen's hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Though he possessed nothing at that moment, he at least had love. Some among them, apprehensive of potential dangers ahead, opted to stay upon the island. Zai provided them with ample provisions before departing with those who chose to follow Zitong westward. Days later, Zai and his companions beheld a wondrous sight, two seas in tumultuous confluence. A towering mist rose from the point of convergence, accompanied by the thunderous roar of rushing waters. Could this be the fabled end of the world? Zai mused aloud. Zitong nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, you speak true. This is the so-called end of the world." She produced a black crystal sphere, which swiftly ascended into the air and began to glide forward. Zitong instructed the great ship to follow the hovering crystal, cautioning the vessels behind not to stray from their course, lest they plunge into the abyss. Under the guidance of the black crystal, Zai's fleet navigated cautiously into the swirling mists of the oceanic chasm. To their astonishment, the grand ship did not plummet into the depths but continued to float forward as if it had taken flight. "This is truly extraordinary. We are aboard a flying ship," exclaimed the crew in excitement. "Is there even water beneath us? How is this vessel defying gravity? Why not jump down and find out?" One suggested. "If you wish to test it, go ahead. I have no desire to perish," replied another. After a brief voyage, Zai's fleet emerged from the layers of mist to find themselves upon a tranquil sea. Above them shone a magnificent sun, its gentle rays warming their skin. Schools of vibrant fish swam beneath the surface, resembling blossoms blooming in the ocean. The fleet continued its journey, and 2 days later, Zai and his soldiers beheld a towering structure piercing the clouds in the distance. Beneath it lay a vibrant city, nestled on a crescent-shaped continent. Nestled within the embrace of a crescent-shaped continent lies a circular sacred land. These two lands together form a magnificent circle, reminiscent of the sun and moon in the sky. The towering spire that Zai and his soldiers behold stands upon this central sacred land, which is none other than the fabled realm of Lance. The heart of Lance, its central city, serves as the administrative and religious nucleus of the kingdom. Here, One can find the royal palace alongside numerous temples, as well as the grand statue of the sea deity, Shisha-Bader. The royal family and the aristocracy of Lance reside within this central city. Surrounding it is a formidable circular wall, encircling the city as periphery. Beyond these walls flows a vast river that meanders around the central city, with various outer towns lining its banks. Inhabitants of differing social standings dwell within distinct circular zones, with the lowest classes residing in the outermost ring. Generally, residents of each circular band are not permitted to traverse freely. Any such movement necessitates proper authorization. The arrival of Zeiss and his retinue, numbering over 1,000, astonished the local Lance people. Due to the language barrier, communication was rudimentary, relying on gestures. From these gestures, the Lance people gleaned that Zeiss and his companions had inadvertently entered their realm due to a tempest at sea. Consequently, the citizens of Lance arranged for Zeiss and his men to settle in a desolate area. The Lance people are remarkable, their skin bearing a faint blue hue, as if tinged by the sea. Inherently adept at swimming, they excel in navigating grand vessels. Known for their hospitality, the Lance people generously provided ample sustenance for Zeiss and his companions, with eager locals assisting the newcomers in acquiring their language. Thus, Zeiss and his band of over 1,000 commenced their life in the realm of Lance. A month later, a group from the central royal city ventured to the desolate land where Zeiss resided. After observing Zeiss and his companions for some time, they permitted their stay, bestowing upon the barren area the name of Outer Land. Among this group was an individual clad in a white robe, likely a grand sorcerer. Noticing the wound on Zeiss's right hand, he offered to heal it. The white-robed sorcerer retrieved a crystal orb and requested that Zeiss extend his hand. The orb then levitated from the sorcerer's grasp, slowly hovering above Zeiss's palm. The sorcerer began to chant incantations, and soon wisps of dark smoke emerged from Zeiss's hand, swirling into the crystal orb. As time passed, the dark vapors flowed forth from Zeiss's palm with increasing fervor. When the final wisp of darkness entered the orb, the once pristine crystal had transformed into a glossy, obsidian sphere. Subsequently, the white-robed sorcerer produced a small vial from his pocket and sprinkled some white powder upon Zeiss's wound. A miraculous occurrence unfolded as the once unhealable injury on Zeiss's right palm began to mend at an observable pace. Before long, the wound on Sith's right palm vanished without a trace, leaving no scar behind. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the marvelous mage in the white robe. Chapter 84. The new king. Since the healing of Sith's hand injury, he felt a renewed vigor. For many years, he had been tormented by the unhealed wound on his palm, which had rendered him irritable and short-tempered. Only in the presence of Aellen could he suppress his rage and strive for tranquility. In truth, it was precisely because of that injury that he was unable to lead his army into battle against the Celestial Empire, ultimately forcing him to flee the royal city under the cover of night. Everything Sith did was a quest for Aellen's forgiveness. Notions of conquering the world or becoming the king of Aellen were mere pretexts, mere excuses for his rebellion against Queen Elia. What he truly desired was simple: to live a humble life alongside Aellen in the kingdom of Aellen. The failure to capture the rebellious King Sith infuriated King Grey of Aellen, yet he found himself powerless, for Sith and his companions had already escaped. He dispatched his subordinates to pursue them by sea, but after more than a month, they had not succeeded in locating them. Now, King Grey faced a more pressing dilemma. The three powerful figures of the royal court, Dylan, Hunt, and Baron, advised King Grey to select a queen without delay. Each of them even proposed beautiful maidens from their own clans for the king's consideration. The 16-year-old King Grey, unable to refuse their insistence, spent his days hunting with a large entourage, hoping to evade the clutches of the three powerful men. Noticing that King Grey was preoccupied with his leisure pursuits and showed no interest in seeking a bride, the three giants reluctantly set the matter aside. Since the reign of Queen Elia, the monarchy had maintained a unified governance of both church and state. Consequently, a few months later, King Grey ascended to the position of High Priest of the Celestial Empire of Aellen. He did not concern himself with the kingdom's administrative or ecclesiastical matters, delegating these responsibilities entirely to the three influential figures. Apart from his hunting excursions, King Grey frequently visited the Magic Academy to study sorcery. At the academy, he encountered a most extraordinary young woman named Aellen, who hailed from a small town in the eastern region of Aellen. Her unwavering faith in the Celestial Empire had led a local missionary to recommend her for admission to the Magic Academy. Her remarkable magical aptitude quickly earned her the recognition of the Academy's mentors as the most promising apprentice. King Grey's attention was drawn to Aellen for a simple reason. Her beauty was ethereal, almost as if she were an angel descended from the heavens. The news of King Grey's infatuation with Helen soon reached the ears of the three powerful figures. Our young king is still far too naive, Hunt remarked to Dylan and Baron within the council chamber. Ah, youth is often synonymous with frivolity, Dylan replied. It seems our king has little time to attend to the kingdom's affairs of late. Henceforth, it appears these bothersome matters will rest upon the shoulders of us, three old men. Baron and Hant exchanged knowing smiles, and after a moment of contemplation, Baron remarked, "What is the background of the woman named Helen? While we may overlook her origins, we must ascertain her background. We cannot allow any nefarious individuals to approach His Majesty the King." Hant nodded in agreement, saying, "You are absolutely correct. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. However, we three are advancing in years, and it is time we consider passing on our authority to others. Yes, the children must step up to take on significant responsibilities. The dream of establishing the eternal and sacred kingdom of Aellen must be entrusted to them." Dylan spoke slowly. Time spares no one. Nevertheless, this kingdom of Aellen remains intact under our stewardship, not fragmented. In the afterlife, when we meet the Queen, we shall have no regrets. Baron smiled as the three leaders reminisced about their cherished past. In a small eastern town named Kieran, there stood a church of the Heavenly Emperor. Ainsworth served as the missionary there, spending his days either preaching or assisting troubled believers within the church to resolve their inner conflicts. By night, he would quietly peruse the Bible under the soft glow of a lamp. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. A voice called out, "Sir, sir, it is Oliver, the blacksmith from the west side of town. I wish to speak with you." Ainsworth furrowed his brow slightly. Then, after a moment's thought, he closed his book and rose to open the door for Oliver. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Ainsworth inquired calmly, gazing at Oliver standing outside. With a broad smile, Oliver replied, "Sir, may we step inside to converse? The wind is quite strong and chilly." Reluctantly, Ainsworth allowed Oliver to enter. Once inside, Oliver stood respectfully to one side and said, "Sir, my child wishes to attend the Knight Academy. I wonder if you could provide a recommendation." Ainsworth felt a sudden headache at this request. "I am indeed qualified to recommend, but it depends on your family's conduct. Are you unwaveringly loyal to the Heavenly Emperor? How have you demonstrated your loyalty? You must reflect on this. Moreover, I currently have at least 10 individuals in need of recommendations. If I grant you a place, what will happen to the others?" Oliver produced a pouch of coins from his pocket, presenting it to Ainsworth with both hands. "I have come today to express my loyalty to you, sir. I hope you will accept this." Ainsworth understood the implications immediately. He opened the pouch to find it filled with gold coins. "What am I to say to you? This shall not become a precedent. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, even if I recommend you, the Academy will not accept your child," Ainsworth cautioned. I understand. I shall keep this to myself," Oliver beamed. And he departed in high spirits. 3 months later, Oliver's son, Ovar, fulfilled his wish and secured a place at the Knight Academy. In the dead of night, the restless missionary Ainsworth rose from his bed. Draped in his garments and holding a candle, he tread lightly to a secret chamber known only to himself. There, he opened a chest concealed in the corner of the room. Upon beholding a bounty of gleaming gold coins, his heart leapt with joy, and he felt an overwhelming urge to shout. "Surely others would share my fondness for such resplendent treasures," he mused, caressing the coins and whispering to himself. Chapter 85. Helen. The following day, 2 third-level red-cloaked deacons from the Celestial Emperor's Church arrived at the small chapel in Cologne town. Upon their arrival, Ainsworth greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. "May I inquire what brings you both here?" he asked. The red-cloaked deacon replied coolly, "There is nothing of great importance. We are merely conducting our customary rounds in the Cologne region, primarily to observe local customs and gauge the understanding of our faith among the congregation. Do not be overly concerned. Oh, may I ask how long you intend to linger in the town? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Ainsworth responded with a beaming smile. The red-cloaked deacon replied, "It is uncertain, perhaps around half a month. Have you secured accommodations?" Ainsworth inquired. "We are staying at the inn on the western edge of the town. Now, you may return to your duties," the deacon concluded before departing. After several days of discreet observation, Ainsworth noted that the 2 red-cloaked deacons were indeed wandering about the town, engaging with the townsfolk. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what they were investigating. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, Ainsworth seized the opportunity to visit the blacksmith shop while the deacons were out of town. "Oliver, do you know what the 2 red-cloaked deacons have been inquiring about lately?" Ainsworth asked the blacksmith. "Nothing much, really. They merely asked how many people live in my household, how we are faring, if we are facing any difficulties, and how business has been at the forge, Oliver replied. Is that truly all? They did not ask anything further? Ainsworth questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Oliver nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is all. Furrowing his brow, Ainsworth departed and sought information from other locales in the town. Soon, he discerned that the two red-cloaked deacons were indeed idling away their time, inquiring about various matters without any clear purpose for their visit. At that moment, the two deacons arrived at the eastern edge of Kalan town, by a large lake where several fishermen resided. They visited each household in turn. Have you heard of a girl named Helen? One deacon inquired. Helen? Are you referring to the little girl who went to the royal city? A fisherman responded. The deacon nodded. Oh, I certainly remember. Helen came to our town with her parents and lived by this lake, the fisherman recounted. What kind of people do you think her parents are? Inquired the red-clad steward. What kind of people? Well, like us, they are common folk. I see nothing particularly remarkable about them. However, their daughter Helen is truly extraordinary. I've heard that Helen has gone to the royal city for her studies. That is wonderful, replied the fisherman. Do you know where Helen's parents are now? Asked the red-clad steward. The fisherman responded, I am unaware of that. They moved away suddenly over a year ago, and I have no idea where they went. The two red-clad stewards exchanged glances before departing. In the Temple of the Celestial Empire in Kulong Town, one steward asked the missionary Ainsworth, Do you recall a girl named Helen? Ah, Helen. I do remember such a young lady, Ainsworth replied. Could you enlighten us as to the criteria you used to recommend this young girl for her studies in the royal city? Inquired the red-clad steward. Upon hearing this, Ainsworth felt a sudden rush of confusion. He then said, I heard from Helen's mother that the girl possesses exceptional magical talent. Knowing that our celestial empire seeks to cultivate a group of young sorcerers, I took the liberty of recommending her. The red-clad steward, upon hearing this, became infuriated and retorted. The primary criterion for recommendation by our celestial empire is loyalty and piety towards our faith, not some trivial talent. Have you, as a missionary of the celestial empire for many years, not understood this? Ainsworth, sensing the steward's ire, hastily knelt and implored, My lord, I acknowledge my error. Please, temper your anger. I understand my mistake. We must swiftly ascertain information regarding Helen's parents. I grant you half a month to locate them. If you fail, you shall no longer serve as a missionary, declared the red-clad steward before storming off in anger. In the royal city, the three leaders soon received information regarding Helen's background. This may be a conspiracy. We must act quickly to thwart it, Hunter asserted. But who could be behind this? We must uncover the mastermind so that His Majesty can rest easy, Dylan added. Baron nodded in agreement. Hunter contemplated and remarked, It seems we must draw the serpent from its lair. Days later, King Gray arrived at the Magic Academy, only to discover that the enchanting girl who had captivated his heart had vanished. Where's Helen? He inquired of the magic instructor. I do not know. She hasn't attended class for several days. Perhaps she has returned for some personal matter, the instructor explained. Find out Helen's whereabouts immediately. I do not wish to see her in any trouble, the king commanded sternly. However, Helen had seemingly vanished into thin air. The people of the Magic Academy searched throughout the royal city, but could not locate her. King Gray sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He suspected that someone had deliberately abducted Helen. But who could it be? What purpose did the other party have in abducting Helen? A year later, Helen remains missing, and King Gray gradually forgets about the incident. At 18, King Gray is strikingly handsome, captivating the attention of countless young ladies wherever he goes. However, he shows no inclination to select a queen. At this moment, the three powerful figures have relinquished their authority and recommended their sons to succeed them. King Gray has no objections. A month later, a wizened sorcerer arrives in the royal city. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Magical Academy, the old wizard employs a spatial teleportation spell to arrive in a secret chamber. Who is there? Helen, sensing the magical disturbance, inquires warily. It is I. Do not worry. The old wizard replies softly. Father, how did you come here? Helen asks incredulously. The old wizard approaches her and whispers, I had not heard from you for so long that I feared something had befallen you. Thus, I came to check on you. Oh, Helen responds, falling silent. Chapter 86. Together, how long do you plan to stay here? The old wizard asks. After a moment of contemplation, Helen replies, I will wait a little longer. Perhaps it won't be long before someone finds me and brings me out. Alas, my foolish child. This is a secret chamber. Who besides me would know you are confined here? The old wizard sighs. Well, you do have a point. Perhaps you could inform that person and have him come to rescue me? Helen suggests. The old wizard remains silent, gazing intently at his daughter. Why are you silent? Are you unwilling to help me? Helen questions, her voice tinged with anger. The old wizard slowly responds, "Do you truly wish to become a queen?" "Indeed. He said he likes me. He promised he would marry me and make me his queen," Aellen replies joyfully. The old wizard remains silent for a moment before saying, "Do you remember what I once told you?" This time, it is Aellen who falls silent. After a considerable pause, she suddenly states, "I am but a simple girl. What do worldly matters concern me? Are you implying that you do not intend to pursue the previous plan?" The old wizard asks, a hint of anger in his tone. Aellen does not reply. The old wizard snorts disdainfully and disappears from the secret chamber. He glances back at the royal city, a sigh escaping him. Perhaps he will never return to this place again. King Grey discovers a letter on his desk. Upon reading it, he is filled with joy. Subsequently, he gathers a contingent of royal guards and heads to the magical academy. King Grey personally opens the secret chamber where Aellen is imprisoned. "Aellen, are you in there?" He calls out. "I am. Why did you take so long to come?" Aellen retorts angrily. I only just learned you were here. I'm sorry you've suffered. Come, let us leave," King Grey says, lifting Aellen in his arms as they head out. "Put me down. I can walk on my own." "I do not require your assistance," Aellen replies, her face expressing disdain. King Grey declared, "No, I shall hold you like this, lest you vanish in a flash." "I will not disappear," Aellen protested. "Put me down. There are so many eyes upon us." King Grey shrugged nonchalantly. "They have seen nothing. Go ahead, inquire with them." "I refuse." Aellen shot him a disdainful glance. Thus, they bickered all the way back to the palace. After her bath, Aellen appeared like a lotus emerging from the water, breathtakingly beautiful. As they dined together, King Grey occasionally stole glances at her. "What are you staring at? Eat your food," Aellen said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "No, it's just that, in this brief absence, I feel you have grown even more radiant," King Grey replied. Aellen furrowed her brow. "Are you implying that I was not beautiful before?" No, not at all. You were beautiful then as well. I simply mean you are becoming increasingly stunning," he hastily clarified. Aellen shot him another sidelong glance, then focused on her meal, ignoring him. King Grey silently admired her as she ate, finding her dining demeanor enchanting. He gazed at her dreamily until, after a while, he suddenly proposed, "Shall we marry?" Aellen froze momentarily, looking into his eyes. "Surely you jest?" "I do not jest. I have pondered this for a long time, and I am earnest, especially during the time I could not find you. You cannot fathom my sorrow. You have appeared in my dreams countless times, yet I could not embrace you in reality." King Grey spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "You cannot be serious. You think that by treating me to a meal, I would agree to marry you? Your expectations are rather grand." Aellen dismissed his heartfelt words. "I see now. I have been too forward. My apologies. Please do not be upset. Let us have a toast," King Grey suggested hesitantly, observing her exaggerated expression. He was perplexed as to why the beautiful Aellen would not wish to marry him. Perhaps she did not harbor such deep affections for him. How might he inspire her to fall profoundly in love with him? King Grey silently pondered. Periodically, he organized grand court banquets, where he and the lovely Aellen danced together and received the blessings of others. Beneath the night sky, King Grey held Aellen's hand as they gazed at the stars, the gentle breeze caressing them, the starlight twinkling above. "Do you know? The moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your star-like eyes. Since that instant, whenever I close my eyes, your visage appears in my mind," King Grey confessed to Aellen. Aellen merely hummed in response, offering no further words. She gazed at the myriad stars, reflecting on the romantic declarations King Grey had shared with her during this time. She relished the sensation of being cherished. Softly, she began to sing a melody. King Grey found himself utterly entranced by the beauty of her voice. Being with the one he adored, King Grey felt a profound joy with each passing day. He delved into the arcane arts alongside Aellen, embarking on horseback excursions across the distant continent of the Seven Kingdoms. Particularly in the Kingdom of Dorne, Princess Diana's son, Aemon Blaemont, had reached the tender age of 2. Princess Diana had successfully persuaded Nuri Blaemont to arrange a marriage for Tess, granting her a newfound sense of relief. From that moment forth, Princess Diana and Nuri Blaemont joyfully resided in the Kingdom of Dorne. King Pharosis of the North received word from King's Landing that Prince Grey had ascended to the throne of Aellen. His father, Cisbladen, had fled to the seas with his family. At this juncture, King Pharosis felt a significant alleviation of his worries. Observing that Queen Elizabeth had no intentions of thwarting his plans, King Pharos discreetly dispatched messengers to the north, hoping to bring his brother and family back to Winterfell. After all, the harsh northern climate was no place for prolonged habitation. However, a year later, those sent out by King Pharos returned with news that they had found no trace of his family in the regions beyond the wall. King Pharosis subsequently dispatched several more groups to venture beyond the wall and search the northern wastelands. He commanded them to locate his brother and family at any cost. The search parties divided into three, with one heading into the mountains, another journeying northward, and the last making their way towards the eastern Stode's Corner. Historically, the lands beyond the wall had been inhabited by the wildlings. Later, when the wildlings joined forces with the armies of the Seven Kingdoms to resist the invasion of the undead king, Emperor Jon permitted them to cross the wall and settle in the north. However, following the incursion of the giants from the north and the Seven Kingdoms' defeat in the War for the North, the wildlings once again traversed the wall to return to their frigid homeland. Chapter 87. The wildlings believed that in such extreme cold, the invading giants from the north would not venture into their territory. Thus, they settled contentedly in the icy wilderness. Indeed, their assumptions were validated. Once the northern giants had conquered the north, they were solely focused on advancing southward to seize the southern kingdoms and unify the continent of the Seven Kingdoms. The northern giants had no intention of crossing the wall to explore the frozen wasteland. The party heading towards Stode's Corner soon entered the Ghost Shadow Forest. The biting winds, laden with snow, relentlessly penetrated the collars of their cloaks. The thick snow beneath their feet could not hinder the advance of the scouting team. The leader, striding ahead, discerned faint white figures swaying in the distance. He raised his hand in a gesture for them to halt. He then commanded two of his subordinates to investigate the situation ahead. The two warriors, firmly grasping their great swords, cautiously proceeded forward. As they advanced, they suddenly felt the ground give way beneath them, plunging into a deep pit. Help! Help! Ah, it hurts! Whoosh! 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 Several long spears hurtled toward the two warriors trapped in the pit. Ah! Ah! The world fell silent. Gentle snowflakes danced upon the wind, descending into the hollow ground, settling upon the faces of the two warriors, their lips curling in trepidation. The captain, surveying the surroundings, commanded, "Be vigilant, for the enemy lurks nearby." No sooner had his words escaped his lips than a piercing whistle sliced through the air. Instinctively, the captain ducked, narrowly avoiding a feathered arrow that struck a soldier behind him. The unfortunate warrior collapsed, an arrow embedded in his body. "Retreat," the captain urgently ordered. As he turned to lead his men, a cacophony of whistles erupted from behind. Ah! 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 One by one, the soldiers fell to the ground, struck down by arrows. The captain, with his men, fled desperately toward the forest's edge. After a brief interlude, a band of rugged archers, brandishing long spears, emerged from the depths of the woods. They inspected the slain northern warriors and began to whisper among themselves. Their demeanor belied the fearsome reputation of the northern folk. "What brings these weaklings to our territory?" one queried. "I do not know. This bodes ill," another replied. "We should hasten back to inform the chief." "Very well. Let us see if they possess anything of value. Strip them of their garments and their weapons." Deep within the ghostly shadow forest lay a camp housing thousands of these rugged folk, tasked with guarding the woods. Any intruder was to be met with merciless retribution. Griffiths, the leader of this band, gazed upon the spoils brought back by his men, absorbing the news they delivered. He pondered. It seems the northern giants intend to make a move against the north wastes. Without delay, Griffiths dispatched messengers to the difficult fortress at Stode's Point to relay the warning. Furthermore, he reinforced the patrols along the forest's periphery. Upon returning to Lindong City, the captain reported the harrowing encounter in the ghostly shadow forest to King Pharosis of the north. "My squad was ambushed by a group of assailants in the ghostly shadow forest. We sustained heavy casualties. I fear that your brother and family may also have been taken by these marauders," the captain expressed gravely. "How many were there?" King Pharosis inquired. "I cannot say." The captain hesitated. "So you retreated without engaging the enemy?" Phorosis's anger was palpable. "I had no choice. Given the circumstances, had we not withdrawn, we would surely have perished in that forest," the captain replied. "Very well, I understand. You may leave," Pharosis said, his head heavy with concern. After much deliberation, Pharosis resolved to bolster the defenses at Last Hearth City. Should any disturbance arise beyond the Great Wall, the folk of Hoffcrown would be swiftly dispatched to assist. This winter, the North Wastes were particularly frigid and more prolonged than in years past. Due to a scarcity of provisions, the denizens of the North Wastes planned to traverse the Great Wall in search of sustenance. On a night fraught with tempestuous winds and swirling snow, the chieftain of the North Wastes led 10,000 valiant warriors, cloaked in the cover of darkness, to the foot of the Great Wall. The expedition team from the North Wilderness, each member equipped with a 1-foot-long climbing piton at their waist and carrying climbing ropes, commenced their ascent of the Great Wall. Perhaps due to prolonged periods of peace, the guards assigned to the wall had grown complacent. Consequently, the North Wilderness team effortlessly scaled the ramparts. The members of the team swiftly neutralized the vigilant sentinels atop the wall. Subsequently, countless ropes descended from above, allowing the destitute populace outside the city to ascend one by one. With the fortuitous alignment of circumstances, the North Wilderness Army, after fierce combat, successfully seized control of the Great Wall. They then began their marauding activities in the vicinity, setting ablaze one village after another and mercilessly slaughtering numerous inhabitants. The North Wilderness people crimsoned the town of Hogwan and claimed vast territories. Count Earl Pharaohs of Winterfell soon received news of the incursion by the North Wilderness. He dispatched messengers to seek aid from King's Landing, while personally leading thousands to the last bastion of Firewood City to confront the advancing North Wilderness forces. After breaching the Great Wall and through their plunder, the North Wilderness temporarily alleviated their hunger. However, vast numbers of destitute people remained north of the wall, still suffering from starvation. The North Wilderness Army, left with no alternatives, continued their southward march in search of supplies. Soon, they stood at the gates of Firewood City. "Who are you? Why do you invade my lands and slaughter my people?" roared King Pharaohs from atop the wall. "We are the wildlings from beyond the wall. We have no food to sustain us through the winter, and we have come seeking provisions," replied Griffith. "I am Pharaoh Zeiss, the king of the north. If your invasion stems from a dire need for sustenance, I may be inclined to forgive your transgressions. Should you withdraw your forces, I can provide you with food to help you through this crisis." After a moment of contemplation, Griffith responded, "Agreed. I shall retreat. However, you must honor your promise to supply us with winter provisions." "Very well, as long as you return to the vicinity of Hogwan. I will arrange for supplies to be sent to you. It may, however, take some time," Pharaoh Zeiss assured. "Understood," Griffith replied, leading his army in retreat. Once the North King saw Griffith and his company depart, he sent forth emissaries to gather supplies destined for Firewood City. 2 weeks passed, and the North King amassed a considerable stockpile of provisions, yet not a single cart was dispatched to the northern wildlings. Chapter 88. Divine Revelation. The northern wildlings sent envoys urging the North King to expedite the delivery of supplies. In response, he entertained the emissaries with fine wines and sumptuous meats while publicly chastising his subordinates for their inefficiency, demanding they hasten the gathering of provisions for the envoys to take back as urgent relief. The wildling envoys, swayed by the North King's cordial hospitality, believed his assurances. Another fortnight elapsed, and the wildlings awaited their much-needed supplies, only to be met by the arrival of Count Orlando of the Riverbend and Count Owen of the Valley Kingdom, who led an army of 20,000. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the King of the North bound several envoys from the North Wilderness and led his formidable army into battle against them. With an impressive force of 25,000 men, the king advanced northward to the town of Hopan, only to discover it devoid of any North Wilderness inhabitants. Undeterred, they continued their march northward. Soon, the king learned that Griffith had led the North Wilderness people across the Great Wall, retreating back to their homeland. At that moment, both the Black Castle and the Great Wall stood desolate and abandoned. After conferring with 2 other lords, the King of the North resolved to cross the Great Wall and strike directly at the heart of the North Wilderness. Their intention was to eradicate the North Wilderness people in one decisive blow, thereby eliminating any future threat. As the mighty army emerged from the Shadow Forest, the North Wilderness Sentinels swiftly relayed the alarming news of the enemy's invasion to their leader, Griffith, who was stationed at Hardship Fortress. Meanwhile, within the fortress, the elderly and children succumbed to starvation daily, their numbers dwindling as this exceedingly harsh winter claimed thousands of lives among the North Wilderness. Griffith, the leader of the North Wilderness, stared blankly at the swirling snowflakes, perplexed by the plight that had befallen them. Was he unworthy of leading his people? He murmured to himself. At that moment, a returning scout from the Shadow Forest brought word of the enemy's overwhelming incursion. Tens of thousands of foes had crossed the Great Wall and entered the Shadow Forest, their objective unmistakably aimed at Hardship Fortress. In anguish, Griffith gazed skyward, raising his arms in supplication, beseeching the great god of ice and snow, "Die. Please, tell me what I must do to protect my people from slaughter and enslavement." Yet, the heavens remained silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness, where the only sound was the gentle fall of snow. Kneeling in the snow, Griffith offered fervent prayers, yearning for the god of ice and snow to show mercy upon his beleaguered people, to guide the North Wilderness toward salvation. Anxiety, hunger, and cold overwhelmed him, and he collapsed into the snow. In a daze, he faintly heard a whisper, "Go east, go east. Help, the leader has collapsed." shouted a North Wilderness warrior as he rushed to Griffith's fallen form. Upon being revived, Griffith remained in a stupor for a considerable time. Gradually, he recalled the words he had heard, "Go east," though the specific destination eluded him. He believed this was a divine directive from the god of ice and snow. Resolute, he knew he must lead the North Wilderness people to the sea without delay. Ignoring his frail condition, he struggled to rise and commanded those around him. "Relay my order. Everyone must prepare swiftly. We shall set sail." After a day of frantic preparation, Griffith led tens of thousands of North Wilderness people aboard great ships, navigating toward the east. Sailing upon a fog-shrouded sea, where direction was indistinguishable, felt akin to courting death. However, the North Wilderness had no other choice. They remained in the fortress of hardship, destined to be slaughtered by the invading foes. Their escape to the sea offered a glimmer of hope, albeit a faint one. And thus they chose to take a chance. The leader of the northern barbarians, Gryphus, stood at the bow of the ship, arms spread wide, fervently praying. He beseeched the god of ice and snow, Dai, to bless their group with safe passage to the eastern lands. The fleet of northern barbarians advanced through the tumultuous waves. After an indeterminate period of sailing, a colossal island emerged before them. Gryphus led his people ashore onto the vast isle. The inhabitants of the island, startled by the sudden influx of so many individuals, hurried to report the situation to the island's master. Upon learning from his subordinates that over 10,000 had invaded Skaggs Island, the master found himself at a loss for what to do. Consequently, he summoned a sorcerer to divine their fate. The sorcerer leaped and danced, casting spells for a time before performing the divination. After casting a cautious glance at the island master, the sorcerer solemnly declared, "The newcomers harbor ill intentions, my lord. We must be prepared." Hearing this, the island master furrowed his brow in concern and implored, "What am I to do?" The sorcerer pondered for a moment and advised, "These travelers have journeyed from afar. It would be wise for you to extend a warm welcome. If harmony can be achieved, let it be so. If not, then we shall have to." "Very well, it must be done," the island master resignedly replied. Subsequently, he led the islanders, bearing fruits and provisions, to the temporary encampment of the northern barbarians. "I am the lord of this island, Comanche. Welcome to Skaggs Island. Here are some provisions. Please partake at your leisure," the island master greeted them with a smile. Gryphus expressed his gratitude to Lord Comanche and signaled his followers to accept the offered sustenance. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. We are fishermen who, due to a tempest, have inadvertently found our way to your esteemed island. We hope for your understanding," Gryphus explained. Comanche surveyed the northern barbarians and replied with a smile. "No need for concern. Skaggs Island is vast. If you wish to settle here, this bay and the northern mountainous region may serve as your abode." Taken aback, Gryphus responded, "Thank you, my lord. We shall not impose further and appreciate your kindness." Thus, Gryphus led the northern barbarians to settle in the vicinity of the bay. They dispatched their fleet to fish in the sea for sustenance and sent others to hunt in the northern mountains and gather wild fruits. Periodically, Lord Comanche would send provisions to aid the northern barbarians. However, for the numerous northern barbarians, these supplies were but a drop in the bucket. Many, unable to secure food, perished from starvation. Restlessly, Gryphus gazed into the flickering flames of the hearth within his dwelling. His kin had risked their lives to follow him to this place. Yet they still faced the grim fate of death. This burden weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with guilt and anguish. Chapter 89. The Night of Skaggs' Hunger. Akin to an invisible hand, silently snapped the necks of the Northland people. "I must ensure the survival of my kin, at any cost." Suddenly, a fierce light ignited in Griffith's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he resembled a ferocious beast. Grasping his mighty axe, Griffith departed from the dwelling. The bright moon illuminated the small town of Pando, nestled against the mountains. Located in the central plains of Skaggs Island, Pando was fertile and abundant, the lifeblood of its inhabitants. Under the moonlight, a group of shadows approached Pando like phantoms, silently creeping closer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An onslaught of arrows rained down upon the vigilant guards of the town. "Ah, the enemy is upon us. Quick, report to the Lord." The cries of terror and alarm shattered the tranquility of Pando. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of flaming arrows soared towards the houses within the town. Before long, flames engulfed the structures. Under the leadership of their chieftain Griffith, the Northland warriors surged into Pando, armed with their cold weapons. They greeted the islanders who had once welcomed them with open arms. Although the islanders were numerous, their lack of combat experience rendered them no match for the brutal and fierce Northland warriors. Under the relentless assault of the Northlanders, the islanders faced a steady retreat. Lord Comanche, leading his guard, charged at Griffith, the Northland chieftain. "Not only did I provide for you, but I also offered you land to settle. Why do you attack us?" Lord Comanche shouted in anger towards Griffith. As Griffith advanced, wielding his massive axe, he replied slowly, "Because that meager food is entirely insufficient. We require copious amounts of sustenance. My kin must survive, which means you and those behind you must perish. You ungrateful wretches. I should never have taken you in." Lord Comanche lamented in agony, but it was too late for such words. "This night, I shall send you on your way. Kill." With that, Griffith led his men towards Comanche and his guards. The ravenous beasts descended upon the flock. Lord Comanche was struck down by Griffith's axe, collapsing to the ground in a pool of his own blood. His eyes remained fixated on the moon above, as the blood from his forehead wound trickled into his eyes, staining the moon a crimson hue. The moon bore witness to this night of merciless slaughter. In the town, men, elders, and children alike fell beneath the blades of the Northland warriors. By the end of the night, the Northlanders not only acquired the abundant food they had longed for, but also took control of the entire Skaggs Island. Thereafter, the Northlanders thrived on Skaggs Island. The Northern King dispatched 3 search parties, one of which ventured into the western mountains. There, they were ambushed by a band of dwarves, with only a few managing to escape. Upon their return to Winterfell, those individuals promptly reported their encounter with the dwarves to the King of the North, Pharos. The king found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he yearned to ascertain whether his family and brethren had inadvertently strayed into the western mountains and fallen prey to the dwarves. On the other hand, the North had already suffered grievously from an invasion by the wildlings, and he was loath to engage in further conflict with the dwarven race. Thus, the King of the North decided to defer the matter, intending to seek information about his family from the dwarves when an opportunity arose. In truth, the king's family and brothers had indeed been captured by the dwarves. At that moment, they had become slaves, laboring in a vast mine, toiling away for their captors. The mine plunged deep into the earth, where the heat was intolerable. A common person would surely succumb within a month, utterly exhausted by the grueling labor. However, the brothers Machi, Sigil, Locke, and us were no ordinary men. They diligently worked in the mine. Observing their industriousness, the dwarves refrained from mistreating their families. Years passed, and the mine grew deeper. One day, while engaged in their toil, Locke suddenly perceived a faint sound. The noise was so subtle, it was almost imperceptible, leading him to suspect it was merely a figment of his exhaustion. Thus, he set down his pickaxe and sat to rest, soon drifting into slumber. In his dream, Locke found himself in a realm engulfed in dark crimson flames. As he surveyed his surroundings, he ventured forward and soon arrived at a bridge. Below it flowed a slow-moving river of molten lava, waves of heat surging upward. For reasons unknown, Locke felt an inexplicable compulsion to cross the bridge, driven perhaps by an innate curiosity to discover what lay ahead. Upon traversing the lengthy bridge, Locke stood before a magnificent palace. As he entered, he found the interior devoid of life. He approached a distant fire stand, uncertain of how long he had walked, when another fire stand appeared before him. He wandered through the vast and foreboding palace for what felt like an eternity until he noticed the area ahead gradually brightening. Hastening towards the glow, Locke beheld a brilliantly illuminated space. In the center stood a pedestal, towering over him, upon which floated a ring. A voice echoed in his mind, proclaiming, "Wear it, and you shall possess everything." Compelled by curiosity, Locke stepped closer to the ring. As he extended his right hand, the ring swiftly leapt onto his thumb with a whoosh. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through Locke's body, abruptly awakening him from his dream. Upon glancing down at his right thumb, he was astonished to find the very ring he had seen in his dream adorning it. At that moment, Locke was uncertain whether he remained in the realm of dreams or had returned to reality. He struck his face with his palm. "Ouch!" Locke exclaimed. He scrutinized the ring upon his thumb, attempting to remove it from his finger, yet no matter how much strength he exerted, the ring remained steadfast. Realizing his futility, Locke resigned himself to the situation. After stretching languidly, he resumed his mining endeavors, effortlessly filling a basket with ore. Locke perceived that since donning this peculiar ring, an extraordinary power seemed to have awakened within him. Beneath the Frosted Tooth Mountains, the dwarven clan had constructed their subterranean kingdom, entirely distanced from the surface world. The dwarves employed a luminous stone known as the luminous gem for illumination. Thus, despite their underground dwelling, darkness was far from their reality. Chapter 90. The Dwarven Realm. Clever dwarves fashioned an array of lamps, large and small, from the luminous gems. These lamps absorbed the radiant heat of subterranean magma, providing prolonged illumination that banished the night from their underground city. Rarely did Locke observe the dwarves consuming food. He even harbored doubts that these beings were made of stone, capable of toiling tirelessly for days on end without sustenance or rest. To the common ear, the monotonous and clanging sounds of blacksmithing were but a cacophony. Yet to the dwarves, it resonated like a melodious symphony, immersing them wholly in their craft. Through generations of unwavering effort, they had erected a kingdom of steel beneath the earth. Periodically, the dwarves would organize grand hunts, donning full armor and venturing out in groups from their subterranean realm, traversing various mountain passes to the frosted-tooth peaks. Locke and his brethren found themselves enslaved by the dwarves simply by crossing paths with their hunting party. In the eyes of the dwarves, those not of their kind were mere prey, and without hesitation, they launched an assault against Locke and his brothers. Initially, Locke and his brothers, Machi among them, dismissed the diminutive and seemingly comical dwarves. However, upon engagement, they swiftly recognized that the dwarves were far from weak and feeble. Rather, their strength was formidable, rivaling that of Machi and Locke. Before long, the dwarves captured the families of Machi and Locke's group. Fearing for their loved ones' safety, they relinquished their weapons and surrendered. Thus, Machi, Locke, and the others were taken to the underground city. Within the vast expanse of the Frosted Tooth Mountains, the dwarves hunted creatures to stock their food reserves year after year. 3 years later, a formidable army of 30,000 dwarves, led by King Bluetongue, set forth towards the frozen coast. Machi, Scout, Locke, and others joined the expedition. Upon their arrival at the frozen coast, they encountered thousands of colossal ice bears awaiting them. Without a word exchanged, both sides engaged in battle. As the clarion call echoed, the fully armored dwarven army charged fiercely towards the legion of ice bears, who responded with a ferocious roar, rushing toward the dwarven ranks. They resembled a series of swiftly galloping hills, plunging into the throngs of dwarves in the blink of an eye. Thud, thud, thud. The ice bears swung their fists, sending dwarf warriors soaring through the air. The airborne dwarves cried out in despair as they plummeted towards the frozen expanse. Ready, fire! With a resounding command, dozens of catapults unleashed their fury. Enormous iron balls, bound by chains, whistled through the air, crashing down upon the colossal ice bears. The bears, struck by the iron projectiles, emitted agonized roars. In a frenzy, they rampaged through the ranks of the dwarven army. The battle raged with exceptional ferocity. Outnumbered and outmatched, the dwarven forces, despite their immense strength, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the fearsome ice bear legion, suffering grievous losses. In the chaos, Machi and Scout fell victim to a massive ice bear, crushed under its might. As nightfall approached, the cataclysmic clash finally drew to a close. The dwarven leader, King Brutanton, lay slain, and the sacred artifact of the dwarves, the Earth Hammer, was seized by the Ice Bear clan. The frozen coast became a graveyard, littered with the bodies of over 20,000 dwarves, destined to become the evening meal for the ice bears. Locke and us, yearning to retrieve the remains of their brothers and kin, were thwarted by their fellow dwarves. The fallen were condemned to remain on the battlefield, their fates sealed as the victor's supper, with no exceptions permitted. Locke could not fathom why these dwarves, who thrived in their subterranean realm, would venture to this frozen coast to engage in battle with the ice bears. There must be a reason, yet as a slave, he was deemed unworthy of such knowledge. To Locke and us' astonishment, since their participation in the last battle on the ice plains, the dwarves' demeanor towards them had shifted considerably. No longer did they demand the duo toil in the mines. Instead, they were permitted to learn the art of weapon crafting. In light of King Brutanton's demise, the dwarves were compelled to select a new ruler. The most valiant among them declared that whoever could reclaim the Earth Hammer would be worthy of the throne. The dwarven kin found this reasoning compelling, thus refraining from electing a new king at that moment. However, with the sacred artifact lost, the urgency to forge a new one to safeguard their clan became paramount. Consequently, the dwarves mobilized to gather materials for this purpose. Locke's party was tasked with collecting the blood of the Dark Dragon. Lacking knowledge of the Dark Dragon, Locke could do little more than follow his captain into the subterranean world. Locke's party consisted of over 20 of the dwarves' finest warriors, each seasoned by countless battles and rich in experience. Carrying a hefty sack of provisions, Locke trailed at the rear. The team traversed a downward passage for an indeterminate number of days, eventually arriving at an immense cavern. Following the party, Locke found himself before a colossal stone platform, upon which intricate and enigmatic designs were etched. The captain of the squad slowly ascended the stone platform and retrieved a multitude of resplendent crystals from his pocket. He placed these luminous gems into the grooves of the stone surface. Shortly thereafter, amidst a dazzling orb of light, a circular shimmering portal emerged. One by one, the dwarves leaped into the portal and vanished. In a state of awe, Locke gazed at the unfolding spectacle, and after a moment's hesitation, he too jumped into the circular opening. The group of over 20 individuals emerged into a dimly lit realm, where dark red magma flowed abundantly. They traversed this treacherous landscape with utmost caution. However, not long into their journey, they were confronted by a monstrous creature engulfed in flames that obstructed their path. The dwarf warriors, confident in their sturdy armor, charged forward to engage the fiery beast. Under the onslaught of their heavy hammers and swords, the flaming creature suffered greatly and swiftly retreated. The dwarves erupted in joyous laughter, celebrating their victory over the fire monster. Yet, before long, they were surrounded by a horde of fiery creatures. Panic ensued as the dwarves exchanged anxious glances at the advancing threats, uncertain of their next move. "Let us all charge together and face them head-on," commanded the squad leader. Thus, the dwarves surged forward, clashing with the swarm of flaming beasts. In Chapter 91, The Underground World, Locke wielded a spear and thrust it fiercely at one of the fiery monsters. Upon noticing Locke, the creature turned to flee. Puzzled, Locke hesitated for a moment before pursuing it. As the creature realized Locke was in pursuit, it turned and lunged at him. Locke thrust his spear forward, piercing the fiery beast's body. With a low growl, the creature exploded into a shower of sparks and vanished. At that moment, Locke felt the ring on his thumb grow warm, as if his successful strike against the fiery monster had greatly bolstered his confidence. He found himself no longer intimidated by the seemingly arrogant flame creatures. Alongside the dwarf warriors, Locke stood firm against the frenzied assault of the fiery beasts. Tragically, 2 dwarf warriors sustained injuries and were ultimately overwhelmed by the horde, reduced to mere ash. Their grim fate instilled a deep-seated fear of the fire monsters among the dwarves. At this critical juncture, Locke advanced to the forefront. The sight of him made the fiery creatures hesitate. No longer did they act with reckless abandon. Instead, they appeared somewhat intimidated. Locke brandished his spear menacingly at the group of fire monsters, prompting them to retreat in fear. However, they did not flee entirely, perhaps perplexed by Locke's presence. Seeing that the monsters surrounded them without attacking, Locke turned to ask, "What shall we do now?" The squad leader replied, "Let us take a moment to rest. Everyone appears weary. Locke, you will remain on watch." "Understood," Locke responded, positioning himself with his spear at the forefront, standing resolutely against the swarm of fiery beasts, while the other dwarves settled down to recuperate. "It seems that those monsters are quite fearful of him," a dwarf whispered. The dwarf captain glanced at the flame monsters and then at Locke, finding some truth in his companion's words. Thus, he remarked, "But why would those creatures be afraid of that fellow?" "I have no idea," replied another dwarf. "Perhaps he possesses a unique aura that those monsters instinctively dread," suggested a third dwarf warrior thoughtfully. The squad leader nodded in agreement, stating, "That makes sense. It appears this individual is quite extraordinary. You all should refrain from provoking him." "Understood," they affirmed. After a brief respite, the squad leader urged the dwarves forward, launching an assault on the group of flame monsters. After a fierce struggle, the majority of the flame monsters were vanquished, though a few managed to escape. Following the defeat of several more flame monsters, Locke felt an increasing heat emanating from the ring on his thumb, as if it were on the verge of melting. This struck Locke as peculiar. Once they had driven off the flame monsters, the group continued their journey. After a considerable distance, they were obstructed by a river of lava. The slowly surging magma, bubbling with searing heat waves, made Locke feel quite uncomfortable as he stood at the riverbank. He picked up a nearby stone and tossed it into the lava river. Watching as it slowly sank, releasing wisps of smoke, Locke turned to the captain, who sighed and said, "There is no way to cross here. Shall we explore another route?" Consequently, the group walked along the lava riverbank, proceeding downstream. They arrived at a peculiar section of the river where dark columns occasionally emerged from the molten flow. The material of these columns was a mystery, as they remained intact despite the intense heat of the lava river. The group observed the columns for a while, and one dwarf warrior proposed, "These columns might be intended for crossing the river. Should we give it a try?" The captain regarded the intermittently surfacing columns and nodded, saying, "You make a valid point. You may attempt to leap across and see if it is possible." "All right, watch me," the excited dwarf warrior exclaimed, ready to spring onto the emerging stone columns. Just as the dwarf was about to leap, Locke swiftly grasped his arm. "What are you doing?" the warrior asked, wide-eyed. "Hold on a moment. Let's observe first. After all, one misstep could be fatal," Locke replied, furrowing his brow. "Why should I heed your caution? I am not afraid of death," the dwarf retorted, somewhat irritated. Locke responded, "No, it's not that. A sturdy fellow like you should not fear demise. However, if you were to perish needlessly, how would we obtain that elusive dragon's blood? The dwarf warrior paused, momentarily at a loss for words. As Locke's argument resonated with undeniable logic, Locke squatted by the riverbank and picked up a small stone. As he sketched on the ground, he remarked, "Let us first make a mark here. Then, we shall observe how to leap, so that we might successfully clear the distance. Once we have devised a plan, we shall execute it, thereby minimizing the chances of error." After a while, the stout warrior inquired of Locke, "Have you completed your drawing? How shall we jump?" Locke pondered momentarily before responding, "Observe this, and this. These three will appear simultaneously, and after a brief interval, as they descend, the next trio will emerge. Do you see? Commit their positions to memory, and time your jumps accordingly. Furthermore, do not linger on the stone pillars." "Is that all?" the dwarven warrior queried. Locke nodded, emphasizing, "The key lies in remembering the positions and timing your movements precisely. Do not miss your footing." "Very well," the dwarven warrior repeated Locke's instructions, then leaped onto the stone pillar in the river. Remarkably, following Locke's guidance, he successfully traversed the lava river. The squad leader gazed in astonishment at the warrior on the opposite bank, who was waving back at him. He patted Locke on the back, saying, "Well done, lad." Subsequently, the squad leader guided the rest, one by one, across the stone pillars, navigating the perilous lava river. They soon arrived at an unusual place, surrounded by heaps of fiery rock formations. As Locke walked among the dwarven warriors, he was assailed by waves of scorching heat emanating from the fiery mounds, which made his journey quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble, and to his astonishment, one of the rock piles transformed into a colossal fire rock monster. With its enormous, blazing arms, the creature began to assault the nearby dwarven warriors. Startled, they hastily brandished their massive hammers to defend against the creature's onslaught. Clang, clang, sparks flew, and debris scattered. Chapter 92, Blood of the Dark Dragon. The fire rock monster remained unscathed, relentlessly swinging its massive arms at Locke. A cold sweat broke out on Locke's forehead as he grappled with his uncertainty. Just then, he felt an intense heat radiating from the ring on his thumb. Almost instantaneously, a powerful force surged from the ring, coursing through his arm and body. In that moment, Locke sensed an overwhelming strength within him, akin to a tempestuous sea churning violently. Gripping his spear tightly, he let out a mighty roar. With a single thrust, he shattered the fire rock monster into a shower of rubble. The dwarven warriors stood agape, staring at Locke, who now resembled a deity of war wielding a spear. They were bewildered as to how this seemingly frail individual had become so formidable. At that moment, Locke had no time for explanations, as three more fire rock monsters closed in on him. With his spears swirling in a frenzy, he dispatched the creatures one by one. After vanquishing numerous fire rock monsters, Locke noticed the ring on his thumb growing even hotter. Though he was uncertain of the reason, he found himself increasingly enamored with the magical ring. Locke's valiant performance earned him the respect of the dwarven warriors, a race that venerates heroes above all. They regarded it as a great honor to be in the presence of one as courageous as Locke. After traversing the desolate plains guarded by fire rock monsters, the group arrived at the entrance of a colossal cavern. According to the team leader, the immense dark dragon lay within. The cavern descended into the depths, its ultimate destination unknown. It was vast and lofty, echoing with an eerie stillness. After several days of cautious navigation, the team finally reached the lair of the dark dragon. There, coiled within a grand stone chamber, was an extraordinarily massive eastern black dragon. The team leader whispered instructions to the group. "Silence, do not disturb the dragon." He then stealthily approached the slumbering beast. Midway, he retrieved 3 dragon-scented incense sticks, igniting one. Holding the lit incense, he slowly advanced towards the dark dragon, finally positioning himself beneath its enormous head. He gestured to the dwarves standing beside Locke, signaling them to draw near. With urgency, Locke and the dwarven warriors hurried to the team leader's side. In a hushed tone, the leader advised, "It will not awaken immediately upon sensing this aroma. Act swiftly and extract some of its blood." The dwarven warriors nodded in agreement and promptly drew their specially crafted daggers, approaching the dragon. However, the thick and sturdy scales of the dragon proved impervious to their efforts. As the incense stick neared its end, not a single drop of dragon blood had been collected. Inciting the team leader's ire, "You fools! First, remove the scales, then procure the blood." Upon hearing this, the dwarves brandished their mighty axes and hammers, preparing to shatter the dragon's protective armor. Sensing the impending danger, Locke swiftly intervened, fearing that the dragon would awaken and spell doom for them all. He pressed his palm against one of the dragon's scales, and with a focused thought, The ring on his thumb glimmered faintly. With claw-like precision, Locke pried off a scale from the dragon's body. The once slumbering beast stirred violently, as if roused from a deep sleep, causing the dwarves to scatter in panic. The dragon shifted slightly, settling back into its slumber. Seizing the moment, the dwarves used their daggers to slice open the dragon's flesh, collecting its blood in a specially crafted vial. Drops of blood fell steadily into the container. After a considerable time, they successfully amassed enough dragon blood. The dwarves then hastily retreated from the dragon's lair, retracing their steps. However, as they had not gone far, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. The incense had finally burned out. The dark dragon awoke, its colossal eyes fixed menacingly upon the dwarves. Its voice thundered, "Despicable humans, how dare you steal my blood? You seek your own demise." The immense dark dragon, after uttering its fearsome roar, charged towards the group of dwarves. Once the squad leader noted that the terrifying creature had ceased its pursuit, he finally paused, leaning against the rocky wall, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, he wearily remarked, "That nearly frightened me to death. Alas, this colossal beast is truly fearsome. How many of us remain?" A dwarf warrior counted their numbers and replied, "There are 6 of us here, and that makes 7 with Locke ahead." The squad leader sighed, "For such a small vial of dragon's blood, our losses have been rather significant." After a brief respite, the small dwarves resumed their trek toward the cave's entrance. "Captain, what is this place? It feels so peculiar," Locke inquired. The squad leader glanced at Locke before answering. "This is the entrance to the underworld, the abyssal wasteland." "How vast is it?" Locke asked. The squad leader replied, "I cannot say. It is far too perilous here. We have no desire to explore." Locke acknowledged this with a simple "oh." After a moment, he pressed on, "Captain, where exactly is this underworld you speak of?" "Directly beneath the abyssal wasteland lies the underworld," the captain explained. "And how do we gain entry into this underworld?" Locke continued. "It is said that one can enter the underworld through its entrance," the captain responded. "Entrance? Where might that be?" Locke persisted. "Behind that dark dragon lies the entrance to the underworld," the captain stated. "Ah," Locke replied, half in disbelief. The captain regarded Locke and asked, "What is your curiosity about the underworld?" "Oh, it's nothing. I am merely inquisitive," Locke chuckled awkwardly. The captain shook his head and chose not to elaborate further. He led Locke and the others back. Upon returning to the border of the abyssal wasteland through the spatial array, the squad leader carefully searched until he finally located the exit. It was an invisible void, resembling a colossal sheet of transparent glass, without close inspection. Its presence was nearly undetectable. The squad leader and Locke, along with the others, traversed the invisible void, leaping back into the spatial array within the underground city. Chapter 93. The Frozen Coast. Afterward, the squad leader retrieved the crystal from the array platform, restoring it to its previous state. Once back in the Dwarven Kingdom, the squad leader presented the dark dragon's blood to the master artisan, Smithius. Smithius weighed the small vial of dark dragon's blood in his hand and exclaimed excitedly to the squad leader, "The materials for crafting the dark dragon spear are complete. We only require this vial of dragon's blood." "Well done, lad," the squad leader replied. Indeed, it was this young brother Locke who greatly aided in successfully collecting the dragon's blood. As he spoke, he affectionately patted Locke on the back. The master craftsman Smithius nodded appreciatively at Locke and subsequently remarked, "In that case, let him remain and assist me in forging the dark dragon spear." The squad leader replied affirmatively, "Very well. Locke, you shall stay here from now on. Devote yourself to learning. For the old master is the most formidable craftsman in our kingdom. The divine weapons he forges are renowned throughout the realm of the gods." Thus, Locke remained with the master craftsman Smithius, dedicating himself to the art of weapon creation. After 2 years of diligent study, the master craftsman finally forged another sacred weapon, the dark dragon spear for the Dwarven clan. There remained some of the dark dragon's blood, which Smithius utilized, along with the remnants of its scales, to craft a suit of dark dragon armor for Locke. With this formidable armor, Locke could now confront the fearsome ice bears head-on. Locke learned from Smithius that every 5 years, the Dwarven clan would engage in battle with the ice bear tribe on the frozen coast, vying for control over the Frost Bay. This bay witnessed the emergence of a wondrous current every 5 years, which brought forth immense schools of fish. The dwarves and ice bears clashed in fierce combat over the bounty of the sea. Smithius also spoke of the underworld, explaining that when the gods created the human realm, they simultaneously forged this subterranean world. However, the inhabitants of both worlds were forbidden from interacting with one another. It was only under unpredictable circumstances, such as the sudden extinction of surface-dwelling humans, that the denizens of the underworld would emerge, guided by the gods. to repopulate the surface and reinstate human society. Smithius's words left Locke somewhat skeptical, yet he had acquired the answers he sought. Before long, the day of the great battle between the dwarves and the ice bears arrived. Locke and Us led the children of the Zeiss clan alongside the dwarven army to the frozen coast to partake in the conflict. Clad in his dark dragon armor and wielding a massive sword, Locke continually reminded himself, "I must protect my brothers and family this time. I cannot allow them to come to harm again." For the dwarven clan, this battle was of utmost significance. They aimed to reclaim the sacred earth hammer that had been seized by the ice bears, and additionally, to select a new king for their clan through this confrontation. As one of the most distinguished warriors of the dwarven clan, the squad leader brandished the newly forged dark dragon spear, followed closely by Locke and Us. When the 2,000 dwarven warriors arrived at the frozen coast, they were met by thousands of ice bears waiting for them, and the battle commenced. With the resounding call to charge, the dwarven warriors surged forth like a raging torrent towards the ice bear legion. The colossal ice bears, roaring fiercely, charged at the advancing dwarven army, their immense size and power allowing them to swat dwarven warriors into the air with their massive paws. Many dwarven warriors fell victim to the crushing blows of the ice bears. The squad leader, wielding the dark dragon spear, thrust it fiercely towards the colossal ice bear that charged at him with a furious roar. The bear, twisting its massive body, narrowly evaded the squad leader's lethal strike and lunged forward with alarming speed. The squad leader felt as though a mighty mountain was crashing down upon him, leaving him with no escape, frozen in place. At that moment, Locke sensed the imminent danger to the squad leader and sprinted towards him. With a leap, he transformed into a blur and delivered a powerful kick to the oncoming ice bear. Bang! Roar! Thud! The immense ice bear let out a chilling cry as it was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Locke also fell hard but quickly regained his footing, bracing himself for the onslaught of the rapidly advancing bear. The earth trembled beneath him as he clutched his spear, nervously watching the approaching behemoth. The squad leader, having narrowly escaped death, glanced at Locke and then at the ferocious ice bear racing towards them. He shouted to Locke, "Catch!" The squad leader tossed the dark dragon spear to Locke, knowing that its true power could only be unleashed in Locke's hands. Locke, momentarily puzzled, caught the spear with one hand while tossing his own spear back to the squad leader with the other. "Die!" Locke bellowed, gripping the dark dragon spear tightly and plunging it towards the massive ice bear. The squad leader observed Locke's attire swell as an overwhelming force surged forth from him. Then came a heart-wrenching roar. The enormous ice bear was pierced through its body by Locke's strike, crashing heavily to the ground. As Locke attempted to retrieve the dark dragon spear, he noticed the bear's blood flowing ceaselessly into it. At that moment, the spear resembled a blood-sucking serpent, voraciously consuming the bear's essence. Having feasted upon the bear's lifeblood, the dark dragon spear glimmered with an eerie crimson light. "Well done, you little rascal," the squad leader exclaimed excitedly to Locke. Locke turned and smiled at the squad leader before sprinting towards USS. Meanwhile, USS was being pursued by another ice bear. As Locke dashed forward, he silently prayed, "Hang in there, brother. I'm coming to save you." Locke's speed intensified, transforming him into a mere shadow. Suddenly, USS stumbled and fell to the ground in panic. The ice bear behind him raised its massive paw to strike down upon the fallen USS. "No!" USS cried in despair. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the colossal ice bear was swept aside by Locke's timely intervention, sent flying away. Thud! The injured bear howled in agony as it landed heavily. Just as it struggled to rise, Locke struck again, sending it crashing back to the ground. The bear wailed in distress. Locke raised the dark dragon spear once more, preparing to strike the bear, which had now cowered on the ground, clutching its head in surrender before him. Chapter 94. The Dwarven King. Upon witnessing the ice bear's plea for mercy, Locke proclaimed, "If you submit to me and agree to be my steed, I shall spare your life." The ice bear nodded in acquiescence. Consequently, Locke mounted the back of the ice bear and charged towards the ice bear king. The ice bear king regarded the approaching Locke with an icy demeanor, wielding the sacred dwarven artifact, the Hammer of Earth, and brought it down forcefully upon the ground beneath him. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air. The earth trembled with a series of cracking sounds, fissures spreading across the terrain. The ground shook, and all dwarven warriors and ice bears upon the frozen coast collapsed to the ground. Just as Locke regained his footing, he beheld the ice bear king swinging his hammer toward him. Having already witnessed the Hammer of Earth's devastating power, Locke had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation. He rolled swiftly to the side, clutching his spear. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted. Locke felt the ground beneath him suddenly sink. He thought to himself, if this continues, this mad bear will eventually smash this land into the sea. I must eliminate this menace swiftly. With that thought, Locke summoned his inner strength and sprinted towards the Ice Bear King. Whoosh! The Ice Bear King swung his hammer at the phantasm of Locke, but once again, it struck nothing. Thud! Locke's spear connected with the Ice Bear King's flank. The Ice Bear King let out a pained roar, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Locke lunged forward with his spear, aiming to pierce the fallen Ice Bear King. However, the Ice Bear King, demonstrating remarkable agility, twisted its body and evaded the lethal strike. The Ice Bear King rose to its feet and swung the hammer of earth towards Locke. Locke raised his spear in defense. Clang! The immense force propelled both Locke and the Ice Bear King several steps back. They quickly clashed again. Clash! 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 The sound of their sacred weapons colliding reverberated like thunder, leaving the dwarven warriors and ice bears on the frozen coast reeling, their ears ringing and skin tingling. Locke felt a powerful energy surging from the ring on his thumb into his body. With this newfound strength, he began to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Ice Bear King was visibly fatigued, unable to fathom that such a diminutive human possessed such formidable power. Fear began to creep into its heart. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, the Ice Bear King was utterly exhausted. Its once mighty arms now felt as if they were rendered useless, heavy beyond measure, devoid of any strength. Even the hammer of earth felt like an insurmountable burden, impossible to lift. Locke seized the moment, delivering a powerful blow with his spear against the Ice Bear King's shoulder. The wearied Ice Bear King attempted to raise the hammer of earth for defense, but was ultimately a moment too late. It let out a wretched cry before collapsing to its knees with a thud. The hammer of earth fell from its grasp with a resounding clang. Locke thrust his spear once more, piercing the body of the Ice Bear King. The creature's blood and essence were greedily consumed by the voracious dark dragon spear. The dwarven warriors erupted in jubilant cheers, having witnessed the birth of a new king among their kind. The Ice Bear clan, upon witnessing the demise of their leader, could only bow their heads in defeat. After centuries of struggle, the dwarves had finally reclaimed control of the frozen coast. This triumph signified an abundance of delectable bounty awaiting their capture in the sea. Delicacies that had been whispered of for centuries were about to become a reality. In the ensuing days, the dwarves emerged from their underground city, gathering along the frozen coast. They set about constructing homes, crafting grand ships, and fashioning tools for fishing. They awaited the arrival of the great schools of fish carried by the ocean currents. A month later, as foretold, the currents arrived. The dwarves boarded their vessels, reveling in the bounty of succulent fish. With each returning ship laden with their catch, the dwarves cheered in exhilaration. This was the feast they had awaited for hundreds of years. King Locke gazed at the jubilant dwarves, yet a twinge of melancholy tugged at his heart. The children of the Zeiss family had all grown into adulthood, ready to establish families of their own. However, surrounded by dwarves, he felt a sense of anxiety. Locke downed an entire jug of ale and, inebriated, rose to gaze towards the northern realms. That land had once been the dominion of he and his brothers, a place that held his fond memories of Winterfell. One day, I shall return. Wait for me, King Locke declared before collapsing onto the ground in a drunken stupor. On Skaggs Island, the Outlanders had lived for nearly a decade. Through their relentless efforts, Skaggs Island had transformed remarkably. It was now adorned with beautiful estates and charming homes. Under the leadership of their chieftain, Griffith, the Outlanders ventured eastward, crossing the ocean to the world of the giants where they pillaged several coastal towns, capturing numerous giant slaves. The Outlanders forced these captives to toil on their estates, cultivating the land and growing crops. They also compelled many giant slaves to delve into the northern mountains of Skaggs Island to mine for resources. As a result of repeated incursions from the Seven Kingdoms to the west, the northern giants resolved to launch another massive invasion of the mainland. 30,000 giant warriors, led by Chieftain Gordon Khan, set sail towards Dragonstone Island. Timing their assault under the cover of night, the northern giants easily overran Dragonstone, establishing it as their base. Gordon Khan launched raids into the surrounding regions, stockpiling the plundered goods on the island for future endeavors. Soon, Queen Elizabeth of King's Landing received word of the northern giants advancing northward, disrupting coastal towns. The islands near Blackwater Bay had fallen to the northern giants, and they had invaded Tar's Island. Without delay, Queen Elizabeth commanded the lords of the realm to gather at the eastern coastal towns in preparation to confront the northern giants. Lord Orlando Hand, the ruler of the imperial domain, dispatched his two sons, Vassadai Orlando and Ireland Orlando, to lead 5,000 men to King's Landing, awaiting the orders of Queen Elizabeth. Meanwhile, He himself commanded another 5,000 troops towards Cape Marseille to confront the giants at Horn Hill. Upon his arrival at Horn Hill, Lord Orlando Hant discovered the fortress engulfed in flames, reduced to mere ruins, with the invading giants having vanished without a trace. With no other choice, he retreated to Coppergate City to prepare for a potential surprise attack from the giants. Years ago, Robert had followed Prince Grey back to the realm of Aellen, leaving his two sons, Burn Robert and Con Robert, in the fief of Furious Point. At this moment, Lord Burn Robert and his brother Con Robert were leading 6,000 valiant warriors in a fierce battle against the invading giants on Tar's Island. Although the giants numbered only 3,000, their ferocity and immense strength overwhelmed the defending forces, causing them to retreat in disarray. After a brutal confrontation, Lord Burn Robert fell in battle, while Con Robert managed to escape with a handful of men. Lord Kevin Dillon of the Valley Kingdom, accompanied by his younger son Newman Kevin, led 10,000 warriors towards the eastern coastal towns to drive off the invading giants. His eldest son, Scott Kevin, remained in Eagle's Nest Castle. After capturing the Longbow Hall, which had been overtaken by the giants, Kevin Dillon's army sailed southward to confront the giant foes plaguing the coastal regions. In King's Landing, Queen Elizabeth summoned 30,000 troops to launch a combined land and naval assault on the giants around Dragonstone Island. The giants had captured a man named Arthur John, who claimed to be a prince of the Seven Kingdoms, in a remote town on Dragonstone Island. Consequently, the giant leader, Gordon Khan, sought to ally with Prince Arthur to seize King's Landing and elevate Arthur to the Iron Sword throne, leading a naval force of 10,000. Queen Elizabeth encountered the crown-adorned Arthur and the army commanded by Gordon Khan in Blackwater Bay. I, Arthur John, am the son of the great emperor and the rightful heir to the Iron Sword throne. I command you to bow and submit. Otherwise, let your blood stain the waters of Blackwater Bay, Arthur proclaimed loudly. His declaration sent the warriors accompanying Elizabeth into a state of turmoil. Emperor John had once led his forces against the giants' invasion and perished in battle, making his son a legitimate candidate for the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. Upon realizing Arthur's identity as King Arthur, Elizabeth's heart sank, sensing the gravity of the situation. After all, he was the son of Emperor John and held the strongest claim to the title of king. Yet, she could not suppress her resentment after all she had done. I, Elizabeth Stark, the savior of the Seven Kingdoms, the liberator of the Seven Kingdoms. Without me and my army, you would have long been crushed beneath the iron heel of the giants. I am your true sovereign, Queen Elizabeth shouted vehemently. The sky darkened, and lightning flickered through the clouds. Soon, thunder rumbled ominously from the horizon. Our purpose here is to escort King Arthur to claim his rightful place in King's Landing. If you do not yield, you shall be sent to the depths of the sea to feed the fish, chuckled Gordon, the chieftain of the giants. At the command of Queen Elizabeth, the royal forces launched an assault against the giants. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the roars of thunder, an unprecedented naval battle erupted in Blackwater Bay. Rockets soared, engulfing the entire surface of the sea in a blaze of fire. The archmages continually cast their spells, unleashing colossal fireballs that plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the giants' vessels. In the blink of an eye, numerous giant ships were engulfed in thick, billowing smoke. Before long, ships began to sink beneath the waves. The giants, aboard their massive vessels, rammed fiercely into the royal fleet. With tremendous booms and piercing screams, ship after ship was sent to the depths. As vessels from opposing factions drew near, warriors leapt from their ships onto the enemy's decks, engaging in fierce combat. One after another, foes fell upon the deck, staining it crimson with blood. Those with no escape could only abandon their ships and plunge into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. For reasons unknown, Queen Elizabeth's heart raced. Perhaps it was the sight of her warriors being mercilessly pursued and slaughtered by the giants that stirred her anxiety. After a fierce struggle, the royal forces found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The valiant and seasoned giants sank the majority of Queen Elizabeth's ships. Grasping her staff, the queen chanted an ancient incantation amidst the storm. With a resounding roar, a colossal dragon descended swiftly from the thick clouds, targeting the ships of Gordon and King Arthur. The dragon opened its maw wide. In that moment, King Arthur bellowed at the dragon in a furious tone, employing the ancient tongue of dragons. As he shouted, he gestured towards the astonished Queen Elizabeth. The dragon, perplexed, glanced between Arthur and Elizabeth, bewildered by the enmity between these two familiar beings, unsure of whom to assist. Arthur pointed at Elizabeth, persistently hurling accusations in the ancient dragon language, likely condemning her for treachery. The dragon raised its massive head once more, unleashing a torrent of fire, and the terrified Queen Elizabeth perished in the searing flames. Following this, the dragon, seemingly driven mad, unleashed its fury upon the great ships in Blackwater Bay, resulting in countless lives lost to the inferno. Torrential rains began to fall from the sky, as if mourning the demise of Queen Elizabeth. Gordon's forces, aboard their great vessels, escorted King Arthur through the tumultuous storm, navigating the waves towards King's Landing. The city appeared somewhat blurred and ethereal amidst the tempest. The guards atop the battlements caught sight of a fleet slowly approaching and swiftly reported to Princess Maria, who defended the royal city. Within King's Landing, only a little over 2,000 guards remained to defend the stronghold. The young Princess Maria, in her early teens, ascended to the battlements under the protection of her guards, commanding the military and citizenry of King's Landing to resist the giants' onslaught. In a swift maneuver, over 5,000 valiant warriors of the giant clan, under the command of their leader, Gordon Khan, launched an assault on the city of King's Landing. "Fire the arrows," commanded Princess Maria in a youthful voice, her composure utterly belied by her tender age. The siege unfolded amidst a torrential downpour. The citizens within the city, determined to defend their home, hurled massive stones at the encroaching enemies scaling the walls. The resounding cries of the giant warriors echoed as they were struck down by the boulders, plummeting to their demise. Many more met their end at the hands of the defending archers. The battle for the city was merciless. Yet, for the giant clan, breaching the gates of King's Landing signified boundless riches and countless women. They fought with fervor, driven by their lust for wealth and desire. Ultimately, a contingent of climbers, utilizing grappling ropes, successfully ascended a vulnerable section of the city's defenses. This group of giant warriors, akin to a pair of sharp scissors, swiftly severed the defenders' lines. Amid their cover, an increasing number of giant warriors scaled the battlements. As the royal stronghold teetered on the brink of collapse, the royal guards hastily escorted Princess Maria to safety. In the end, with the giants providing protection, Prince Arthur entered King's Landing and ascended the Iron Throne, claiming the title of the new King of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 96. Elizabeth II. Gordon Khan's giant army unleashed a brutal massacre in King's Landing, wantonly seizing treasures and violating the women of the city. The sacred imperial capital had transformed into a playground for these invaders. Prince Rain led 20,000 royal troops into fierce combat against a giant army exceeding 10,000 in number on the Crabclaw Peninsula. While the giant warriors were ferocious and immensely strong, they found little advantage against the royal forces bolstered by a contingent of mages. Brandishing his great sword, Prince Rain led the sacred knights in a charge against the giant ranks. The shield-bearing giant warriors were scattered by the onslaught of the knights. However, the casualties among the giants were not as devastating as one might expect. Heavily armored infantry pressed forward, engaging in chaotic melee with the giant horde. The mages unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs and lightning strikes upon the giant warriors. Both sides incurred heavy losses, with countless arrows finding their marks. The aged Prince Rain fell amid the encirclement of giant warriors, fighting valiantly until his last breath. His death dealt a grievous blow to the royal forces, who, demoralized, ultimately faced a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, the Northern King, Count Pharos, who had received Queen Elizabeth's summons, was en route with an army of 20,000. Along the way, he learned that Queen Elizabeth and her contingent of 10,000 naval troops had perished in Blackwater Bay. At that moment, King's Landing had succumbed to the giant onslaught, and the whereabouts of the young Princess Maria remained unknown. Count Pharos promptly ordered his army to halt their advance and to encamp at Twin River City to await further developments. Meanwhile, Kevin Dillon, leading his forces southward, tragically fell victim to a flying arrow during a naval skirmish with the giants. His youngest son, Newman Kevin, led the remnants of the army back to Aellen Vale. When the news of the demise of Queen Elizabeth and Prince Rain spread across the Seven Kingdoms, the populace was engulfed in profound sorrow. The agony deepened as the imperial capital fell, besieged by the marauding giants who wreaked havoc within its walls. The giant chieftain, Gordon Khan, simultaneously propped up Arthur as a puppet king while aggressively implementing a mass relocation policy, laying the groundwork for a comprehensive occupation of the Seven Kingdoms. Amidst the protection of the royal guard, Princess Maria escaped the royal city and returned to her fiefdom, the Kingdom of Riverbend. There, she ascended to the throne as the new Queen Elizabeth II of the Seven Kingdoms. Under her call to arms, the leaders of the Kingdom of Kaon, the Lord of the Imperial Guard, Orlon Hant, and the Lord of the Wind Fury Horn, Con Robert, rallied their armies to the High Court. Queen Elizabeth II aimed to amass a formidable force to launch a decisive assault on King's Landing, intent on driving the giants from the Seven Kingdoms. However, disheartening news emerged from the Valley Kingdom. Newman Kevin, upon returning to Eagle's Nest, had murdered his brother, Scott Kevin, and declared himself king. The Valley Kingdom was no longer amenable to Elizabeth II's commands. Moreover, the North King, Count Pharos, stationed near Twin River City, also disregarded Elizabeth II's summons. Leading an assembled army of 50,000, Elizabeth II advanced towards King's Landing. At the banks of the Blackwater River, her forces encountered over 10,000 giants, resulting in fierce combat. Although the giants were outnumbered, their formidable strength relentlessly diminished the ranks of the Seven Kingdoms soldiers. The battle raged for an entire day, staining the waters of the Blackwater River with the blood of the valiant warriors. The battlefield was littered with the fallen from the Seven Kingdoms, and by day's end, the army suffered devastating losses. The giants, under Gordon Khan's command, retreated to King's Landing under the cover of night. From this clash, Queen Elizabeth II realized that facing the might of the giants rendered any numerical advantage non-existent. To seize King's Landing and expel the giants from the Seven Kingdoms, she must unite all possible forces and exert every effort for a chance at success. Thus, Queen Elizabeth II dispatched envoys to both Newman Kevin of the Valley Kingdom and Count Pharos of the North. The Queen's emissary conveyed her message to Newman Kevin, offering recognition of his sovereignty over the Valley Kingdom, provided he dispatched troops to assist her in the assault against the giants and drive them from the Seven Kingdoms. Aware that his reign would be precarious if the giants remained, Newman Kevin consented to send aid. Similarly, the Queen sought military support from Count Pharos. In return for his forces, she promised to restore his dominion over the entirety of the North, elevating him from a mere half-king to a true sovereign. Furthermore, she pledged that the North would henceforth be exempt from paying tribute to the Queen. In essence, as long as Lord Pharos mobilizes his forces, Queen Elizabeth II permits him to claim kingship in the North. This autonomy in the North aligns perfectly with the ambitions of Count Pharos. He consents to lead troops for the Queen towards King's Landing. The Northern King assembles an army of 20,000, alongside over 10,000 soldiers from the Vale, and more than 20,000 of Elizabeth II's own forces converge at the gates of King's Landing. The giants, in a grotesque display, send forth thousands of captives and slaves from the city to serve as human shields, mere fodder for the impending conflict, with their own warriors following closely behind. The battle for the imperial capital erupts amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars. At the onset of the clash, the throngs of captives and slaves, thrust into the front lines by the giants, turn in desperation towards their captors, charging into the ranks of the giant army. They would rather perish beneath the giants' colossal axes than betray their homeland, forsake their beliefs, or rise against their own kin. This sudden defection causes chaos within the giant ranks, for even the act of wielding an axe demands time and precision. Seizing the moment, Elizabeth II assembled forces launch a fierce assault against the disordered giant army. Thousands of giant warriors are soon overwhelmed by the combined might of the Seven Kingdoms. After a brutal confrontation, nearly half of the giant warriors fall in battle. Yet the Seven Kingdoms also suffer significant losses. Chief Gordon, compelled by the circumstances, retreats his forces into King's Landing, closely pursued by the Seven Kingdoms army. A fierce clash ensues at the city gates, where the ground soon becomes a hillock of corpses. The giants resolutely defend the gates, a single warrior holding the line against countless foes. Despite their numerical superiority, the Seven Kingdoms find it challenging to breach the defenses. Observing this, Elizabeth II commands the archmages to assist in the siege. One by one, warriors are transformed by the mages into fearsome beasts, roaring as they charge towards the enemies at the city gates. Chapter 97. A call for aid. The giants stationed at the gates find many of their ranks toppled by the ferocious beasts. In the ensuing turmoil, the Seven Kingdoms seize the opportunity to infiltrate King's Landing, engaging in a deadly struggle with the giants within the city. Just as the forces of the Seven Kingdoms believe victory is within their grasp, reinforcements arrive. Over 10,000 giants migrating from the distant land of the giants enter King's Landing via Blackwater Bay. The arrival of these reinforcements invigorates the spirits of the giants within the city, who rally to counterattack and contest control of the capital with the invading forces of the Seven Kingdoms. After a brutal urban warfare, the Seven Kingdoms ultimately retreat before the ferocity of the giant warriors, and once more, the capital falls back into the hands of the giants. Following this conflict, the people of the Seven Kingdoms are rendered incapable of contesting the capital with the giants. With the swift implementation of Chief Gordon's immigration policies, an increasing number of giants flood into the capital, significantly bolstering their strength in King's Landing. From the second year onward, the giants commence a wide-ranging offensive, seizing surrounding lands and estates. A multitude of citizens from the Seven Kingdoms, in a desperate bid to escape the giants, are compelled to abandon their homes and embrace a life of exile. Upon returning to Winterfell, Count Pharos received disheartening news from his subordinates. It seemed that a fierce band of dwarves had taken residence in the Wolfwood. Despite multiple attempts to drive them out, Pharos' men were consistently repelled by these formidable dwarves. The townsfolk of Winterfell, observing that the dwarves confined their activities to the forest, chose to leave them undisturbed. Driven by curiosity, Count Pharos assembled a party and ventured into the Wolfwood. As they approached the dwarf settlement, they were swiftly encircled by a throng of dwarf warriors. "I am Count Pharos, the king of the north, and I seek an audience with your leader," Pharos proclaimed loudly. Shortly thereafter, a heavily armored dwarf warrior emerged, wielding a gleaming battle axe that rested on his shoulder. Tilting his head, the dwarf regarded Pharos and inquired, "I am their leader. What business do you have with me?" Pharos, amused by the dwarf's audacity, replied, "This Wolfwood is part of my northern domain. If you wish to reside here permanently, you must pay me an annual tribute of goods. Furthermore, you are to adhere to the laws of the north. You shall not plunder the possessions of our people, nor inflict harm upon them." The dwarf leader nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. We dwarves have little amusement. We shall forge weapons for you each year. This forest is our home. Your folk should refrain from intruding." The king of the north acknowledged this and departed with his men. Subsequently, the Wolfwood became a gathering place for the dwarves, attracting an increasing number of them who utilized their exceptional smithing skills to craft exceptionally sharp weapons. They engaged in trade with the Seven Kingdoms of the North, exchanging their finely wrought arms for desired goods. As the immigration policy of the giant leader, Gorgon Khan, took effect, the population of giants in King's Landing swelled. The giants not only solidified their control over King's Landing and its surrounding regions, but also expanded their territory outward. Much of the River Isles and portions of the River Bay became dominions of the giants. In the Grand Hall of the River Bay Kingdom, the adolescent Queen Elizabeth II retreated with a group of courtiers. Upon their council, she resolved to seek assistance from her sister, Princess Diana, who had married into Dorne. However, over the years, Princess Diana and her husband, Nureb Blamon, had also faced considerable hardships in Dorne. The aging Iron Curtain Blamon had transferred power to his eldest son, Inju Blamon. Although Nureb was Inju's brother, he wielded little authority, with military command firmly in the hands of Inju Blamon. Upon receiving her sister Elizabeth II's missive, Princess Diana initially reacted with anger, venting her frustrations alone. Yet, in a swift turn of emotions, she found herself smiling joyfully. Princess Diana hummed a tune as she set out to find her beloved Nuri Blamont. "My dear, what brings you such joy today?" Nuri Blamont inquired. Curiosity etched on his face. With a gentle smile, Princess Diana replied, "I have something delightful to discuss with you." "Oh, what is this delightful news?" Nuri Blamont asked with keen interest. Thus, Princess Diana shared her thoughts with him. Nuri Blamont nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he hurried off to seek his elder brother Inju Blamont. "Brother, I wish to borrow 5,000 troops." Nuri Blamont cautiously addressed the chief, Inju Blamont. Inju Blamont asked, "What on earth do you need such a large force for?" Nuri Blamont explained, "A few days ago, my wife Diana's sister wrote to inform me that the giants have invaded the Seven Kingdoms once more. She has been driven from King's Landing and is now in hiding, without a place to call home. She seeks our assistance." Inju Blamont nodded in understanding and remarked, "I have indeed heard of the giants' assault on the Seven Kingdoms. Alas, I never imagined that the legendary Queen Elizabeth would meet her demise in battle." Upon hearing his brother's words, Nuri Blamont quickly responded, "I fear the giants are fierce and untamed, making them a formidable adversary. I had no intention of involving myself in northern affairs. However, Diana wept and pleaded, reminding me that when she wed into our family, she valued our Dun clan's loyalty and righteousness. She cannot stand idly by while her homeland suffers. I could no longer bear her distress. Hence my request for troops to make a brief foray into the north before returning." Inju Blamont replied, "Diana speaks wisely. We allied with King's Landing, and we cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of the young queen. However," he paused, contemplating, "is 5,000 troops not excessive?" Nuri Blamont hesitated briefly before hastily suggesting, "Perhaps 4,000 would suffice?" Inju Blamont remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, as if he had not heard Nuri Blamont's words. In desperation, Nuri Blamont proposed, "Then 3,000 will do." "Very well, let it be 3,000. I wish you success in your endeavor," Inju Blamont replied with a smile. Days later, Nuri Blamont, accompanied by 3,000 cavalry and his family, set forth for Highgarden. Chapter 98. Queen Diana. When Queen Elizabeth II encountered her sister Princess Diana, whom she had never met before. Her heart brimmed with joy. She rushed forward like a young girl, grasping Diana's hand, and exclaimed, "Sister, sister, you are so beautiful." Princess Diana smiled and nodded at Elizabeth II, saying, "Dear sister, when I was your age, I often followed our mother to learn from her. Alas, after over a decade apart, I never expected our father and mother." As Diana spoke of her sorrow, tears welled in her eyes, and she softly wept. Elizabeth II, recalling her own parents who had fallen in battle, could not contain her grief and began to sob uncontrollably. In a moment, the hall was filled with sorrowful cries, as all present mourned the misfortune that had befallen the queen and the prince. Princess Diana and the Nurii family remained within the royal palace. Heeding Princess Diana's counsel, Queen Elizabeth II appointed Nurii as the commander of the 7 nations, entrusting him with the leadership of their armies. Meanwhile, Diana stayed by the side of Elizabeth II, assisting her in managing the affairs of the 7 nations. Not only did Princess Diana aid Queen Elizabeth II in addressing urgent matters raised by the ministers, but she also issued appropriate decrees in the name of Elizabeth II. Under Diana's guidance, the Kingdom of River Bay gradually regained its vitality, shedding its previous listlessness. As time passed, the ministers of the High Court began to recognize Princess Diana's remarkable intellect and her profound understanding of governance. In stark contrast, Queen Elizabeth II appeared as an innocent child, lacking comprehension of the affairs at hand. In private, Princess Diana endeavored to win the favor of the ministers, seeking to cultivate relationships with the courtiers. The astute courtiers were acutely aware of her intentions. After clandestine discussions, they concluded that it would be more fitting for Princess Diana to assume the role of queen. During a routine court session, a minister proposed that Princess Diana replace Elizabeth II as the queen of the 7 nations. A voice of dissent arose, arguing that Diana, having married into the Dorne family, had forfeited her claim to the throne. However, Princess Diana boldly proclaimed her prior agreement with Queen Elizabeth I, asserting her rightful claim to the Iron Sword throne. Those ministers who had already developed a rapport with Diana seized the opportunity to support her, urging her to ascend as the new queen. Under the collective endorsement of the assembly, Princess Diana ascended to the throne, becoming the new queen of the 7 nations, while Elizabeth II was reduced to a figurehead. Although still a child, Elizabeth II comprehended the unfolding events. She did not wail or protest, but willingly relinquished the throne to her sister, Princess Diana. She declared her intent to study doctrine at the Church of the Heavenly Emperor within the city of High Court. Queen Diana believed that there was no place more suitable for Princess Maria than the church, and thus acquiesced to Maria's request. Not long after Queen Diana took her place on the throne, the Giant Clan launched a series of assaults against the Kingdom of River Bay. The Giant army advanced with relentless force, capturing Green Valley City and Long Table Fortress, drawing ever closer to Fruit Wine Hall. Commander Nurii Blaman led 20,000 troops in a valiant defense of Fruit Wine Hall. Queen Diana issued orders, acknowledging the valor of the giants and the necessity to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. The optimal strategy was to rely on the towering, fortified castle to sap the enemy's strength. Despite numerous brutal sieges, the giants failed to breach Fruit Wine Hall. Gradually, their fervor waned. At this critical juncture, Queen Diana personally visited Fruit Wine Hall, invigorating the spirits of the troops within. With a resolute command from Queen Diana, the forces within Fruit Wine Hall commenced their counterattack. General Nully led an army of 10,000, surging forth from the city to confront the colossal forces of the giant race. A fierce battle erupted beneath the city walls, where the once valiant giant warriors, now demoralized, displayed a marked decline in their combat prowess, diminished by at least 40%. This enabled Nully's forces to maintain an advantageous position in the conflict with the giants. As time progressed, countless warriors fell upon the battlefield, and both factions suffered grievous losses. In pursuit of victory, Queen Diana, wielding her staff, cast spells from the ramparts. A series of ancient incantations summoned an ominous gloom to envelop the sky. Moments later, darkness descended abruptly, and the night sky was studded with countless stars. This sudden celestial phenomenon instilled terror among the combatants, who were bewildered by the unfolding events. At that critical juncture, with a commanding gesture of her staff, Queen Diana directed the stars to fall. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a cascade of radiant starlight. A thunderous cacophony reverberated as innumerable giant warriors were struck down by the brilliant luminescence. The acrid stench of charred remains wafted through the air, inducing a wave of nausea among those present. In the blink of an eye, over half of the giant warriors lay slain, instilling sheer panic in those who remained. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. General Nully relentlessly pursued the remnants of the giant army, chasing them as far as the Long Table Fortress before retreating. Following this battle, Queen Diana's renowned sword, earning her the revered title of the Goddess of Starlight. The giants, wary of her formidable powers, retreated from the territory of the River Bay Kingdom. This withdrawal garnered the unwavering support of the kingdom's citizens for their queen, who inspired confidence that one day, under her leadership, they would expel the giants from the Seven Kingdoms continent. Thereafter, the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms was divided into 5 distinct regions: the giant-occupied King's Landing and its surroundings, the River Bay Kingdom, the Cayenne Kingdom, the Valley Kingdom, and the Northern Territories, with the exception of the southern region of Dorne. 2 years later, after relentless assaults from the giants, the Valley Kingdom fell, and the Riverall Kingdom had already been absorbed by the giant race. As more and more giants immigrated to the Seven Kingdoms, their dominion became as solid as rock, unassailable. Princess Maria, at an undetermined moment, departed from Highgarden and journeyed to Cayenne City. Subsequently, she boarded a merchant vessel bound for the Kingdom of Aellen, leaving the Seven Kingdoms behind. Queen Diana, preoccupied with state affairs, relaxed her vigilance over Maria, granting the princess an opportunity to escape. Through various travels, Princess Maria arrived at the royal city of Aellen. Thereafter, she entered the Cathedral of the Celestial Empire as an envoy of the Seven Kingdoms. From that moment on, she resided there, pursuing her studies. Until one day 2 years later, King Grey of the Kingdom of Aellen and Queen Helen visited the cathedral to request the bishop to baptize their child. Chapter 99. Lannister. Upon learning of her brother King Grey's arrival, Princess Maria sought every possible means to meet him. However, for the Celestial Church, the presence of the king and queen was a matter of utmost honor. Aside from the royal guard ensuring safety and order, the Celestial Church forbade any suspicious individuals from approaching the king and queen, including Princess Maria, who had journeyed from the Seven Kingdoms. Consequently, she was assigned to the western part of the city for missionary work. Although reluctant, Princess Maria found herself powerless to resist. Under the urging of the church's clerics, she reluctantly departed from the Grand Cathedral. Her destination was a poorer district within the royal city, where most inhabitants were unemployed vagabonds. The more fortunate among them were long-term laborers or apprentices. When a youthful and beautiful missionary appeared in the impoverished western district, she instantly attracted a throng of curious onlookers. "What is your name?" inquired a rogue. "I am Maria, the newly appointed missionary," she replied candidly. "You became a missionary at such a young age?" Another asked. "Indeed. I have devoted my life to studying the doctrines of the Celestial Church and have diligently practiced my faith. I have also received guidance from many renowned missionaries." Princess Maria smiled as she spoke. Noticing the lingering skepticism in the gazes of the crowd, she encouraged them. "If you have any doubts, feel free to ask me." Before long, someone posed a question. "I wish to know, does the Holy Lord truly exist?" Princess Maria nodded and responded, "The Holy Lord exists indeed. He resides within our hearts and embodies our collective faith. Regardless of the trials you face, as long as you believe that the Holy Lord is by your side, you will navigate through life's adversities and reach a brighter tomorrow." As her words resonated, thunderous applause erupted around her. The crowd was convinced that through sincere devotion to the Holy Lord, adherence to his guidance and teachings, and dedicated practice, they would eventually attain a life of happiness and fulfillment. The commoners of the Western District posed numerous inquiries to Princess Maria, to which she patiently responded, quickly endearing herself to the youthful and beautiful missionary. Upon returning to the Celestial Church Cathedral, she found that the king and queen had already departed. Gazing up at the night sky, she pondered, perhaps all of this is destiny. The Holy Lord has made me endure these trials for my growth and development. Unlike Queen Diana or King Grey, who possessed formidable magical talents, Princess Maria appeared serene, akin to an ordinary child. Yet, she was the daughter of the illustrious Elizabeth I. Princess Maria continued her life within the Celestial Church Cathedral until she caught the attention of a handsome captain of the Royal Guard named Lannister. During a mission, he serendipitously encountered Princess Maria, who was engaged in missionary work in the Western City. In that fleeting moment, Lannister was profoundly captivated by the youthful beauty of Princess Maria. Hailing from a minor noble family, he had devoted his childhood to mastering martial skills, showcasing remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Subsequently, through the recommendation of local missionaries, Lannister entered the Royal Knights Order for advanced training. After years of rigorous training, he ascended to the rank of captain of the Royal Guard. To the average person, Princess Maria appeared merely as a beautiful missionary. However, in Lannister's eyes, she represented his entire world, a singular vision that lingered in his memory. Thus, he frequently found himself drawn to the Grand Cathedral, yearning to catch a glimpse of the woman who haunted his thoughts. "What do you have planned for today?" Princess Maria inquired with curiosity. Lannister gazed into her eyes and replied, "I wish to confess to the Heavenly Emperor." "Very well, you may begin now," Princess Maria said calmly. "I have been plagued by insomnia of late. Each night, I toss and turn in bed, unable to find solace. I do not understand why. But the image of a pair of beautiful eyes keeps resurfacing in my mind. Eyes that sparkle like stars and are as deep as the ocean. I fear I have succumbed to the nightmare of yearning for her." Lannister spoke with heartfelt emotion. Princess Maria listened intently, her expression unreadable. "I wish to confess to the Heavenly Emperor. I should not secretly admire her, nor should I harbor such feelings. She is so pure, akin to the unblemished moon in the sky. Her sanctity makes me feel that my love for her is nothing short of blasphemy. I should not feel this way, yet I am helpless against my longing. O Heavenly Emperor, please save me. I am utterly enamored with her," Lannister lamented passionately. "The Heavenly Emperor will forgive you. Is that all you wish to confess? Do you have any other matters for which you seek absolution?" Princess Maria casually asked. Lannister paused, then responded, "Do you not wish to know who this woman is?" Princess Maria shook her head, saying, "That is your personal affair. I do not wish to pry. I imagine she must be an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Indeed, she is exceedingly lovely, just like you. Intelligent, kind, and charming," Lannister replied. Princess Maria smiled and remarked, "She is indeed a fortunate girl. Do you have any other matters to discuss?" Lannister pondered, at a loss for words. "If there is nothing else, I shall attend to other matters," Princess Maria said with a smile. "What do you need to attend to? May I assist you?" Lannister inquired. "I need to go out and procure some fruits and vegetables," Princess Maria replied. Do you not intend to seek out your beloved?" "She resides in my heart. I am with her at every moment. She can feel my presence," Lannister responded with a smile. Princess Maria chuckled and shook her head, before taking a large basket to the market for her purchases. Lannister followed closely, tasked with carrying the large basket. Although Princess Maria procured a considerable amount of fruits and vegetables, causing her large basket to grow increasingly heavy, Lannister felt no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, his face radiated with a blissful smile. "Come, let us take a moment's respite. I shall treat you to a glass of juice," Princess Maria suggested, before ordering 2 cups of juice from a nearby shop and handing one to Lannister. He promptly set down the basket he had been clutching tightly and received the juice with both hands, standing there with a foolish grin. In Chapter 100, The Expedition to ODI, Princess Maria gazed at Lannister with curiosity and inquired, "Are you not thirsty? Why do you not drink the juice?" "Oh, I cannot bear to," Lannister replied, cradling the juice as he looked at Princess Maria. "It is but a glass of juice. What is there to hesitate about?" She smiled, gazing at him. "Because it is you who invited me," Lannister said with delight. "You have helped me carry things all morning. It is no trouble at all for me to treat you to a glass of juice." "Why are you so peculiar?" Princess Maria asked, somewhat perplexed. After taking a hearty sip of juice, Lannister chuckled. "Next time you need assistance, you must call upon me. This juice is rather delightful." "Ah, indeed. Do you merely wish for me to treat you to juice?" Princess Maria questioned, still confused. Lannister merely smiled in response. The tasks that had once posed challenges for Princess Maria became considerably easier with Lannister's assistance. She could not help but reflect that having someone to help made matters run much more smoothly, believing Lannister to be a genuinely good person. As time passed, Lannister endeavored to invite Princess Maria for outings to ride horses and stroll in the countryside. Although she was often busy, she would occasionally agree. When they rode side by side across the wilds outside the royal city, Lannister felt as joyful as a child. They strolled under the setting sun, sharing their dreams for the future. To Lannister's astonishment, Princess Maria expressed an interest in swordsmanship, a domain in which he possessed an unparalleled talent. Thus, whenever he had the time, Lannister would personally teach Princess Maria the art of the sword. Each time she grasped the great sword, her demeanor transformed instantly. In that moment, she was no longer the delicate princess of the 7 kingdoms, but rather a spirited and valiant swordswoman. After several months of training, Princess Maria had become adept enough to spar with Lannister. Initially, he hesitated to unleash his full strength in front of the beloved maiden, fearing he might harm her. However, he soon discovered that, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Princess Maria's strength surged while wielding the great sword, rendering her attacks unstoppable unless he fought at his utmost. Lannister often found himself questioning whether Princess Maria had secretly consumed some beef or other strength-enhancing sustenance, as she appeared to gain immense power, robust as an ox. In a mere short span of time, Princess Maria gradually realized that she preferred wielding a great sword and honing her swordsmanship over the tedious and busy church activities. Thus, she resolutely enrolled in the Royal Knights Order, aspiring to become an exceptional knight. From the moment she stepped into the order, Maria decided to cast aside her identity as a princess, determined to emerge as the finest knight among her peers. Each day before dawn, she would rise early and join the other novice knights for long-distance runs at the training grounds, followed by rigorous physical training. After breakfast, all trainees would gather in the training area to learn sword techniques under the guidance of their instructors, culminating in an hour of collective drills. In the afternoon, they would split into two groups for practical combat exercises, which emphasized not only individual swordsmanship, but also the importance of teamwork, attacking and retreating in unison. Their shared interests fostered a deep bond between Maria and Linniston, enriching their conversations and strengthening their relationship. For over a decade, the enemies from Manylands had frequently troubled the kingdom of Aellen. To decisively eliminate the Manylands threat, King Grey resolved to dispatch an expeditionary force of 30,000 to invade Manylands. As a member of the Knights Order, Maria accepted the call to arms. Upon learning of Maria's conscription for the expedition, Linniston also volunteered to join the army, wishing to remain by her side and protect the one he cherished. The expeditionary fleet of Aellen, comprising thousands of grand ships, sailed southward. After a month of perilous navigation, they arrived at an unfamiliar continent known as ODI, where the Manylands resided. The 30,000 troops landed in a bay and established their camp upon a high ground. Accompanying the army were powerful mages who dispatched magical ravens to scout the surrounding environment and nearby foes. Soon, the mages discovered a Manyland village situated over 20 miles to the southwest. The expeditionary force swiftly conquered these villages, executing all resisting Manylands and enslaving the surrendered ones. Stripping them of their freedom, the livestock and provisions of the Manylands were seized to bolster the army's resources. The commander of the expedition, Gordon Robert, divided the captured lands into estates of varying sizes, assigning soldiers to govern them. He then led the army, accompanied by several captured Manylands, toward the largest city in the vicinity, known as White Ear City. Days later, the expedition arrived at a peculiar place devoid of the anticipated White Ear City. Instead, they found towering stone mountains adorned with massive caverns. Upon sighting the caves, the captured Manylands fell to their knees in prayer, an act that bewildered Commander Gordon Robert. He dispatched 2 soldiers to investigate the caves. Upon entering, the soldiers were overwhelmed by dizziness and promptly withdrew. Commander Gordon Robert harbored a nagging suspicion that he might have been deceived. Consequently, he lashed out at several captives with his whip. As twilight approached, concerned that his troops might lose their way, he resolved to establish camp nearby. Thus, 20,000 soldiers encamped in the vicinity of the Rocky Mountains. In the dead of night, those captives, unbeknownst to the guards, managed to escape. The following morning, Commander Gordon Robert was incensed to learn of their flight. Deprived of the captives as guides and unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain, he was compelled to dispatch several cavalry units. Their dual purpose was to pursue the fleeing captives and to scout the area to ascertain the geography. The escaped captives fled towards White Ear City, where they relayed the news of the invasion by the forces of the Kingdom of Aellen to their leader, Monath. Monath, commanding an army of 20,000, set forth towards the Gulf of Gyre, where the forces of the Kingdom of Aellen had landed. At that moment, fewer than 10,000 soldiers from Allen's expeditionary force were stationed in the Gulf of Gyre, tasked with ensuring the safety of their vessels while maintaining a show of military strength against the various estates in the vicinity. Chapter 101. Vanishing with the wind soon enough. The 20,000 troops of the Kingdom of Manylands encountered the 10,000 from Allen's expeditionary force in the Gulf of Gyre. Faced with the unexpected arrival of Manylands troops, the commander of the stationed Aellen forces promptly organized his men into formation, preparing for battle. At the command of their leader Monath, the Manylands army surged forward, launching a fierce charge against the Aellen forces. The thunder of hooves echoed as soldiers from both sides roared into the fray, and in the blink of an eye, countless fell beneath the stampede. In response to the commander's orders, the warriors of Aellen contracted their formation, adopting a defensive stance against the overwhelming enemy numbers. Despite the numerical superiority of the Manylands army, their successive charges against Allen's lines yielded little success. Monath commanded the spear-wielding infantry and cavalry to charge the Aellen defensive line, while simultaneously unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows from the archers. Amidst the din of neighing steeds and the whistling of arrows, the combatants clashed violently. After several repeated charges, the defenses of the Aellen expeditionary force finally crumbled. The battle devolved into a brutal and fierce melee. From the outset, Linniston remained steadfastly by Maria's side, fighting alongside her. However, he soon found himself besieged by multiple enemy combatants. A flurry of spears, akin to venomous serpents, assailed him relentlessly. In a frantic struggle, Lannister sustained an injury to his leg, hampering his mobility and diminishing his combat efficacy as he retreated. The ferocious adversaries pursued him relentlessly, intent on delivering a fatal blow. In a flash, one spear lunged towards him. Lannister swung his great sword to deflect the thrust, only to be struck by another spear that found its mark in his shoulder. A piercing scream escaped from Lannister as blood gushed from his shoulder wound. Hearing his cry, Maria rushed toward him with urgency. "Ah!" An enemy shouted, delivering a merciless blow to Lannister's head with a rifle butt. "Stand back," Maria exclaimed, swinging her great sword with fervor. An invisible wave of energy erupted, propelling several foes backward. "Are you all right?" she inquired, casting a glance at Lannister, who lay on the ground. As she focused on the encroaching adversaries, Lannister scrambled to his feet, responding, "I'm fine, merely a minor injury. Thank you." "There are too many enemies. We cannot continue like this," Maria stated gravely. "I will protect you. We must fight our way out." "We cannot both perish here," Lannister asserted. "Perhaps escape is not an option. If we must die, let us do so together," Maria declared, then struck down an enemy before her. The foe's head flew off. Blood sprang forth. Lannister recognized the truth in Maria's words, yet he could not bear the thought of witnessing the demise of the one he cherished. However, he felt powerless, unable to alter the course of fate. The battle raged on ferociously. The mini-lands, with their numerical superiority, dominated the conflict. One by one, soldiers of the Aellen Expeditionary Force fell. As dusk settled, Maria and Lannister noticed their comrades dwindling, while the enemy swelled in numbers. Lannister, now grievously wounded and drenched in blood, relied on Maria for protection. With her back turned to him, she wielded her great sword, determined to shield him. Yet, the surrounding adversaries approached with sinister grins, brandishing spears aimed at the faltering Lannister. Maria swung her sword, parrying the thrusts of the spears. "Ah!" Lannister cried out in agony, a fresh wound opening as blood flowed freely. He slumped to the ground, murmuring, "Maria, my beloved, you must flee. You must survive." Maria, battling fiercely against the relentless attacks of the enemies, shouted, "Lannister, hold on. You cannot die." Lannister gazed intently at Maria, longing for one final glimpse of the woman he adored. Yet, as blood blurred his vision, he could no longer see clearly. Eventually, he slowly closed his eyes. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of sorrow engulfed Maria. In the midst of battle, she remained unaware that Lannister had departed from this world forever. With a sudden rush, a spear swept towards Maria's head. She ducked just in time, hearing the clang of her helmet being knocked off. Her once coiled hair cascaded down like a waterfall of pale gold. "Wow, so beautiful. A female warrior. She is mine. Capture her alive. We must take her alive." The mini-lands on the battlefield went into a frenzy, closing in on Maria. They were eager to capture the beautiful warrior before them. "Lannis!" Maria cried out in a panic. Yet no one responded. Sensing impending doom, Maria turned around only to discover that Lannister had already succumbed to death. With a heart-wrenching wail, Maria knelt beside Lannister's lifeless body. Tears streamed down her bloodied face like pearls from a broken string. Supporting herself with her great sword, she wept uncontrollably beside Lannister's corpse. She had lost the first man who cherished her, forever bereaving her of a sincere love. The mini-lands, in their fervor to claim Maria, descended into chaos, their conflict spiraling into disarray. Oblivious to the turmoil, Maria remained engulfed in her sorrow. As dusk approached, ominous flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, an unknown assailant pierced Maria's body with a spear. Blood gushed from the wound, instantly staining her armor crimson. A brilliant light surged from the tangled web of lightning, racing toward the battlefield below, landing precisely on the gravely injured Maria. "You scoundrels! Is it worth killing each other over a woman?" bellowed the Minilan warrior who had struck Maria with his spear. "Remember this, a woman is a source of calamity. The more beautiful she is, the more perilous." He pointed his spear at the faltering Maria, his voice filled with fury, clenching the great sword deeply embedded in the earth. Maria struggled to keep herself upright. Suddenly, she erupted in a furious tirade. "Which wretch dared to ambush me?" Chapter 102. Who am I? Maria slammed her left hand onto the ground, propelling herself and her sword into the air. In midair, her great sword whirled wildly, and soon thousands of swords from the battlefield soared toward her, dancing around her in a chaotic display. Sword rained from all directions, Maria proclaimed, and the multitude of swords shot forth in all directions. "Ah, ah, ah!" The glimmer of blades flashed, silencing all in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was devoid of life. Maria coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body drifting down like a leaf from the sky. Under the moonlight, the battlefield lay in eerie silence. When Maria awoke, it was already the following morning. The sun warmed her blood-stained face, providing a sense of comfort. As memories flooded back, she found herself unable to move. Weakness enveloped her, sapping her of all strength. Though her back wound had ceased to bleed, the pain remained acute. Lying quietly among the dead, she gazed at the azure sky, pondering. I was ambushed, my body ravaged, and in desperation, I unleashed my supreme technique to escape. I distinctly felt myself break free. How could I possibly end up here? Maria pondered deeply, recalling that when she unleashed her supreme magic, the sky was suddenly illuminated by flickering lightning. Could it be that some external force interfered with my incantation, leading me to this place? Closing her eyes, Maria focused her consciousness on her body. Damn it, she exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. I, a robust man of 7 feet, have inexplicably usurped the body of a foreign woman. With vacant eyes, Maria gazed at the heavens, taking deep breaths in an attempt to calm her agitated heart. Yet, accepting this reality proved exceedingly difficult for her. Through her arcane methods, she began to explore the body she had commandeered. To her astonishment, she discovered that this foreign woman hailed from a distinguished background and was well versed in several languages. Moreover, she learned that this land was called Auda, and those she had slain were warriors of the Manylands nation. Extending her consciousness, Maria sought to perceive the spiritual essence of this realm. Soon, she was struck by a disheartening revelation. This world possessed no spiritual energy. The realization left her, a great cultivator, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of nonsensical world is this? Devoid of spiritual essence. She cursed vehemently. Overwhelmed with despair, Maria's mind wandered through tumultuous thoughts until she was compelled to confront the harsh truth of her situation. She contemplated her future plans. As dusk fell, a contingent arrived at the battlefield. What is happening here? So many have perished. Where's the ship? Our vessel. Hurry. Check if our ship still remains. Who are those people? Perhaps they are enemies. How did these fellows meet their demise? It's quite strange. Quickly. See if any of our comrades are still alive. Yes, yes, search for survivors. Help, help. Maria exerted every ounce of strength to call out. Over here. There's a living person. A soldier, hearing her faint cry, exclaimed with excitement. Oh, it's a woman. You must be the renowned Knight Maria. He rushed to lift her from the heap of corpses. With the aid of the army's Grand Mage, Maria's body gradually began to mend. Commander Gordon Robert of the Aellen Expeditionary Force approached Maria's bedside. Observing her improved complexion, he remarked, "The Grand Mage informed me that your injury was life-threatening. It is truly a miracle that you survived." Upon hearing this, tears welled in Maria's eyes. She sobbed, "I was terrified, believing I would perish in this foreign land. To my astonishment, you and your army arrived just in time, granting me a chance at life. I shall forever be indebted to you for your life-saving grace." As she spoke words that made even her feel nauseous, Commander Gordon Robert was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such peculiar expressions of gratitude. Nevertheless, he understood Maria's appreciation. "Ah, what debt of gratitude is this? You have accompanied our legion. We are all brothers here," he replied. "To save you is my duty. By the way, are you aware of what transpired? Why did so many perish?" Maria pondered for a moment and replied, "There were over 20,000 enemies. My comrades and I fought valiantly." Yet, as she spoke, Maria began to weep once more. Sighing, Gordon Robert remarked, "You and your 10,000 faced an army of 20,000 without retreating, fiercely protecting our great vessel. You are truly commendable. Alas, we returned too late. Otherwise, the soldiers would not have sacrificed their lives in vain." After listening to him, Maria nodded and said, "We fought to protect those ships. It was during the battle that I was struck by a bullet and fell unconscious." Gordon Robert nodded in response, stating, "You are remarkable. Please take care of your injuries. I look forward to fighting alongside you in the future." Maria responded, "I too look forward to it." Gordon Robert departed from Maria's hospital room, eager to uncover what those who died from a swift strike had endured. Yet, it was evident that Maria, the sole survivor, seemed equally oblivious. He ordered the soldiers to cleanse the battlefield and bury over 30,000 corpses. A month later, the expeditionary forces of Aellen Nation, having determined the precise location of White Ear City, advanced towards it. After losing 20,000 elite troops, White Ear City was unable to withstand the onslaught of the Aellen expedition. The wealthy inhabitants had fled 2 weeks prior, leaving only the common folk behind. Consequently, the army led by Gordon Robert easily entered White Ear City. The remaining civilians, regardless of age or gender, were all reduced to slavery. From that point forth, White Ear City became the stronghold of the Aellen expedition. Maria's wounds had healed, yet she found herself in great distress. As a former Grand Practitioner, she had to accept the harsh reality of a world devoid of spiritual energy. Additionally, she had to come to terms with the rather awkward fact of being a woman, a notion that was particularly difficult for a man who had lived for centuries to accept. Chapter 103. The Pinnacle Knight. Moreover, Maria had to contemplate how to become a competent female knight. This meant she must learn swordsmanship to enhance her combat abilities. The mere thought of these matters caused her immense headache, each one sufficient to drive her to madness. However, a slight solace came with the fact that since the occupation of White Ear City, Commander Gordon Robert had ceased issuing orders for further assaults, granting Maria ample time to make her choices and arrangements. After several days of contemplation, Maria resolved to first study swordsmanship, as she sensed that this body was extraordinary. Whenever she grasped a weapon, an inexplicable surge of immense power would well up within her, as if boundless strength lay sealed within her physique. And the weapon was the key to unlock that seal. It is precisely due to this consideration that Maria resolved to leverage this advantage and ascend to the pinnacle of female knighthood in this world. As for whether she would ultimately reach the peak or descend into madness, even Maria herself could not ascertain, for that was a matter of the future. Each morning, Maria would rise early and engage in a rigorous regimen of long-distance running, jumping, and rock climbing at the training grounds. She aspired to enhance her physical strength, reflexes, and power through these exercises. In the mornings, Maria would spar with the knights of the army, honing her combat experience. In the afternoons, she would either undertake patrol duties or guard the city of White Ear. Day after day, Maria diligently pursued her training, undeterred by storms or hardships. 6 months passed swiftly. Her relentless dedication drew the attention of numerous comrades. The men in the army were captivated by the exceptional Maria, approaching her one after another in attempts to strike up conversations. However, Maria maintained an air of busyness, dismissing their advances with indifference, leaving those brave souls quite disheartened. The Legion commander, Gordon Robert, could hardly contain his laughter upon hearing of such encounters, perceiving Maria as a remarkable woman, nay, a remarkable knight. Commander Gordon Robert assigned 3 men to serve under Maria. Initially, these men felt an acute sense of embarrassment at being placed under the command of a young lady. As men, the notion of taking orders from a girl was quite discomforting for them. To further aggravate their feelings, Maria, in an effort to remember their names, assigned each of them a nickname, A, B, and C. After some deliberation, A, B, and C decided that C would take the initiative to confront Maria. As Maria was practicing her rock climbing, she noticed her 3 subordinates approaching with expressions of fury. She mused to herself that they were indeed seeking trouble. True to her expectations, C boldly declared, "Maria, do you think it is appropriate for us 3 men to follow your orders as a mere girl?" Maria shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I think it's perfectly fine. What is inappropriate about it?" "Humph, we 3 are not convinced. Why should we listen to you?" C retorted angrily. Maria casually adjusted the tip of her ponytail and surveyed A, B, and C, inquiring, "So, what do you wish to do?" "Humph, I challenge you. If I win, I shall be the leader, and you will obey me," C exclaimed loudly. "Then, if you lose, does that mean you 3 will henceforth obediently follow my commands?" Maria pointedly asked A, B, and C. C glanced back at A and B, who nodded in agreement. Thus, C affirmed, "Yes. If you truly defeat me, we will follow your orders without question." Maria responded, "Very well. However, I suddenly realized that my words were somewhat lacking in finesse, and she cleared her throat, asking, "How shall we compete? Is that even a question?" "We shall engage in a duel, and whoever wins shall be the leader," C proclaimed with fervor. Maria declared, "Very well. Let us compete on stage." As they ascended, she swiftly struck Bing with her sword, sending him flying. With a thud, Bing crashed heavily to the ground, leaving Jia and Yi utterly astonished. They could not fathom how such a delicate girl could possess such formidable strength to send Bing sprawling with a single blow. Embarrassed and enraged, Bing shouted from the ground, "You ambushed me. This match doesn't count. Let's go again." Maria shook her head and replied, "As you wish. Once more on stage." It took mere moments for Maria to disarm Bing, sending his great sword soaring from his grasp. In an instant, she lunged forward, positioning the sword against his neck, and inquired, "Do you yield now?" "Yes, yes." Bing, beads of sweat forming on his brow, hastily conceded. "Then who is the leader from now on?" Maria surveyed Jia, Yi, and Bing, questioning them. The trio promptly bowed to Maria, proclaiming in unison, "Leader." "Good. You three come over and practice rock climbing with me, Maria commanded. Yes, yes, Jia, E, and Bing eagerly replied. After their training concluded, Maria arranged to meet Jia, E, and Bing the following morning for a run. However, come dawn, none of them appeared. Using her mental acuity, Maria discovered the three still slumbering in their beds. After contemplating for a moment, she began her training alone. Jia and E continued to sleep until they naturally awakened, eventually rising together and chatting as they left the barracks. I told you, why should we get up so early for a long run when we are so strong? Look, we're fine. Jia yawned contentedly. E and Bing exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in agreement. As the trio headed to breakfast, they encountered Maria. Good morning, leader. Bing quickly greeted her. Maria scoffed coldly, ignoring him. Noticing her displeasure, Jia quickly signaled to E, and the two prepared to slip away. You two stop right there. Maria called out to Jia and E. What is the matter, leader? Jia inquired with a grin. Come here, Maria beckoned them. Left with no choice, Jia and E approached her. Maria began, this morning. The commander assigned us a new task. What task? He asked. Maria replied. The commander has instructed us to head south to scout the enemy's situation. Time is of the essence. Return and prepare, we shall depart at once. But leader, we haven't had breakfast yet. Bing exclaimed in surprise. What breakfast? Hurry back and get ready. I will wait for you outside the city gate, Maria said, her impatience evident. Chapter 104. The three followers Jia, E, and Bing had no choice but to gather some provisions before hastily returning to organize themselves, setting off towards the city gate to find Maria. Subsequently, Maria guided the trio southward toward the outskirts of White Ear City. Along the way, she utilized her formidable spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings within a 100-mile radius. Intentionally, she led Jia, E, and Bing into a desolate expanse frequented by wild beasts. Not long after, the group found themselves being stalked by a famished leopard. The leopard moved stealthily, trailing them with a predatory intent. As Maria continued to monitor the leopard's position with her keen perception, she sensed its proximity increasing. Claiming to be somewhat indisposed, she departed alone, instructing Jia, E, and Bing to remain where they were until her return. Barely had Maria left when the ravenous leopard launched an attack on them. Startled by the sudden ambush, the trio turned and fled, the leopard relentlessly pursuing them. With astonishing speed, the leopard swiftly caught up to the lagging E, leaping upon him in a flash. A scream escaped Yi's lips as the leopard sank its teeth into his flesh, tearing away a substantial chunk. E, in a desperate bid for survival, drew his great sword and swung at the approaching predator. The leopard, agile in midair, deftly evaded the strike. Jia and Bing, witnessing E's peril, stood frozen in uncertainty. You two, come help me, he shouted in desperation. Responding to his call, Jia and Bing finally grasped their swords and rushed to assist. Together, the three launched an assault against the leopard, which, sensing the odds were against it, swiftly retreated. Once the leopard had vanished from sight, Jia and Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Bing tended to E's wounded thigh, bandaging the injury carefully. After resting for a while, Maria returned, feigning concern upon seeing E's anguished expression. What has happened? How did you get hurt? She inquired. Just now, we were ambushed by a leopard. It bit me. And it hurts terribly, he replied. A leopard? How frightening. Maria exclaimed. Can you walk? She asked, her brow furrowed with worry. I'm fine, I can manage. He assured her. Do not worry, I will support him, Bing added. That is good. Since you are well enough, let us continue our journey, Maria proposed. All right, Jia said. Rising from the ground, Bing helped E to his feet, and the three of them followed Maria as they proceeded onward. As dusk approached, Maria decided to camp in the wilderness. She instructed Jia to hunt for food, while Bing was tasked with gathering firewood. Meanwhile, Maria set off in search of water, leaving E alone to guard their belongings. Jia ventured ahead on his solitary hunt. As he walked, he muttered to himself, It's so late. Where can I find prey? What was I doing earlier? This woman is truly a nuisance. The further he ventured, the more he searched for game, but alas, he found nothing. Suddenly, in the shadowy distance, he caught sight of a pair of eerie green eyes fixed upon him. An immediate shiver coursed through him. He anxiously drew his sword, gripping it tightly in his hand. The haunting green eyes began to move closer, clearly identifying him as their target. In a panic, he turned to flee. Unfortunately, the ferocious beast behind him had already launched its attack. A shadow darted past, and those green eyes traced a graceful arc through the air. With a deep, rumbling growl, the creature lunged at him. He ran for his life, but the beast missed its mark. As it landed, it swiftly unfurled its limbs and pursued him like the wind. A leopard? He gasped in astonishment while sprinting. The leopard had not left its position previously. It had been trailing him and his companions from afar. Upon seeing him venture out alone in search of food, it recognized its opportunity. The predator closed the distance, seizing the moment to leap once more. A wave of deathly intent surged through him. In terror, he crouched down. "Ah!" he cried out in anguish. Although he narrowly dodged the leopard's lethal strike, its claws tore into his shoulder. The scent of blood exhilarated the leopard, which let out a low growl and lunged at him again. With no choice but to brandish his sword, he swung at the oncoming beast. The leopard, intent on sinking its teeth into him for a meal, was caught off guard and received a slash to its leg. It emitted a pained yowl and collapsed to the ground. Seeing his chance, he hurried forward, hoping to end the leopard's life with a final blow. The cunning creature, sensing the shift in fortune, turned and fled into the darkness before he could strike again. Contemplating the dangers that lurked in the wilderness, he thought, "I shan't risk encountering another beast. It would surely cost me my life. It is better to return." With that resolve, he abandoned the search for food and retraced his steps. After a considerable distance, he spotted a flickering light in the distance. It was a campfire, tended by his companions, Maria, and Bing. The glow and the sight of familiar figures filled him with warmth. In that moment, his fear dissipated, and he strode confidently towards the fire. The air was rich with the aroma of grilled fish, which made his stomach growl in response. As he approached, he discovered Maria, and Bing were roasting fish over the flames. "How delightful!" he exclaimed, swallowing hard. Maria glanced over her shoulder at him, saying, "You're back?" "Ah," he replied, standing there. Come, don't just stand there. There's still a fish left. You can roast it yourself." Maria gestured with her chin towards a large fish set aside. Ja sat contentedly by the fire, imitating Maria as he skewered fish on a branch and roasted it over the flames. Maria was well aware of Jia's recent experiences. He knew Jia had been injured and had returned empty-handed. However, he feigned ignorance of Jia's wounds and refrained from mentioning his failure to return with anything. After a few of them enjoyed the grilled fish, they lingered by the fire, engaging in light conversation. "When do you think we can return to the kingdom of Aellen?" Maria casually inquired. "Return? I believe our commander intends to remain here for the long haul," he replied. "Indeed," Bing nodded in agreement. "Don't you miss home?" Maria asked. "A true man aspires to seek his fortune in the wider world. Returning without making a name for oneself would be shameful," Ja asserted. "Making a name for oneself? Humph," Maria scoffed. "With the way you are going about things now, you will likely only achieve the status of a mere cavalryman throughout your life. What accomplishments can you hope for?" At this, Jia, and Bing were taken aback, all gazing at Maria, pondering what this female leader was alluding to. Clearly, the commander desired to establish herself as a sovereign in this distant land, far from the kingdom of Aellen. Possessing troops and resources here meant wielding power, as long as one had followers who would dare to disobey. Maria remarked coolly. Jia, and Bing nodded in understanding, though they still had not grasped the true intentions of their female leader. Observing the three simpletons before her, Maria shook her head and continued. "What I emphasize is the importance of people. In the military, individual strength is paramount. If you are weak, who will heed your commands? You need strength. If others refuse to listen, then you must make them comply through force. Only then can you gather a following." "Oh," Jia, and Bing suddenly comprehended, responding with a newfound respect for their remarkable leader. As night fell, the group settled down around the fire to sleep, the night passing in silence. Yet, Maria found herself unable to sleep, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of enhancing her martial skills. She recognized that while her physical form was remarkably extraordinary, relying solely on her innate energy would not suffice. She needed to master certain specialized techniques to rapidly increase her strength. Thus, Maria delved into her memories, recalling the information she had gathered on martial arts over the centuries. What she sought now were powerful techniques that did not require spiritual energy to activate. After pondering throughout the night, she found herself torn between the 9 transformation star technique and anger slash. Both techniques necessitated the unblocking of internal meridians, yet they diverged in approach. The 9 transformation star technique required an extensive investment of time to absorb and harness the power of the stars with each level attained. In contrast, anger slash was straightforward, enhancing the power of her strikes through the practice of simple sword forms. Clearly, at this moment, anger slash was the most suitable choice for Maria. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to study the 9 turns of the celestial stars. The reasons for his choice remain known only to him. This world is wondrous, brimming with various invisible forces. One's choices dictate the path that lies ahead. Maria has opted for a path illuminated by starlight. intending to harness the power of the stars to traverse the road to greatness. With the dawn breaking, Maria decided to return to White Ear City, as both Jia and Yi had sustained injuries and were unable to move swiftly. Continuing onward would yield little in terms of significant achievements. Since returning to White Ear City, Jia, Yi, and Bing have diligently awaited Maria each morning at the training grounds. Upon his arrival, they would accompany him in long-distance runs, embarking on a full day of rigorous exercise. Maria was quite pleased with their performance, indicating that his journey with these three companions had not been in vain. Ever since Maria returned to White Ear City, he developed a fondness for the Starry Nights. He requested to reside in the highest star observation tower within the city, piquing the curiosity of Commander Gordon Robert. Nevertheless, he granted Maria's request, finding him to be an intriguing individual. Recently, Commander Gordon Robert also noticed that the formerly indolent trio of Jia, Yi, and Bing had begun to actively join Maria in physical training. Although he was unaware of the cause behind their transformation, he was certain it was connected to Maria. On nights when the sky was filled with stars, Maria would sit alone atop the observation tower, extending his formidable consciousness to seek out the subtle and elusive star elements dispersed throughout the universe. Before long, he discovered a faint star element, glimmering with a bluish-white light. Maria promptly focused his consciousness on this star element and silently recited the gathering incantation. As time passed, numerous new star elements gradually congregated around the bluish-white star element. As dawn approached, Maria had coalesced a star seed the size of a sesame seed from the star elements. Utilizing the star drawing technique, he absorbed this star seed into his internal dantian. The following night, seated beneath the starlight, Maria slowly drew forth the star seed from within. He then used the star seed as a catalyst, reciting the gathering incantation once more. In no time, the star elements from the universe swiftly flowed towards the star seed. After a night's worth of condensation, Maria's star seed had grown more than twice its original size. Evidently, as Maria's star seed continued to enlarge, the rate at which he absorbed the star elements from the universe would also accelerate. A month later, he had successfully formed a star orb the size of his thumb within his body. The formation of this star orb indicated that Maria's 9 turns of the celestial stars had begun to yield results. With the potent cohesion of the star orb, he could directly absorb the star elements from the cosmos, and at a significantly faster pace than before. However, it was at this juncture that Commander Gordon Robert issued orders for a southern advance, intending to capture the octopus fortress located by the southern Blue Lake. On this occasion, General Gordon Robert dispatched an army of 10,000. Among this vast force was the quartet comprising Maria and her companions. The legion marched southward, mercilessly pillaging dozens of villages. Large and small, along their path, they seized copious amounts of grain, livestock, and currency, while a significant number of minilands fell into the throes of slavery. Tragically, many elderly minilands and children met a cruel fate. Those men who dared to rise in resistance were either slain or hanged from lofty trees. Countless women were bound together with long ropes, leaving them no hope of escape. The terrified men were coerced into submission, their hands bound behind their backs. As they trailed behind the troops with heads bowed low, a small contingent was assigned to guard them, should anyone attempt to flee. These sentinels would swiftly pursue and execute the escapee with a single stroke of their blade. Along the way, more than a dozen individuals attempted to escape, all of whom met a gruesome end. Throughout this harrowing journey, Maria observed her comrades executing these inhumane acts with a chilling detachment: murder, arson, and the violation of women. Having lived for centuries, she had witnessed myriad brutalities between conquerors and the conquered. Maria endeavored to keep her hands free of innocent blood, for she understood that beyond might and power lies a celestial order. Chapter 106. The Fleeing Quartet. However, this celestial order is an enigmatic force. Despite her reluctance to harm others, she had previously experienced an inexplicable ambush that left her corporeal form shattered. Adhering to this celestial order does not guarantee a smooth passage or safety. Yet, to deviate from it invites unfathomable calamity. This was the conclusion drawn from Maria's centuries of existence, though she remained uncertain of its validity. Outside the Octopus Fortress, an army of 15,000 minilands had gathered. Behind them lay their final stronghold. There was no retreat, only the grim necessity to engage the invading forces of the Aellen Empire in a desperate battle. The war horn sounded. Both armies charged at one another. Maria, along with her companions, A, B, and C, followed the throng into the enemy camp, their great swords raised, ready to engage in combat. Before the battle commenced, Maria had instructed A, B, and C to remain together, to follow her closely. and to support one another in their advance and retreat. However, it was not long before the numerically superior Minilan army began to falter, their formation crumbling as they slowly retreated. Seeing this, the Aellen forces surged forward, emboldened, with the intent to annihilate the enemy's main contingent. Yet, Maria sensed an unsettling dissonance. She believed that the Minilands could not possibly crumble so easily. Doubt crept into her mind, leading her to suspect a ruse from the enemy. Thus, she expanded her awareness, scrutinizing the battlefield surroundings. Quickly, Maria discerned a hidden danger. Thousands of large crocodiles lay still, lurking within a nearby marsh. Turning to her companions A, B, and C, she commanded, "Halt! We must retreat." Huh. Jia, E, and Bing stood there, bewildered. "Boss, fleeing from the battlefield is punishable by execution," Jia reminded Maria. Maria hesitated for a moment before responding, "I'm injured. You three come help me." The trio exchanged puzzled glances at their leader. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up," Maria exclaimed, clutching her backside. Reluctantly, Jia, E, and Bing approached, each supporting one of Maria's arms while another held her weapon, swaying as they moved. After a brief delay, Maria and her small group had shifted from the front lines to the rear of the army. "What are you all doing? Do you wish to become deserters?" roared a fierce commander, brandishing his great sword at Maria, Jia, E, and Bing. Faces pale with fear, the trio looked to their leader for guidance. Maria languidly replied, "I'm injured. They are just helping me." "Injured, yet you can't stay on the sidelines? Why must they assist you?" The commander bellowed in a fit of rage. Maria paused, then suddenly burst into tears, pointing at the commander with a quivering voice. "You, a grown man, are bullying a little girl like me. What crying is this? Who is she?" the commander demanded, turning to Jia. "She is the Knight Maria, our leader," Jia replied. The commander scrutinized Maria for a moment before asking, "You are the Knight Maria?" Wiping her tears, Maria nodded, looking quite aggrieved. "Ah, women are truly troublesome," the commander muttered before turning and departing. At that moment, the forward troop of the Aellen kingdom found themselves ensnared in a circle of crocodiles. Thousands of crocodiles, under the control of the prophet of the Minilands, surged into the ranks of the Aellen soldiers, jaws agape, viciously tearing at the warriors. Chaos erupted among the Aellen army as the Minilands archers seized the opportunity to shoot down the trapped enemy. "Commander, there are many crocodiles ahead, and we have suffered heavy casualties. What should we do?" A soldier reported to the chief commander. "Order a retreat," the commander decisively commanded. As the retreat signal sounded, the Aellen expeditionary forces turned to flee the battlefield. Just then, the Minilands launched a charge. "You three stick with me. Don't look back. Just keep running," Maria instructed Jia, E, and Bing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows whistled through the air. A considerable number of fleeing Aellen soldiers fell victim to the arrow storm. The prophets atop the octopus fortress chanted incantations, and soon a fierce wind began to blow. With the wind at their backs, the Minilands raced forward, quickly catching up to the retreating forces of the Aellen kingdom. Countless warriors of the kingdom of Aellen fell victim to the enemy's axes. This battle inflicted severe losses on the Aellen expeditionary force, with only a little over 1,000 managing to escape. Among them were the quartet of Maria, A, B, and C. Ultimately, this band of over 1,000 defeated soldiers returned to White Ear City. When the commander, Gordon Robert, learned that the enemy could control a fierce legion of crocodiles, he was utterly astonished. From that moment on, Gordon Robert abandoned any thoughts of assaulting Octopus Fortress, deciding instead to reign as a local sovereign in White Ear City. Since returning from the southern expedition to Octopus Fortress, A, B, and C held Maria in the highest regard. Had it not been for their leader Maria's foresight in ordering their retreat, they would undoubtedly have met the same grim fate as many others on the battlefield. Leader, A queried mysteriously. "How did you know there was an ambush set by the enemy last time?" "Know what? I know your grandfather," Maria retorted angrily. A, B, and C were taken aback by Maria's sudden outburst, perplexed as to why their seemingly omniscient leader was in such a foul mood. Maria pointed at A, B, and C, declaring, "The reason you three returned alive last time is that you practiced running with me every day, allowing you to escape with your lives. Understand? Understand your grandfather. You know your grandfather." With each insult, Maria smacked A on the head, reducing him to a cowardly turtle. "I'm not feeling well today. I'm heading back to rest. You all better not slack off during training." With that, Maria turned and walked away without a glance back. A, B, and C watched her retreating figure, sensing something was amiss. In Chapter 107, The Ineffectual Leader, instead of engaging in external battles, Maria continued her training. Over the course of 6 months, The star pearl within her dantian began to shimmer with light, although its brilliance remained dim, yielding little energy. During this period, A, B, and C trained diligently alongside Maria, significantly enhancing their combat abilities. In contrast, the other warriors of the kingdom of Aellen indulged in a life of revelry, their prowess deteriorating and rendering them incomparable to the disciplined members of Maria's quartet. As the supreme leader, Gordon Robert observed the decline in his soldiers' morale with growing concern. If the enemy were to attack one day, it was unlikely this band of inept soldiers could defend Whiteyear City. Without the city, how could Gordon Robert continue to reign as a local sovereign in this realm? To maintain his grip on Whiteyear City, Gordon Robert resolved to intensify the training of his troops, refusing to allow them to remain ensnared in a life of excess. The commander announced that a month later, a competition would be held within the ranks, with substantial rewards and promotions for those who excelled. All members of the military were mandated to participate in this grand competition. The military leaders who rank poorly in competitions may be demoted or dismissed depending on the circumstances. Upon the announcement of this competitive decree by Colonel Gordon Roberts, the entire army erupted in excitement. Everyone understood that this was a promising opportunity for advancement. Consequently, all began to actively engage in training, striving to secure commendable positions in the upcoming competition. On this particular day, Maria, as usual, led her 3 trainees, A, B, and C, on the training grounds. Before long, a commanding officer, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, encircled Maria's group. "Hello, young lady. You all seem quite diligent in your training. Are you aiming for a good rank in the competition?" The officer inquired, grinning at Maria. "Oh, sir, you jest. We merely wish to hone our skills in preparation for potential confrontations, to avoid meeting our demise on the battlefield. After all, it is those with true strength who deserve to survive. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed officer?" Maria replied with a smile. "Well put, but I suspect you all wish to outshine our commander and take his place in the competition." A soldier beside the officer shouted at Maria, "Goodness, you jest. As a mere woman, what right do I have to vie for a position against the commanding officer? Furthermore, I lack the requisite strength," Maria humbly responded. "Just as well. It would be wise for you to remain compliant. Otherwise, The officer waved his hand, and his men surged forward, surrounding A, B, and C to assault them. As Maria was a woman, they refrained from laying a hand on her, opting instead to vent their frustrations on her 3 companions. A, B, and C sustained several broken ribs from the assault. Maria felt helpless but managed to diplomatically say, "Brothers, please be gentle. Do not kill them." Once the assailants departed, A, B, and C looked at their leader Maria with a sense of grievance. Maria, aware of their unspoken thoughts, chuckled. "Oh, come now. It was just a beating. Is it necessary to be this upset? Come, let us see you smile." A, B, and C wiped the blood from their lips with their sleeves, unable to muster a smile in that moment. Yet what choice did they have? They had chosen to follow such a beleaguered female leader. "Let us leave. We shall not train today. Come, I will assist you back to rest," Maria declared, supporting A and C as they rose from the ground. B, limping, struggled to follow Maria toward the barracks. Maria summoned the camp physician to attend to A, B, and C's injuries. As the physician departed, he remarked, "You 3 are severely injured. You will need at least 2 weeks of rest before you can move about again." Once the physician had left, Maria returned to A, B, and C, saying, "All right, now you can take a break. From now on, focus on resting and do not worry too much." However, C appeared hesitant, as if wanting to voice concerns regarding the competition. "Alas, all 3 of you are injured. What competition can there be? Do not worry, I shall take care of everything." After comforting A, B, and C, Maria turned and left. In the following days, Maria refrained from training at the training ground. Instead, she purchased fruits favored by A, B, and C each day, spending time with them in their barracks. At night, Maria ascended to the summit of the star observation tower to practice the 9 revolutions of celestial stars. The celestial elements in the world, drawn by the allure of the celestial pearl within Maria, flowed into her dantian like a gentle river. A vast quantity of celestial elements congregated around the celestial pearl in her dantian, continuously absorbed and fused by the pearl. As days turned into weeks, the celestial pearl within Maria grew increasingly radiant. A month swiftly passed, and the grand military competition commenced as scheduled. During this month, numerous events unfolded at the training grounds. Various factions within the military, under the guise of competing for territory, engaged in fierce confrontations, resulting in many sustaining serious injuries and being confined to their beds, unable to participate in the competition. Consequently, fewer than 1,000 individuals would compete, most of whom were minor officers. Among these competitors was a quartet led by Maria. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the competition adopted a knockout format, with pairs dueling against one another. Victors advanced to the next elimination round, while the defeated were instantly eliminated. This structure expedited the entire event, leading to the elimination of hundreds in a single day. Maria's quartet steadily advanced into the top 200 without encountering significant peril. In the evening, Maria led A, B, and C to a tavern to celebrate their achievements. "You three performed admirably today," Maria remarked with a smile. "It was satisfactory, I suppose." "Primarily, those fellows were rather incompetent," C replied with a grin. A and B nodded in agreement, chuckling. Maria joined in their laughter. "It is a pity we did not encounter that fellow who attacked us last time. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him thoroughly at the training ground," C expressed with a hint of regret. "Oh, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Come, let us drink," Maria cheerfully suggested. Chapter 108, The Black Brick Incident. Just as A, B, and C raised their glasses, a familiar voice inquired, "Who was it that wished to deal with me?" C glared at the officer who had previously ordered his beating. Before C could respond, Maria stood up with a smile. My lord, over here. Allow me to share a couple of drinks with you tonight. Get lost." The officer harshly shoved Maria aside and pointed at C, commanding, "Take him away." The officer's men rushed forward, each seizing an arm of C and forcibly escorting him away. "Boss, what shall we do?" B anxiously looked at Maria and asked. "Alas," Maria sighed and then remarked, "that fellow's mouth is far too foul. He dares to utter anything. Let him learn a lesson this time." Upon hearing this, he gazed at Maria in astonishment, and after a moment, he said, "They will beat him to death." "Boss, you must think of a way to rescue him." Jia, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, added, "Boss, Bing is our good brother. We cannot stand idly by while he is mercilessly beaten to death." Maria furrowed her brow and glanced at both Jia and E before responding. "This matter is not as simple as you imagine. It was you two who insisted on going to save him. If anything happens to you later, do not blame me." "Ah," Jia and E replied in unison, nodding their heads. "Let us go and see what these scoundrels are planning," Maria declared, striding out of the small tavern with purpose. The group that had taken Bing had not ventured far. It seemed they were deliberately waiting for Maria, Jia, and E. Upon seeing Maria emerge, they continued to lead Bing forward. Observing their demeanor, Jia and E realized they were intentionally luring them to follow. They exchanged glances with their leader, Maria, puzzled by how, as a woman, she could always anticipate events so astutely. However, as Jia had previously stated, Bing was their dear brother, and they could not forsake him. Having ventured out, they resolved to leave their fate to chance, regardless of the outcome. Ultimately, Bing was taken to the training ground, where Maria, Jia, and E also arrived. Maria had anticipated that the training ground would not be peaceful that night. What she did not expect was the gathering of nearly 1,000 people. This was the legendary showdown. Everyone present understood the reason for their assembly. All were united in one purpose: to eliminate the opposition in advance, ensuring their own leader's smooth entry into the top 10 the following day. Fight! With a single command, the training ground erupted into chaos. Various factions clashed violently. Maria pinched her smooth chin thoughtfully and then stated, "Release him. If it's a fight you want, I shall fight alongside you." "Well, aren't you quite the bold little lady?" One of the adversaries leered, fixating on Maria's bosom with a lascivious grin. Noticing the lascivious gaze directed at her, Maria defiantly thrust her chest forward and adjusted it with her hands, then boldly challenged, Come on. Maria's audacious behavior astonished her adversaries, as they had never encountered such a brazen woman. One turned to the commanding officer and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" "Release him. They're all here anyway. Now let us fight. Beat them so they can't compete tomorrow," the commanding officer asserted with authority. After enduring a brutal beating, Bing was finally kicked out by the opposition. Jia and E rushed forward to support the dazed Bing. "Are you all right?" Jia asked with genuine concern. I'm fine. Bing mumbled, bloodied and disoriented, just a bit dizzy. At that moment, the adversary had already launched an attack. Both parties engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, making it difficult to determine a victor. This time, Maria took the initiative to join the fray. After all, A, B, and C had a competition to attend the following day. They could not allow themselves to be bullied by these ruffians as they had been previously. With a sharp sound, Maria drew the large sword from her waist. "So, you dare to draw a blade? I shall render you incapacitated today," the commander bellowed angrily, charging towards Maria with his own sword in hand. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Maria's lips as she swung her sword at the approaching commander. "You seek death," the commander retorted, also striking with his sword. Clang, 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 clang. The The blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Though Maria did not exert her full strength, she forced the commander to retreat repeatedly. The commander grew increasingly astonished. He had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate Maria would exhibit such ferocity. A flash of steel passed by, and with a muffled sound, Maria's blade found its mark on the commander's right arm, instantly staining his sleeve with crimson. Damn it! The commander cursed vehemently. However, he could only vent his frustration verbally, for he realized that he was no match for Maria's formidable skills. The commander attempted to concede, but Maria, relentless, swung her sword again, leaving him no opportunity to speak. Aware that she sought to vent her anger on him today, he had no choice but to brace himself and cautiously parry her strikes. They exchanged blows for over 10 rounds, and the commander sustained 8 additional wounds. It was only then that Maria decided to withdraw. Meanwhile, A, B, C, and the commander's subordinates had long ceased their fighting. Witnessing the commander being bested and left in disarray by Maria, they understood that A, B, and C would no longer dare to provoke her. For today, I shall spare your life. Should you dare to trouble them again, beware, I shall ensure your demise, Maria declared ominously to the commander. Terrified, the commander nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. Maria then turned to the commander's more than 10 subordinates and said, "And you lot, remember this, henceforth. You shall address me as boss whenever you see me. Anyone who dares to bully my friends will meet their end." "Yes, boss," they chorused in unison. "Let us depart." With that, Maria strode confidently away from the training ground, leading A, B, and C behind her. The commander's subordinates all distanced themselves from him, leaving him to limp back to his barracks alone. The following day, the number of participants in the competition was significantly reduced, with many of the contestants bearing the marks of yesterday's battles. They soon advanced into the top 50 eliminations. Maria, along with A, B, and C, easily dispatched their opponents. By midday, the top 25 eliminations commenced. One by one, A, B, and C were eliminated by their adversaries. Only Maria remained, with a chance to enter the top 25. Chapter 109. Advancement in the competition. At this moment, Maria's opponent was the commander of the second team. "I never expected to encounter you here. Maria, you truly excel," the commander remarked with a smile directed at her. "Alas, I attribute my success merely to fortune, my lord. I hope you will show some mercy," Maria responded, casting a flirtatious glance at the commander. He shook his head, resigned. He was not swayed by Maria's charms, for her reputation as a bold and audacious figure had long since spread throughout the ranks. The source of such tales mattered little. With his great sword in hand, the commander pointed it at Maria, not in aggression, but with a clear intent. Ladies first. Maria understood this and was determined to honor the gentlemanly nature of the commander. She struck a lightning-fast blow aimed at him. The commander, with a slight smile, effortlessly countered her powerful strike with a single motion of his sword. The impact resonated, sending a jolt through Maria's right arm. She could not help but muse. It seems this commander possesses formidable skills. No longer holding back, Maria resolved to step atop her opponent's shoulders to claim victory. "Ah!" she cried, swinging her sword toward the commander. Clang, 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 clang. Each strike followed the last in a tempestuous flurry. The commander's expression had shifted. The smile had faded, replaced by a grave demeanor. The fervor of Maria's assault was imposing, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of pressure. With horizontal slashes, leaps, and evasive maneuvers, the commander showcased his flawless and agile swordsmanship. Maria's strikes met only empty air, and she gazed at him with incredulity. A seasoned opponent indeed commanded respect. Seeing the astonishment on Maria's face, the commander felt no joy, for the strength she wielded was overwhelming, leaving him no choice but to evade her relentless onslaught. In this dance of avoidance, Maria found herself constrained, her vigor without an outlet. Yet, what could she do? After all, this was the commander. To be easily vanquished would be a significant blow to her pride. Contemplating her strategy, Maria chose not to rush into a decisive confrontation. Instead, they engaged in a game of cat and mouse on the field. Unable to bear the spectacle any longer, Commander Gordon Roberts declared that Maria and the commander were evenly matched and should both advance to the next round. Thus, the competition now transformed from a top 25 to a top 26. Regardless of the numbers, Maria had secured her place. From this stage onward, whether victors or vanquished, all would partake in a ranking match. Consequently, the exhilarating contest had only just begun. Those who reached the top 26 were all prominent figures in the military, including 5 who held the rank of commander and at least 8 who led thousands of troops. The remainder, though commanding fewer soldiers, each held military titles and possessed exceptional martial prowess. Soon, the top 10 advancement matches would commence in the afternoon. At this moment, Maria's adversary was a commanding officer wielding a large sword. This military leader, accustomed to leading hundreds of troops, could easily be deemed a centurion. Casting a glance at Maria, the centurion remarked coolly, "You should concede. I have no desire to be known as one who preys upon women." Maria responded with a sweet smile, "Oh dear, I have long admired your esteemed reputation and have yearned to learn from you. It is indeed a tremendous honor to encounter you here today. I sincerely hope you will indulge me with your guidance." The centurion, seemingly vexed by her demeanor, muttered under his breath, "Women are truly troublesome," before directing his massive sword towards the beaming Maria. Having learned the art of concealment from her previous encounter with the commander, Maria was determined not to engage in a cat-and-mouse game with her opponent again. Thus, she began the duel not by unleashing her full strength, but by cleverly utilizing her femininity to mask her true capabilities while maneuvering around the formidable centurion. With both hands firmly gripping her sword, Maria struck at the centurion. He merely waved his right arm, effortlessly deflecting her blade. In that brief exchange, Maria felt the immense power of her opponent. Pretending to be at a disadvantage, she opted to evade rather than confront the centurion head-on. As she executed an attack, she swiftly sidestepped to avoid his powerful counterstrike, displaying agility that ensured the centurion's sword often met only air. As time passed, the centurion grew increasingly frustrated. He shot Maria an exasperated look and said, "You refuse to concede, yet you prance around as if this is a game? Come now, engage me in a proper fight." Maria feigned a look of helplessness and then raised her sword to strike at the centurion. With a swift swing, the centurion's blade clashed against hers, resulting in a resounding clang. Maria staggered back several paces, her balance disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, the centurion charged forward, aiming to strike at the unsteady Maria. Sensing his advance, she steadied herself, gripping her sword tightly and summoning her strength. In a flash, she unleashed a powerful strike. The impact reverberated as she channeled all her might into the blow, sending the centurion, along with his sword, flying backward over 10 meters. He flailed about, attempting to regain his balance, but ultimately collapsed to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found it difficult to catch his breath, making several attempts to stand, but failing each time. Nearby soldiers rushed to assist him, helping the centurion back to his feet. In this round, Maria emerged victorious. "Wow, you are truly remarkable, boss," exclaimed A, B, and C as they gathered around her in admiration. "Oh, it was merely luck," Maria replied with a smile. Boss, if you win just one more round, you will advance to the top 10. C exclaimed excitedly. Maria nodded, acknowledging, "It does seem that way. What are your thoughts on the upcoming matches?" C inquired curiously. "Thoughts? What thoughts could there be? Just go out and fight." Maria gazed at B, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "Boss, what are your expectations for the upcoming opponent? Which esteemed adversary do you believe will challenge you as you strive for a place among the top 10? B interjected from the side. Maria glanced at the formidable competitors currently engaged in battle on the stage and replied, "Is there even a question? Naturally. It would be one of those commanders." Indeed, as Maria predicted, all 5 esteemed commanders emerged victorious. In the forthcoming top 10 qualifying match, he would almost certainly face one of these commanding figures. Chapter 110. Centurion. After a brief interval, the top 10 qualifying match commenced. To Maria's surprise, his opponent turned out to be a centurion, a commander overseeing 1,000 soldiers. This centurion bore a fierce demeanor, marked by a long scar etched across his face. Without uttering a word, the centurion lunged forward, sword drawn, aiming a swift strike at Maria. Maria deftly sidestepped the powerful blow and quickly distanced himself from his adversary. The centurion pivoted and charged at him again, wielding his great sword. Maria gripped his own sword tightly, bracing himself for the impending assault. Unexpectedly, the centurion feigned an attack, then sidestepped, positioning himself behind Maria with remarkable fluidity. The swiftness of his movements sent a jolt of anxiety through Maria. In a flash, the sword gleamed. "Ah!" Maria cried out as a painful gash appeared on his back. Fortunately, the centurion had not struck with full force, leaving Maria with merely a flesh wound. Swiftly, Maria turned and swung his sword at the centurion. Clang, clang, clang. The swords clashed, sparks flying. Maria found himself forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the centurion. "Huh!" The centurion bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike toward Maria. Frowning slightly, Maria grasped his sword tightly and countered. Bang! Thud! Thud! Both combatants rapidly retreated a few steps. Again, the centurion shouted, charging towards Maria once more. Just as well, Maria swung his sword with all his strength. However, the world before him darkened momentarily, as the centurion nimbly evaded his attack, vanishing from sight. Oh no! Without a moment's hesitation, Maria thrust his sword downward behind him. Clang! The centurion's sword met Maria's blade, deflecting it. Not bad. You've quickly learned to think on your feet, the centurion remarked, swiftly creating distance between them. Maria pondered, this fellow is incredibly swift. It seems I must employ my ultimate technique. Resolving this, Maria expanded his awareness, meticulously locking onto the centurion. Once more, the two charged at each other with fervor. The clash of swords echoed, clang, clang, clang. The two fighters, driven by fervor, struck at each other with their great swords. Wow, the boss is impressive, B exclaimed from the sidelines. B stroked his chin and commented, I believe this centurion is quite formidable as well. Indeed, came the agreement. The formidable leader found victory in this match to be rather challenging. Jon nodded in agreement. Maria summoned her utmost strength, striking with her sword. However, Lord Qianzong deftly evaded her attack, sidestepping to her flank. Maria momentarily paused, and in that instant, Lord Qianzong swung his sword towards her. A sly smile graced Maria's lips as she evaded his strike by shifting her body, simultaneously feigning an attack with her great sword. Startled, Lord Qianzong attempted to sidestep, only to find Maria's blade altering its trajectory, now aimed at the very path he sought to escape. With a sickening thud, the sword pierced Lord Qianzong's leg. Blood gushing forth. His leg weakened. He nearly fell to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Maria lunged her sword toward Lord Qianzong's chest. Despite the pain in his leg, Lord Qianzong summoned his strength to parry her attack. What a ruthless woman, he exclaimed with indignation. With a facade of remorse, Maria replied, I apologize, my lord, but I aspire to advance to the top 10. With that, she unleashed a flurry of swift strikes, pouring every ounce of her strength into each blow. Lord Qianzong, hampered by his injury, could no longer evade her relentless assault and could only muster the effort to defend against the tempest of her onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike fell upon Lord Qianzong's sword like the weight of 1,000 stones. Ultimately, he could endure no longer. His body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Maria's great sword rested gently against his throat. I have lost, Lord Qianzong lamented. Maria successfully secured her place in the top 10. Subsequently, she feigned exhaustion and withdrew from the ranking matches, ultimately finishing in 10th place. Commander Gordon Robert awarded the title of the strongest 10 in White Ear City to those who ranked in the top 10, personally promoting Maria to Centurion. Furthermore, Commander Gordon Robert bestowed estates, slaves, and riches upon the top 10 warriors. Following this grand military competition, the soldiers of the Aellen Kingdom's expeditionary force in White Ear City gradually began to prioritize military training, emerging from their previously hedonistic lifestyles. This transformation was precisely what the commander desired. As a centurion, Maria was tasked with leading a contingent of nearly 200 soldiers. She divided this unit into 3 smaller squads, each entrusted to Jia, Yi, and Bing for leadership. These 3, once the targets of ridicule, now found themselves exhilarated at the prospect of commanding dozens of troops. Each day, they arose early, leading their respective squads in rigorous physical training. In the afternoons, Maria would gather the 3 squads for a motivational address. Like you, I am a warrior. As warriors, we must emphasize the importance of consistent training. We must never forget our mission and responsibilities. Our dedication to training is to ensure that when we step onto the battlefield, we are prepared to vanquish our foes and earn our accolades. Maria passionately addressed her subordinates, proclaiming, there is a saying, train soldiers for 1,000 days, so they may be used in a moment. This signifies that we must evolve into a formidable force, capable of both combat and triumph. Only by embodying such a force can we safeguard our esteemed commander and defend White Ear City. Do you understand? Indeed, the warriors responded in unison. Moreover, on the battlefield, we are comrades fighting side by side. Thus, we must cooperate, heed commands, and advance or retreat as one. Only through unity, fearlessness, and relentless forward momentum can we achieve invincibility. Have you heard me? Maria inquired once more. We have. The warriors echoed enthusiastically. In our daily lives, we are brothers. Therefore, we must cherish one another, and it is impermissible to bully or mistreat one another. From this moment onward, when there are enemies, we shall fight together. When there is meat, we shall share it. When there is wine, we shall drink together. Is that agreeable? Maria asked with fervor. Yes. The crowd responded with excitement. Chapter 111. A moment of respite. Every action and word of Maria following her promotion to Centurion was meticulously reported back to Commander Gordon Robert by his secret observers. Commander Gordon Robert found Maria to be an intriguing individual, yet he could not deny the efficacy of her unconventional methods. After all, the nearly 200-strong contingent under her command was undergoing remarkable transformation. After considerable contemplation, Commander Gordon Robert resolved to assign Maria and her troops a task to evaluate the effectiveness of her leadership over the past 6 months. Upon receiving the mission to venture southward, Maria led her 200 soldiers forth. As they journeyed south, traversing marshy wetlands and grassy expanses, Maria diligently charted the terrain. Noting the heights of mountains, the courses of rivers, the sizes of lakes, and the locations of forests on her map, she recognized that this was the true purpose behind Commander Gordon Robert's directive for their southern expedition. For Maria, the task of mapping the terrain was a trivial endeavor. With a mere sweep of her consciousness, she could accurately depict the distribution of Austria's mountains, rivers, cities, and fortifications. However, she refrained from employing her full abilities, as she did not wish to arouse suspicion in Commander Gordon Robert. Maria regarded this mission as an opportunity to enjoy a change of scenery with her subordinates. Yet, several days later, she sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. She suspected they were being followed. Nevertheless, she chose not to alarm her troops. As Maria prepared to lead her contingent through a thicket, a hail of arrows suddenly rained down from the trees. "Enemies are near. Take cover," Maria shouted. Her soldiers swiftly sought refuge behind the trees to evade the deadly projectiles. Shortly thereafter, a mini Lancian emerged from the foliage. The individual issued a stern warning to Maria. "Should you set foot in this forest again, your lives shall be forfeit." Maria had already utilized her spiritual awareness to probe the area, revealing a tribe of several thousand individuals beyond the forest. Within this very forest, at least 1,000 mini-lands had laid an ambush, including a prophet. Hastily, Maria communicated in mini-lands, assuring them, "We shall depart at once. We will not tread upon this forest again, I assure you." The mini-lands man was taken aback by an outsider speaking his tongue. He nodded at Maria and replied, "It is best you adhere to that. Off you go." Thus, Maria called out to her companions, "Let us depart. We must leave this place." After distancing themselves from the forest, Maria marked on the map, 5,000 in the forest. "Leader, are we truly not proceeding any further?" asked Bing. "We shall not. The group ahead is rather unfriendly. It has been nearly 2 months since we left. Perhaps we should retrace our steps?" suggested Maria. "Agreed," replied Jia and Bing in unison. Before preparing to depart, Maria extended her spiritual awareness to survey the surrounding area. Numerous tribes inhabited this region, with larger tribes numbering 3,000 to 5,000 and smaller ones having fewer than 1,000. These tribes were scattered far apart, most residing alongside mountains and rivers. Maria surmised that they likely subsisted on hunting and fishing. Leading her party back, Maria was in no rush. They meandered through the landscape as leisurely as they had upon arrival. When hunger struck, they foraged for edible wild fruits in the nearby woods or fished and shrimped in the nearby rivers and lakes. Together, they would kindle a fire, gathering around it to roast their catch. Every night during their exploration, after the others had drifted into slumber, Maria would sit quietly beneath the starry sky, practicing the 9 transformations of the celestial stars. After over a year of diligent cultivation, the star orb within her dantian had grown considerably brighter. Once she could illuminate the orb sufficiently, she would harness its energy to open her meridians. With her meridians unblocked, Maria's mastery of the 9 transformations of the celestial stars would elevate to a new echelon. Upon returning to White Ear City after more than 2 months, Maria and her companions discovered that it was no longer the city they had known. Evidently, a fierce battle had transpired here. The once vibrant White Ear City now lay in ruins. The Legion commander, Gordon Robert, along with the expeditionary forces of the Aellen Kingdom, were nowhere to be found. They may have perished in battle or perhaps departed by ship. After deliberating with her companions, Maria resolved to head to the seaside to ascertain whether any vessels remained. Should they find one, they would depart from ODI together. Everyone present endorsed Maria's decision. Consequently, they all followed her toward the bay. As they traversed the path, Maria expanded her spiritual awareness to assess the bay's situation. Before long, she discovered that their great ship still lingered at the shoreline. Their estate near the bay still remains. After considerable contemplation, Maria surmised that the situation might unfold in this manner. On a day following his departure from White Ear City, the mini-lands from Octopus Fortress launched a surprise attack on White Ear City. Following the fall of the city, the Legion commander, Gordon Robert, along with the surrendering soldiers, were likely taken by the mini-lands. As Maria journeyed toward the bay, he pondered his next course of action. Should he venture to Octopus Fortress to rescue the esteemed commander, or seize the opportunity to lead his followers away by ship from Audi? Clearly, with fewer than 200 followers at his disposal, it would be impossible to seize Octopus Fortress. After much deliberation, Maria resolved to lead his men back to the kingdom of Aellen. Ultimately, he loaded a substantial amount of provisions, water, cattle, sheep, gold, silver, and precious gems onto a grand vessel. He also included 2 ships filled with male and female slaves from the Minilon nation before setting sail back to Aellen. During the return journey, Maria felt that the name Maria was too effeminate, and thus he changed his name to Leah, after his homeland. With Leah's extraordinary divine consciousness, his fleet was able to navigate the vast, boundless ocean freely, never losing its direction. Upon returning to the kingdom of Aellen, Leah, accompanied by a multitude of slaves and the wealth plundered from overseas, made his way to the royal city. King Grey summoned Leah in person. Chapter 112. Return to the kingdom of Aellen. You have done exceptionally well, my heroic sister, exclaimed King Grey, gazing excitedly at his sister Leah. Leah smiled and nodded, unsure of what to say to her brother. After a moment's reflection, she inquired, "Might I ask how your majesty intends to deal with the slaves?" King Grey pondered momentarily before replying, "Let us sell them at the market." "Very well," Leah responded. "What kind of place is Audi?" King Grey asked with keen interest. Leah promptly presented the hand-drawn map of northern Audi that she had created. "This is the map of our journey through Audi, though it only represents a portion of the land. Your majesty may take a look." As King Grey examined the map, he inquired, "The map indicates that Audi is rich in water sources. There must be a plethora of fertile fields, correct? Your majesty is astute. Audi indeed boasts vast swathes of arable land. Additionally, there are expansive plains, abundant resources, and a dense water system, making it a prime location for habitation," Leah replied candidly. After listening, King Grey nodded and asked, "How many people do you believe we would need to fully conquer Audi?" Observing his brother's excitement, Leah recognized his ambition. However, he was acutely aware that the ruthless inhabitants of Audi could not be easily subdued. Yet, he could not dampen his brother's aspirations. Thus, after a brief pause, he replied, "Perhaps over 50,000. Do we require that many?" King Grey exclaimed in astonishment. Leah nodded earnestly and continued, "Moreover, we would need a considerable number of mages to accompany us." "Why is that?" King Grey could not help but ask. Thus, Leah recounted to King Grey the details of the battle he had previously fought alongside General Gordon Robert against the Octopus Fortress. Upon hearing this, King Grey was astounded, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that the sorcerers of Mini-Lance Kingdom possessed such formidable powers. They can command thousands of crocodiles. This is merely a fraction of the intelligence we have on the enemy's sorcerers. Beyond this, their capabilities remain largely unknown to us. Yet, I am certain their powers extend far beyond what we have witnessed." Leah responded with a worried expression. King Grey sighed and inquired, "What has become of Gordon Robert and his men?" After a moment of contemplation, Leah replied, "It is likely that Lord Gordon Robert has perished alongside the other soldiers during the defense of White Ear City." The king, upon hearing this, expressed his sorrow, saying, "What a pity. I had intended for him to lead an army to conquer Aote. It seems this matter must be postponed." "Indeed, your majesty is wise," Leah quickly affirmed. King Grey smiled and gazed at Leah, asking, "I have heard you hail from the Seven Kingdoms?" Leah nodded. "I left there over 20 years ago. What is the situation there now?" King Grey probed. "Alas, when I departed the Seven Kingdoms, the northern giants had already seized the majority of the territory. Queen Diana was leading the people of the Seven Kingdoms, taking refuge in the southern River Bay Kingdom. I fear that now the entire realm is under the dominion of the northern giants," Leah lamented. "Queen Diana, my sister has ascended to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms? And what of my mother, Queen Elizabeth?" King Grey asked in astonishment, with tears welling in his eyes. Leah sorrowfully replied, "Queen Elizabeth and Prince Rain both tragically lost their lives in the war against the giants." King Grey abruptly rose from his throne, fists clenched, tears streaming down his face. He knelt in the direction of the Seven Kingdoms, weeping heartily. Leah was moved by the king's grief, and a profound sorrow welled up within him. Overcome by a sense of loss for his beloved parents, he too knelt and mourned for Queen Elizabeth and Prince Rain, for they were his biological parents as well. After a time, having wept to exhaustion, King Grey ceased his cries. Noticing that Leah was weeping even more sorrowfully than he asked, "Why are you so distraught?" Leah, choking on his words, replied, "I am deeply touched by your majesty's filial piety and your longing for the queen and the prince. Your majesty's cries remind me of my own parents who perished in the war. Oh, how I miss them. King Gray rose to his feet, assisting Leah as he stood, saying, "Do not be disheartened. I shall lead an expedition to the Seven Kingdoms to vanquish those despicable giants and avenge our lost parents." Leah, filled with fervor, nodded, "I shall accompany your majesty." "Very well," King Gray agreed immediately. King Gray then informed Queen Helen of his intentions to lead an army to the Seven Kingdoms, to which she strongly opposed. Helen remarked, "Previously, Commander Gordon Roberts led an expedition of 30,000 troops to Audi, only to face defeat. The Aodians are certain to launch a massive invasion upon the kingdom of Aellen. If your majesty takes the elite forces from within our realm, what shall we have left to protect this nation when the Aodians arrive?" King Gray fell silent upon hearing her words. Helen gently continued, "Your majesty, I understand your desire for vengeance for your parents. However, our enemy is the formidable giant race. A moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. We must devise a meticulous plan and formulate a comprehensive strategy before mobilizing against the Seven Kingdoms. What are your thoughts, your majesty?" King Gray glanced at his wife. Though he felt a pang of discontent, he recognized the truth in her words. If he were to rashly lead an army against the Seven Kingdoms and face defeat, the giants would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade the kingdom of Aellen. At that point, it was likely that Aellen would fall. Contemplating this, King Gray gained clarity. He slowly nodded and said, "The queen speaks wisely. I have been somewhat hasty. Let us set aside the matter of mobilizing against the Seven Kingdoms for the time being." Leah had anticipated that King Gray would soon organize a grand army to march against the Seven Kingdoms, which had left him in a state of excitement. Consequently, he had neglected his studies of the nine-turn star technique and spent his days wandering the royal city with a few companions. After a month, when Leah noticed that the military had not issued any urgent recruitment orders, the kingdom of Aellen remained as tranquil as ever. He speculated that something must have transpired, causing King Gray to reconsider the expedition against the Seven Kingdoms. With no other options, Leah resigned himself to remain within the military. Without any pressing thoughts, he resumed his studies of the nine-turn star technique. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years swiftly passed. Through Leah's diligent practice, the star bead within him had grown radiant and resplendent. He realized that he now possessed the capability to unlock the meridians within his body. Thus, he feigned unusual health and requested a month's leave. Following this, he mounted a swift steed and departed the royal city. Chapter 113. Secluded cultivation. Leah ventured alone to the highest peak of the kingdom of Aellen, the glorious summit. There, he commenced his seclusion and intensive training. Beneath the starry sky, Leah sat cross-legged upon a massive stone. At this moment, the star bead in his dantian was absorbing the celestial energy from the heavens and earth. Invisible to the naked eye, countless streaks of electric energy surged from all directions into Leah's body. After a considerable time, the star bead within him was engulfed by a vast sea seemingly composed of starlight. Leah guided this ocean of stars with his consciousness, relentlessly impacting the acupoints within his body. The starry sea transformed into countless waves, continuously crashing against and eroding the solid fortifications within him. The hard exterior of these fortifications began to fracture under the onslaught of the star energy. After a night of relentless impact, as the first light of dawn broke on the eastern horizon, Leah finally breached his first acupoint. At that moment, the star energy in his dantian flowed ceaselessly into the newly opened acupoint. When the sun rose, Leah slowly opened his eyes. With a hint of resignation, he thought, "At this glacial pace, it will take at least a year to unlock the ruin and do meridians." Leah rose to his feet and gazed out over the distant plains. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What kind of world is this, devoid of spiritual energy? How could a formidable cultivator like him be relegated to learning such rudimentary martial techniques? Although Leah was immensely dissatisfied, he knew he had to confront reality. After all, the human lifespan is finite. If he could not achieve a breakthrough in martial arts, he would, like an ordinary person, turn to dust after a century. Leah spent an entire month atop the bright summit. However, during this month, he indeed succeeded in opening the ruin and do meridians. The reasoning behind this was something he could not articulate. The process began with great difficulty, but as he progressed, it became increasingly effortless. In the first half of the month, he only managed to open 7 acupoints. Yet, after these 7 points were unblocked, Leah distinctly sensed a tremendous transformation in the energy within him. From the 8th acupoint onward, the process became remarkably easy. He also discovered that for every 7 acupoints he opened, the power of the star energy within him multiplied several times over. Having successfully opened the run and do meridians, Leah was not only immensely powerful, but also as agile as a swallow. Even more remarkably, There were tiny star-like specks in his eyes, each the size of a needle's tip. Leah recalled that the 9 transformations of the star technique contained some references to these star specks. It was rare for an ordinary cultivator to exhibit such features among hundreds of thousands, or even millions, practicing the 9 transformations of the star technique. Perhaps only one would manifest such traits. Clearly, such individuals were prodigies in martial arts. Leah did not perceive himself as extraordinary, nor did he wish to pursue martial techniques. He believed the manifestation of star specks in his eyes was solely due to the fortunate endowments of this female body. Since opening the Ren and Du meridians, Leah's ability to absorb star energy increased 100-fold. His progress in cultivation could truly be described as rapid and astounding. However, the source of his concern was that his leave had exceeded its limit. He was uncertain whether to return promptly to the military or to continue his training atop the Bright Summit. Bound by the constraints of the mortal realm, Leah remained on the mountain for another fortnight before descending. Upon returning to the royal city, Leah was met with a summons. King Grey was gathering the army to the north to resist the invasion of the Aellen's nation. The concerns expressed by Queen Helen had come to fruition. Tens of thousands of soldiers from Aellen's crossed the sea, intent on avenging the previous incursions by the Aellen nation into Aod. Leading his contingent of over 200, Leah joined King Grey's forces as they marched northward. On the vast plains of the north, the armies of the Aellen nation encountered those of Aellen's. The warriors of Aellen's, with their pale blue skin, brandished long spears and massive axes, roaring as they charged towards the Aellen battle lines. The soldiers at the front of the Aellen ranks quickly fell, only for those behind to rush forward to fill the gaps. The soldiers behind the large shields braced themselves firmly, striving to maintain the integrity of the defensive line against the enemy's onslaught. Archers from both sides incessantly unleashed a torrent of arrows, each wave inflicting significant casualties among the warriors of both factions. In the kingdom of Aellen, the Grand Mage wielded his staff incessantly, unleashing magical assaults upon the foes. Countless colossal fireballs plummeted from the heavens, crashing down ferociously upon the fierce Mirians. Soon, many Mirians were either bludgeoned to death or severely burned by the fireballs. The resounding explosions, intermingled with spine-chilling screams, echoed across the battlefield. After successfully repelling 2 waves of aggressive assaults from the enemy, the forces of Aellen began their counterattack. The warriors, brandishing their great swords, charged forth with fierce roars toward the demoralized adversaries. At this moment, the true battle had commenced. Leah, wielding his greatsword, led a charge of 200 men into the fray. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he cleaved through the enemies before him, his immense strength rendering him unstoppable. His greatsword could effortlessly sever any weapon and pierce through the heavy armor of his foes. None who faced Leah survived. In a short span, nearly 100 enemies had fallen to his blade, causing the opposing warriors to flee at the mere sight of him. Leah's formidable prowess soon caught the attention of the enemy leader, who commanded a sorcerer to cast spells upon him. Before long, a melodious song wafted into Leah's ears. Intrigued, he scanned with his spiritual senses and quickly discerned that it was one of the enemy's sorcerers singing to him. Paying little heed, he continued to strike down his adversaries. Under his leadership, his 200 men swiftly achieved 1,000 kills. Meanwhile, the enemy archers had also marked Leah's unit as their primary target. Waves of arrows incessantly rained down upon his men, and soon, over 10 of Leah's soldiers had succumbed to their wounds. "Boss, this is untenable. The enemy's archers are too formidable. At this rate, my brothers won T last," cried Jia, who had been struck by an arrow in the arm, addressing Leah urgently. Leah understood their plight, yet he was acutely aware that retreating would lead to execution. Moreover, King Grey was watching from behind. In the king's wrath, no one could escape the death penalty. "We cannot retreat. If we must die, let it be on the battlefield," Leah declared. "The enemy has reached our doorstep. We have no path to retreat. Charge forth and slay." With that, he surged ahead, engaging the enemy in combat. "Wait for me, boss. If we die, let us die together," he shouted as he followed suit. Clearly, he was inspired by Leah's words, eager to face death alongside his charismatic leader. "Onward, slay these wretched foes," Bing also shouted as he charged forth. At that moment, another volley of arrows whistled through the air. Leah furrowed his brow, expanding his spiritual senses to lock onto the incoming barrage. Suddenly, he swung his greatsword sharply upward, and a blue-white sword energy surged forth, instantly obliterating the raining arrows before they could descend. Bathed in the blood of his enemies, Leah resembled a vengeful deity, instilling fear in the hearts of the enemy soldiers, who dared not engage him further. At this moment, The leader of the enemy forces was vehemently reprimanding the sorceress who had attempted to enchant Leah. The sorceress wore a look of grievance, perplexed as to why this peculiar individual remained impervious to her melodic charms. As time progressed, Leo achieved yet another 1,000 slay in this world. Meanwhile, the army of the kingdom of Mylan had disintegrated into chaos, fleeing in a state of panic towards the seaside under the leadership of their commander. The forces of the kingdom of Aellen pursued them relentlessly, mercilessly hunting down the retreating soldiers of Mylan. Eventually, the remnants of Mylan's army reached the ships by the shore and set sail. Their commander gazed at Leah and remarked to his subordinates, "This nation is guarded by a war deity. We shall refrain from returning henceforth." This statement from the leader of Mylan instilled a profound fear that would prevent their people from daring to invade the kingdom of Aellen for decades to come. In the aftermath of this battle, King Grey awarded commendations, directly elevating Leah to the rank of Viscount and promoting him to the position of commander. Those who accompanied Leah, known as A, B, and C, also received their due rewards. Soon, Leah's renown spread across the kingdom of Aellen. Upon learning that this striking Viscount was still single, numerous nobles flocked to seek his affection. Leah found himself beleaguered by their advances. In an effort to dissuade these suitors, he proclaimed that any man who could defeat him in the arena would earn the right to marry him. The soldiers, having witnessed Leah's prowess firsthand, naturally refrained from challenging him. The nobles, emboldened by their perceived abilities and respectable lineages, eagerly arranged duels with Leah, only to find themselves soundly defeated and bruised. Over time, their interest in Leah's beauty waned. Granting him the peace, he sought to diligently cultivate the 9-turn-star technique. After 6 months of rigorous training, the star pearl within Leah's body grew increasingly radiant, resembling a small star. Surrounding this pearl was a vast atmospheric entity composed of stellar energy. The star power within Leah coursed through his meridians, refining his body with each circulation. As time elapsed, this stellar energy subtly permeated Leah's flesh, rendering his physique even more formidable. The cultivation of martial skills, beyond the pursuit of ultimate strength, involved the tempering of the physical body. A robust physique was essential for martial practitioners to continually elevate their limits of power. Leah's demeanor and actions rendered him an anomaly within the military and the noble circles of the kingdom of Aellen. Yet, the world is vast and wondrous. In this extraordinary realm, there existed an individual who found charm in the unconventional. This individual was none other than Ivan, the son of King Grey and the crown prince of the kingdom of Aellen. Aware of Leah's unparalleled martial abilities, Ivan had no intention of challenging him in combat. Instead, he resolved to employ the allure of beauty to capture Leah's attention. Ivan inherited his mother, Queen Helen's, exquisite beauty, boasting golden locks and fair skin, with amber eyes that left a lasting impression on all who beheld him. With a prominent nose and well-defined lips, every maiden who laid eyes upon him would inevitably succumb to madness for his charm. In order to facilitate his interactions with Leah, Ivan approached his father, King Grey, and expressed his need for a loyal guard to ensure his personal safety. King Grey deemed this request unnecessary and firmly rejected his son's unreasonable demand. He admonished Ivan, saying, "As a prince, you must not only learn to govern the kingdom, but also master the art of swordsmanship. You must wield your own sword to protect yourself and your realm, rather than relying on the loyalty of others for your safety. You have greatly disappointed me." Despite his father's reprimand, Ivan remained unfazed, his face breaking into a cheerful smile as he replied, "Ah, father, you are absolutely right. However, I truly require an exceptional guard for my protection. Let us not forget, I am the crown prince. Shouldn't I have 1 or 2 guards to ensure my safety?" "I refuse. Do not even entertain such thoughts," King Grey retorted, his irritation evident as he gazed sternly at his inept son. Seeing his father's unwavering stance, Ivan conceded, "Very well. In my quest to become the man you envision, I have decided to seek a master to learn martial skills." King Grey was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Ivan with skepticism as he inquired, "Are you truly intent on finding a master?" A charming smile crept across Ivan's face, for he sensed an opportunity to manipulate his father. He nodded and said, "Indeed. I have heard that Leah is the strongest knight in our kingdom, and I wish to become her disciple to learn the art of combat. I aspire to be as formidable as she." "Ah, good. Ambition suits you. This is my son," King Grey commended, nodding in approval. Subsequently, he summoned Leah to the palace and conveyed Ivan's desire to train under her tutelage. Leah cast a glance at the handsome crown prince, her heart brimming with reluctance, as she had no desire for this nephew to disrupt her training regimen. However, upon observing the anticipation on King Grey's face, she understood that refusing would likely lead to trouble. After all, her elder brother was the king, and defying his wishes could jeopardize her future in the kingdom. Yet, Leah was also unwilling to allow Ivan to easily claim her as his illustrious mentor. After all, she was an invincible force in this world. Thus, Leah addressed Ivan. While it is not impossible for you to become my disciple, we must establish some ground rules. What do you mean by ground rules? I do not comprehend, Ivan replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. Simply put, we need to set some guidelines between us, Leah explained. Oh, Ivan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Leah continued, first, once you become my student, you shall regard me as a father for life. From this day forth, you must heed my words, never defy my wishes, and certainly never betray your teacher. Upon hearing this, Ivan was momentarily taken aback. His mouth agape as he gazed at Leah, then shifted his gaze toward his father, King Grey. The king, too, furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by Leah's words. Did this young woman wish to adopt Ivan as her son? Leah, noticing Ivan's astonishment, smiled and remarked, it appears our teacher-student bond is rather shallow. You should seek another mentor. Immediately, Ivan grew anxious, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. I will heed your words. From this day forth, you shall be my second mother, and I will follow your guidance in all matters. Leah discreetly glanced at King Grey, who was visibly agitated, his complexion pale with anger. A sense of foreboding washed over Leah. He feared his elder brother was about to erupt. Thinking quickly, Leah sought a way to calm his brother's discontent. Do not burden yourself with worries. When I speak of matters, I do not refer to your governance of the kingdom. Although I am your mentor, I shall not interfere in state affairs, as I am merely a martial artist, lacking knowledge of such matters. As he spoke, Leah stole another glance at King Grey, noticing his expression had softened. Encouraged, he continued, secondly, do not presume that your royal status and handsome appearance grant you the right to toy with women, nor should you abandon them once you have ensnared their hearts. What does it mean to toy with women? What does abandoning them entail? I do not comprehend, Ivan exclaimed, his eyes wide in confusion. Leah, a touch exasperated, replied, it is of no consequence that you do not understand now. In time, you will come to grasp these concepts. Oh, Ivan acknowledged, then inquired. Are there any other requirements, master? After a moment's thought, Leah responded, none at present. If any arise in the future, I shall inform you then. Very well. Following this, Ivan performed the customary bow to acknowledge his apprenticeship, officially becoming Leah's foremost disciple. Henceforth, Leah resided within the palace, facilitating the training of the crown prince in martial arts. Before long, however, Leah sensed something amiss. He observed that Ivan was not dedicating himself to mastering martial techniques. Rather, this nephew seemed more focused on winning Leah's favor. Each day, upon seeing Leah, Ivan would exclaim, Master, it has been a day. And you have grown more beautiful. Did you sleep well last night? Master, come. This delicacy is exquisite. Do taste it. Master, I have heard that the gladiatorial arena in town is hosting splendid matches lately. Shall I accompany you to witness the contests? Master, what do you enjoy eating? I shall have them prepare it for you. Yet, regardless of Ivan's attempts to please him, Leah remained indifferent, regarding his somewhat dim-witted disciple with a cold demeanor. Pondering the situation, Leah struggled to discern the root of Ivan's issue. Recently, he found himself lacking the motivation to practice the 9 transformations of the stellar sphere technique. He felt a profound responsibility to ensure the success of his first disciple, yet he remained at a loss as to how to instruct him effectively. Leah, born into a prestigious family of cultivators during the glorious Tang dynasty, was bestowed with great expectations by his parents from a young age. Through diligent training and perseverance, he ultimately emerged as a formidable practitioner. However, just as he found himself perplexed about how to guide the young Ivan, the esteemed Queen Aellen unexpectedly sent for him. As he followed the attendant, thoughts raced through his mind. What could the queen possibly want from him? Nevertheless, he had long heard tales of her unparalleled beauty, and he was eager to ascertain whether the rumors held any truth. Upon encountering the stunningly beautiful queen, Leah noticed a momentary pause in her demeanor. She was taken aback not only by his striking appearance, but also by the unique aura of a soldier that surrounded him. The queen smiled and nodded at Leah, remarking, I never anticipated that you, General Lee, would be so captivating. No wonder my lackluster son, Ivan, is smitten with you. You are indeed quite remarkable. Leah was momentarily rendered speechless. He had never imagined that Ivan, the young rascal, had taken him as a mentor for the sake of infatuation. However, the predicament was that Leah was a man, and he had no inclination towards romantic relationships with other men. Had Ivan been a woman, perhaps he might have entertained the notion. Queen Aellen, observing Leah's astonishment, realized he was entirely oblivious to her son's feelings, which pleased her immensely. At the very least, she could ascertain that Li Yu's intentions were not driven by ulterior motives, especially considering Ivan's future as a king, the ruler of Aellen. Li Yu quickly responded, "Your Majesty, please do not misunderstand. I am but a humble knight, unworthy of engaging in romantic pursuits with the illustrious and promising Prince Ivan." "Is that so? Do you truly harbor no feelings for my charming and striking Ivan?" The queen probed further. Li Yu nodded in affirmation. Yet, Helen's expression turned to one of confusion. She found it difficult to comprehend the sentiments of this seemingly modest female knight. Faced with the queen's gaze, Li Yu was at a loss for words on how to clarify his situation. He could not reveal the familial bond he shared with Ivan. So in a moment of impulsive fervor, he proclaimed that he was inherently disinterested in men and only attracted to women. The queen was taken aback, her astonishment evident. She had heard whispers of Li Yu's peculiar behavior before. As a woman herself, she struggled to understand why a beautiful lady would shy away from the company of men. However, after hearing Li Yu's declaration, she began to grasp the nuances of his peculiar disposition. She adopted a tolerant attitude towards his orientation. "I find your perspective somewhat enlightening," Queen Helen stated calmly. "Though I must admit it is rather perplexing. As a woman, I can certainly empathize with your feelings." Li Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed, nodded in response, standing there awkwardly as an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Noticing his demeanor, Queen Helen became increasingly convinced of the truth in Li Yu's earlier words. To alleviate the tension, she suggested a stroll in the garden. Since learning of Ivan's true feelings from Queen Helen, Li Yu had donned a specially crafted mask. He did not wish for Ivan to become infatuated with his beauty. "Master, why have you been wearing a mask lately?" Ivan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Li Yu chose to ignore him, his sword strikes becoming increasingly rapid. Soon, Ivan found himself unable to defend against the onslaught and lost his great sword to Li Yu's deft maneuver. With his sword poised at Ivan's throat, Li Yu's silence spoke volumes. Ivan, confused and anxious, asked, "Master, what is your intention?" Without uttering a word, two piercing glimmers of cold light shot from behind the mask, penetrating Ivan's eyes. Fear gripped him, rendering him motionless, afraid to utter a sound. Chapter 116. Ascending the summit of light. After a moment, Li Yu coldly declared, "Disrespecting one's master is a capital offense." Ivan felt the chilling touch of the sword against his neck, aware that it was indeed poised to draw blood, yet none flowed. With a swift motion, Li Yu hurled the sword away, where it embedded itself into a nearby stone pillar, the hilt disappearing from view. Without a backward glance, Li Yu departed, leaving Ivan standing alone in stunned silence. Through his actions, Li Yu had rejected Ivan and issued a warning, though it remained uncertain whether this method would prove effective. For several days following, Ivan dared not approach Li Yu to seek instruction in swordsmanship, while Li Yu relished a newfound sense of ease, immersing himself in the cultivation of the 9 turns of the celestial stars. One day, finding himself at leisure, Li Yu took a stroll. As he passed the stone pillar where he had cast aside his sword, he noticed a crowd gathered around it, some vocally cheering. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily approached. Upon closer inspection, he saw a burly man straining to pull the sword from the pillar. Veins bulged on the man's forehead as he glared fiercely, exerting all his might, yet unable to budge the weapon. "Put in more effort. You can do it. If you can draw the sword, you can marry that woman," the onlookers urged. "Yes, the woman you admire most. She is the flower of our Aellen kingdom, a rose with thorns." The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Moments later, the man gave up, and a collective sigh echoed through the group. Everyone longed for someone to succeed in drawing the sword, hoping it would be an old and unattractive individual, as they believed the woman named Li Yu to be excessively arrogant. At that moment, a youth clad in a black robe approached slowly. Gripping the sword hilt with one hand, he exerted a gentle yet firm pressure. The great sword remained immovable within the pillar. "You cannot succeed with such a lack of effort. Someone like you will never draw the sword," they exclaimed. "Indeed, put in some real effort. That woman is the mightiest knight in our Aellen kingdom. To think you can win her without striving is sheer folly." Amidst the cacophony of doubt from the crowd, the young lad astonishingly managed to extract the colossal sword embedded in the stone pillar, doing so with a single hand, inch by inch. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with expressions of astonishment etched across the faces of all present, their gazes fixated on the sword that the boy held firmly. Li Yu, too, gazed in amazement at the cloaked youth, utterly perplexed by the feat he had just accomplished. After a considerable interval, the boy finally liberated the sword from its stony prison. "Wow! Incredible! Astounding! Who could have anticipated this?" At that moment, palace guards approached to escort the young man in black. He followed them without hesitation. King Gray, upon witnessing the youth who had drawn the sword, regarded him with surprise and scrutiny. Subsequently, King Grey inquired, "Are you the one who has pulled the sword from the stone?" The cloaked figure nodded and, bowing respectfully, replied, "I am Mark, a merchant from overseas, your majesty and your majesty, the queen." Hearing that Mark was a foreigner, King Grey's brow furrowed. Observing his reaction, Queen Helen smiled and inquired, "Mark, do you harbor intentions of establishing yourself in our nation of Aellen?" Momentarily taken aback, Mark was uncertain of the queen's meaning. Queen Helen continued, "We originally intended to seek a suitor for a distinguished female knight of our realm. Since you have drawn the sword, she is now yours. Regrettably, you are an outsider." Realizing the implications of her words, Mark responded, "So, your majesty implies that if I wish to marry this knight, I must remain and become a citizen of your esteemed country?" Queen Helen nodded with a smile and queried, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Mark replied, "I set forth to seek my fortune. To find a place in your land and make a name for myself would indeed be advantageous. However, I have yet to meet the knight of whom you speak." Queen Helen smiled knowingly and assured him, "You need not worry. This knight possesses exceptional swordsmanship and is strikingly beautiful. Otherwise, there would not be such a throng eager to draw the sword and seek her hand in marriage." Despite her reassurances, Mark remained silent. Observing his reticence, the queen proposed, "If you are truly interested, I shall arrange for you to meet her in a few days. Does that sound agreeable?" Mark nodded in agreement. After departing the palace, Mark returned to the inn where he was staying in the royal city. While he longed to explore the town, he chose instead to remain indoors, awaiting news. Queen Helen dispatched an envoy to summon Leah, hoping to persuade her to meet the young man named Mark. However, upon arrival at Leah's residence, the envoy discovered she had already left. Leah had left a letter for King Grey, stating, "My life is my own to govern. No one shall dictate my course." She has departed without a word. She has shown utter disregard for me, the King of Aellen. This is intolerable. King Grey bellowed in fury. Queen Helen nodded and remarked, "Previously, she not only rebuffed Ivan's advances, but also brandished a sword to intimidate him. Such a trivial knight. Utterly unaware of the gravity of her actions. What? Such a thing occurred?" King Grey exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. Queen Helen confirmed with a slight nod, continuing, "Do not be deceived by Leah's oft-muted demeanor. When provoked, she is as fierce as any man. Since her intimidation, Ivan has been living in constant fear, isolating himself in his chamber for the past fortnight. Summon my decree. Apprehend the traitor Leah, regardless of her fate." King Grey bellowed in a fit of rage. At that moment, Leah, the ancient creature who had lived for centuries, was galloping on a swift steed along the road to the summit of light. She would never marry a man, for her affections lay with women. What she sought was freedom and the gift of immortality. From that day forth, Leah seemed to vanish from the face of the earth. No one laid eyes upon her again. "Mother, do you think my master will be all right?" Ivan asked, a hint of concern lacing his voice as he turned to Queen Helen. With a playful smile gracing her lips, Queen Helen replied nonchalantly, "Isn't this precisely what you desired?" "I merely intended to teach her a lesson," Ivan retorted with a hint of irritation. Queen Helen looked at her son as if he were a simpleton, thinking to herself, "Men become utterly foolish at the sight of a beautiful woman. Are you blaming me?" Queen Helen inquired, her tone suddenly icy. "No, I would not dare," Ivan quickly replied. "Humph, do you even know the true identity of that wretched woman?" Queen Helen demanded, her voice rising. Ivan shook his head in confusion. "She is your father's own sister, Elizabeth II. Queen Helen pronounced each word with precision. Ivan stood frozen, astounded. He could hardly fathom that the woman he admired was, in fact, his own aunt. "This is impossible. There must be some mistake," he stammered in panic. "Humph, you fool," Queen Helen scolded, then continued, "Do you know why she sneaked away from the Seven Kingdoms to our realm of Aellen?" Ivan shook his head once more. "She merely seeks to leverage your father's military might to reclaim her throne," Queen Helen stated with certainty. "Is that truly the case?" Ivan asked, a note of doubt in his voice. "Humph." Queen Helen shot him an exasperated glance before sweeping away. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Mark in Black awaited news from the palace at an inn for several days, but when no word arrived, he ventured outside to gather information. It was soon revealed to him that the renowned female knight of Aellen had fled her wedding. For the sake of freedom, she had forsaken her identity as a knight in the honor of being the crown prince's protector. This audacity and bravery only deepened Mark's intrigue towards the knight named Leah, though he had yet to lay eyes upon her. After navigating various connections, Mark finally gained entry to the palace to meet King Grey, who was already aware of Mark's intentions. He summoned the queen, planning for her to address this significant dilemma. Upon hearing that Mark had entered the palace, Queen Helen immediately sensed that he was there to stir trouble. As she contemplated how to expel him from the royal residence, she speculated on his intentions. "Oh, is this not our valiant warrior from a foreign land? What brings you to the palace?" Queen Helen inquired, feigning ignorance. Mark gazed into the enchanting eyes of Queen Helen and replied with a smile. "Since the day I beheld your majesty, you have lingered in my thoughts. Today, I have come to pay my respects to you, your highness." "So, you have come solely to see me?" Queen Helen asked with a beguiling smile. Mark nodded in affirmation, casting a glance at the attendants in the room, appearing hesitant to speak further. Queen Helen recognized his desire for a private audience. However, being a queen, she could not afford to grant such an opportunity to this enigmatic figure. "Speak plainly," Queen Helen stated directly. Stepping closer, Mark declared, "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered, your highness. I wish to remain by your side, serving you for a lifetime. There are many within the kingdom of Aellen who wish to stay by my side and serve me. Why should I keep you?" Queen Helen asked with a hint of aloofness. "Because I hail from overseas and am all alone. If I fail in my duties, your highness may dispose of me at your whim." Without concern, Mark responded with a flattering smile. Queen Helen pondered his words for a moment before shaking her head. "No, it cannot be. Your origins are dubious. I cannot employ you." Just then, Queen Helen noticed a small orb of purple light flickering in Mark's eyes. It was a peculiar sight that quickly captivated her. After a brief moment, she spoke, her expression now devoid of emotion. "Very well, since you are willing to serve me. You may stay in the palace from this day forth, awaiting my commands." "Thank you, your majesty," Mark replied, elated, and then stepped forward to assist Queen Helen as they departed. Through his cunning, Mark secured his position in the palace and soon became a favored companion of Queen Helen. Wherever the queen ventured, Mark was always by her side. "My dear, what has transpired with you lately? You seem to have transformed into a different person," inquired King Grey as he embraced Queen Helen aboard the ship. "Is that so?" "I do not perceive any change," Queen Helen replied coolly. "Do you harbor any concerns?" King Grey asked, his tone filled with genuine concern. "No, perhaps I am simply in a melancholic mood. I will be well in a few days." "So there is no need for you to worry," Queen Helen reassured him. "Ah, how about we take a trip in a few days? Just to lift your spirits," suggested King Grey. "Very well," Queen Helen replied softly, akin to a docile kitten. A few days later, King Grey and Queen Helen's entourage, accompanied by over 2,000 elite guards, departed the royal city. They journeyed leisurely through the kingdom of Aellen, where each local lord warmly welcomed their presence, extending the courtesy of hospitality. After months of revelry, Queen Helen gradually forgot some of her troubles. She radiated vitality and exuberance. "My dear, you are becoming increasingly enchanting," remarked King Grey as he affectionately embraced Queen Helen at the waist. With a smile, she gazed at him and replied, "Really?" "Indeed," King Grey affirmed before gently kissing her lips. After their passionate embrace, he inquired, "Are you satisfied with our journey thus far?" Queen Helen nodded. King Grey then asked, "Is there anywhere else you wish to visit? If not, I intend to take you back to the royal city tomorrow." "Ah, let me ponder," Queen Helen responded, her expression contemplative. As her gaze drifted, it met the eyes of the attendant Mark. She then seemed to lose her focus, speaking in a subdued tone. "I wish to see the southern lands." "The southern lands? It is desolate there. What could possibly entice you?" King Grey questioned, perplexed. Queen Helen remained silent. After a moment's reflection, King Grey proposed, "How about this? Tomorrow, I shall return to the royal city with some of our company. The rest shall escort you to the southern lands. Yes?" "Very well," Queen Helen replied somewhat coldly. Early the next morning, King Grey set forth with dozens of valiant guards, journeying back to the royal city, while Queen Helen, remaining behind, would eventually embark on her expedition to the southern lands. Years ago, the regicide Sis had led the southern lands into abandonment, transforming it into a wasteland. Presently, the southern lands were overrun with wild beasts and sparsely populated. Queen Helen, accompanied by over 2,000 followers, ventured into the barren region. Each night, as silence enveloped the camp, Mark would approach the center, retrieving a fist-sized, pitch-black crystal orb to perform his incantations. In an instant, tendrils of dark magical energy emerged from the levitating orb, wafting towards the surrounding tents. The ominous energy seeped into the nostrils of the guards, infiltrating their bodies, and Queen Helen was not spared. At that moment, a shadowy aura began to manifest between her brows, rendering her expression somewhat vacant. Chapter 118. The Queen's disappearance among the more than 2,000 individuals. Only Mark remained unaffected. He guided the company, sustaining themselves by hunting ferocious beasts as they gradually approached the dark forest. Before reaching the forest, They encountered numerous fearsome creatures shrouded in dark smoke, wandering about. Mark commanded the guards to surround and slay these beasts, harvesting their magical cores for consumption. Not only did Mark partake in the cores, but he also urged the guards to do the same. Upon consuming the magical cores, the guards experienced a surge in strength and a transformation in temperament. Their eyes, in particular, turned a vivid crimson. A month later, this battalion of over 2,000 guards had been forged by Mark's secretive methods into the Crimson Demon Army, loyal solely to him. He directed the Crimson Army deeper into the dark forest, with no one aware of his true intentions. Years later, a formidable army of thousands arrived at the edge of the dark forest. They were summoned by King Grey to search for the missing Queen Helen and her entourage. Accompanying them were several esteemed archmages. Before them loomed the ominous dark forest. "Shall we proceed?" a soldier inquired, rushing to the commander. The commander gazed at the towering trees shrouded in swirling black smoke, hesitating slightly as he replied, "We have yet to locate Her Highness. Perhaps she lies deeper within the woods." "My lord commander," a grand wizard clad in white robes approached, speaking with a measured tone. "Yes, Master Scene, what is your counsel?" the commander inquired, turning to the archmage. Master Scene gestured toward the forest with his staff, stating, "This forest is exceedingly treacherous. Should we venture recklessly, we may face dire consequences." "What then is your suggestion, Master?" the commander asked earnestly. "Allow me to conjure the eye of divination to assess the situation within, after which we can devise our strategy," Master Scene proposed. The commander nodded in agreement. Thus, Master Scene began his incantation, and soon a multitude of black crows soared into the sky, with a flick of his staff towards the dark forest. The flock flapped their wings and entered the shadowy depths. Meanwhile, Master Scene closed his eyes. Visions of the forest flooded his mind. Within the dim expanse, shadows flitted swiftly. Gigantic wild boars meandered about, and occasionally, swarms of bloodthirsty bats swooped from the treetops. "Master, what do you perceive within?" the commander asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. While maintaining his spell, Master Scene replied, "There are many beasts within. Indeed, it appears quite perilous." "Are these creatures formidable?" the commander pressed. At that moment, Master Scene abruptly opened his eyes, alarmed. "This is not good. Something approaches us. Prepare for battle, everyone," the commander shouted urgently. With a resounding clash, thousands of warriors swiftly formed a defensive formation, bracing for the impending threat. Moments later, amidst the cacophony of rustling sounds, a horde of werewolves emerged before them. The werewolves fixated hungrily on the soldiers wielding large shields, their eyes gleaming with avarice as if they had laid eyes upon a sumptuous feast. Saliva dripped from the corners of nearly all the werewolves' mouths, an unsettling sight that sent shivers down the spines of the imperial soldiers, who had heard tales of werewolves but had never witnessed such a multitude charging forth. Each warrior nervously trained their gaze on the menacing pack. The commander, sword in hand, felt a surge of tension as he observed the advancing werewolves. Just as he prepared to issue the order to attack, the ground trembled beneath them. Simultaneously, a fierce wind surged from the dark forest, sweeping leaves and debris toward the soldiers of the Empire. Soon, the onlookers beheld towering trees collapsing in rapid succession, accompanied by the relentless sound of cracking. A colossal shadow loomed ever closer. When they lifted their gazes, they were met by the sight of an enormous rabbit bounding toward them. Perched atop the rabbit's head was a figure cloaked in black, wearing a mask resembling a beast. In the figure's left hand, a black staff was gripped tightly, adorned at its apex with a diamond-shaped purple gem. The cloaked figure cast a piercing gaze over the imperial warriors before declaring in a thunderous voice, "Those who trespass into the sacred forest shall perish." With a swift motion of the staff, an overwhelming gust of black wind surged forth, instantly enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Eyes of ferocious beasts glinted red in the gloom, while the roars of the wild and the terrified cries of warriors echoed through the night. The battle in the shadows was brief, giving way to an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sounds of tearing flesh and gnashing teeth. The earth trembled, and gradually, the darkness began to recede. The beasts vanished into the night, leaving behind only heaps of stark white bones on the battlefield. The grim news of 5,000 warriors meeting their doom in the dark forest eventually reached the royal city. King Grey was consumed by fury, yet remained oblivious to the sinister forces within the dark forest that had reduced his formidable imperial army to mere skeletal remains. Even the mighty Archmage Scene could not escape this fate. Out of an inexplicable dread of the dark forest, King Grey decreed a ban on his subjects venturing near its vicinity. From that day forth, the southern wasteland grew even more desolate, while the clouds above the dark forest thickened ominously. In the deep of night, In a remote village in the eastern region of the Aellen kingdom, an elderly wizard remained awake. He had been plagued by the same dream repeatedly. In it, his beloved daughter was trapped in an abyss of darkness, isolated and helpless. The sleepless old wizard eagerly awaited dawn, and without having eaten, he hurriedly set forth. On the distant continent of the Seven Kingdoms, the barbaric giant race had established a foothold in the city of Junlin. Under the giant's coercion, the once devout followers of the heavenly emperor among the Seven Kingdoms were compelled to abandon their faith, embracing instead the worship of the giant's deity, Assen. Periodically, the giant chieftain demanded that some of the newly converted subjects be offered as living sacrifices to Assen, an act involving the brutal slaying of an adult male before the statue of the deity, using blood and life to honor the Great Spirit, to secure perpetual dominion over the Seven Kingdoms. The giant chieftain adopted a strategy of intermarriage with the inhabitants of the Seven Kingdoms. This led to countless women from the Seven Kingdoms bearing offspring with the giant men, while giant women also produced descendants through unions with robust male slaves from the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 119. The king of the Northern Realm huddled within the high court of the Diana regime, under the leadership of Queen Diana. The nation had seen some restoration of power, yet still lacked the strength to confront the giants. In the distant northern reaches, King Pharaohs of the North, through extensive trade with the dwarven folk of the Wolf Forest, acquired a considerable arsenal of exquisite weaponry. He equipped a formidable elite force from the north with these finely crafted arms, intending to expel the giants from the continent of the Seven Kingdoms. However, he was acutely aware that his northern strength alone would be insufficient to accomplish this grand undertaking. Witnessing the growing power of the giants in the Seven Kingdoms, King Pharaohs could only shake his head in resignation as the marauding savages who had seized Skaggs Island continued their piratical activities upon the seas. Numerous slave ships bearing giants were plundered by these raiders, resulting in a substantial transfer of slaves from the Seven Kingdoms to Skaggs Island. A decade later, on a fateful night, King Pharaohs was invited to the dwarven realm of the Wolf Forest. This was no ordinary evening. It was on this night that King Pharaohs had his first encounter with the masked dwarven king, Brook. To King Pharaohs' astonishment, the dwarven king was not diminutive at all, but rather a man of equal stature to himself. Dwarven King Brook addressed him, saying, "For many years, we owe our refuge to your benevolence, O King of the North. My people, known for their loyalty and gratitude, wish to express our appreciation by forming an alliance with you to combat the giants that plague the Seven Kingdoms. What say you?" Upon hearing this, King Pharaohs was filled with delight and responded, "I would be most willing to ally with your noble kin against the giants. However, might there be any additional terms you require?" "Ha! Indeed, there are," Dwarven King Brook replied with a hearty laugh. With a smile, King Pharaohs nodded and said, "Then please, share your conditions. I shall see if I can fulfill them." Dwarven King Brook gazed into the eyes of King Pharaohs and explained, "As you know, my people excel in the crafting of weaponry, yet high quality ore is scarce and good mines are few. Thus, I hope that, upon the successful completion of our endeavor, you would grant my kin the rights to mine the ores in the northern mountains." After a moment of contemplation, King Pharaohs responded, "So, you seek the mining rights to the northern mountains?" "Indeed," Dwarven King Brook affirmed with a nod. King Pharaohs sighed deeply and said, "Granting you these mining rights is not a significant issue. However, the weapons you forge in the future must be sold exclusively to us and not to outsiders. Would your majesty be willing to adhere to this condition?" "Ha! Here, you are our only ally, O king. Our weapons shall certainly be sold only to you." Dwarven King Brook replied joyfully. "Then let us swear blood brotherhood," King Pharaohs declared with elation. "Excellent," Dwarven King Brook exclaimed, equally exhilarated. At this, a nearby dwarf brought forth a large goblet and poured fine wine into it. King Pharaohs and Dwarven King Brook each took their daggers, pricked their index fingers, and allowed their blood to mingle with the wine. What astonished the King of the North was that the few drops of bright red blood from him swiftly merged with the dark crimson droplets from the Dwarf King, Brook. The merging of bloodlines signified a deep brotherhood. The Dwarf King, Brook, approached the King of the North, Pharaohs, and embraced him heartily. He lifted a goblet of wine, drank half of it, and then presented the goblet to the King of the North. Upon finishing the wine, the alliance between the Dwarven race and the North was solidified. Months later, the joint forces of the North and the Dwarfs, numbering 100,000, appeared at the city of Twin Rivers. This formidable army advanced along the King's Road, heading towards the Trident River. To bolster their chances of victory, the King of the North also reached out to North Newman of Eagle's Nest. He hoped that the Lord of the Valley, North Newman, would join him in the assault against the giant race. North Newman, The son of Newman Kevin and the current ruler of the valley, supported by his vassals, led 10,000 valiant warriors to assist the king of the north. The combined forces of both sides totaled over 200,000 troops, encountering each other near the stone sanctum. Pharaoh led his elite troops into the fray, with the dwarf king personally commanding a legion of 30,000 dwarfs closely behind. North Newman and his 10,000 warriors flanked the side, ready to provide support. The giants, emerging in full force, assembled a massive army of 14,000, intent on annihilating the northern army in one fell swoop. Their eyes glinted with menace, surveying their adversaries like predators eyeing their prey. With the sound of the charge horn blaring, the soldiers from both sides began their slow sprint towards one another. Clad in armor and wielding round shields and great swords, they charged forth. The air was filled with the whistling of a relentless rain of arrows. The warriors from both sides raised their shields, guarding themselves against the incoming onslaught. Soon, the shields held aloft by the soldiers were riddled with long arrows. As the distance closed, the battle cries erupted. Kill! Charge! The front lines of warriors roared as they clashed. They either swung their great swords at the enemy or used their shields to block the oncoming strikes. Following closely behind the shield bearers, the northern spear infantry thrust their long spears at the frenzied giant warriors. This sudden assault injured numerous giant soldiers. Despite the northern soldiers being well-trained and coordinated, they struggled against the towering, powerful giants. The giant warriors, wielding their massive battle axes, relentlessly struck the shields of the northern warriors. In mere moments, the shields were cleaved in two. Without shields for protection, the northern warriors found themselves quickly decapitated by the enemy's axes. As time progressed, the advantage of the giant warriors became increasingly apparent. Large numbers of northern soldiers fell beneath the bludgeoning of the giant axes, and signs of collapse began to appear in the northern defenses. At that moment, the dwarven artillery units commenced their assault, launching massive iron balls studded with spikes towards the giants. In an instant, thousands of large iron balls rained down from the sky, crashing violently upon the giant warriors. The air was filled with anguished cries as hundreds of giant warriors fell victim to the crushing force of enormous iron balls, leaving countless others injured. Concurrently, the mage contingent accompanying the expedition unleashed a relentless barrage of spells upon the giant warriors. Massive and dense fireballs rained down from above, striking the giants with ferocity. With the assistance of the mage corps and the dwarven artillery battalion, the northern front gradually regained its stability. For an entire day, both sides suffered the loss of tens of thousands of soldiers, with injuries numbering beyond count. For over 2 weeks, fierce battles raged around the stone sanctuary. Yet neither side could claim a decisive victory despite the heavy casualties endured. At that moment, news arrived from King's Landing. Queen Diana, who had been holed up in Riverbend City, was leading an army of 30,000 towards King's Landing, where she was likely already besieging the city. The leader of the giants was compelled to return to defend King's Landing, lest it fall into enemy hands, while King Pharaohs of the north relentlessly pursued them. The giant forces were forced to fight while retreating. By the time they reached the gates of King's Landing, 2 days had passed, and the city had already succumbed to the might of Queen Diana's army. In a desperate plight, the remaining 20,000 giants surrendered. After discussions with King Pharaohs of the north and King Brooke of the dwarves, Queen Diana agreed to the giants' plea for mercy. However, they stipulated that the giants must convert to the faith of the celestial emperor. Otherwise, those who surrendered would be required to leave the 7 kingdoms within 3 days. Since the giants conquered King's Landing decades ago, intermarriage and cohabitation with the people of the 7 kingdoms had occurred for 2 generations. These giants had put down roots here, with families and cherished memories that bound them to this land. Compared to their distant homeland, the fertile soil and temperate climate of the 7 kingdoms had won their hearts. Thus, in order to remain in the 7 kingdoms, the giants underwent a transformation, embracing the faith of the celestial emperor. Decades later, the people of the 7 kingdoms successfully reclaimed King's Landing. As the rightful heir to Queen Elizabeth, Queen Diana ascended to the Iron Sword throne. In the process of overthrowing the giants' reign, King Pharaohs of the north and his coalition made significant contributions, leading Queen Diana to appoint him as the prime minister of the 7 kingdoms. At the same time, the queen bestowed the title of Earl upon King Pharaoh's grandson, Robert Langston, granting him the River Isle Kingdom as his fief. Earl North Newman continued to serve as the Lord of the Valley Kingdom. In a bid to strengthen ties with the north, the queen arranged the marriage of her granddaughter, Galena Blimon, to Earl Robert Langston. From that point onward, the 7 kingdoms began to solidify into 2 major factions, demarcated by the line of the Stone Sanctuary and the Thousand-Faced Lake. In the royal palace of King Aellen, since the disappearance of Queen Helen, King Grey had been plagued by unrest. Previously, he had dispatched 5,000 soldiers southward in search of the queen, but tragically, that entire contingent had been reduced to a mere heap of bones. Intuition whispered to King Grey that the sinister forest of the southern wilderness was undeniably linked to the disappearance of Queen Helen. Yet, what recourse did he possess? A few days prior, King Grey received an anonymous letter accusing him of indifference regarding the queen's vanishing. After a period of deep contemplation, he resolved to personally lead an army of 10,000 into the dark forest, determined to rescue Queen Helen. Years later, the southern wilderness was shrouded in ominous clouds. The sky above, perpetually overcast, seldom allowed the sun to pierce through its gloom. Leafless, barren trees were ubiquitous, their gnarled branches resembling claws reaching stubbornly towards the heavens. Once a vibrant land teeming with life, the southern territory had now transformed into a desolate wilderness. King Grey's formidable army from the kingdom of Aellen advanced slowly through this forsaken land. As they ventured deeper into the southern wilderness, an inexplicable sense of oppression grew more palpable, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon them, perhaps fueled by humanity's fear of the unknown lurking within the wilderness. Gradually, the king's forces encountered an increasing number of monstrous beasts. These creatures, enveloped in swirling black smoke, attacked upon sighting humans, evidently perceiving them as prey. With the assistance of the court's archmage, the army managed to vanquish hordes of these beasts, providing ample sustenance in the form of their flesh. As night descended, the royal army established camp, soldiers igniting bonfires to roast the freshly cut meat. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, drawing in more beasts. Before they could reach the dark forest, the king's army found themselves encircled by a legion of monstrous creatures. Under King Grey's command, the soldiers formed a massive circular shield wall to withstand the onslaught of the beasts. In an instant, a horde of colossal, crimson-eyed wild boars charged furiously towards them. The resounding crashes and the cacophony of beastly roars filled the air. Warriors armed with spears thrust their weapons through the gaps in the shields, fending off the advancing monsters. The archmage unleashed spells upon the encroaching beasts, conjuring fiery projectiles that erupted among them, incinerating many. To alleviate the strain on the shield bearers, the mages continuously erected ice walls beyond their formation. However, the ferocity of the beasts proved overwhelming, and the ice barriers were soon shattered under the relentless assault. The archers within the royal ranks found their arrows ineffective against the relentless tide of monsters. As the onslaught intensified, the circular formation of the king's army began to falter. Waves of beasts surged into their ranks, mercilessly tearing at the panicked soldiers. "Hold your ground. Do not retreat," King Grey bellowed, wielding the sword of kings with fervor. In that moment, a terrifying legion of werewolves emerged, launching a barrage of spears at the beleaguered army. In an instant, the sky was thick with long spears, 3 to 4 meters in length and as thick as a man's arm, whistling towards the king's army. Alas! Alas! Groups of soldiers from the king's army were pierced by the spears, collapsing in pools of blood with anguished cries. The werewolf legion surged forward like phantoms, crashing into the ranks of the king's army. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black, wielding a staff of golden silk and black pearwood, began to chant an ancient incantation. Soon, serpents of lightning danced among the clouds above. With the clash of thunder, thick bolts of lightning struck relentlessly at the werewolves, reducing over 100 of them to ashes in the blink of an eye. The aged sorcerer continued to chant his spell, and before long, a colossal hexagram appeared above the battlefield. This hexagram enveloped the entire theater of war, unleashing a torrent of bizarre magical attacks that hurtled towards the monstrous army. Ultimately, with the mysterious elder's assistance, the king's forces managed to survive the onslaught of the beastly horde. However, they suffered grievous losses, dwindling to fewer than 3,000 men. Chapter 121. Farewell. The fortunate soldiers who had narrowly escaped death knelt before King Grey, fervently proclaiming, "God save our king! God save our king!" Gazing at the sea of corpses, King Grey let out a mournful howl. Helen. Within his cry resided sorrow, heartache, and a profound concern and longing for Queen Helen. At that very moment, deep within the dark forest, the once dazed Queen Helen suddenly shone with a renewed clarity in her eyes, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Confused, she surveyed her shadowy surroundings, when she heard her father's voice call out, "Child, where are you? Come back to me," employing her spatial magic. Queen Helen vanished in the blink of an eye. Grey. A familiar voice resonated behind King Grey, close yet ethereal, like a dream. Turning slowly, he beheld his longed-for Queen Helen standing right behind him. Grasping her arms tightly, King Grey asked, "Helen, is it truly you? Am I not dreaming?" "It is indeed me." How did you come to be here? Helen inquired. Just as King Grey was about to respond, a formidable wind swept in from behind. Grey, welcome to my domain, boomed a colossal voice from above. The onlookers gazed skyward to find a figure cloaked in black, wielding a staff and wearing a mask, perched upon the back of a gigantic black eagle. Who are you? King Grey demanded angrily. The cloaked figure paused in silence before replying. I am the envoy of Mashi, and the guardian of this forest. You may call me the Black Cloak. What brings you here? King Grey asked casually. The Black Cloak fixed his gaze upon Helen and said, I have lost a pet, and have come specifically to seek her. The words of the figure in the black robe evoked memories in Queen Helen, inciting her to scream in fury, You madman. To which the black-robed figure replied with a chilling laugh, Indeed, I am a madman, and it is you who has driven me to this insanity. At that moment, King Grey comprehended the true nature of the pet the black robe had referred to. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, No matter what you are, dare to harm my queen, and I shall reduce you to ashes. With that declaration, King Grey unleashed a fireball toward the figure in the sky. A massive orb of flames hurtled toward the black robe. The figure smiled faintly, deftly pointing his staff, and a cloud of black smoke surged forth to intercept the fireball. Upon collision, the fireball hesitated momentarily before veering downwards, crashing violently into the ranks of the king's soldiers. A tremendous explosion ensued, and simultaneously, tendrils of black magical smoke slithered toward the soldiers like serpents. The soldiers soon found themselves engulfed, their cries of agony filling the air. King Grey, taken aback, watched helplessly as his warriors began to swell grotesquely, their bodies resembling overinflated balloons. With a series of explosive pops, the swollen soldiers burst, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs and flesh. The air thickened with the stench of blood. Alas, these soldiers are pitiable indeed. They gave their lives for you, only to be obliterated by your own fireball. TSK, what a cruel individual you are, the black robe taunted from above. It is you. You are the one who has killed them. What a vile creature you are. King Grey roared in anger, casting another spell toward the black robe. Simultaneously, Queen Helen, standing by his side, brandished her staff and joined the fray. Soon, two enormous birds took flight from the skies, one engulfed in roaring flames, the other resembling a magnificent ice sculpture. These majestic creatures, trailing white and red streaks of light, sped toward the black robe, uncertain whether the adversaries had invoked ultimate magic. The black-robed figure recognized the formidable challenge posed by the two birds. As he fled atop a black eagle, he wielded his staff to cast spells against the approaching birds. However, the streams of black smoke he conjured were swiftly countered by the searing flames emitted by the firebird, revealing it to be the bane of his dark magic. Alarmed, the black robe urged his steed to fly faster while continuing to cast spells in desperation. In the blink of an eye, countless wisps of gray shadows ascended from the battlefield, converging upon the black robe. The immense ice bird, moving with remarkable speed, soon caught up to the black eagle carrying the black robe. With its beak agape, the ice bird unleashed a torrent of massive icicles toward its target. In a panic, the black robe clutched the neck of the black eagle, commanding it to roll and evade the lethal assault, narrowly escaping the deadly barrage. As the shadows gathered around the figure clad in black, their numbers swelled. The black-robed figure chanted incantations, and soon those shadows coalesced into a skull. With each additional shadow that entered the skull, it grew larger, until it eventually reached the size of a house. Subsequently, the black-robed figure commanded the immense skull to launch an assault on the two great birds hovering behind. In the heavens, the two colossal birds relentlessly attacked the gigantic skull. At one moment, the firebird unleashed a torrent of flames, attempting to incinerate the skull. At another, the ice bird exhaled frigid air, seeking to encase the skull in ice. Unfortunately, neither fire nor ice could subdue the ever-expanding skull. Instead, the enormous skull began to retaliate. It opened its cavernous mouth, resembling a black void, and expelled thousands of smaller skulls. These skulls poured forth like a tempest, overwhelming the ice bird and firebird. The ice bird, in its desperation, unleashed a blast of extreme cold towards the oncoming barrage of skulls, freezing many of them mid-flight, causing them to plummet. Meanwhile, the firebird intermittently directed its searing flames at the attacking skulls. Countless small skulls disintegrated into ash upon contact with the flames, emitting heart-wrenching cries. At this juncture, King Grey and Queen Helen appeared pale, drenched in sweat. The exertion of casting such formidable magic had drained their magical and mental energy to the brink. It was evident that they could no longer endure. Ultimately, under the relentless assault of the thousands of small skulls, The icebird and firebird diminished in size until they vanished entirely. Simultaneously, King Grey and Queen Helen coughed up great gouts of blood, collapsing to their knees under an inexplicable and immense pressure. Huh, 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 huh. The black-robed figure, astride a black eagle, cackled maniacally as it descended upon King Grey and Queen Helen. Protect the king. The surviving soldiers roared as they charged towards the encroaching black figure. Chapter 122. A final farewell. Die, insignificant humans. The black-robed figure declared, brandishing its staff, which unleashed a torrent of bloody severed heads from its tip. These heads, with their gaping maws, lunged at the soldiers guarding King Grey and Queen Helen. Bang, bang, bang. Many bloody heads were shattered by the soldiers' weapons, while numerous others were bitten by the flying heads. The scene was both gruesome and terrifying. Although the soldiers exhibited unwavering bravery, the heads kept emerging from the black-robed figure's staff, an unending onslaught. Consequently, the soldiers began to fall one after another, the number of those able to protect the king and queen dwindling. King Grey and Queen Helen exchanged glances, fully aware that their fate was sealed. "Helen, I love you," King Grey said, grasping the queen's hands tightly. "My king, I love you too," Queen Helen replied. King Grey slowly rose from the ground, his head bowed, and then he plunged the Sword of Kings into the earth. Before long, a magnificent radiance enveloped him entirely. Soon, he was consumed by a sphere of light, revealing a colossal golden-armored war deity wielding a golden bow. The golden-armored god aimed an arrow at the astonished figure clad in black robes. The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, obliterating all evil in its path. Countless bloodied heads disintegrated into myriad fragments beneath the brilliance of the golden arrow. The figure in black sought to flee, but it was too late. He was compelled to conjure countless illusions of himself, scattering in all directions. Yet, the golden arrow, seemingly endowed with perception, relentlessly pursued the myriad shadows, shattering them one by one. In the blink of an eye, all the magical phantoms were reduced to mere splinters by the golden arrow. Ultimately, that arrow chased after a silhouette retreating into the depths of the dark forest. With a resounding crash, the dark forest erupted into flames. The ominous black aura that pervaded the heavens and earth was devoured by the roaring fire. Simultaneously, King Grey transformed into a cascade of golden light, vanishing from sight. Queen Helen cradled the great sword left behind by King Grey, weeping inconsolably, for she understood that she had lost him forever. The surviving warriors numbered fewer than 20. They escorted Queen Helen back to the royal city. She brought with her the news that King Grey was the reincarnation of the war god. Ivan ascended to the throne, becoming King of Aellen. As Ivan was yet unmarried, the position of queen remained vacant. His mother, Helen, began the search for a future queen among the 4 noble families. Upon the announcement, the 4 noble houses promptly sent forth unmarried young women of 18 to the royal city. Other noble families, upon hearing the news, hastened to follow suit. Although these nobles were aware of the slim chances of their daughters being chosen, the prospect of an alliance with King Aellen was too enticing to ignore. In no time, the royal city became a gathering place for noble maidens of Aellen. Helen hosted a series of grand banquets, inviting nobles and their daughters to attend. Though in her 50s, Helen retained her captivating beauty, unwittingly becoming the center of attention. The men attending the banquets vied for her favor, and surrounded by countless ardent gazes, Helen felt an unsettling fire of desire ignite within her. She was confident in her allure and understood well what the men sought. More daunting was the profound loneliness she experienced within the palace. After careful consideration, Helen ultimately selected Taylor Eddy, the youngest daughter of the noble Eddy Barron family from the West, as the candidate for queen. Taylor Eddy had just turned 18, renowned for her beauty throughout the West. The moment Ivan laid eyes on the youthful and radiant Taylor, he was irresistibly drawn to her. With the queen candidate chosen, they awaited King Ivan's nuptials. Undoubtedly, the greatest beneficiary of this queen selection was Helen. She had accumulated numerous lovers, each hailing from prominent families. This might have been Helen's means of maintaining balance, or perhaps it was the desires that lay deep within her heart. A few months later, Helen discovered she was with child, yet the identity of the father eluded her. Claiming that life in the palace had become unbearably tedious, she took a few attendants and guards and departed from the royal city. Helen intended to bring the child to term, and her departure was merely a ruse to obscure her intentions. Ultimately, she arrived in the city of Loyas. Barely had Helen set foot in Loyas when her lovers soon followed suit, each drawn to her as if by an irresistible force. A few months later, under the watchful eyes of 6 men, Helen gave birth to a baby boy. The 6 men vied for the title of father, and with no other choice. Helen addressed her lovers, declaring, "He is our child. You are all his fathers. I love you, and you must also cherish our child together." Remarkably, the 6 men acquiesced. Thus, Helen named the child Stephen. In a remote area of the eastern realm of Aellen, a group of people resided, the last survivors of the ancient Druid faith. Many years ago, the high priest of the Druids had organized nearly 10,000 allied forces from the east to resist the invading army of the rebellious King York on the Plains of Wind. Alas, they ultimately faced defeat, and the once thriving Druid faith fell into decline. To evade King York's relentless pursuit, the Druids retreated into the dense forest, where they concealed themselves for decades. One day, a figure clad in a black robe and mask arrived at the sacred site of the Druids, leading a horse. "Who are you?" 2 armed followers of the faith demanded, obstructing the figure's path. "I am Leah of the Star Palace. From this day forth, this place shall be known as the Star Palace. You all must heed my commands, or else." With that, Leah drew her sword and made a casual sweep. A dazzling blue-white lightning serpent surged forth, incinerating all in its path. Trees were pierced and ignited in an instant. The Druids, witnessing the devastation, turned pale with fear and hurried to summon the high priest. Soon, an elderly man, clad in a simple long robe with graying hair, approached slowly. "I am the high priest of the Druids. May I inquire as to your business here?" He surveyed the destruction wrought by Leah, then inquired with measured calm. Leah regarded the aged priest with a cold stare and replied, "I come by divine decree to take control of the Druids. You had best submit willingly, or I shall make your existence a living hell." Chapter 123. The Star Palace. The high priest noted that Leah appeared utterly serious. Before he could respond, the gathering of Druids erupted into murmurs. Observing this, Leah raised her voice. "Whoever dares claim I lack the authority shall not escape my blade." With that, she brandished her sword once more. Suddenly, an intangible force surged forth, sweeping through the crowd like a tempest, leaving them breathless. The high priest, aged and frail, swayed unsteadily. With a pale countenance, he remarked, "I am old. If the young lady truly wishes to take over the Druid sect, it would be a splendid affair." "High priest, this individual's origins are unknown. How can we allow an outsider?" Before he could finish his sentence, Leah gestured, immobilizing him in mid-speech. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of panic as they turned to Leah, bewildered by her sudden display of power. "Kneel before me," Leah commanded sternly. The followers of the Druid sect promptly prostrated themselves before her. The high priest attempted to kneel as well, but Leah caught him gently. "From this moment forth, the Druid sect shall be renamed the Star Palace. I shall be your high priestess. You may address me as the Celestial Maiden." "Celestial Maiden." The crowd echoed in unison. Thus, Leah ascended to lead the Druid sect, now the Star Palace. It remained a mystery why Leah, who had been diligently studying the 9 turns of the celestial stars atop the bright summit, had come to assume the role of leader. Perhaps only she understood the intricacies of her journey. Upon becoming the Celestial Maiden, Leah's first decree was to undertake extensive construction to establish the Star Palace. Towering trees were felled under her direction, transformed into beams and pillars. The Druid sect, originally devoted to revering and respecting nature, found themselves conflicted, yet the fear of Leah's formidable presence compelled them to labor diligently, lest they provoke her wrath and be turned into immobile stone figures by her finger. Building the Star Palace required vast amounts of timber and stone, as well as considerable manpower. The high priest had no choice but to enlist the help of the faithful citizens of the Druid sect. Under the tutelage of the Celestial Maiden Leah, these volunteers acquired remarkable skills in pottery, brickmaking, and tile burning. Years later, the Star Palace was completed. It stood as a quintessential example of Eastern architecture, grand and resplendent, unlike anything the people of Aellen had ever seen. To them, the Star Palace resembled a heavenly abode. Those who had learned the crafts of pottery and brickmaking settled nearby, enchanted by the beauty of the palace and grateful to the Celestial Maiden. They vowed to protect the Star Palace for generations to come, in their own way. As exquisite porcelainware spread throughout the lands of Aellen, the legend of the Celestial Maiden of the Star Palace gradually became known. People from all corners of the nation flocked to the Star Palace to pay their respects, eager to catch a glimpse of her radiant visage. In no time, the Star Palace thrived with offerings and visitors, while the secret incense of the palace saw a significant increase in demand. This left the followers of the Druid sect both astonished and delighted, pondering how their self-proclaimed Celestial Maiden had achieved such wonders. These individuals remain perplexed as to why the esteemed master leads them each month to offer incense and pay homage to a peculiar plaque inscribed with bizarre symbols. This enigmatic plaque is situated within the Hall of the Celestial Sovereign, bearing the 4 characters Celestial Sovereign above in Chinese. Several months later, on a deep, tranquil night, Li Ye, engrossed in his secluded cultivation, discerned that a wispy azure aura had inexplicably manifested within his dantian. This delicate aura, as fine as a thread, filled Li Ye with immense delight. He understood that in order to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, he must elevate this aura to its utmost potential. Thus, the celestial maiden Li Ye chose to venture beyond the palace for further refinement. At present, Li Ye had cultivated the 9 heaven star technique to the 4th major perfection. He merely needed an opportunity to transcend to the 5th level. His journey was embarked upon in search of this very chance. Shortly after departing from the Star Palace, he learned of a peculiar incident in a small town to the east. The mayor's daughter, Luna, who had just turned 18, had suddenly succumbed to a bizarre ailment. Remaining in bed all day, unresponsive to any calls. Assuming the role of an exorcist, Li Ye arrived at the mayor's residence. Upon hearing of Li Ye's identity, the mayor warmly welcomed him and implored him to save his ailing daughter. Entering Luna's bedroom, Li Ye was taken aback by the sight of the frail girl lying on the bed. He turned to the mayor and said, "Your child is gravely ill. If this continues, her life is in jeopardy. Just look at her condition." The mayor, distressed, immediately became frantic. "Master, you must find a way to save my daughter. She is so young and utterly pitiable." Li Ye nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him, "I will certainly do my utmost to save her. However, this ailment is peculiar, and I cannot ascertain the cause at this moment. Please grant me some time." The mayor eagerly assented, "Yes, yes. I entrust this matter to you, master." With the mayor's arrangements, Li Ye took up residence in the adjacent room to Luna, allowing him to observe her condition conveniently. As the night deepened and the town fell into slumber, Li Ye lay awake in bed, his eyes wide open. In truth, he had already discerned the nature of the affliction earlier that day. In his recollection, this illness was known as the soul-loss disease. Typically, ordinary individuals do not suffer from such a malady. Those afflicted are invariably tormented by malevolent entities. Li Ye was uncertain how the townsfolk understood these malevolent beings. Thus he refrained from disclosing his insights directly. This night, his vigilance was maintained as he awaited the arrival of the peculiar entity. After a considerable time, Li Ye suddenly sat upright in bed, for the runes affixed near Luna's window began to emanate an energy fluctuation. Li Ye deduced that the malevolent entity had arrived and had entered Luna's chamber. Expanding his consciousness, he quickly identified a strikingly handsome man standing by Luna's bedside. The man gestured toward Luna, and she awakened from her slumber. "Would you care to join me for my ball?" The gentleman made a courteous gesture towards Luna. She hesitated momentarily, but upon gazing into his eyes, she became entranced. After a brief pause, Luna nodded and replied, "I would." A mischievous smile crept upon the man's lips. He then gently pulled, and Luna's spirit was lifted from her bed. Together, they departed through the window. Chapter 124. The lascivious one. Li Ye focused her spiritual sense intently on the man who had taken Luna away. Following the peculiar figure, she left the town behind. Eventually, Li Ye trailed him to a dilapidated castle. Within the depths of this ancient fortress, a grand ball was underway. The hall was filled with numerous young girls, adorned in splendid attire, dancing with abandon. Among them was the gaunt-faced Luna. The handsome man sat regally in a prominent seat, delighting in the spectacle of women swirling in the dance. After a while, he too descended into the fray, beckoning the dazed young women to join him in a waltz. Li Ye sensed a formidable aura emanating from the dashing man, leading her to surmise that he was no mere mortal, but rather a creature of darkness. To rescue Luna and the other entranced girls, it was imperative to vanquish this malevolent entity. Resolving to act, Li Ye removed her mask, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Upon laying eyes on her, the handsome man was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for the arrival of such an exquisite woman at his ball. "My lady, may I invite you for a dance?" he inquired, abandoning his previous partner to approach her. Li Ye contemplated declining, but just then, a flicker of crimson light flashed from the man's eyes. Having already been wary of his gaze, she reminded herself to avoid direct eye contact. Yet, it was too late. In an instant, a burst of starlight erupted from her own eyes. 2 arcs of energy shot forth, striking the handsome man's gaze. "My eyes." The unforeseen turn of events caught him off guard. Surprised by her success, Li Ye swiftly retrieved 2 demon-sealing talismans and hurled them at the handsome man. The talismans adhered to his form, unleashing a torrent of blue and white electric serpents that surged forth, enveloping him. The handsome man writhed in agony as the onslaught of electric serpents assailed him. Soon, his body began to sprout long hair, expanding rapidly until a massive werewolf loomed before Li Ye. Despicable human, how dare you launch a surprise attack? You shall perish. The werewolf roared, lunging at Leah. She quickly brandished her sword in defense. Clang, clang, clang. The werewolf's long, razor-sharp claws were exceedingly hard, rendering Leah's great sword incapable of severing them. Thus, he could only assault the werewolf's limbs and body. The agile beast occasionally leaped and hung upside down from the ceiling, launching aerial strikes at Leah, and at times propelled itself off the walls to attack him. Relying on his formidable spiritual awareness, Leah steadfastly locked onto the werewolf, narrowly evading its relentless and powerful assaults. In contrast, the werewolf bore several deep and lengthy wounds inflicted by Leah's sword, with blood continually gushing forth. Yet, Leah quickly realized that the previously extensive and deep wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Understanding that mere swordplay would not suffice to vanquish the creature before him, and unwilling to prolong their engagement, Leah resolved to harness the power of the stars. A sharp, cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, and an intangible aura of death surged toward the werewolf. Subsequently, the immense stellar energy from his dantian flowed uncontrollably into his great sword. In that fleeting moment, the werewolf sensed the chilling breath of death and, without hesitation, transformed into a shadow of ash to flee. Where do you think you're going? Leah cried, brandishing his radiant sword toward the escaping beast. A blue-white sword shadow whistled forth, racing toward the werewolf with astonishing speed. Just when the creature thought it had evaded danger, it suddenly felt a searing pain in its left arm, which was severed by the sword's trajectory. With a howl of agony, the werewolf fled for its life, quickly vanishing into the vast darkness of the night. In the basement of the ancient castle, Leah retrieved a ceramic vial he always carried. Removing the cork, he began reciting incantations. Soon, over a dozen souls began to stream into the vial. After sealing it, he departed the castle with the vial in hand. As he journeyed, he inquired about the previous abodes of the souls captured by the werewolf. Once he had gathered all the necessary information, Leah worked through the night to return these souls to their corporeal forms, including Luna's. However, one particular confused soul posed a challenge. Having forgotten the place of her former existence, Leah, left with no alternative, sealed her within the vial. The following morning, as dawn broke, the town mayor discovered that his daughter, Luna, had awakened. Overjoyed, he asked her what had transpired. Luna recounted the truth. On a fateful night over a month prior, she had been pulled into a dance at a ball by a handsome man in her dreams, and since then, she had remained in a deep slumber. To her astonishment, that dashing figure was, in fact, a fearsome werewolf. It was only thanks to a masked woman who had driven the beast away that Luna was able to escape. Upon learning that it was the exorcist Leah who saved his daughter, the mayor expressed his gratitude by presenting Leah with a heavy pouch of gold coins. Leah graciously accepted the coins without refusal. From that moment on, the name of the exorcist Leah spread throughout the eastern regions of the Aellen kingdom. Natalie, ponder deeply about the whereabouts of your home. This matter holds great significance and pertains to your very life. You must clarify it as soon as possible. Leah inquired of the bottle containing Natalie as he walked forward. After a brief pause, Natalie responded from within the bottle. I have thought for a long time. Yet I cannot recall anything at all. I am oblivious to what has occurred and have no memory of past events. Leah remained silent for a moment before stating, your situation is perilous. If within 7 days you cannot return to your physical form, your body will perish, and you shall be lost forever. Is it truly that grave? Natalie exclaimed in astonishment. Leah acknowledged with a sound of affirmation. Let me contemplate, Natalie murmured, falling into silence. Encountering such a bewildered soul left Leah feeling helpless. As the 7 days swiftly passed, Natalie still failed to remember where she had previously lived. Leah realized that her physical form had succumbed to death, rendering her forever unable to revive. Natalie, are you there? Leah inquired through the bottle. I am here, Natalie replied. The 7 days have passed. You can only exist in this manner henceforth. What are your plans? Leah asked. Am I truly dead? Natalie lamented from within the bottle, her voice heavy with sorrow. Yes, Leah responded, his own heart tinged with sadness. However, I do not wish to die. I implore you, save me. Natalie pleaded despondently. Chapter 125. True nature. Leah sighed deeply before articulating. It is too late to speak of anything now. Your inability to recall the past has led us to this point. I have done all I can. After a moment of silence, Natalie implored, you are so powerful. You must have a way to revive me. I beseech you, help me. If you can bring me back to life, I would willingly serve as your slave for all eternity. Leah remained silent, unwilling to invite unnecessary troubles. The werewolf, who had lost his left arm to Leah, initially believed that his formidable self-healing abilities would allow him to regenerate a new limb. However, after 2 weeks had passed, the wound on his arm continued to burn with excruciating pain, showing no signs of healing. This predicament was unprecedented for the werewolf, causing him considerable distress. In a desperate bid to heal his wound, the werewolf decided to venture out in search of prey. Under the cover of night, he infiltrated a somewhat secluded village. That night, the dogs in the village barked furiously, while the inhabitants, unaware of the cause of the commotion, cowered in their homes, too frightened to emerge. At dawn, the villagers discovered that the entire Jon family of 6 had been brutally slain by a ferocious beast. Their faces were ashen, clearly a result of excessive blood loss. The villagers murmured among themselves, with some speculating that a vampire might be lurking in the village, suggesting that the Jon family had fallen victim to such a creature. Upon hearing this, the villagers were gripped with fear, their faces pale with terror. Some speculated that perhaps a wild beast had invaded the village, resulting in the tragic demise of old Jon's family, and suggested enlisting the help of a hunter. Upon hearing this, the village chief dispatched someone to the nearby hillside to summon a hunter who made a living from hunting. Surrounded by the villagers, the hunter arrived at the scene of the tragedy that had befallen old Jon's family. After meticulously examining the wounds of the 6 victims, he reached a conclusion: they had fallen prey to a ferocious wolf. The hunter, however, was perplexed as to why this wolf would indulge in the act of bloodletting. Upon learning that the culprit was indeed a wolf, the villagers breathed a collective sigh of relief. In order to ensure the safety of the village, the chief decided that each household would contribute a small sum to hire the hunter to eliminate the menacing wolf and prevent future calamities. The villagers agreed and began to gather the funds. The hunter weighed the pouch of coins handed to him by the chief and realized it contained a meager amount. The villagers were impoverished, and managing to collect such an amount was no small feat. The haunting image of old Jon's family's tragic end lingered in his mind, and he ultimately resolved to rid the community of this threat by hunting down the wolf. The chief then called upon several robust men from the village, armed with machetes, to accompany the hunter in pursuit of the wolf. The hunter returned to the hillside to prepare, bringing along his hunting dog. Subsequently, the hunter and the villagers, guided by the dog, diligently followed the scent of the wolf. Eventually, the hunting dog halted before a dense thicket, barking furiously at the underbrush. The hunter recognized that the wolf was concealed within this forest. Thus, he led the men cautiously into the thicket. Deep within the woods, the wolf, upon hearing the barking, understood that someone was coming to hunt him. As he contemplated his escape, he fled in the opposite direction. Shortly thereafter, the wolf spotted a small cabin nestled within the woods, its surroundings and roof entwined with thorny vines. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the cabin. Inside, a young girl clad in a black dress was seated. On her table, a half-burned candle flickered, casting an ethereal glow, illuminated by the candlelight. The girl appeared both beautiful and enigmatic, especially her eyes that seemed to pierce through all illusions, now gleaming as they fixed upon the handsome wolf. The girl faintly perceived the distant sound of barking dogs. She discerned that this man had surely encountered trouble, prompting his intrusion into her sanctuary. What astonished her further was that the wound on his severed arm shimmered with a starlit glow in the darkness. The striking man stood silently within the cabin, his gaze locked onto the girl's exquisite visage. The girl extended her right hand and gently waved toward the door. Following this gesture, the sounds of barking dogs and distant footsteps ceased. The hunter and several villagers, led by the dog, wandered through the thicket several times but were unable to locate the wolf with the severed arm. After a considerable time, the girl spoke in a cool tone. "They have departed. You may leave now." The werewolf gazed at the girl before him with incredulous eyes, perplexed at how she had managed to conceal her presence. Yet, he was certain that this girl was of extraordinary origin. Thus, he knelt before her and expressed, "Thank you for your timely intervention." The girl offered no further words. The werewolf continued, "I have nowhere to turn. I wish to seek refuge with you for a few days." "As you wish," she replied, showing no objection. Hearing her acquiescence, the werewolf felt a sense of relief and settled himself to one side. At that moment, he was acutely aware of the pain from his wound and could not suppress a groan. The girl inquired, "What has caused this injury?" "It was inflicted by a terrifying woman wielding a sword," the werewolf answered candidly. "How remarkable," she remarked, drawing closer to him and delicately touching his wound with her fingers. A chill emanated from her touch, significantly alleviating his pain, which he found to be quite extraordinary. At that instant, the girl produced a black crystal sphere and placed it upon the werewolf's wound. Before long, visible specks of light began to emerge from the injury, drawn into the dark crystal. Once all the luminescent points had been absorbed, the werewolf realized with astonishment that his wound no longer hurt. "How beautiful!" the girl exclaimed, gazing at the crystal filled with star-like points, her delight palpable. Unable to resist the allure of such innocent charm, the werewolf embraced her and kissed her tenderly. Strangely, the girl did not resist. After their passionate exchange, the werewolf's injury unexpectedly healed, revealing a robust arm. "What is your name?" he inquired, stroking her gently. "Mamla," she replied, gazing at him with affection. "Keatum," he smiled, responding in kind. Subsequently, Mamla and Keatum departed the dense forest together. Word of the village tragedy swiftly reached the exorcist, Leah. Upon arriving at the village, he entered old John's home to inspect the crime scene. Although the family of 6 had been cremated and laid to rest by the villagers, Leah discerned from the remnants that the perpetrator was indeed the werewolf he had previously maimed. Chapter 126. Resurrection led by the villagers. Leah ventured to the forest where the werewolf had once concealed himself. "Master, after we followed the hunter here, we lost track of the fiend," a villager lamented. "I understand. Stay outside while I investigate," Leah instructed. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Allow us to accompany you," the villagers urged. "No need. I can manage on my own," he firmly declined their kind offer. Extending his senses, Leah swiftly located the small cabin where the girl had resided. Upon entering, he detected the unmistakable aura of the werewolf. Regrettably, the werewolf is not present at this moment. Leah swiftly expanded his consciousness, searching within a 100-mile radius for the whereabouts of the creature. However, he found nothing. Clearly, the werewolf had concealed itself. Reluctantly, Leah had to abandon his search. He returned to the village and informed the villagers that the malevolent wolf was hiding and that he could not locate it for the time being. The villagers approached him, expressing their gratitude to the exorcist Leah. Departing from the village, Leah journeyed to Lington City. At this moment, a troubling matter weighed heavily on his mind. In just 2 days, it would be the 49th day since Natalie's soul would dissipate from this world. That foolish girl, Natalie, had persistently beseeched him to resurrect her. Leah was acutely aware that such a defiance of natural order would invite divine retribution. He wished to remain uninvolved in such affairs, fearing the wrath of the heavenly path. Yet, perhaps, fate had its own designs, Leah pondered helplessly. Upon reaching a tavern in Lington City, he intended to gather accounts of the city's peculiar happenings. Soon, he heard of a strange occurrence. A young maiden, merely 18 years of age, had inexplicably passed away in her sleep. Her beauty was renowned throughout Lington City, and she was the fiancée of a young noble from the esteemed Taylor family. In his inquiries, Leah learned that the enchanting maiden was named Seth. She had been laid to rest in a graveyard on the outskirts of the eastern part of the city. After spending a day exploring Lington City, Leah left as dusk fell and took refuge in the home of a farmer on the city's outskirts. The farmer had 2 sons, both of marriageable age. Yet due to their impoverished circumstances, no maiden was willing to wed them. During dinner, the 2 brothers indulged in some wine and began to chatter nonsensically. The elder brother said, "Brother, have you heard? The most beautiful girl in Lington City, Miss Seth, has inexplicably died." The younger brother slapped his thigh and lamented, "Alas, what a pity. I have never even seen Miss Seth. Ha ha ha. I have seen her once. When I entered the city to work for someone, I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Miss Seth," the elder brother recalled, squinting in thought. "Is that true? Tell me, what does Miss Seth look like?" the younger brother asked, intrigued. The elder brother replied, "Miss Seth has fair, delicate skin, golden hair, and eyes as pale blue as the sea." "How beautiful," the younger brother murmured dreamily. The younger brother could not help but let out a long sigh, saying, "What a shame, such a beautiful girl. And I have never even seen her." Observing the look of regret on his brother's face, an idea suddenly flashed through the elder brother's mind. He took another sip of his drink and asked, "Brother, do you truly wish to meet Miss Seth?" The younger brother nodded earnestly. The elder brother beckoned him closer, and the 2 whispered to one another. The younger brother hesitantly inquired, "Is that appropriate?" The elder brother let out a belch and remarked, "What does it matter? We merely wish to take a glance at her. We mean no harm. She won't be angry." In the dead of night, while meditating to absorb the celestial energies, Leah suddenly heard the sound of a door creaking open. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he discovered it was those 2 brothers, stealthily exiting their home with shovels in hand, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Driven by curiosity, Leah decided to follow them. The brothers, glancing about furtively, made their way toward the graveyard. Arriving at Miss Seth's resting place, they wasted no time, raising their shovels and beginning to dig. Leah, trailing behind, gazed in astonishment at the audacious grave robbers. He could hardly fathom their audacity in desecrating a grave. After some vigorous excavation, the brothers finally unearthed Miss Seph's coffin. With care, they lifted the lid, revealing the stunning Miss Seph, her complexion radiant as though she were still alive. "She is truly beautiful," the younger brother remarked, gazing at her remains. "Isn't she lovely?" "I told you I wasn't lying," the elder brother replied. The younger brother nodded, and after a moment, suggested, "Should we close the lid? Why the haste? We've only just opened it. Let me see if there's anything of value inside," the elder brother said, reaching into the coffin. At that moment, a voice echoed from nearby. "Who's there? What are you doing? Quick, someone's coming. We must flee," the elder brother exclaimed, seizing his shovel and bolting. The younger brother, paralyzed by fear, abandoned his shovel and ran for his life. Once the brothers had vanished, Leo approached Miss Seph's tomb with a measured pace. Using his spiritual awareness, he confirmed her extraordinary beauty. He retrieved a porcelain vial containing Natalie's essence and removed the stopper. Almost instantly, Natalie's spirit escaped the vial and, without waiting for Leah's command, dove into Miss Seph's lifeless form. Leah shook his head in response. He then began to chant incantations over Miss Seph, weaving spells with intent. After a while, Miss Seph rose from her coffin. "Master, you are truly remarkable. I am alive once more," she exclaimed joyfully to Leah. He remained silent, methodically replacing the coffin lid and covering the empty grave with soil using his shovel. Leah led Miss Seph away through the night. For him, even in the darkness, the path ahead was clear. However, for the mortal Miss Seph, she clung tightly to the hem of Leah's garment, seeking solace against her fear of the night. After walking for a while, Leah suddenly halted and inquired, "What are your plans for the future?" "I have vowed that as long as you resurrect me, I shall follow you for eternity, serving as your slave," Miss Seph replied. Leah fell silent for a moment before speaking. "There is no need for such gratitude. My act of saving you was but a trifling effort. If you wish to depart, you may do so at any time. As for a lifetime of servitude, that is entirely unnecessary." Miss Seph remained silent, clutching tightly to the hem of Leah's garment, fearful that he might abandon her in the oppressive darkness of the night. Chapter 127. She and her women noticing that Seph had no intention of leaving, Leah retrieved a mask from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Put this on." Once Seph donned the mask, Leah guided her onward. Just as dawn was approaching, a thick fog suddenly enveloped them. Seph, who had just begun to feel uplifted, looked around at the gray expanse in fear. She grasped Leah's hand tightly and asked, "Master, this place feels so strange. Why has such a dense fog appeared so suddenly?" Leah remained silent, sensing the fog's abruptness as well, yet he preferred to believe it was merely a natural phenomenon. At that moment, a voice echoed faintly from within the mist, "Natalie, Natalie." Upon hearing her name called, Miss Seph instinctively opened her mouth to respond. But Leah halted her. "Do not speak. Your name is Seph." "Oh," Seph replied, slightly puzzled, nodding her head. Just then, the voice resonated again from the depths of the fog. "Natalie, the gates of heaven have been opened to you. Come swiftly to the side of the Lord and serve him." As the voice faded, a radiant door appeared not far away, flanked by two cherubic figures with outstretched wings. "Look, that is the gateway to paradise," Seph exclaimed excitedly to Leah, pointing at the door in the distance. Leah cast a stoic glance at Seph before silently gazing at the celestial portal. "Come quickly," the elusive voice echoed in Seph's mind, seemingly drifting down from the heavens. Under the spell of that call, she gradually loosened her grip on Leah's hand and eagerly sprinted toward the door. This time, Leah did not attempt to stop her. He understood the fervent obsession these outsiders held for the heavens. Under the influence of their faith, the ultimate aspiration for such individuals was merely to enter paradise, to be in the presence of the Lord, and to attain eternal life and joy. This was their belief. And Seph would not let this rare opportunity to realize her dreams slip away. As Seph raced through the mist toward the seemingly close gates of heaven, no matter how hard she tried, they remained distant and unattainable. Suddenly, she felt as though she had plunged into water. At the same time, it seemed as if countless hands were grasping her legs, rendering her immobile. Even more terrifying was the sensation of her body sinking. "Help! Help! Master, save me!" Seph flailed her arms in desperation, struggling as she cried out to Leah for assistance. Leah hastily ran toward her, expanding his awareness to assess Seph's predicament as he approached. Unbeknownst to her, Seph had inadvertently fallen into a treacherous swamp. Countless arms emerged from the murky depths, tugging her down into the water. When Leah arrived at the edge of the swamp, only Seph's head remained above the surface, as those ghastly black limbs pressed her down. In a moment of urgency, Leah swung his sword at the encroaching shadows. A crescent arc of blue and white light sliced through the air, skimming past Seph's body. With a chilling hiss, Tendrils of smoke arose, accompanied by spine-tingling cries of anguish. Freed from the grip of those dark hands, Sepha's arms were finally liberated, allowing her to rise from the mire. Leah grasped her mud-streaked hand and pulled her from the horrid swamp. In a rush of relief, Seph flung herself into Leah's embrace, clinging tightly as she uttered frantic words. "There's something in the water. It's terrifying. So frightening." Leah's expression darkened as he found himself besmirched by the muck covering Seph, especially the nauseating stench that threatened to suffocate him. Yet, he could not cast aside the trembling figure in his arms. As dawn broke and the fog lifted, Leah led Miss Seph to a small lake to bathe. While washing, he couldn't help but admire the exquisite beauty beside him, perhaps due to the morning chill. Seph shivered in the water. Leah drew her close, enveloping her in his warmth. In his gaze, Seph discerned a profound affection. The steady warmth emanating from him made her feel as though he were a small furnace. Like an octopus, she clung to him fiercely, unable to resist offering her lips to him. The two women, lost in the moment, shared passionate kisses in the water, stripped of masks and garments. They reveled in each other's beauty and form. "You're so beautiful. Why do you wear such an ugly mask?" Seph questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Do you truly think me beautiful?" Leah replied, surprised by the inquiry. "Indeed," Seph nodded earnestly. Leah shook his head with a smile, declaring, "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. From now on, you shall be mine." Seph gazed at him in astonishment, unsure if he spoke sincerely or jested, particularly given that they were both women. Despite the peculiarity of the situation, the presence of such a powerful, intimate companion filled her with a sense of security. The two stunning women continued to play in the water for a while longer. Once Leah estimated that their clothes drying by the fire had become warm, he led Seph ashore. After donning their garments, the pair set off together toward a nearby market, with Seph stealing glances at Leah along the way. Observing Sephir's hesitant demeanor, Leah chuckled and said, "Feel free to inquire about anything that piques your curiosity. There is no need for apprehension." Encouraged by his words, Sephir asked, "What is your name?" "Leah," he replied. Sephir continued, "May I call you Leah from now on?" "Certainly." Leah nodded affirmatively. Sephir joyfully exclaimed, "Leah?" "Yes." Leah responded. "Leah?" "Yes." "Are you not vexed?" Leah, slightly irritated, playfully tapped Sephir's forehead. "Ouch! That hurt!" Sephir exclaimed, clutching her forehead. "Does it truly hurt?" "I hardly applied any force," Leah smiled. "It does. I'm quite upset." Sephir retorted. "Is that so? Let me see if it's red," Leah said skeptically. "Humph." Sephir huffed, turning her face away. Leah embraced Sephir, gently cradling her face to examine it closely, then remarked, "Oh dear, it has indeed turned red. How unsightly. How dare you speak of me in such a manner?" Sephir declared, promptly biting Leah's small hand. "Ouch, that hurts. Release me." Leah yelped in surprise. Sephir, finding satisfaction in her revenge, finally let go. Chapter 128. Into dreams. As Leah blew on his hand, he remarked, "What manner of woman are you, that you enjoy biting so much? What kind of dog are you referring to?" "You are the little pup." "Mischievous creature," Sephir shot back with a glare. Suddenly, Leah recalled that the people here did not adhere to the zodiac system. He quickly defended himself. "I did not bite anyone. What grounds do you have to accuse me?" Their banter continued as they traversed village after village, circumventing lake after lake. That evening, Leah and Sephir walked side by side along a broad avenue. As they strolled, Sephir abruptly halted and crouched by the roadside. Leah turned to inquire, "Why have you stopped?" "I am both hungry and weary. I can no longer continue," Sephir replied. Her energy depleted. Leah glanced around, but found no nearby dwellings. He pointed toward a grove not far ahead and suggested, "Shall we rest there?" "Very well," Sephir agreed. Leah retrieved 2 flatbreads, offering one to Sephir as he said, "Here, have a bread to satiate your hunger." "Oh, I cannot bite into this. It is too hard. How can one eat this?" Sephir complained, visibly frustrated. Leah took a bite of his own bread and, with his mouth slightly full, said, "How can something so delicious be hard? It is tasty. You can eat it yourself." Sephir retorted, shoving her bread into Leah's embrace and storming off in a huff. Leah hurried to catch up, asking, "What then would you prefer to eat?" "Meat." "I want meat," Sephir asserted firmly. "Haha, you wish to eat meat?" Leah laughed lightly. "What is so amusing? Why should I not be able to eat meat?" Sephir questioned, her frustration evident in her gaze. "Just look at you. You have recently gained weight." Leah remarked, scrutinizing her. "Refrain from such nonsense. I have not gained any weight." Sephir replied, visibly displeased. "Look at your waist. It's as thick as a large barrel." As Leah spoke, he playfully patted Sephir's ample behind. "Humph. If I gain weight, will you stop liking me?" Sephir inquired. "How could that be? Even if one day you transformed into a clumsy bear, I would still cherish you." Leah replied with a grin. You are the clumsy bear, Sephir exclaimed mischievously. I'm tired and can hardly move. Carry me, she added with a playful smile. All right, I will carry you, Leah said, and he promptly lifted Sephir into his arms. Oh dear, my little darling, you've grown so heavy I can hardly bear it, Leah remarked, furrowing his brow. I can't hear you. I'm asleep. Don't bother me, Sephir murmured softly, curling up like a kitten in Leah's embrace. With a helpless shake of his head, Leah carried Sephir into the woods and gently set her down beneath a large tree. He then gathered some dry branches and kindled a fire. While Sephir rested against the tree, Leah ventured off in search of food. In her dreams, Sephir found herself in a grand palace, where a lavish feast was underway. A colossal dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, greasy ham, fragrant roast goose, tantalizing slices of meat, along with an assortment of pastries and fruits. Sephir was awestruck by the sight, unable to suppress her salivation. Wow, it smells divine, she mumbled in her sleep, drooling slightly. Ah, this little glutton. Leah chuckled as he roasted rabbit meat over the fire, casting an amused glance at the slumbering Sephir. After a while, the meat was ready, and Leah called for Sephir to awaken and join him for the feast. However, Sephir remained deeply asleep, unresponsive to his gentle nudges. If you don't wake up soon, I shall finish this delicious rabbit meat all by myself, Leah warned, taking a bite of the succulent meat. Truly delightful, he marveled at his culinary skills. Yet, after some time, he sensed something amiss about Sephir today. Resolutely, he shook her and called out loudly, Sephir, wake up. There's meat to eat. But no matter how he shouted, Sephir lay still, unmoving. Could she be suffering from soul loss again? Leah pondered aloud. He set the rabbit meat aside and sat cross-legged in meditation. Employing his dream-invoking technique, Leah swiftly entered Sephir's dream. The sky here was a deep crimson, reminiscent of a sunset. A warm breeze swept through, evoking memories of summer evenings in his homeland. Leah found himself walking through a vast canyon, the ground strewn with sand. Towering, dark mountains loomed around him like colossal beasts, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Occasionally, enormous, strange birds soared overhead. Leah expanded his consciousness and soon discerned a magnificent palace at the canyon's end. He suspected that Sephir might be trapped within that very palace. Resolute, he quickened his pace toward the structure. Suddenly, two gigantic, ominous birds dove down from the sky, hurtling toward Leah. Leah sensed that something was amiss and immediately unsheathed his great sword, preparing to confront the monstrous bird that lunged towards him. Clang, clang, clang. His sword struck the creature's razor-sharp claws. To his astonishment, he discovered that the claws were forged from fine steel, rendering his great sword ineffective against them. The two monstrous birds attacked in succession, forcing Leah to retreat repeatedly. After engaging in a fierce struggle with the two avian beasts for some time, he found himself at a complete loss against them. Suddenly, one of the birds began to flap its wings furiously, and soon two black whirlwinds surged towards Leah. Realizing the imminent danger, he turned and fled. The birds, witnessing his retreat, erupted in triumphant caws, their cries filled with delight. Anxious to rescue Seph from the canyon palace, Leah felt increasingly helpless against the two creatures. A troubling thought struck him. If a vicious wolf were to assault their physical forms left in the woods, it would spell disaster. With this in mind, he hastily initiated a technique to draw back into the dream. Just as he emerged from the dreamscape, he saw a dark shadow hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he rolled aside, only to observe a large dog scurrying off with his rabbit meat in its mouth. Rising from the ground, Leah shouted at the fleeing dog, "You wretched beast! Have your eyes gone blind? How dare you steal my meat?" As he drew his great sword, intending to slay the thieving dog, he suddenly noticed numerous pairs of glowing, beastly eyes surrounding him. A quick scan of his surroundings revealed a pack of ferocious wolves encroaching upon him. As Leah focused his mind on the wolves, he thought to himself how fortunate he was to have emerged in time. Otherwise, both he and Seph's physical bodies would surely have been torn to shreds by this pack. A few wolves lunged at Leah while others fixated on Seph's body, lying beside the tree. Chapter 129, The Devoted One. The celestial energy within Leah surged, and his great sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal crescent-shaped sword light that howled forth. The wolves howled in agony as they were cleaved in two. The remaining wolves, who had intended to seize Seph's body amidst the chaos, turned tail and fled upon witnessing their companion's swift demise. Leah chose not to pursue the fleeing wolves. Instead, he hefted Seph onto his back and made his way towards a nearby marketplace. After traversing a stretch of the night road, he suddenly felt a chilling gust of wind. Moments later, A bloodied head came hurtling towards him. For an ordinary person, such a sight would have been enough to induce fainting. However, Leah was no ordinary individual. He bellowed at the disheveled head, "Begone!" Remarkably, the flying head was momentarily stunned by his fierce command, hovering in midair. It contemplated retreating, but then realized, "I am the infamous head demon. How many travelers have I frightened to death along this road? How dare this mere child admonish me?" Thus, the large-headed ghost bellowed, "I shall consume you," and lunged towards Leah with its jaws agape. "You seek death." Leah swiftly drew his great sword, delivering a decisive blow to the oncoming specter. The large-headed ghost attempted to evade, but it was too late. Leah cleaved it in two. "I am dead. I am dead," exclaimed the ghost. "Huh, who is mimicking my words? Who are you?" "I am the large-headed ghost." "You are the large-headed ghost. Then who am I? How should I know who you are?" Leah gazed in astonishment at the two large-headed apparitions before him, realizing they were formidable adversaries. He set Sephir aside. "What brings you here?" "I have come to devour humans." "Devour humans? So do I. Let us do so together. I will consume you. I will consume you." The two large-headed ghosts shrieked as they lunged at Leah. Leah pointed his great sword at one of the specters, and a bolt of blue-white lightning surged forth, striking the ghost. With a horrific wail, it vanished into a wisp of azure smoke. The remaining ghost, witnessing this, fled in terror, exclaiming, "She has slain a large-headed ghost. She has actually slain a large-headed ghost." Leah raised his sword, intending to strike down the fleeing specter. At that moment, he suddenly heard Sephir utter a soft sound from the ground. He quickly bent down and cradled her in his arms. Sephir trembled uncontrollably, and it took her a while to settle. Slowly, she opened her eyes, finding herself enveloped in darkness. "It is so dark. Who are you? Why are you holding me?" Sephir inquired. "Ah, I am Leah. Have you awakened?" "Yes. Where are we?" "We are on the path to the market," Leah replied. "Oh, my head hurts terribly." Sephir lamented. "Why has my head suddenly begun to throb?" "Here, let me massage it for you," Leah said as he gently rubbed her temples with his delicate fingers. "Is it feeling any better?" he asked. "Much improved." "I did not expect you to possess such a skill," Sephir replied, surprised. "It is good that you feel better," Leah said as he assisted Sephir to her feet. They continued their journey as dawn approached when suddenly, a large dog sprang out from the bushes by the roadside. The dog barked fervently at Leah and Sephir. Leah instantly recognized this dog as the one that had stolen his rabbit meat the previous night. He chuckled. "You pilfered my meat last night, and now you return for what purpose? Do you wish to feast upon it again?" The dog ignored Leah entirely, instead barking wildly at Sephir. Sephir's eyes were fixed intently on the large dog. After a moment, the dog ceased its barking, lowered its head, and wagged its tail incessantly, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Leah and Sephir, accompanied by the large dog, made their way to a quaint little town. The town was in disarray, as though something untoward had transpired. Leah and Sei-Fu had just partaken of a modest meal in a quaint tavern when they learned from the tavern keeper that, the previous evening, a band of intruders had invaded the town and abducted the blacksmith's child. The townsfolk rallied to rescue the child, only to discover that these marauders were werewolves. The werewolves, merciless and ferocious, claimed many lives before departing with the blacksmith's son. Upon hearing this, Leah realized that they had yet another matter to attend to. He and Sei-Fu made their way to the blacksmith's home, eager to glean more information regarding the kidnapping. The blacksmith and his wife were engulfed in profound sorrow, so much so that they were oblivious to Leah's arrival. "I have heard that your child has been taken by werewolves," Leah spoke gently. The mention of their child caused the blacksmith's wife to break into uncontrollable tears, lamenting. "Oh, my poor child." Leah approached, enveloping the grieving woman in his embrace. As he patted her back soothingly, he reassured her, "Do not despair, dear lady. I shall surely help you find your child." Upon hearing his words, the woman ceased her weeping and looked into Leah's eyes, asking earnestly, "Young man, can you truly assist us in locating our child?" Leah nodded solemnly in affirmation. The elderly woman, filled with hope, exclaimed, "You must be sent by the divine to save us. Truly, you are an angel. Praise be to the divine." As she spoke, she began a fervent prayer to the divine. Leah smiled at the blacksmith, revealing, "In truth, I am an exorcist from the celestial palace. I have encountered werewolves before, and I even severed one of their arms." The blacksmith, emboldened by Leah's confidence, recounted the details of his son, Orpheus. It turned out that the couple had no biological children. Orpheus was a child rescued by the blacksmith's wife, and he was approximately 5 years old. With his raven black hair, fair complexion, and striking features, Orpheus was particularly notable for his rare golden-hued eyes. Leah closed his eyes and extended his consciousness, which swiftly radiated in all directions. Utilizing the clues provided by the blacksmith, he quickly located Orpheus, who was currently being escorted by 7 werewolves towards Beck Mountain. With Orpheus's position firmly established in his mind, Leah opened his eyes and addressed Sei-Fu, saying, "Stay here, I shall retrieve Orpheus." Sei-Fu nodded in agreement, choosing not to accompany him. A decision that surprised Leah. With a brief acknowledgement to Sei-Fu, Leah rose and set off toward Beck Mountain. Chapter 130. The Underworld. Not long after Leah departed from the town, a massive dark cloud suddenly swept in from the west, hovering ominously above the town and showing no signs of leaving. The sky turned ominously dark. The clouds in the sky churned incessantly, resembling countless serpents entwined in a wild dance. This extraordinary phenomenon swiftly caught the attention of Seth. As she gazed upward, she gradually discerned a colossal human face emerging from the clouds, which, with a chilling smirk directed at her, dissipated into nothingness. Many townsfolk witnessed the eerie visage in the sky, sparking fervent discussions about its ominous significance. Leah found her path obstructed by a lake. With no alternative, she awaited the ferryman's arrival by the shore. Unbeknownst to her, dusk had already fallen. The setting sun bathed the entire lake in a crimson hue. At that moment, Leah spotted a small boat slowly approaching her. She called out to the nearing vessel, "Ah, ferryman, could you take me across?" The ferryman remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Once the boat was anchored, Leah joyfully leaped aboard. With a gentle thrust of his pole, the ferryman propelled the boat swiftly toward the lake's center. As she gazed at the harmonious blend of water and sky and shades of red, Leah's mind wandered back to her previous experience in Seph's dream realm. "Ferryman, are we headed in the right direction? I intend to reach the opposite shore, not the lake's center," Leah suddenly inquired after a while. The ferryman, donning a wide-brimmed hat, remained mute and did not alter course. Sensing a foreboding turn of events, Leah turned around, only to realize that the ferryman was not human at all, but a skeleton clad in human attire. As darkness enveloped the scene, the skeleton emitted an eerie glow, appearing ominous and terrifying. Leah thought to herself, in a moment of carelessness, "I have boarded a ghostly vessel." She contemplated leaping overboard, but the uncertainty of what lay beneath the water dissuaded her from such an act. Extending her awareness, Leah soon discovered that countless vengeful spirits accompanied the boat. Moreover, she sensed their heavy resentment, though the cause of their demise remained a mystery. As the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid, Leah realized she was likely no longer on the lake, but had entered some otherworldly realm. Indeed, as she suspected, the ghostly ferryman had navigated her into the river of the dead. At that moment, a myriad of malevolent spirits swirled in the waters. The instant she touched the river's water, no matter her extraordinary abilities, she would surely perish within its depths. Leah was brought before a spectral official of the underworld. The official radiated a peculiar luminescence, rendering his face obscured and indistinct, even to Leah's probing awareness. This alone filled her with profound dread. The spectral official addressed her, saying, "Exorcist Maria, your mastery of supernatural arts to revive the dead has transgressed our underworld's laws. Therefore, you are summoned to face your judgment." Oh, Leah responded, bowing her head in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering any further words. Observing her acceptance of guilt, the official continued, "Considering this is your first offense, I shall reduce your lifespan by 20 years as a form of punishment. Moreover, the lifespan of the woman you have resurrected will be deducted from your own. How long do you intend for her to live?" 80 years, Leah replied coolly. "Are you certain?" The underworld official inquired with a hint of surprise. "Indeed, I am certain," Leah nodded affirmatively. "Very well, once the lifespan is reduced, it cannot be altered. You must sign here," the underworld official stated, handing Leah a quill made from a goose feather. Leah inscribed the name Maria upon the document of sin. In an instant, a flash of golden light illuminated the room, affirming the charges. The underworld official cast a bewildered glance at the unscathed Leah before instructing the skeletal ferryman to escort her out of the underworld. Leah distinctly felt that the time taken to exit the underworld was considerably longer than her entrance. Yet, surrounded by the dimness and the wails of vengeful spirits, she found herself preoccupied, unable to ponder the events that had transpired. Upon reaching the lakeside, the dawn had fully broken. However, the landscape of grass and trees appeared transformed from the previous day, although a sense of bewilderment lingered in her heart. Leah chose not to dwell on it, and proceeded according to her original plan towards Beacon Mountain. Upon arriving at Beacon Mountain, she immediately extended her consciousness to search for Orpheus. It wasn't long before she discovered the lair of the werewolves nestled within a secluded valley. To her astonishment, Orpheus, the blacksmith's son, was present there as well. Remarkably, he had matured into a young boy, standing at 1 meter 50 with a robust physique. Were it not for his uniquely pale golden eyes, Leah would scarcely have believed that this youth was indeed the blacksmith's offspring. At that moment, the young Orpheus was engrossed with the dashing werewolf Keatman, the enchanting witch Manla, and several other werewolves around a large forge, crafting weapons. Excitement flickered in Keatman's eyes, indicating that they were forging a weapon for him. The young Orpheus wore a grave expression, intently watching the flickering flames. He occasionally instructed the werewolves to monitor the fire and maintain the temperature. At that moment, he exuded an air of seasoned expertise, reminiscent of an experienced blacksmith. It appeared the young lad had integrated well with the werewolves. Leah mused. Could it be that the werewolves captured him solely for weapon crafting? As time passed amidst the rhythmic clanging and clattering of the forge, the weapon forging neared its conclusion. Then, the young Orpheus took up the heavy hammer himself, preparing to forge the massive axe-shaped weapon. Bang! Bang! The resounding and crisp sounds of hammering echoed through the valley, reaching towards the heavens. A surge of formidable power emanated from within the young Orpheus, infusing the battle axe with vigor. With each strike of the hammer, the axe radiated a brilliant light. After delivering a total of 49 strikes, the axe was finally completed. Simultaneously, it exuded a potent and fierce aura of lethality. In that instant, the once cold weapon seemed to come alive, resembling a bloodthirsty beast eager to feast upon flesh. What a magnificent and powerful weapon! Leah could not help but marvel in her heart. She felt that such a weapon ought not to exist in this world. The handsome werewolf Keatman received the battle axe from the young Orpheus, and an overwhelming and majestic power surged into his body, forging a profound connection between him and the axe. With this divine weapon in his grasp, the handsome werewolf Keatman howled joyously to the heavens. "Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring this divine weapon," exclaimed the beautiful witch Manla, her smile radiant. The handsome werewolf Keatman nodded in delight. Chapter 131. Orpheus, my lord. Why not bestow a name upon this weapon? Suggested the witch Manla. Let it be called the Night Battle Axe, proclaimed the handsome werewolf Keatman. The Night Battle Axe. What a magnificent name. The beautiful witch Manla exclaimed with delight. With this Night Battle Axe, our werewolf clan shall inevitably dominate the world, declared the confident Keatman. The young Orpheus stepped forward to offer his congratulations. May my lord soon conquer the world. Ha ha ha, you young lad speak well, Keatman replied. Indeed, I owe you much for this divine weapon. Speak your desires for a reward. The young Orpheus said, I have come to assist my lord in crafting this weapon for over 2 years. Now that it is complete, I hope my lord will allow me to return home and reunite with my family. Just as the handsome werewolf Keatman was about to agree, he caught a significant glance from the witch Manla. Thus, he quickly responded, well, we shall discuss your return home later. For now, you should rest. With no choice but to comply, the young Orpheus withdrew. After the youth's departure, the handsome werewolf Keatman looked at the beautiful witch Manla with confusion and inquired, The weapon is complete. Why do we still keep that boy here? The beautiful witch smiled and replied, You have witnessed the boy's prowess. At such a tender age, he has crafted such a formidable weapon. Who knows what divine artifacts he might create when he matures? Indeed, you make a valid point. Who exactly is he? Pondered the handsome werewolf Keatman. I do not know. I only know he is remarkably gifted. If he can be of service to us, he shall be our ally. If not, he will become our greatest foe. The beautiful witch stated coldly. Do you intend to persuade him to stay? Asked the handsome werewolf Keatman. The beautiful witch Manla nodded. It would be best if he recognizes the situation and chooses to remain with us. Otherwise, we must eliminate him to prevent future troubles. The young Orpheus, hiding nearby, heard their conversation with clarity. With the werewolf's keen instincts, it was impossible for them to be unaware that the young Orpheus had not departed. Clearly, the handsome werewolf Keatman wanted Orpheus to understand the consequences of fleeing. For over 2 years, Orpheus had lived under the watchful eyes of the werewolves. He had thought that once he helped Keatman forge the weapon, he would be allowed to return home. However, he never anticipated this outcome. The thought of spending a lifetime with this group of ferocious, bloodthirsty werewolves filled him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. I cannot remain here for even a moment longer. They are a horde of demons, and I cannot coexist with them. If I cannot escape, if I cannot attain freedom, I would rather perish. The anguished youth Orpheus cried out. The werewolf tasked with monitoring him swiftly reported this to the dashing werewolf Keatman. Is that little wretch truly contemplating death? Keatman inquired with surprise. Indeed, he is ascending the mountain. It appears he intends to leap off, the werewolf responded. A witch nearby coldly interjected, We can watch him meet his demise, but under no circumstances must he leave alive. Very well, I shall continue to follow him," the werewolf declared before departing. At that moment, the youth Orpheus stood on the precipice of Bacon Mountain. Just as he was about to leap, he heard a voice. "Orpheus, do not commit such a foolish act." "Who?" Orpheus exclaimed, astonished as he scanned the empty surroundings. "I have come to rescue you. Descend the southern slope swiftly, and I will be there to assist you." "Who are you? Do I know you? Why do you wish to save me?" Orpheus asked warily. "Why so many questions? If you do not wish to escape, I shall take my leave." "Do not go." "Very well, I shall heed your words," Orpheus replied hastily. Indeed, there were few werewolves patrolling the southern side of Bacon Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Orpheus beheld a masked figure. "Leah, is it you? The one who spoke to me earlier?" he questioned. "Yes, it is I," Leah affirmed. "Why do you wear a mask?" Orpheus inquired. "You ask too many questions," Leah replied impatiently. Orpheus was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, two werewolves spotted him attempting to flee. One chased after Orpheus, while the other hurried to inform Ketman. Leah pulled Orpheus forward, not even glancing at the werewolf hot on their heels. When the werewolf transformed into a fearsome beast and leaped towards Orpheus, Leah swiftly drew her sword. In a flash, the blade sliced through the air, cleaving the beast in two, and a rain of foul blood cascaded to the ground. Orpheus stared at Leah in shock, bewildered by how she accomplished such a feat. When Ketman and his pack of werewolves arrived, Leah and Orpheus had already vanished. Gazing at the carcass of the slain werewolf, Ketman recalled the beautiful, mad woman. He touched the spot where his arm had once been severed and spoke with a heavy heart. "Let us return, there is no need to pursue them." Leah led Orpheus back to the small town. The old blacksmith looked at Leah in astonishment, having believed she had perished in the jaws of a wolf 2 years prior. Yet here she was, returning with a young man. "Father, I have returned," Orpheus exclaimed excitedly to the blacksmith. You are Orpheus?" the blacksmith asked in disbelief, gazing at the youth. "Yes, it is I." The young Orpheus nodded and said. The old blacksmith embraced Orpheus with great excitement, exclaiming, How wonderful! How wonderful! My dear, come quickly. Our little treasure has returned." "Orpheus, Orpheus, have you grown so tall?" The blacksmith's wife rushed out, her eyes gleaming with joy as she surveyed the grown Orpheus. "I am truly delighted that your family can be reunited." At that moment, Leah inquired, "May I ask where the young lady who accompanied me is now?" "Oh, she is working at the bakery in town," the old blacksmith replied promptly. When Leah found Seth, she was busy baking bread for customers at the bakery. The owner, a bachelor, had taken her in after noticing her wandering the streets alone. For 2 long years, the bakery owner pursued Seth, but she remained steadfast, waiting for Leah. Enduring the passage of time. "Are you back?" Seth asked Leah. "Yes," Leah responded with a gentle smile and a nod. "Do you realize I have waited here for you for 2 years?" Seth asked. 2 years? It was merely half a month. Leah exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you mean half a month? It has been 2 years. Do you know how I have endured these past 2 years?" Seth cried out in despair. All right. I am back now. Everything is fine," Leah whispered as she embraced Seth. Leah and Seth settled in the quaint town. Chapter 132, Taking on Apprentices. The townsfolk learned that the old blacksmith's son, Orpheus, had been rescued by an exorcist who resided in their midst. They flocked to visit this remarkable exorcist, eager to catch a glimpse of the one who could combat werewolves. When they beheld Leah, the masked exorcist, they were utterly astonished. They never imagined that such a young maiden could effortlessly slay a werewolf. With the exorcist Leah residing in the town, the locals felt a sense of security. They believed that as long as the exorcist was present, the werewolves would think twice before causing trouble. The handsome werewolf, Ketterman, had indeed not returned to the town. He had been quite busy of late. Armed with the formidable Dark Knight battle axe, Ketterman led his fellow werewolves into battle, subjugating scattered packs across the land. Months later, Ketterman had conquered more than a dozen werewolf clans, wielding his divine weapon with great prowess. Those alpha wolves who refused to bow to Ketterman met their end, cleaved in two by the Dark Knight battle axe. Ultimately, hundreds of werewolves gathered on Bacon Mountain, heeding the command of their wolf king, Ketterman. The town endured several days of rain. Orpheus spent his time helping his father forge ironworks. After completing the last task at hand, the old blacksmith, concerned that his son might grow bored at home, encouraged Orpheus to take a stroll outside. The young Orpheus wandered through the town amidst a light drizzle. The townspeople, charmed by the lad with his pale golden eyes, playfully teased him. "Orpheus, are you not forging today? Have you decided to be lazy? Orpheus, what delightful fare has your mother provided you? You seem to grow faster than the crops in the fields." Young Orpheus greeted the townsfolk as he made his way through the streets. Today, he was eager to meet his savior, the exorcist Leah. "Master, Young Orpheus inquired as soon as he entered the door, addressing Seth. She is currently in her room meditating, Seth replied, glancing towards Leah's chamber. Meditating? What does that entail? Young Orpheus asked with genuine curiosity. Seth shook her head. I am not entirely sure. It involves sitting in silence, hands resting on one's knees, completely still. Young Orpheus widened his eyes, watching as Seth mimicked Leah's meditative posture, his gaze filled with wonder and inquiry. After a moment, he asked, May I go in and see her now? It would be best not to disturb her at this moment. She prefers solitude during her practice, Seth advised candidly. Oh, then I shall wait here for her, young Orpheus replied. Seth nodded in agreement. After a while, noticing young Orpheus staring blankly at the rain outside, appearing rather bored, Seth casually inquired, Did you come here today for a specific purpose? Ah, yes. I have some matters I wish to consult with the master about, young Orpheus responded. What matters? Seth prompted, Perhaps I could assist you. I wish to know how I can become as powerful as the master, young Orpheus declared. Seth chuckled softly and asked, Why do you wish to be as strong as the master? Is your current state not adequate? Compared to those werewolves, I feel utterly feeble. So weak that I cannot even protect my own family, young Orpheus lamented. Seth fell silent for a moment before responding, in the face of werewolves. Most of us cannot protect even ourselves, let alone others. I do not wish to be like most people. I aspire to be like the master, young Orpheus asserted resolutely. Seth sighed gently and replied, To become like the master, you must first gain her consent. I cannot assist you in this matter. Upon hearing this, young Orpheus turned his gaze towards Leah's door. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Leah, masked, locking eyes with young Orpheus. Master, young Orpheus exclaimed joyfully. Leah, slightly taken aback, asked, What brings you here? I wish to become as powerful as you, master, and have come specifically to seek your guidance, young Orpheus said excitedly. Do you perceive me as powerful? Leah countered. Indeed. Young Orpheus nodded. You can slay a werewolf with a single strike. You are truly formidable. Is your desire to grow stronger merely to showcase your prowess, to slay werewolves? Leah queried. Young Orpheus hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Is your aim to overpower others, to flaunt your strength? Leah pressed further. Not at all. I harbor no such intentions. The young Orpheus shook his head hastily and replied. Then why do you wish to grow stronger? Leah inquired further. Orpheus responded, I aim to protect my family. Protect your family? Have they been bullied by others? Leah asked. No, Orpheus answered. Leah slowly remarked, Your family resides in a place like this, shielded from the wind and rain. They are well and do not require your guardianship. Therefore, the desire to protect your family is not a valid reason for your pursuit of strength. Without a compelling reason to grow stronger, you shall remain powerless. Then what is my reason for becoming strong? Orpheus queried, puzzled. The answer lies within you, Leah said, gently tapping Orpheus's heart with his finger. My heart? Orpheus inquired, even more confused. Follow the call of your heart, and forge ahead with courage, Leah stated succinctly. Master, what is your reason for becoming strong? Orpheus asked. Let me think, Leah replied, adopting a contemplative expression. Long ago, I entered the path of cultivation and learned the arts. My master advised me that those who cultivate must not oppress the weak or commit wrongful acts. They must not flaunt their skills for mere spectacle, nor deceive the masses. They must not betray their teachers or harm their fellow disciples. These are the 3 prohibitions of my school. Additionally, there are 3 imperatives, Leah continued, recalling as he closed his eyes. 1 must protect the weak and aid the suffering. 1 must be willing to sacrifice oneself for the people of a nation and defend its cities. 1 must understand the ways of heaven and abide by them. Having spoken, Leah opened his eyes and summarized, in essence, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Understood, master. Orpheus replied with newfound clarity. I haven't finished yet, never mind. However, your initiation ceremony is rather simplistic. It must adhere to tradition. Despite his verbal reluctance, Leah felt a thrill of joy inside. Thus, Orpheus complied with Leah's request and formally became his disciple, receiving the honorific title Thousand Hammers. Before long, a panicked cry echoed from outside. Not good. The werewolves are here. Chapter 133. The judge of the underworld. Leah extended his consciousness and swiftly discovered that hundreds of werewolves were mercilessly slaughtering humans in the town. He turned to Seve and his disciple, young Orpheus, and instructed, Find a place to hide. Do not venture out unless I call for you. It is perilous outside. With that, Leah grasped his great sword and charged forth. The town was in chaos, strewn with the lifeless bodies of both adults and children. Blood mingled with rainwater, staining the ground crimson. A heavy scent of blood permeated the air, accompanied by the cacophony of terrified pleas and screams for help. "Hand over Orpheus, or you shall all perish today," bellowed the werewolf king, Ketman, wielding a dark battle axe, his visage twisted with rage. There were too many werewolves for Leah to save each human being pursued. He could only focus on vanquishing the werewolf king. But the pack quickly discerned Leah's intentions and swiftly surrounded him. A shadow flashed by, revealing a beastly werewolf, its maw wide open, lunging for Leah's neck. With a swing of her great sword, a blue-white blade of light erupted forth, slicing the approaching wolf in two. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Werewolves surged from all directions toward Leah. Wielding her sword with fervor, Leah unleashed a torrent of blue-white light, weaving a dazzling net of blades in the air. Howls of agony filled the air as countless werewolves were reduced to a rain of blood and a pile of flesh. Leah's formidable presence compelled the werewolves to retreat, for they had never encountered such a powerful woman, and they dared not advance to meet their demise. Bathed in blood, Leah advanced step by step toward the Wolf King, Ketman. "You wish to die? I shall oblige." The striking Wolf King exuded an aura of dominance as he gripped his Dark Knight battle axe high above his head, bringing it down with ferocity towards the sword-swinging Leah. In that instant, a tempest arose, as if all the energy of the heavens and earth converged upon the Wolf King's axe. Bang! A colossal orb of light burst forth, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that swept violently in all directions. Countless houses crumbled beneath the force of the energy wave, and Leah was sent flying like a leaf caught in a tempest. She crashed through a wall, buried beneath a mound of rubble. The striking Wolf King gaped in astonishment at the devastation around him, for he had unleashed all his strength in that axe blow, never imagining it would wield such overwhelming power. Ha 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 ha. The Wolf King erupted into manic laughter, then gazed with pride at the gaping hole Leah had been thrust through. In his heart, he yearned, "Rise, rise. Let me ravage you." He longed to wield his Dark Knight battle axe against the woman who had haunted his dreams. Yet, Leah did not rise from the debris. She was dead, insignificant human. Who else is there? The striking Wolf King howled to the heavens. The small town lay in ruins, littered with the bodies of its people. Many houses blazed, and even the torrential rain could not quench the inferno. The werewolves ransacked the town, but found no trace of the youth, Orpheus. Reluctantly, the Wolf King Ketman led his followers away. Leah had perished, her spirit ferried by the skeletal boatman to the underworld. In the realm of the dead, she encountered the officials who had condemned her. Upon seeing her, one of the underworld officials jested, "Ah, you arrived rather quickly, haven't you?" Leah sighed in resignation, never anticipating that the Wolf King's Dark Knight axe would possess such might, leading to her untimely demise. "Now, let me peruse your lifespan ledger," the underworld official said with a deliberately drawn-out tone, his voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude and the thrill of a successful scheme, leaving an unsettling feeling in the air. Perhaps the delight of a bureaucrat from the underworld, such as him, lies in the various justifications for forcibly deducting the lifespans of others. Upon investigation, this underworld official was taken aback, for he discovered a grievous error in his records. Initially, he intended to deduct 80 years from Maria's lifespan, yet a moment's lapse in judgment led him to mistakenly record an increase of 80 years instead. Gazing at his own blunder, the official blinked rapidly before swiftly closing the ledger. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Leah and grasped her arm, vanishing in a flash. Transformed into a figure clad in black robes, the underworld official, bearing Leah's soul, arrived at the ruins where Leah's body lay interred. With a grand sweep of his hand, the debris was cast aside, revealing her lifeless form. Subsequently, he nudged Leah's soul, allowing it to re-enter her body. Observing the shattered state of Leah's physical form, he could not help but shake his head, exclaiming, "What a misfortune! Who has wronged you to be reduced to such a state? It is a miracle you still draw breath." He extended his right hand, beginning a slow descent from her head downwards. After a considerable time, the figure in black concluded his incantation, wiping the perspiration from his brow. "It is fortunate you encountered me. Were it another, who would concern themselves with your fate?" With that, he vanished in an instant. Moments later, Leah awoke, only to find herself utterly immobilized. Employing her spiritual sense, she assessed her condition, discovering multiple fractures throughout her body. Furthermore, while her internal organs appeared intact, they bore evident signs of severe trauma, seemingly reassembled by some extraordinary force. Leah's head throbbed painfully, her mind flooded with fragmented images. She closed her eyes, gradually piecing together her thoughts. After some time, she recalled her battle with the Wolf King, Ketman, during which she had been cleaved in two by his axe. Additionally, it seemed she had traversed the underworld once more. As for the mystery of her revival, She remained uncertain. Lying motionless on the ground, like a lifeless log, Leah was filled with regret. Deep down, she had always known that the Wolf King would track down this town. Her decision to remain was merely to forge a connection with the young Orpheus. Now, she had indeed become his disciple, yet she had nearly lost her life in the process, a price far too steep. At that very moment, the young Orpheus, Seth, and the little pup were huddled beneath the bed. It has been 2 days. Surely, it must be safe outside now? Orpheus inquired of Seth. I cannot say. Seth replied in a hushed tone. Perhaps we should wait a little longer? Orpheus pondered aloud. Seth responded softly. After a brief silence, Orpheus added, I have a question I wish to ask you. Go ahead, Seth murmured, her eyes gently closed. Chapter 134. Confusion. Previously, the 2 werewolves clearly saw us hiding here. Why did they not capture us? Young Orpheus inquired. Are you certain they could see us? Seve pondered, responding with a question. Absolutely. Their faces were so close to us that we could see them. They had no reason to overlook us. Young Orpheus asserted with conviction. Perhaps the 2 werewolves are simply visually impaired and cannot see clearly, Seve remarked with a touch of indifference. Are you suggesting that both werewolves are blind? What a remarkable coincidence. Young Orpheus replied, laden with skepticism. Otherwise, what do you propose? Did you not observe that they were searching with their noses rather than with their eyes? Seve countered. Young Orpheus meticulously recalled the scene, and indeed, as Seve had stated, the 2 werewolves were using their noses. Could it be that both werewolves were truly blind? Young Orpheus pondered silently. After a moment, he suddenly heard the rumbling of his own stomach. Seve, who was beside him, heard it too, and, with a playful smirk, teased Orpheus. You must be hungry. All that chatter was unnecessary. Alas, young Orpheus sighed, then weakly replied, I have been hungry for 2 whole days. I can't take it any longer. I must go out and find something to eat. With that, young Orpheus crawled out. Soon, he discovered several pieces of bread. As he devoured them heartily, he made his way back toward the bed. Come out. There are no werewolves outside, young Orpheus called out in a muffled voice. Are you certain? Seve asked cautiously. I am certain. I just stepped outside, and all the werewolves have left, young Orpheus assured her. A glance. Did you look thoroughly? I do not wish to be captured by those werewolves the moment I step out, Seve exclaimed. Perhaps I should go out and take a closer look? Young Orpheus suggested. Make haste, and also check on your master, Seve urged loudly. All right, young Orpheus replied, then moved toward the exit. After taking a few steps, he turned back, offering the bread in his hand to Seve, who was hiding beneath the bed, saying, You must be hungry too. Here. Seve accepted the bread from his hands and replied, Thank you. The scene in the town left young Orpheus astounded. Scattered everywhere were mangled corpses, and numerous houses lay in ruins, depicting a desolate landscape. His father, in a state of frenzy, rushed toward their home. The blacksmith's abode had been consumed by flames, reduced to mere rubble. Father. Young Orpheus dashed toward the debris, desperate to find his father and mother. Yet he found nothing. Young Orpheus wailed at the sight of the wreckage, crying bitterly. From that moment on, he was left without family and without a home. Poor Orpheus wept for a considerable time before remembering that he still needed to seek out his master, Leah. Orpheus searched for a considerable time before finally locating Leah, motionless and lying on the ground near the gaping hole. Master, what has happened? Why are you lying here? Orpheus inquired, gazing at Leah. Leah replied candidly, I engaged in battle with the werewolf chief, and he struck me down with an axe. The axe? Was it the Dark Knight battle axe? Did you face off against the Wolf King, Kurtman? Young Orpheus asked, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, it was he. That battle axe is formidable. I was no match for him. I have disappointed you, Leah lamented sorrowfully. No, those werewolves were never a match for you, master. You were merely bested by that Dark Knight battle axe. Had I not forged that axe for Kurtman, you would not have suffered such grievous injuries, and the townsfolk would not have fallen to the werewolves. It is all my fault. It is all my fault. I have brought ruin upon my parents, upon you, upon everyone. Young Orpheus cried, looking down at his hands in anguish. Child, you are still young. There are matters beyond your control. Do not be overly harsh on yourself. Leah consoled the young boy. Master, my home is gone. My father and mother are no more, Orpheus sobbed, his remorse deepening with every thought. And tears streamed down his face as he looked at Leah. Alas, those werewolves are indeed brutal. Do not despair. You still have me, Leah reassured Orpheus. Master, young Orpheus exclaimed with fervor. He gently lifted Leah and began to walk back slowly. When Sef saw Leah in Orpheus's arms, she was taken aback. Oh my goodness. What has happened to you? Sef asked, alarmed. I am injured, Leah replied with a smile. Is it serious? Are you all right? SEF asked with concern. I am fine. Merely rendered immobile like a wooden figure, Leah stated nonchalantly. SEF was momentarily stunned and then hastily exclaimed, quickly, lay her on the bed. With beads of sweat on his brow, young Orpheus, with Seth's assistance, carefully placed Leah on the bed. Master, please rest for a while. I will prepare something for you to eat, young Orpheus said. Very well, do as you wish, Leah replied softly. SEF sat beside the bed. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Leah, then asked, Are you unable to move at all? Yes, Leah whispered. That must be quite painful, SEF inquired further. Not really. It simply feels uncomfortable to lie still for so long, Leah explained. SEF fell silent, gazing into Leah's eyes, searching for any hint of deception. Yet all she saw was the warmth of a smile akin to the sun. Beneath that smile lay affection. It must indeed be painful. She simply does not wish to admit it. Yes, she surely desires to shield me from worry. But even if she is in pain, what can I do? I cannot share her suffering, SEF thought helplessly. SEF gently took Leah's hand and rested it against her cheek. She murmured softly, I do not know how to alleviate your pain. Leah's hand felt the gentle tenderness on Sepha's face. Having narrowly escaped death, she longed to cradle Sepha's face and kiss her passionately. However, the thought that she had become a burden, incapable of caring for herself, filled her heart with an inexplicable sense of dread. Suddenly, she felt a chill on the back of her hand. Coming back to her senses, she realized that Sepha's tears were cascading onto her skin. Chapter 135. The Alpha Wolf. Do not worry. I will recover with some time to rest. Trust me, Leah reassured Seph. With a sigh, Seph replied, her voice choked with emotion, I hope so. It is all right. I will always be by your side, Leah said. Deeply moved. After hearing this, she lamented, if only I were a man in this lifetime. Seph paused in surprise before breaking into a smile, asking, if you were a man, would you marry me? Of course, Leah answered earnestly. Just then, the young Orpheus entered and overheard their conversation. He had always thought they were merely sisters, unaware of the deeper bond they shared. When Orpheus beheld Sepha's radiant smile, he was momentarily captivated, stunned by her unparalleled beauty. He had never imagined such a stunning woman existed in the world. Due to Leah's inability to walk, the three decided to remain in the small town. News of the town's devastation by werewolves quickly reached the nearby White Tower City. The city guard dispatched over 100 men to assess the situation and dispose of the human corpses. When the captain and his men arrived at the town, they were astounded by the scene before them. The remnants of fire were evident everywhere, with many houses collapsed. The air was thick with the stench of decay. The captain instructed his subordinates to gather the over 200 bodies in one location, then to pile wood on top and incinerate the remains. He encountered young Orpheus, who informed him of the werewolves' whereabouts. The captain also learned that Leah, Seph, and young Orpheus were the sole survivors of this calamity. Consequently, he resolved to escort them back to White Tower City. The tale of Wolf King Ketman leading werewolves to slaughter humans spread like wildfire among the wolf clan. Werewolves across the realm of Aellen learned that the time for their ascendance had finally arrived. They began to converge from various corners towards Beacon Mountain to pay homage to the new Wolf King. Soon, Ketman's followers amassed into the thousands. As his power grew, so did his ambition. He set his sights on the city of Maglo Mountain, a sacred stronghold in the wolf tribe. Every werewolf harbored a dream of one day becoming the master of Maglo Mountain, commanding all werewolves. At this moment, Ketman had already claimed the title of Wolf King. Yet, he needed the city of Maglo Mountain to solidify his fame and position. To obtain it, he would have to confront the Elbert family, the long-standing inhabitants of the city, in a decisive battle. Under the leadership of the Wolf King Keatman, thousands of werewolves advanced towards the city of Magwangshan. The city lord, D. White, quickly received the news. The aged D. White summoned all the werewolves of Magwangshan. With his white hair and frail demeanor, D. White addressed the gathered werewolves, saying, I have grown old and can no longer lead you in realizing the grand dreams of our kind. I am unable to safeguard Magwangshan any longer. Soon, a new king will arise to protect this fortress. He will guide you in the pursuit of our noble aspirations. At that time, regardless of what transpires, I implore you to remain composed. Our lineage respects the strong. Only in this way can our kind endure, grow ever stronger, and ultimately dominate this world. Days later, the Wolf King Keatman, commanding his formidable army, approached the gates of Magwang. D. White led the werewolves out of the city. According to their customs, the new Wolf King must duel the old Wolf King to attain true kingship. Thus, outside the city of Magwangshan, a battle for supremacy was about to unfold between Keatman and D. White. With a flourish of his Dark Knight battle axe, Keatman taunted D. White, yield now. I have no desire to bully an elder. White chuckled and replied, Ah, is that the legendary artifact, the night battle axe? It surprises me that your vision has not dimmed with age. Keatman, filled with pride, retorted, Very well, let me witness the prowess of this artifact today. With that, White instantaneously transformed, becoming a werewolf covered in white fur. He let out a fierce howl and lunged at Keatman. You seek your own demise. I shall oblige, roared Keatman, swinging his axe towards the white-furred werewolf. White, embodying his wolf form, faced the oncoming strike with calm resignation. The Lord of Mgwangshan, White, fell beneath the might of the Wolf King's axe, allowing Keatman to claim the city as his own. Months later, a procession from the royal city arrived at White Tower City. The city guards warmly welcomed these guests from the royal capital. The two individuals clad in black robes expressed their intent. They sought an audience with the young Orpheus. Under the arrangement of the city guards, the two black-robed figures entered a private chamber to meet the young Orpheus. How old are you? One of the black-robed men inquired. 12, replied the now fully grown Orpheus. How many years have you lived in the town? The other asked. 6 years, the young Orpheus answered. The timing is correct, one black-robed man remarked to his companion. Indeed. Most importantly, it is his pale golden eyes. There is no mistaking it. He is the one, the other black-robed figure confirmed. What shall we do now? One black-robed man questioned. Should we take him to Lois City? Suggested the other. That seems appropriate. He now appears as an adult. No one will suspect him. The first black-robed man contemplated. Meanwhile, the young Orpheus, perplexed, interjected, Wait, who are you? Do we know each other? Why do you intend to take me to Lois City? Do not inquire so many questions. We mean you no harm. On the contrary, we are here to protect you, intoned the figure cloaked in black. Protect me? Where were you when those werewolves abducted me? Where were you when they invaded the town and slaughtered my parents? Do not presume that my youth renders me gullible, exclaimed the young Orpheus, his voice laced with fury. The two black-clad figures were momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Orpheus's harrowing experiences. They exchanged glances, and one of them said, We sincerely regret that we could not assist you in your dire moment of need. However, you are in peril here, and we are your only guardians. I shall not leave. I will remain right here, the young Orpheus insisted vehemently. If you are resolute in staying, then we shall remain as well, the cloaked figure contemplated before responding. Do as you wish, Orpheus retorted before turning away. Since the arrival of the enigmatic individuals in the capital, the demeanor of the city guards toward Orpheus, Leah, and Seth had undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 136. Curiosity. The guards not only provided Orpheus, Leah, and Seth with a spacious residence, but also delivered an array of fruits, vegetables, meats, and other essentials daily. Moreover, the city guard had summoned the finest apothecary in town to attend to Leah's ailments. Despite this newfound care, Orpheus continued to suffer from night terrors, haunted by visions of the townsfolk. In his nightmares, neighbors appeared, bloodied and wretched, surrounding him and demanding retribution. Orpheus was tormented by the connection he bore to their demise. Had he not fled, the werewolves would not have returned to the town. Yet now, it was too late for regret. Orpheus silently vowed to annihilate the werewolves, avenging the departed souls of the town and his own parents. However, he was plagued by doubt. For if even his master could not contend with the formidable Wolf King Keatman, what hope did he possess? Even should he acquire the skill to slay a werewolf with a single stroke, how could he confront the Wolf King wielding the night battle axe? What must I do to vanquish the Wolf King and avenge the fallen? Orpheus murmured to himself, engulfed in despair. What recourse did he have? He sought out his master. Leah, Master, do you feel any better today? He inquired with concern. Yes, I believe I am improving, Leah replied with a smile. What do you mean by believe I am improving? Orpheus asked in confusion. Your kindness and diligent care have surely contributed to my recovery, Leah replied, gazing affectionately at Orpheus. Orpheus shook his head. I do not comprehend. Tell me, Orpheus, the individuals you encountered before. Who were they? Do you know them? Leah probed gently. I do not know them, Orpheus replied. I am uncertain about who they are, the young Orpheus candidly expressed. After listening to him, Leah remained silent. By the way, I wonder why they want to take me to the city of Lois, the young Orpheus remarked. The city of Lois, Leah inquired. Yes, Master. Have you ever been to the city of Lois? Is it large? Is it enjoyable? The young Orpheus asked with curiosity. Well, I have been there. The city is quite vast. Particularly, there is a towering spire within the city, exceedingly tall. Standing atop the spire, one could almost touch the stars in the sky. Outside the city lies a beautiful lake. As the sun sets, if you stand on the spire, feeling the breeze, you will witness an extraordinarily beautiful scene. The heavens are boundless, while humans are but fleeting dust. You must visit that spire when you have the time, Leo advised. Can one truly touch the stars? The young Orpheus asked excitedly. Yes, indeed. You may try it, Leo replied. Then, when you are well, will you take me and Sister Seph with you? The young Orpheus inquired. Certainly, Leo said with a smile. Splendid, the young Orpheus exclaimed. In the city of Mgwangshan, the Wolf King Ketman, after a passionate encounter with the beautiful witch Manla, caressed her silken skin and pondered aloud, now that I am the Wolf King, why do I still feel discontented? You are unhappy because you have not fulfilled the desires deep within your heart. The beautiful witch Manla smiled and replied. Desires deep within my heart. What are they? How could I not know? The Wolf King Ketman asked, perplexed. It could be your ambition, the woman you yearn for, or perhaps your dreams, the beautiful witch said meaningfully. The woman I desire is none other than you, the Wolf King Ketman retorted. Are you happy then? The beautiful witch asked, gazing into the Wolf King's eyes. Indeed, I am. Each time with you brings me immense joy. Just as the Wolf King Ketman was about to continue, he began to caress the beautiful witch once more. As he repeated his actions upon her, his mind wandered to his ambitions. He envisioned leading the Wolf clan to vanquish all humanity and reign over the entire realm of Aellen. In the distant land of Lancy, Zeiss and his wife Aaren still walked among the living. The 1,000+ souls that once followed Zeiss, including Zetone, remained alive. Through generations of propagation, their numbers swelled into the thousands. They resided in a region known as the Outsider's Land. Once barren, this territory had transformed into fertile ground, abundant with crops due to the diligent toil of over 1,000 Aellen people. This fertile land provided Zeiss, Zetone, and others with a wealth of vegetables, fruits, and various foods, ensuring a rapid increase in the Aellen population. In contrast, the inhabitants of Lancy paid little attention to reproduction, their population remaining relatively static. Lancy is a remarkably enchanting kingdom. In this land, illness is a rarity, and longevity is the norm. In the kingdom of Rance, regardless of the district, the inhabitants lead their lives in tranquility and without strife. It is a realm shrouded in mystery. However, the arrival of the enigmatic individuals known as the Sisi, with their violet eyes, disrupted the serene existence of this kingdom. Particularly troubling was the introduction of foreign species by the Sisi, which thrived abundantly in the temperate climate of Rance, leading to a bountiful harvest for these visitors. The universal love for exquisite cuisine transcends all locations and skin colors, and the people of Rance are no exception. When the residents of Rance encountered the peculiar and exotic vegetables cultivated by the Aellen people, their curiosity compelled them to inquire further. They wondered if these unfamiliar vegetables were indeed edible. In response, the warm-hearted Aellen welcomed the inquisitive Rance folk with lavish feasts of delectable dishes. Over time, a bond of friendship blossomed between the hospitable Aellen and the local Rance people. Their exchanges became increasingly frequent, leading to intermarriages and the sharing of gifts. Whenever time permitted, many Rance individuals would flock to Sisi, eager to learn about the world beyond their island, having never ventured far from its shores. Their curiosity about the outside world was insatiable. Sisi, with ample leisure, was more than willing to regale these Rance inhabitants with tales of his homeland. He meticulously recounted the landscapes, forests, seas, and the luminous moon of his native land. During these moments, the elder Sisi would often feel a profound sadness, tears streaming down his face as he longed for his homeland, acutely aware that he could never return. In chapter 137, titled Temptation, Sisi narrated his adventurous escapades alongside Elia in the dark forest to the captivated Rance listeners, who were left in awe and disbelief. They had never fathomed the existence of a realm such as the kingdom of Aellen beyond their own. They were astonished to learn of the myriad of extraordinary creatures residing there. To the east of our Aellen kingdom, merely a sea away, lies a continent known as the Seven Kingdoms, he explained. It is a vast and resource-rich land. Regrettably, I have never visited it, he lamented. If only he had led his 5 sons into battle against the Seven Kingdoms, perhaps the subsequent chaos could have been averted. Perhaps he would have met his fate on the battlefield in that distant land. The Rance people listened with skepticism, as they had never witnessed such wonders. One of them inquired, "How large is your homeland? Is it as vast as our kingdom of Rance?" Sisi pointed to a distant mountain peak and replied, "Do you see that towering mountain? My homeland is as expansive as that mountain, while the kingdom of Rance is but a fragment of its grandeur." Upon hearing this, the Rance folk erupted in astonishment, having never imagined the kingdom of Aellen to be so immense. "Do the people of the nation of Aellen also worship the sea god?" inquired a Lance individual. "No, they do not revere the sea god. They worship a deity named Kimin, whom they honor as the Heavenly Emperor or the Holy Lord. Shisi replied earnestly, Kimin, Heavenly Emperor? Holy Lord? There is but one God in this world, and that is the sea god whom we venerate. Indeed, indeed. They worship false gods. Yes, false gods. The Lance individuals present erupted into fervent discussion. Shisi silently observed the impassioned crowd before him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise them, questioning their concern over the deities others chose to worship. Did they truly believe there existed only one God? After all, he himself honored the great Moses. Just then, a voice echoed in Shisi's ear. Belonging to the one with violet eyes, it appears that these individuals harbor significant animosity towards heretics. Indeed, Shisi nodded in agreement. I wonder if their king shares this disdain for non-believers, the violet-eyed one inquired further. I have not encountered their king. How could I possibly know? Shisi retorted, casting a glance at the violet-eyed figure. It would be prudent to meet him. He may bring us unexpected tidings, the violet-eyed one said mysteriously. Shisi regarded the violet-eyed individual with a hint of perplexity. He had always placed considerable trust in them and resolved to keep their words in mind. Before long, news began to circulate within the Lance nation. A great foreign power named Aellen, abundant in gold and silver, and blessed with stunning beauty. Consequently, nearly every Lance individual engaged in discussions about the nation of Aellen. Soon, King Boston of Lance became aware of this matter. On a particular day, he visited the resplendent temple dedicated to the great sea god. After the rituals, he privately met with the high priest, an elder with silver hair and a flowing white robe. Master, King Boston inquired, I have recently heard news regarding the overseas nation of Aellen. Is it true that such a place exists? The high priest gazed into the eyes of the king, perceiving the deep-seated desires hidden within. After a moment, the high priest replied, Our nation of Lance is like a radiant star amidst the vast night sky, beautiful and rare. Are you suggesting, Master, that there are not only Lance and Aellen, but other great nations as well? King Boston asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. The high priest nodded, stating, The splendor of each nation is inseparable from the diligence and wisdom of its people. For instance, our Lance nation thrives under your majesty's sagacity and valor, the sincere collaboration of the officials, and the diligent labor of the citizens, which has culminated in the prosperity and beauty we witness today. King Boston basked in the high priest's flattering words, feeling immensely gratified. The high priest continued, Our Lance nation has thrived for millennia, with successive rulers diligently nurturing this enduring legacy. The hardships involved need not be elaborated upon. I earnestly hope that your majesty can empathize with the difficulties at hand. Govern diligently, cherish the people, and refrain from hastily resorting to conflict. Here, I shall also pray to the divine for your majesty's robust health and boundless longevity. King Lance gazed silently at the high priest for a long while. This old man has discerned my intentions to embark on an expedition to the kingdom of Aellen. Indeed, I shall, King Lance Boston replied nonchalantly before departing. The high priest, observing the retreating figure of King Lance, proclaimed in a resonant voice, Curiosity and greed are the inception of sin, destined to obliterate all that is beautiful in this world. King Lance continued on, unwavering and without a glance back. The high priest shook his head in resignation as he watched King Lance Boston fade into the distance. Upon hearing that the king's envoy had arrived in foreign lands, Zitong turned to Zeiss and said, Our opportunity has presented itself. You must seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Zeiss nodded, fully understanding Zitong's words. He boarded a vessel that traversed through heavily guarded checkpoints, eventually arriving at the palace of the Kingdom of Lance. Zeiss marveled at the palace adorned with gold, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the modest Kingdom of Lance could be so affluent. Jewels sparkled everywhere, akin to stars of varying sizes radiating dazzling brilliance. The palace was teeming with exquisite women, resplendent in their attire. Young King Lance Boston, crowned and elegantly clad, sat upon a throne that shimmered with golden light. Zeiss hurriedly bowed to the king, saying, I humbly greet your majesty. No need for such formalities, King Lance declared. Thank you, your majesty, Zeiss replied. I have summoned you today to inquire about several matters, King Lance stated directly. Your majesty, please proceed with your questions. I shall respond truthfully, Zeiss affirmed. Are you from the kingdom of Aellen? King Lance inquired. Indeed, your majesty. I hail from the kingdom of Aellen, Zeiss answered. Very well. Tell me about the nature of the kingdom of Aellen, King Lance Boston requested. Thus, Zeiss described Aellen as a land abundant in gold and filled with beauty. The youthful king became increasingly intrigued and chose to retain Zeiss within the palace. Days later, under the pretext of vanquishing heretics, King Lance initiated conscription in the kingdom of Lance. Soon, tens of thousands presented themselves to enlist. After over a month of preparation, King Lance Boston personally led a vast army to embark on the expedition to the Kingdom of Aellen. Chapter 138. Who is Helia, Ophis? And Seve resided in the White Tower City for 3 full years. Under the attentive care of Ophis and Seve, Leah eventually regained the ability to move. Ophis, guided diligently by Leah, embarked on the path of cultivation, having developed a sense of divine awareness. Though it was merely a small orb, akin to a cat's eye, it endowed him with the capability to perceive the formless powers of the universe. After several days of meditation, Ophis finally captured an exceedingly minute golden particle with his divine awareness. Following the techniques of attraction and breathing that his master Leah had imparted, he drew the golden particle into his dantian. Subsequently, Orpheus continued to meditate and cultivate, capturing the subtle golden particles. After several months, he finally refined a golden radiance the size of a needle tip within his dantian. Although diminutive, this golden gleam was the fruit of Orpheus's arduous training. He excitedly shared this achievement with his master, Leah. Upon hearing the news, Leah was taken aback. To her knowledge, there was no spiritual energy in this world. So what could this golden radiance within Orpheus signify? She promptly employed her spiritual sense to examine the golden gleam in Orpheus's dantian. With her formidable spiritual awareness, Leah swiftly located the golden radiance. However, despite her extensive experience, she could not discern the nature of this energy. It was evidently not spiritual energy. Yet what force it truly represented remained elusive to her. Leah contemplated that perhaps there existed various forms of intangible celestial energy in the world, and what Orpheus had discovered was simply one that she did not recognize. Its existence could neither be dismissed nor its significance denied. After a moment's thought, Leah smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have finally achieved a small success." With his master's affirmation, Orpheus could hardly contain his joy. He turned to Seraph beside him, who nodded back with a smile and encouraged, "Well done. Keep up the good work." "Yes, I will continue to strive," Orpheus replied, beaming with happiness. At that moment, while Leah and her disciple were engrossed in their cultivation, the expeditionary force led by King Lance, under the guidance of the violet-eyed Sis, successfully landed in the northern part of the Aellen Kingdom. The northern Black Fortress soon fell. News of the Lance invasion quickly reached the royal city. After discussing with his mother, Aellen, King Ivan promptly issued a mobilization order to organize an army to resist the Lance incursion. 2 months later, Ivan personally led 50,000 troops northward. The Aellen army engaged in numerous battles against the invading forces of the Lance Kingdom in the north, yet ultimately could not halt their advance southward. Ivan, accompanied by his remnants of soldiers, retreated back to the royal city, while the Lance army pressed closer, placing the royal city in imminent danger. In the city of Magwang, the beautiful witch Manla addressed the Wolf King Ketman, saying, "The Lance army has invaded, and King Ivan has retreated in defeat. The time has come for us to act. Let us wait a little longer," the Wolf King Ketman mused. "If we delay any further, our people will be summoned to the front lines." The enchanting witch Manla expressed her concerns. "Isn't that preferable? By infiltrating the enemy's ranks, we can monitor their movements at our convenience," Ketman replied. "Very well, everything is up to you," the beautiful witch replied, somewhat dissatisfied. "Do not worry, I have my plans. After all, we have schemed for so many years. A little caution will ensure nothing goes awry," the Wolf King assured her, gazing at the witch. She nodded in agreement and said no more. Throughout the Aellen Kingdom, news of King Ivan's military defeat spread through every street and alley. The populace was filled with anxiety, and the nobility found themselves at a loss. In this critical moment, Aellen issued a decree in the name of the king to defend the royal city. She urged all the people of Aellen to take up arms and unite to defend the royal city. "Master, the Lantians have invaded. The royal city is in imminent peril. Shall we proceed to the royal city to protect our nation and its people?" Orpheus inquired of Leah. Leah gazed at Orpheus, lost in thought for a prolonged moment, reluctant to voice her response. In truth, she harbored no desire to go to the royal city, a place that brought her unhappiness. Yet, with the Lantian army encroaching, should the royal city fall, the citizens of Aellen would undoubtedly suffer the ravages and oppression of foreign invaders, akin to the plight of the 7 nations under the tyranny of the giant tribe. In a time of national crisis, personal grievances must be set aside. After much contemplation, Leah ultimately decided to accompany Orpheus to the royal city to engage in the defense of their homeland. As soon as Orpheus departed from the White Tower City, Aellen received the news. The thought of soon reuniting with her son, whom she had not seen for many years, kept her awake through the night. Upon Leah, Orpheus, and Seph's arrival at the royal city, The Lancians had already clashed with the station troops in several fierce battles. Both sides had suffered significant casualties and had temporarily called a ceasefire. The Lancian army was encamped about 5 or 6 miles from the royal city, while over 10,000 soldiers of the royal city stood ready to engage the attacking Lancians. Several fortifications outside the royal city had been utterly destroyed by the Lancians, and the city walls had been severely battered by the powerful magic of the Lancian archmages. Had it not been for the brave citizens and warriors risking their lives to repair the damage, the Lancians would likely have already breached the walls and invaded the royal city. Thick plumes of black smoke rose from within, indicating that many houses had been set ablaze by magical assaults. After explaining their purpose to the military officials, they observed Leah was a woman and Orpheus still a child, and thus allowed them to assist in the defense atop the city walls. That night, the leader responsible for night watch requested Orpheus to accompany him to the battlements for guard duty. Concerned for Orpheus's safety, Leah followed closely behind. The night air was cool, and every few meters along the battlements stood enormous braziers, their flickering flames illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Standing on the battlements alongside his master Leah, Orpheus gazed out towards the distant glimmers of light, which marked the enemy's encampment. He felt a surge of excitement, as it was his first experience of military engagement. He occasionally glanced at his master, who would smile back at him. Before long, a group of individuals clad in black robes approached the battlements. They made their way directly to Orpheus. One among them, removing her hood, addressed Orpheus. "Are you the Orpheus from White Tower City?" Orpheus nodded, responding, "Yes." "And who are you?" As he scrutinized the visitor, the speaker was an elderly woman, her hair and beard gray, yet her complexion was rosy. The newcomer was none other than Helen, the mother of King Ivan of Aellen. Helen stared into Orpheus's eyes for a moment, then spoke, "Marm." "Yes, Marm, you see." "Marm." Orpheus furrowed his brow, puzzled by her words, sensing that the elderly woman was somehow taking advantage of him. Chapter 139. Offense and defense. Upon hearing Orpheus refer to her as mother, Helen's heart brimmed with joy. At that moment, she felt a profound admiration for her own cleverness. With a beaming smile, she remarked, "At such a tender age, you have journeyed all the way from the distant White Tower City to protect the citizens of the royal city. Truly commendable. In this time of national peril. As a citizen of the kingdom of Aellen, serving my country is my duty," Orpheus replied. "Indeed, indeed. Young man, you possess great promise," Helen praised further before adding. "To engage in battle requires not only courage but also suitable weaponry. I wish to bestow upon you a weapon. Please, do accept it." No sooner had Helen spoken than her attendant presented a remarkably sharp, great sword. Helen personally granted the sword to Orpheus. Upon seeing the magnificent blade, Orpheus couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendidly sharp sword. I am delighted you find it appealing. Please accept it." Helen replied with joy. Orpheus hesitated for a moment. Glancing at his master, Leah nodded and said, "Accept it. You deserve it." Only then did Orpheus take the great sword and express his gratitude. "Thank you." From Orpheus's demeanor, Helen surmised that the young woman speaking was of notable significance to her son. Thus, she casually inquired, "And who might that young lady be?" "She is my master, Leah," Orpheus promptly introduced. Instantly, a vision of a beautiful maiden flashed in Helen's mind, causing her to shudder slightly. She then approached Leah, asking, "My dear, have we perhaps met somewhere before?" "Dear lady, you jest. I have long dwelled in the wilderness. This is my first visit to the royal city," Leah replied with a soft laugh. As Helen listened to Leah's laughter, which rang like silver bells, she mused, "So much time has passed. If that woman were still alive, she would be in her 50s by now. Yet this young lady appears to be no more than 20 or 30. It cannot be her. It is certainly not her." Helen smiled and said, "Youth is indeed a blessing." She then took Leah's delicate hand, gently caressing it. The softness and elasticity of Leah's skin further convinced Helen that this young maiden was not the person she had imagined. With her head bowed, Leah feigned a shy demeanor. Observing this, Helen chuckled and took her leave. After Helen departed, Orpheus marveled at the great sword he had just received, unable to put it down. After a while, he asked, "Master, why did you say that sword is something I deserve?" Leah pondered for a moment before responding, "Given her age, recognizing you as such a promising and capable young son, is it not fitting that this gift of meeting is yours?" Master, do you also think that elderly lady is taking advantage of me?" Orpheus asked, looking foolishly at Leah. "Is it not plainly evident? Why even question it?" Leah retorted with a bemused glance at Orpheus. Leah and Orpheus engaged in a lively conversation throughout the night. By the following noon, as a melodious call of the charge sounded, the Lancers began their assault on the royal city once more. The siege team of the Lance people, under the protective cover of archers and grand sorcerers, swiftly approached the 10,000 city guards stationed outside the royal city. The guards were on high alert, their archers drawing their bows to full tension. As soon as the enemy entered the attack range, a torrential rain of arrows was unleashed, hurtling towards the advancing lance warriors. Meanwhile, the grand sorcerers atop the city walls waved their staffs, launching magical assaults against the charging foes. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of fireballs descended from the sky, crashing down upon the enemy ranks. With the deafening sound of explosions, swathes of lance warriors were engulfed in flames, scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, waves of scorching heat swept outward. Witnessing their comrades fall victim to the magical onslaught, the lance sorcerers retaliated with their own spells. Each sorcerer summoned fist-sized crystal orbs, and soon, a dense barrage of gigantic ice spikes, several feet long, materialized in the air. In an instant, the sky was filled with these icy projectiles racing towards the royal city's forces. Amidst the cacophony of screams, countless guards were pierced by the razor-sharp spikes. Both side sorcerers unleashed their powers, creating a chaotic melee of bizarre creatures and ominous entities swirling above the battlefield. Orpheus watched the colossal beasts in the sky, lost in a trance. After a moment, he turned to Leah and asked, "Master, is this how wars are waged between armies? It is truly magnificent and exhilarating." "Indeed," Leah replied, with an air of experience. "Long ago, when armies clashed, it was a collaboration of various units in combat. This is far from the ordinary brawl of petty scuffles or one-on-one duels." "And how long ago was that?" Orpheus inquired further. "Well, it was quite some time ago," Leah responded, gazing down at the dual combatants engaged in fierce combat below. Observing his masked master, Orpheus found himself pondering the peculiar nature of Leah. The battle raged until sunset, with the lance forces mounting 6 significant charges against the royal city, each repelled by the vigilant guards. Both sides incurred losses and eventually called for a truce. By the 6th day of the conflict, having suffered heavy casualties, the city guards retreated entirely within the walls to defend. Seizing the opportunity, the lance warriors launched a ferocious assault on the royal city, intent on breaching its defenses. As Orpheus beheld the densely packed lance soldiers scaling the walls, anxiety gripped him. Imitating his master Leah, he picked up a stone from the battlements and hurled it fiercely at the climbing warriors. The boulder struck down upon them, leaving many injured and bloodied. Below, cries of anguish and wails filled the air. Meanwhile, the lance archers desperately aimed their arrows at the parapets, seeking to support their siege efforts. The sorcerers from both factions continued their magical duels, unleashing fireballs, beams of light, ice spikes, and monstrous entities upon each other as troops. The siege was proving to be exceedingly arduous, with the lance forces suffering grievous losses. King Boston of Rance summoned the great mages accompanying the army, urging them to devise a means to transport the soldiers to the battlements of the city. After deliberation, the mages addressed the king, stating, "Your Majesty, we indeed possess the capability to send the warriors to the enemy's stronghold. However, there lies a predicament. We can only convey them upwards, not return them. As long as they can reach the heights, that suffices," King Boston replied with delight. Thus, with the assistance of the mages, wave after wave of Rance warriors were magically transported to the citadel's parapet. The sudden appearance of the Rance soldiers inflicted a devastating blow upon the defending forces of Aellen atop the walls, plunging the battlements into chaos. Meanwhile, the Rance army below seized the opportunity to charge towards the citadel. Chapter 140. Heart-pounding Leah swung her sword at a Rance soldier who had just scaled the wall, causing the man to scream as he plummeted from the battlement. At that moment, Orpheus found himself besieged by several suddenly materialized Rance warriors. Leah rushed to assist him, her great sword slicing through the air, unleashing arcs of blue and white light toward the assailants. The cries of despair echoed, and soon the Rance warriors lay maimed and incapacitated. Covered in blood, Orpheus hurried to Leah, exclaiming, "Master, it was terrifying. They appeared right behind me, and it scared me to death." "Fear not, for I am here," Leah reassured her trembling apprentice, continuing to wield her sword, dispatching one Rance warrior after another. Curiosity piqued, Leah sought to uncover how the Rance soldiers had materialized atop the walls. While expanding her senses to assess the situation, she fended off the approaching foes. In short order, Leah discerned that the great mages of Rance were utilizing a special temporary teleportation array to transport the soldiers. Fortunately, they could only send 5 or 6 at a time. Had they transported hundreds in one go, the citadel would surely have succumbed. As Leah scanned the area, she pinpointed King Boston's location. The adage "capture the leader to catch the thief" rang true, yet the king was heavily guarded, rendering her approach impossible. Just as she resolved to retract her senses, she suddenly spotted a figure clad in black robes with striking violet eyes. At that moment, her heart began to race inexplicably. Driven by curiosity, Leah probed further into the essence of the violet-eyed individual. Gradually, fragments of information about this man surfaced in her mind. It was revealed that when Maria was but a child, she once witnessed her mother, Elizabeth I, weeping over a letter, her sorrow palpable. Young Maria had never seen her mother in such despair and approached her, inquiring about the cause of her tears. Elizabeth I simply embraced her daughter, weeping inconsolably, without revealing the reason for her grief. Later, by a most fortuitous chance, Maria unearthed a letter stained with her mother's tears. Upon reading it, she discovered it contained details regarding the tragic fate of her grandmother, mentioning the notorious traitor, Zeiss, and his accomplice, the one with violet eyes. After arriving in the kingdom of Aellen, through diligent inquiries, Maria learned that during Zeiss's assault on the royal city, this violet-eyed individual was present and had even confronted her grandmother. Confronted with the killer of her grandmother, Maria felt an overwhelming surge of emotion within her. This realization explained the inexplicable rapid heartbeat experienced by Leah upon encountering the violet-eyed figure. Leah understood that she must avenge the blood-soaked grudge of her predecessor. Perhaps this was fate or destiny. Regaining her composure, Leah noticed that a multitude of lancers had surrounded them, their predatory gazes fixed upon her and Orpheus, eager to claim their lives. With a disdainful snort, Leah swung her sword with ferocity, sending the lancers into a panicked retreat, crying out in despair. The royal guards, witnessing Leah's valor, were invigorated, raising their weapons to engage in fierce combat against the enemy. Orpheus, already accustomed to Leah's formidable prowess, felt no surprise. Rather, he pondered when he might attain such strength himself. Unbeknownst to them, a man clad in armor ascended to the battlements. This man was none other than King Ivan of Aellen. Upon his arrival, he immediately spotted Leah, fiercely battling amidst the throng of lancers. The sight of her familiar fighting style stirred a wave of emotion within him, and he found himself on the brink of tears. Ivan murmured, "It is her. It must be her. I never anticipated she would return to aid me." Just then, a deluge of arrows whistled through the air. Undeterred by the barrage, King Ivan strode purposefully toward Leah, calling out, "Protect His Majesty. Be cautious, Your Highness." His guards raised their shields to shield him from the oncoming projectiles. "Kill him. The King of Aellen is there. Do not let him escape. Kill." The surrounding lancers shouted, rushing toward King Ivan. Upon turning her head, Leah spotted King Ivan making his way toward her. Their eyes met, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. "That fool!" Leah exclaimed, her celestial energy surging within her as her sword erupted in radiant brilliance. Sword rained from all directions. With a powerful shout, a dense array of blue and white sword silhouettes converged, forming a colossal net of blades that swiftly enveloped the lancers charging toward King Ivan. Like a flash of lightning, the once cacophonous battlements fell into eerie silence. Chunks of flesh rained down amidst a shower of blood upon the battlements. The clattering of weapons echoed as King Ivan, drenched in the crimson mist, stood frozen in shock. Not only he, but everyone atop the battlements remained in stunned silence. What had transpired? Sith gazed towards the city wall, murmuring softly, "I am uncertain. It seems as though a flash of lightning has passed." With her violet eyes furrowed in concern, Zetong replied. Seizing the moment while others were lost in thought, Leah hurriedly pulled her disciple towards King Ivan. The lancers, upon seeing the rampaging madman approach, scattered in fear. "What brings you to such a perilous place?" Leah inquired angrily of King Ivan. "I heard that you, dear aunt, had returned, and I wished to see you." King Ivan replied with a smile. "What is there to see? Nonsense." Leah shot him a disapproving glance. "Alas, the enemy is at our gates. As the King of Aellen, how could I not personally oversee the defense?" Ivan declared. Leah shook her head in response, choosing to remain silent. Drawing his great sword, Ivan proclaimed, "Aunt, today I shall fight alongside you against our foes." The city guards, upon witnessing Ivan don his armor, were instantly invigorated, fueled by their valor. They ultimately repelled wave after wave of lancer assaults. Despite the relentless siege, the lancers suffered substantial losses and their morale waned. King Boston of the Lancers decisively ordered a retreat. Though the people of Aellen celebrated their victory in the defense of the royal city, vast territories in the north had fallen to the Lancers, with countless Aellen citizens reduced to slavery. As ships laden with Aellen captives and plundered treasures were dispatched to the Lancer kingdom, the populace erupted in fervor, eagerly boarding the warships to join the campaign against Aellen. Precisely the outcome King Boston had desired. Chapter 141. Ivan's thoughts after the Lancer's withdrawal. King Ivan of Aellen retained Leah and Orpheus by his side, intending to enlist Leah's assistance with many matters. However, Leah had no intention of staying, and thus sought an opportunity to bid farewell to King Ivan. Upon hearing that Leah wished to see him, Ivan was overjoyed, promptly setting aside his affairs to welcome her. Yet, when he learned the purpose of her visit, his expression shifted dramatically. The joy vanished, replaced by profound anxiety. What must I do to persuade you to stay? You know the Lancers are lurking outside, and I cannot safeguard this realm alone, Ivan said, gazing at Leah with a sense of helplessness. I truly have pressing matters to attend to. You performed admirably in the defense of the royal city. Why do you belittle your own efforts? Leah replied, No, you do not understand. Previously, I led thousands of soldiers north to thwart the Lancer invasion, yet they all perished on the battlefield, and I was the sole survivor. Ivan lamented, his pain evident. Victory and defeat are but the common fate of warriors. Why burden yourself with guilt? Leah consoled him. Common fate? Ivan murmured in disbelief. Having never before heard that failure was a regular occurrence. His spirits somewhat lifted, he then asked, What could possibly be so important that it surpasses the survival of our Aellen kingdom? Leah pondered for a moment before proclaiming, I have discovered the one with the purple eyes. I intend to slay him and avenge my grandmother, Queen Elia. The purple-eyed one? The one who aids the treacherous Sais? King Ivan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is he, replied Leah. Where is he? Ivan asked, rising with palpable excitement and taking a few steps closer to Leah. He is among the army of the Lancers, Leah stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Ivan's expression shifted dramatically. He then fervently declared, as descendants of the Queen, we must take up arms against our enemies and avenge our fallen monarch. However, I lack the skill to confront him amidst the throngs of warriors. Fear not. I shall undertake this task. I will ensure that the head of the one with the purple eyes serves as a tribute to the spirit of the Queen. Leah assured him. King Ivan nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief moment, he said, Wait here for a moment. I must retrieve something. Before long, Ivan approached Leah, cradling a sword in both hands. And this sword is the sacred blade once wielded by the Queen. Today, I entrust it to you, hoping that you will use it to vanquish the Queen's foes. Leah was taken aback at the mention of the sacred sword. She fully understood its significance to the Celestial Empire and the royal family of Aellen. Are you truly giving me the sacred sword? She inquired. With a sigh, Ivan responded. This sword serves no purpose in my possession. Only you can restore its former glory. Very well, Leah acquiesced, accepting the sacred sword. Ivan continued. Given that the purple-eyed one resides within the Lancer army, it would be difficult for you to approach him alone. Instead, it would be prudent for you to remain here until we breach their ranks. Capturing a mere purple-eyed adversary will then be as simple as turning one's hand. Having just received such a precious gift from Ivan, Leah felt compelled to comply, thus remaining. A few days later, in the palace, before the gathered ministers, King Ivan appointed Leah as the Grand Commander of the Kingdom of Aellen, entrusting her with the command of the national forces to repel the Lancer invasion. All present were astounded, including Leah herself. She never anticipated that Ivan would so casually bestow such a grave responsibility upon her. Though she recognized her royal lineage and her duty to protect the kingdom and uphold the dignity of the crown, a lingering sense of being manipulated gnawed at her. I oppose this. Why should she be made Grand Commander? Yes. I too object. She is a woman. Can she truly lead an army into battle? This concerns the very survival of our kingdom. Indeed, Your Majesty, this matter warrants further discussion. The ministers erupted into heated debate. Objections are futile. I am the one who decides, King Ivan thundered. Instantly, silence enveloped the palace. Nearby attendants, witnessing the discord between the king and the ministers, hurried to inform Aellen. Ivan the king cast a sweeping glance over the assembled ministers before speaking. Which of you can assure me that you are capable of leading troops to expel the Lancers? You? Or perhaps you? The ministers hastily shook their heads, retreating a step back. Since none of you can, why do you continue to bicker here? Are you rebelling against me? Ivan scolded, then turned and returned to his throne. From now on, you will obediently cooperate with our Grand Commander. Striving to drive the Lancers out at the earliest opportunity, Ivan gestured towards the ministers. Just then, a voice echoed through the palace. So, let me see who our Grand Commander is. Upon hearing this, Ivan's demeanor shifted as he spotted his mother, Aellen. Instantly, he resembled a sickly cat, eyes downcast. His imposing presence considerably diminished. You are the newly appointed Grand Commander? Aellen inquired, casting a glance at Leah. Yes, Leah replied softly. What abilities do you possess to command our kingdom's soldiers? Aellen pressed. Leah remained silent. If you believe you lack such capability, then leave. What are you still doing here? Aellen reprimanded Leah. In a moment of silence, Leah suddenly drew the sacred sword, and the long dormant blade erupted with dazzling light. The sacred sword. Is it truly the legendary sword? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, fear palpable in their expressions. Upon seeing the sword, Aellen recoiled as if confronted by a specter. Her face pale with rage as she shot a furious glance at Ivan before hastily departing. This was Leah's first time wielding the sacred sword. In that instant, she felt a potent force emanating from the blade, coursing into her being. Simultaneously, she sensed her body expanding, as if it might burst at any moment. In desperation, Leah resorted to a method of absorption, drawing the formidable power into her dantian. To her astonishment, the star orb within her dantian intertwined with that immense energy upon contact. The star orb spun rapidly, continuously absorbing the overwhelming force. The courtiers observed Leah, motionless like a statue, holding the radiant sacred sword aloft. They were bewildered and dared not utter a word, merely gazing at her in stunned silence. Time passed slowly, while the star orb within Leah feverishly absorbed the powerful energy from the sword. After a considerable duration, the star orb erupted in a brilliant glow, propelling Leah's cultivation to break through the 5th level of the star technique and still rising. As Leah's 9 heavens star technique surpassed the 5th level, her lifespan extended to 300 years, and she appeared increasingly youthful and beautiful. After some time, Leah abruptly sheathed the sacred sword, the brilliance vanishing within its dark scabbard. Ivan hastily inquired, "Grand Commander, are you unharmed?" Leah shook her head, replying, "I am fine. What happened just now? You stood there without moving," Ivan pressed. "I do not know," Leah answered. Perhaps it is possible that the holy sword is something that Leah, in her uncertainty, struggles to explain to King Ivan. In her heart, Leah contemplates that if she does not forcibly cease absorbing the power of this sacred blade, her cultivation could potentially leap to the 7th tier in one fell swoop. With her extensive experience and training, Leah understands that such a rapid advancement is perilous. Moreover, this method of cultivation is often fraught with significant risks, and a moment's carelessness could lead one down the path of darkness. Thus, she wisely chose to halt her progress. Now, with her cultivation greatly enhanced, the 2 astral glimmers in Leah's eyes shone ever brighter. She was filled with a tumultuous and formidable energy, which struck her as peculiar. Upon breaking through the 5th tier of the 9 heavens star technique, not only would her lifespan extend to 300 years, but the rate at which she could absorb the power of the stars would increase exponentially. In essence, the 5th tier serves as a threshold, one that most cultivators find themselves unable to surpass. Grateful for this fortuitous turn of events, Leah devoted herself to assisting King Ivan. She instructed him to summon all the carpenters from across the kingdom to the royal city, while simultaneously commanding her soldiers to gather a substantial amount of timber for future use. Oblivious to his aunt's intentions, King Ivan complied without question. A month later, a significant number of carpenters arrived in the royal city. Consequently, Leah gathered all the carpenters together and directed them to craft items according to a specific blueprint. During this time, Aellen was exceedingly irate, feeling that King Ivan had slipped beyond her control. In response, she clandestinely convened a meeting with several of her paramours in Roya City to conspire against King Ivan. Before long, a phrase began circulating through the streets of the Aellen kingdom. "Golden eyes, Aellen strong, sweeping the world, none can withstand." The meaning was lost on many, with some speculating that the Aellen kingdom would rise to become a dominant power after this calamity, while others believed that gold prices would soar. And yet others suggested that a man with golden eyes would lead the Aellen people to prosperity. The news reached King Ivan's ears, prompting him to secretly dispatch individuals to seek out the one with golden eyes. He was not alone in this pursuit. The war-weary Aellen populace also sought this individual, hoping that he could expel the Rands from their land. Soon, the golden-eyed figure was identified as Leah's disciple, Orpheus. The revelation of Orpheus as the chosen one rapidly spread throughout the Aellen kingdom, instilling hope in the hearts of many. They believed that with Orpheus by their side, victory was assured. In a fleeting moment, Orpheus became the center of attention. Wherever he went, he was followed and watched, and people eagerly approached to offer their assistance. It was as if a mysterious aura enveloped the young Orpheus. Leah had already heard whispers of the rumors, although she was unaware of who had instigated the tales of the golden-eyed man or what their intentions might be. She was acutely aware that King Ivan would undoubtedly take notice of the situation. Leah was deeply concerned that Ivan might resort to underhanded tactics against Orpheus. For the heart of a sovereign is unfathomable. Orpheus, a beloved disciple of Leah, possesses extraordinary talent and an unlimited future ahead of him. Meanwhile, Ivan, Leah's nephew, had previously entrusted the sacred sword to her. Torn between familial loyalty and the desire to protect Orpheus, Leah finds herself at a loss. Unable to prevent Ivan from taking action against him, yet unwilling to stand idly by as Orpheus faces peril. As usual, Orpheus trains under Leah's guidance in the training grounds on the outskirts of the city. Recently, Leah has introduced him to a new skill, chariot driving. The chariot, crafted by skilled artisans at Leah's behest, is large and robust, drawn by 4 powerful steeds. After imparting the essentials of chariot handling, Orpheus has been diligently practicing in the training area. Leah's decision to construct a chariot stemmed from her observations during a previous siege, where she noted the scarcity of cavalry among the lancers. Suspecting that the lancers' homeland lacks sufficient horses, she devised a plan to surprise them on the battlefield with her own chariots. The soldiers of the Aellen kingdom watched in awe and envy as Orpheus deftly maneuvered the chariot, racing back and forth. They were puzzled by their commander's choice to utilize a chariot, yet each one yearned to experience the exhilaration of speed atop such a vehicle. However, Commander Leah permitted only Orpheus to operate the chariot, forbidding anyone else from touching it. Simultaneously, she selected several hundred-strong soldiers to train with 3-meter-long spears. As a month passed, Leah noticed the growing interest among her troops in the chariot. She selected a few dedicated and exceptional warriors to learn the art of chariot driving alongside Orpheus. Ultimately, Leah assembled a chariot corps consisting of 200 chariots, each manned by 3 armored warriors, one wielding a great sword to steer the chariot, while the other 2 readied bows and spears to engage the enemy. Months later, Leah personally led an army of 10,000 northward to confront the lancers. Unexpectedly, they encountered a formidable lancer force of 30,000 along the way. Igniting the flames of battle, Leah extended her awareness, swiftly assessing the strength of the approaching lancer army. She soon discerned that among them, several thousand were remnants, likely tasked with logistical support. The ranks included 2,000 archers and 3,000 slave soldiers, while the remainder, over 22,000, constituted the core of the lancer forces. Among the 2,200 elite lancer infantry, 3,000 bore shields, while the rest wielded various weapons. Notably, the lancers lacked cavalry units, as they were not adept at horsemanship. Leah specifically searched for any sign of the purple-eyed warrior, but he was conspicuously absent. This army of 30,000, under the command of King Boston of the Lancers, aimed to seize the royal city, but fate intervened as they crossed paths with Leah's forces. Accompanying King Boston were 6 powerful sorcerers, further complicating the impending conflict. Recognizing the mages clad in white robes trimmed with gold, Leah instantly identified them. His army comprised 2,000 shield-bearers, 1,000 archers, 4,000 infantry, 2,000 cavalry, 200 chariots, and 16 mages. As the battle commenced, Leah instructed the accompanying mages to invoke the Gale spell to enhance the speed of his troops, hoping to raise a storm of dust. He also commanded the 2,000 cavalry to flank the 200 chariots and assault the lancer forces, aiming to cleave through their ranks and focusing their efforts on the enemy archers. With strategic orders dispatched, Leah, donned in armor and mounted on his steed, brandished his holy sword and led his forces against the 30,000 lancer troops. Among the 16 mages from the kingdom of Aellen, 8 were tasked with casting the Gale spell to boost their army's speed, while the other 8 conjured dust, bolstered by the winds. The Aellen forces surged forward like a colossal mountain, crashing into the lancer army. The swirling dust obscured visibility and sapped the enemy's morale. Leading the charge, Leah swung his holy sword, unleashing a formidable blue-white sword shadow that sliced through the ranks of lancers. In the face of such overwhelming power, the lancers fell like mere paper, with dozens perishing in an instant, a sight they had never witnessed before. Yet, on the battlefield, retreat was not an option. Only through valorous combat could they hope to survive. Driven by fear, yet compelled by the honor of their homeland, the lancers raised their weapons and charged towards the Aellen forces. As both armies clashed in chaotic melee, Orpheus led 200 chariots and 2,000 knights in a flanking maneuver against the lancer forces. The chariots tore through the enemy lines, trampling many lancers, while archers aboard the chariots rained arrows upon them. The armored warriors brandished 3-meter-long spears, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the lancers. The lancer shield bearers proved ineffectual against the onslaught of the speeding chariots, which they could not hope to halt. The Gale spell had significantly diminished the lethality of the lancer archers, most of their arrows diverted by the fierce winds. Conversely, the Aellen archers, empowered by the Gale, launched volleys that struck true, piercing the enemy with deadly precision. in a bid to counter the dust storm conjured by the Aellen mages. 6 Lancer mages unleashed a torrential rain. In the blink of an eye, rain cascaded from the heavens, washing away the swirling dust. Amidst the tempest, the 200 chariots and 2,000 cavalry of the Kingdom of Aellen had broken through the center of the Lancer army, effectively splitting them in two. The combat effectiveness of the Lancer forces greatly diminished as they found themselves divided. Under Leah's leadership, the Aellen army relentlessly harvested the lives of the Lancers. The chariots of the Kingdom of Aellen galloped relentlessly through the ranks of the enemy, severing the reinforcements of the Lancers. The cavalry of Aellen charged ferociously at the archers of the enemy, inflicting devastating casualties upon the Lancers. After several waves of assault, the Lancer army was left in disarray, suffering tremendous losses. Notably, Leah, channeling the power of the stars within her, unleashed her formidable strength with the holy sword. With each swing, she mercilessly harvested the lives of countless foes, soon amassing 1,000 kills. Both armies' grand sorcerers summoned ferocious beasts to the battlefield. In the skies above, colossal monstrous birds flapped their heavy wings, occasionally colliding with one another or diving rapidly to attack the warriors below. On the ground, towering fire beasts rampaged through the Lancer forces, sending soldiers flying. Occasionally, they unleashed torrents of flames, sending the Lancers into a panicked retreat. The Lancer Grand Sorcerer summoned a gigantic octopus and fierce serpentine fish from a nearby lake. The monstrous octopus, towering over 10 meters high, charged towards the army of Aellen like a moving mountain. Its thick, tree-like tentacles swung wildly, sweeping away numerous Aellen warriors. Many were struck down instantly, while those fortunate enough to survive lay incapacitated on the ground. In no time, over 1,000 soldiers from Aellen had perished. The octopus's overwhelming lethality shifted the tide of battle in favor of the Lancers, who roared forward against the soldiers of Aellen. Leah realized that to secure victory, she must swiftly eliminate the colossal octopus. Armed with her holy sword, she charged towards the towering beast. A brilliant radiance enveloped her, catching the attention of the octopus, which lashed out with its long tentacle. "Come!" Leah cried out, as the holy sword erupted in dazzling light. A massive blue-white blade of energy, accompanied by a piercing whistle, cleaved towards the oncoming tentacle. With a resounding thud, the octopus's tentacle was severed, and a rain of foul, viscous blood fell from the sky. Before the creature could react, Leah unleashed a flurry of strikes. 5 colossal sword shadows intertwined, descending upon the monstrous octopus. The creature was engulfed in a shower of blood, resembling a great fountain, as it gradually shrank and crumpled to the ground, reduced to a heap of flesh and blood. Leah's instantaneous defeat of the towering octopus instilled terror in the hearts of the Lancers. They turned to flee, none wishing to linger in the presence of such a formidable adversary. "Do not flee. Continue to fight," bellowed the king of the Lancers, brandishing his great sword. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. The army of Aellen pursued the retreating Lancer forces relentlessly, chasing them all the way to the northern Black Fortress. In this encounter, the Lancers suffered over 20,000 casualties. Countless fleeing Lance warriors fell to the might of Leah's army, ultimately leaving fewer than 2,000 to return to Black Fortress. Most notably, the young King Boston of the Lance Kingdom met his demise amidst the chaos of battle. Upon his triumphant return, Leah was duly honored by King Ivan of Aellen, who bestowed upon her the title of Countess. The soldiers who had accompanied Leah into battle were likewise recognized for their valor, with the young Orpheus elevated to the rank of Viscount. This victory served to silence those who had doubted Leah's capabilities. The people of Aellen held firm in their belief that as long as the great commander Leah remained, the Lance invaders would eventually be driven from their land. In the ensuing 2 years, Leah periodically led her forces northward to engage the Lance, achieving resounding victories almost every time. Unlike others, Leah had no intention of besieging the northern Black Fortress, for the previous military setbacks had cost the lives of tens of thousands of Aellen soldiers. At this juncture, the nation of Aellen lacked the resources to mount a siege. By employing a strategy of offensive defense, Leah successfully thwarted the Lance's plans for a southward advance. Following the death of King Boston, the Lance sought to retreat homeward. However, the two figures, Zeiss and the Purple Eye, had seized control of 2 esteemed high-ranking generals from the Lance Kingdom, Ed and Addis. Under the influence of the Purple Eye's sorcery, Ed and Addis had lost their senses and become mere puppets of Zeiss and the Purple Eye. Manipulated by these two, waves of Lance warriors were deceived into entering Aellen, where they met their demise. Over the course of more than 2 years, Zeiss and the Purple Eye had enchanted over 3,000 valiant Lance warriors, with their true intentions shrouded in mystery. The continuous victories over the invading Lance warriors prompted nationwide celebrations in Aellen. The citizens were assured that as long as the great commander Leah and the golden-eyed Orpheus stood resolute, the Lance would no longer dare to invade the royal city. During these years, Orpheus, under the guidance of his master Leah, had achieved monumental success on the battlefield and earned unparalleled glory. Even more astonishing was the acceleration of his cultivation. He could now perceive countless golden particles shimmering in the surrounding environment with his spiritual sense. Thus, whenever he found time, he would retreat to his chamber to practice. One night, although it was already late, Orpheus remained awake, seated in meditation. Within his dantian, he had condensed a golden pearl the size of a mung bean, imbued with mysterious and unfathomable power. At that moment, Orpheus utilized his breathing technique to draw in the golden particles dancing in the air around him. As these particles entered his dantian, they swiftly encircled the golden pearl before gradually being absorbed. Suddenly, two figures clad in black robes materialized in Orpheus's chamber. One of them waved a staff, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that floated in midair, illuminating the entire room. As Orpheus opened his eyes from his meditative state, the other black-robed sorcerer pointed his staff at him. He felt his body rapidly diminish in size, while the two dark-robed sorcerers loomed large before him, requiring him to tilt his head back to behold them. Orpheus bellowed angrily at the two dark-robed mages, demanding to know why they had ambushed him. Yet, he could not even hear his own voice. It seemed he had lost the ability to speak. Transformed into a small rabbit with golden eyes, he was taken away by the sorcerers. The following morning, during breakfast, Leah noticed Orpheus had not come out to eat and instructed Seth to fetch him. Seth entered Orpheus's room, only to find it empty. The bedding was neatly arranged to one side, while the sheets bore wrinkles, as if Orpheus had been meditating there. Even more puzzling to Seth was the sight of Orpheus's shoes placed by the bedside. Aside from that, his sword and other belongings remained in the room. Yet Orpheus was nowhere to be found. Seth stepped closer and touched the sheets. They were cold, indicating that Orpheus must have left quite early. Returning to the dining table, Seth informed Leah, "Orpheus is not in his room. He seems to have left at some point." Leah nodded and replied, "Let us sit down and eat. We shall not wait for him." Seth began to eat, but after a while, she sensed that something was amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Consequently, she frequently glanced at Leah. Noticing Seth's peculiar demeanor that morning, Leah encouraged her, "If something is troubling you, do not hesitate to speak. Please, do not keep this to yourself." Seth, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Orpheus's shoes and sword are still in his room, yet he is missing." Leah responded with a soft acknowledgement and then closed her eyes, rapidly extending her senses across the entire city. Moments later, she abruptly opened her eyes, realizing that Orpheus was not in the city at all. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She believed something might have happened to him. "I must go out for a moment," she said to Seth. With that, Leah mounted a swift steed and galloped toward the palace. Meanwhile, within the palace, King Ivan of Aellen, wielding the Sword of Kings, approached a rabbit pinned to a table by attendants. The rabbit possessed a pair of golden eyes. In a swift arc of the blade, the rabbit's head fell to the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Just then, the door was violently flung open, and a group burst in, led by Helen. Helen, staff in hand, waved gently at the decapitated rabbit. In an instant, the corpse of a naked man materialized upon the large table. Helen scrutinized the bloody head on the ground and suddenly screamed, "Ah, it is Orpheus, the golden-eyed Orpheus. Oh, Orpheus, your majesty has slain Orpheus. What has transpired? Orpheus is the chosen one. Has the king gone mad? Surely, the king must be mad." The crowd buzzed with confusion and alarm. At this moment, King Ivan, pale and trembling, clutched the still dripping sword of kingship, retreating step by step. "Why did you kill Orpheus?" Helen inquired, advancing upon King Ivan. Realizing his misdeeds had been uncovered, Ivan collapsed onto the ground with a thud, overwhelmed by fear. "Have you lost your senses?" Helen pressed further. Ivan, mouth agape, found himself at a loss for words. "The king has lost his mind. Someone, seize the king," Helen commanded. A group of guards stepped forward to escort Ivan away. Before long, Leah hurriedly arrived at the palace. Upon witnessing Orpheus's lifeless body, she was momentarily paralyzed with shock. She could scarcely comprehend that the vibrant Orpheus, who had been alive just yesterday, was now a cold, inert corpse. Silently, Leah removed her garment and draped it over Orpheus's bare form. She knelt beside him, clasping his frigid hand, weeping softly. After a while, Leah gradually removed the mask from her face. The onlookers beheld the beauty of her visage, now marred by tear streaks. The profound sorrow emanating from her heart mingled with the tears cascading from her eyes, pooling upon the ground. The assembled crowd was utterly astonished by Leah's unparalleled beauty, never having encountered such a wondrous and ethereal woman in this realm. They collectively held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might cause this celestial being to vanish. Turning her gaze towards the severed head of her beloved disciple, Leah faltered at the sight of Orpheus's vacant golden eyes, collapsing to the ground in despair. With trembling hands, she cradled Orpheus's head, blood trickling down her arms. "Oh, my poor child," she lamented, clutching his bloodied head tightly to her chest. Her profile pressed against Orpheus's icy forehead, evoking the image of a young mother cradling her tragically deceased infant. The despair and profound grief etched upon Leah's face moved those present to tears, each person unable to contain their sorrow. Memories of the years spent with Orpheus flooded Leah's mind, particularly the times she lay bedridden and helpless, during which Orpheus had devoted himself to her care. The thought of his tireless efforts brought forth a torrent of tears, as if a dam had burst. Over the years, Leah had watched Orpheus evolve from an innocent and curious youth into a valiant man who fought fiercely on the battlefield to protect his homeland. Yet, such a passionate warrior had been robbed of his life at such a tender age, a reality Leah found unbearable to confront. At the same time, she felt helpless against the perpetrator of this tragedy. As her thoughts grew heavier, it felt as if an immense stone were pressing upon her heart, rendering her breathless. "Oh, my child, my poor Orpheus." Leah's emotions finally shattered, and she clutched Orpheus's head, weeping uncontrollably. Orpheus's blood stained Leah's pristine garment a deep crimson, painting a scene of utter desolation. Leah's heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the palace for an extended time. Ultimately, Helen ordered the cremation of Orpheus's lifeless body. His ashes were interred in an inconspicuous corner of the royal tomb. Helen convened the ministers and announced that King Ivan had succumbed to madness, his mind and actions rendered erratic, making him incapable of managing the affairs of the realm. Thus, Helen would assume the throne as the queen of the Aellen kingdom. Upon her ascension, Helen's first decree was to relieve Leah of her position as the Grand Commander of Aellen. Disheartened, Leah boarded a ship with Seth, yearning to escape this place that had brought her such sorrow and despair. "Where shall we go?" Seth inquired. "I do not know. I wish to remain here not a moment longer," Leah replied, her voice laden with melancholy. Seth sighed deeply, aware of the profound impact Orpheus's death had on Leah. She understood that Leah genuinely wished to leave. From that moment onward, the power of the Aellen kingdom fell into the hands of Helen and her paramours. However, as Helen grew older and less alluring, her former lovers lost interest in her companionship. Consequently, they sought out robust men to entertain Helen instead. The estrangement from her former lovers left Queen Helen discontented, yet she knew all too well that in her current state, who would willingly seek her favor? Queen Helen longed for eternal youth and beauty, but what woman in this world possesses such a gift? Suddenly, an idea struck her, prompting her to leave in haste. Queen Helen arrived at a secret chamber, where the former King Ivan of Aellen was imprisoned. Through the bars, she questioned him. "Ivan, I find myself perplexed by one matter. Why did you bestow the sacred sword, such a significant artifact, upon a girl scarcely in her 20s? Ivan lifted his gaze momentarily to meet his mother Helen's eyes before lowering his head in silence, retreating into a corner. "What exactly is your relationship with that girl? Is she your illegitimate daughter?" Helen pressed. Ivan shot up, shouting, "No. She is my Aunt Maria." "Your Aunt Maria? What nonsense is this? Have you ever met her?" Helen demanded. "No," Ivan replied, his eyes closed, memories of his aunt's enchanting beauty flooding his mind. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should never have laid a hand on Orpheus. Yet, it was too late. He had become a monster, a remorseless killer confined in this dismal place. "You have never seen her. How can you be so certain she is your Aunt Maria?" Helen inquired. "Her gaze, her swordsmanship. She once told me she intended to leave to seek vengeance for Queen Elia, the one with violet eyes. If not her, then who else could it be?" Ivan poured out his thoughts with unrestrained fervor, leaving Queen Helen utterly astonished. She could scarcely believe that Leah was indeed the same individual she had once driven away all those years ago. Even more bewildering was the revelation that, after all these decades, Leah had retained her youthful appearance, resembling a girl in her 20s. But how could she be so ageless? Was she perhaps a supernatural being? Helen, filled with emotion, inquired. "I cannot say for certain. I have only heard that she has devoted herself to cultivation over the years. Her eternal youth must be linked to her practices," Ivan replied. "Cultivation?" Queen Helen exclaimed in disbelief. Orpheus was Leah's disciple. He surely knew what she was practicing. "Alas, I regret to inform you that I have already taken his life," Ivan murmured. Upon hearing this, A spark of excitement ignited in Helen's eyes. She then turned to leave. When will you release me? Ivan called after her, gazing at her retreating figure. Queen Helen paused momentarily before hastening away. Despair washed over Ivan as he surveyed the surrounding walls, and he howled in anguish, driven to madness. Queen Helen ushered a figure clad entirely in armor into a secret chamber. The individual was obscured by a metallic faceplate, rendering their identity unrecognizable. It is just the two of us here. You may remove your helmet. Queen Helen addressed the armored person. Removing this helmet is quite troublesome. If you have something to say, please proceed, the armored figure responded. This matter is of great significance. I wish to speak to you while gazing into your eyes. Queen Helen elucidated. Very well, I shall oblige. Please wait a moment, the armored figure replied, clumsily attempting to remove their helmet. After a considerable effort, they finally succeeded. Exhaling deeply and grumbling, I never wish to don that wretched contraption again. If you can answer a few questions honestly, you will no longer need to wear that helmet. Helen said with a smile directed at the armored figure. The figure then lifted their head, revealing striking golden eyes that met Queen Helen's gaze. After a moment of silence, they asked, what would you like to know? Is our esteemed commander, Leah, your mentor? Helen asked straightforwardly. Indeed. What of it? Orpheus replied. Excellent. Queen Helen said with enthusiasm. Did she impart to you any unique teachings, something referred to as cultivation? Cultivation? At your age, why would you wish to cultivate? Orpheus queried. Bewildered. Queen Helen sighed. Precisely because I have aged, I long to return to my youthful days through cultivation. Orpheus widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, who told you that cultivation could restore youth? My master never mentioned such a thing. It is indeed true, Queen Helen smiled. That is utterly impossible, Orpheus declared. Queen Helen observed Orpheus and suspected that he might be unaware of the mysteries of cultivation. She then inquired, have you ever seen your master's visage? No, Orpheus replied. That is hardly surprising, Queen Helen chuckled. What do you mean? Orpheus asked, perplexed. Queen Helen explained, your master hails from the Seven Kingdoms, originally named Maria, the daughter of Queen Elizabeth I of the Seven Kingdoms. Orpheus gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. He never imagined that his master had such a formidable background. After the passing of Elizabeth I, she served as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, but later, she fell to our land of Aellen, thus becoming Leah. Queen Helen continued. Noticing Orpheus lost in thought, she elaborated. In truth, your master Leah is much older than King Ivan, likely exceeding 50 years of age. But look. As she spoke, Queen Helen produced a crystal ball. Upon casting a spell, the crystal revealed moving images. The scene depicted Leah, believing Orpheus had met a tragic end, weeping inconsolably over his head. Orpheus stood frozen, though he could not hear Leah's heart-wrenching cries. The sight of her tears cascading like pearls made him deeply feel her sorrow. It was the first time he witnessed a woman mourning so profoundly for his demise. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes began to glisten with moisture. In that moment, he longed to see his master Leah, yet he remained unaware that she had long departed from Aellen, adrift upon the boundless ocean. Do you see? The girl who cradled your head and wept so heartily is your master Leah. Tell me, does she appear to you as a woman over 50? Queen Helen asked. In Orpheus's eyes, the young lady seemed no more than 20. He could not fathom that this youthful girl was indeed his master Leah. Yet, if she were not his master, why would she grieve so deeply for his death? At this moment, Orpheus began to comprehend why his master always donned a mask. It was because Leah was extraordinarily beautiful. He even thought her surpassing his own goddess, Seph. Seeing Orpheus entranced, Queen Helen softly inquired, might you share your master's cultivation methods with me? I, too, wish to be as youthful and beautiful as she. Absolutely not, Orpheus firmly refused. What then would persuade you to tell me? Queen Helen asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. Orpheus lowered his head in silence. Observing this, Queen Helen decided to appeal to familial ties to coax him into speaking. Do you know? Queen Helen hesitated, her voice trembling. What? Orpheus asked, curious. Actually, I am your biological mother, Queen Helen whispered. Orpheus was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter. With a gleeful tone, he exclaimed, do not jest. At your age, how could you possibly bear a son as large as I? Queen Helen stepped forward, without a word, and yanked a few strands of hair from Orpheus's head. He cried out, indignantly questioning her, what was that for? I shall show you who brought you into this world, Queen Helen declared, and with a flick of Orpheus's hair, she cast a spell. In no time, a crystal orb revealed the scene from over a decade ago, depicting the moment Queen Helen gave birth to a baby with golden eyes. Later, when the child reached the age of 6, he was taken by carriage to a small town, where he was adopted by a blacksmith couple. How could this be? Orpheus asked, utterly astonished. This is magic. It was through this very means that I uncovered the origins of your master, Leah. It also enabled me to thwart a ridiculous romance, Queen Helen replied with pride. Are you truly my mother? Orpheus inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Is that even a question? I carried you for 10 long months before bringing you into this world. She retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone. Orpheus fell silent. Recalling the night he first encountered Queen Helen atop the castle walls, thinking at the time that this elderly woman was merely taking advantage of him. Little did he know, she was indeed his mother. My child, I do not wish to remain in this current state of being, aged and unattractive. Please, impart to me the method of your cultivation, Queen Helen implored. Orpheus glanced at his mother, then lowered his gaze in silence. Very well, propose a condition. I shall grant you anything within my power, Queen Helen said, resigned. After a moment of contemplation, Orpheus replied, since I am your son, it stands to reason that I might one day inherit your throne, correct? Indeed, Queen Helen responded, immediately grasping her son's intentions. Then, I request that you designate me as your heir and pen a decree ensuring that the throne shall be passed to me. Agreed, even if you did not request it. I would eventually bestow the throne upon you, Queen Helen joyously affirmed. After she inscribed the decree of succession, Orpheus finally revealed the cultivation method to his mother. Orpheus's desire to become the king of Aellen was intertwined with his recent experiences in cultivation. On that fateful day, he had been transformed into a rabbit and taken away by two individuals cloaked in black. Subsequently, he found himself before Helen, who had used a millennium-old dead tree to transform him back into a living Orpheus, and then, with an illusion, turned him into a rabbit once more. Afterward, she instructed the two cloaked figures to bring the altered Orpheus before King Ivan, while she gathered a multitude at the palace, ready to expose King Ivan's transgressions upon Orpheus's demise. All of this was orchestrated by Queen Helen, who cunningly plotted to obtain the throne of the kingdom of Aellen. Upon successfully ascending as queen, Helen restored the true Orpheus to human form. However, she demanded that Orpheus serve as her armored warrior, threatening him with death should he refuse. With no alternatives, Orpheus acquiesced to Queen Helen's demands. After becoming the shadowy armored warrior, Orpheus found himself struggling in his cultivation, unable to sense the elusive golden particles surrounding him. Perplexed, Orpheus pondered for an extended period, ultimately concluding that these wondrous golden particles were somehow tied to his own predicament. He realized that only by extricating himself from this shadowy existence could he once again perceive the golden particles with his spiritual awareness. Concurrently, he contemplated how to attract more of these golden particles into his vicinity. Through comparison, Orpheus observed that while in White Tower City, the golden particles were scarce. They proliferated upon arriving at the royal city, particularly after joining his master, Leah, in military service. Orpheus began to sense that these golden particles might be linked to one's status. If he were to become the fifth of Aellen, he surmised that he would be surrounded by a multitude of golden particles. This audacious thought compelled Orpheus to vie for the right of succession from Queen Helen. A month later, Queen Helen formally appointed Orpheus, the Golden-Eyed, as the crown prince of the kingdom of Aellen. The entire realm rejoiced, remembering the saying, with the Golden-Eyed, Aellen thrives. Simultaneously, Crown Prince Orpheus noticed an increasing number of golden particles during his cultivation, affirming the accuracy of his earlier conjecture, which filled him with exhilaration. Since Queen Helen became enamored with cultivation, she has seldom attended to state affairs, leaving the reins of power in the hands of her 6 paramours. These lovers began to conspire to divide the kingdom of Aellen among themselves. An invisible war unfolded within the kingdom. In a mere 2 years, countless power-wielding nobles were executed under various pretexts, their wealth and lands appropriated by Helen's paramours. The northern army of over 10,000 lancers was entirely corrupted by Zeiss and the Purple Eye, transforming them into obedient demonic soldiers. Subsequently, this battalion returned to the kingdom of lancers under the command of Zeiss and the Purple Eye. Before their return, no one was aware of the demise of King Boston of Lancers. Zeiss and the Purple Eye led the 10,000 demonic soldiers directly into the inner city of Lancers. Besieging the palace, Zeiss forcibly married the young Queen Ilse of Lancers, declaring himself King Zai of Lancers. From that moment forth, Zai and the Purple Eye embarked on their nefarious plan to corrupt the kingdom of Lancers. Before long, Zai learned of the inexplicable weeping of blood from the statue of the sea god, Shisha Beitir, in the Temple of Lancers. In response, he dispatched men to capture the high priest of the temple and imprison him. Thereafter, he ordered the temple's destruction. When the colossal statue of the sea deity crashed to the ground, the skies above the kingdom of Lance darkened for the first time, shrouded in ominous clouds. The inhabitants of Lance were engulfed by fear, whispering that the sea god had unleashed his wrath. However, Emperor Sisyphus I paid no heed to the murmurs of the Lance people. On the contrary, he commissioned the construction of an even grander temple dedicated to the dark deity. Moxie, at the original site of the temple, Sisyphus I frequently apprehended disobedient Lance citizens, dragging them into the Moxie temple to offer their blood as a sacrifice to the dark god. From that moment on, the skies over Lance ceased to be a brilliant blue, and the air grew tainted. The people of Lance inexplicably fell ill, and everything became strange and unrecognizable, a stark contrast to the beauty that once was. After years of relentless enchantment, Sisyphus I and the enigmatic Violet I transformed the kingdom of Lance into a realm of darkness. Years prior, Leah and Seve set sail, only to encounter a tempest that raged for days. Fortuitously, the vessel they boarded did not succumb to the stormy seas. However, it was blown far off course, leaving the crew adrift in an endless ocean, unaware of their whereabouts. One day, Leah, using her spiritual sense, detected a coastline to the west. The crew erupted in cheers, navigating toward the distant shore. Upon setting foot on this new land, Leah was greeted by a rush of ethereal energy. She could hardly fathom that such a spiritually rich place existed in this world. Quickly, she expanded her spiritual perception, discovering dense forests and sparse human presence. The inhabitants, clad in scant attire, lived a life reminiscent of savages, their skin a striking red hue, prompting Leah to name this land the Red Continent. After deliberation with the other dozen or so shipmates, they collectively resolved to establish their lives in this new territory. Leah identified a flat expanse abundant in water sources and led the group toward it. As a procession of newcomers, burdened with sheep, provisions, and cooking utensils, emerged onto the Red Continent, the local red-skinned people soon took notice of them. The indigenous folk discreetly followed Leah and Seve, observing as they arrived at a clearing beside a river. Leah and Seve guided their companions in felling trees to erect temporary shelters, intending to reside there long-term. The men focused on constructing the dwellings, while Leah and Seve foraged for wild fruits and collected hay. By evening, several makeshift houses had been completed. Leah and Seve spread the gathered hay within the shelters, creating rudimentary homes. They ignited small fires with the dry twigs collected nearby. Leah shared the wild rabbits and birds she had hunted, distributing them as dinner to the group. The men gazed at Leah in astonishment, inquiring how she had procured such an abundance of food. With a smile, Leah replied, "I was once a hunter. As long as you follow me, I assure you will have meat to eat every day." The men erupted in laughter, heartily agreeing with her. Some men gazed at Leah and Seve with lecherous eyes. Leah was acutely aware of their thoughts, for among the group of over 10, she and Seve were the only two women. To ensure a prolonged stay in this place, it was imperative to appease these men. Yet, how could she accomplish such a task? Leah pondered with a sense of exasperation. The dilemma was that she could not conjure a multitude of women for these fellows. After dinner, several men vied for the opportunity to share a room with Leah and Seve. Without uttering a word, Leah took Seve's hand and entered one of the rooms, leaving the men to squabble outside. Following a commotion among the men, it was decided that they would take turns sharing a room with Leah and Seve for the night. That evening, two men settled into Leah and Seve's quarters, while the others lingered outside for a while. Upon hearing no activity within, they cursed and eventually departed. The next morning, as the two men emerged, they were immediately surrounded by the others. "So how was it? Did you sleep? Which one of you shared a bed with her?" The two exchanged glances, not uttering a word, and quietly walked away. After a short while, Leah and Seve stepped out, and with a cheerful smile, Leah addressed the crowd. "I know all of you are eager for companionship. However, you ought not to harbor any illusions about us two. There are only the two of us women here. Are you saying we can't sleep with you? What purpose do we have in staying here otherwise?" One man protested. "Indeed. How can you treat us this way?" Another chimed in. "You expect us to labor for you without any reward. This is unacceptable," echoed a chorus of agreement. Leah regarded the men with a smile before clearing her throat and saying, "I understand your desire for women. Well, there are indeed many women around, but it requires your effort to find them. Where are these women? I see none." They exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you trying to deceive us?" Leah replied. "Just beyond that mountain's foothill lies a small tribe populated with both men and women. If you seek companionship, you must barter with them." The men collectively turned their gaze towards the direction Leah indicated, yet they saw nothing. "Today, I shall take you hunting. A few of you will remain here to guard our home, and those who stay must not touch Seve. Otherwise, I will turn you into fish food." With that, Leah unsheathed her holy sword and struck a nearby large tree. With a resounding crack, the tree fell slowly to the ground. The men stared at Leah, utterly astonished by her formidable prowess. Leah led 6 men into the forest to hunt, while the remaining 7 stayed behind to safeguard their abode. Once Leah departed, those left behind dragged the tree she had felled closer, intending to split it and use the timber to continue building their shelter. Seve busied herself nearby, gathering firewood and foraging for wild fruits. After some time, the 7 individuals lifted their heads and discovered that Sef was missing. They hastily set out to search for her. Leading the hunting party, Leah was somewhat distracted today. The 7 men wandered through the woods for quite a while, finding nothing. Observing the dejected expressions of the 6 men, Leah reassured them, "Hunting requires patience. We must take our time. Let us explore that direction." With that, she took the lead deeper into the forest, expanding her senses to search for prey within 100 miles. "Quickly follow me," Leah exclaimed, darting ahead. The 6 men paused for a moment before swiftly following her. Soon, a wild boar appeared not far in front of them. The men, filled with excitement, charged towards the boar. Startled, the boar fled deep into the forest, with the 6 men in relentless pursuit. However, Leah did not join the chase. Instead, she turned and walked briskly in another direction. After a considerable time, Leah arrived at the bank of a great river. She followed the river upstream at a rapid pace. After a while, she spotted 2 slightly darker-skinned individuals carrying a woman. To her dismay, the woman was none other than the beautiful Sef. At that moment, Sef had lost the strength to shout. She helplessly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Leah trailed the 2 individuals from a distance and soon reached their tribe. Expanding her senses, she discerned that this tribe comprised approximately 60 to 70 individuals, nearly 30 adult men, 20 women, and the rest being elders and children. Sef was brought before the tribe's leader. Upon seeing her, the leader was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered a woman as stunning as Sef. He inquired, "What is your name? Where do you come from?" Sef could not comprehend the leader's language. She gazed at him in confusion. However, Leah, hidden outside the tribe, understood the leader's words, as they bore a striking resemblance to her native tongue. She managed to communicate telepathically with the leader, saying, "I am a traveler from overseas, cast ashore by a storm." Although the leader observed that Sef's lips did not move, he heard her voice, nearly causing him to stumble in shock. After a moment's contemplation, he sensed that this woman was extraordinary. He instructed his people to treat this unexpected guest with utmost hospitality. Initially filled with trepidation, Sef soon forgot her worries upon being presented with a variety of sumptuous and peculiar dishes. She picked up a large, red tomato and took a bite, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. Never having tasted such exquisite food before, she excitedly asked in Aellen's tongue, "What is this?" "It is delicious." The tribe's leader stared at her wide-eyed, puzzled, as he could not understand her words. However, he swiftly discerned Sef's intent and proclaimed, "Tomato." "Tomato?" Sef mimicked in a rather awkward tone. The tribal chief chuckled and nodded, finding the foreign woman both clever and endearing. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Before long, a man rushed in, exclaiming, "Enemies are approaching. They are looting." The tribal chief seized a long staff and dashed out. Chapter 149, The Tau Tribe Outside. Chaos reigned as over 60 individuals from rival tribes engaged in violence and theft. Even more despicable, this group attempted to set ablaze the grass huts. Members of the tribes clashed violently. Due to the primitive nature of the inhabitants, their weapons were predominantly wooden, such as hammers fashioned from tree roots, creating a fierce wind as they swung, inflicting considerable pain upon impact. Some of the intruders wielded bows and arrows, causing further agony. Amidst the turmoil, Leah stealthily made her way into the tribal chief's dwelling. Upon seeing Leah, Sef joyfully called out, "Leah? Shoo!" Leah gestured for silence and softly replied, "I will take you away from here." Sef pointed to the tribal chief, who was being besieged by 3 men, and said, "Could you not assist them?" Leah paused, internally questioning Sef's sanity. Had she forgotten how she ended up here? Yet, upon witnessing the pleading look in Sef's eyes, she acquiesced with a nod, saying, "Stay here and do not venture out. I will help them. Be careful." Leah picked up a wooden stick and briskly approached the tribal chief, who was bloodied and battered by the 3 assailants. Blurred vision from the blood, the chief was knocked to the ground by one assailant, while another brutally stomped on his chest. Just as one man raised his wooden hammer, intent on ending the chief's life, Leah shouted, "Stop this at once." The 3 men momentarily halted, taken aback by the command from a woman. They abandoned the tribal chief and turned to encircle Leah. Sensing their curiosity about the mask adorning her face, Leah smiled faintly and swung her stick towards the man attempting to unmask her. The man, grinning, raised his hammer to block, but Leah feigned a strike and swiftly jabbed him in the stomach. With a pained cry, the man doubled over, clutching his abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Leah struck him twice forcefully on the back, sending him crashing to the ground. The other two men, astonished, raised their hammers and advanced to attack Leah. She retreated, creating distance between herself and her adversaries. Subsequently, she kicked a stone lying on the ground. The stone soared through the air, striking a man on the head with a resounding thud. Taken by surprise, the man was struck, resulting in a gory wound. Another man, filled with rage, lunged at Leah. With a slight smile, Leah swung her wooden staff with force. The staff collided with a wooden hammer, creating a sharp crack. The man let out a cry as the hammer slipped from his grasp and flew away. Seizing the moment, Leah advanced, bringing her staff down upon the man's right shoulder. He cried out in pain and staggered backward. Leah would not allow him to escape. With a quick leap, she closed the distance once more, sweeping her staff towards the man's waist. Within the blink of an eye, he was hit twice more, bewildered and furious, unable to flee. He endured over 10 strikes from Leah. Observing their leader being pummeled as if he were a child, the man's subordinates rushed to assist. Leah pointed her staff menacingly at the approaching group of over 10 individuals, and they froze, intimidated by the murderous intent in her eyes. The tribe leader, cowering before his followers, was subjected to a brutal beating by Leah. Before long, the injured leader, battered and bruised, was reduced to begging for mercy. Only then did Leah cease her assault. She turned to the bloodied leader and inquired, "Who are they? Why do they come here to bully you?" Supported by his kin, the tribe leader approached Leah and explained, "They are the Horn people from beneath Sharp Horn Mountain. They often bully the surrounding smaller tribes, sometimes merely stealing food, other times committing arson, murder, and abducting women." Nodding in understanding, Leah asked, "May I speak with them?" "Yes," the leader replied eagerly. Leah surveyed the 60 or 70 foreign tribesmen before her and declared, "Relay my words to them." "Certainly," the leader affirmed. Leah raised her voice. "I, Leah, am the sovereign of this land. From now on, all tribes must heed my command." Pausing for emphasis, she continued, "In the future, without my permission, no tribe shall engage in warfare nor seize the food, property, or women of others. Should anyone defy this decree, I shall wield my sword to obliterate their clan." With that, she unsheathed her resplendent holy sword and approached a colossal tree that would require several people to encircle. Channeling the stellar energy from her core, she concentrated it into the sword, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Leah struck the giant tree with a single swing, sending forth a massive blue-white sword shadow imbued with an aura of devastation, which swiftly penetrated the tree. With a thunderous crack, the tree was cleaved in two, and amidst the cacophony of falling wood, half of the colossal trunk began to topple. The onlookers stood in astonishment, mesmerized by the spectacle before them. They could hardly fathom a woman possessing such formidable power. All of them knelt upon the ground, trembling in fear, too frightened to rise. Leah proclaimed loudly, "I shall establish the Tang dynasty here. From this day forth, you all shall be my subjects." The chieftain of the Jiao tribe presented a string of beast teeth necklaces to Leah, offering them with both hands as a gesture of submission. Upon understanding his intent, Leah accepted the necklace. From a fallen giant tree, she retrieved a palm-sized wooden piece and carved it into a token with a dagger. One side bore the characters for Tang, while the other side displayed Jiao. Leah handed the token to the Jiao chieftain, stating, "Accept this token, and your Jiao tribe shall officially join the Tang." The chieftain accepted the token from Leah's hands. Subsequently, she instructed him before he led his people away. The chieftain relinquished his dwelling, allowing Leah and Sei Fu to reside there. Henceforth, Leah and Sei Fu made their home in this tribe. Later, Leah learned that this tribe was called the Tao tribe, with the chieftain named Tao Yi. Approximately 2,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Tao tribe journeyed westward to escape calamity, eventually crossing the sea by boat and drifting to this land. Leah keenly observed Tao Yi and his kin, noting that, apart from their slightly darker complexion compared to her homeland, they bore an almost identical resemblance to her own people. Chapter 150, The Dream Awakens the Tang. Leah renamed the nearby Great River to Tang River, commemorating her establishment here. She harbored hopes that the Tang she would someday create would flow as enduring and timeless as this river, lasting through the ages. 10 days later, the chieftain of the Jiao tribe led a group bearing numerous spoils to visit Leah. After glancing at the 6 individuals brought by the Jiao chieftain, she nodded and said, "I shall teach them the characters of Tang. You may return with peace of mind." The chieftain nodded and subsequently departed with his people. Thereafter, Leah dedicated herself to imparting the Tang characters to everyone in the Tao tribe by the banks of the Tang River. Simultaneously, she seized any opportunity to teach them swordsmanship, aiming to enhance their combat capabilities. At night, Leah scarcely slept. Rest eluded her as she grappled with turmoil. She was uncertain whether to continue cultivating the Nine Heaven Star technique or to begin anew with the Great Path. Previously, her practice of the Nine Heaven Star technique had been compelled by necessity, as the Seven Kingdoms continent lacked spiritual energy. She had to transcend the limits of life. Otherwise, she would soon perish and vanish from this world. Now, this red land was saturated with spiritual energy. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that her Nine Heaven Star technique had already broken through the 5th level, and she had cultivated a star pearl within her. If she were to pursue the path of immortality now, it was likely that her dantian could not accommodate 2 pearls. No practitioner had ever cultivated 2 entirely different techniques simultaneously, nor had anyone ever produced 2 pearls within their dantian. Because the path of immortality is fraught with peril and lengthy trials, one must tread carefully. Even the most cautious may unexpectedly meet their demise. To act recklessly is to invite certain destruction. However, the Nine Heaven Star technique, being an external cultivation method, may prolong one's life. Yet it does not guarantee transcendence to the celestial realm. As the sole practitioner in this world, Leah's ultimate aspiration is to ascend to the heavens. After much contemplation, Leah resolved to commence her journey anew along the path of immortality. She sat cross-legged upon the ground, her consciousness expanding to capture the spiritual essence permeating the surroundings. Utilizing the method of breath control, she began to absorb the heavenly aura. As time elapsed, an abundance of spiritual energy was transformed and infused into her dantian. After a night of rigorous cultivation, Leah had amassed a considerable amount of spiritual power. At dawn, she concluded her practice and gracefully exited her humble dwelling. The children of the Tao clan and the Jiao tribe had gathered early beneath the giant tree, ready to embark on a day of learning. Leah approached them to impart knowledge of the new Tang script. Days turned into weeks, and months passed. Eventually, the leader of the Jiao tribe, accompanied by several clansmen, came to pay their respects to Leah. The Jiao leader spoke earnestly. "Great King, since aligning ourselves with you, our tribe has refrained from attacking others. However, recently, numerous smaller tribes have inexplicably banded together, intending to assault us. We are at a loss and have come to seek your counsel." Leah pondered for a moment before responding. "Fear not, their arrival is fortuitous. I shall accompany you to conquer them." The Jiao leader was elated by her words. After making necessary arrangements, Leah led a member of the Tao clan, fluent in the Jiao language, alongside the Jiao leader to their settlement. Nestled at the foot of Sharp-Horn Mountain, the Jiao tribe comprised approximately 200 inhabitants, all sharing a uniform red complexion. As the Jiao leader had indicated, several tribes upstream along the Tang River had united, forming a coalition of nearly 200 warriors intent on attacking the Jiao clan. 3 days later, this coalition appeared at the gates of the Jiao tribe. Leah, commanding over 70 warriors from the Jiao tribe, boldly strode onto the battlefield. Without uttering a word, both sides engaged in combat. The coalition, confident in their numerical superiority, believed they could swiftly annihilate the Jiao clan. However, to their astonishment, Leah swiftly dispatched their leader with a single stroke of her sword. In quick succession, she felled the most ferocious and ruthless among the coalition. Those warriors, realizing the formidable threat posed by the masked figure, hesitated to advance, unwilling to risk their lives at her hands. As the coalition suffered the loss of several valiant champions, their morale plummeted, prompting them to consider retreat. Yet, Leah had no intention of allowing their escape. With a commanding shout, the warriors of the Jiao tribe pursued relentlessly, capturing numerous prisoners. Leah called out to the fleeing coalition forces, "Those who dare to offend the Tang shall be met with retribution, no matter how far they run." The members of the Horn tribe, although perplexed by Leah's words, emulated him by bellowing, "Those who offend our Tang shall face retribution, no matter how distant." Under Leah's personal leadership, the Horn tribe achieved a resounding victory in battle, capturing over 30 prisoners and injuring many others. Leah commanded that all captives be confined, vowing that they would neither receive sustenance nor be released unless they surrendered. After enduring a day and night of hunger, the prisoners ultimately capitulated. The following day, Leah, accompanied by 50 members of the Horn tribe, set out to assault the tribal alliance. He brought along 3 of the surrendered captives, who quickly guided them to a small tribe of merely 70 individuals. Upon seeing the Horn tribe approach, the inhabitants of the small tribe were thrown into disarray. However, Leah refrained from allowing his men to take advantage of the situation. After a considerable time had passed, the small tribe, Realizing that Li Ya's group had no intentions of attacking, elected a leader who, accompanied by a dozen strong men, approached to inquire about the visit. This particular small tribe was unique, as their previous leader had been slain by Li Ya's sword, and they had yet to appoint a suitable successor. Li Ya addressed the assembled men, stating, "Previously, you allied with other tribes to infringe upon our Tang. Today, I have come to seek retribution against you." The faces of the men turned pale. They were well aware of the Horn tribe's formidable reputation and had anticipated trouble, yet they were unprepared for such swift retribution. Li Ya continued, "Our Tang values peace above all. If you and your people pledge allegiance to our Tang and become our subjects, I shall overlook past grievances. Otherwise, we shall engage in a fight to the death." The small tribe, having witnessed Li Ya's ruthless demeanor, especially in regard to the radiant sword he wielded, had no desire to meet their end by his blade. After a brief deliberation, they consented to surrender to Tang. At Li Ya's behest, the small tribe of over 70 relocated to Sharphorn Mountain. The Horn tribe leaders and their kin diligently felled trees to assist the newcomers in constructing their homes. Subsequently, Li Ya employed a similar strategy to persuade 2 additional tribes to align with Tang. The Horn tribe at the foot of Sharphorn Mountain rapidly expanded to over 600 members. Li Ya summoned the Tao clan to join the Horn tribe in cultivating the land, planting crops such as corn and potatoes. A month later, Li Ya recalled the 12 Aellenians who had accompanied her to this crimson continent. Thus, she extended her consciousness to assess their well-being. To her satisfaction, she discovered that the 12 Aellenians were thriving by the small lake. She instructed the Horn tribe leader to take some gold and barter with the Aellenians for sheep, chickens, and wheat. The tribe leader, accompanied by over 30 of his men, set off with Sefer to find the Aellenians. 12 individuals from the Aellen tribe were filled with a mix of surprise and delight upon witnessing Seve return accompanied by a group of red-skinned beings. After Seve elucidated her purpose, the Aellen people promptly declined her proposition of exchanging gold for sheep. They informed Seve that in order to obtain sheep, chickens, and wheat, one must barter women. Amused by this response, Seve returned to Sharphorn Mountain alongside the chief of her clan. Upon learning of the Aellen tribe's demands, Li Ya could not help but shake her head. She understood their predicament, with so many men and not a single woman among them. Their lives in this place would lack meaning. Consequently, Li Ya instructed the clan chief to select 4 women to trade with the Aellen people for sheep, chickens, and wheat. She also emphasized the importance of not disturbing the Aellen tribe and offered assistance should they face hardships. Once the Aellen people obtained the women they desired, they permitted the clan chief to take 2 sheep for chickens and half a bag of wheat. Upon their return, Li Ya personally selected a few diligent individuals to assist Seve in tending to the 2 sheep and 4 chickens. A year later, the 2 sheep had multiplied to 6, and the 4 chickens had transformed into a flock. The half bag of wheat, planted on the cultivated land of the Tao clan, took root and flourished, ultimately yielding Li Ya a bountiful harvest. This was precisely the outcome Li Ya had envisioned. Under the leadership of King Tang, Li Ya, the over 600 members of the clan cultivated vast fields along the Tang River over the span of 3 years. They reaped substantial harvests of wheat, corn, and potatoes, thereby ensuring ample food supply for the Tang dynasty. Simultaneously, the men of the clan did not abandon their hunting traditions. Frequently, they ventured in groups to the northwestern mountains, where they hunted bears, deer, and other wild beasts in the expansive forests. Unexpectedly, it was this group of hunting enthusiasts from the clan that discovered copper ore in the northwestern mountains. King Tang, Li Ya, fully comprehending the significance of this discovery, entrusted the task of smelting copper to the Tao clan, who possessed the knowledge of the craft. Henceforth, the Tang dynasty entered the Copper Age. Various bronze implements were transported from the greater Xing'an range to the clan by the Tang River, and the sharp, durable bronze tools significantly enhanced the productivity of the Tang people. The abundant sheep provided a substantial supply of wool. Under Li Ya's guidance, the women of the Tang dynasty washed and dried the sheared wool, ultimately transforming it into yarn. This yarn could then be fashioned into garments. Upon witnessing the creation of these new-style clothing items, the clan chief finally grasped why King Tang, Li Ya, had initially encouraged him to barter women for sheep with those foreign beings. Moreover, after years of cultural enlightenment, the people began to speak Mandarin and write in Chinese characters. King Tang Li Ya also imparted the art of papermaking to her subjects. With the advent of paper and Chinese characters, knowledge pertaining to this red land was gradually documented. The medicinal value of various herbs and the myriad experiences encountered by hunters can all be meticulously chronicled using paper and charcoal. Thus began the formation of the Grand Tang civilization in the Tangha River Basin. After years of diligent cultivation, Leah finally refined a golden celestial essence within her dantian. Simultaneously, the starry orb residing within her dantian remained present. The celestial essence and the starry orb repelled each other and could not merge. Leah discovered that even without intentionally absorbing the power of the stars, the orb in her dantian continued to draw in celestial energy from the heavens and earth, albeit at a significantly slower pace. Each night, Leah would sit cross-legged in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe. Under the nurturing of this immense spiritual force, her celestial source was gradually growing. If she could cultivate this essence to perfection, she would be able to refine a second celestial essence. In the absence of miraculous elixirs, it would take at least 5 years for Leah to achieve perfection in her first-level celestial essence. In the kingdom of Aellen, King Helen, who commenced his cultivation journey a few years prior, managed to refine a divine stone the size of a soybean after 2 years of effort. Despite its diminutive size, this stone enabled him to perceive the invisible forces within a space as large as a room. However, Queen Helen was troubled, for despite her numerous attempts to search, she could not find the golden light spot as described by Orpheus. Instead, she detected a wisp of dark energy. Employing her breathing techniques, Queen Helen absorbed this dark energy into her dantian. Over time, this culminated in the formation of a black magic pearl within her dantian. It was this very black pearl that unraveled a magical seal within her body. A seal that had been stealthily implanted by the demon Lord Mark when he took her to the dark forest years ago. Unbeknownst to Queen Helen, the magic seed and the magic pearl silently merged. A year later, Queen Helen discovered she was with child, a revelation that left her pale with shock. Throughout the past few years, she had devoted herself to cultivation and had not consorted with any man. She could not fathom why she was inexplicably pregnant. Driven by a woman's intuition, Queen Helen felt that the fetus within her womb should not be carried to term. Thus, she secretly sought out an apothecary, intending to terminate the pregnancy. However, the apothecary informed her that it was too late. Forcing a miscarriage could endanger her life. With no alternatives, Queen Helen had no choice but to keep the child. A year later, she gave birth to a strange infant with violet eyes. Shortly after the birth, Queen Helen tragically passed away. Before her demise, she revealed to the crown prince Orpheus that he had 6 fathers, the 6 noble families that wielded power over the kingdom of Aellen. She specifically instructed him never to harm those 6 men, no matter the circumstances. As the crown prince, Orpheus ascended to the throne, becoming the new king of Aellen. More delighted than Orpheus himself were his 6 fathers. Orpheus, indifferent to all of this, yearned only for tranquility in his cultivation. Thus, he entrusted the kingdom's affairs to his 6 relatives. Chapter 152. The tribal wars. From this point onward, the 6 noble families intensified their exploitation of the people of Aellen. In their relentless pursuit of land, these nobles unscrupulously conspired against one another, seizing the possessions and properties of their rivals. The kingdom of Aellen was rife with discontent from top to bottom, yet, regrettably, King Orpheus remained oblivious. Was he truly unaware? No, he was simply powerless. The financial reins were firmly in the grasp of those 6 individuals, who commanded the military as well. Thus, King Orpheus was but a puppet, disinterested in matters of state, preferring instead to devote himself to his cultivation. After years of diligent practice, a golden orb, the size of a walnut and radiating brilliance, emerged within his dantian, brimming with immense energy. Simultaneously, his spiritual awareness grew ever stronger, capable of swiftly perceiving the slightest movements throughout the royal city. Since Leah's departure from the kingdom of Aellen, there had been no northern expeditions against the Black Fortress. Consequently, vast regions of the northern Black Fortress remained under the control of the Lantians. In the distant land of lands, under the continual darkening influence of King Sis and the purple-eyed sorceress, the nation had indeed transformed into a realm of sorcery. To amplify the magical energy in this land, the sorceress designed and constructed a colossal magic array, which allowed her to briefly open a portal to the demon realm, thus drawing in a tremendous influx of magical essence. The skies, earth, and seas of lands were tainted by this ceaseless magic, taking on a grotesque new form. The corrupted Lantians produced countless demonic infants, destined to become the backbone of the demonic army. On the Crimson Continent, Leah soared through the sky on her sword, experiencing the exhilaration of flight for the first time atop her resplendent holy sword. As the onlookers beheld the Tang King Leah ascending into the heavens, they were utterly astonished. Unable to fathom how she had achieved such a feat at that moment, Leah was perceived as a divine entity in the hearts of the people. A beam of light traversed the sky, instilling terror among the red-skinned inhabitants of the Crimson Continent, who believed it to be a manifestation of a celestial being, prompting them to bow in reverence. Some even chased after the light, hastening towards the Tang River. These individuals soon encountered the Tang people residing at the foot of the Sharp-Horn Mountain. They were mesmerized upon witnessing flocks of sheep, which appeared from a distance like clouds in the sky. Over the course of the following month, various tribal members approached the Sharp-Horn Mountain, bearing peculiar items to pay their respects to King Leah. Leah welcomed these foreign guests with open arms, noting their keen interest in chickens. As they departed, she graciously gifted them several chickens to take back to their tribes for rearing. Thereafter, the Tang tribe of Sharp-Horn Mountain frequently exchanged goods with many neighboring tribes. Over time, the bonds between the Tang tribe and surrounding tribes grew increasingly close. 2 years later, Leah received an invitation to the East Lake Alliance Conference by the banks of the Laba River. In addition to the Tang tribe, 13 other tribes were set to attend the gathering. The leader of the East Lake Alliance hailed from the Kam tribe, located near the Inner Lake, a tribe boasting over 30,000 members, making it the largest in the alliance. At the East Lake Alliance Conference, Chief Amadan of the Kam tribe warmly welcomed the newly joined Tang tribe. He enthusiastically introduced the abundant resources of the Tang tribe, particularly highlighting the wool that could be utilized for garment production. Subsequently, Amadan stated, "Recently, a band of refugees from the upper reaches of the Buluo River has been incessantly invading our Eastern Lake region. As guardians of the East Lake Alliance, I believe we cannot allow these individuals to wreak havoc within our territory." After a brief pause, he continued, "I believe it is time to form a coalition army to expel these refugees from the lands of our East Lake Alliance." The more than 10 tribal leaders present nodded in agreement. Thus, after a month of preparation, a coalition force of 3,000 from the East Lake Alliance set forth, their objective being the Buno people who had encroached upon the eastern territories of the lake. Leah of the Tang tribe personally led 100 brave warriors from her tribe to partake in this coalition endeavor. As it was the Tang tribe's first participation in such an alliance and their numbers were limited, alliance leader Amadan assigned Leah and her warriors the task of reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is crucial for any military campaign. Understanding the terrain ahead, especially in dense forests and canyons where ambushes are often laid, is essential to avoid enemy traps. Originally, terrain scouting posed no challenge for the adept cultivator Leah. With a mere sweep of her spiritual sense, she could discern any trace within a 100-mile radius. However, in a bid to develop her warrior's combat capabilities, Leah resolved not to employ her spiritual sense for reconnaissance. After all, the growth of an empire relies on the progress of each citizen, not solely on her individual prowess. At that moment, Leah was leading her subordinates in the reconnaissance of a vast, dense forest. She divided her men into small groups of 3, arranged in a line, and ventured deep into the thicket. The forest was filled with various unfamiliar shrubs and heaps of underbrush reaching half a person's height. Additionally, slender vines, akin to fingers, climbed and entwined among the low branches of the stunted trees, forming concealed barriers. Behind each barrier, enemies could potentially lurk. Leah carried the holy sword on her back, wielding a bronze sword in her hand, as she deemed the holy sword too conspicuous and likely to incite greed. To avert unnecessary complications, she deliberately opted for the bronze blade. Each of her subordinates was similarly armed with bronze weapons, which were undoubtedly the most advanced in this region. They cautiously advanced deeper into the forest, gripping their blades with care. Suddenly, one Tang soldier, careless for but a moment, tripped over a vine concealed within the undergrowth. Alas, the spot where he fell concealed a row of sharp wooden spikes. The soldier's neck was pierced by the spikes, and blood gushed forth. His companion rushed to assist him, but after a brief struggle, the soldier succumbed to his injuries. It was evident that these spikes had been intentionally buried there. Those individuals are likely the invading Buno tribe members. "Everyone, be cautious. The enemy may be lurking nearby," Leah exclaimed. No sooner had Leah's words left her lips than a sharp, whistling sound resonated from all directions. She brandished her bronze sword, deflecting the incoming arrows. Several Tang warriors fell, struck by arrows, never to rise again. It was evident that the enemy's arrows were poisoned. Leah hastily commanded a retreat, leading her companions away from the dense forest. Behind them, the piercing whistling continued. Chapter 153. The Tribal Alliance. A group of Buno tribesmen roared with excitement as they pursued Leah and her people. Some wielded wooden spears while others brandished bows and arrows. Upon seeing Leah's disheveled retreat, Alliance leader Amden promptly ordered his troops to fire arrows into the forest. As the Buno tribesmen emerged from the thicket, many were struck by the rain of arrows. Undeterred, they retaliated by hurling a volley of spears toward the Alliance forces, who swiftly took cover. After a brief glance at the alliance, the Buno warriors retreated back into the dense woods. Amden surveyed the hundreds of wooden spears littering the ground and smiled, then commanded an advance into the forest. Within, the Buno utilized traps they had previously set, inflicting heavy casualties on the alliance soldiers. Judging by the number of spears, Amden deduced that the Buno forces were few. Under the relentless assault of the 3,000-strong alliance army, the Buno were compelled to fall back. Ultimately, after incurring some losses, the alliance successfully traversed the forest. At the Buno camp, several shamans adorned in feathered garments danced around a blazing fire, chanting ancient incantations. As they danced, they raised their arms in fervent prayer to the sun above. One shaman, wielding a staff and crowned with feathers, first offered his homage to the sun, then cast a bowl of blood into the roaring flames. Finally, he gazed intently at the flickering fire while murmuring incantations. Before long, vivid images began to manifest before the shaman's eyes, visible only to him. Among these visions, a masked figure repeatedly appeared. Recognizing the significance of this masked individual, the shaman relayed his revelations to the Buno chief, Nebu. The shaman said, "Chief, a fearsome masked figure will soon emerge. One whose presence is pivotal to the survival of our Buno tribe. I urge you to remain vigilant regarding this person." Nebu nodded in response. "I will keep a watchful eye. Indeed, who shall prevail in our conflict with the Eastern Lake people? They are formidable." The shaman contemplated before replying. With a hint of irritation, Nebu cast a glare at the shaman before issuing a command to advance westward. Leading his tribesmen, Nebu forded the great waterfall river and entered the expansive plains between the rivers, which were already the territory of the West Lake Alliance. He dispatched envoys to seek an audience with the chieftain of the Mehu tribe, hoping for a favorable reception. The Mehu chieftain, Quatata, consented to the meeting. "Honorable chieftain, we are the Bunuo people from the upper reaches of the Brilli River. I am Chieftain Nebu," he stated, bowing respectfully. Quatata reciprocated the gesture and inquired, "I wonder why your Bunuo tribe has come to this place." Nebu responded, "Alas, we departed from our ancestral home due to assaults from the jailing people of the Gaunata Mountains. To our dismay, upon arriving in the vicinity of the lake, we were again driven away by the local tribes. We found ourselves in dire straits and had no choice but to seek your esteemed assistance. We hope you will grant us refuge." Upon hearing this, Quatata let out a deep sigh. "I did not expect your plight to be so tragic. Pray tell, who pursued you? How many are they?" Nebu replied, "They are numerous, at least several thousand. When we arrived, we were unaware of their identity, but I surmise they will soon track us down." "Several thousand?" Quatata expressed surprise. "Indeed," Nebu affirmed. "Humph, it appears to be those ruffians from the East Lake Alliance. Fear not, I shall take you in. However, from this point forward, your Bunuo tribe must join our West Lake Alliance. Should the East Lake Alliance attack, you are to stand with us against them. Do you consent?" Quatata declared, "Absolutely. On behalf of all the Bunuo people, young and old, I express our profound gratitude for your generosity," Nebu responded, bowing once more to Quatata. "From henceforth, we are kin. No need for formality, my brother," Quatata smiled. He settled the Bunuo tribe in the northern part of the riverine plains, an area vast and sparsely populated, with many untamed lands. Quatata then sent a contingent to notify the other tribes of the West Lake Alliance. Meanwhile, Amudin, the leader of the East Lake Alliance, led a coalition of 3,000 troops, tracing the Bunuo tribe's path to the riverine plains. As Amudin gazed upon the fertile land, he marveled. "What a splendid place this is. Alas, it does not belong to us." Amudin addressed another tribal leader, Zazake. "If the great chieftain is fond of this land, we could easily seize it." After a moment of contemplation, Amudin nodded and turned to the other leaders, who raised no objections. Thus, he resolved to initiate hostilities against the Mehu and Bunuo tribes. In due course, the Mehu and Bunuo tribes united to resist the impending assault from the East Lake Alliance. On the fertile plains of Hujian, thousands of warriors wielding primitive stone weapons clashed violently. The Mehu tribe's brave fighters encountered a mere handful of less than 100 Datang warriors armed with bronze weaponry. With ease, the Datang warriors severed the weapons in the hands of the Mehu, rendering them defenseless and vulnerable like lambs awaiting slaughter. The sharp bronze blades inflicted deep wounds upon them, piercing both their bodies and spirits with profound agony. Helpless and gripped by fear, one by one, the Mehu warriors were compelled to surrender. The less than 100 Datang warriors swiftly captured dozens of Mehu captives, binding them into a lengthy chain with ropes. Just as the Donghu alliance believed they had secured a resounding victory, tens of thousands of troops from the Shihu alliance arrived. Sensing the precarious situation, the Donghu alliance leader turned and fled with his men. Lia also led the Datang warriors in retreat, escorting the captives. Hundreds of injured soldiers from the Donghu alliance were taken prisoner by the advancing Shihu forces. In this battle on the Hejian plains, the Meihu tribe suffered hundreds of casualties, with dozens taken captive. The Buno tribe also incurred several hundred losses. The Donghu alliance faced over 1,000 casualties, with hundreds captured. Observing the flight of the Donghu forces, the Shihu alliance refrained from pursuit and established camp on the Hejian plains. The Grand Chief of the Shihu alliance, Sata Wang of the Saman tribe, convened a council of tribal leaders. Chapter 154. The spirit of bloodshed. Chief Sata Wang declared, "We shall wage war against the arrogant Donghu. We will seize their women, their food, their land. Women, women, women." The other tribal leaders echoed his fervor, raising their voices in unison. After meticulous preparation, 20,000 soldiers of the Shihu alliance set forth from the Hejian plains, marching eastward. They forded the mighty Depu River and traversed dense forests. Emerging upon the expansive plains by Li Lake, the Kam tribe residing there became the first to face the onslaught of the Shihu alliance. Chief Amden of the Kam tribe organized his forces to resist the Shihu's advance, while simultaneously seeking reinforcements from neighboring tribes. Accompanying the troops was a shaman from the Buno tribe, who invoked the powerful blessing of the sun god upon the Shihu warriors. Transformed, they became incredibly strong and fearless in battle. Armed with spears, they charged fiercely at the thousands of Kam warriors. Within half a day, over 1,000 Kam warriors had perished, with countless others wounded. As the annihilation of the Kam tribe loomed, reinforcements of 3,000 finally arrived from nearby tribes. However, upon seeing the arrival of the Kam reinforcements, Chief Sata Wang of the Shihu alliance did not order a retreat. Instead, he commanded a full-scale assault. The Buno shamans began to chant the Song of the Cursed Suffering, a melody that sent excruciating pain through the heads of the Kam warriors, diminishing their fighting spirit. Seizing the moment, the Shihu forces launched a ferocious attack on the Kam tribe. Countless Kam warriors fell, pierced by wooden spears, collapsing amidst the pools of their own blood. The 3,000 who came to aid the Kam tribe were vanquished by the forces of the West Lake Alliance, fleeing in disarray. Ultimately, with the assistance of the shaman of the Buno tribe, the West Lake Alliance emerged victorious. Thousands of Kam warriors perished, while tens of thousands of Kam people were slaughtered. Numerous Kam women were abducted, and countless Kam children were abandoned, with thousands of Kam youths captured. The annihilation of the Kam tribe, the largest among the East Lake Alliance, quickly spread across the various tribes of the East Lake. The tribal leaders of the East Lake Alliance convened to deliberate on how to care for the orphans of the Kam tribe. After discussions among 13 tribal leaders, it was decided that they would adopt these children according to their respective tribes' capacities. Ultimately, the Tang tribe took in over 1,000 children, while others were adopted by different tribes. During the tribal alliance meeting, a new grand leader for the East Lake Alliance was elected, Sheng Shilong, the chief of the Kumon tribe by the Holy Lake. Since the destruction of the Kam tribe, the people of the West Lake Alliance frequently crossed the line between the Li Lake and the Holy Lake, invading the tribes of the East Lake Alliance. The influence of the East Lake Alliance was gradually diminishing. To sustain the additional 1,000 children, the people of the Tang tribe cultivated more fertile land and planted more crops. Leah assigned personnel to teach these children to speak and read Chinese characters. Leah contemplated the future needs of the Tang, realizing that more guardians were essential, as her own energy was limited. Thus, she began to seek out youths and children possessing celestial essence within the Tang tribe. She aimed to cultivate a group of disciples in the Taoist tradition. Using her spiritual insight, she individually assessed the youths and children, discovering 2 gifted boys in the Tao tribe, Tao Yuan and Tao Jing. Additionally, she found 4 children from other tribes, each endowed with celestial essence. Having learned the Chinese language, these children would henceforth be considered citizens of the Tang. After some thought, Leah decided to bestow the Tang surname upon these 4 exceptional children, naming them Tang Qianfeng, Tang Qianji, Tang Qianxue, and Tang Qianli. Days later, Tao Yuan and Tao Jing approached their master Leah, requesting the same surname. After a moment of reflection, Leah agreed, reasoning that it would be fitting for all first-generation disciples to share a name. Thus, she named Tao Yuan and Tao Jing as Tang Qianli and Tang Qianjiao, respectively. From that point onward, the 6 first-generation disciples of Leah diligently studied the Taoist teachings under her guidance. As the years passed, the tribes of the East Lake endured relentless harassment from the West Lake people, compelling them to migrate eastward. Consequently, they lost their fertile lands, dense forests, and lakes upon which they relied for survival. Over a dozen tribes, totaling nearly 100,000 individuals, were forced to relocate to the Tang River Basin. Due to food scarcity, many frail elderly and children succumbed to hunger and disease. conflicts arose between tribes over meager river fish and wild game, resulting in numerous deaths in various skirmishes. The population of the East Lake tribes was diminishing at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the Tang had amassed a significant food reserve through years of diligent cultivation. To avert attacks from nearby tribes, Leah took precautionary measures. Every day, she would send emissaries to deliver provisions to the tribes, hoping to stabilize their relations and avert unnecessary conflicts. However, the sheer number of individuals in those tribes rendered the supplies sent by Leah utterly insufficient. Nevertheless, such gestures of goodwill seemed to temper the tribe's inclination to attack the Tang clan. Leah recognized that if this continued, the eastern tribes would soon be consumed by internal strife. She felt it was time to take a stand. One day, a group of Easterners invaded the Tangha Valley to abduct women. Upon receiving the news, Leah immediately rallied over 600 valiant warriors of the Tang clan and charged forth. Observing the marauding Westerners, she slowly drew her bronze sword and commanded in a fierce voice, "Halt at once." The Westerners, upon seeing her, swiftly encircled her. Leah pointed her sword forward, and the 600 Tang warriors, armed with their bronze blades, surged forward to engage the over 1,000 Westerners. The primitive Stone Age weapons of the Westerners were effortlessly cleaved by the bronze swords of the Tang warriors. With flashes of blue light, anguished cries filled the air. Before long, several hundred Westerners had been slain by the Tang warriors. Witnessing the carnage, the remaining Westerners attempted to flee. Leah ordered a relentless pursuit, ensuring not a single one escaped. The 600 Tang warriors relentlessly hunted them down, ultimately exterminating all the invaders. The news of Leah's decisive victory against the Westerners quickly spread among the surrounding tribes. No one could have anticipated that a modest clan of less than 2,000 would rise to confront and vanquish the invading Westerners at such a crucial moment. A fervor, long dormant, was quietly ignited by the bravery of Leah and the Tang warriors. They realized that mere forbearance would not resolve their plight. It was time to rise and fight. Consequently, people began to arm themselves and gathered around the Tang clan. They stood in silent anticipation, as if waiting for a signal. As time passed, an increasing number of warriors joined them, wielding their weapons. Chapter 155. A battle to ascend as gods. When approximately 3,000 to 4,000 warriors encircled the Tang clan, Leah knew it was time for her to step forward. Leading her bronze-bladed warriors, she approached the assembly of 4,000. The Westerners have gone too far. They have driven us from our homes like beasts. Here, we have neither food nor drink. Our plight is dire, and still, they intend to annihilate us. They aim to eradicate us completely. Leah proclaimed with righteous indignation. I, Leah of the Tang, am willing to lead you in defiance of the Westerners' tyranny. If you are willing, I will guide you back to our former homeland, where we shall establish a prosperous Tang, one where no one dares to oppress us. A Tang free from hunger and war. Are you willing? She called out. Willing, willing. They responded fervently. From this day forth, you are my Tang kin. I, Leah, vow to live and die alongside you, to forge a glorious Tang together. She declared vehemently. Live and die together. Forge a glorious Tang. They echoed in unison. The inhabitants of the surrounding tribes flocked to the great Tang, eager to follow King Leah in the establishment of a prosperous Tang, devoid of hunger and oppression. To address the pressing issue of feeding tens of thousands, Leah resolved to sustain war through war. She left the women and children in the tribe and led all able-bodied individuals westward. With over 5,000 followers, Leah arrived at the sacred lake, where they launched an assault against the Westerners residing there, reclaiming their ancestral lands and the food that belonged to them. However, Leah had no intention of lingering in the vicinity of the sacred lake, as she deemed it tantamount to awaiting inevitable doom. Leading her 5,000 valiant warriors, she crossed the river at the southern end of the sacred lake and directly entered Western territory. In the expansive plains south of the sacred lake, Leah's forces clashed fiercely with the local hill people. The 10,000 hill warriors were swiftly overwhelmed by the ferocious Tang army. 6,000 hill warriors fell in battle, and countless others were wounded, with over 2,000 taken captive. Leah commanded the captives to assist in transporting supplies, and thereafter, she led her warriors on a relentless spree of plunder throughout the south. The onslaught of the Tang people plunged the southern realm into chaos, forcing a multitude of displaced individuals to migrate northward. Upon learning that a hostile force was ravaging the Alliance's tribes in the south, Satawang, the leader of the Western Alliance and chief of the Summon tribe, organized a coalition of 20,000 troops to march down the shallow river. This advancing Western coalition was soon detected by Leah's keen senses. Consequently, she returned to the vicinity of the sacred lake with her warriors and several thousand captives. laden with considerable supplies, and then proceeded northward along the southern bank of the sacred lake. By the time the Western coalition arrived in the south, Leah had already traversed the marshlands and emerged in the region of the two lakes. Instantly captivated by the fertile lands and picturesque scenery, Leah resolved to conquer this vast territory. The Samon tribe, led by Sada Wong, resided on the southern side of the two lakes. Leah commenced her conquest of the various tribes in the northern expanse of the two lakes. This region encompasses the vast areas surrounding Jia Lake, Longyu Lake, and the Dada River, known for its fertile soil and abundant resources, providing ample sustenance for the locals. Thus, tens of thousands of Westerners congregated in the two lakes area. Upon her arrival, Leah encountered the mightiest tribe, the Uli clan, which dispatched 12,000 warriors to confront her Tang army. The Uli clan leader, Yak, personally led his forces to encircle the Tang army in a place known as Nobel. As Yak issued the command to attack, the 12,000 Uli warriors surged forth like a tidal wave, brandishing their long spears toward the Tang forces. Without hesitation, Leah drew her sacred sword, which shimmered with a blinding light. With a swift motion, she unleashed a colossal sword shadow, propelled by a fierce wind, slashing toward the advancing enemy. The onslaught of enemies surged forth like a tempest of falling leaves, scattered by the formidable sword aura, sent hurtling backward in disarray. Those caught in the colossal blue and white sword shadow faced either death or grievous injury. With a single stroke, Leah instilled terror in the hearts of 12,000 warriors within the clan. They had never encountered such overwhelming prowess. To them, the masked figure wielding a dazzling weapon appeared as a divine being. "Kill," Leah commanded, pointing her sacred sword at the foes, her voice resonating with authority. The valiant warriors of the Great Tang rallied together, their battle cries echoing as they charged forth. Armed with bronze weaponry, the Great Tang warriors were unmatched by the primitive tribesmen before them. It was not long before the clan's fighters were sent scattering in panic, overwhelmed by the onslaught of the Great Tang. Under the relentless pursuit of the Great Tang warriors, nearly half of the clan's members fell or were injured. The clan leader, Ike, suffered a wound from Leah's sword as he retreated, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the masked woman before him. He realized escape was futile, for several Great Tang warriors had already surrounded him. "Submit or perish," Leah stated coldly. Ike, his eyes wide with fear, remained silent, staring at Leah. With a dismissive snort, she hurled her sacred sword into the air and invoked her sword technique. The sword soared, racing through the air at her command, leaving all present in awe, both the Great Tang warriors and the members of the Wu Li clan alike. Witnessing this display of power, everyone knelt in submission, acknowledging Leah's overwhelming strength, understanding that she could end their lives with ease. Her intention was not to kill, but to compel their allegiance. Satisfied by their submission, Leah accepted their fealty. Following the successful subjugation of the Wu Li clan, Leah effortlessly extended her dominion over the Two Lakes region within the subsequent 2 months. No one dared to defy her, as she was revered as a deity, capable of flying with her sword and vanquishing foes with a mere thought. She transcended the realm of mortals. They all believed no one could stand against a god, which was the very reason they willingly yielded to Leah. The significant upheaval in the northern Two Lakes region incited immense fury within Sadawang, the leader of the Western Alliance. He rallied 50,000 coalition troops, intent on annihilating Leah and her Great Tang. Concurrently, the Nobu and Mei Lake tribes from the Hejian Plain assembled 10,000 warriors to cross the Burrow River and advance towards the Great Tang. Leah mustered 30,000 troops of the Great Tang to confront the 60,000 coalition forces on the battlefield of Jia Lake. Chapter 156, The Rising Wind's Eye. Leah shall reign here. Any who dare obstruct me shall meet only death, she proclaimed with conviction. Sadawang, the clan leader of the Saman tribe, sneered derisively. As he prepared to speak, a flash of white light shot through the air, the sacred sword summoned by Leah, like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through Sadawang's open mouth, effortlessly claiming the head of the enemy commander amidst the throngs of warriors. Leah thundered, "Who else is there?" As they watched in horror, their leader was slain by the masked figure using sorcery to control the sword. The 60,000-strong coalition stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. The chieftain of the Buno tribe, Abai, quietly inquired of the accompanying shaman, "Do you comprehend how they accomplished this?" "I do not know," the shaman replied, terror evident in his voice. "Can you confront her?" Abai pressed once more. "I do not know," the shaman reiterated. "You may attempt it," Abai suggested softly. "Very well." The shaman conceded, grasping his staff and quietly reciting ancient incantations. Moments later, a violent wind surged. At that instant, Abai raised his arm and proclaimed, avenged chieftain Satawang. Kill! Kill! The 60,000 Western coalition roared in unison, propelled by the wind as they charged toward the 30,000 Tang soldiers. Leah smirked, then focused her thoughts. The holy sword soared forth once again, shimmering in midair as it split into 2, then 4, and finally 8. In mere moments, the 8 holy swords grew into colossal blades, towering several dozen meters high. With a flick of her finger, the 8 massive swords swept down upon the advancing Western coalition. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as countless lives were claimed beneath the onslaught of the colossal swords. Kill! The 30,000 Tang warriors bellowed, charging at the Western coalition. The two armies clashed violently. Undeterred, the Buno tribe shaman began to chant the song of painful curse. As the melody resonated, the Tang warriors, upon hearing it, were afflicted with excruciating headaches. Leah's consciousness swept across the battlefield, identifying the mischievous shaman. With her holy sword pointed skyward, she silently invoked the thunder-summoning technique. Moments later, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the singing shaman. A piercing scream echoed as the shaman was instantly obliterated by the divine lightning. Leah twirled her holy sword and, with a wave directed at the Western coalition, summoned a relentless barrage of lightning, forming a dense, linear path that stretched far ahead. The lightning rained down, annihilating countless Western warriors. Realizing the true nature of the foe he faced, Abai understood that this masked figure was no mere human. In her presence, he felt as insignificant as an ant. With this revelation, Abai turned and led his Buno tribesmen away from the battlefield. As the casualties among the Western coalition mounted, tribal leaders began to withdraw one after another, taking their people with them. Ultimately, Leah's Tang warriors repelled the invading Western coalition. From that day forth, the Tang established their presence in the Two-Lake region, and the name of Tang became renowned, deterring any future incursions. Under Leah's influence, no tribe dared to instigate conflict in the eastern and western lakes. For the Tang king, Leah had proclaimed that any who unjustly sought war would face the annihilation of their tribe. Henceforth, whenever disputes arose among the tribes, they would journey to the Two-Lake region to appeal to Tang King Leah. Emperor Leah of the Tang dynasty, after careful consideration, rendered a final decree, which, once proclaimed, was beyond reproach from any party. Although Leah ascended to the throne as the Tang emperor, she refrained from grand construction projects or the creation of opulent palaces. She believed that the spiritual essence of her homeland had diminished over the ages due to relentless deforestation and excessive urban development. The destruction of nature had led to a depletion of vitality, rendering the path of cultivation increasingly arduous. All beings, transient visitors in this world, regardless of whether they resided in humble grass huts or magnificent palaces, would not deter Leah from her pursuit of the Tao. The essence of the Tao demands a heart attuned to nature. Thus, she resolved to dwell in simplicity while nurturing her spiritual practice, preserving the original beauty of the Red Continent. The existence of the Tang dynasty had brought an end to the long-standing conflicts that plagued vast regions from the Two Lakes in the west to the Tang River Basin in the east. Concurrently, various tribes eagerly embraced the study of the Chinese language and the art of writing, striving to emulate Tang culture. With warfare ceasing, Emperor Leah devoted herself to the tranquil study of the Tao alongside her few disciples. Decades prior, a coalition led by King Pharaohs of the North had vanquished the giant tribes that had long dominated the Seven Kingdoms, allowing Queen Diana to successfully claim the throne of King's Landing. Presently, the King of the Seven Kingdoms is Diana's grandson, Shulia Blaman, while the North is ruled by Count Robert, the grandson of Pharaohs, who also serves as the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms. The southernmost region of the Seven Kingdoms, the Dorne United Kingdom, was unified under the Blaman lineage over a decade ago, with the current king being Timur Blaman. Both Queen Diana and Count Pharaohs had long since departed this world. Over the years, the North has experienced rapid growth, not only absorbing the kingdom of the Mountain Eagles, but also extending its influence further south. Although Count Robert, as Prime Minister, had not visited King's Landing in many years, it was common knowledge that a confrontation between the North and the royal family was inevitable. The ministers and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms had quietly begun to take sides, with the majority covertly supporting the ascendant King Robert of the North. King Shulia Blaman of the Seven Kingdoms was deeply troubled. He wished to take proactive measures, yet felt powerless against the formidable North. In a moment of desperation, he reached out to King Timur of Dorne, seeking assistance against the Northern King. At the same time, the Northern army had surreptitiously crossed the border, advancing towards King's Landing. As the southern cities had covertly aligned with the North, no reports of the impending invasion reached the capital. By the time King's Landing was made aware of the northern incursion, the 160,000 strong army had already traversed the stone sanctuary area and reached the Blackwater River. 30,000 troops approached by water, while 50,000 advanced on land. An additional 80,000 elite soldiers had been divided into two contingents, one securing the vital routes from the Kingdom of Cayenne to King's Landing, and the other encircling the capital from the south. Clearly, King Robert of the North intended to seize King's Landing in one decisive strike. However, what he could never have anticipated was, the King of the Seven Kingdoms, Shulia, had long stealthily stationed formidable troops at the Royal Forest and Dragonstone Island. These two legions, each comprising 50,000 men, had already infiltrated the city of King's Landing. Chapter 157. The Ascendancy of King's Landing. Beneath the walls of King's Landing, an elite force of 80,000 soldiers from the north stood poised, facing off against 60,000 troops from the capital. The clarion call of battle resounded, as over 10,000 heavily armored infantry, brandishing round shields and greatswords, steadily advanced towards the enemy ranks. The earth trembled beneath the weight of their march. Above, a torrential rain of arrows cascaded like a swarm of locusts, indiscriminately raining down upon both factions. Countless soldiers fell victim to the relentless onslaught of arrows. Meanwhile, battle mages wielded their staffs with fervor, casting various enhancements upon the frontline warriors. In the skies, colossal dragons summoned by the archmages soared and roared, occasionally diving down upon the armies below, unleashing torrents of fire that mercilessly incinerated the valiant soldiers' aspirations. On the ground, rampaging behemoths charged through the ranks, rendering even the armored infantry powerless in their wake. These heavily clad warriors were hurled aside by the ferocious beasts, crashing heavily to the earth. Many would meet their demise from the sheer impact. In a desperate bid to slay the monstrous creatures, spearmen collaborated with shield-bearers to form compact formations. The shield-bearers stood resolute at the front, bracing against the onslaught of the beasts, while the spearmen, sheltered behind, thrust their long, sharp weapons at the oncoming foes. The sky was ablaze with a multitude of fiery projectiles, enveloping the battlefield in an inferno. The ground seemed to smolder as if consumed by the incessant rain of flames, growing increasingly searing and blistering. Groups of warriors were struck down, scorched, and burned by the falling fireballs. In that moment, the battlefield resembled a hellish realm, filled with piercing cries of despair echoing relentlessly, accompanied by the thunderous roars of explosions. As allies from the north, the dwarven race also joined the fray at King's Landing. King Bruck, brandishing the holy dragon spear and mounted upon a colossal ice bear, led over 10,000 valiant dwarven warriors into the chaos of battle. With a thrust of his spear, King Bruck proved unstoppable. Even the most steadfast soldiers bearing strong shields could not withstand the piercing force of the holy dragon's spear. With a crack, a resilient shield was shattered, and with a powerful sweep, the shield was sent flying. Before the soldier from the capital could react, his head was obliterated by the spear's might. The indomitable King Bruck left no one unscathed, and already, thousands had perished beneath the lethal arc of his spear. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and the sacred ring upon his finger radiated a dazzling light. Invigorated by the immense essence of the fallen and the deathly aura surrounding the battlefield, accompanied by a mighty roar, King Bruck summoned forth an overwhelming surge of pure magical energy into the holy dragon spear. With a sweeping motion, a powerful wave of deathly energy engulfed the entire battlefield. The aura of death emanating from King Bruck instilled a profound sense of dread among the soldiers of the capital, sapping their morale in an intangible manner. Thus, the dwarven King Bruck unleashed the holy dragon spear. The lance, under his magical control, darted swiftly across the battlefield. Every soldier of the royal city that encountered the holy dragon spear was pierced through and met their demise. In the blink of an eye, thousands had perished beneath the spear's deadly arc. The might of King Bruck, the dwarven monarch, instilled terror within the ranks of the royal city's army. They found themselves devoid of the courage to continue the fight, and thus retreated in haste toward King's Landing. Seizing the opportunity, the elite cavalry of the north pursued the fleeing royal soldiers, resulting in a massacre as countless fell victim to the swords and hooves of the northern cavalry. Upon the entry of tens of thousands of royal soldiers into King's Landing, they fortified their defenses and refused to emerge. King Robert of the North commanded an assault on the city. Simultaneously, the prince of the Lannister family from the kingdom of Casterly Rock advanced along the Golden Road towards King's Landing with his army of 30,000 loyalists. This contingent clashed with the 40,000-strong forces of the north. After a brutal month-long struggle, the Lannister army was ultimately defeated and retreated back to Casterly Rock. The 30,000 loyalists from Highgarden found their path obstructed by the 40,000 troops of the Riverlands, leading to fierce combat that prevented Highgarden's forces from reaching King's Landing for reinforcement. The Northern Army, equipped with 10 siege cannons provided by the dwarves, relentlessly bombarded King's Landing day and night, causing the city walls to crumble. The Northern forces surged through the breaches in the walls, engaging in a fierce melee with the defenders within the royal city. At this critical juncture, Timur Blaemont led 60,000 cavalry from the distant kingdom of Dorne on a long march to the fray. Upon joining forces with the loyalists from Highgarden, they vanquished the army of the Riverlands and hastened towards King's Landing. However, when Timur learned that King Robert of the North had already seized King's Landing and claimed the throne as the king of the Seven Kingdoms, he resolved to withdraw his troops. After all, the cavalry of Dorne was ill-prepared for siege warfare. Meanwhile, the Blaemont royal family within King's Landing had been entirely exterminated. King Timur of Dorne saw no reason to engage in conflict with the formidable northern forces over a cadre of deceased individuals. Subsequently, the king of the Seven Kingdoms spent an additional 2 years subjugating Casterly Rock, Highgarden, and the Stormlands. Henceforth, the Seven Kingdoms came under the dominion of the descendants of the ancient Sith. In the eastern reaches of the Kingdom of Iron, peculiar disappearances became commonplace. Reported to the local authorities, these cases went unheeded. Over time, the phenomenon of missing persons became a mundane affair, and the populace gradually accepted this grim reality. The absence of loved ones cast a pall of sorrow over the skies of Eastern Iron. King Orpheus of Iron had reigned for over a decade. Through years of diligent cultivation, his prowess had significantly increased. Within his Danteon resided a golden core the size of a fist. Throughout these years, he had immersed himself in his training while crafting a weapon known as the Spear of Oblivion. Simultaneously, his half-brother Tarodi had matured. Unlike his elder brother, Tarodi possessed a pair of violet eyes that instilled fear in those who beheld them. At the age of 16, Tarodi bore the presence of an adult. He was undeniably an unusual young man, strikingly handsome and tall, save for the unnerving violet gaze that rendered him almost an enigma of beauty. It is precisely for this reason that the youthful Tarodi has engaged in affairs with several maidens within the palace. Since King Orpheus has only Tarodi as his kin, he does not impose strict discipline upon him, which has led Tarodi to become increasingly reckless. A month ago, King Orpheus received news of a large assembly of lancers appearing at the northern Black Fortress. He surmised that it would not be long before the lancers would invade from the south. Consequently, he ordered 6 ministers to begin the recruitment of troops in preparation for the impending invasion. After a month of preparation, an army of 60,000 had gathered in the royal city. Meanwhile, King Cci of the Lancer Kingdom was leading a formidable force of 100,000 demonic soldiers directly towards the royal city. Chapter 158. The Dance of Demons. Due to his prolonged consumption of pure magical essence, Cci's power had significantly increased, and a sharp demonic horn had sprouted from his forehead. Beside him, the purple-eyed minion had grown 2 demonic horns. The 2 formidable fiends soon encountered the 60,000 soldiers of the royal city. The mortal army stood no chance against the demonic forces. As soon as the battle commenced, numerous soldiers from the royal city were brutally obliterated by the unparalleled magical prowess of the purple-eyed demon. The 100,000 demonic soldiers, driven by a hunger for more deathly energy and souls, relentlessly hunted down the royal city's army. Within half a day, the royal forces had sustained heavy casualties. The remaining soldiers, recognizing the might of the Lancer demons, began to flee. In the royal city, King Orpheus observed the entire battle between the 100,000 demonic soldiers and the 60,000 troops through his divine perception. Realizing that the royal city could not be defended, he bequeathed the throne to his brother Tarodi and fled the city under the cover of night. Before the new King Tarodi could even settle into his position, Cci arrived at the city gates with his legion of 100,000 demons. Thus began the desperate struggle for the survival of the Kingdom of Aellen. Under Cci's command, the demonic army charged bravely towards the city walls. The Grand Mages of Aellen relentlessly unleashed powerful spells to incinerate the densely packed ranks of demons below. Countless massive fireballs rained down from the sky, exploding amidst the demonic horde, causing many to be burned alive. Nevertheless, a significant number of demons managed to scale the walls, engaging in fierce melee with the defending soldiers. As the purple-eyed demon recited an ancient incantation, a shroud of black magical smoke enveloped the royal city. Every Aellen citizen felt an inexplicable quickening of their heartbeats, followed by the faint sound of demonic whispers in their ears. At this moment, for all Aellen inhabitants within the city, It was undoubtedly the most formidable trial of their lives, a choice between demonic temptation and unwavering faith. Confronted by the fear of the unknown, the citizens instinctively prayed to their holy patron, Kimin, hoping to receive his divine protection through their supplications. After a fierce battle, the royal city ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of Ceci's demonic army. Ceci re-entered the city and ascended the throne. Meanwhile, Orpheus, brandishing the spear of destruction and riding his steed, raced back to his homeland. However, along the way, he was confronted by a pack of werewolves. No longer the man he once was, Orpheus engaged in a fierce struggle with the werewolves, wielding the spear of destruction with fervor. Within the depths of Orpheus's dantian, a colossal energy surged through his arms and into the spear of annihilation, which erupted in a momentary blaze of golden light. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear, sending a golden arc hurtling towards several werewolves. The beasts, caught off guard, could not evade in time. A series of anguished howls echoed as the werewolves were cleaved in two. Witnessing Orpheus's formidable prowess, the remaining werewolves fled in terror. With a cold smirk, Orpheus summoned the spear of annihilation, directing the golden weapon towards the retreating creatures. Thud, thud, thud. Several werewolves were pierced through their bodies by Orpheus's relentless assault. Only then did he sheath the spear and ride off on his swift steed. The fleeing werewolves reported Orpheus's appearance, with his golden eyes, to their leader, the wolf king Ketman, who promptly issued a command to capture Orpheus at all costs. In White Tower Town, as Orpheus arrived, he sensed a powerful aura of malevolence. Hesitating for a moment to rest, he was suddenly met with low growls that echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, the townsfolk had transformed into towering, fierce werewolves. Orpheus was taken aback, realizing that the entire town had been consumed by this transformation. Attempting to escape proved futile as the pack surrounded him. "What do you want?" Orpheus inquired, surveying the multitude of werewolves before him. "Come with us. Our king wishes to see you," replied one werewolf in a deep voice. With no other choice, Orpheus followed the werewolves to meet King Ketman. "Ah, it has been decades. You've grown quite robust," remarked King Ketman, appraising Orpheus. Locking his golden eyes onto the wolf kings, Orpheus eventually asked, "Why have you summoned me?" "I missed you and wished to discuss matters," Ketman replied with a sinister smile. "Humph, you fools are oblivious to the impending doom," Orpheus retorted coldly. Ketman, taken aback by the insult, felt a surge of anger. Brandishing his dark war axe, he stepped closer to Orpheus, threateningly stating, "Do you wish to die? How dare you insult me? Humph, you remain ignorant, do you not? The demon legion of the Lancers has already conquered the royal city. Before long, the entire nation of Aellen will fall to them. You werewolves should flee while you still can," Orpheus proclaimed truthfully. Ketman was momentarily stunned. "Demon legion? I have not heard of this," he inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "If you doubt my words, go see for yourself in the royal city. However, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave," Orpheus stated, attempting to depart. "Wait," Ketman called after him hastily. "Why do you not consider how to deal with the demon legion? Why do you impede my path?" Orpheus, perplexed, responded, "What does it matter? I cannot contend with such a formidable demon legion. Indeed, it is possible for you werewolves to triumph over them." Orpheus glanced at the werewolves behind the wolf king as he spoke. "You cannot leave. Wait for me," the wolf king, Ketman, declared before hastily departing. He sought out his old companion, the witch Manla. "My lady, I have captured that golden-eyed lad," the wolf king Ketman said with a hint of excitement. The witch Manla replied, her tone indifferent. Noticing her demeanor, Ketman understood that she still harbored resentment for his years of neglect. With a cheerful smile, he approached her, saying, "I acknowledge my fault in not visiting you more often. From now on, I shall cherish you dearly." As he spoke, he gently embraced the witch Manla. She resisted momentarily, but after a brief contemplation, she relented. Manla cast a glance at the wolf king Ketman and inquired, "What brings you to me?" "I overheard that golden-eyed lad mentioning the demon legion has overtaken the royal city. I wish to know our course of action," the wolf king candidly replied. "The demon legion?" Manla exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. Have you heard of it?" Ketman asked. "Yes," Manla nodded gravely. "So what do we do now?" Chapter 159. The goddess Manla gazed at the sky with a sense of resignation and quietly stated, "There exists an ancient legend in our witching realm. When demons descend upon the world, it heralds its destruction. No one shall escape. Are you implying that we, too, will perish?" The wolf king Ketman asked, incredulous. Manla nodded affirmatively. "Yes. At that time, all who remain alive will be corrupted by demons, becoming their soldiers, waging war across the lands. This is utterly terrifying. Is there no way to avert it?" Ketman asked, unwilling to accept defeat. Manla shook her head. There is none. Perhaps there might be a way. But I do not know. How can this be? How can this be? Kitman questioned, his anxiety palpable. This is fate. Everything is preordained. There is great prosperity, but also great annihilation. The world cycles endlessly between life and death, the witch Manla spoke solemnly. I refuse to accept this. We have labored for many years to achieve our current state. I do not wish for our efforts to be in vain. The Wolf King Ketman said with bitterness. In just a few decades, you have nearly transformed the entire Eastern realm into werewolves. You are indeed a remarkable Wolf King. Yet, alas, you are ill-timed in encountering the demon's descent, the witch Manla remarked. The Wolf King Ketman fixed his gaze upon the witch and asked, Can you see the future? Manla regarded him in silence, uncertain of what future he sought, whose future it was. I know you can, for otherwise you would not have urged me to seek the golden-eyed lad to forge divine weapons for me. You must know something, the Wolf King insisted. With a sigh, the witch Manla quietly asked, What is it that you wish to know? In the mind of the Wolf King Ketman, a multitude of questions flashed through. He pondered the fate of the werewolves following the arrival of that infernal being. He also contemplated whether he would fall victim to those demons. Yet, the Wolf King Ketman understood all too well that Manra would not provide answers to all his inquiries. After careful consideration, he spoke slowly. I wish to know my future. Manra produced a crystal ball and instructed the Wolf King to place his fingertip upon it. Subsequently, as Manra recited an incantation, he gently sliced the Wolf King's finger with a dagger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto the crystal sphere. Before long, images concerning the Wolf King Ketman began to materialize within the orb, visible only to Manra. Upon the divination's conclusion, Manra addressed the Wolf King. Your future is intricately linked to that golden-eyed boy. Is that all? Could you elaborate further? The Wolf King inquired, his dissatisfaction evident. Manra shook his head, replying, I can only perceive these fragments. Moreover, a person's future can be altered by their will. Those with steadfast determination can reshape their destiny through effort. Well, effort, the Wolf King murmured to himself. After a moment, he declared, My future is mine to command. I shall defy fate and lead the Wolf clan to triumph over the demonic horde. No sooner had the Wolf King spoken than a messenger rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, it is terrible. That golden-eyed boy has escaped. You useless fools. The Wolf King Ketman cursed, hastening to pursue Orpheus. Meanwhile, Orpheus galloped across the vast plain on a swift steed, a gray shadow swiftly closing in behind him. The Wolf King Ketman transformed into a colossal wolf. Before long, the Wolf King caught up. With a sudden swipe of his sharp claws, he struck, and with a sickening sound, one of the horse's hind legs was severed, blood gushing forth. The horse collapsed, and Orpheus was thrown violently to the ground, rolling for quite a distance. He crashed headfirst into a rock, his head splitting open, and he fell into unconsciousness. In his unconscious state, Orpheus suddenly beheld a radiant light, from which a figure emerged, walking toward him. The figure softly called out, Orpheus, Orpheus. The voice sounded ethereal, as if resonating from a far-off realm. In his dreamlike state, Orpheus longed to discern the identity of the one calling him. Yet he could not see clearly. The figure inquired, Child, why do you flee? I am afraid. The demons are too terrifying. Even in fear, you cannot run. For you are the king of Aellen. If you succumb to fear, who will rescue the wretched populace? I. Do you remember the words your master once imparted to you? What words? It has been so long, I cannot recall. No, you do remember. You simply wish to forget. Then Orpheus heard again the words spoken by Leah when he took him as a disciple. You must protect the weak and alleviate the suffering of the masses. You must be willing to sacrifice yourself for the people of your nation, to safeguard your realm, to protect the weak and provide relief to the masses. One must be willing to sacrifice oneself, guarding the nation and its cities. Orpheus echoed the words of his master, Leah, from long ago. Indeed, this is the very essence of your existence. Remember, as a sovereign, it is imperative to safeguard your subjects and embody the true essence of a king. With that, the voice gradually faded from Orpheus's mind. Orpheus, Orpheus, awaken. A woman's voice called his name softly. It resonated with a tenderness reminiscent of his beloved goddess, Seve. He could also feel cool droplets cascading onto his face, perhaps the tears of Seve. The thought of his cherished goddess weeping for him ignited a fervent desire to open his eyes. Yet his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, resisting his will. I must see if it is truly Seve, he thought, fearing the loss of this moment with his beloved. With relentless determination, he endeavored to pry his eyes open. After what felt like an eternity, he finally succeeded. Seve, is that you? He inquired softly. Seve nodded, her eyes shimmering with relief. It is I. You are alive, how wonderful. A smile graced Orpheus's lips. Hee, you remain as beautiful as ever. Seve gazed into Orpheus's eyes and asked, do you hold a deep affection for me? I have always cherished you, Orpheus replied earnestly. Then allow me to be the woman who stands behind you, Seve said, gently placing a kiss upon his lips. Questions swirled within Orpheus's mind. Where was his master, Leah? He and Seve were inseparable. Why was Seve alone in this moment? At this juncture, Orpheus was overwhelmed with inquiries, yet he feared that expressing too much might shatter this dream he clung to so dearly. Chapter 160, The War of Demons and Humans Gradually. Orpheus learned from Seve that while returning by boat with Leah, they encountered a fierce storm. The vessel was capsized by towering waves, and all aboard were cast into the sea. Leah was missing, likely perishing in the depths. Seve, clinging to a broken mast, drifted for a day and night before being rescued by passing fishermen. Upon returning to the kingdom of Aellen, grief-stricken, Seve resolved to live alone in the town of Baidah. However, she was unexpectedly ambushed by a pack of werewolves along the way. Thus, Orpheus and Seve found themselves ensnared within the werewolf clan. Days later, the Wolf King, Ketman, approached Orpheus. Why are you so intent on fleeing? Ketman inquired, a hint of irritation in his tone. Orpheus shot the Wolf King a defiant glare, remaining silent. Humph. What kind of man simply evades reality? Ketman retorted with disdain. Orpheus continued to glare, refusing to respond. I plan to lead the entire wolf clan into battle against those demonic soldiers. Will you join us? Ketman asked. Orpheus's eyes widened in astonishment. Speak up. Have you lost your wits? The Wolf King Ketman gently stroked Orpheus's head and inquired, do you truly intend to lead the werewolves against that legion of magical soldiers? Orpheus responded with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is, affirmed the Wolf King. With the approach of those magical soldiers, our lives as werewolves will not be pleasant. Shall we join forces then? The Wolf King proposed once more. Agreed. I shall comply, Orpheus replied, and with that affirmation, he consented. The Wolf King Ketman, accompanied by 100,000 werewolves, commenced their slow march towards the royal city. Concurrently, the army of 100,000 magical soldiers had also departed the royal city, advancing southward. In their wake, no survivor remained. The skies over the kingdom of Aellen were shrouded in ominous black clouds. In the name of the king of Aellen, Orpheus rallied the populace to organize an army to confront the legion of magical soldiers. Warriors from all corners of the kingdom heeded their king's call, uniting to partake in this monumental conflict against the magical army. Ultimately, a coalition of 50,000 human free fighters and 100,000 werewolves, under the leadership of the Wolf King Ketman and King Orpheus, engaged in fierce combat with the 100,000 magical soldiers. The battlefield was engulfed in darkness, as the magical soldiers, commanded by the violet-eyed leader, surged forth like a tide of black water towards the united forces of humans and werewolves. Wielding the Dark Knight battle axe, the Wolf King Ketman led the werewolves into the fray, charging into the oncoming tide. With a swing of the axe, dozens of magical soldiers were sent flying like leaves caught in a tempest. The werewolves transformed into their beastly forms, using their formidable jaws to rend the magical soldiers apart. Their sharp claws struck like lightning in the night, tearing through the bodies of their foes. The violet-eyed commander observed the fallen magical soldiers with a cold gaze. Moments later, he summoned a dark crystal sphere. After reciting an ancient incantation, pure magical energy erupted from the orb, coalescing in the air to form a colossal black dragon. With a thought, the violet-eyed commander directed the enormous dragon, which soared menacingly towards the Wolf King Ketman, who still gripped his Dark Knight battle axe. Orpheus, who had been enveloping the battlefield with his consciousness, was the first to notice the approaching dark creature. He quickly warned the Wolf King, be cautious. A monstrous entity is heading your way. Upon glancing upward, the Wolf King indeed beheld the immense serpent hurtling towards him. He gripped his axe tightly and swung it at the incoming beast. The dragon's form condensed mid-air, transforming into a massive black battle axe. With a thunderous crash, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, sending both werewolves and magical soldiers sprawling in all directions. The ground trembled under the force of the clash, as the Wolf King relentlessly struck at the aerial demon axe with his Dark Knight battle axe. Observing the fierce struggle between the violet-eyed sorcerer and the Wolf King Ketman, Orpheus summoned the Spear of Annihilation. Infused with potent energy, the spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the violet-eyed adversary. As the formidable Zetong engaged in a fierce battle against the Wolf King Ketman, he suddenly perceived a flash of lightning surging towards him, causing him to be taken aback. In that fleeting moment, he astonishingly manifested a second avatar. At this juncture, Zitong had transformed into a dual-headed, four-armed demon lord. One of his heads and arms wielded a demonic axe, clashing vigorously with the Wolf King, while the other head gaped wide, unleashing a massive skull. The spear of annihilation hurtled through the air, striking the skull with tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed as the skull shattered into a cascade of bone fragments. The sight of the dual-headed, four-armed Zitong astounded King Orpheus, who hastily directed the spear of annihilation towards Zitong once more. At this moment, Zitong swung his arms in a flurry, once again opening his mouth. A string of 9 human skulls, resembling a grotesque necklace, erupted forth from his maw. The 9 skulls expanded dramatically, growing to the size of baskets in the blink of an eye. The spear of annihilation clashed continuously with Zitong's 9 skulls in midair, each impact producing chilling, blood-curdling shrieks that instilled fear among the human warriors on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the dark energies of the undead surged into the 9 skulls, bestowing upon them immense power, causing them to grow larger and stronger. King Orpheus was compelled to infuse a substantial amount of golden energy into the spear of annihilation to withstand the formidable onslaught of the 9 skulls. The Wolf King Ketman relentlessly struck the demonic axe before him with his Night War axe, landing hundreds of blows, yet the demonic axe remained unscathed. Amidst the clash of the 2 kings and the Grand Demon, the battlefield had descended into chaos, with human warriors, wolves, and demonic soldiers embroiled in fierce combat. The ground was littered with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Rivers of blood flowed across the earth, while a flock of crows hopped about, feasting on the dead. As dusk descended, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the battlefield. The number of beings, humans, wolves, and demons, still standing diminished rapidly. Both King Orpheus and the Wolf King Ketman found themselves utterly exhausted, yet they could do little against the formidable Zitong, who seemed to grow ever more vigorous in battle. His entire form was enveloped in swirling demonic energy, his purple eyes gleaming with terrifying intensity. "Die, you insignificant ants!" Zitong bellowed with maniacal laughter. Before unleashing the vast reservoir of demonic energy within him, the 9 skulls and the demonic axe descended upon King Orpheus and the Wolf King Ketman with tremendous force. Chapter 161. No destruction, no establishment. At this moment, the vast energy within King Orpheus' Danteon had been entirely depleted. His golden core, once the size of a fist, was now riddled with cracks. Faced with the powerful strike of the dual-headed, four-armed Demon King, Orpheus could only muster the last of his energy to swing the spear of annihilation at the incoming 9 skulls. With a thunderous explosion, the sound reverberated through the air. Orpheus was sent reeling, spitting a mouthful of blood skyward as the spear of annihilation slipped from his grasp. His golden core shattered, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the Wolf King Ketman was sent flying by the most powerful strike of the demon axe, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, he was struck by the 9-headed beads with a resounding thud. Bang! With a deafening roar, the Wolf King Ketman was driven into the earth. Bang! Bang! A massive pit appeared where Ketman lay, and he never rose from it again. Ha! 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 Who else is there? The 2-headed, four-armed demon King Zitong laughed triumphantly, gazing skyward. The werewolf Ketman was brutally beaten to death by the 2-headed demon Lord Zitong. While King Orpheus was left on the brink of death, his golden core shattered. Clearly, no one could stand against Zitong. In this unprecedented war among the human, wolf, and demon tribes, the demon race ultimately emerged victorious. After many years, Zeiss fulfilled his desire to become the king of Aellen. From that point onward, the nation of Aellen gradually transformed, becoming akin to the realm of lands, a kingdom of demons. The skies over Aellen were shrouded in dark clouds, like an inescapable shadow. A tempestuous aura permeated the world, giving rise to various dark emotions within the hearts of the citizens of Aellen. Encouraged by King Zeiss of Aellen, the people destroyed the statue of the heavenly emperor Kimin, which had towered over the church. In its stead, they embraced the worship of the demon god Mashi. In the ensuing years, towering statues of Mashi emerged throughout the land of Aellen, fostering a newfound faith in the demon. King Orpheus, on the brink of death, was rescued by Seph. His body, once immobile, began to rapidly heal under Seph's magic. Within half a month, he was able to walk. Subsequently, the two fled to a remote mountain, living a life of seclusion. Freed from worldly burdens, King Orpheus devoted himself to cultivation, with Seph by his side. Years later, they welcomed both a son and a daughter. To Orpheus's astonishment, the shattering of his golden core propelled his cultivation to new heights. In just over a decade, he cultivated a golden primordial infant, the size of a thumb, within his dantian. This seemed to affirm the old adage that one must break in order to establish. From that moment on, King Orpheus advanced rapidly on his path of cultivation. The primordial infant stage not only granted him a lifespan of thousands of years, but also sharpened his perception of the formless forces of nature. Consequently, he could now distinctly sense the 5 elemental spiritual energies of the universe: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The task of a cultivator at the primordial infant stage is to absorb sufficient elemental spiritual energy to refine their body and spirit, achieving purity and perfection. Only then can they hope to transcend to the divine transformation realm. However, before that, King Orpheus must allow his primordial infant to reach maturity. The path of cultivation is long and arduous in the distant continent of the 7 kingdoms. The dwarven king, Brook, has recently been plagued by severe insomnia, haunted by restless dreams that leave him both mentally and physically fatigued. As soon as he closes his eyes, he envisions himself wielding the dark dragon spear, mercilessly slaughtering foes on the battlefield. Even the sensations of absorbing and refining the deathly energies and undead remnants from that grim arena resurface vividly in his mind. King Brook finds himself in distress, yet he has no confidant to whom he can confide, reluctant to reveal the burdens of his past experiences on the battlefield. With the passage of time, he suspects that his health may be deteriorating, particularly at his advanced age of over a century. While his father and brothers have long since departed this world, for an ordinary being, his solitary existence spanning over 100 years is nothing short of extraordinary. King Brook has come to accept the myriad issues he faces, both physical and psychological, viewing them as natural phenomena. This troubling state has persisted for a month, with his mental acuity waning and his condition escalating in severity, culminating in auditory hallucinations. "Come quickly, I am waiting for you, always waiting." A voice calls to him, both familiar and foreign, echoing like the voices of his departed brothers and, perhaps, that of his father. King Brook contemplates that perhaps his ancestors from the afterlife are beckoning him to reunite with them. Am I truly on the brink of death? The dwarven king murmurs in his sleep, reflecting upon the tapestry of his life. As the son of the Southernland king, he had accompanied Elizabeth I on a perilous expedition across the 7 kingdoms, braving countless mortal dangers alongside his brothers. Upon recalling a peculiar ring he had inexplicably acquired, the scenes before him shifted dramatically. He envisioned himself in a dream, leading numerous soldiers aboard a grand vessel, navigating the tumultuous seas, bravely forging ahead against the crashing waves. This dream lingered for an extended duration. At dawn, foregoing breakfast, he hastened to the royal palace. Upon hearing of Brook's request for an audience, King Marshal Robert of the 7 Kingdoms promptly rose to greet him. King Marshal smiled warmly at King Brook, exclaiming, "It is indeed a rare occasion to have you here. Come, let us sit and converse." "Haha, my legs are not as spry as they once were, and I do not visit the palace as often as before," replied King Brook with a chuckle. After a brief laugh, King Marshal inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here today?" King Brook responded, "I have not been in good spirits lately, and I seek to venture out to sea." King Marshal, already aware of Brook's mental struggles, nodded and replied, "A sea voyage may indeed do you good. I shall arrange for the necessary provisions and recruit sailors at once. Is there anything else you require, Your Majesty?" After a moment of contemplation, King Brook stated, "I also require a contingent of 2,000 soldiers to accompany me." King Marshal of the 7 Kingdoms paused momentarily, yet ultimately acquiesced. The venerable gentleman before him was indeed a monumental benefactor of their household. Whether it required a force of 2,000 soldiers or even 10,000, he would promptly summon the necessary troops. Once all preparations were complete, King Brook of the Dwarves chose a splendid day, characterized by gentle breezes and bright sunshine, to set sail with 2,000 valiant warriors. Chapter 162. The Call of Antiquity. King Brook of the Dwarves had long pursued the resonant call echoing in his heart as he traversed the vast ocean. After a time, they arrived at a colossal island, Skagley's Island, a refuge for the northern exiles. Upon setting foot on this land, King Brook felt himself drawing ever closer to the source of that voice. He was now convinced that the individual he sought resided in some hidden corner of the island. Under the king's command, the army of the 7 Kingdoms commenced their campaign to conquer the island. Those islanders who fiercely resisted were mercilessly slain, while those who surrendered became captives of the 7 Kingdoms. Guided by these prisoners, the army advanced towards the city of Pandar. Meanwhile, Pandar had received alarming news of the impending invasion, prompting its inhabitants to rally their forces in preparation for a desperate confrontation with the invaders. Beneath the walls of Pandar, Over 6,000 island soldiers stood ready, facing off against the 2,000 troops of the Seven Kingdoms. King Brook, mounted upon a magnificent ice bear, approached the front lines with deliberate calm. He proclaimed in a booming voice, "I am King Brook of the dwarves. My spear has pierced the hearts of tens of thousands. Lay down your arms and cease your futile resistance. If you submit to my authority, I shall spare you from a massacre. Otherwise, I shall unleash a torrent of bloodshed upon this battlefield today." King Brook, however, was utterly oblivious to the resolve of these islanders. The islanders were descendants of the wild folk, who for decades had utilized Skagley's Island as a base to plunder maritime vessels, engaging in acts of piracy, murder, and arson. To expect these individuals to lay down their weapons and surrender was akin to courting disaster. Moreover, in terms of sheer numbers, the islanders held a significant advantage. They were unlikely to capitulate. Seeing no inclination for surrender among his adversaries, King Brook ordered an assault. A fierce battle erupted outside the walls of Pandar between the two factions. The weaponry of the Seven Kingdoms, forged by the dwarven artisans, was remarkably sharp and durable, while the islanders wielded only rusted scrap. In an instant, the islanders' feeble armaments were cleaved by the keen blades of the Seven Kingdoms soldiers. Deprived of their weapons, the islanders lost all courage to fight and were swiftly routed. King Brook led his forces in relentless pursuit of the fleeing islanders, resulting in the deaths of nearly 1,000 and the capture of several hundred more. As the army of the Seven Kingdoms approached the gates of Pandar, the defenders atop the walls unleashed a torrent of arrows, raining death upon the advancing soldiers. In an instant, a hail of arrows descended like locusts, striking down numerous warriors from the Seven Kingdoms. From his mount, King Brook brandished the dark dragon spear, ready to face the onslaught. In the air, the spear transformed from 1 into 2, then from 2 into 4, and shortly thereafter, it multiplied into thousands of spears, densely suspended in the sky. The dwarf king, Brook, thrust his hands forward and bellowed, "Go!" The multitude of spears, trailing black smoke, whistled through the air towards the guards of Pandar City and the retreating foes rushing towards the city gates. Thud, 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 ah, 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 ah. In the blink of an eye, thousands had been pierced through by the spears. Silence enveloped the battlements. No one dared to poke their heads out again. The area around the city gates grew desolate. The dwarf king, with a cold snort, led the army of the Seven Kingdoms towards the gates of Pandar City. The islanders, witnessing the advance of the Seven Kingdoms' forces, recoiled in terror. Their faces drained of color upon seeing Brook atop his ice bear, a creature of unimaginable strength. They fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, hoping to escape the impending slaughter. The dwarf king, surveying the trembling islanders before him, declared with a commanding voice, "From this day forth, I am the master of this island, and you shall all be my servants. Should anyone dare defy my commands, I shall pierce their body with this spear and consume their soul." The echo of the dwarf king's proclamation lingered ominously in the air above Pandar City, becoming an inescapable nightmare for all the islanders. Days later, the dwarf king organized a group of hundreds to excavate a site on the island. After several days of digging, a stone tower emerged from the ground. Inscribed on its base were incomprehensible characters. Under the dwarf king's direction, the tower was dismantled, revealing a vast pit beneath. Leading several torch-bearing soldiers, the dwarf king descended the stone steps into the depths. Below lay a stone chamber, its walls adorned with peculiar engravings resembling ancient magical arrays. At the center of the chamber's floor was another magical array, embedded with 5 crystal stones the size of fists. Correspondingly, the ceiling above bore a similar array, also inlaid with colossal crystals. Between the two arrays floated a black box. Periodically, a beam of light shot from the array, illuminating the box, accompanied by piercing screams emanating from within. It was evident that someone was sealed within the black box. "Let me out," cried the voice from inside the box. "Have you been the one calling me?" The dwarf king Brook questioned, perplexed, as he had already heard the voice. "Yes, it is I. Why have you come only now? Do you not know the agony I endure within this prison?" came the reply from inside the box. And who are you?" the dwarf king inquired. "Who am I? Who am I?" The person inside the box pondered with great confusion. "It has been so long. Just how long has it been?" King Brook of the dwarves inquired. "Perhaps over 10,000 years, the occupant of the box replied. "Over 10,000 years? Are you jesting? Who can live that long?" King Brook expressed his astonishment. "Certainly. Mere mortals cannot endure such a span. Only beings of our caliber can transcend life and death, wandering freely through the realms," the individual in the box declared with pride. King Brook scoffed twice and asked, "Then why are you sealed in here?" "Alas, a millennium ago, I was once a formidable sovereign, commanding legions of demons to obliterate humanity, elves, and fae, unifying the three realms. Yet, I was unexpectedly wounded by those sworn enemies and confined in this lightless prison. The person lamented, his tone tinged with sorrow. Chapter 163. The Resurrection of the Demon King. This fellow spoke of events from a millennium past, and King Brook found himself unable to ascertain their veracity. Thus refraining from further inquiries, he pressed on, "Why have you summoned me? How can you be certain I would find my way here?" "Ah, you wear my ring," the occupant replied. "This signifies that you are the one who can break the seal upon me and liberate me from this confinement." "Very well, then I shall rescue you," King Brook declared, reaching for the floating black box. At that moment, a beam of light shot forth from the magical array, striking the back of King Brook's hand. Instantly, his hand was immobilized in midair, unable to move. Simultaneously, an immense surge of energy poured from the array, relentlessly scorching King Brook's hand. In alarm, King Brook summoned a vast reservoir of magic to counteract the encroaching light. Meanwhile, the ancient being trapped within the box remained silent, seemingly engaged in some enigmatic endeavor. As King Brook's formidable magic flowed forth, his appearance began to age rapidly. Eventually, even the pure magic contained within the ring on his finger began to surge outward at an accelerated pace. At this juncture, the crystals within the two magical arrays began to flicker incessantly. The back of King Brook's hand was severely burned by the light beam, a noxious, charred aroma permeating the air. Ultimately, amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds, the two magical arrays were obliterated by the pure magic from the ring. Simultaneously, the black box, once suspended in midair, crashed to the ground. Enduring the pain, King Brook retrieved the fallen black box. Upon opening it, he discovered a heart riddled with holes. More astonishingly, the dark heart was still pulsating. The heart addressed King Brook, saying, "I require your blood." The aged King Brook hesitated for a moment, then instructed a nearby soldier to cut his finger with a knife, allowing his blood to drip onto the grotesque, obsidian heart. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The once unsightly heart, nourished by blood, began to radiate golden light. Simultaneously, it continued to contract until it transformed into a bead the size of a thumb. At that moment, the dwarf king heard a voice, "Swallow this bead, and you shall possess the will of the Dark Lord. You will ascend to become a true demon king." King Brook, having witnessed the heart's grotesque and filthy appearance, felt a profound aversion. He was resolute in his refusal to consume the bead. However, at that instant, another voice echoed in his mind. "You are devoid of magical support now. Your body is gravely weakened, and death looms ever closer. Only by consuming this bead can you restore your youth, perhaps even attain immortality. Will you choose death, or will you choose to live?" King Brook recognized the truth in the voice's words. He could feel the essence of his life ebbing away. After much internal deliberation, he hesitated. He feared that swallowing the bead would lead to his consciousness being dominated by the entity within it, rendering him a mere puppet devoid of spirit and awareness. Yet, King Brook found himself with no alternative. He understood that if he did not consume the cursed bead, he would soon meet his demise. Though he suspected it was all part of a nefarious scheme, he had run out of options. Reluctantly, King Brook swallowed the bead. A surge of potent energy instantly coursed through him, enveloping him in a warmth akin to that of the sun, bestowing a sense of profound comfort. Concurrently, his appearance began to transform. As time progressed, the dwarf king grew increasingly youthful, ultimately resembling a man in his 20s. The wounds on the back of his hands healed, and he was imbued with strength. Meanwhile, a deluge of immense and complex information regarding the demon race crashed upon his mind like waves. King Brook recognized the necessity of rest to assimilate the vast and intricate knowledge swirling in his thoughts. He lay in his bed, abstaining from food and drink for half a month. After this period, he emerged as a changed man, becoming taciturn. Perhaps during those 2 weeks, he was no longer himself. It was possible that the heart had seized control of his body. Now, Demon King Brook led the island's savages and the 2,000 warriors from the 7 kingdoms aboard a grand vessel, setting sail towards the east. They traversed the Black Sea, arriving at the land of giants, known as Chicken Claw Continent. This continent lay in the northwestern corner of the northern lands, inhabited by towering giants. In their leisure time, they would often band together and set sail, plundering the inhabitants of other regions. The giant race here was fierce and unafraid of death. They worshipped the deity Orson, believing that upon dying in battle, they would ascend to the temple of Ula, where they would attain eternal life. For decades, the 7 kingdoms had been ravaged by these giants, teetering on the brink of annihilation. The Dark Lord, Brook, commanded 8,000 soldiers, and landed near a small town called Keat Castle on the continent of Chicken Claw. They plundered their way directly toward Keat Castle. The giants of Keat Castle organized an army of 2,000 to fend off the assault of Dark Lord Brooke. With the Dark Dragon spear in hand, Brooke bellowed at the giant army, "Kill!" The 8,000 soldiers charged forward with a furious roar. Brooke then waved his left hand lightly, enveloping the advancing soldiers in a shroud of black mist. As the mist touched their skin, it solidified into a layer of glossy black armor. The giant warriors attacked the advancing enemy with their sharp swords, but soon realized that their weapons could not pierce the black armor. Conversely, the enemy's formidable weapons shattered their shields with ease. At that moment, something even more astonishing occurred. A man riding an ice bear leaped off its back. With a wave of his hand, the ice bear rapidly grew taller and larger. Before long, it transformed into a colossal creature over 10 meters high, surrounded by swirling black smoke and glaring with blood-red eyes, roaring at the giant warriors on the battlefield. With a command from Dark Lord Brooke, the massive ice bear charged into the enemy ranks, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath its feet. Faced with such a behemoth, the giant warriors were utterly terrified and turned to flee. Chapter 164. The Goddess Strikes. Dark Lord Brooke was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this volcano was, in fact, a manifestation of a fire giant. Regrettably, it was too late to turn back. He could only wield the Dark Dragon spear and engage in fierce combat with the fire giant. The fire giant was immensely powerful, shattering the dwarven artifact, the Dark Dragon spear, into scrap with just 3 blows. It then spat at the massive army of dark soldiers, and a torrent of lava instantly engulfed 30,000 of them, reducing the once mighty legion to wisps of smoke in the blink of an eye. Sensing the dire situation, Dark Lord Brooke attempted to escape, but the fire giant seized him with a colossal hand formed of lava. "Ah!" Brooke cried out in agony as his body slowly melted in the scorching magma. In a desperate bid to break free from the fire giant's grasp, he detonated his supreme treasure, the demon ring. With a thunderous explosion, Brooke's essence shattered into 3 spheres of black light, darting off in 3 different directions, while his physical form disintegrated into tendrils of smoke. The fire giant surveyed the scene, then raised his arms to the heavens and let out a furious roar. A torrential rain of meteors cascaded down upon the continent of Chicken Claw, obliterating all the giants that had been corrupted by dark magic. Afterward, the fire giant slowly crouched down, once again transforming into a gigantic volcano. The Dark Lord's essence, now in 3 spheres of black light, descended upon the northern lands. Landing on a vast prairie, the 2 dark orbs vanished without a trace. The kingdom of Aellen has been shrouded in a veil of malevolent fog for decades. Unbeknownst to its inhabitants, even the misty forest has fallen prey to this pervasive corruption. If the spreading dark energy is not addressed swiftly, the Emerald City across the Rainbow Bridge may soon succumb to its influence. The Lake Goddess deemed it time to intervene. She dispatched 2 fairies from the Emerald City. These fairies transformed into streaks of azure and crimson light, descending upon a desolate mountain, thereafter disappearing from sight. In seclusion upon the mountain, King Orpheus imparted his wisdom to his son Davis and daughter Susan, as was his customary practice. He then announced, "I must be away for an extended period. You are to heed your mother's guidance and refrain from wandering. The outside world is fraught with peril. I wish for no harm to befall you." "When shall you return, father?" Davis inquired. "I cannot say for certain. I have encountered difficulties in my cultivation and must embark on a journey to overcome them. Perhaps I shall return once I have made a breakthrough," replied King Orpheus. The 2 children nodded, watching as their father soared into the sky on the spear of annihilation. Once he had vanished, Davis turned to Susan and asked, "What did the old man teach us?" "Who knows? Well, we should complete the task bestowed upon us by the goddess promptly." Susan shrugged. "Very well," Davis responded, and together with Susan, they departed. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Davis and Susan transformed their appearances. Davis donned a quiver and bow, while Susan wielded a staff, setting their sights towards the royal city. King Orpheus journeyed to the Star Palace of the Druid sect. While probing the kingdom of Aellen with his divine consciousness, he stumbled upon this peculiar place, which felt entirely at odds with the kingdom. Descending the mountain, he arrived at the Star Palace, eager to uncover its mysteries. After conversing with the Druids, he learned that this palace was constructed by his master, Leah, in years past. He also discovered that Leah had never returned since leaving the Star Palace, yet the palace remained a beacon of prosperity, as the surrounding populace remained grateful for the skills he had imparted to them. Having absorbed this information, Orpheus emulated the others and offered incense in the hall of the celestial monarch. After fulfilling these rites, he departed from the Star Palace. Mere days after his departure, a horde of dark soldiers descended upon the palace, laying waste to it. Wherever Davis and Susan journeyed, they employed the precious water soul ice crystals bestowed upon them by the lake goddess to purify the malevolent energies of the world. Encased within these crystals is the essence of the purest power, capable of cleansing all dark forces. Through their relentless efforts, the dark energy diminished rapidly in the places they traversed. The local populace, once corrupted and bereft of reason, was restored to their former selves with the assistance of Davis and Susan, freed from the grip of darkness. The actions of Davis and Susan swiftly attracted the attention of Sith Eye and the Purple Eye. Consequently, they dispatched a multitude of magical soldiers to hunt down Davis and Susan. On that day, as usual, Davis and Susan wielded the precious water soul ice crystal to invoke a rain spell, purifying the local magical atmosphere. However, they soon noticed a dark cloud on the horizon rapidly approaching them. Davis remarked, "It seems trouble is brewing." No sooner had he spoken than a cavalry of over 1,000 magical soldiers galloped towards them at breakneck speed. Without hesitation, Davis drew his bow and loosed a brilliant light arrow at the oncoming soldiers. The arrow shot forth like a beam of light, piercing the chest of the foremost magical soldier. It continued its swift flight, penetrating 7 more soldiers before vanishing from sight. At that moment, Susan waved her staff, conjuring a sea of flames in front of the advancing soldiers. Any magical soldier who dared to step into the fiery abyss was instantly ignited, reduced to nothing more than a flaming figure. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the ferocity of the inferno, halted in their tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Davis unleashed a flurry of arrows, dispatching numerous magical soldiers. Within the royal city, Purple Eye observed Davis and Susan through a crystal. After a moment, he turned to Sith Eye and said, "These 2 individuals are not to be underestimated. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." Sith Eye nodded in agreement, replying, "Thank you for your efforts." Upon exiting the palace, Purple Eye summoned a colossal black eagle. He leapt onto its back, and the eagle flapped its enormous wings, soaring into the sky. Just as Davis and Susan finished dispatching the previous wave of soldiers, they spotted the ominous black eagle descending from the heavens. "Who are you to dare disrupt my affairs?" Purple Eye demanded with a commanding voice. "Ah, so it is you, old fiend, who has turned this place into a chaotic mess," Susan retorted, her voice laced with indignation. "Seeking death," Purple Eye exclaimed, brandishing a glossy black crystal sphere and unleashing his magical prowess upon Susan. A plume of dark smoke erupted from the crystal, swiftly transforming into a black longsword that hurtled towards Susan. Chapter 165. Sealing Purple Eye taken aback, Susan retreated while brandishing her staff. A massive water-blue hexagonal magical shield materialized out of thin air, blocking the path of the black sword. With a thunderous crash, the shield shattered amidst a dazzling light. Meanwhile, Davis hastily shot 3 arrows at Purple Eye in an attempt to aid Susan. With a cold smirk, Purple Eye transformed into a 2-headed, 4-armed demon lord. Simultaneously, he summoned a necklace of 9 beads to counter Davis's flying arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 resounding impacts echoed as the necklace withstood Davis's arrows unscathed, leaving him utterly astonished. At that moment, the 9 beads, under Purple Eye's command, hurtled towards Davis, intent on striking him down. Davis unleashed a volley of 9 arrows towards the approaching 9-headed beaded serpent, yet the creature merely diminished its force slightly before crashing down upon him with tremendous might. A cry of agony escaped Davis as he was sent hurtling away. Meanwhile, Susan found herself desperately evading the relentless pursuit of the dark magic sword. Just as it seemed she would be pierced fatally by the blade, King Orpheus materialized out of thin air, wielding the spear of annihilation, and with a powerful sweep, sent the ominous sword flying. What brought King Orpheus to this place? Previously, he had dispersed his consciousness in search of the 5 great wood sources of the world. To his astonishment, he detected a formidable wave of water elemental energy emanating intermittently from the vicinity of Susan and Davis. Thus, he pursued them to uncover the truth. Upon witnessing the duo purifying the boundless demonic essence with the treasured water spirit ice crystal, he realized that it was indeed the crystal that was generating such potent waves of water elemental energy. Consequently, he followed closely behind them. Seeing Susan in peril, King Orpheus swiftly intervened. After all, their adversary was none other than the formidable demon lord, Zito. "Ah, is this not my subordinate's vanquished foe? How curious that you would come seeking death after I spared you last time." Zitong scoffed disdainfully at King Orpheus. "You too must flee. I shall hold them off." King Orpheus urged Susan and Davis, casting a determined glance in their direction. "Today, none of you shall escape." With that, the two-headed, four-armed demon lords summoned the nine-headed beaded serpent and the dark magic sword once more, directing their assault towards King Orpheus and Davis. King Orpheus brandished the Spear of Annihilation, delivering a fierce blow against the descending dark sword. The clash echoed with resounding booms, sending shockwaves of energy that stirred the dust into a swirling tempest. Enveloping the surrounding area in a thick cloud of grit, the nine-headed serpent collided with an unknown weapon, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. King Orpheus engaged in a fierce battle with the two-headed, four-armed demon lord, exchanging blows for what felt like an eternity, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The demon lord discreetly unleashed the dance of the demons, shrouding the area in a veil of black mist. All present found themselves ensnared within this ominous fog, as tendrils of shadowy hands emerged to assault King Orpheus. Within this shroud, he experienced a disquieting sensation that gnawed at his spirit. Despite his prowess, King Orpheus was not invincible. The elusive dark hands inflicted numerous wounds upon him, staining his garments with crimson. Just then, a torrential downpour began to fall from the heavens. This rain was extraordinary. Each droplet sparkled with a vibrant luminosity. The swirling dust transformed into fine mud under the radiant rain. From the mist emerged a beautiful woman, wielding a grand sword. As she approached gracefully, she was none other than the lake goddess. As the downpour drenched Zetone, wisps of vapor began to rise from his form. Though he endured excruciating pain, he summoned every ounce of strength to annihilate King Orpheus. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that the more fervently he unleashed his dark powers, the more intense his suffering became. As the rain poured from the heavens, it seemed to possess a unique ability to counteract the dark sorcery. Under the wondrous cascade, the once formidable purple eye found much of its malevolent power significantly diminished. In stark contrast, King Orpheus grew ever more emboldened in battle, ultimately delivering a decisive blow that felled the once invincible purple-eyed demon to the ground. With wide, violet eyes, the demon expelled a mouthful of dark blood. Nearby, the lake's goddess pointed her great sword gently at the fallen figure, and in an instant, Purple Eye transformed into a colossal black stone. The lake's goddess then approached with measured steps, thrusting her sword deeply into the massive stone, leaving only the hilt exposed. Davis and Susan quickly moved forward to pay their respects to the lake goddess, who nodded at them and remarked, "You have performed admirably this time." Susan presented the precious water soul ice crystal with both hands to the goddess, who accepted it and cast a spell. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour enveloped the entirety of the kingdom of Aellen. The dark aura that hung over the land dissipated with the rain, and the enchanted citizens of Aellen were cleansed of their magical afflictions, returning to their ordinary selves. Subsequently, the lake goddess addressed King Orpheus, saying, "It was fortuitous that you intervened in time. Otherwise, those two would have perished at the hands of the malevolent. For that, I grant you one wish. Speak your desire." At that moment, Orpheus was profoundly weakened and unable to voice his thoughts. However, his eyes remained fixed on the water soul ice crystal in the goddess's possession. The lake goddess, understanding his intent, smiled gently and said, "If you desire it, I shall bestow this water soul ice crystal upon you." With that, she placed the treasured crystal into Orpheus's hands. Elated by his newfound possession, Orpheus bowed deeply to express his gratitude to the lake goddess. She then turned, accompanied by Davis and Susan, and together they transformed into three beams of light, departing to the desolate mountain where Orpheus had previously concealed himself. Davis, puzzled, inquired, "Why would the goddess bestow such a precious treasure upon a mere mortal?" The lake goddess replied with a serene smile, "Had he not intervened, both of you would have surely fallen. Do you truly believe that your lives are worth less than a mere artifact?" Upon hearing this, Davis and Susan gazed at the lake goddess with profound gratitude, astonished by her regard for their lives. They then resumed their original forms and departed their mortal shells, soaring into the sky alongside the lake goddess. After a while, Davis and Susan regained consciousness, gazing blankly at their surroundings. Having no recollection of how they had descended the mountain, they were equally unaware of their previous actions. After deliberation, they decided to obediently ascend the mountain once more. Chapter 166. The Fall of the Kingdom of Lance upon acquiring the Water Soul Ice Crystal. King Orpheus sought a secluded spot to refine and absorb the powerful water essence contained within. Meanwhile, King Cece awaited the return of Purple Eye in the royal city for several days, but the demon never reappeared. He took out a crystal and performed a magical incantation, wishing to discern the fate of the purple-eyed one. Upon witnessing the scene, The first emperor of Sis was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that one as formidable as the purple-eyed warrior could be transformed into a colossal black stone by a mere woman. The purple-eyed one had been the first emperor's right hand, and now, imprisoned within the massive stone, he felt compelled to rescue him. Thus, he gathered an army of 5,000 magical soldiers to locate the purple-eyed one's whereabouts. Days later, the first emperor's forces finally discovered the site of the purple-eyed one's entrapment. He commanded his soldiers to extract the great sword embedded in the black stone. However, as soon as his soldiers grasped the hilt, they were seared by the sword's immense power, causing them to recoil in pain. Observing this, the first emperor stepped forward himself. Instead of grasping the hilt directly, he summoned his magical prowess to conjure a powerful hand from pure magical smoke to pull the sword from the stone. As the magical claw touched the sword's hilt, it was met with a formidable force that relentlessly siphoned the emperor's own magical energy. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from this invisible grip. Witnessing the substantial loss of his magical power, the first emperor gritted his teeth and swung the sword towards his own arm. Ultimately, at the cost of one of his arms, he managed to escape the control of that dreadful force. He gazed helplessly at the stone that had once been his comrade and lamented, "Brother, I cannot save you. This sword is cursed." With that, the first emperor departed with his followers. The loss of his arm left him in a foul mood, prone to fits of rage that could lead to violence. Those within the palace were fearful of him, avoiding him at all costs. With no one around for company, he inevitably felt a sense of loneliness and sorrow. Thus, he commanded a return to the kingdom of Lance. Leading his army, the first emperor left the royal palace and journeyed north to the Black Fortress. They traveled by ship, departing from the kingdom of Aellen en route to Lance. Upon returning to the kingdom of Lance, the first emperor ordered the high priest, imprisoned in the dungeon, to be brought forth. He implored the high priest to heal his severed arm, hoping for its regrowth. To his astonishment, the high priest agreed without hesitation, albeit with a condition. He wished to first pay homage to the sea god, Shisha-Beitir, in hopes of receiving divine power. The first emperor had a grand altar constructed at the high priest's request. On an auspicious day, chosen by the high priest, they prepared lavish offerings and commenced the ritual to honor the sea god, Shisha-Beitir. The first emperor, accompanied by royal family members and significant ministers, attended the altar. Clad in a white robe, the high priest raised his hands and recited an ancient and esoteric prayer. Before long, the already gloomy sky grew even darker, with flashes of lightning darting through the obsidian clouds, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. The sound of thunder was a rare phenomenon for the people of the Kingdom of Lance. For millennia, the land had been devoid of such auditory marvels. The assembled crowd exchanged bewildered glances as the heavens erupted with thunderous roars, heralding a torrential downpour. Massive bolts of lightning periodically cleaved through the inky sky, seemingly intent on tearing the firmament asunder. Emperor Sisi, I gazed upon the serpentine flashes of lightning, an inexplicable dread swelling within him. After a moment's contemplation, he dispatched a messenger to intervene and halt the high priest. However, at that very instant, colossal beams of light suddenly shot down from the sky, accompanied by innumerable gigantic fireballs cascading earthward. These beams and fireballs struck the kingdom of Lance with devastating force, annihilating countless palaces, homes, and bridges. It was then that Emperor Sisi I comprehended the high priest's nefarious intent to invoke an ultimate spell under the guise of a sacrificial rite, intending to drag the entire kingdom and its populace into oblivion. In haste, he conjured a crystal orb, unleashing a torrent of immense and pure magical energy to counter the high priest's malevolence. Yet, it was too late. The entire continent of Lance lay in ruins under the relentless bombardment of blinding light and fiery projectiles, slowly succumbing to the depths of the ocean. Amidst the terror of the onlookers, the land of Lance vanished beneath the fury of the tempestuous seas, with Emperor Sisi I and his dreams entombed within the boundless waters. Thus, the kingdom of Lance ceased to exist. Initially, when the Chicken Claw continent fell to the invasion of the Dark Lord Brooke's army, countless giants fled from their homeland. These fleeing giants divided into three factions. One formed a band of pirates, plundering and pillaging along the coastline, embracing a life of piracy. Another sought new lands beyond the seas, embarking on grand maritime adventures, while the last crossed the strait to the neighboring Northland. Tens of thousands of giants surged along the great river known as the Vena, invading the interior of Northland. After conquering numerous local tribes, they established settlements. With their formidable might, the giants ravaged and conquered vast territories, amassing significant resources, thereby laying a robust foundation for their enduring presence in Northland. In the western regions of Northland, numerous kingdoms thrived, all adhering to the teachings of the Celestial Emperor. Despite their shared beliefs, these nations frequently engaged in large-scale conflicts. Driven by the pursuit of land and wealth, the faction of giants who had succumbed to piracy drifted upon the seas for many years until they ultimately invaded a realm named Hook, securing territory to settle. Meanwhile, the adventurous giants who embarked on maritime quests arrived at the Red Continent, a land abundant with fertile soil and lush vegetation, akin to a divine sanctuary. They established their new abode on the Red Continent, flourishing in their newfound home. King Orpheus, after absorbing the water spirit's essence from the water soul crystal, experienced a profound enhancement in his powers. Following years of diligent cultivation, he commenced his travels throughout the kingdom of Aellen. Whenever King Orpheus encountered those tormented by dark energies, he would draw forth the water soul ice crystal to purify them, restoring their humanity. Throughout his years of wandering in the kingdom of Aellen, he traversed its mountains and lakes, purifying countless souls. The suffering of the people deeply unsettled him. One day, King Orpheus arrived at the royal city, still shrouded in a thick veil of malevolence. With a sweep of his divine perception, he discerned that the greatest demon within the city was none other than his own half-brother, Teloti. Upon Orpheus's arrival, King Teloti received the news and, leading his demonic soldiers, swiftly sought out Orpheus. "Ah, is this not my esteemed elder brother?" Teloti mocked, gazing at Orpheus with a grin. Orpheus regarded Teloti silently, recognizing the multitude of demonic soldiers at his command, and knew a confrontation was inevitable. "Do you not even greet me, brother? After all, I am the king of Aellen." Teloti sneered. Orpheus retorted sternly, "You have become a demon. What right do you have to claim the title of king of Aellen?" "Demon? What demon? Humph. You have returned to contest my throne, haven't you?" Teloti shot back. "Enough of this banter. Surrender now," Orpheus declared, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Seize him." Teloti commanded with a wave of his hand, and thousands of demonic soldiers surged forward, surrounding Orpheus. Armed with the spear of annihilation, Orpheus clashed with the demonic forces. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, sending the soldiers sprawling like leaves caught in a tempest. Realizing it was time to intervene, Teloti unleashed a barrage of skulls from his mouth. As they soared into the air, they grew larger, soon becoming 8 massive skulls that hurtled towards Orpheus. In a swift motion, Orpheus vanished from his position. A thunderous impact resonated as a colossal crater formed in the ground. With a flick of his spear, he directed a beam of golden light towards one of the giant skulls, shattering it into fragments. Teloti, witnessing the destruction of his life's essence, spat out a mouthful of dark blood. The skulls were his life-bound artifacts. Their annihilation inflicted grave injury upon him. Without hesitation, Orpheus targeted the remaining 7 skulls. "No!" Teloti cried out in despair. One by one, the artifacts were obliterated, and with a final anguished scream, Teloti's form disintegrated, transforming into wisps of dark smoke that dissipated into the ether. Upon entering the royal palace, Orpheus discovered that Teloti had imprisoned hundreds of women, leaving behind a legacy of dark progeny. King Orpheus, unwilling to unleash a massacre, chose instead to purify the demonic energy surrounding the populace with the water spirit crystal. After spending 3 years in the royal city and completely ridding it of malevolent forces, he finally departed. Without a king, the kingdom of Aellen reverted to its fragmented tribal era. Orpheus had no intentions of lingering, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. He sought the other 4 primal sources of power. By then, he had perfected his mastery of water elemental energy. Harnessing his formidable spiritual awareness, he embarked on a quest across the seas in search of the potent wood source. After a diligent search, he uncovered a location in the west that harbored a formidable wood source. Thus, he set forth, propelled by the spear of annihilation, soaring through the skies. Eventually, Orpheus alighted in a vast forest, where towering trees reached for the heavens. At the heart of this woodland stood a majestic tree, its height transcending the clouds, from which the wood source emanated. Surrounding this grand tree, Orpheus encountered a group of strikingly beautiful beings, adorned with flowing hair and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Their ears were elongated and pointed, and they bore bows crafted from an unknown luminous material, glimmering with an enchanting aura. Realizing that to approach the towering tree, he would need to engage with these peculiar individuals, Orpheus pondered his options, but could devise no other course of action than to bravely advance toward the great tree. As anticipated, before he could draw near, the group swiftly encircled him, bows drawn taut. Orpheus raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and they escorted him to meet their chieftain. The chieftain, a strikingly handsome man with silvery hair, scrutinized Orpheus before inquiring in an unfamiliar tongue. Unfortunately, Orpheus could not comprehend the words spoken before him. Noticing Orpheus's confusion, the handsome leader extended his finger, gently touching the center of Orpheus's brow. A radiant green light flowed from his fingertip, penetrating Orpheus's mind. Moments later, the chieftain asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to the elven forest?" Orpheus hesitated, uncertain of how to introduce himself. After some contemplation, he replied, "I am Orpheus, a hunter from outside, who has lost his way and inadvertently stumbled into this place. I was unaware that this is the elven forest." The chieftain smiled faintly and remarked, "Our realm is exceedingly secluded. It is rare for outsiders to enter. What is it that you seek here?" His tone suggested skepticism regarding Orpheus's explanation, yet he refrained from confronting him directly. Casting a glance at the towering tree, Orpheus stated, "I saw that tree's towering height and wished to see if I could ascend to the heavens." The chieftain regarded the colossal tree with intrigue before turning his gaze back to Orpheus, querying, "Are you truly interested in that tree?" Orpheus nodded in affirmation. "That is the world tree, the very pillar of this realm," the chieftain elucidated. Orpheus, taken aback, gaped in astonishment. It was his first encounter with the concept of the world tree. What purpose does this world tree serve? Why is it deemed the pillar of this world? Orpheus inquired. The elven chief replied, "The world tree generates immense and pure power, a force capable of purifying all the evil and filth that this world may produce. As long as this world tree stands, this world shall not face destruction or collapse. Thus, it is indeed the pillar of this realm." "Oh, I see," Orpheus responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. "And who might you be?" "We are the members of the elven race, entrusted through generations with the guardianship of the world tree," the elven chief explained. After pondering for a moment, Orpheus asked, "May I stay with you for a few days?" The elven chief considered his request and replied, "According to our customs, outsiders are not permitted to linger here. However, you are the first human guest we have had in centuries, so we shall allow you to stay for a brief time." Gratefully, Orpheus expressed his thanks to the elven chief. His temporary abode was a small dwelling perched upon the tree. Ascending a ladder woven from vines, he entered his makeshift home. Chapter 168. A long-awaited reunion. Inside the small dwelling, there was a wooden bed adorned with a bearskin blanket. Above, a fist-sized orb emitted a gentle glow, even in daylight. Orpheus remained within his quarters, choosing not to venture outside. He sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, commencing the absorption and refinement of the potent essence of wood that the world tree harbored. Though his location was a considerable distance from the world tree, he was still able to tap into its formidable wood spirit energy. The elves, observing that Orpheus remained secluded in his abode, refrained from intruding upon him. Occasionally, they would leave offerings of fruit pulp at his doorstep, providing sustenance for him. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by. The elven chief, noting Orpheus's lack of intent to depart, ceased to supply him with food, hoping to compel him to leave on his own accord. Yet, even without nourishment, Orpheus was capable of surviving. He was a powerful Yuaning practitioner. As time flew by, a year had elapsed. Orpheus remained steadfast in his tree-bound sanctuary, wholly devoted to his cultivation. The elven chief, believing Orpheus had perished, dispatched a messenger to check on him. "Hello, are you well?" an elf inquired. Orpheus, deeply immersed in his training, did not respond. For him, each moment spent here was of utmost significance, and he had no desire to squander time on trivial matters. Seeing Orpheus's silence, the elf assumed he had succumbed to death. Hastily, he rushed back to report to the chief. "Chief, it's terrible. The human has died in his dwelling." The elf exclaimed. "What? Could it be that we starved him to death?" the elven chief questioned, a twinge of guilt evident in his voice. "Perhaps," the elf replied. The elven chief found himself at a loss, pondering his next course of action. After a moment's reflection, he instructed, "Please seal that cottage. Let this matter remain undisclosed. Alas, though he is but a human, he is still a life. I never anticipated that I would commit such a blunder." The human had taken residence and lingered without revealing his intentions. "Chief, do not berate yourself for this unintentional act," interjected one of the elves. "You may leave now. And remember, let no one know of this. If questioned, simply state that the human has departed." The chief nodded solemnly, and the elf departed to carry out his orders. Following the chief's directives, the elves sealed off Orpheus's cottage. Orpheus had remained in the treetop abode for a decade, and through years of diligent cultivation, he had attained mastery over the essence of wood. One quiet night, as he resolved to break free from the elven enclave, he became aware of an unusual disturbance outside. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, he discerned thousands of individuals with pointed ears, armed and advancing towards the elven settlement. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Orpheus quickly employed a telepathic spell to alert the elven chief, exclaiming, "Chief, there is an enemy ambush." Upon hearing the alarm, the chief sprang from his bed, donned his bow and quiver, and ascended into a tree. Indeed, he beheld numerous flames approaching their sanctuary. He rang the alarm bell, the sharp and urgent clang resonating through the night, rousing the slumbering elves. They recognized the impending threat, seizing their weapons and preparing for battle. Thousands of elven warriors formed a protective barrier around the world tree, facing the encroaching dark elves, who sought to destroy it. To their surprise, the light elves proved vigilant, thwarting their initial assault. However, having come this far, the dark elves were determined to engage. Under the command of their leader, thousands of dark elves launched an offensive against the light elves. A tempest of fiery arrows soared through the air, aimed at the defenders. The light elves, wielding their swords, deftly deflected the incoming projectiles while retaliating with a volley of golden arrows that streaked towards the dark elven ranks. Soon, the two factions collided in a fierce melee. Seizing the opportunity, Orpheus burst forth from his confinement, his feet upon the spear of annihilation as he soared into the sky. He had no desire to become entangled in the conflict between the two elven factions. Should the light elven chief discover that Orpheus yet lived, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. After departing the elven enclave, he swiftly fled to a distant mountain, drawn by the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. Curious to uncover its mysteries, Orpheus meditated atop the mountain throughout the night, resolving to explore the area at dawn. When morning arrived, Orpheus beheld a colossal funnel cloud in the sky. This was no ordinary cloud. It was a grand vortex of spiritual energy, swirling rapidly as it descended from the heavens, forming a magnificent funnel. Orpheus had never encountered such a phenomenon. Driven by curiosity, he soared towards the center of the funnel cloud. From a distance, he spotted a young maiden seated on the ground, immersed in her cultivation. The funnel cloud above had formed as a result of her forceful absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. Beside her stood four young individuals, both male and female, evidently serving as her guardians. As soon as Orpheus appeared, a young boy flew over on his sword. Orpheus, employing his divine perception, was astonished to discover that this boy, despite his tender age, had already formed a golden core. The boy, named Tang Qianfeng, was a disciple of Leah. Tang Qianfeng soon sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Orpheus. Although he could not discern the exact level of Orpheus's cultivation, he was certain that it surpassed his own. Thus, Tang Qianfeng respectfully bowed and said, "Senior, my master is cultivating ahead. I kindly ask you to halt your advance." Noticing the boy's courtesy, Orpheus refrained from proceeding further and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Tang Qianfeng," the boy replied earnestly. "Who is your master, and what is their background?" Orpheus asked again. Tang Qianfeng responded, "The one ahead undergoing tribulation is my master. Her surname is Li, and her name is Ya." "Leah?" Orpheus exclaimed in surprise. Upon using his divine perception, he realized that the woman undergoing tribulation bore an uncanny resemblance to his own master, Leah. At that moment, the sky darkened unexpectedly, soon becoming shrouded in thick clouds. Countless lightning serpents flickered and danced amidst the heavy cloud cover. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a tremendous roar, a thunderbolt, thick as an arm, struck down towards the meditating Leah. In a flash, Leah summoned her sacred sword, exerting all her strength to cleave the descending thunderbolt. With a resounding crash, the thunderbolt vanished, and Leah retracted her sword, hastily adjusting her breath. Soon, another thunderbolt descended. Once again, Leah raised her sacred sword and struck at the approaching lightning. With a loud boom, the thunderbolt did not dissipate but rather diminished in size. The slender bolt struck Leah directly. "Ah!" she cried out in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just then, another thunderbolt hurtled towards her. Leah summoned her sacred sword once more, slashing at the incoming lightning. She understood that during the infant stage of her tribulation, she must personally confront 5 thunderbolts, with the first 3 being crucial. Thus, Leah exerted all her might to endure the 3rd thunderbolt. A tremendous roar echoed as the bolt shrunk significantly before charging towards her once again. Leah formed a sword gesture with her left hand, sending forth a beam of purple light to meet the thunderbolt. However, her spell proved utterly insignificant against the might of the lightning. The thunderbolt struck her once more, leaving her in a disheveled state, battered and bloodied. As she spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood, Leah gazed helplessly at the sky as another thunderbolt descended. She never imagined that she would meet her demise in such a manner, vanishing from the world forever. Seeing their master wear a look of helplessness, Li Ya's disciples swiftly took action, forming a defensive barrier to assist their beloved teacher in overcoming the tribulation. Tang Qianxue and Tang Qianli were the first to unleash their flying swords, striking at the heavenly thunder. With a resounding boom, both artifacts were instantly obliterated. The magical tools of Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianji also succumbed to the thunder's wrath in the ensuing chaos. The lightning struck directly at the defensive barrier set up by the four. With a crack that echoed through the air, the barrier shattered, leaving no opportunity for the four to mend it. Once more, the thunder rained down upon Li Ya. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she collapsed to the ground. Motionless. Master. The four disciples knelt beside Li Ya, wailing in despair. At that moment, the fifth bolt of heavenly thunder descended. The disciples instinctively shielded Li Ya with their bodies, determined to absorb the strike for their mentor. Meanwhile, Ophis summoned the Spear of Oblivion, sweeping it towards the incoming lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cataclysmic explosions, an energy wave akin to a nuclear blast surged outward in all directions. As a formidable nascent soul cultivator intervened, the very fabric of reality shifted. The heavenly thunder dissipated, and Li Ya successfully transcended her tribulation, emerging as a nascent soul master. Yet, she lay unconscious, teetering on the brink between life and death. Ophis approached slowly, lifting the unconscious Li Ya. He then pressed his palm against hers, gently transferring his vast reservoir of water elemental energy into her being. This primal essence of water possesses remarkable healing properties. After a considerable time, Li Ya slowly opened her eyes. In a faint voice, she murmured, "I have not perished? Master, you have returned to us. This is wonderful." Tang Qianxue exclaimed through her tears. Li Ya wished to smile, yet found herself unable to do so. It was thanks to this elder's timely intervention that the last bolt of thunder had been deflected, averting a dire fate. "I am grateful," Tang Qianfeng quickly added. "I am Li Ya, and I thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Ophis nodded, responding, "You are gravely injured and must take time to recuperate. Here, I present to you a treasured artifact to aid in your swift recovery." With that, he placed the water crystal in Li Ya's hand. Instantly, she felt the potent water elemental energy contained within. Though she wished to refuse, words failed her. This treasure was of utmost significance to her. "May I inquire your name, esteemed elder? One day, I hope to repay your kindness," Li Ya expressed earnestly. Ophis contemplated for a moment before replying. "Our meeting is a matter of fate." With those words, he gracefully departed. As Li Ya gazed into his golden eyes, memories of her departed disciple, Ophis, flooded her mind. She longed to ask if he was indeed Ophis, but refrained, feeling it would be presumptuous, especially given that she had witnessed his tragic demise. Ophis, however, did not hasten away, for he sensed the abundant spiritual energy of the crimson land surrounding them. He speculated that this might be the reason Master Li Ya chose to remain here. As for why Orpheus did not acknowledge Li Ya, he believed that assisting his master through tribulation in the guise of a stranger was the wisest course of action. Had he approached as a disciple, he would inevitably be compelled to intervene like the four younger brothers, rushing to aid their master the moment she faltered against the heavenly thunder. He refrained from doing so, though he was uncertain as to why. Since Orpheus did not act promptly, he could not reveal his identity to Li Ya. Should recognition occur, Li Ya and her disciples would surely harbor resentment towards Orpheus for his failure to assist in a timely manner. What purpose would that serve? What puzzled Orpheus was why he had not encountered the 5 heavenly thunder tribulations when he attained the primordial infant stage. He pondered over this conundrum, but found no clarity. Ever since the chieftain of the elf clan infused him with a surge of energy, he seemed to comprehend the myriad languages of the world, which struck him as peculiar. Finding a location abundant in spiritual energy on the mountain, Orpheus established a cave dwelling before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Li Ya, on the brink of collapse after enduring the 5-fold heavenly thunder tribulation, was assisted by several disciples back to her cave dwelling in Changbai Mountain. There, she entered a period of quiet cultivation while her disciples stood vigil nearby. Li Ya was acutely aware of the properties of the water spirit ice crystal. With the aid of this treasured artifact, she swiftly began to heal the injuries within her body. In that moment, her eldest disciple, Tang Qianli, conveyed urgent news. "Master, it has come to my attention that a substantial quantity of counterfeit currency is circulating among the various tribes. I have confirmed that the Buno tribe from the Two Rivers Plain is clandestinely minting these fake coins. How does Master intend to deal with the Buno tribe?" Li Ya did not respond to Tang Qianli immediately. She was contemplating who had emboldened the Buno tribe to dare replicate her Detang Tongbao. Years prior, to facilitate trade among the tribes, Leah had established the Datang Mint, issuing copper coins equivalent to the resources of the Great Tang, known as Datang Tongbao. The widespread circulation of Datang Tongbao among the tribes greatly simplified trade, while also significantly accelerating the flow of paper, ink, porcelain, grain, and clothing within the Great Tang. Individuals could exchange their possessions for an equivalent value in Datang Tongbao, which could then be used to procure desired items from others. Simultaneously, merchants from various tribes flocked to the Great Tang, selling their goods in exchange for Datang Tongbao, which they would then use in the marketplace to acquire their desired products. This efficient trading system swiftly elevated the Great Tang to the status of the largest commodity hub, with Datang Tongbao circulating among the tribes. Chapter 170. The Six Departments Attack Tang. Leah had firmly decreed that only the Great Tang possessed the right to mint currency. Any tribe daring to counterfeit Datang Tongbao would be considered an enemy of the Great Tang, which would show no leniency. Presently, the Buno tribe boasted a population of 100,000 and an elite force of over 20,000, ranking among the larger tribes. Their act of privately minting counterfeit coins and introducing them into the market posed a significant threat. Leah would not let them off lightly. However, Leah felt that this matter was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. She needed to uncover more information. Thus, Leah instructed Tang Qianli to hold his position and asked Tang Qianjiao to closely monitor the movements of the Buno tribe. Every tribe that maintained close ties with the Buno must be meticulously documented. Through Tang Qianjiao's investigation, it was revealed that the Buno tribe was secretly communicating with numerous southern tribes. Simultaneously, Tang Qianjiao discovered that these southern tribes were heavily manufacturing bronze weapons and training their armies. Upon receiving Tang Qianjiao's intelligence report, Leah felt it was time for those tribes to experience the valor of the great Tang warriors. Consequently, Tang Qianfeng, Tang Qianji, Tang Qianxue, and Tang Qianli, under Leah's orders, departed from the Long White Mountains mystical realm and returned to the Great Tang in the Luhua region. After making the necessary preparations, the Great Tang mobilized an army of 20,000 under the pretext of countering the Buno tribe's counterfeit currency offenses. Led by Tang Qianji, the 20,000 soldiers advanced towards the Buno in the Two Rivers region. At that moment, the six southern tribes raised an army of 100,000 and marched northward to attack the Great Tang. Tang Qianfeng, Tang Qianxue, Tang Qianli, and Tang Qianjiao each commanded 10,000 troops to confront the southern forces. The Great Tang's 40,000 soldiers took position along the banks of Changyu Lake and Jia Lake. Adopting a strategy of waiting for the enemy to tire, the southern forces soon arrived at the shores of Changyu Lake and Jia Lake, intending to cross the great river between the two lakes to engage the Great Tang army in a decisive battle. Thousands of archers from the Great Tang, bows drawn and arrows nocked, awaited the moment the southern forces had crossed halfway, at which point a rain of arrows was unleashed. Amidst the dense hail of arrows, countless soldiers from the coalition of the six tribes fell, struck down. The leaders of the southern tribes, witnessing the heavy casualties among their ranks, ordered a halt to the forced crossing. Thus, both armies faced each other across the river. Tang Qianji led 20,000 Great Tang soldiers into fierce combat against the Buno tribe's forces on the plains between the two rivers. Shortly after the battle commenced, the Buno tribe resorted to their old tricks, summoning shamans to unleash painful curses upon the formidable Great Tang army. Under the shamans' curses, the Great Tang soldiers suffered debilitating headaches, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. Previously, Tang Qianji's mentor, Leah, had warned her disciples about the formidable shamans of the Buno tribe, advising them to remain vigilant in future battles. Despite having received this warning, Tang Qianji fell victim to the enemy shaman's cunning. After discerning the position of the enemy shaman through his spiritual perception, he summoned a flying sword to strike at the shaman. However, to Tang Qianji's astonishment, the enemy had prepared for such an assault. They dispatched several warriors wielding shields to encircle the shaman. As soon as they spotted the incoming flying sword, they quickly raised their large shields to protect the shaman. Realizing he could not land a hit, Tang Qianji reluctantly retracted his flying sword. He then retrieved a thunder-evoking talisman and hurled it into the sky. The talisman ignited instantly in midair. Subsequently, Tang Qianji recited incantations, pointing his sword towards the heavens, and then gently directed it towards the enemy shaman's position. In an instant, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended, striking the enemy shaman. With a mournful cry, the enemy shaman was instantly obliterated by the heavenly thunder. The chieftain of the Buno tribe, Abuyi, was utterly astounded. He never anticipated that, within the vast realm of the Tang dynasty, apart from Emperor Leah, there existed others capable of wielding the formidable thunder technique. The Buno tribe had united various factions to collectively oppose the Tang, having previously consulted a shaman who foretold that Leah would soon meet his demise due to divine retribution. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity, they mobilized an army of over 100,000 from 7 tribes to strike against the Tang. Initially, Abuyi intended to rise in rebellion only after confirming Leah's fall, with designs on partitioning the Tang territories. However, he was caught off guard when his illicit minting of counterfeit currency was exposed prematurely, granting the Tang an excuse to launch a northern campaign. Following the dismantling of the shaman's threat, General Tang Qianji led the Tang forces into battle with great valor. After a day of fierce combat, the Tang soldiers successfully routed the Buno army. Chieftain Abuyi had no choice but to retreat with his defeated forces, while the Tang soldiers pursued relentlessly. Ultimately, at the cost of 5,000 lives, the Tang obliterated the Buno tribe. Thousands of Buno warriors perished in battle or were slaughtered, with countless others reduced to slaves of the Tang. Consequently, the plains of the 2 rivers were incorporated into the Tang domain. The southern 6 factions, comprising tens of thousands of warriors, took advantage of the cover of night to stealthily cross the river, intending to launch a surprise attack on the Tang garrison on the opposite bank. Upon reaching the shore, they were struck by an eerie silence within the Tang encampment. Rushing inside, they discovered it was deserted. The Tang forces had withdrawn without their knowledge. Thus, the southern 6 factions camped along the riverbank, planning to wait until dawn to transport the supplies from the other side, and subsequently regroup to assault the Tang capital, Chang'an. Chang'an, lacking fortifications, was encircled by wooden palisades. As the population of the Tang grew, Leah imparted the knowledge of constructing wooden houses to the people, encouraging them to innovate. The Tang denizens of the Red Continent, through their endeavors, succeeded in erecting wooden structures. Furthermore, Leah taught them the art of crafting Tang bricks and tiles. Hence, the present-day Tang bore little distinction from Leah's homeland. The inhabitants of the Red Continent now resided in wooden houses, significantly more impressive and comfortable than the previous thatched huts, alleviating their concerns about leaks during the rainy season. Nevertheless, Leah mandated that the Tang populace refrain from excessive deforestation. Anyone wishing to construct wooden houses was required to travel far to harvest timber and transport it back to the Tang, thereby ensuring the preservation of the environment. It was Leah's deliberate stewardship of the surrounding ecosystem that imbued the Tang with a vibrant and flourishing ambience, fostering harmony between humanity and nature. Upon the successful crossing of nearly 100,000 troops from the southern 6 factions, they received the alarming news of the Buno tribe's annihilation by the Tang. The leaders of the 6 factions convened and surmised that this was merely a ruse by the Tang. If the reports were indeed true, why would the Tang forces have retreated? They speculated that the Tang were intimidated by their formidable army, prompting their stealthy withdrawal. Thus, emboldened by their confidence, they advanced northward with the intention of annihilating the Tang dynasty. At this moment, the formidable army of 15,000 led by Tang Qianji had united with the forces of Tang Qianfeng, Tang Qianxue, and others. The Tang dynasty arrayed a total of 55,000 soldiers on the plains of Lianghu, prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the invading southern 6 tribes, numbering 100,000. Chapter 171. Capturing the Thief and the King. Due to the relative weakness of the Tang forces, the Tang army adopted a wild goose formation. Heavily armored shield bearers formed the front line, followed closely by spearmen and axe-wielding warriors. At the rear were thousands of archers, providing support. Amidst the thunderous sound of war drums, the soldiers of both armies charged at one another. The Tang warriors advanced steadily in their formation, while nearly 100,000 enemies surged forth like a tidal wave. The archers of the Tang army relentlessly unleashed a rain of arrows, turning the sky into a tempest of projectiles, transforming countless foes into pincushions. Tang Qianji, Tang Qianxue, and Tang Qianli focused their divine senses on the leaders of the 6 tribes on the battlefield, prepared to execute decisive strikes at the earliest opportunity. Not long into the battle, 2 tribal leaders fell beneath the deadly blades, instilling a sense of dread among the remaining 4 leaders, who hastily summoned their bravest warriors for protection against the aerial onslaught. Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianjiao maintained a vigilant watch over the battlefield's dynamics. They periodically summoned their flying swords to eliminate fierce enemy generals, alleviating the immense pressure on the flanks of the Tang army. Despite the valor of the Tang soldiers, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy began to manifest signs of collapse. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, as blood-soaked Tang warriors were continuously engulfed by the relentless tide of foes. Nevertheless, the Tang soldiers did not retreat an inch, for behind them lay over 100,000 citizens of the Tang dynasty, whose lives depended on their sacrifice. As the Tang forces teetered on the brink of defeat, a blinding light suddenly pierced the sky. Simultaneously, an immense pressure descended upon the battlefield, as if a mountain had fallen, causing all present to tremble on their knees, unable to resist the urge to prostrate themselves. Lilia. The leaders of the southern 6 tribes gazed up in trepidation at the figure of Lilia descending upon them on a sword. Isn't she dead? One leader stammered. Who knows? Perhaps that fellow from the Buno tribe deceived us, another speculated. What shall we do now? What can we do? Surrender. Indeed. Otherwise, if the Tang king becomes enraged, our entire clans shall face extermination. Thus, these leaders of the southern 6 tribes hastily commanded their armies to lay down their weapons and surrender. Observing the complete disarmament of the southern 6 tribes from above, the Tang king, Liya, addressed them. I have merely been in seclusion for cultivation, and yet you lot dared to conspire against my Tang dynasty? Have you swallowed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards? The leaders of the southern 6 tribes quickly knelt, pleading. We were incited by that fellow from the Buno tribe to commit such folly. How could we ever dare to confront the Tang dynasty? Indeed. It was that scoundrel of the Buno tribe who deceived us into coming here. We implore the king to temper his wrath and spare us. King Liya of the Tang gazed impassively at the leaders of the 6 southern tribes kneeling before him. He then proclaimed, Since you hold such fondness for the Tang, henceforth you shall remain in the Tang. With a single decree, King Liya secured the leaders of the 6 southern tribes within the city of Chang'an. In the aftermath of this battle, the Tang suffered the loss of 30,000 soldiers, with countless others wounded. Had it not been for King Liya's timely arrival, the Tang would have faced devastating consequences. Following the incident of the 7 tribes' assault on the Tang, King Liya concluded that if peaceful coexistence with these tribes was unattainable, they must be assimilated one by one. Those who offend the Tang shall face retribution, regardless of their distance. This conviction resided deeply within King Liya's heart. The reason she refrained from annihilating the invading forces of the 6 southern tribes was that she had yet to fully recover from her own injuries. She had, with sheer willpower, flown to the battlefield on her sword. Without their leader, the 6 southern tribes found themselves in disarray, a headless congregation. In their struggle for leadership, various factions within the tribes engaged in brutal infighting. By the time the Tang were prepared to strike, the 6 southern tribes had already descended into chaos. The internal conflict endured for over 2 years, resulting in significant losses for each faction, compounded by poor harvests that led to widespread starvation. Amidst this turmoil, King Liya dispatched a contingent of troops to escort Unsullied, the son of the Saman tribe's chieftain, back to his people. Unsullied had spent over a decade in Chang'an, immersing himself in Tang culture, having been sent there by his father, the chieftain. In the course of the warfare against the Tang, Unsullied's father had been slain by one of King Liya's disciples wielding a flying sword. Thus, the Saman tribe found itself without a leader. King Liya's intention in sending troops to escort Unsullied was to support his ascension as the chieftain of the Saman tribe. Upon his return, Unsullied discovered that after years of civil strife, the Saman tribe had recently elected a new leader, Wanda. Seeing the 3,000 Tang soldiers accompanying Unsullied, Wanda hastily led his people to welcome him. The Tang warrior in charge of Unsullied's escort was named Guachang'an, a name bestowed upon him by King Liya. Holding the royal edict, Guachang'an proclaimed, Though I dwell in Chang'an, I have heard of your internecine strife over the chieftaincy within the Saman tribe. As kin, how can you commit such an abominable act of fratricide? To spare the Saman from further suffering, I present Unsullied to assume the role of chieftain. Upon concluding the reading of the edict, Guachang'an handed it over to Wanda. Wanda received the royal proclamation with mixed emotions. He contemplated openly rebuffing it, but feared that the Tang might seize the opportunity to annihilate the Saman tribe. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to relinquish the chieftaincy without a struggle. After some deliberation, he decided to publicly accept King Liya's edict and welcomed Unsullied as the chieftain of the Saman tribe. Guachang'an was greatly satisfied with Wanda's response. Meanwhile, he left behind 3,000 troops of the Tang dynasty to safeguard the safety of Unsullied, the chieftain of the Saman tribe. Unsullied discerned that Wanda and his subordinates harbored resentment regarding his ascension to chieftaincy. He understood that to maintain his position for the long term, he must firmly cling to the support of the Tang dynasty. Thus, Unsullied seized the opportunity to solicit the counsel of the Tang general Guachang'an, seeking strategies to secure his chieftaincy. Guachang'an responded, stating, If the chieftain wishes to establish his standing within the tribe, it is imperative to cultivate numerous trusted allies and to possess robust external support. Unsullied nodded in agreement, exclaiming, What you say is indeed true, Brother Gua. However, I have been away from the Saman tribe for many years, and the tribe's people have largely become estranged from me, with most leaning towards Wanda and his faction. I find myself in a predicament. Guochang'an laughed heartily and reassured him, "Do not be anxious, chieftain. Take your time with everything. With the imperial edict from the Tang King in hand, who would dare to defy you?" Yes. What you say is most reasonable," Unsullied quickly replied. Under the guidance of General Guochang'an, Unsullied selected several hundred strong men from the tribe to form a personal guard responsible for his protection. Chapter 172. The Tang Dynasty. Due to the famine plaguing the tribe, many perished from starvation. The chieftain of the Saman tribe penned a letter requesting grain from the Tang Dynasty. The Tang King, Leah, consented to lend grain to Unsullied. After all, it was her desire to reinstate Unsullied as chieftain, and she wished to honor that request. When carts laden with grain borrowed from the Tang Dynasty arrived at the Saman tribe, the tribe's people erupted with joy. With food in abundance, public sentiment swayed favorably. Unsullied firmly controlled this precious supply of grain, and a multitude of tribesmen pledged their loyalty to him in hopes of receiving a share. Unsullied garnered increasing support and allegiance from the tribe, while Wanda and his followers could only watch helplessly, as they too were in dire need of provisions but could not procure any from the Tang. Under the leadership of Unsullied, the Saman tribe eventually weathered the famine and welcomed a bountiful harvest. Having survived the ordeal, the Saman people expressed their gratitude for their chieftain's wisdom and valor, as well as their profound appreciation for the Tang dynasty's benevolence. 2 years later, guided by General Guochang'an, Unsullied personally brought gifts to the Tang capital, Chang'an. To pay a visit to King Leah, the Tang king received Unsullied in the court. Kneeling, Unsullied addressed King Leah, saying, "I, Unsullied of the Saman tribe, pay my respects to the Tang king." "Rise," King Leah said with a nod. "Thank you, Tang king," Unsullied replied as he stood. "You have not come to request grain again, have you?" King Leah asked with a smile. "No, not at all. This time, I have come to seek permission to wed a princess of the Tang dynasty," Unsullied declared. "Are you certain you wish to marry our Tang princess?" King Leah of Tang inquired, somewhat astonished. "Indeed," I replied. "I have long admired the culture of the Tang dynasty and have taken pride in my time spent studying in Chang'an. However, during my brief sojourn here, I was unable to grasp the essence of Tang culture. Thus, I have come to formally propose to the Tang dynasty. Firstly, to wed the Tang princess would be my utmost honor. Secondly, it would forge an everlasting bond between my clan and the Tang. Lastly, I would have the opportunity to continue learning about Tang culture from the princess." The chieftain of the Saman tribe, Unsullied, articulated his intentions clearly. Upon hearing this, King Leah immediately recognized that it was the idea of that rascal Guochang'an. Nevertheless, an alliance through marriage with the Saman tribe was not without its merits. Thus, she consented on the spot. Although unmarried, King Leah had adopted numerous goddaughters, all of whom were Tang princesses, renowned not only for their beauty but also for their exceptional talents. Originally, King Leah had intended to marry off these young and stunning goddaughters to the valiant generals who had expanded the Tang's territories and secured remarkable military achievements. Little did she anticipate that Unsullied would come to propose. Without hesitation, King Leah selected one Tang princess to marry into the Saman tribe. This marked the first instance of a Tang princess marrying outside the dynasty. King Leah had to prepare an extravagant dowry, including thousands of sheep, textiles, grain, and Tang Tongbao coins. Since marrying the Tang princess, Unsullied had become the son-in-law of the Tang, securing a position in his tribe that was unparalleled. His supporters, including Wanda, were utterly disheartened. Even with tenfold courage, they dared not challenge the son-in-law of the Tang. With the support and patronage of the Tang, the Saman tribe's influence continued to grow, eventually becoming the foremost among the southern 6 tribes. Unsullied, eager to expand his power, sought the approval of King Leah for an offensive. After receiving her consent, the Saman tribe embarked on their path of expansion. Unsullied led an army of 20,000 to engage in battle with the neighboring Bane tribe. The Bane tribe mustered over 20,000 warriors, and a fierce conflict erupted in the Aellen Gorge. Ultimately, the Bane tribe suffered a crushing defeat, and the Saman forces seized the opportunity to annihilate them. Months later, the Saman army advanced into the Chelan tribe. A prolonged battle ensued around the Shi-Mi and Yima rivers, resulting in significant losses on both sides. In desperation, Unsullied appealed to the Tang for assistance. King Leah dispatched her eldest disciple, Tang Qianli, who led 30,000 troops to eradicate the Chelan tribe. It was then that the other 3 tribes realized that the Tang had orchestrated the Saman tribe's aggressive campaigns against the Bane and Chelan tribes. Consequently, they all pledged allegiance to the Tang to avoid the calamity of annihilation. From that point onward, the Tang unified the vast regions of the East and West Lake. emerging as a great nation with a population nearing 1 million. Every decade, King Leah would select a group of disciples for the Star Palace of the Tang. After decades of development, the Star Palace had nurtured over 100 disciples. King Leah also established the 3 halls of alchemy, artifice, and runes, each overseen by Tang Qianjiao, Tang Qianfeng, and Tang Qianxue respectively. At this juncture, King Leah had attained the ultimate mastery of the source of water. She needed to venture forth in search of 4 other sources of origin. Thus, she entrusted the affairs of the Tang dynasty to Tang Qianli and set off to wander the seas. A practitioner of the nascent soul stage possesses the ability to traverse vast distances in an instant. These matters were unknown to Orpheus. He only remembered the meager teachings of his master, Leah, regarding sword flight. In pursuit of the source of gold, Orpheus arrived in the southern land, separated from the northern land by a mere sea, for there lay the legendary kingdom of Daji. The majority of Daji's territory was arid desert, with the Milong River flowing north to south, where most of its people resided along its banks. Consequently, cities of various sizes thrived on both sides of the Milong River. Orpheus reached the city of Thebes by the banks of the Milong River, having sensed with his divine consciousness a vast aura of gold in the mountains to the east. He intended to explore the source of gold there. However, upon his arrival in Thebes, he was captured by the young Prince Abbas. The sudden assassination of Abbas's father, King Hula, had thrown Daji into chaos, with many princes vying for the throne in a fierce struggle. Young Prince Abbas aspired to claim the throne for himself and had seized a multitude of individuals within the city to accompany him to the Tianlu royal city. Ultimately, Prince Abbas organized an army of 5,000, embarking on boats along the Milong River toward Tianlu royal city. As Orpheus was not well acquainted with the kingdom of Daji or Prince Abbas, he had no choice but to follow this group to Tianlu royal city. He gradually learned that Daji was a nation that adhered to the teachings of the true God religion, which bore resemblance to the heavenly emperor religion. Both venerating a singular divine entity, albeit with different names, the deity of the true God religion was known as Andra. Chapter 173. The storm over Tianlu. Orpheus also observed that the warriors of Daji favored curved blades, which were exceptionally sharp. The citizens of Daji regarded Orpheus with curious glances as he bore a long spear. Fortunately, Orpheus had mastered the language of Daji, and given the nation's diverse populace, he aroused little suspicion among them. Most importantly, Orpheus was willing to accompany Prince Abbas to Tianlu royal city. Anyone willing to assist Prince Abbas was considered a close comrade and ally. At that moment, outside Tianlu royal city, princes and their armies from various regions of Daji had gathered, drawn by news of the conflict. They had been embroiled in a fierce battle for control of Tianlu royal city for several days. After nearly a month of intense fighting, the armies of the princes suffered devastating losses, forcing some to retreat with their remaining troops. The ground beneath Tianlu was littered with the dead, stained red with the blood of Daji's valiant warriors. Ultimately, the prince who seized control of Tianlu royal city was Prince Hassan from Alishan city. Utilizing his formidable strength, he proclaimed himself the king of Daji. However, Hassan's brothers did not recognize his claim to the throne. Thus, Hassan faced a series of battles ahead in his quest to become the true king of Daji. As Prince Abbas of Thebes led his 5,000 men to the city of Tianluo, he was swiftly informed that his brother, King Hassan, had already ascended to the throne. Confronted by the towering and heavily guarded walls of Tianluo, Prince Abbas found himself in a state of helplessness, compelled to retreat with his troops. The soldiers who had followed Abbas to this point were deeply disheartened. They had harbored hopes of breaching the royal city and elevating Abbas to kingship. Along with their own fortunes, they were unprepared for such a disheartening outcome. Moreover, Abbas's army faced severe shortages in their food supplies. They were compelled to devise a means of procuring sustenance. Thus, Abbas led his forces upstream along the Milong River, launching assaults on the towns flanking the riverbanks, plundering a substantial amount of provisions. The princes of the Great Ji Kingdom, in their relentless pursuit of the throne, had ignited a war that depleted vast resources and wealth. Simultaneously, the conflict exacerbated the burdens of the common folk across the realm, inciting widespread discontent among the populace. Uprisings erupted in various regions as starving citizens banded together to attack local nobles in a desperate bid for food. The defeated princes, seeking to reclaim their power, dispatched armies under the guise of quelling the rebellions, plundering as they went. In a fleeting moment, the Great Ji Kingdom was engulfed in unprecedented turmoil, placing immense pressure on the newly self-proclaimed King Hassan. In response, King Hassan resolved to dispatch forces to quell the rebellious princes. Orpheus, who had been reluctantly conscripted into Prince Abbas's ranks, initially planned to flee under the cover of night. However, they were unexpectedly ambushed by an uprising force exceeding 10,000 strong. Prince Abbas rallied Orpheus and the others to resist. As he engaged the rebels, he urged his comrades, declaring, "They are but a disorganized mob. Follow me into the fray. We shall overcome them." With exceptional swordsmanship, Abbas led the charge, with Orpheus close behind, wielding a spear to safeguard the prince. Those who attempted to encircle Abbas fell before Orpheus's lethal strikes. After a night of fierce combat, Abbas and his allies succeeded in repelling the assailants, albeit at a grave cost. Over 2,000 of his men perished in the chaos, with countless others wounded. As the sun rose, the battlefield was strewn with the fallen. Covered in blood, Prince Abbas gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless bodies of his warriors, tears streaming down his face. He murmured, "I had wished to share with you the glory and wealth. Yet here we are, facing such tragic separations." Addressing his fallen brothers, he continued, "Rest in peace. For you shall be embraced by the great Allah, and your noble spirits shall find eternal life beside him." Having uttered these words, Abbas silently offered a prayer in the manner of his faith for the departed soldiers. Turning to Orpheus, he said, "My dearest brother, had it not been for your aid, I might have perished in the fray. In gratitude for your loyalty and bravery, I wish to forge a bond of brotherhood with you. Should fortune smile upon me and I attain dominion over the realm, I shall share its riches with you, dividing the spoils equally." Orpheus wished to decline, yet he perceived genuine sentiment in the eyes of Prince Abbas. He understood that the prince was sincerely grateful for his assistance. In truth, he held no regard for wealth or splendor. What he truly desired was to swiftly attain the essence of gold to elevate his cultivation to a higher realm. Nevertheless, amidst his rigorous training, Orpheus often found himself pondering the purpose of his relentless pursuit. He recalled his master, Leah, who had journeyed far to establish the Tang dynasty in that desolate land. What was her motivation? Due to the brevity of his time spent under Leah's tutelage, she had not imparted to Orpheus the intricacies of cultivation and trials. Consequently, he found himself engulfed in a state of confusion. The true path lies concealed within the world, embedded in the myriad of existence. Without trials and enlightenment, one cannot traverse the path. Orpheus felt that even if he squandered his millennia of lifespan, it mattered little. Thus, he consented to become sworn brothers with Prince Abbas. They invoked the witness of the almighty Andra and conducted their brotherhood ceremony. Subsequently, Prince Abbas and his brother Orpheus led the remnants of their forces back to Thebes. They intended to use Thebes as their stronghold to gradually conquer the entirety of the Great G Kingdom. Shortly after their return to Thebes, Prince Abbas received word that miners in the eastern mountainous region had risen in rebellion. He instructed Orpheus to take 1,000 men to quell the uprising in the eastern mining area. The eastern mining district of Thebes was a gold mine nestled amidst the mountains between the Sea of Fire and Thebes. The majority of the laborers in this gold mine were black slaves hailing from the southern highlands of the Great G Kingdom. These individuals, residing in the Black Highlands, had been reduced to slavery after their tribes were attacked by the southern armies of the Great G Kingdom and sold across the realm. Orpheus arrived at the eastern gold mine with his 1,000 men. Instead of hastily confronting the rebellious black miners, he sought to understand the reasons behind their uprising and who was leading them. Orpheus expanded his consciousness, sweeping across the entire mining area. Soon, he discovered that the insurrection was being orchestrated by an organization known as the Ideals Church. This organization preached to the black miners, "We shall not be enslaved. We shall not live as slaves. We desire freedom, equality, and the sharing of sustenance and wealth to lead a better life. Only through struggle and combat can we attain our desires." Chapter 174. Ideals and Reality. The doctrine of the Ideals Church encourages the oppressed, enslaved, and exploited masses to rise up and fight for a life of freedom and prosperity. This sentiment echoed the hearts of the black miners, and thus, they naturally rallied behind the Ideals Church to resist. It was Orpheus's first encounter with such notions of freedom, equality, and shared existence. He felt that regardless of the validity of this ideology, as long as it undermined the existing order and laws, it was inherently wrong. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate this troublesome faction on behalf of his brother Abbas. Orpheus pondered for a moment and resolved to first eliminate the leaders of the idealist sect. Once that group vanished, the black miners would be left leaderless. Without guidance, they would surely cease their unrest. Orpheus, accompanied by 1,000 men, sought refuge in an uninhabited valley. Under the cover of night, they advanced towards the secret gathering place of the idealists in Hope Valley with murderous intent. "We shall unite all who have suffered oppression and tyranny. We must forge a formidable army to eradicate those avaricious and despicable noble lords. We will reclaim the food and wealth that rightfully belong to us. Only then can we establish a utopia devoid of discrimination, untainted by the color of one's skin, free from oppression and servitude. An idealist leader, standing aloft, passionately extolled his vision to the fervent youth below. The surrounding bonfires flickered vibrantly, brimming with life. The attendees erupted in applause and cheers for the orator. Yet, at that moment, Orpheus and his army ruthlessly stormed into the assembly, igniting a massacre. By dawn, Hope Valley had transformed into a valley of death. Hundreds of devoted idealists, filled with hope and aspiration, met their tragic end there. Subsequently, Orpheus, his hands stained with blood, led his army into the gold mining district. Upon sighting the troops, thousands of black slaves were paralyzed with fear, having already heard of the slaughter of the idealists. They could surmise, with certainty, who was responsible for the carnage before them. Brandishing the spear of destruction, Orpheus surveyed the assembly of black miners and proclaimed, "You, like us, are human beings. Yet, our purposes in this world differ. We are tasked with warfare, while you are charged with mining. Regardless of our endeavors, we all strive for a singular objective, to see our Prince Abbas ascend as the king of the great G kingdom." The black miners remained indifferent to Orpheus's words, for they believed that the ascension of Prince Abbas bore no consequence for them. Orpheus continued, "You have journeyed from the Black Highlands to this place. In your homeland and here, have you ever witnessed a realm of equality, freedom, or a place where food and wealth are shared? No, absolutely not. For we are all inherently selfish. When confronted with sustenance and riches, our thoughts dwell solely on ourselves. Farmers till the land, blacksmiths forge iron, merchants trade goods. Women bear children, and men toil to provide for their families. Each individual must fulfill their role for the orderly progression of society. This is the essence of order." Orpheus paused momentarily before resuming. "Now, you desire to disrupt this order and dismantle the lives of others. You must be prepared to pay the ultimate price for such transgressions. Even should you perish in this endeavor, you will not attain your desires. The truth is harsh, yet it remains unchanged. Your fates are sealed and unalterable. Contemplate this. Will you choose to live, or shall you embrace death?" As Orpheus spoke, he summoned the spear of annihilation. In no time, thousands of these spears appeared in the sky, casting a shadow of dread over the African miners present. They fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "As long as you dutifully mine here for the great Prince Abbas, I shall not harm you. Otherwise," upon uttering these words, Orpheus willed the multitude of spears to soar with a whistling sound towards the distant mountains, which were swiftly leveled. The uprising among the miners was quelled by Orpheus. Yet he did not hasten to depart. He yearned to explore the depths of the mine. Guided by the miners, Orpheus descended into the pit where they extracted gold. In the depths of the gold mine, he sensed a vast and pure aura of gold energy, surmising that it was formed alongside the gold veins. Regrettably, he had pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would have established a sanctuary there for peaceful cultivation. News of Orpheus calming the miners quickly reached Thebes. Prince Abbas was elated and decided to appoint Orpheus as the Grand Commander, overseeing the army of Thebes. After conferring with Prince Abbas, they unanimously agreed to seize the opportunity to expand their territory while King Hassan was preoccupied with quelling the insurrections of other princes. Consequently, Prince Abbas granted Orpheus an army of 3,000 to conquer and seize lands, leading his 3,000 troops along the Milan River. Orpheus engaged the foes who refused to submit to Prince Abbas. From village to village and settlement to settlement, the footprints of Orpheus and his soldiers were evident. A month later, Orpheus, now commanding 5,000 men, besieged the city of Jena, aware that a direct assault would incur heavy losses and might not guarantee success. He resolved to rely on his formidable power to enter the city and meet Prince Jed. In the dead of night, Orpheus, wielding the spear of annihilation, soared directly into the heart of Jena, reaching Prince Jed's residence. He then utilized a secret communication technique to relay a message: "I am Orpheus, the Grand Commander of Prince Abbas, here to pay my respects to Prince Jed. I humbly request an audience." Startled by Orpheus's voice amidst the revelry, Prince Jed inquired nervously, "Who speaks to me?" "It is I, Orpheus," he replied. "Where are you? I cannot see you." Prince Jed scanned the hall, bewildered. "I am outside," Orpheus replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Prince Jed took a sip of wine and strode outside, soon spotting Orpheus hovering in midair, standing upon the spear of annihilation. "Were you the one speaking to me just now?" Prince Jed asked. "Indeed," Orpheus affirmed. As Prince Jed gazed at Orpheus descending slowly from the sky, he pondered. Who is this individual? Why is it possible to float in midair? Chapter 175, The Grand Chaos Battle. Are you sent by that rascal Abbas? Prince Jed, initially intending to inquire of Orpheus regarding his ability to soar aloft, shifted his focus to more pressing matters and posed a direct question instead. Indeed, Prince Hassan has already claimed sovereignty over Tianluo City, and it will not be long before he dispatches a grand army to sweep across the entire Daji kingdom, subjugating those princes who refuse to bow to his will. I wonder how Prince Jed intends to withstand the onslaught of Hassan's forces when that time comes. Orpheus inquired. Hassan? He dares to call himself a king? Prince Jed's countenance darkened with indignation upon hearing of Hassan's ascension. To my knowledge, King Hassan has already mobilized forces towards the Milong River Delta. Should he succeed in pacifying that region, his next step will undoubtedly be to advance along the river, gradually annexing the surrounding cities. Therefore, I hope Prince Jed will consider allying with Prince Abbas to jointly confront the might of King Hassan's army, Orpheus proposed. Prince Jed cast a glance at Orpheus, then retorted, that scoundrel Abbas lacks both men and resources. On what grounds does he expect to ally with me? As the saying goes, many grains of sand build a tower, and collected waters form a river. Only by setting aside our prejudices and joining forces can we triumph over our common adversary. I sincerely hope your highness will not dismiss Prince Abbas's goodwill, Orpheus urged. To gather grains of sand? Is Abbas suggesting we unite numerous princes to combat Hassan? Prince Jed queried once more. Indeed, if more princes were to join our grand alliance, we would undoubtedly form a formidable force. At that point, Prince Hassan would think twice before engaging us. This is indeed a mutually beneficial endeavor. However, I am uncertain how the other princes will respond, Orpheus articulated. I never anticipated that Abbas possessed such foresight. Very well, in order to vanquish our common foe Hassan, I am willing to forge an alliance with Abbas, Prince Jed declared. That is splendid news. May the almighty Andra bless us with invincible triumphs, Orpheus exclaimed with fervor. At dawn, Prince Jed penned the oath of alliance and affixed his seal. He also dispatched 5,000 troops along with substantial provisions to Orpheus, enabling him to continue his campaign. Leading an army of 8,000 coalition soldiers, Orpheus traversed the lands, capturing cities on both banks of the Milong River. After Orpheus's departure, one of Prince Jed's subordinates inquired, Your Majesty, why did you allocate troops and resources to support Abbas? Prince Jed replied with a slight smile. A few days ago, I received a divine prophecy that the Daji kingdom is on the brink of an unprecedented catastrophe. All of us, including the people of Daji kingdom, find ourselves ensnared in this impending calamity. Oh, what shall we do? Did the divine reveal to your majesty how to counter this imminent disaster? The subordinate pressed further. After a moment of contemplation, Prince Jed responded. For the people of Daji kingdom to evade this looming catastrophe, they must seek the heart of the Lion King. The one who possesses the heart of the Lion King shall ascend as the ruler of the Daji kingdom and will lead the people to successfully confront this staggering calamity. Since the heavens have bestowed a divine oracle upon the king, it is evident that he shall be the one to discover the heart of the Lion King and ascend to the throne of the kingdom of Daji, remarked Jed's lieutenant with palpable excitement. Indeed, you speak with great insight, replied Prince Jed. Our foremost priority now is to swiftly locate the heart of the Lion King. The prince's subordinate inquired, Has the heavens provided any hints? None, Jed responded. Such matters require immense patience and perseverance. Otherwise, anyone could claim the title of king in the kingdom of Daji. Very well. I shall gather a group to inquire about any leads regarding the heart of the Lion King, the lieutenant declared before departing from the city of Jinnah with a contingent. In the southwestern expanse of the capital, Tianluo City, lies the Daji Plateau, where stretches of vast desert adorned with ancient pyramids of the kingdom of Daji. After extensive inquiries, Jed's men resolved to venture into the desert of the Daji Plateau in search of the heart of the Lion King. After more than half a month of relentless searching, they stumbled upon a colossal sphinx. Convinced that the heart of the Lion King was concealed within this monumental figure, they commenced their excavation around it. Orpheus, having triumphed over numerous towns and regions in the upper reaches of the Milong River within the kingdom of Daji after more than a year of warfare, now commanded an army of 50,000, basking in the zenith of his power. In the delta region of the lower Milong River, King Hassan gradually subdued the princes who resisted his authority through sheer military might. The delta was steadily moving towards a grand unification. However, on the Firesea Peninsula, many princes of the kingdom of Daji remained unwilling to submit. These princes, emulating the likes of Prince Abbas and Prince Jed, formed the Firesea Alliance, creating a formidable coalition to oppose King Hassan. Concurrently, the representative of the true God in the world of the true religion, Halef, was keenly observing the unfolding circumstances within the kingdom of Daji. Halef, the spiritual leader of the true religion, wielded supreme power. Under the guidance of successive leaders, the followers of the true religion established a vast imperial dominion, with the kingdom of Daji situated within its confines. Later, as a powerful ruler emerged in the kingdom of Daji, the nation gradually extricated itself from Halef's control, ultimately evolving into the present-day kingdom of Daji. Halef has been persistently seeking an opportunity to regain dominion over Daji, intending to reincorporate it into his imperial domain. At this juncture, the tumultuous state of the kingdom of Daji provided Halef with the perfect opportunity. The kingdom of Daji was predominantly divided into three segments: the Upper Daji, delineated by the city of Mingqing along the middle reaches of the Milong River, the Lower Daji, and the Fire Sea Peninsula under the control of the Fire Sea Alliance. The continuous warfare not only depleted vast resources, but also claimed the lives of countless Daji citizens. Simultaneously, hunger and plague relentlessly afflicted the populace. In response to the heavy taxation imposed by the war, uprisings led by the idealist sect erupted throughout various regions of the kingdom of Daji. On the peninsula of Fire Sea, a sect of idealism has successfully seized control of the city of Kongla in the southeast. Utilizing this stronghold, they gathered their followers to rise against the brutal reign of the noble princes. Over a span of 2 years, the influence of the idealist sect expanded rapidly, relentlessly encroaching upon neighboring regions. Numerous towns adjacent to Kongla fell one after another to the frenzied idealists. Faced with the burgeoning power of the idealist sect, the Fire Sea Alliance was compelled to mobilize an army of 30,000 to eradicate the idealist presence in the southeast. Chapter 176. Prince Jed. The well-equipped cavalry of the Fire Sea Alliance clashed with the disorganized throng of over 10,000 idealists upon the peninsula of Fire Sea. Ultimately, the ideals of the sect could not withstand the harsh reality of steel. The idealists suffered a crushing defeat, their followers massacred, and the towns they had previously captured fell back into the hands of the Fire Sea Alliance. Although the struggle of the idealist sect ended in failure, a portion of their followers managed to escape to the holy city of Bodicheng, where the leader of the true faith, Halef, resided. They besieged Halef to take advantage of the turmoil within the Great G Kingdom and lead an expedition against it. The leader of the true faith, Halef, acquiesced. Under Halef's rallying call, tens of thousands joined the campaign to conquer the Great G Kingdom. The leader of the true faith, Halef, divided his forces into two. One contingent traveled by sea, directly targeting the pivotal city of Alishan in the Great G Kingdom, a crucial trade hub and a vital economic source for the Hassan royal regime. Halef believed that capturing Alishan would surely lead to the subjugation of the Great G Kingdom. The other contingent advanced by land, following the coastline straight toward the peninsula of Fire Sea. Prince Jed's subordinates had previously failed in their excavations at the Sphinx southwest of Tianluo City, having found no trace of the legendary heart of the Lion King. As spoken of by Prince Jed, undeterred, Prince Jed personally led a team to seek the heart of the Lion King at the Sphinx. One fateful night, after 7 days of fruitless exploration, they discovered nothing. The surrounding area of the Sphinx was littered with immense stones, devoid of any hidden chambers. Restless and disheartened, Prince Jed could not sleep. He approached the Sphinx and knelt reverently before it, imploring, "O divine deity above, I have come here guided by your will to seek the fabled heart of the Lion King. I humbly request your assistance. I aspire to become the king of G and lead its people against the impending calamity." Despite his earnest prayers, the Sphinx remained unresponsive. Prince Jed was left to kneel in silence. The starry sky adorned the cold night, while the boundless desert was swept by a chilling breeze, all of which felt exceedingly merciless. After what seemed like an eternity, a beam of starlight descended from the heavens, landing atop a distant pyramid. In a swift moment, the once silent pyramid erupted in a radiant beam of light that shone directly upon the Sphinx. Under this illumination, the Sphinx began to shimmer with a mystical glow. After a while, the eyes of the Sphinx emitted 2 beams of light, illuminating a clearing before them. Prince Jed stood in astonishment, rubbing his eyes, convinced he was dreaming. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. He hastily marked the spot in the clearing. At dawn, Prince Jed instructed his subordinates to excavate the marked area. After a day of vigorous digging, a passage leading underground was revealed. With torches in hand, Prince Jed led his men down the passage. They descended the stone steps for quite some time until they arrived at a vast hall. Upon lighting the lamps within the hall, a resplendent chamber came into view. Above, a throne crafted from pure gold was adorned with a transparent box resembling ice. Within that box lay the heart of the Lion King, which Prince Jed had sought for so long. The heart, glowing with a golden hue, radiated a faint golden aura as it was extracted by Prince Jed. A divine power surged into his body, compelling him to kneel in reverence. Cradling the heart of the Lion King in his hands, he felt its energy flowing into him. Accompanied by a torrent of information flooding his mind, visions of an unprecedented and glorious era filled his thoughts, overwhelming him with intensity. After a considerable time, the heart of the Lion King diminished in size, eventually dissipating into a wisp of light. Transformed by the energy of the heart, Prince Jed exuded an aura of regal authority and sharpness. Leading his entourage, he unlocked the passageway to the secret chamber within the pyramid, thoroughly familiar with its mechanisms. Navigating through various traps and hidden doors, he arrived at a chamber housing a stone sarcophagus. With a gentle press on an inconspicuous corner beneath the sarcophagus, it miraculously opened. To his surprise, the sarcophagus was empty. What followed astounded all present. Lion King Jed climbed into the sarcophagus and instructed his followers to stand guard outside, forbidding any disturbance. Subsequently, the sarcophagus lid closed itself. After an extended period, he emerged from the sarcophagus, leaping down and gently closing it, caressing its surface. The onlookers were left bewildered, unaware of what transpired within or what occupied his thoughts at that moment. Even more astonishing was that upon leaving the pharaoh's pyramid, Lion King Jed insisted on leading everyone to Tianluo City. Everyone knew that the Great G Kingdom and the Lower Great Nation were at odds, akin to fire and water. Venturing to Tianluo City now would undoubtedly be perilous. Yet, despite their fervent pleas, Lion King Jed was resolute in his decision to proceed to Tianluo City. As a result, upon entering the city of Tianluo, Lion King Jed was promptly apprehended by the subordinates of King Hassan. The king had long dispatched agents to covertly follow Jed, a figure of paramount importance in the Great Fortune Nation, and was well aware of his previous deeds. When King Hassan learned of Jed's impending arrival in Tianluo, he was filled with exhilaration, believing that capturing Jed would inevitably lead to the eventual annexation of the Great Fortune Nation. King Hassan brought Lion King Jed to his palace. Perched upon his throne, he gazed down at Jed with an imperial demeanor and declared, "Jed, my brother, I must admit I underestimated you. I never anticipated that you would conspire with that rascal Abbas against me. If it were not for the two of you rascals, I would have long since unified the Great Fortune Nation. Your audacity is unparalleled." The king's ire escalated with each word, culminating in a nearly furious roar. Presumably, he aimed to intimidate his brother into submission with his regal authority. However, Lion King Jed remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "Brother, let us not forget that we are both sons of our father. Like you, I too carry the noble blood of our royal lineage. People of our stature would never willingly submit to another." Hearing this, King Hassan fell silent, his gaze fixed on Jed. After a moment, he queried, with a hint of disdain, "Are you implying that you wish to claim kingship as well?" Jed sighed before replying, "Indeed, I once harbored such aspirations. Yet, now that you are the king of the Great Fortune Nation and have vanquished many brothers who sought the throne, your remarkable talents are evident to all. A mere weakling like myself dares not contend with you. At least you possess some sense." Hassan retorted, his demeanor considerably softened. "What brings you to Tianluo City?" Jed responded directly, "I have come to deliver a message to you, my brother." "Oh, what news?" Hassan asked instinctively, sensing that Jed, given his current status, would not risk himself in such perilous circumstances without significant cause. "Our supreme leader, Caliph, has marched his forces toward us. He has already invaded the Fire Sea Peninsula, and I fear it will not be long before he sets his sights on your Great Fortune Nation." "Are you jesting? Caliph is currently holed up in Badakhshan. What grounds does he have to attack me?" Hassan replied with arrogance. Jed gazed at the haughty king and shook his head in resignation. He had initially wished to avoid further frivolous discourse with Hassan, but the matter at hand pertained to the fate of the Great Fortune Nation. It was undeniable that decades ago, Caliph indeed lost control over the Great Fortune Nation. Throughout these years, the nation had wielded considerable influence in the realm of the true faith. Nevertheless, Caliph remained the leader of our faith, and under his rallying call, the warriors of our faith would unfailingly follow him into battle. Moreover, for many years, the kingdom of Daji has been embroiled in relentless warfare, resulting in countless casualties among its valiant warriors. The internal strife is so severe that the treasury is depleted and the populace suffers greatly. Under such circumstances, I wonder, dear brother Wong, what means do you possess to triumph over the formidable army of Halifer? The Lion King Jed slowly articulated. In response to Jed's analysis, King Hassan remained silent, for the truth of his words resonated deeply. However, King Hassan could not solely rely on Jed's perspective to believe that Halifax would send a vast army to assault the kingdom of Daji. Observing the flicker of doubt in Hassan's eyes, Jed continued, "You may question my words, yet I am here to caution you. If you do not prepare in advance, Tianluo City will surely fall to Halifax's forces, and your throne shall be in jeopardy. Particularly concerning is Alishan City. Its significance is known to you better than anyone else. Should Alishan City be compromised, until now, King Hassan remains profoundly skeptical of Jed's assertions. This is precisely why I ventured alone to Tianluo City. My mission is complete, and you should allow me to return, for I do not wish to linger here and await my demise alongside you," Jed proclaimed. "That is not an option. I cannot release you just yet," King Hassan replied. "Keeping me here serves no purpose. Your actions will only incite Abbas to send a large army against Tianluo City, hastening the demise of your regime. Consider this. With Halifax's forces in front and Abbas's army behind, do you truly believe you can prevail?" Jed urged. Prince Hassan, dismissing the council, ordered Jed to be imprisoned. Upon learning of Jed's capture, his subordinates hastily retreated to the kingdom of Daji, reporting the matter to Prince Abbas and Commander Orpheus. Has Jed lost his senses? Why would he travel to Tianluo City at such a critical moment? Abbas queried, perplexed. Orpheus shook his head, expressing his own confusion regarding Jed's motives for going to Tianluo City. Perhaps he has some vital matter to address? Nonetheless, this may work to our advantage. With him now captured by Hassan, I can rightfully claim the throne of Daji, Abbas remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Orpheus shot Abbas a glance and stated, "We cannot delay. We must mobilize our forces to rescue Prince Jed." "Rescue Jed? Why would we do such a thing? Are you out of your mind?" Abbas retorted, his irritation evident. "Prince Jed is our ally. If we fail to act, who will trust us thereafter? Let us not forget, we still command a significant portion of Prince Jed's army. Should this situation be mishandled, those troops may revolt," Orpheus cautioned. "Very well, do as you see fit. However, I must remind you that we are in this together. You must support me and not favor Jed," Abbas stated with concern. "Understood," Orpheus replied before hastily leading the troops towards Tianluo City. As the mission was to rescue the trapped Prince Jed, Orpheus and his soldiers fought with unparalleled valor. In a remarkably brief span of time, they successfully conquered the bright city of Upper Daji Kingdom. Subsequently, Orpheus's grand army advanced northward, heading towards the city of Tianluo. Prince Hassan had just received the news that the forces of Harif had seized the Fire Sea Peninsula. At that moment, he finally grasped that his brother, Jed, had indeed come to deliver a message. He promptly released his brother Jed. However, just then, he received another piece of news. An army of 50,000 from Lower Daji Kingdom was surging along the Milong River, marching towards Tianluo City with relentless momentum. At that instant, Prince Hassan was utterly taken aback. He grasped Jed's hand tightly and said, "Brother, I have wronged you. I apologize. As you mentioned, Harif's army is approaching. You must help me devise a plan. Otherwise, our Daji Kingdom is truly doomed. In fact, my purpose for coming this time, aside from delivering a message to you, dear brother, is to propose an alliance. If we unite, we can not only withstand Harif's army, but also provide our war-weary citizens of Daji Kingdom a chance to recuperate." "What say you, brother?" asked Lion King Jed. "Very well, I agree. As long as you can send troops to assist me in repelling Harif's forces, I shall extend a hand of peace to you and Lower Daji Kingdom." Ceasing all hostilities, Prince Hassan replied, his excitement palpable. "Words alone are insufficient. Let us formalize this in writing," declared Lion King Jed. Thus, Prince Hassan procured paper and pen, drafting a treaty of alliance between Upper and Lower Daji Kingdoms in the presence of Lion King Jed. The treaty was produced in duplicate, clearly stipulating that from that moment forth, the two kingdoms would cease all hostilities against one another and explicitly stating their commitment to mutual support in repelling external threats. Afterward, Lion King Jed took the treaty and departed from the royal city to seek out Orpheus's grand army. Before leaving Tianluo City, he specifically requested that Prince Hassan bolster the defenses of Alishan City. When Orpheus beheld Lion King Jed, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a transformation in Jed within the span of merely 1 month. He could distinctly sense the regal aura emanating from Lion King Jed. He could not help but ponder, could this individual be the chosen one? What astonished Orpheus even more was the treaty of alliance between Upper and Lower Daji Kingdoms that Jed held in his grasp. At Jed's behest, Orpheus led the elite troops of Lower Daji Kingdom to Su-Ishur City to confront Harif's expeditionary forces. Originally, a grand canal, the Su-Ishur Canal, connected the Central Sea and the Fire Sea, serving as the principal maritime route from the northern lands to the east. However, decades ago, it had been blocked by the king of Daji Kingdom. Prince Hassan had already stationed heavy troops along the Su-Ishur Canal to thwart Harith's military advance. Thus, Harith's army was compelled to take a detour towards Su-Ishur city, planning to cross the river and launch a surprise attack, while Prince Hassan was unprepared. Under the cover of night, tens of thousands of Harith's troops silently crossed the river by boat, advancing towards Su-Ishur city. The gentle night wind and the soft sounds of rowing transformed the previously tranquil evening into an eerie spectacle. As the Harvard army disembarked, they were immediately ambushed by the Orpheus forces, who had been lying in wait along the riverbank. An overwhelming barrage of arrows fell upon them, illuminating the night sky with fiery projectiles. Orpheus, leading his troops, launched a fierce assault against the recently landed adversaries. The soldiers of Harvard were fervent devotees of their leader, the true prophet Caliph, possessing not only a profound faith, but also an unwavering spirit of sacrifice for their leader. Moreover, they wielded formidable military power. However, no matter how powerful a warrior may be, they were but mere dust in the presence of Orpheus, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Orpheus' spear of annihilation struck with the ferocity of a serpent from the depths of hell, mercilessly consuming the lives of the Harvard soldiers. In the face of such overwhelming strength, there was no suspense. As the sun rose in the east, the dawn painted the riverbank near Suyi City crimson. Countless corpses lay strewn along the river, the waters stained red with blood. Orpheus once again led his forces to victory, while the remnants of the Harvard army fled across the river under the cover of darkness. At the behest of the Lion King Jed, Orpheus directed his forces towards Alishan City for reinforcement. At that moment, Alishan City was on the brink of collapse under the relentless assaults from the Harvard army. Although King Hassan had heeded Jed's advice to bolster the defenses and fortify the mountainous city, the zeal and martyrdom spirit of the true prophet soldiers under Caliph's command drove wave after wave of fierce attacks against Alishan. After a grueling 2 weeks of relentless assaults, Alishan City ultimately fell. Following the capture of Alishan, Caliph dispatched his forces directly towards Tianluo City. The fall of Alishan left King Hassan in utter shock. Had he foreseen such a fate, he would have concentrated all his forces there. Yet he did not, as he believed the Harvard army would most likely strike from the Suyi Canal. In a fit of rage and anxiety, King Hassan was compelled to withdraw his troops from the Suyi Canal front. Ultimately, the armies of Harvard and the coalition of Hassan and Orpheus faced each other across the Milong River near Benha City, poised for confrontation. This battle, known as the Battle of Benha, would prove pivotal for the fate of the Great Ji Kingdom. King Hassan took to the front lines, praying at the river's edge for the river god's protection to secure victory. Yet, why did he not pray to the great deity Andra? Because Caliph, the leader of the true faith, stood on the opposite bank. King Hassan felt that under such circumstances, the deity could not possibly favor him, but rather would protect Caliph on the other side. The two armies engaged in naval combat upon the expansive Milong River, their archers exchanging volleys of arrows from the prows of their ships, the sky filled with a swarm of projectiles. Flaming arrows ignited vessels upon the water, as valiant warriors clashed in a fierce melee between fire and water. The battle raged for a full day, with thousands of soldiers meeting their demise in the depths of the Milong River, and the wounded numbering beyond count. Observing the formidable strength of the enemy coalition, Caliph recognized that a direct assault across the river was unfeasible. Thus, he planned to gradually encroach upon the Milong River delta, and subsequently lay siege to the city of Tianluo. He believed that with the loss of Alishan City, a crucial maritime trade hub, the enemy's financial resources would inevitably dwindle. Furthermore, the rising insurrection in the kingdom of Daji would surely undermine the stability of the Hassan regime. Consequently, Halifax divided his forces to launch attacks on other towns within the Milong River delta. However, unbeknownst to Halifax, Orpheus had been secretly monitoring the movements of the enemy troops. Upon noticing Halifax's division of forces to the north, Orpheus promptly sought the counsel of Lion King Jed, and the entire army prepared to cross the Milong River under the cover of night to assault Halifax's forces on the opposite bank. Lion King Jed was acutely aware of the perilous nature of crossing the river, yet in pursuit of victory, he persuaded Prince Hassan to lead the troops across the river alongside him. Thus, under the cloak of night, tens of thousands of the Daji coalition advanced by boat towards the enemy camp. At that moment, Halifax was deep in slumber within his tent. In his dreams, he suddenly beheld a radiant golden light. From within this luminescent vision, a voice echoed, "My dear child, awaken. Your enemies are upon you." Startled, Halifax jolted awake. Convinced that it was a divine warning from Alejandra, he immediately summoned his subordinates to remain vigilant for any disturbances on the Milong River. Shortly thereafter, Lion King Jed, Prince Hassan, and Orpheus led their grand army across the river. A fierce and brutal night battle erupted along the riverbank. Thanks to Halifa's forewarning, his troops were somewhat prepared and maintained their formation amidst the chaos. However, Halifa's decision to split his forces to engage the Milong River Delta left the defenses along the riverbank somewhat weakened, granting the Dodgy coalition an opportunity. After a fierce struggle, Halifa's army suffered a crushing defeat and retreated in disarray. Lion King Jed, Prince Hassan, and Orpheus pursued them relentlessly. Yet, as Halifa's forces fled, they found their path obstructed by another great river, threatening their imminent demise. Just then, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the darkened sky. Chapter 180. The Dark Elf, a figure shimmering with golden radiance, emerged upon the battlefield. Upon sighting this golden being, all present fell prostrate, exclaiming, "Angel Aellen." Indeed, Alejandra had stood by Halifa's side. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the Archangel Aellen, Prince Hassan bitterly remarked, "Yet, today presented the sole opportunity. Should they let Halifa escape, they might never again find the chance to eliminate him." Lion King Jed cautioned, "Surely you jest. Halifa is the leader of our faith. To slay him would be to declare enmity with the entire world of the faithful." Hassan replied, astonished at Jed's words. "What then? Shall we merely watch them flee?" Jed expressed his discontent. "Alas, let us concede. I have no desire to stand against the entirety of the faithful." Hassan resigned. "How can you say that? Moments ago, we had them on the run, and now you wish to play the benevolent one." Jed retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Regardless of the temptations posed by the Lion King Jed, King Hassan resolutely refrained from issuing orders to attack Halif. Thus, under the imposing presence of the Archangel Aellen, Halif managed to escape across the great river with his remnants of defeated troops. The divine manifestation of the Archangel Aellen sent shockwaves throughout the realm of the true faith, igniting fervor among its followers. They increasingly embraced their spiritual leader Halif, regarding him as the earthly representative of the Almighty Andra. However, Halif's forces had dwindled to fewer than 2,000 soldiers, rendering him incapable of further conquest over the great kingdom. Consequently, he led his beleaguered army back to his territory of Bodiching via the sea. The alliance of Lion King Jed and King Hassan triumphed over the invading forces of Halif, stirring a wave of jubilation across the great kingdom. In accordance with previous agreements, they established a peace treaty, ushering the entire realm into an era of tranquility. In gratitude for all that his brother Lion King Jed had done, King Hassan bestowed upon him the cluster of pyramids located in the arid sands to the southwest of Tianluo City. Lion King Jed accepted the gift without hesitation. Even if King Hassan had withheld it, he would have sought a means to seize it, for the pyramids held immense significance for him. Due to his exceptional contributions in uniting with King Hassan to repel the forces of the true faith under Halif, he was elected as the new king of the Lower Great Kingdom, further solidified by the alliance pact with the Upper Great Kingdom. Prince Abbas felt a pang of resentment. After years of toil, he had seen Jed ascend to the throne. His ire was further fueled by his sworn brother Orpheus, who had once pledged to support him in his quest for kingship. Yet, over the years, Orpheus had led numerous campaigns, achieving remarkable victories. Despite his grievances, Prince Abbas found himself powerless against his brother. Moreover, the newly crowned Lion King Jed had appointed Orpheus to a position akin to that of a prime minister, serving as the nation's highest priest. Upon his ascension, Lion King Jed dedicated himself to the governance and revitalization of the Lower Great Kingdom. Simultaneously, Orpheus finally found the time to journey to the eastern gold mines of Thebes for his own cultivation. Although Halif, the leader of the true faith, faced failure in conquering the great kingdom, the divine manifestation of Archangel Aellen during the conflict incited fervent devotion among the true faith's followers. Under Halif's command, the forces of the true faith set sail across the Mediterranean, conquering the westernmost peninsula of the northern continent. The inhabitants of the western peninsula retreated against the formidable and zealous warriors of the true faith. After several years of relentless warfare, Halif's army had nearly seized 4/5 of the territory of the western peninsula. Thus, the berserk warriors of the true faith established an empire stretching from the western peninsula, encircling the southern coast of the Mediterranean, extending to the borders of the Aesan kingdom, and reaching north to Dantang Fortress, encompassing the 3 continents of the northern, southern, and Asian lands. On the Red Continent, the king of Tang, Liya, after a decade of arduous cultivation and absorbing the spiritual essence of water from the ice crystal, finally achieved perfection in his mastery of the water spirit. The water spirit, being the essence of all things, served as the foundation for Leah, who, at this moment, cultivated several powerful healing spells. In the bounteous lake of the Changbai Mountain, the Tang monarch Leah cast a protective enchantment. She then placed the water soul ice crystal within the magical array, allowing it to absorb and replenish its spiritual energy within the sacred lake. After completing this task, Leah departed from the Tang dynasty, embarking on a quest to seek out other forms of spiritual power. After much searching, she discovered the World Tree, safeguarded by the elven race. In the heart of the Crimson Continent, amidst a vast and lush forest, stood a towering tree, proudly rising between heaven and earth. This majestic tree was the World Tree, cherished and protected by generations of elves. The need for its guardianship stemmed from the relentless Dark Elves, who sought to annihilate this symbol of light. The Dark Elves revered chaos, death, and destruction, while the World Tree embodied light, hope, and vitality. For millennia, the Elves and Dark Elves had engaged in countless battles over the World Tree, a perpetual struggle between light and darkness that often ended in stalemate. The Dark Elves' sacred land lay within a vast chasm in the southwestern part of the Crimson Continent, home to numerous demon springs of varying sizes. These springs served as the source of the Dark Elves' power. Moreover, regardless of the severity of their wounds, Dark Elves could rapidly recover through immersion in the demon springs. Mortals and celestial beings alike, if they inadvertently drank from these springs, would be transformed into demons or fallen angels, which underscored the peril of the demon springs. Consequently, most creatures dwelling in the chasm were monstrous, with Dark Elves reigning as their overlords. When Leah, possessing divine abilities, arrived before the World Tree, the elven kin were embroiled in fierce combat against the invading Dark Elf army. A torrential rain of dark red arrows intermingled with golden arrows, weaving a dense net across the sky. On the battlefield shrouded by this arrow storm, countless elves and Dark Elf warriors fell, struck down in swathes. Elven warriors, wielding slender swords, charged at the Dark Elves armed with black spears. The black spears pierced the delicate white garments of the elven warriors with merciless precision. Akin to cruel serpents, the slender swords danced, emanating a faint green luminescence, slicing through the dark red armor of their foes and leaving behind pale scars. As the white waves of their struggle threatened to be engulfed by the crimson tide, the elven prophets began to chant ancient hymns. Amidst the hymns, the World Tree shed golden rain, and upon touching the elven warriors, this rain bestowed upon them a sacred aura. They stood as if they were divine champions. Their spirits ignited, and their swords unleashed waves of golden energy. Chapter 181. The tree demon. Those Dark Elves caught in the golden energy waves found their bodies cleaved in twain, collapsing in droves. The leader of the Dark Elves, enraged, bellowed loudly. In response to his furious cries, a swarm of densely packed black bats descended from the heavens. Thousands of black bats darkened the sky, their bodies obscuring the golden raindrops that fell from above. Yet, when a single droplet of this golden rain struck one of the ebony bats, it ignited as if consumed by a searing flame, wisps of blue smoke curling upwards. Seizing this moment, the Dark Elf warriors launched a counterattack, ruthlessly striking down the unblessed elven soldiers with their black spears. Before long, the sky was littered with charred, malodorous bats falling like rain. As time wore on, the number of blackened bats increased, creating a veritable downpour of bat corpses. Simultaneously, the golden rain diminished, casting the battlefield into a dire predicament for the elven side. King Leah of Tang observed the unfolding chaos with an impassive demeanor, concealed within the dense foliage of the World Tree, rendering her nearly invisible to the untrained eye. As her hand grasped a branch of the colossal tree, a vast and pure essence of wood magic flowed ceaselessly into her being. In that moment, an ancient voice echoed within her mind. I have granted you what you sought. Go and assist the white-clad elves, lest the Dark Elves eradicate them and subsequently fell this crucial World Tree. Leah, well versed in the ways of the world, deduced that the voice was likely that of the tree spirit. Very well, she replied, I shall aid them. With that, she formed a sword gesture with her fingers and silently recited the incantation for the celestial thunder technique. Moments later, as she pointed her finger, streams of golden lightning cascaded from the heavens, relentlessly striking the vicious Dark Elf warriors. The sudden onslaught of celestial thunder left the Dark Elf warriors both astonished and enraged, a phenomenon unprecedented in millennia. Under the relentless barrage of lightning, the Dark Elves suffered devastating losses, for celestial thunder is the natural nemesis of all things wicked and dark, and the Dark Elves, as embodiments of malevolence, were grievously harmed. The Dark Elf leader, witnessing the unyielding deluge of lightning, had no choice but to lead his warriors in retreat. Thus, what was meant to be an ultimate battle culminating in the Dark Elves' victory was altered by Leah's intervention, shifting the tides of war. After this fierce conflict, the Elven warriors were greatly diminished, unable to withstand another assault from the Dark Elves with their current strength. Nevertheless, bound by their duty to protect the World Tree, the Elven race deemed any sacrifice worthwhile if it meant safeguarding their sacred tree. After careful deliberation, the Elven chief resolved to venture into the human realm, hoping to forge an alliance with humanity to collectively resist the Dark Elves' onslaught. After all, the World Tree was vital to the survival of all races, and every race should contribute to its defense. Since the conclusion of the battle, King Leah of Tang had remained in meditation upon the World Tree, absorbing vast and pure wood magic. Time passed swiftly, and a year slipped by unnoticed. The chieftain of the Elven clan, accompanied by a multitude of human warriors, ventured into the Elven forest. This marked the first occasion in several millennia that humans had set foot in this enchanted realm. Upon witnessing the towering World Tree reaching towards the heavens, the human warriors were left in awe. The potent aura of life emanating from the World Tree invigorated their very souls. Subsequently, under the guidance and assistance of the elves, these human warriors began to practice a unique technique, one that allowed them to absorb and transform the energy of the World Tree to enhance their own abilities. Months later, the Elven chieftain was astonished to observe remarkable transformations in the strength and speed of these warriors, a result of their diligent study of the special technique. Simultaneously, nourished by the profound spirit of the World Tree, the lifespan of these human warriors began to extend. The chieftain pondered that if these warriors could engage in the Elven practices for an extended period, their lifespans might one day rival those of the Elven kin. Perhaps this was the blessing of the World Tree. You are the first human in over 10,000 years to sit here and openly absorb my spirit, the tree spirit remarked. Is that so? Responded Leah. The Tang king, with a hint of skepticism, sensing the tree spirit's intentions were not entirely benign. You are indeed peculiar, yet powerful. Would you like to become the guardian of this world? The tree spirit praised Leah before posing the question. The guardian of this world? Or your guardian? Leah retorted. Ah, young one. To guard me is tantamount to safeguarding this world. They are one and the same, the tree spirit replied. Leah contemplated and said, Haven't the elves always been your guardians? Are you now dismissing them? Sigh, one cannot phrase it that way. You witnessed the recent Great War. The dark forces are expanding rapidly, while the strength of the elves is waning. They can no longer protect this world alone. Hence, new power is required. Individuals as formidable as yourself, the tree spirit explained. Tree spirit, you flatter me. I am not powerful at all. I am inherently carefree and dislike confinement. Perhaps one day, I shall roam the world freely. Thus, I will not remain here guarding you like those elves, Leah declined. Youth, you are quite rude. I am a venerable divine tree, and yet you label me a tree spirit, the tree spirit said, somewhat irate. Leah chuckled and replied, Old one, why are you angry? Surely, any talking plant is a spirit in its own right. If you prefer I do not call you tree spirit, then I shall refer to you as the divine tree. Humph, now that sounds appropriate. The tree spirit mused for a moment before continuing. Is it not a stroke of fate that we meet here? Indeed, divine tree, you speak wisely, Leah acknowledged. Since we are so fated, might you grant me a few requests? The tree spirit inquired. That depends on what those requests entail. Speak, and if I am able, I shall oblige. If not, I shall certainly refuse, Leah contemplated. Indeed, it is quite simple. I am aware that the Dark Elves will return here. I would like to request that, considering our acquaintance, you assist the elves in fending off the Dark Elf's assault 3 times in times of peril. I certainly do not wish to be hewn into firewood by those Dark Elves, the Treant stated. 3 times? Is that not excessive? Leah inquired, negotiating. 3 times is not too much. If you agree, I shall gift you 3 fruits in addition. How does that sound? The Treant replied. Leah pondered for a moment, realizing that she had absorbed an immense amount of the ancient tree spirit's energy over the years, and thus felt it was only fair to acquiesce to this request. Furthermore, the Treant had promised her 3 fruits. Although she was unaware of the fruit's purpose from the World Tree, their long-standing existence suggested they were extraordinary. With this thought, Leah consented to the World Tree's request. Immediately, the World Tree presented Leah with 3 golden, apple-sized fruits. Leah graciously accepted them, placing the 3 fruits into her storage pouch. Subsequently, she spent 3 years cultivating her wood spirit energy atop the World Tree, achieving a state of great perfection. Curiously, during these 3 years, the Dark Elf warriors refrained from attacking the Elf clan again. leaving Leah to remain on the world tree. With nothing to occupy her time, she continued to absorb the vast and pure wood spirit energy, while simultaneously refining her internal organs with her wood and water spirit energies. Unbeknownst to Leah, every night, a flock of crows circled ominously above the towering world tree. Within the great abyss, the Dark Elf King sat upon his throne, his eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed. A vision unfolded in his mind, a human seated in meditation atop the world tree. This human was none other than Leah, who had made a pact with the world tree. Since the last failed assault on the elf clan, the Dark Elf King had dispatched his scouts to keep watch over the elves. After years of observation, he concluded that the human on the world tree was indeed extraordinary. Yet, this human remained there, neither eating nor sleeping, simply sitting in contemplation. The Dark Elf King found himself at a loss for further information regarding Leah, leaving him uncertain of how to confront her. One day, Leah received a message from her disciple, Tang Qianli. Via a long-distance sound transmission talisman, 10,000 troops from the Byrian clan are advancing towards the Great Tang beneath Changbai Mountain. Upon receiving this news, King Leah sighed. I never imagined that after years away from the Great Tang, conflict would arise once more. The world tree, which had been attentively monitoring Leah, perked up at the mention of the Great Tang, yet remained silent. It sensed that this young girl might soon depart. I have matters to attend to. I must leave for a while. Leah gently patted a branch of the world tree and declared, Were you not previously committed to guarding me? Why must you leave now? The treant inquired, a hint of concern in its voice. I have duties to fulfill. I possess 3 talismans of distant communication. Should you find yourself in need, feel free to use these tokens to summon me. By the way, I am Leah, of the Great Tang Dynasty. Leah retrieved the 3 talismans from his storage pouch and affixed them to the branches of the world tree. Since you have matters to attend to, please proceed. But do not forget our prior agreement, the tree's spirit admonished. Very well, Leah replied, and with a firm step upon his sacred sword, he ascended into the heavens. Look, when did a person come to reside upon the world tree? Who dares to defile the divine tree? Quickly, inform the elder. The members of the elven clan murmured amongst themselves as they pursued the direction in which Leah had soared. However, despite employing their speed-enhancing spells, they found themselves unable to catch up to the formidable Leah, who was at the nascent soul stage. They could only watch helplessly as he vanished beyond the southeastern horizon. With a flash of lightning descending from the sky, Leah materialized in the city of Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty. Within the royal palace, civil and military officials alike knelt in reverence to greet their sovereign, the Tang King Leah, as he descended from above. All rise, proclaimed King Leah from his throne. Thank you, Your Majesty, the crowd responded in unison, rising from the ground. King Leah then inquired of Tang Qianli, who stood to the side, What provokes the Byrian clan to invade our Great Tang? Tang Qianli explained, Several years ago, our Tang dynasty expanded trade routes and began commercial exchanges with the Byrian clan residing at the foot of Changbai Mountain to our northeast. As exquisite goods from our Tang flowed into their land, we accrued considerable wealth, which likely instigated their avarice, prompting them to seize our riches. Friendly commerce is beneficial for both parties. Yet, they disregard our amicable relations and audaciously march against us. We must retaliate. Convey my orders to assemble the troops and prepare for battle against the invading foe, King Leah declared resolutely. In truth, Leah was reluctant to engage in warfare. The Tang dynasty had enjoyed over a decade of peace. Yet, it was not a matter of choice. The adversary had come to their doorstep. However, Leah could not fathom the audacity of the Byrian clan in seeking to plunder the Tang. This time, Leah dispatched his 4 esteemed disciples to lead an army of 100,000 against the Byrian clan's own forces of the same size. The Tang army was stationed by the Tang River, situated at the northeastern frontier, the very birthplace of the Tang dynasty. Although Leah was far away in Chang'an, he employed his spiritual awareness to discover that the leader of the Byrian clan was, astonishingly, comprised of several members of the giant clan. He pondered how these giants had come to inhabit this red continent. It turned out that years prior, a calamitous disaster had struck the giant clan's homeland, the Claw continent. A portion of the giant clan had embarked on a perilous maritime journey in search of a new land to settle. Under the guidance of the deity Aellen, they braved fierce storms and treacherous oceans to reach the red continent. This group of giants integrated with the indigenous tribes, becoming part of their community. Subsequently, they imparted advanced production techniques and ironworking skills to the natives. Thus, they earned the respect and welcome of the locals. The chieftain of the indigenous tribe even bestowed his daughter upon a member of the giant clan. From that moment onward, the giants gradually entered the ruling class of the indigenous tribe. The valiant giants, armed with advanced iron weaponry, led the indigenous tribesmen in a campaign of conquest against the surrounding tribes. After a decade, this tribe, primarily composed of giants, had subdued most of the tribes in the eastern region of Changbai Mountain, forming a formidable entity known as the Bairian clan. When the merchant caravans from the Tang dynasty reached the Bairian clan, their chieftain learned of the Tang's wealth from the merchants. Consequently, they devised a plan to attack the Tang dynasty and plunder its riches, resulting in the scene of 100,000 Bairian troops invading the Tang. Chapter 183. The Dark Elf King. The Bairian clan and the Tang dynasty can be regarded as the two most powerful tribes on the Red Continent. The crux of the matter is that both tribes reside in the eastern region of Changbai Mountain. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The eastern region of Changbai Mountain cannot accommodate two equally matched powerful tribes. The 100,000 troops of the Bairian clan set sail on large ships, navigating down 4 major rivers, heading straight for the Tang River region on the borders of the Tang dynasty. Upon successfully landing, the Bairian army launched an assault on the wealthiest area of the Tang dynasty, the Tang River region. However, just as they caught sight of the distant flocks of plump sheep, before they could act, they were intercepted by the army of Tang Qianfeng. The two sides faced off on a plain in the eastern Tang River, armed with iron greatswords and axes. The warriors of the Bairian clan charged fiercely towards the well-prepared Tang army, braving a torrential rain of arrows. The Tang army formed a triangular formation, with the front line composed of soldiers wielding long spears and swords, while the rear line consisted of archers relentlessly firing arrows. Under the concentrated fire of the Tang archers, enemy soldiers fell one by one. The archers of the Bairian clan also drew their bows, shooting down Tang soldiers in the distance. Charge! With a command from the Tang general, Tang Qianfeng, the Tang soldiers advanced slowly, preparing to engage the charging Bairian warriors in a battle to the death. As the two forces clashed, the warriors of the Bairian clan soon realized that the Tang soldiers wielded equally sharp iron weapons. They no longer held an advantage in terms of armament. Quickly, they discovered that the Tang army was unlike their own disorganized troops. The soldiers armed with swords and sabers in the front handled close combat, while those wielding long spears positioned themselves on the flanks to conduct ranged attacks. Regardless of how many approached, for Tang soldiers would engage at once. Their tactics were both offensive and defensive, with a clear understanding of when to advance and retreat. The Bairian warriors suffered significant losses under the coordinated assaults of the Tang army's 4-man units. What astonished the Bairian warriors even further was that the Tang general, Tang Qianfeng, occasionally wielded a flying sword, decimating fierce Bairian warriors from a distance. Any Bairian warrior targeted by Tang Qianfeng had no hope of survival. Do not fear. Charge forward. We have the blessing of the great god Aellen. We shall defend the honor of the great god Aellen with the blood of our enemies. Kill! A giant warrior bellowed with fervor. Upon hearing their leader's call, the Bairian tribe surged toward the great Tang army as if entranced, recklessly charging into battle. This conflict raged on for an entire day, with warriors from both sides engaging in relentless assaults, resulting in countless casualties and innumerable injuries. The ground was strewn with corpses. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, the Bairian people retreated, their weary and desolate figures illuminated by the setting sun. It was clear to all that the Bairian were discontent, for they had yet to seize what they desired. However, against the formidable Great Tang army, they found no advantage. Other divisions of the Great Tang forces also clashed with the Bairian. Although the Great Tang managed to repel the Bairian, they suffered grievous losses as well, with nearly 20,000 valiant warriors perishing and countless others wounded. This battle underscored to the Bairian that without strength, they could not act recklessly in the realm of the Great Tang. Following this fierce confrontation, King Liu of Tang resolved to construct a fortress along the northeastern border of the Great Tang to withstand future incursions from the Bairian. Just as he had repelled the Bairian attack, King Liu received a distant transmission from the World Tree. The Dark Elves were once again assaulting the Elven tribe. Utilizing his ability to traverse great distances, King Liu soon appeared at the World Tree. Although the Elven race was allied with humanity, they could not withstand the fierce onslaught of the Dark Elves. At that moment, only a few hundred elves remained, encircled by thousands of Dark Elves beneath the World Tree. The situation was dire. Surrender. We shall fell this ancient tree today, the Dark Elf King declared to the surrounded Elven kin, wielding a black longsword. This World Tree is the hope of our realm. You cannot destroy it. An elf replied, if this tree demon survives, when shall our Dark Elf clan reign over the world? The Dark Elf King retorted, if you continue to resist, I shall slay you first. With that, He swung his black longsword, conjuring a swirling tempest of darkness that erupted from its tip. Surrender or perish. The Dark Elf King bellowed in fury. The elves exchanged glances, grappling with their decision. Since you have chosen to resist to the bitter end, I shall grant you that wish. Die, the Dark Elf King proclaimed, thrusting his sword. The powerful black storm surged toward the elven folk. At that moment, a brilliant light descended from the world tree, colliding with the tempest and causing it to dissipate with a thunderous clap. Who dares? The Dark Elf King glared at the world tree, seething with rage. King Leah leaped from the tree, smiling at the Dark Elf King. Such a precious tree, it would be a shame to fell it. My lord, let us negotiate. Why not spare this tree today? And who are you to warrant such consideration? The Dark Elf King asked, astonished as he scrutinized the striking human before him. I am the King of Tang, the guardian of this crimson land. Well, as long as you refrain from cutting down the world tree today, I, the Tang King Leah, vow henceforth not to levy a head tax upon you. The Tang King, Leah spoke with a smile. Head tax? I will tax you. The Dark Elf King seethed, brandishing his sword towards Leah. Leah smiled faintly, raising the holy sword, engaging in a fierce clash with the Dark Elf King. Clang, 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 clang. The two long swords, black and white, clashed with a speed that defied perception. An immense wave of energy surged forth in all directions. Everyone present was swept back by the tempest unleashed by the energy wave, struggling to maintain their footing. At this moment, the figures of Leah and the Dark Elf King were nearly indistinguishable. Leah fervently infused the vast and pure water spirit energy within him into the holy sword, launching a relentless assault on the Dark Elf King. The water spirit energy, derived from the water soul crystal, possessed potent purging effects against dark forces. Simultaneously, the holy sword was a sacred artifact. The combination of the two proved overwhelming for the formidable Dark Elf King. As the radiance of the holy sword intensified, it shone like a colossal sun. The Dark Elf King, drenched in sweat, found himself in a state of utter discomfort before the overwhelming light. This was the ultimate confrontation between light and dark. In the presence of light, darkness cannot endure. Chapter 184. Devastating blow to the Elf King with a thunderous explosion. The Dark Elf King was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. My king! My king! The Dark Elves, in a frenzy, rushed towards the Dark Elf King. My king, are you all right? A beautiful Dark Elf cradled the Dark Elf King in her arms, expressing her concern. I am fine. Merely a bit uncomfortable, the Dark Elf King replied before violently spitting out a mouthful of black blood. My king, what shall we do now? Should we still attempt to fell that tree spirit? The lovely Dark Elf inquired. The Dark Elf King shook his head, saying, That woman is exceedingly powerful. Do not provoke her. The beautiful Dark Elf had no choice but to order a retreat. Wow, wow, wow. The tree spirit called out incessantly to Tang King Leah. What ails you, old man? Why are you wailing? Leah asked the tree spirit. I never expected you could injure the nearly 1,000-year-old Dark Elf King. You are truly a marvel. The tree spirit exclaimed with excitement. Are you saying that dark fellow has lived for nearly a millennium? Tang King Leah asked in surprise. Indeed. The lifespan of the Dark Elf King is approximately 900 years. This current Dark Elf King has lived for 880 years, the tree spirit explained. If I understand correctly, that dark fellow ought to be nearing his end then, Leah said with a mischievous smile. The tree spirit was momentarily at a loss for words, hesitant to speak ill of the Dark Elf King, knowing that the Dark Elf King might employ divine crows to surveil him from above. If the Dark Elf King were to learn that he was cursed to meet an early demise, he would undoubtedly return to exact vengeance, determined to eliminate me. Are you truly so fearful of that shadowy figure? King Leah of Tang inquired with curiosity. He chuckled awkwardly. The tree spirit offered no further commentary. King Leah pressed on. If this creature were to perish, would the Dark Elves cease their assaults on the elven race? You raise a valid point. However, the Dark Elf King is not so easily vanquished. Moreover, the tree spirit appeared hesitant to elaborate. Moreover what? Leah could not resist probing further. Moreover, within their stronghold lies the fountain of demons. Regardless of the injuries they sustain, a mere immersion in the fountain will heal them after a few days. The tree spirit explained. How remarkable! King Leah responded, astonished. Is the fountain of demons beneficial to ordinary mortals? King Leah inquired with intrigue. Ordinary mortals? They should not even approach the fountain of demons, the tree spirit warned. Why so? Leah asked, puzzled. Because upon contact with the waters of the fountain of demons, ordinary individuals transform into mindless demon soldiers, under the command of the Dark Elf King, the tree spirit articulated. How terrifying! King Leah exclaimed. Precisely for this reason. It is referred to as the Fountain of Demons, the tree spirit stated. In gratitude for King Leah's salvation, the elven kin presented him with a vial of wisdom spring water. Leah graciously accepted it, believing the Dark Elf King to be incapacitated for the foreseeable future. He departed from the elven tribe. King Leah extended his consciousness to search for the whereabouts of the Dark Elves. Soon, he discovered that they were heading southwest. Thus, he trailed them from a distance. At this moment, the Dark Elf King sat upon a specially crafted chair, being carried by several Dark Elves. Slowly advancing towards the Great Rift, his eyes were half closed, as if lost in thought. Months later, King Leah followed the Dark Elf King's army to a vast chasm. The Dark Elf King then bathed in a mist-laden spring, while the other injured Dark Elves sought out the Fountain of Demons for healing. King Leah concealed himself at a distance, observing but finding no peculiarities in the Fountain of Demons. After several days, he departed. Once the Dark Elf King was assured of Leah's absence, he led the Dark Elf clan onward to their stronghold at the Great Rift. The Dark Elf King was keenly aware that the human adept had followed, harboring ill intentions. Severely wounded and unable to confront him directly, he resorted to cunning deception, intending to mislead the human into believing that this chasm was his lair. However, following this incident, the Dark Elf King resolved to devise a thorough plan against humanity. A nefariously wicked scheme was brewing in his mind. Emperor Leah of the Tang dynasty returned directly to the realm of Tang. Previously, a confrontation with the Bairuyan tribe beneath the Changbai Mountains in the northeast had illuminated the vital importance of constructing fortified cities. Had there been fortifications in place, the formidable forces of the Bairuyan tribe would not have been able to advance unchecked, thereby sparing the soldiers of Tang from grievous losses. The crux of the matter lies in the strength of the Bairuyan tribe, armed with sharp iron weaponry, distinguishing them from ordinary, primitive indigenous tribes. Consequently, she mobilized hundreds of thousands to erect cities along the northeastern borders of Tang. In truth, the current Tang is well guarded by 6 disciples under Leah's tutelage, rendering any issues unlikely. Leah merely set the overarching direction for development, delegating the details to her disciples. Observing that everything proceeded according to her plans, she departed from Tang to seek the spirit of fire, continuing her cultivation. In this world, the spirit of fire often resides in perilous locales, such as underground magma caverns and volcanoes. This time, Emperor Leah ventured to a volcanic archipelago in the southern part of the Red Continent. This island harbored an active volcano, which erupted every few years, spewing forth copious amounts of volcanic ash and molten rock. She hoped to encounter some fortuitous opportunities amidst this volcanic archipelago. As fate would have it, upon her arrival, she discovered a volcano actively erupting with lava. She soared above the crater, suspended at a distance of several dozen meters, and extended her consciousness to discern if any spirits of fire were emerging with the flowing magma. Upon investigation, she detected clusters of red spiritual energy rising slowly alongside the searing lava. Swiftly, she focused her consciousness to lock onto these spirits of fire and employed a powerful absorption technique to draw them into her dantian. Subsequently, she utilized the 5 elements refinement technique to refine and absorb the spirits of fire forcibly drawn into her dantian. Thus, she spent 5 years cultivating and refining the spirits of fire at the various volcanic craters of the archipelago. Chapter 185. The Half-Beastmen. In the 5th year of Emperor Leah's stay on the volcanic archipelago, a dreadful event transpired in the Tang dynasty. Over 10 villages and towns in the southwest of Tang witnessed the alarming transformation of tens of thousands of citizens into half-beastmen within a mere month. These half-beastmen bore the heads of tigers, leopards, and jackals, yet walked upright like humans. Even more alarming was their assault on nearby Tang villages and towns, resulting in nearly 10,000 deaths at the hands of these half-beastmen. The southern populace of Tang, gripped by terror, fled their homes, migrating northward. In response, Tang Qianli, responsible for the defense of Tang, dispatched 50,000 soldiers commanded by Tang Qianfeng as the general and Tang Qianli as the deputy general, southward to exterminate the half-beastmen. In addition, numerous second-generation disciples of the Star Palace accompanied the expedition, including Tang Xiulin, Tang Xiushui, Tang Xiushi, Tang Xiufeng, Tang Xiuyue, and Tang Xiubai. Tang Xiuyue and Tang Xiubai led the central forces, taking 5,000 Tang soldiers as vanguards, launching a direct assault on the southern half-beastmen. Meanwhile, Tang Xiufeng and Tang Xiulin commanded the eastern forces, leading another 5,000 Tang soldiers as the eastern vanguard to confront the half-beastmen to the east. Tang Xiushui and Tang Xiushi led the vanguard of the Great Tang Army, consisting of 5,000 soldiers, to confront the half-orc tribes in the west. When Tang Xiufeng and Tang Xiulin's Eastern Vanguard forces arrived in the south, they encountered tens of thousands of half-orcs rushing towards them. Tang Xiufeng hastily sent a message to Tang Qianfeng, stating, "Commander, we have discovered tens of thousands of half-orcs 30 miles east of Divine Grace Lake." Aware of the gravity of the situation, Tang Qianfeng ordered Tang Qianli to advance rapidly towards Divine Grace Lake, separating from the main force. He then took to the skies on his sword, hastening to join Tang Xiufeng. Upon Tang Qianfeng's arrival at the eastern side of Divine Grace Lake, he found the 5,000 soldiers of the Great Tang completely surrounded by the overwhelming half-orc horde. Tang Xiufeng and Tang Xiulin had exhausted their talismans and were currently casting spells against the densely packed half-orc army. Observing their sweat-drenched brows and ashen faces, it was evident that their spiritual energy was depleted. The ground was strewn with the bodies of over 1,000 Tang soldiers and several thousand half-orcs. Strangely, after a while, the corpses of the half-orcs began to revert back to human forms. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tang Qianfeng acted without hesitation. He produced a handful of talismans and scattered them towards the half-orcs, releasing a brilliant golden light that soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of half-orcs were immobilized by his talismans. Next, he summoned his flying sword and unleashed the 1,000 Mountains and 10,000 Peaks sword technique. Instantly, the flying sword transformed into small peaks that relentlessly struck down upon the half-orc army. Under the assault of Tang Qianfeng's powerful attack, the half-orcs were swiftly reduced to mere pulp. At that moment, Tang Xiufeng, having exhausted all his spiritual energy, was decapitated by a half-orc with a tiger's head. Thus, he met his demise. Witnessing this, Tang Qianfeng was filled with both shock and fury. Fearing that Tang Xiulin might suffer a similar fate, he employed an object-manipulating technique to draw Tang Xiulin to his side. Tang Qianfeng frantically infused spiritual energy into the peaks in the sky, causing them to grow larger and descend with increasing speed. Under his relentless assault, thousands of half-orcs perished. Seeing Tang Qianfeng's ruthless prowess, the remaining half-orcs turned to flee. Tang Qianfeng refrained from issuing a pursuit order, for the 5,000 Eastern Vanguard soldiers had dwindled to fewer than 1,000. He awaited the arrival of Tang Qianli's forces before joining them in the pursuit of the retreating half-orc army. Meanwhile, Tang Xiuyue and Tang Xiubai's central vanguard encountered several thousand half-orcs. The forces were evenly matched. Despite the formidable appearance and strength of the half-orcs, they were ultimately unarmed. Consequently, these half-orcs faced slaughter at the hands of the well-equipped Great Tang army. After a fierce battle, Tang Xiuyue and Tang Xiubai's central forces suffered only minor losses, eliminating the half-orc contingent. Thus, Tang Xiuyue and Tang Xiubai continued to lead their central vanguard southward. Days later, their army clashed with tens of thousands of half-orcs fleeing from the east. Another brutal battle ensued, culminating in the complete annihilation of Tang Xiuyue and Tang Xiubai's central forces after they had slain thousands of half-orcs. Tang Xiuyue and Tang Xiubai both met their demise. The Western Vanguard army led by Tang Xiushui and Tang Xiushi encountered only a handful of half-orcs, which they swiftly dispatched. However, after consuming the well water from a nearby village, the members of the Western Vanguard army began to gradually transform into half-orcs themselves. Tang Xiushui and Tang Xiushi promptly communicated their dire situation to Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianli through long-distance sound transmission. Tang Qianli immediately instructed Tang Xiushui and Tang Xiushi to lead those soldiers who had not drunk the local well water away from the area. Meanwhile, Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianli would lead the main army to eliminate those who had already transformed into half-orcs. Over 1,000 soldiers of the Great Tang had succumbed to this transformation, fleeing westward alongside a multitude of half-orcs. Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianli pursued the retreating half-orc army with over 30,000 troops from the Great Tang. They chased them all the way to the turbulent Fanha River, but were unable to catch up. Expanding his consciousness, Tang Qianfeng discovered that the half-orcs had successfully crossed the rushing waters of the Fanha and had escaped far beyond their reach. Gazing at the wide expanse of the Fanha, he remarked, "It is truly astonishing that those half-orcs managed to cross such a fierce river. Surely many must have perished in the attempt," Tang Qianli observed. "Indeed," Tang Qianfeng concurred. "Should we continue our pursuit?" Tang Qianli inquired. "Their ability to cross the river signifies that fate has spared them. Why should we act against the will of heaven?" Tang Qianfeng replied. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Qianli responded, "While your words hold merit, this matter is of great significance. It would be prudent to consult with our senior brother." Agreed, Tang Qianfeng nodded. Following her consultation with Tang Qianli, he commanded Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianli to return with their forces. Upon discovering the sudden transformation of tens of thousands in the south was linked to the local well water, Tang Qianli ordered a lockdown of the southern villages and towns, prohibiting anyone from approaching. He also mandated the filling in of over 100 local wells. The half-orc incident had caused suffering for over 100,000 citizens of the Great Tang, with 3 second-generation cultivators from the Star Palace perishing and the army suffering losses exceeding 10,000. 3 years later, after achieving great mastery over the fire spirit, King Leia returned to the Great Tang. Upon learning about the half-orc incident from years prior, she was profoundly shocked. Consequently, Leia personally set out to investigate the whereabouts of the escaped half-orcs. She soared on her sword towards the Fanha River, simultaneously expanding her consciousness to survey the situation below. Upon investigation, she discovered that the many tribes across the river had largely been devastated by the half-orcs, and the fate of that group of half-orcs remained unknown. Chapter 186. Crisis and Desperation. Leia returned to the Great Tang. She arrived at the now-blockaded villages and towns in the southwest of the Great Tang. Years had passed, and the area was unrecognizable, with no clues related to the half-orcs to be found. More importantly, the wells that had caused the transformation were no longer accessible, as they had all been filled in. After some thought, King Leia decided to pay a visit to the Elven tribe. She sought to inquire of the World Tree, believing that it might possess some knowledge. After all, that ancient being had existed for over 10 millennia. The Tang King, Leia, employed the technique of spatial contraction and, in an instant, found himself before the Elfen tribe. Approaching the World Tree, he spoke of the matter concerning the beast transformation. Upon hearing this, the tree spirit fell into silence for a moment, then replied, "This incident may very well be the handiwork of the Dark Elf King." "Why do you say that?" Leia inquired. "To my knowledge, in this realm, the only source capable of contaminating well water to induce beast transformation among humans is the water from the demonic spring. Moreover, considering your intervention against the Dark Elves on my behalf, their retaliation is quite understandable," the tree spirit murmured. Leia nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in the ancient spirit's words. After all, it was she who had meddled first. However, the loss of over 100,000 lives for this cause was an exceedingly steep price to pay. She resolved to obliterate the Dark Elves' demonic spring. With this thought in mind, she once again set her course towards the Great Rift in the southwest. The World Tree watched as Leia departed, letting out a silent sigh. With her sacred sword beneath her feet, she ascended slowly, her spirit searching for the lair of the Dark Elves as she journeyed westward. Days passed, and suddenly, Leia detected a faint essence of the Earth spirit. Following that trace, she flew onward, ultimately arriving in the mountainous region of the southwestern Red Continent. There flowed a river named Ebay, beside which lay a small tribe whose people adorned themselves with ornaments crafted from turquoise. In the nearby jade mining area, Leia discovered a colossal earth spirit. Summoning her sacred sword, she diligently excavated deep within the mines. At last, she unearthed a massive piece of jade exuding tremendous earth spirit energy. Henceforth, Leia sequestered herself within the cavern, refining and absorbing the vast and pure essence of the white earth spirit. Years later, the Tang dynasty faced another outbreak of the half-beast phenomenon. This time, 100,000 individuals unwittingly consumed well water tainted by the demonic spring and transformed into half-beasts. This legion of half-beasts wreaked havoc throughout the Tang territory, terrorizing the populace. The Tang general, Tang Qianli, personally led the imperial forces to quell the rampaging half-beast army. At that moment, the Bairean tribe in the northeast of the Tang territory also mobilized an army of 100,000, invading the borders. With internal strife and external threats, the Tang dynasty confronted its gravest challenge. Upon receiving a distant transmission from her disciple, Tang Qianli, Leia hastily returned to the Tang dynasty. It was then that she realized the complexity of the situation, for she discovered that in the southwestern blockade of the Tang, thousands of armed half-beasts had emerged. They were likely the same half-beasts that had vanished after crossing the Vanna River. Now, this well-equipped army of half-beasts was advancing towards the Tang capital of Chang'an, leaving a path of slaughtered villages and destroyed homes in their wake. As King Leia of the Tang dynasty commanded his troops to quell the chaos wrought by the half-beast army, the Dark Elves launched yet another assault on the Elven tribes. The World Tree utilized a communication talisman to beseech King Leia for assistance. Torn between the perilous plight of his citizens, who faced imminent slaughter at the hands of the half-beasts, and his solemn vow to protect the World Tree, King Leia found himself in a state of helplessness. Ultimately, he resolved to remain in the Tang dynasty. As its sovereign, he felt it imperative to stay and defend his realm during its most perilous moments, safeguarding the well-being of his people. After all, The flourishing Tang dynasty represented nearly a century of his diligent efforts. He could not bear to witness its annihilation. Thus, he decided to forsake his promise. King Liya entrusted Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianli with the command of 20,000 troops to fortify the northeastern cities. He himself led the entirety of the Star Palace's cultivators, commanding 60,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty to eradicate the half-beast forces within their territory. The Tang forces, led by King Liya, swiftly encountered the half-beast army of 100,000. At his command, the Tang soldiers launched a fierce charge against their foes. Simultaneously, King Liya and the cultivators of Star Palace unleashed their magical artifacts and spells, assaulting the frenzied half-beast horde. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with sword energy as various sword techniques rained down upon the half-beasts. Notably, the advanced cultivator Liya invoked the Seven Stars sword technique. The entire battlefield was enveloped in the formidable Seven Stars formation, where 7 sacred swords, transformed from the holy blades, spun ceaselessly in the air according to the alignment of the Big Dipper. These 7 swords emitted powerful beams of light, mercilessly striking down the half-beasts within the formation. The 100,000 half-beast soldiers fell like lambs to the slaughter, ruthlessly dispatched by King Liya and the cultivators of the Star Palace. Subsequently, King Liya ordered Tang Qianjiao, Tang Qianji, Tang Qianxue, and a host of second-generation disciples from the Star Palace to lead 30,000 troops to hasten their support for Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianli in the northeast. He, alongside Tang Qianli, commanded another 20,000 soldiers to confront the half-beast army crossing the river. Half a month later, the forces of the Tang dynasty, now equipped with superior weaponry, confronted the half-beast army. Without hesitation, King Liya summoned his flying sword and launched an attack on the vast assembly of half-beasts. The half-beast army retaliated with their formidable dark bows, unleashing arrows that effortlessly pierced the heavy armor of the Tang soldiers. Soon, over 1,000 soldiers fell victim to the onslaught of dark arrows. Observing this, King Liya executed the 10,000 sword technique. In an astonishing display, the sacred swords in midair transformed into a dense swarm of 10,000 flying swords, propelled by Liya's intent. With a cacophony of screams, thousands of half-beasts succumbed under the barrage. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty roared in fury as they charged forward to engage in fierce combat with the half-beast army. Tang Qianli also summoned his flying sword, casting the Crimson Flame technique, releasing torrents of searing flames from the sword as it soared through the air. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of half-orcs were burned alive, with a formidable cultivator at the nascent soul stage presiding over the battle. The outcome of this war was never in doubt. It merely consumed a considerable amount of time. Chapter 187. Faith in the world. At this moment in the northeastern region of the Tang dynasty, several cities had already fallen. The Tang forces led by Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianli suffered grievously under the relentless assault of the ferocious warriors of the Bairuan tribe. Out of 20,000 Tang soldiers, a significant portion perished, with countless others wounded. Tang Qianfeng and Tang Qianli commanded a retreat with the thousands of injured soldiers, while tens of thousands of Bairuan troops pursued them relentlessly. Just then, Tang Qianjiao, Tang Qianji, and other cultivators from the Star Palace arrived with 30,000 Tang troops. A fierce battle erupted around the sacred lake. The over 30,000 Tang soldiers fought valiantly, while the cultivators of the Star Palace unleashed their sword techniques, striking down the enemy. Ultimately, the valiant Bairuan forces were defeated. The shores of the sacred lake were littered with the bodies of countless warriors from both the Bairuan tribe and the Tang. The retreating Bairuan army plundered the northeastern cities before making their escape. Emperor Liya commanded Tang Qianfeng to station 20,000 Tang troops in the northeast to prevent another invasion by the Bairuan tribe. She then employed the technique of shrinking distances to hasten her journey to the Elven tribe. Upon her arrival at the Elven tribe, she discovered that the world tree had long since been felled, its immense wood spirit energy dissipated into the ether, reduced to a pile of debris. The Elven tribe lay in ruins, with no survivors. At that moment, Emperor Liya realized why the Dark Elf King had dispatched agents to poison the wells of the Tang villages with the demon spring. The intent was to incite internal discord within the Tang and render her incapable of saving the Elven tribe. Standing before the remnants of the world tree, Emperor Liya gently caressed the thick trunk and whispered, "I am sorry, I have come too late." She silently vowed to seek justice for the world tree and the countless Tang citizens who had met their untimely demise. However, in the aftermath of this brutal war, the Tang forces were left with severe casualties and a significant depletion of national strength. Particularly, the Bairuan tribe, which had risen in the northeast, remained a constant threat to the Tang. Emperor Leia understood all too well that the Tang dynasty was her foundation. A prosperous Tang was also her dream in this world. By any means necessary, she would strive to realize this dream. Thus, she resolved to pause her cultivation and focus on the revival of the Tang dynasty. In the ensuing decades, on the northern lands of the Middle Sea's northern shore, the northern giants who had fled to this region were ultimately assimilated through countless conflicts with the local tribes. They relinquished their faith in the celestial deity Aellen and embraced the teachings of the Heavenly Emperor, becoming devout followers of the Heavenly Emperor sect. In the southern region of the Middle Sea, the world of the True Lord sect continued to flourish. The Great G Kingdom remained a nation of diverse religious beliefs, with the ruling class and nobility predominantly adhering to the True Lord sect. The common folk practiced a variety of faiths, including the Heavenly Emperor sect, the True Lord sect, and the Ancient Sun cult. Under the governance of Lion King Jeddah, the Great G Kingdom's strength steadily grew. He similarly adopted an inclusive religious policy, allowing followers of various faiths to coexist peacefully within the realm of Daji. Although merely a decade has passed, the world of the True God has undergone significant transformation. The True God Empire, led by Aleph, experienced a schism. Previously, Daji severed ties with Aleph, and subsequently, a new nation known as the Padi dynasty emerged in the western territories of Daji. Prior to the establishment of the Padi dynasty, this region had belonged to the True God Empire under Aleph's leadership. Due to the vast expanse of the True God Empire and the geographical remoteness of the Padi dynasty, Aleph found it increasingly challenging to govern or intervene in the political affairs of the Padi region. Consequently, the Padi dynasty gradually liberated itself from Aleph's control. The previous rulers of the Padi dynasty imposed heavy taxes and engaged in oppressive practices, leading the local populace to rise in rebellion against the ruling class. Ultimately, the citizens' armed uprising triumphed, giving birth to the dynasty named Padi, with King Padiad ascending to the throne. Under King Padiad's governance, the Padi dynasty flourished. However, internal strife persisted. King Padiad continuously dispatched troops to suppress the surging waves of popular uprisings. An ambitious monarch, he initiated academic endeavors in Wanqing, inviting learned individuals to translate various cultural texts, offering them substantial rewards. Simultaneously, King Padiad employed scholars to assist in the administration and development of the Padi dynasty. After more than a decade of diligent governance, the Padi dynasty, under Padiad's rule, not only expanded its territory, but also grew immensely prosperous. King Padiad aspired to establish an empire reminiscent of ancient Rome, a powerful True God empire encircling the Mediterranean. He sought to disseminate the gospel of the True God Andra to every corner of the world, converting people into devoted followers. Thus, the increasingly powerful Padi dynasty commenced its offensives against numerous islands in the Mediterranean and the coastal nations. Wherever the forces of the Padi dynasty conquered, fervent missionaries of the True God would arrive to spread the faith. King Padiad envisioned building a Mediterranean True God empire in unison with the conquered peoples, all sharing a common belief. The formidable Padi dynasty surged across the Mediterranean, launching an assault on the Longtail Peninsula, home to the historically significant nation of Wydalia. This land, once dominated by the Roman Empire, which reigned over the northern and southern lands, is now the seat of the Pope of the Heavenly Emperor religion. The Pope serves as the spiritual leader of the Heavenly Emperor faith, wielding influence akin to that of Aleph in the True God realm. Years of external expansion have not only enlarged the flourishing Padi dynasty, but also brought immense wealth. The subjects of the Padi dynasty increasingly identified with their king. Nonetheless, within the Padi dynasty, conflicts arose due to King Padiad's governance philosophy clashing with the emerging sects of the True God, prompting frequent insurrections organized and orchestrated by the burgeoning Cainier faction across various locales. Though previously supported by the Carnial faction, which bolstered his ascent to kingship through trials and tribulations, King Padiad now finds himself compelled to suppress this group of insurrectionists with armed force. However, his military might proves futile against the burgeoning Carnial faction, akin to weeds in a field, impossible to eradicate, springing forth anew with the wind. This predicament vexes King Padiad greatly, prompting him to humbly seek counsel from the esteemed scholars of Wanqiang on how to effectively deal with the Carnial uprising. One scholar remarked, "What humanity strives for in this world ultimately boils down to wealth and glory, much like the aspirations of the Carnial faction. Perhaps your majesty should consider further expansion, allowing your loyal soldiers to acquire greater riches and honor on the battlefield. In doing so, the members of the Carnial faction will undoubtedly feel envious and may choose to join your campaigns in pursuit of the wealth and glory they desire. What if they remain unwilling?" inquired King Padiad. The scholar replied, "Your Majesty can promulgate to the populace that joining the military and engaging in battle will yield both wealth and honor. Should they still remain unmoved, then resolute force must be employed against them. For you have granted them the opportunity to serve their country. Their obstinacy warrants awakening through bloodshed." Taking the scholar's advice to heart, King Paddy initiated a widespread campaign within the Paddy dynasty, promoting the notion that enlisting in the military could alter one's fate and bring about wealth and status. Simultaneously, he implemented a meritocratic system, wherein any soldier who bravely fought on the battlefield could attain nobility based on their military achievements, with varying ranks conferring corresponding privileges. Under King Paddy's vigorous advocacy, thousands of citizens from the Paddy dynasty eagerly enlisted in the military. This vast army embarked upon grand ships, setting sail towards the eastern realm of Djiguo. Djiguo, strategically positioned and home to numerous vital trade ports, is renowned for Aellen City. Each year, countless merchant vessels from the northern lands traverse this route, subsequently transporting goods to the Fire Dragon Sea and ultimately to the eastern world. The flourishing maritime trade has bestowed immense wealth upon Djiguo, and King Paddy's military campaign against the kingdom is driven by a desire to seize the riches afforded by its advantageous geography. As the thousands of troops from the Paddy dynasty advanced by sea towards Aellen City, King Hassan, having recognized its significance following the battle with the leader of the true faith in Bodiching over a decade ago, had devoted the subsequent years to fortifying and expanding the city's defenses. Thus, when the multitude of Paddy forces arrived at the foot of Aellen City, they were met with fierce resistance from the thousands of defenders. Countless boulders and arrows rained down from the towering walls, claiming the lives and injuring many of the besieging soldiers. During a protracted week-long siege, the forces of the Paddy dynasty suffered grievous casualties. Reinforcements from various cities of the Great Djiguo Kingdom streamed continuously into Aellen City, leaving the attacking Paddy army devoid of even a glimmer of hope for victory. After sustaining losses exceeding half of their ranks, the Paddy forces were compelled to retreat. The failed invasion of the Djiguo Kingdom incited discontent among the populace, who believed that King Paddy had deceived them. The external conflict had not bestowed upon them immense wealth. Rather, it had brought death, disability, and greater impoverishment. Insurrections erupted across the Paddy dynasty, causing considerable distress for King Paddy. Nevertheless, he was obligated to confront these pressing issues. Upon the council of his ministers, King Paddy expended a considerable fortune to procure a significant number of African slaves from the Black Continent. He trained these enslaved individuals, forming a formidable and fiercely loyal legion of slaves. Commanding this powerful slave army, King Paddy relentlessly suppressed the armed uprisings of the Kaniyar faction within his realm. Furthermore, he decreed that all who did not adhere to the Orthodox true Catholic faith would face an additional 5% tax. He intended to employ economic coercion to compel the adherents of Kaniyarism to return to the Orthodox Catholic faith, thereby ensuring the stability and unity of the nation. Regarding the Great Djiguo Kingdom, King Paddy, following his recent expedition, recognized that King Hassan was not a fool. A direct assault on the kingdom would be counterproductive. Thus, he resolved to dispatch assassins to instigate turmoil within Djiguo. Under King Hassan's governance, the Great Djiguo Kingdom had prospered over the past decade, particularly following the excavation of the Suyi Canal, which facilitated trade activities. The reactivation of the canal also ushered in substantial wealth for the kingdom. King Hassan observed that his brother, King Jed of the Lesser Djiguo Kingdom, frequently visited the pyramid complex southwest of Tianluo City. It appeared that within those pyramids lay veiled secrets. Driven by curiosity, King Hassan dispatched individuals to shadow his brother. Soon, he discovered that King Jed often frequented a secret sarcophagus hidden within the pyramids. One day, upon learning that his brother had departed from the pyramid, King Hassan disguised himself and, accompanied by a few trusted aides, ventured into the hidden chamber of his brother's favored pyramid. Upon entering the chamber, he found nothing but a solitary sarcophagus. He instructed his companions to attempt to open it. The men exerted considerable effort and employed various methods, yet they remained unable to unseal the sarcophagus. Reluctantly, King Hassan led his subordinates out of the chamber. However, on his way back, he encountered a group of assassins veiled in black and armed with curved blades. After a fierce and desperate struggle with the assassins, King Hassan, outnumbered, ultimately succumbed to their blades. The assassins departed the Great Djiguo Kingdom, bearing King Hassan's severed head. The demise of King Hassan plunged the entire Great Djiguo Kingdom into profound mourning. After the ministers interred Queen Hassan, they elevated her 7-year-old son to the throne. From that moment on, The power fell into the hands of the ambitious officials who imposed heavy taxes on the people of the Great G Kingdom, leading to widespread suffering. Unable to bear the ever-increasing burden of taxation, the populace began to rise in rebellion. A fervent movement of popular uprising unfolded across the Great G Kingdom. In response, the power-hungry officials dispatched troops to suppress the insurrection, resulting in the deaths of countless rebels. However, the desperate uprising citizens, undeterred by the specter of death, valiantly fought against the government forces while rallying more individuals to join their cause, aiming to overthrow the corrupt and avaricious regime and establish a fair and just new government. The flames of the people's uprising blazed fiercely, spreading rapidly throughout the Great G Kingdom. Upon learning of the turmoil in the Great G Kingdom, King Padide made the decision to march his forces into the region once more. As before, they launched a direct assault on the critical stronghold of Alishan City by sea. Due to the internal strife, most of the more than 20,000 soldiers originally stationed in Alishan City had been redeployed to quell the domestic conflict, leaving only a mere few thousand defenders. Seizing the opportunity, the vast expeditionary forces of the Padide dynasty immediately commenced their attack on Alishan City. After more than half a month of relentless siege, the defenders, having fought to the last man without any reinforcements, were compelled to surrender. Following their conquest of Alishan City, the Padide dynasty established it as a base from which to dispatch troops into the surrounding regions, continuously invading the Milong River Delta. Upon receiving word of the Padide forces' incursion into the Great G Kingdom, the Lion King Jeddah of the Lower Great G Kingdom recognized that the moment had arrived. He decisively mobilized an army of 100,000, appointing the High Priest Orpheus as commander, to march towards Tianluo City to assist the Great G Kingdom in resisting the invasion of the Padide dynasty. Chapter 189. Unification. Orpheus led the 100,000-strong army down the Mini River, swiftly entering the Great G Kingdom. At that time, the Padide forces had already subdued the cities of the Milong River Delta and were advancing towards the capital, Tianluo City. One day later, tens of thousands of Padide soldiers besieged Tianluo City. Under the counsel of the ambitious officials, the young king resolved to open the city gates and surrender. Just then, Orpheus and his vast army appeared on the distant horizon. Employing the art of distant communication, Orpheus addressed the young king. I, Orpheus, high priest of the realm, come at the behest of our king to provide assistance. Until my arrival, I implore you, great king, to keep the city gates firmly closed and deny entry to our enemies. The young king nodded and conveyed to his advisors. These are allies from the Lower Great G Kingdom. We shall not open the gates just yet. My lord, you have chosen not to surrender? One of the officials asked. Astonished. Indeed, the young king affirmed. Are you aware that if we do not surrender now, when the enemy breaches our defenses, it will mean death for us all? Not only for us, but for the inhabitants of the city as well. The enemy is merciless. They will slaughter everyone, the official expressed with evident concern. Hearing this, the young king felt a twinge of fear. He had no desire to meet his demise, especially at such a tender age. Outside the city, the commander of the Paddy dynasty grew impatient as the gates of Tianluo City remained shut, while the formidable army of the Great G Kingdom approached. He addressed the young king atop the city walls, promising that should he surrender, not only would they spare his life, but he would also retain his position as the lord of Tianluo City, provided he submitted to the Paddy dynasty. Orpheus, whose divine awareness enveloped the entire battlefield, sensed the young king's hesitation. It appeared he was tempted to concede. With a decisive stride, he brandished the spear of annihilation and sped towards Tianluo City. In no time, Orpheus found himself hovering above the city. The gathered crowd gazed in astonishment at the figure suspended in midair. I, Orpheus, high priest of the Great G Kingdom, have come at the behest of my sovereign to annihilate the enemy forces, he proclaimed with clarity. Loose the arrows. Strike him down, shouted the commander of the Paddy dynasty. In an instant, thousands of arrows rained down upon Orpheus. With a dismissive snort, he waved his arm, conjuring an overwhelming gale that swept the myriad arrows back toward the ranks of the Paddy army. Amidst the harrowing cries of the fallen, many warriors of the Paddy dynasty succumbed. I urge you to retreat swiftly, otherwise, you shall all meet your doom, Orpheus bellowed. Yet the soldiers of the Paddy dynasty were not easily intimidated. They formed a formidable line, resolved to engage the advancing tide of 100,000 foes in a desperate battle. Orpheus smiled subtly, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. Soon, the two armies clashed beneath the walls of Tianluo City. Orpheus had descended into the midst of his forces, brandishing the spear of annihilation, leading the charge against the enemy line. With each thrust of his spear, Dozens of adversaries were sent hurtling back by the violent waves of energy unleashed. The defenses of the Paddy army crumbled before Orpheus, a cultivator of remarkable prowess, as if they were mere parchment, easily torn asunder. Before long, the Paddy forces began to disintegrate under the relentless assault from Orpheus. Even the fierce and fearless Black Battalion could not reverse the tide of defeat. Countless soldiers of the Paddy dynasty fell forever upon the ground outside Tianluo City, realizing their inability to alter the course of battle. The remnants of the Paddy army were compelled to retreat, while Orpheus relentlessly pursued them. In the ensuing months, Orpheus led his troops to gradually reclaim the towns of the Milong River Delta that had been seized by the Paddy dynasty. The remnants of the Paddy forces found themselves cornered in the vicinity of Alishan City. However, Orpheus refrained from launching another vigorous assault against the beleaguered remnants of the Paddy dynasty. The young king of the Great G Kingdom and his ministers were left perplexed by this strategy. They could not comprehend why Orpheus's army chose not to continue their offensive against the enemy. Whenever the young king dispatched envoys to inquire about Orpheus's intentions regarding further attacks, they met with silence. Orpheus did not feign illness to avoid an audience. Rather, he conveyed to the envoy that his grand army, having fought for months, was weary and in need of rest. The envoy returned with Orpheus's message to the young king, who ceased his insistence. What the young king did not anticipate was that Orpheus's army would rest for more than 2 years. Moreover, during this protracted period, the kingdom of Lower Daji dispatched numerous officials to the Milong River Delta to take control of various towns. At this juncture, the towns of the Milong River Delta were firmly under the dominion of the kingdom of Lower Daji. Upon learning the truth, the young king sent envoys to confront Orpheus, questioning why, as allies, they had forsaken their previous pact to seize the territories of Upper Daji. Orpheus replied, stating that they had led an army of 100,000 to drive out the invading foes. The king had neither hosted a grand banquet to reward his troops nor granted land as a sign of gratitude. Since the king had offered nothing, it was only natural for them to claim some towns as recompense for their service. The young king and his ministers, faced with Orpheus's brazen and domineering demeanor, could only harbor their indignation in silence, for he commanded an imposing force. Should they provoke Orpheus, he could unleash his wrath upon Tianlu City, leaving the young king homeless. Through Orpheus's machinations and the passage of another 2 years, the influence of Upper Daji diminished to merely Tianlu City and its surrounding areas. As the majority of its cities were gradually consumed by Lower Daji, the army of the Paddy dynasty, besieged in Alishan City, ultimately chose to surrender after succumbing to starvation. Orpheus then dispatched troops to take over Alishan City, marking the second failure of the Paddy dynasty's expedition against the kingdom of Daji. A year later, under pressure from his ministers, the young king reluctantly ceded the throne of Upper Daji to his uncle, Lion King Jed. Lion King Jed accepted this mantle, and thereafter, the kingdom of Upper and Lower Daji was once again unified. Aware of the unrest among the people of Upper Daji, Lion King Jed implemented a policy of simplicity, opposing extravagance and wastefulness. He led by example, earning the admiration and support of the populace. Furthermore, to swiftly restore the economy and order of Upper Daji, Lion King Jed enacted a series of tax reductions. His intention was to rejuvenate the spirit and confidence of the people in their lives through recuperation. Chapter 190. Crisis of Faith in the Political Realm. Lion King Jed advocated for pure faith, promoting the true teachings of the true Lord. He supported the spiritual leader of the true faith in Bada City, Caliph, opposing those who sought to manipulate the doctrines for their own gain, aiming to sow discord within the true faith and the broader community. Lion King Jed's commitment to a purist religious policy was well received by Caliph in Bada City. Concurrently, a movement arose across the true faith world, promoting unity and opposing division. People began to recognize the immense harm that religious schism inflicted upon the realm of the true faith. That night, Lion King Jed was peacefully slumbering in his chamber. In the midst of a hazy dream, he beheld an elderly figure, hair and beard as white as snow, crowned with a halo of divine light. This venerable sage addressed King Jed of the Lion. "My child, you have proven your worth. You have saved the brethren of the true faith. And as a token of my commendation, I shall appoint you as the next Herif." Awakening abruptly from his slumber, King Jed surveyed the emptiness of his chamber. Finding no trace of the divine messenger, he sat upon his bed, pondering the encounter, and concluded that the elderly figure he had seen was likely the true god, Andra. Consequently, he summoned the court painter to create a likeness of god Andra based on his description. From that moment onward, King Jed devoted himself with increasing fervor to the true faith. Years later, He commissioned the construction of a grand temple dedicated to god Andra in the city of Tianluo. This magnificent edifice housed a colossal statue of god Andra, a feature unseen in the temples of other faiths. Upon its completion, the temple drew devoted followers from far and wide, eager to behold the divine visage. Gradually, the city of Tianluo in the kingdom of Daji transformed into yet another sacred city of the true faith. Even the leader of the true faith in Bodicheng, Harif, intrigued to witness the likeness of god Andra, journeyed to Tianluo. The arrival of the spiritual leader created a sensation throughout the kingdom of Daji. King Jed, in his royal capacity, accorded Harif the highest honors during his visit. Accompanied by King Jed, Harif toured and paid homage to the temple of god Andra. Upon gazing at the statue of god Andra, Harif was overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks. The image before him, imbued with wisdom and sanctity, perfectly matched his inner vision of the divine. Harif understood that it was by divine revelation that King Jed had built this magnificent temple. In that moment, memories flooded Harif's mind, decades of rebellion and division within the realm of the true faith, and the valiant souls who perished on the battlefield, devoted warriors of their faith. Had it not been for King Jed's advocacy of pure belief, the world of the true faith might have continued its descent into division, driven by humanity's ignorant desires. It could have ultimately led to a complete schism in the future. Harif could not ignore these pressing issues. A sincere and untainted faith could bestow boundless strength upon the people, uniting the weak under a common belief and granting them indomitable resolve. However, should faith falter and diverge, it would breed not only division but also endless warfare, a true hell and an abyss of despair. Following this pilgrimage, a thought took root in Harif's heart. He aspired to bequeath his position as Harif of the true faith to King Jed after his own century-long existence. For he believed only King Jed possessed the potential to transform the current state of the true faith world. The recent failures of the Daji expedition had once again stirred discontent among the populace of the Padi dynasty. King Padid knew that a victory was imperative, otherwise, those who thrived on chaos would not relent. Thus, after mobilizing his forces, he launched an offensive with an army of 50,000 against the Longtail Peninsula across the Mediterranean. His objective was to seize the papal seat of Vitalia and eradicate the heathens residing on the peninsula. The forces of Vitalia were insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the Padid dynasty's grand army. In desperation, the Pope sought assistance from King Charles of the Hookford Kingdom. The mere thought of the formidable Padid army and the fervent, death-defying zealots of the true faith made King Charles's head throb. Although he had long harbored grievances against the Pope's previous actions, the Pope remained the spiritual leader of the Northlands and indeed the world. Should the city of Rome fall to the merciless zealots, resulting in the Pope's capture or demise, it would bring immense disgrace upon the people of the Northlands. He reflected on the vast territories of the Ely Peninsula, now occupied by the true faith, and the inhabitants who once worshipped the Celestial Emperor, sharing the same beliefs as the Northlanders. Since the true faith zealots had overrun the Ely Peninsula, those brethren of the Celestial Emperor had been coerced into abandoning their love and faith, ultimately converting to the true faith. Fortunately, the majestic and towering Mount Ire had impeded the advance of these zealots. Had it not been for this natural barrier, they would have surged from the Ely Peninsula into the Northlands, annexing the entire region and compelling its inhabitants to adopt the true faith. The Celestial Emperor Kimin is the one true deity of this world. As a devoted follower, I earnestly revere and support the Celestial Emperor, guided by his light. To fight for the celestial faith and the beliefs of the entire Northlands, King Charles silently mused. After much internal conflict, he ultimately resolved to dispatch troops to Vitalia to rescue the celestial faith, save the Pope, and defend the beliefs of the Northland people. He summoned 50,000 soldiers from across the realm and set forth towards the city of Roman on the Longtail Peninsula. At that moment, 1/3 of the peninsula had already been occupied by the Padid forces, and the city of Roman, where the Pope resided, had been besieged for a week. The Pope, along with a multitude of high-ranking clerics and missionaries of the celestial faith, fervently prayed within the cathedral to the Holy Lord Kimin. At that moment, they desperately needed a divine manifestation, seeking guidance on how to repel the fearsome army of true faith zealots encircling them. They sought the Holy Lord's blessings to shield them from the horrors of war. With a command from the general of the Padid expeditionary forces, 20,000 black slave soldiers and 30,000 zealous warriors of the true faith launched another assault on the city of Roman. The citizens and soldiers within the city gathered atop the walls, uniting their efforts to repel the encroaching Padid warriors. Countless boulders rained down upon the assailants, causing many to suffer grievous injuries as they attempted to breach the city. Chapter 191. The Battle for Truth Yet. The fervent warriors of the true faith surged recklessly towards the battlements, engaging in a fierce and desperate struggle with the defenders atop the walls. In an effort to thwart the relentless assault of the Paddy dynasty's forces, the guardians of Roman City prepared cauldrons of boiling oil upon the parapets, pouring the scalding liquid down upon the enemy below. The searing oil instantly inflicted agonizing cries upon the besieging foes, causing them to plummet from the heights. Even in the face of the boiling oil, the zealous warriors of the true faith raised their round shields above their heads, erecting long ladders against the walls of Roman City, and began their ascent. Heating the oil and pouring it requires time, and the number of cauldrons atop the walls was limited. As more and more enemies scaled the battlements, the situation grew increasingly dire for the defenders. A red-robed cardinal of the Celestial Emperor's church, overseeing the battle, became incensed and ordered that torches be hurled beyond the walls. As the boiling oil met the flames, a conflagration erupted. Countless foes below were engulfed, screaming for mercy as they fled in panic. The siege forces of the Paddy dynasty suffered grievous losses, descending into chaos. The ladders, consumed by the fierce flames, collapsed, taking the enemies atop them into the inferno. Faced with the blazing Roman city, the forces of the Paddy dynasty found themselves powerless, compelled to cease their assault and retreat temporarily. At that moment, the Pope, accompanied by a host of high-ranking clergy, ascended the walls of Roman city. The defenders, alongside the citizens, erupted into cheers. The Pope surveyed the valiant soldiers and the distant populace, nodding with approval as he proclaimed, "My heroes, you have shown remarkable valor. You have defended Roman city, the celestial church, and the shared faith of our northern brethren with your lives and unparalleled courage. Each of you is a hero of Roman, a cherished and loyal child of the Holy Lord." The throng atop the battlements cheered once more, swelling with pride and joy at the Pope's affirmation. In that moment, they felt that all their sacrifices for Roman city were worthwhile, that even giving their lives for the city and the celestial church was without regret, for they had earned the Pope's recognition, a sublime honor. Suddenly, the Pope's expression turned sorrowful as he approached the edge of the city, gently caressing the bricks of Roman city, tears streaming down his cheeks as he lamented, "Roman city has stood upon this land for over a millennium. To us, she embodies not just a city steeped in history, but the very symbol of our northern civilization, the pillar of our spirit. She has nurtured generations of Romans with her greatness and selflessness, akin to a mother. Yet today, we have set ablaze our great and selfless mother. I can hear her weeping. I can feel her pain. This is a disgrace for us Romans. It is a shame for all of us in the north. You must remember all that has transpired today and vow that one day, we shall avenge this unparalleled humiliation." The Pope cried out in anguish. The words of the Pope moved all those present to tears, as he planted a seed of hatred deep within the hearts of the followers of the Celestial Empire. One day, this seed, brimming with animosity, would take root, sprout, and grow uncontrollably. The soldiers and citizens of Rome united in their efforts, and after several days of steadfast defense, they finally welcomed the reinforcements from the Kingdom of Hookfor. King Charles of Hookfor personally led an army of 50,000 to engage in fierce combat with the invading forces of the Paddy dynasty outside the city of Rome. The followers of the Celestial Empire shouted, "Eliminate the heretics. Defend Rome. Defend the Celestial Empire." They charged towards the enemy with fervor. The magnificent and imposing Hookfor army instilled fear in the soldiers of the Paddy dynasty. Yet, on the battlefield, retreat was not an option. They could only roar in defiance as they advanced towards the foe. The prolonged siege of Rome had severely dampened the morale of the Paddy dynasty's army, leaving them weary in body and spirit. Under the relentless assault of the Hookfor forces, the Paddy army suffered heavy casualties and began to retreat in disarray. At that moment, a banner emblazoned with two crossed swords appeared in the distance. The Pope himself led the soldiers from Rome out of the city to pursue the fleeing forces of the Paddy dynasty. The brave and fearless black slave soldiers fought valiantly, yet they could not withstand the might of the Celestial Empire's troops under the sacred banner. After a fierce battle, the army of the Paddy dynasty was utterly defeated and fled. King Charles, seizing the moment, pursued them relentlessly. After a year of conflict, King Charles's forces ultimately expelled the Paddy army from the Longtail Peninsula. Taking advantage of the situation, King Charles annexed Witalia into the realm of Hookfor. The people of Witalia were astonished. They never imagined King Charles to be such a figure. Particularly, the Pope of Rome could not believe he had let a wolf into his fold. He felt he had misjudged the man. Regardless, Rome was preserved, and the Celestial Empire remained intact. Compared to the savage heretics of the true faith, the hook for people who shared the same beliefs and cherished the celestial empire should be far easier to coexist with. However, the Pope and the Church lost considerable territories. Upon learning of the Pope's lingering resentment, King Charles of Hookfur reached a secret accord with him. Several months later, King Charles arrived in Rome and accepted the imperial crown placed upon his head by the Pope before the Grand Cathedral. From that moment on, he became known as Charles the Great, Holy Roman Emperor. Subsequently, Charles the Great bestowed vast lands upon the Pope and the Church, leading to an easing of tensions between them. Following the death of the true faith leader, Herif, and in accordance with his wishes, Herif's position was passed on to the Lion King, Jed, of the Great Land. Thus, Lion King Jed became the spiritual leader of the true faith. Known as Herif the Lion, Jed, the son of the former Herif, was deeply dissatisfied with his father's wishes. Traditionally, he should have inherited his father's position as the new Herif. Lion King Herif was aware of Jed's discontent. In an effort to mend the rift between them, he decided to appoint Jed as the governor of the two rivers and entrusted him with the territories once ruled by the former Herif. In the same year, King Harold of the Lion embarked on a pilgrimage to the holy city of the true faith. In this sacred place, he summoned the rulers of various nations within the realm of true faith and convened the inaugural summit of the true faith sovereigns. During this assembly, King Harold reiterated the significance and importance of pure true faith. Simultaneously, he advocated for unity against fragmentation, aspiring to construct a robust world of true faith. Chapter 192. The Emperor's Sword. At this summit of the true faith realm, in accordance with King Harold's request, a coalition of southern lordships known as the Southern Alliance was established. The purpose of the Southern Alliance was to form a mutual defense pact, foster amicable relations among neighboring territories, and provide assistance to one another. Together, they aimed to uphold peace, prosperity, and development within the world of true faith. The Southern Alliance convenes every 5 years, with the location determined by King Harold, the spiritual leader. Following the first assembly of the Southern Alliance, the High Priest Orpheus of the Grand Nation tendered his resignation to King Harold. Aware of Orpheus's exceptional talents, King Harold felt unable to retain him against his will and thus acquiesced to Orpheus's request. At this juncture, Orpheus had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Spirit's power and sought to pursue the Fire Spirit's energy. Having spent several decades in the Grand Nation, he planned to return to the kingdom of Aellen first. Consequently, he stepped upon the spear of annihilation and soared into the skies, hastening towards his destination. Despite the passage of decades, the kingdom of Aellen remained a patchwork of numerous tribes existing in isolation. Orpheus harbored concerns about this fragmentation. Understanding that a region with such geographical significance would inevitably succumb to invasion and enslavement by external powers without a strong, centralized authority, he pondered the whereabouts of his master, Leah, questioning why he had ventured to the distant Red Continent and established the Great Tang there. Yet, he sensed that his master's actions were grounded in a profound rationale. The Red Continent, abundant in spiritual energy, was a coveted sanctuary for practitioners. Orpheus surmised that his master's establishment of the Great Tang was likely a means to cultivate a sect there. With the Great Tang in place, his master could select individuals of exceptional talent to join his ranks, ensuring the enduring legacy of the sect. Should I also follow in my master's footsteps and establish my own sect? Orpheus mused to himself. As he contemplated this, he extended his spiritual awareness to locate his descendants. Recalling that both of his children had already formed families, he resolved to visit his son first. Upon arriving at his son Davis's home, Orpheus was astonished to find that his son had aged into a man in his 50s. When the elder saw a figure resembling his father, wielding the spear of annihilation, he was utterly taken aback. Davis gazed at Orpheus, hesitantly inquiring, "Is it truly you, father?" "Ah, my dear boy, I cannot believe you recognized me. What a delightful surprise." Orpheus joyfully replied, "Indeed, it is your distinct eyes and that ever-present weapon of yours that give you away," Davis lamented. Upon the arrival of his father, Davis hurriedly instructed his companion to present fresh fruits as a gesture of hospitality. He also sent his daughter to fetch the children. Orpheus found himself enveloped by his family, and a wave of warmth and joy filled his heart. He never anticipated that after so many years away, they would harbor no resentment towards him, but instead greet him with such enthusiasm. From his family, Orpheus learned that they were currently managing an estate and leading a reasonably good life. They were eager to hear about Orpheus's adventures over the years, the places he had visited, the people he had met, and the extraordinary experiences he had encountered. Thus, Orpheus recounted his tale of encountering a towering, mystical world tree on the Red Continent, under which dwelled a tribe of elves. His family listened in rapt attention, their disbelief evident, as they had never seen such wonders, yet they were captivated by his narrative. The time spent with his family was filled with joy, and the days flew by. 3 years passed in what felt like an instant. During this time, Orpheus came to understand his family's aspirations. His teenage grandson, Muse, yearned to become the king of Aellen, while another grandson, Barton, wished to travel the world on a flying sword, just like Orpheus. Reflecting on his years of wandering and the warmth he had failed to provide his family, Orpheus felt a deep sense of indebtedness. He resolved to remain and assist them in realizing their dreams. He imparted his cultivation techniques to young Barton, who began to diligently practice under his grandfather's guidance. In secret, Orpheus forged a powerful weapon, the Emperor's sword, and embedded it into a massive stone on a nearby mountain. A few days later, he took Muse to explore the mountain, where Muse discovered the Emperor's sword. Orpheus feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, what an extraordinary sword! Could it possibly be the legendary Emperor's sword? Grandfather, do you recognize this sword?" Muse asked, his curiosity piqued. Orpheus nodded, explaining, "It is said that in ancient times, a wise emperor named Barry ruled the kingdom of Aellen, wielding this very sword to establish a vast empire. The territories of the Aellen Empire extended across the Red Continent, the Seven Kingdoms, the Northern Lands, and even bordered the mysterious realms of the East. Wow, Emperor Barry was incredible." Muse clapped his hands in admiration. After Emperor Barry's passing, the sword vanished. "And it is miraculous that it has resurfaced here today," Orpheus continued. "But why has it appeared here? Who placed it in the stone?" Muse inquired, his curiosity intensifying. Orpheus shook his head, admitting, "I do not know. However, it is said that whoever possesses this sword shall become an emperor." "Really? Will I become an emperor like Barry?" Muse asked, brimming with excitement. "Indeed." Orpheus nodded affirmatively. "Very well, I must acquire this sword," Moses declared, stepping forward to draw the emperor's sword from the stone. However, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself unable to extract the sword from its stony confines. In the end, he was compelled to seek assistance from his grandfather, who stood nearby. Orpheus raised his hands and remarked, "Such matters require your own endeavor. Only through your efforts can you claim the emperor's sword and establish your own empire. My intervention would be futile, but I simply cannot pull it out," Moses lamented helplessly. "That merely indicates you are not destined to wield this sword," Orpheus sighed, leading Moses on a brief tour of the mountain before they returned home. Chapter 193. The Crimson Continent. From that moment forth, Moses dedicated himself to strengthening his physique, aspiring to become immensely powerful. A year later, feeling significantly stronger, he stealthily returned to the Emperor's sword, yet still found himself unable to draw it forth. Recognizing that his strength remained insufficient, he resolved to continue his training. Running, rock climbing, weightlifting, he practiced every conceivable method to augment his might. 5 years swiftly passed, and Moses had transformed into a robust young man in his early 20s. Years of rigorous training had endowed him with extraordinary strength and remarkable arm power. Yet even now, he was still unable to pull the emperor's sword from the stone. Moses approached his grandfather, seeking counsel on how to retrieve the sword. Orpheus pondered before responding. "Merely possessing immense strength will not suffice. What else is required?" Moses inquired. "You must also embody the wisdom of an emperor, the courage of a ruler, and a heart filled with compassion," Orpheus articulated. Moses listened, bewildered, struggling to comprehend his grandfather's words. After a moment of reflection, Orpheus advised, "You need to venture out into the world, to meet your people, to understand their nature and their needs." Thus, Moses bid farewell to his parents and his homeland, embarking on a journey of exploration. Orpheus chose not to accompany his grandson, instead bestowing a fragment of his consciousness upon Moses. Consequently, regardless of where Moses traveled or what experiences he encountered, Orpheus would remain informed. Meanwhile, Orpheus devoted himself to imparting the ways of the Tao to his other grandson, Barton. Truly, Barton possessed an affinity for the Tao, and within a mere 6 years, he had made notable progress in his spiritual cultivation, bringing great joy to Orpheus. However, Aellen's spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, rendering him unable to cultivate. Orpheus resolved to take his grandson Barton to the Crimson Continent. He shared his intentions with the family, who, though reluctant, recognized the rarity of nurturing a child capable of cultivating the Tao and ultimately agreed to Orpheus's plan. Orpheus, traversing the spear of destruction, hovered a foot above the ground. Subsequently, he beckoned to Barton, who understood the gesture and stepped onto his grandfather's spear of annihilation. Thereafter, Orpheus gradually propelled the spear skyward, ascending into the air. The sensation of soaring for the first time filled Barton with both exhilaration and trepidation. He clung tightly to his grandfather's arm, fearful of plummeting from the lofty clouds. High above, Barton gazed down at the mountains, rivers, and lakes of the kingdom of Aellen, utterly astonished. He silently resolved to diligently practice, aspiring to one day soar through the skies on a flying sword, just like his grandfather. As Orpheus traversed the skies above the Tang dynasty, he took a moment to probe the situation below with his divine sense. The Tang dynasty, having endured the half-orc rebellion and the invasion of the Byrrhian clan, had gradually regained its prosperity after years of recuperation. To withstand the incursions from the northeastern Byrrhian tribe, the Tang established a series of fortifications and cities at strategic passes in the northeast, garrisoning troops to defend them. Along the banks of the Vanna River to the west, the Tang also constructed numerous cities and, in some open areas, even erected towering walls akin to the Great Wall. Yet, Orpheus could not discern the presence of his master, Leah. Perhaps she was off traveling once more. Orpheus brought Barton to his cave dwelling in the Changbai Mountains, where he remained to cultivate alongside his grandson. Meanwhile, Leah found herself in a nation called Jianna on the western continent, renowned for its abundant gold. On a hill in the southern part of Jianna, she uncovered a gold vein and, utilizing her immense powers, excavated it, retreating into the depths of the mine to absorb the spirit of gold. In the Changbai Mountains of the Red Continent, Orpheus spent his days nurturing Barton's cultivation. During his leisure time, he would wander around the Tang dynasty. The disciples of Leah, upon encountering a powerful cultivator visiting the Tang, were unaware of his intentions and thus treated him with respect, striving to avoid inciting his ire. Over time, Orpheus learned that the Tang dynasty was founded by his master, and that its language and culture were also introduced by her. Through engaging with the culture and language of the Tang, he came to realize that his master was far more complex than she appeared. Intrigued, Orpheus took it upon himself to study the Tang characters and language whenever he had the opportunity. The scholars of the Tang were astonished by the sight of this middle-aged man bearing a long spear, yet they could not dismiss him, for they had been instructed to ignore his presence as long as he did not act out of line. Years passed, and Orpheus mastered the language and culture of the Tang. He became proficient in fluent Mandarin, discovering that it was indeed the most formidable language in the world. The square-shaped characters of Chinese, he found, were far more aesthetically pleasing and vivid than the letter-based script of the Kingdom of Aellen. Gradually, Orpheus developed a fondness for the Tang and its rich culture. At this moment, Barton had achieved a certain level of cultivation, while Orpheus, due to matters concerning Musser, needed to return to the Kingdom of Aellen. Concerned about leaving Barton alone on Changbai Mountain, he brought him to the Star Palace. When the disciples of Leah saw Orpheus, they remembered how, during their master's tribulation years ago, this great cultivator had intervened to turn danger into safety. Upon learning that Orpheus intended to leave Barton at the Star Palace, they readily agreed. Orpheus was quite pleased with their disposition towards the Star Palace. As he was about to depart, he remarked, "I shall remember your kindness. Should any matter arise in the future, you may summon me with a communication talisman. I shall lend my assistance." With that, Orpheus handed 3 long-distance communication talismans to Leah's disciples. They were filled with joy, realizing that these talismans represented the opportunity to call upon this esteemed cultivator 3 times. They understood the importance of taking great care of the young cultivator standing before them. Upon Orpheus's return to the Kingdom of Aellen, Musser, accompanied by a group of men, made his way back to the small mountain where the imperial sword was located. Musser addressed the dozen or so men beside him, saying, "This sword is the legendary imperial sword. Whoever can wield it shall become the king of Aellen. Is that true?" One of the men asked, astonished. "Indeed. My grandfather told me so. This sword belonged to the legendary Emperor Barry, and it is extraordinarily powerful," Musser replied. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go pull it out," one man exclaimed, striding forward to extract the imperial sword from the stone. Chapter 194. The Path of the King. The burly man grasped the sword handle with one hand and pulled with all his might. Yet the imperial sword remained steadfastly embedded in the stone. The surrounding men, witnessing the struggle, began to sweat profusely and urged, "It seems the imperial sword does not favor you. Step aside and let us try." "Don't worry, I'll give it another go," the man insisted, taking a stance and gripping the sword handle with both hands, shouting, "Rise." But the imperial sword remained unmoved. Reluctantly, he stepped back. One by one, the other men approached to attempt to draw the sword, but none succeeded. Finally, only Musser was left. Everyone turned their gaze to him. Musser shrugged and said, "To be honest, I cannot pull out this imperial sword either. I've tried more than 10 times since I was a child. Why don't you give it a try?" Perhaps today will be different, someone suggested. Yes, yes. How can you know the outcome without trying? They encouraged. Well, that makes sense. Musser surveyed the crowd and then said, all right, I will give it a shot. But if I cannot pull it out, do not mock me. If you succeed, we certainly will not mock you. If you fail, we will definitely tease you. They laughed heartily. Musser chuckled, then slowly approached the imperial sword, gripping the handle with one hand. Instead of pulling the sword, he silently prayed in his heart, if I am indeed a king, grant me the strength to draw this imperial sword. I vow to unify the kingdom of Aellen and drive out the invading mini-lands. I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding the kingdom of Aellen and its people. After finishing his prayer, Musser drew his sword with great force. At that moment, Orpheus, who was hiding at the foot of the mountain, began to assist him covertly. Under his remote guidance, the emperor's sword, embedded in the colossal stone, gradually began to emerge with Musser's strength. The surrounding men were utterly astonished. They understood well that extracting the emperor's sword from the rock was deemed impossible. Yet, before their eyes, Musser accomplished this feat. Could he be the prophesied king of Aellen? At the foot of the mountain, Orpheus sensed that the emperor's sword was on the verge of being drawn. Hence, he recited a thunder-summoning incantation, invoking the art of lightning. At the very moment Musser withdrew the emperor's sword, 5 bolts of divine lightning descended from the heavens, striking the summit of the hill. This extraordinary phenomenon led the assembled men to fervently believe that Musser was indeed the chosen one. They knelt before him, exclaiming, "Long live our king! Long live our king!" Musser himself was taken aback by his success in drawing the emperor's sword. From that moment onward, he became the leader of these men. The legend of the emperor's sword swiftly spread throughout the kingdom of Aellen. In their quest to escape the oppression and enslavement of the many-lands, many sought refuge with Musser at Bright Summit. Within the span of a mere month, over 3,000 individuals flocked to his side, leaving Musser and his close companions both astonished and elated. However, they lacked sufficient provisions to sustain such a multitude of gallant souls. At this juncture, Musser learned from his grandfather Orpheus that a treasure lay buried halfway up Bright Summit. Consequently, Musser led his companions to that very location. After considerable digging, they unearthed a substantial cache of gold coins, universally accepted currency from the Great G Kingdom. It was evident that Orpheus had concealed his gold here. With this newfound wealth, they could procure an ample supply of food. Following Orpheus's counsel for ease of use, Musser melted down the coins into gold ingots. Upon learning of the emperor's sword, the many-lands dispatched a formidable army to eradicate Musser and his followers at Bright Summit. Over 3,000 Minilan soldiers faced off against Musser's 3,000 at the mountain's base. With a commanding shout, both sides charged into battle. Musser, wielding the emperor's sword, led the charge alongside his loyal brothers, fiercely battling the invading many-lands. In that instant, the emperor's sword revealed its unparalleled power. Whatever the blade encountered, be it weapon or armor, shattered effortlessly, as though slicing through mere vegetables. In the blink of an eye, dozens fell beneath Musser's sword. Witnessing the might of the emperor's sword, Musser's comrades were filled with exhilaration and envy. They believed that as long as they followed Musser, they could surely drive the nefarious invaders from the kingdom of Aellen. After a fierce confrontation, the many-lands suffered a crushing defeat and fled in disarray. Musser's forces seized a vast array of weapons and supplies. After achieving victory at the Bright Summit, the Musser army began to take the initiative in their offensives. They strategically attacked the many-lands, targeting the vulnerable towns, and achieved a series of successive victories. Faced with the rising Musser forces, the many-lands were both astonished and enraged. They dispatched an army of 10,000 to encircle them, accompanied by several powerful sorcerers. The Musser army, numbering less than 8,000 and poorly equipped, was evidently no match for the might of the many-lands. Musser resolved to defend the city at all costs. However, what he did not anticipate was that the many-lands did not launch an all-out assault. Instead, they systematically reclaimed the towns already seized by the Musser forces, severing their left and right flanks and leaving them isolated. In desperation, Musser decided to confront the Minilan army head-on outside the city. The two armies faced each other on an expansive plain. The well-equipped Minilan forces advanced steadily toward the disorganized Musser troops. Drawing his imperial sword, Musser addressed his comrades. "We have weathered many storms together over the years. You are my steadfast brothers. Should we triumph today, we shall feast and celebrate together. If we fall, we shall face our fate as one." His brothers echoed in unison. "Charge!" At Musser's command, his warriors surged forward, roaring toward the enemy. The sky was filled with a relentless barrage of enemy arrows, and one by one, Musser's soldiers fell to the ground. Yet, the Musser army did not falter. They pressed on bravely into the fray. The two sides clashed violently, the sounds of shields colliding, swords clashing, and the cacophony of battle blending into a singular tumult. The Minilon commander bellowed in their tongue, "Seize that man. Do not let him escape." The Minilon warriors, disregarding all else, surged toward Musser, eager to capture him for the promised reward. Soon, Musser and his brothers found themselves encircled by a throng of Minilon soldiers. Chapter 195. A grueling journey. Musser wielded his imperial sword, cutting down foes before him, sustaining numerous wounds in the process. With his brothers shielding him, he fought his way toward the position of the enemy commander. Just as Musser and his comrades were drawing near to the Minilon leader, an eerie melody began to resonate around them. Upon hearing the song, Musser and his brothers were suddenly rendered blank, standing motionless like statues. The Minilon priests, employing sinister sorcery, ensnared Musser and his companions in a hallucinatory trance. "Capture them," the Minilon commander ordered sharply. The surrounding Minilon warriors surged forward, intent on binding Musser and his brothers. At that moment, an innumerable array of black spears emerged from an unknown origin, piercing the bodies of the warriors in an instant. Amidst the harrowing cries, over 100 Miniland soldiers fell, including several high priests accompanying the troops. The commander of the Minilands gazed in sheer disbelief at the chaos unfolding before him. After a brief pause, he anxiously surveyed his surroundings, desperate to comprehend the bizarre occurrence that had led to the swift demise of his men by those enigmatic spears. Moses and his brethren soon regained their senses, bewildered as they observed the lifeless bodies sprawled around them, each bearing a gaping wound in their chests. Uncertain of the events that had transpired, clarity soon dawned upon them regarding their course of action. They charged towards the Miniland's commander, encircling him like a trapped beast. Drawing his sword in desperation, the commander swung fiercely at Moses. With a cold smirk, Moses brandished the imperial sword, and with a sharp crack, the commander's blade was severed. The commander's visage turned pale as he discarded his sword, attempting to flee, only to be thwarted by a swift kick from a figure behind him, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing their commander captured, the Minilands charged forward like wild beasts in a frenzy to rescue him. Moses, placing the imperial sword against the commander's throat, bellowed, "Any who dares to advance shall face immediate death." The Minilands halted in their tracks. "Drop your weapons," Moses commanded sternly. The Minilands, not lacking in wit, understood that surrendering their arms would lead to their demise at the hands of their enemies. Consequently, they scattered in a panicked retreat. Moses ordered a pursuit, and under his leadership, his forces relentlessly hunted down the fleeing Minilands. They claimed numerous enemy lives and seized a substantial bounty of resources. Contrary to being obliterated, Moses' army emerged even stronger. With the acquired arsenal, they could finally replace their dilapidated weaponry. The influx of materials provided a temporary reprieve for Moses' forces. Yet it was evident that such a vast army could not be sustained for long on those scant supplies. While Moses fretted over the dwindling provisions for his troops, a messenger from the Miniland's leader, Mori, arrived. The envoy expressed Mori's desire to negotiate for the release of the captured commander. Moses acquiesced, albeit with the stipulation that the exchange be made with resources. Upon learning of Moses' terms, Mori consented, asserting that gathering a substantial amount of grain would require some time, requesting Moses to wait. Trusting the envoy, Moses continued to lead his army in seizing villages and towns under Minilon control. A full year passed without any sign of the promised grain from Mori. It was then that Moses realized he had been deceived. Enraged, he contemplated the grim fate of the captured commander, intending to boil him alive. Just then, Orpheus appeared, intervening to halt Moses' wrath. Orpheus remarked, "This individual may yet prove useful. If you eliminate him now, would it not provide the adversary with a pretext for breaking the treaty?" Moses, aware of his grandfather's vast wisdom, heeded his counsel and refrained from taking action against the commander. Moses said, "Grandfather, as my army grows in strength, our resources dwindle increasingly. If this continues, before the enemy can strike, my forces will disband due to a lack of sustenance. Please, I implore you, devise a solution." Orpheus gazed at his grandson, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "What you lack is precisely what the enemy possesses. Why not requisition it from them?" "But they will not acquiesce," Moses replied with a wry smile. "If they refuse, then we shall compel them to comply," Orpheus suggested cryptically. After a moment's contemplation, Moses responded, "Grandfather, I comprehend your meaning." Thus, a few days later, Moses led his army to assault several key granaries of the Minilands. After months of relentless attacks, Moses' forces successfully captured the enemy's storages. Consequently, with provisions secured, his army need not disband. Throughout the realm of Aellen, The triumphs of Moses's army inspired numerous insurrections, with various factions rising to rebel against the tyrannical rule of the mini-lands, emulating Moses's forces by taking up arms. However, their strength was insufficient, and they were soon suppressed by the Minilan army. Many defeated rebels, risking their lives, fled to join Moses's ranks, eager to fight alongside him. After 5 years of Minilan invasion, having conquered much of Aellen, a significant portion was now reclaimed by Moses's forces. Mori, the leader of the Minilands, observed the growing strength of Moses's army, feeling utterly powerless. On one fateful day, Mori's cherished concubine, Sally, informed him of her pregnancy. Mori gazed at the enchanting Sally and inquired, "When did this come to pass?" "I have just conceived. Feeling unwell, I consulted the high priest, who confirmed my condition," Sally replied, her excitement palpable. As Mori gently caressed her belly, a sudden epiphany struck him. Meanwhile, Moses and his brothers had captured another fortress, taking a considerable number of Minilands prisoner, both men and women. When his subordinates brought these captives before him, inquiring how he wished to handle them, Moses declared, "The men shall become slaves, while the women are to be confined for the time being." Thus, dozens of Minilan women were imprisoned within large wooden cages. Days later, Moses's two close companions, Abu and Osborne, quarreled over one of the Minilan women. Consequently, they approached Moses to seek his judgment in their dispute. Chapter 196, A Contest of Desire. Abu stated, "Brother Moses, I was the first to take an interest in the woman named Vera, yet Osborne insists on contesting my claim. Pray, adjudicate for us, to whom should Vera truly belong?" Osborne, with a swift push, interjected, "You speak nonsense. It was I who retrieved Vera. You merely caught a glimpse of her from outside the cage, yet you presume to claim her. Your aspirations are rather fanciful. By all rights, the captor is entitled to the captive. Vera is mine." Muser chuckled as he patted both Abu and Osborne on the shoulders, saying, "Brothers, let us not quarrel. We are comrades bound by life and death. How can we allow a woman to incite such discord among us?" "Brother, you cannot fathom," Abu replied with a hint of resignation. "Vera is as exquisite as a celestial being. Were it anyone else, I would not contest with Osborne, but this Vera, I have set my heart upon. No one shall take her from me." Curiosity piqued, Muser inquired, "Is she truly that beautiful?" "Indeed," Abu responded, a trace of wariness creeping into his tone. Muser, with a smile, proposed, "Since you both hold such affection for Vera, let us summon her and inquire whom she favors. We shall agree beforehand that regardless of her choice, you two will cease your rivalry. We are brothers, and we cannot allow a woman to sow discord among us. We are destined for greater endeavors." Upon hearing Muser's words, Abu and Osborne could only nod in agreement. Muser then summoned Vera. The moment she appeared, both Abu and Osborne were entranced, their gazes fixed upon her radiant visage, akin to predators fixated on their prey. Muser himself was captivated by Vera's beauty. He had not anticipated that this Minilands woman would be so striking. Embarrassed by the attention of the three men, Vera lowered her gaze. Muser, realizing he had momentarily lost composure, cleared his throat and addressed her. "Ah, you must be Vera." "Yes," Vera replied softly. "These two brothers of mine are quite taken with you. Choose one among them to wed," Muser suggested, a tinge of envy in his voice. Vera glanced at Abu, who beamed and pointed to himself, nodding enthusiastically. Unexpectedly, she then turned her gaze toward Osborne, who regarded her with a serene smile. Vera offered only a subtle smile in return, and Osborne was instantly entranced, his eyes filled with desire as he gazed at her. Turning to Muser, Vera proclaimed, "I am the woman of King Aellen. This is my fate, and none can alter it." Muser observed her with curiosity, sensing the affection reflected in her eyes. However, he was reluctant to accept her feelings, knowing that doing so would jeopardize the bonds he shared with his dear brothers, Abu and Osborne. He could not allow his position as leader to sever the ties of love and friendship. Abu and Osborne discerned the underlying message in Vera's words. They had not anticipated that this humble Minilands woman aspired to become Queen of Aellen. Nevertheless, they had previously agreed in Muser's presence that, regardless of whom Vera chose, they would refrain from protest. Thus, Abu and Osborne discreetly departed, leaving only Musser and the enchanting Vera in the room. Vera gracefully approached, her lips extending towards the slightly breathless Musser. From that moment forth, the beautiful Vera became Musser's beloved. They indulged in each other's company night after night. And after a little over a month, Musser learned that Vera was with child. A few months later, Vera bestowed upon Musser a lovely baby boy, whom he named Sarah. Overjoyed with the joys of fatherhood, Musser organized a wedding in the city of Lois after Vera had sufficiently recovered. In the same year, Musser declared himself king of Aellen. with Vera as queen and Sarah as the heir apparent. As the king of Aellen, Musser gathered tens of thousands of Aellen people and, after several years of bloody battles, ultimately expelled the mini-lands from the realm of Aellen. Henceforth, Musser became the sovereign ruler of all Aellen. The people of Aellen erected a magnificent palace for King Musser in Asar City, which subsequently became the royal city of Aellen. After nearly a decade of absorption and refinement, Leah finally perfected her mastery of the golden spirit power. She then resolved to leave her homeland and return to the Great Tang on the Red Continent. However, at that moment, Leah suddenly dreamt of a colossal serpent. In her dream, the serpent beseeched Leah for assistance in overcoming its tribulation. Leah pondered, recalling how her previous entanglement with that millennia-old tree demon nearly brought destruction upon Tang. This time, she resolved not to meddle with unrelated beings and invite trouble upon herself. As she contemplated departing, the great serpent telepathically implored her, "Great Immortal, do not leave." Upon hearing the title of Great Immortal, Leah felt a wave of comfort wash over her. After all, it was the first time in her years of cultivation that someone had addressed her thus. She paused and responded, "What is it?" The serpent replied, "I am aware that with my current cultivation, it is impossible to invite a great immortal of your caliber to intervene. However, if the great immortal is willing to assist me in evading this tribulation, I am more than willing to become your spiritual pet, obedient to your commands." After a moment of contemplation, Leah agreed, recognizing the necessity of having a spiritual companion, especially in the arduous path of cultivation, fraught with trials and tribulations, particularly the formidable and unpredictable heavenly tribulations. With the serpent's aid, she felt she would gain an additional ally in her spiritual journey. After discussing the matter with the enormous serpent, they decided to meet in a great canyon in the eastern part of Gary country. Leah, stepping upon her sacred sword, soared through the lofty clouds, flying gracefully. As she navigated the skies, she extended her spiritual awareness to survey the situation below. Soon, she spotted a black serpent over 10 meters long, gliding downstream along a river within the canyon. The great serpent entered a vast water pool, and moments later, transformed into a dark-clad man who emerged from the water. This strikingly handsome figure bore a pale complexion, with faint serpentine patterns etched upon his skin. As he raised his gaze, he beheld Leah gracefully descending from the heavens. He bowed to Leah and said, "Hei Ming, at your service, my master." The grotesquely masked Leah nodded at Hei Ming and inquired, "What calamity has compelled you to forsake your freedom and willingly submit as a slave, seeking my intervention for your salvation?" Hei Ming sighed and replied, "The calamity of heavenly retribution." Heavenly retribution? Leah's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Chapter 197, Evading Heavenly Retribution. Noticing the flicker of hesitation in Leah's eyes, Hei Ming hurriedly assured, "There is no need for concern, my master. I have devised a plan. When the time comes, you need only act promptly, and I shall evade this disaster." Yet, Leah sensed an underlying unease in this matter. After all, with her current cultivation at the late stage of the nascent soul, she was akin to an insignificant ant before the might of the heavens. However, recalling her near demise from a heavenly thunderbolt during her own nascent soul formation, she resolved to take a gamble. Without her intervention, there was no way she could navigate the tribulation of transformation alone. After weighing the pros and cons in her heart, she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the giant serpent Hei Ming accepted the fire spirit slave mark that Leah had inscribed upon him in accordance with their prior agreement. Upon the completion of her incantation, a red flame manifested upon Hei Ming's forehead, marking him as a bonded servant. From that moment forth, the giant serpent Hei Ming became Leah's spiritual companion. With a mere thought, she could extinguish his essence and end his existence. As Hei Ming was uncertain when this life and death tribulation would arise, Leah chose to remain in this remote canyon alongside him. From Hei Ming, Leah learned that he had existed in this land for millennia, revered as a deity by its inhabitants. Every few years, the king of this realm would bring a multitude of treasures and sumptuous offerings to honor the great serpent, beseeching it for blessings. Furthermore, the king would present a maiden of unparalleled beauty as a sacrifice to the serpent. Serpents are inherently lascivious, and Hei Ming was no exception. Upon seeing the maiden offered by the king, his desires surged, leading him to indulge with her. His own cultivation suffered as he engaged in countless encounters with the sacrificial maidens. It was precisely due to Hei Ming's indulgence that he squandered over 1,000 years of his life. Once capable of transcending to dragon form, Hei Ming was now relegated to a mere mortal serpent. As for the heavenly retribution Hei Ming spoke of, it was a consequence of his countless transgressions against virtuous beings over the centuries. Aware that his fate was sealed, He Ming was unwilling to vanish from the mortal realm. Just then, Leah fortuitously arrived in this land for her own cultivation. Thus, He Ming sought to use her to escape his impending doom. At that moment, Leah found herself at a loss for words regarding her shameless, lecherous, and cowardly spiritual companion. Were she in a position of authority, she would have swiftly put an end to the nefarious giant serpent. Yet now, as the serpent had recognized her as its master, she felt compelled to devise a means to preserve his life. 2 years later, the king of the realm held a grand sacrificial ceremony. Once again, the king presented a young and beautiful maiden. Upon beholding her, the monstrous serpent, He Ming, was consumed by an insatiable desire. Even Leah, concealed nearby, could sense the malevolent aura emanating from the serpent. After the king had concluded his prayers, he led the assembly away. He Ming writhed his colossal body toward the maiden ensnared for sacrifice. The moment the girl laid eyes on the serpent, she fainted in terror. The serpent flicked its crimson tongue at the unconscious maiden and coiled around her with its immense form. After a brief interval, He Ming transformed into a human shape, lifting the fainted girl and retreating into a dense thicket. As He Ming prepared to violate the defenseless maiden, her beloved approached stealthily, wielding a blood-red dagger. With determination, he plunged the dagger toward the unsuspecting serpent. At that moment, Leah intervened, using her telekinetic powers to hurl the maiden's beloved against a towering tree. He Ming then realized he was under threat. He looked up at the figure dangling from the high branches, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he contemplated continuing his assault on the maiden before the onlooker. Just then, Leah appeared before He Ming in an instant, striking him away with a powerful slap. As she intended to assist the girl lying on the grass, the figure in the tree transformed into a bird-headed creature brandishing a fiery trident, swooping down toward He Ming. "Oh no!" Leah exclaimed, abandoning the maiden and rushing toward He Ming. The bird-headed creature thrust the trident forward, aiming to pierce He Ming's body. At that moment, Leah, like a wraith, appeared once more, her holy sword slicing toward the trident. With a thunderous clash, a dazzling burst of light erupted. An overwhelming wave of energy swept through the surroundings, toppling the towering trees. The monstrous serpent, He Ming, was battered by the relentless force, left gravely wounded and gasping for breath. In a fierce confrontation, Leah, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, battled the mysterious bird-headed entity. As the struggle unfolded, the very heavens shifted and the forest ignited in flames. Amidst the inferno, Leah relentlessly struck at the bird-headed creature with her sword. The creature fought with pride, dismissing Leah as inconsequential. After a relentless day and night of combat, the flora and stones within a radius of several dozen miles vanished, replaced by swirling sands. At that moment, both the maiden and the serpent, He Ming, had long since disappeared. Exhausted and drawing upon all her cultivated skills, Leah continued to grapple with the bird-headed being, yet made no headway. The creature, equally vexed by the meddling woman, found itself in a stalemate. Ultimately, after 3 days and nights of fierce conflict, the bird-headed creature ascended in a blaze of golden light, vanishing into the ether. Beads of sweat adorned Leah's forehead as she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This bird-headed entity was the most formidable being she had encountered thus far. She was acutely aware that her opponent had not exerted their full strength. Otherwise, she would have long since perished. Leah stared vacantly at the sky, pondering the existence that might linger above. She yearned to avoid such formidable entities. As she surveyed the vast desert surrounding her, she wondered about the whereabouts of the long, lifeless creature known as He Ming. She was certain that the creature was not truly dead. Ultimately, in a vast sand pit, Leah discovered He Ming, still clinging to life. She channeled the pure essence of water spirit energy from within her into He Ming's body. Before long, under the nurturing influence of the water spirit energy, He Ming's injuries began to mend gradually. Leah remained by He Ming's side for a month, infusing him with water spirit energy daily. Eventually, she succeeded in reviving him. He Ming then required an additional 3 months of rest before he could move as before. After this ordeal, He Ming appeared utterly changed. He gazed at Leah with a dazed expression and asked, "Master, am I still alive?" "Yes." Leah felt a profound reluctance to engage with such a wretch. "Oh, it is good to be alive, indeed," He Ming murmured, surveying the desolate expanse of the desert. "I hope this trial leads you to reform and embark on a new path, dedicating yourself to cultivation and aspiring to ascend as a dragon." Leah spoke earnestly to He Ming. "Master's words are etched in my mind," He Ming replied weakly. Subsequently, Leah returned to the Red Continent with the Great Serpent. He Ming. In a secluded canyon of the Changbai Mountains, abundant in spiritual energy and devoid of human presence, she established a dwelling for the great serpent. From that moment on, He Ming devoted himself to tranquil cultivation in the desolate valley of Changbai Mountain. After ensuring He Ming's well-being, Leah returned to the Tang dynasty. Upon her arrival, she learned of the dire circumstances facing the Tang. The Bai Ruian tribe, which had risen in the northeast, was growing increasingly powerful. This tribe frequently descended along the river, invading the northeastern borders of the Tang. Over the past decade, the Tang had engaged in numerous fierce battles with the Bai Ruian tribe, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. To the west of the Tang, the half-beast tribes across the Fan Na River also launched large-scale assaults. To safeguard against these incursions, the Tang constructed a series of fortifications in the west. Within the strongholds lining the banks of the Fan Na River, a significant number of Tang soldiers were stationed, tasked with vigilance and border defense. Should small bands of half-beasts invade, the soldiers would take the initiative to eliminate them. In the event of a large-scale invasion, the garrison would light signal fires to request reinforcements. To confront the half-beast tribes in the west, the Tang had stationed 50,000 elite troops in the western city of Tianfu, who remained perpetually on guard against the advances of the half-beast armies. From her disciples and the soldiers stationed at the western borders, Leah learned that these half-beasts were peculiar. They only attacked the Tang, seemingly disregarding other tribes. Leah found this perplexing, sensing that there might be dark elves orchestrating events behind the backs of the hundreds of thousands of half-beasts. She believed that in order to resolve the issue with the half-orcs, it was imperative to first deal with the dark elves. Thus, after imparting the developmental direction of the Tang dynasty to her disciples, Leah embarked on a quest to locate the dark elf tribe. She vaguely recalled the ancient tree spirit mentioning that the dark elf stronghold resided within the great rift to the west. With her sacred sword at her feet, she soared westward, simultaneously dispersing her consciousness to probe the situation below. This search persisted for 3 long years. Although Leah found nothing during this time, she remained undeterred. She resolved to discover the lair of the dark elves. Just as Leah found herself at an impasse, a disciple sent a message across the miles, revealing that a peculiar-looking individual had recently visited the half-orc tribe. A thought struck her. Perhaps this strange figure was the dark elf envoy responsible for issuing commands to the half-orcs. Consequently, Leah employed the technique of instant teleportation, appearing near the half-orc tribe in an instant. She then spread her consciousness to seek the dark elf envoy. Before long, Leah discovered the dark elf within the chief's grand tent. The dark elf produced a mysterious vial and addressed the half-orc chief, Klein, stating, "This is a newly developed potion by our Council of Elders, capable of enhancing your strength. You may test it on a portion of your people, and should the effects prove favorable, we will supply you in abundance." Upon hearing this, Chief Klein nodded in agreement. He took the vial, inhaling its scent, and remarked, "The folks across the river are far too formidable. We have launched numerous assaults against them to no avail. I sincerely hope this potion is truly effective. If so, we can annihilate those scoundrels sooner." The dark elf envoy wholeheartedly concurred, replying, "We also possess a batch of specially crafted arrows. Send some of your men with me to retrieve them. With these arrows, even the most fortified citadel shall fall easily." "Is that truly the case?" Klein inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Indeed, it is," the dark elf replied with a smile. "How many men do you require?" Klein asked further. 2,000, the dark elf stated. "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements," Klein declared, hastily exiting his tent. A few days later, the dark elf envoy departed the half-orc tribe, leading 2,000 half-orcs with him. Months later, Leah followed this contingent of half-orcs to a vast chasm in the western region of the Red Continent. This was the very lair of the dark elves. The Great Rift seemed to possess some form of barrier, which had thwarted Leah's attempts to sense it previously. By tailing the half-orcs, she successfully infiltrated the dark elf stronghold. The chasm was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in toxic mists, even during daylight. One could only navigate with the guidance of luminous stones. To avoid alarming her adversaries, Leah concealed herself in a hidden nook upon entering the Great Rift. Thereafter, she utilized her consciousness to survey the entirety of the chasm. In the midst of the Great Rift, numerous pools of varying sizes lay scattered. Some of these pools were crystal clear, teeming with fish that swam gracefully, while others churned with wisps of dark mist, their waters black and foreboding, exuding an eerie aura. The emissary of the dark elves led 2,000 half-orcs to the pools swirling with black vapors, urging them to immerse themselves one by one. Once all 2,000 half-orcs had completed their soaking, the dark elves escorted them to an expansive clearing where the elder dark elves awaited. Each of the elders cast spells upon the half-orcs, culminating in the administration of a specially concocted mysterious potion. Upon consuming this enigmatic elixir, the bodies of the 2,000 half-orcs began to undergo astonishing transformations. Their forms swelled continuously, limbs grew more robust, and their physiques became adorned with sinewy muscle. Subsequently, the Dark Elves bestowed upon these newly empowered half-orcs 2 massive black bows each. After the half-orcs departed from the Great Rift, Leah made her appearance. Armed with a holy sword, she advanced relentlessly toward the depths of the Dark Lair. Every Dark Elf who confronted Leah met an inevitable demise, cleaved in twain by her formidable blade. The Dark Elf King had perished several years prior, rendering the entire Dark Elf tribe powerless against Leah, a formidable cultivator of the late nascent soul stage. Ultimately, the entire Dark Elf lineage was eradicated by her hand. In her quest to permanently obliterate the demonic springs, Leah employed her extraordinary powers to transport countless stones of various sizes, burying all the demonic springs within the Great Rift. Henceforth, this world was devoid of dark elves and demonic springs. Chapter 199. The Southern Alliance. Leah swiftly caught up with the 2,000 half-orcs wielding the specially crafted black bows. Upon the sudden descent of Leah, the half-orcs hesitated momentarily before unleashing a volley of arrows in her direction. Leah summoned her holy sword and executed the 8 directions sword rain technique, a cascade of sword light, imbued with an overwhelming pressure, wove into an immense net of blades that enveloped the 2,000 half-orcs in an instant. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. The half-orcs did not even have the chance to scream before they were reduced to mere piles of flesh, no matter how formidable their corporeal forms were. Before a late nascent soul cultivator, they were as fragile as parchment. With the Dark Elf clan's affairs concluded, Leah returned to the Tang dynasty. Although the Tang faced threats from the half-orc tribe in the west and the Byruian tribe in the northeast, presenting an aura of imminent danger, this reality instilled in the Tang a recognition of the paramount importance of enhancing their military capabilities. Should the soldiers of the Tang neglect their training and fail to augment their strength, the very foundation of the Tang behind them could be annihilated by these 2 formidable tribes. King Leah of the Tang harbored no intentions of radically altering this precarious state of affairs. She believed that true care lay in allowing them to recognize the crisis themselves and learn how to confront adversity. She aspired to instill the spirit of self-reliance deep within the bones of the Tang populace. A life of ease could never forge the illustrious grandeur of a millennium-long Tang dynasty. Every few years, the Celestial Palace selects gifted children from across the Tang dynasty for cultivation. Over the decades, the Celestial Palace has grown from a mere handful to several dozen. In the Changbai Mountains, 2 major sects of cultivation coexist. One is the Celestial Palace, founded by Leah, and the other is the Temple of Light, established by Orpheus. These 2 sects are separated by more than 1,000 miles. After assisting his grandson Moses in unifying the kingdom of Aellen, Orpheus was inspired to create his own sect. He selected a group of children from the kingdom of Aellen and brought them to the Temple of Light in the Changbai Mountains for training. Orpheus's other grandson, Barton, possesses extraordinary talent. In just over a decade, he has progressed rapidly in his cultivation and has reached the Golden Core stage. As a Golden Core cultivator, Barton presides over the Temple of Light, responsible for imparting the methods of cultivation to its disciples. Having spent several years in the Celestial Palace, he enjoys a close relationship with many of its practitioners. Whenever he has the opportunity, he soars on his sword to visit the Celestial Palace, seeking knowledge about alchemy and artifact forging from his friends there. The cultivators of the Celestial Palace are equally enthusiastic, generously sharing their insights into alchemy and artifact crafting with Barton. One day, Orpheus observed his grandson Barton engrossed by a cauldron for many days. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Barton, why do you spend your days circling around a furnace instead of cultivating?" Barton replied with a smile, "I am concocting elixirs, a skill I learned from my seniors at the Celestial Palace." Alchemy? How did I remain unaware of this? Orpheus scratched his head in bemusement. Barton chuckled and said, "Grandfather, you possess extraordinary talent and have reached the nascent soul stage without the aid of elixirs. The aptitude of the children in our Temple of Light pales in comparison to yours. I wish to help them break through their cultivation bottlenecks through alchemy." Orpheus was enlightened by Barton's words and mused, "Did you learn all of this from the Celestial Palace?" "Indeed," Barton affirmed. "In addition to alchemy, they also excel in artifact forging, talisman crafting, and many other disciplines. Alas, I am too busy and lack the innate talent. Otherwise, I would aspire to master all their knowledge." Barton sighed, "You are commendable indeed. The future prosperity of the Temple of Light rests upon your shoulders. Work diligently. I have faith in you, Orpheus exclaimed with admiration. I will strive to exceed expectations, Barton replied joyfully. At that moment, Orpheus realized the formidable prowess of his master. Leah, previously, he had believed that cultivation was merely a matter of reciting incantations and meditative practice. Now, he comprehended that there were many intricate layers to the path of cultivation. Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity to send Barton to the Celestial Palace, he would remain oblivious to these truths. Regret filled Orpheus as he pondered why he did not acknowledge his master, Leah, that day. Deep down, he harbored many concerns. He did not wish for his master to know about his relationship with Seth. More importantly, he desired freedom. If Orpheus were to recognize his master, he would inevitably be bound to remain in the Celestial Palace. Having grown accustomed to a life of carefree independence, he was reluctant to be constrained by regulations and rules. However, it was only now that Orpheus realized that his momentary impulse had cost him the opportunity to engage with the core teachings of the realm of cultivation. Perhaps this was his fate. After spending several years in the Changbai Mountains, Orpheus set out in search of the power of the Earth Spirit. Years later, a significant event unfolded on the southern coast of the Central Sea. King Padiad of the Padi dynasty dispatched the formidable General Hylam, leading an army of 100,000 to invade the Great G Kingdom. General Halam's forces approached Alishan City via maritime routes, and after 2 weeks of relentless assault, they ultimately captured the city. The invasion of the Great G Kingdom by the Padi dynasty sent shockwaves throughout the entire true Christianity world. In response to the call of Lion King Halef, the Southern Alliance nations hastily mobilized troops to assist the Great G Kingdom in repelling the Padi army. Halam's vast army ravaged the Mi-Long River Delta, while hundreds of thousands of true Christianity soldiers converged from all directions to engage in fierce battle with Halam's forces. As the spiritual leader of true Christianity, Lion King Halef personally led over 100,000 soldiers from the Great G Kingdom into combat. When his army, bearing the 5 stars surrounding the moon banner of the Southern Alliance, appeared on the battlefield, warriors across the true Christianity world erupted in fervor. They understood that their spiritual leader stood with them, ready to fight side by side against the invasion of the Padi army. Originally, the banner of true Christianity was the Star and Moon flag, but since Lion King Halef established the Southern Alliance, it was transformed into the 5 stars surrounding the moon flag, representing the Alliance's 5 principal member states. Although Hylam was renowned as the god of war, he paled in comparison to the formidable spiritual leader, Lion King Halef. Under Halef's command, the fervent army of true Christianity overwhelmed the Padi forces, routing them in utter disarray. Lion King Halef rallied the Southern Alliance's vast troops to pursue the retreating Padi army, launching a counteroffensive. Faced with the relentless advance of hundreds of thousands of Southern Alliance soldiers, the Padi dynasty could not endure until the following year and was soon conquered. King Padi had met his demise. Chapter 200, The Eastern Expedition. After deliberating with the leaders of the Southern Alliance, Lion King Halef resolved to establish a puppet regime in the Padi dynasty and incorporate it into the Southern Alliance. Shortly after, as Halef led the Southern Alliance's immense army to subdue the Padi dynasty, King Charles the Great of the Kingdom of Hookford on the northern coast of the Central Sea entered the Ely Peninsula with his troops. Charles's army of 50,000 engaged in fierce conflict with the true Christianity forces on the Ely Peninsula. The war raged for 3 years, culminating in Charles expelling the true Christianity army from the peninsula and conquering it. Subsequently, the people of the Ely Peninsula returned to the embrace of the Celestial Emperor's teachings. Charles's conquest of the Ely Peninsula not only signified a military victory for the northern lands, but also a triumph in religious faith. The Pope of Rome highly commended this achievement. Simultaneously, the Pope emphasized that as the children of the Celestial Sovereign, we ought to disseminate the gospel of the Celestial Sovereign to the farthest reaches of the world, allowing his light to illuminate every corner of darkness. The Pope even proposed a campaign to eradicate heretics, aspiring for all of humanity to embrace the faith of the Celestial Sovereign. Encouraged by the Pope's fervent call, 5 years later, King Charles the Great of Hookford united with King Mid of the 7 Kingdoms, amassing a grand army of 100,000. Embarking on a campaign across the northern shores of the Mediterranean to conquer the world of the true faith. The vanguard of the Celestial Sovereign's army, consisting of 20,000 troops under the leadership of a chief named Aellen, was the first to arrive at the city of the adherents in the land of Dantang. After resupplying, they continued their eastward march. Aellen's 20,000 vanguard troops soon encountered the forces of the Southern Alliance's nation, the Kingdom of Sia. King Solomon of Sia, commanding 20,000 valiant warriors, engaged in fierce combat with Aellen's troops. armed with makeshift weapons. The vanguard of the Celestial Sovereign was swiftly vanquished by the Sion warriors wielding sharp scimitars. Aellen, leading the remnants of his defeated forces, fled the battlefield. King Solomon refrained from ordering a pursuit, finding the Western invaders somewhat peculiar. He suspected that this army of the Celestial Sovereign might be a mere bait. Consequently, he commanded his subordinates to subject the captured Celestial Sovereign prisoners to rigorous interrogation. Before long, Solomon learned that an army of 100,000 Celestial Sovereign troops was advancing towards them, and the forces he had just defeated were merely the vanguard of this grand army. King Solomon hesitated, uncertain whether to report this information to the alliance leader, Lion King Harryford. After all, this intelligence was derived solely from the lips of prisoners and remained unverified. After some contemplation, Solomon resolved to send spies into the western adherent city to ascertain the details before deciding whether to inform Lion King Harryford. That night, as silence enveloped the camp, the defeated Aellen found himself restless. His army of 20,000 had previously plundered and triumphed in battles, yet they had proven utterly ineffectual against the fervent forces of the true faith. Alas, I have overestimated these peasant soldiers, he lamented. Perhaps only the grand army of the Celestial Sovereign could hope to defeat that frenzied host of true faith warriors. I shall bide my time, he murmured in resignation. At that moment, Aellen was suddenly alerted by the thunderous sound of galloping hoofs. Rushing from his tent, he beheld countless torches advancing rapidly towards him, resembling a constellation of stars. A wave of alarm surged within him. This is dire. The enemy is upon us, he shouted. The enemy approaches. Prepare for battle. As he sought his steed, the warriors under Adellen's command, having just emerged from their tents, were met with a barrage of arrows whistling through the air, striking the surrounding tents. In the blink of an eye, Adellen's encampment was engulfed in flames and chaos. Swiftly, the Sion warriors, mounted on swift steeds and wielding curved blades, surged into Adellen's camp, ruthlessly slaughtering the disorganized forces of the Celestial Sovereign. Aellen rallied his troops to resist, yet they could not withstand for long before being overwhelmed by King Solomon's formidable army. The brilliant curved sword, illuminated by the flickering flames, was exceedingly dazzling. The sound of anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Ultimately, Aellen, accompanied by over 2,000 battered soldiers, retreated to the city of Jushur. Months later, Charlemagne, leading a coalition of tens of thousands, arrived at Jushur. Aellen went forth to pay his respects to Charlemagne, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Charlemagne was taken aback upon learning of Adellen's army's defeat at the hands of King Solomon. He had never anticipated the valor of the soldiers of the true faith. However, Charlemagne was also aware of the ragtag army led by Aellen. These were impoverished farmers seeking fortune amidst the chaos of war, armed with mere scraps of metal. How could they possibly compare to the well-equipped enemy? Despite this knowledge, Charlemagne comforted Aellen, saying, "Do not despair. It is only natural to falter against such a fierce and frenzied foe. Failure is not the end. Rather, what is truly fearsome is the loss of courage to continue fighting." Hearing this, Aellen felt a measure of solace. Charlemagne continued, "You and your warriors have offered your blood and lives in devotion to the faith. You are commendable. The faith shall not forget your sacrifices, and the Almighty will guide you to the heavenly realm, granting you eternal life." Overwhelmed by Charlemagne's affirmation, Aellen was moved to tears and pledged to follow the emperor in the continued crusade, dedicating his life to the faith. Days later, in the plaza of Jushur, before the assembled coalition forces, Charlemagne delivered a pre-battle address. "You, like me, are devout followers of the heavenly emperor. We all understand that Aellen is the sacred city of our faith, where our Lord, the heavenly emperor, rests. This sacred city has existed for over a millennium, a hallowed ground in the hearts of all of us, a spiritual homeland. Yet, our sacred city of Aellen has been occupied by frenzied heathens for centuries. This is a profound disgrace for us, the devout followers of the heavenly emperor. What is even more contemptible is that these heathens have barred us from pilgrimage to our holy city. What do they intend? They seek to obliterate our faith. Just over a decade ago, those vile and savage heathens attacked the city of Rome, attempting to destroy our faith and slay our pope. Against these despicable, mad, and loathsome heathens, we can only respond with blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Today, I, Charlemagne, shall lead you to seize Aellen and reclaim our sacred city. Reclaim the sacred city. Reclaim the sacred city." The coalition soldiers raised their arms in fervent unison, their spirits soaring. Charlemagne's vast forces clashed fiercely with the thousands of warriors under King Solomon in a battle for the region of Asia Minor. Chapter 201. the sacred city of Ytailing, the soldiers of the heavenly faith shouted to expel the heathens and reclaim the sacred city. With immense courage and a resolve to face death, they charged toward the frenzied army of the true faith. After several fierce battles, the coalition of the heavenly faith ultimately emerged victorious, swiftly occupying the region of Asia Minor. The soldiers of Charlemagne ravaged the lands of Asia Minor, plundering resources, food, wealth, and women. The fall of Asia Minor astonished the nations of the Southern Alliance. The leader of the alliance, King Hereford the Lion, swiftly organized a vast army to provide support to the city of Bedak. However, time was of the essence. Before King Hereford's forces could embark, Charlemagne's coalition, numbering in the tens of thousands, set their sights on the member nation of Nilia. They besieged its 3 cities and, after fierce battles, ultimately conquered them. Following this, Charlemagne's army marched directly towards the sacred city of Ytailing. King Hereford's 100,000 troops rushed along the Mediterranean coastline towards Ytailing. At the foot of Ytailing, tens of thousands of the Celestial Church's coalition gazed upon the sacred city, their hearts swelling with fervor. Charlemagne raised his sword towards the holy city, declaring, "Once we seize this sacred city, each of you shall be hailed as a hero of the Holy Church. Charge!" At the sound of Charlemagne's rallying cry, the Celestial Church's coalition surged forward, filled with fiery determination. They pushed siege engines and raised ladders, advancing toward Ytailing. Great boulders were hurled from the siege engines towards the towering walls of the city, creating a thunderous roar as they struck, sending bricks and debris flying. Inside, the defenders of the true faith unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, attempting to repel the celestial warriors from scaling the walls. With an indomitable spirit, the celestial warriors tirelessly assaulted Ytailing day and night. After 7 days, they finally breached the city walls and stormed into the sacred city. A horrific massacre ensued within its confines, as countless true faith followers, civilians, and soldiers fell victim to the celestial army's onslaught. Ytailing was stripped bare by the coalition forces. When King Hereford and his army of over 100,000 arrived at Ytailing, they found only an empty city, filled with a nauseating stench that made one retch. Fearing contagion from the plague that had gripped the city, King Hereford refrained from allowing his troops to enter. Instead, he led them to Bedak for reinforcement. Charlemagne's conquest of the sacred city of Ytailing ignited a fervor throughout the realm of the Celestial Church. Tragically, just a month after returning to the kingdom of Hukfo, he succumbed to illness. Charlemagne's descendants divided the kingdom of Hukfo, ultimately leading to its fragmentation into the kingdom of Hukfo and the Holy Kingdom. Following the Celestial Church's Eastern campaign, the true faith became irreconcilable adversaries with the Celestial Church. At a Southern Alliance conference, King Hereford condemned the Celestial Church's shameless slaughter of true faith civilians and called upon the people of the true faith to unite and wage a holy war against the Celestial Church. Years later, hundreds of thousands of true faith soldiers gathered in Bedak. Under King Hereford's leadership, they decisively annihilated the 3 cities controlled by the Celestial Church in Asia Minor, driving their forces out once more. Subsequently, King Hereford resolved to lead his army to assault the city of Jushur in the kingdom of Dantang. Jushur served as a crucial stronghold established by the Celestial Church in the Eastern world, having been fortified and expanded over a millennium, its walls towering and formidable, making it a challenging target to breach. More importantly, the city of Jushur is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, making its topography formidable. To conquer Jushur city is akin to ascending to the heavens. Nevertheless, the Lion King Hereford commanded a vigorous assault on Jushur city, determined to dismantle the stronghold established by the Western Celestial Empire. His grand army traversed the ocean and assembled on the limited terrain outside Jushur city. To seize Jushur city, Lion King Hereford resolved to encircle it from all sides, severing its supply lines for provisions. He dispatched 2 naval forces to cut off the shipping routes to Jushur city. Simultaneously, he sent another contingent of 100,000 troops to land forcefully from behind the city. His intention was to starve the inhabitants of Jushur city into submission. Clearly, this was a war of attrition. To ensure the sustenance of his hundreds of thousands of troops, Lion King Hereford ordered his forces to scavenge for resources around Jushur city, while also organizing specialized transport fleets to deliver food and supplies continuously from the southern allied nations. The king of Dantang immediately sought aid from the Pope of the Celestial Empire, hoping that the Pope could rally the nations of the Celestial Empire to assemble an army for the rescue of Dantang. Upon receiving a personal letter from Pope Roman, the descendant of Charlemagne, the kings of Hukford and the Holy Kingdom resolved to organize their armies to rescue the faithful of the Celestial Empire besieged in Jushur city. The king of Hookford also extended an invitation to King Mid of the Seven Kingdoms, separated by a sea, to join the effort to save Dantang. 6 months later, a coalition army of 100,000 from the Celestial Empire surged towards Jushur City. By that time, however, the city had already succumbed to famine, leading to the starvation of over 100,000 souls. A fierce battle erupted between the coalition forces of the Celestial Empire and the besieging forces of the True Lord. The warriors of the True Lord, fervently chanting cries for vengeance, charged passionately towards the ranks of the Celestial Empire. In response, the coalition forces of the Celestial Empire rallied with shouts of purging heretics and defending Jushur City, clashing with the densely packed warriors of the True Lord. The two sides engaged in a protracted conflict beneath Jushur City for over a year, resulting in countless casualties. Ultimately, due to the critical issue of food supplies for his vast army, Lion King Harvard was compelled to withdraw. Although the coalition forces of the Celestial Empire successfully lifted the siege of Jushur City, the city's population of hundreds of thousands had already perished from starvation. Jushur City became a city of death. As numerous corpses went unburied and untreated, a dreadful plague spread forth from Jushur City in all directions. The once populous Dantang, with over 1 million inhabitants, crumbled under the weight of this unprecedented epidemic. The Eastern Crusade of the Celestial Empire and the vengeful war against the True Lord cemented a profound enmity between the two faiths. Furthermore, the occupation of the True Lord world, which controlled the trade routes to the distant Eastern world, rendered it exceedingly difficult for merchants of the Celestial Empire to derive significant profits from their dealings with Eastern traders. In pursuit of new routes to the Eastern world, the northern nations embarked on grand maritime adventures. The descendants of the giant race, renowned for their maritime skills and experience, caught the attention of royal families. Consequently, various royal courts invested in the formation of large naval fleets to explore the vast and boundless seas. More than a decade has passed, yet the maritime route to the east remains elusive. The northern kingdoms are compelled to reconsider their strategies, seeking to wrest the trade routes to the Orient from the grasp of the true faith. In pursuit of exchanging goods such as tea, silk, porcelain, ivory, gemstones, and spices from the east, the seven kingdoms, including the Kingdom of Hookford, the Holy Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Vitalia, have once again united under the banner of the Heavenly Empire, embarking on a campaign against the world of the true faith. Their aspiration is to forge a commercial passage between the north and the east. Chapter 202. Glory. The merchants of Vitalia provided a substantial fleet for the coalition of the Heavenly Empire. Thus, this allied force made a concerted advance toward the east, both by land and sea. King Kant of the Holy Kingdom led an army of over 30,000 men towards the city of Jushur in the Kingdom of Danding. Although Jushur had previously endured a siege by the True Faith's leader, Lion King Harith, resulting in the starvation of countless souls, the city had, over the course of a decade, regained its former prosperity and splendor. After a brief respite and resupply of provisions, King Khan's army departed from Jushur, continuing their march eastward. The Holy Kingdom's forces, skilled in close combat, encountered the cavalry of the Kingdom of Xiaoxia, renowned for their prowess in mounted archery. Before King Khan's troops could close the distance, they were met with a torrential rain of arrows, resulting in considerable casualties. After several fierce battles, the Holy Kingdom suffered devastating losses. The Xiaoxia army, akin to a pack of wolves, exploited their cavalry's mobility to deplete King Khan's forces from a distance. Whenever the Holy Kingdom attempted to charge, the Xiaoxia cavalry would retreat swiftly. This predatory tactic proved highly effective against the Holy Kingdom's troops, who were less adept in mounted combat, leading to the decimation of a significant portion of their fighting force at minimal cost to the Xiaoxia. As the beleaguered troops of the Holy Kingdom sought respite by a brook, a multitude of Xiaoxia cavalry suddenly appeared on the hillside behind them. Utilizing the elevation to their advantage, they descended upon the weary soldiers by the stream. Overcome by thirst and fatigue, the forces of the Holy Kingdom were rendered defenseless before the onslaught of the Xiaoxia cavalry. Following a brutal confrontation, the Holy Kingdom faced utter defeat. King Kant, leading the remnants of his army, fled toward a small town in Danding, pursued relentlessly by the Xiaoxia cavalry. King Rem of the Kingdom of Hookford, commanding tens of thousands of allied troops, arrived at Xiaoxia, where they engaged in several fierce battles, achieving successive victories. Riding the momentum, the coalition annihilated the Xiaoxia forces and established the Heavenly Empire's new state, the Kingdom of Raymond. Thereafter, King Rem continued to lead the alliance eastward, setting his sights on the sacred city of Yetekam. He aspired to accomplish feats akin to those of Charlemagne. Meanwhile, The Southern Alliance grappled with prolonged turmoil lasting over a decade. Years prior, in retaliation for the massacre in Yetekong, the leader of the True Faith, Lion King Harith, had unleashed a siege against the city of Jushur, deploying hundreds of thousands from the Southern Alliance for nearly 2 years. Although over 100,000 followers of the Celestial Emperor sect perished from starvation within the city of the Recluse, the extensive consumption of resources instigated considerable turmoil across the Southern Alliance nations. The populace, unable to endure the heavy taxation imposed by the ravages of war, rose in rebellion. With food supplies already critically depleted and several consecutive years of severe drought yielding no harvest, the Southern Alliance faced a dire food crisis. Famine and insurrections left the kings of the Southern Alliance in a state of utter disarray. At this juncture, the Southern Alliance was powerless to confront the invading forces of the Celestial Emperor sect. Consequently, the army led by King Rem of the Hookford Kingdom seized the sacred city of Night Cold once more and established the Kingdom of Night Cold there. In addition to the Kingdom of Night Cold, the coalition also founded 3 other kingdoms, including the Kingdom of Pali. The northern people, utilizing the foundation of these 4 kingdoms, gradually reclaimed a portion of control over the trade routes leading eastward. To ensure the smooth passage of trade to the east, the coalition left numerous knights stationed along the eastern coast of the Central Sea, safeguarding the newly established 4 kingdoms of the Celestial Emperor sect. With the sacred city of Night Cold recaptured, the Celestial Emperor followers from the north could once again embark on pilgrimages to the sacred site. The Central Sea became bustling once more, with merchant ships from the northern nations traversing its vast waters. Merchants transported goods such as northern wool, yarn, fine wine, and various implements via waterways to the 3 kingdoms, subsequently continuing their journey overland along the eastern trade routes. The revitalized trade routes breathed life into the previously stagnant merchants and nobles of the northern nations, who sought to recover their lost profits. As trade flourished, cultural exchanges between the East and West began to flourish, with technologies originating from the East, such as gunpowder and the compass, subtly making their way to the North. Particularly, the advent of the compass ignited new hope for the stagnating maritime ventures of the northern kingdoms. In the kingdom of Dejiguo, the spiritual leader of the True Faith, Lion King Harvard, passed away due to illness. Before his demise, he bequeathed his throne and the title of Harvard to his 7-year-old son, Aladdin. This decision sparked discontent among the member states of the Southern Alliance, particularly with the descendants of the previous Harvard, King Saladin of the Kingdom of Bodegua. According to the succession system of the True Faith, the title should have been passed down to a relative by blood. Saladin's ancestors had previously made an exception by transferring the position to Lion King Harvard. Thus, it was expected that Lion King Harvard should return the title to Saladin. As his son was far too young to lead the True Faith of the Southern Alliance against the northern kingdoms of the Celestial Emperor sect, King Saladin of Bodegua, young, brave, and wise, garnered the favor of the leaders of the True Faith nations within the Southern Alliance, leading to a schism. The division was marked by the Suyi Canal and the Fire Dragon Sea. In the western realm of Daji, the Padi dynasty endorsed Aladdin as the caliph, while in the east, the realms of Badar and Aellen supported King Saladin of Badar as the new spiritual leader of the True Faith, Caliphudin. Upon learning that the merely 7-year-old Aladdin ascended to the throne as the king of Daji, the king of the Catholic nation, Yitaling schemed to exploit the youth of the new ruler and seize control of Daji. The king of Yitaling swiftly deployed an army of 8,000, swiftly capturing the fiery peninsula. Advised by his ministers, the young king Aladdin issued a call to arms in the name of Caliph. Soon, a royal guard of 10,000 from Daji was dispatched to the coastal defenses of Siashian to thwart the advancing forces of the king of Yitaling. Following the conquest of the fiery peninsula, the king of Yitaling commanded the missionaries of the Heavenly Emperor religion to spread their doctrine among the peninsula civilians, enticing them to convert and ultimately join his military ranks. Human beings are inherently curious, and the populace of the fiery peninsula was no exception. Additionally, discontent towards the newly appointed 7-year-old caliph fueled thousands of civilians to convert to the Heavenly Emperor religion and enlist in the newly formed Knights of the Peninsula, serving the king of Yitaling. Chapter 203, Assassination under the guidance of the Knights of the Peninsula. The Knights Templar of the king of Yitaling stealthily crossed the Siashian Canal one fateful night, launching a surprise attack on the royal guard of Daji. A fierce battle erupted along the banks of the canal, where the Templar warriors from the kingdom of Hukiver, arranged in disciplined cavalry formations, relentlessly charged at Daji's royal guard. Armed with long spears, the royal guard of Daji, thrown into disarray, found themselves powerless against the formidable Templars of Hukiver. After a night of intense combat, the Templar forces decimated a significant portion of Daji's royal guard, emerging victorious and seizing control of the Seashian Canal. The disastrous defeat at the canal sent shockwaves through the court and populace of Daji. The 7-year-old King Aellen was left with no choice but to heed his minister's counsel, resolutely defending the royal city of Tianluo while simultaneously beseeching King Saladin of Badar for assistance. Upon learning of the King of Yitailing's incursion into Daji, King Saladin had already prepared to conquer the capital of the Yitailing realm. Leading 20,000 steadfast warriors of the true faith, Saladin advanced towards the capital of Yitailing. However, on the treacherous path to the capital, his forces fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by the combined armies of Yitailing and the Kingdom of Pali. In this dire moment, King Saladin brandished his curved sword, rallying his troops with cries of Saint Andra is with us. Let us reclaim the holy city of Yitailing. The warriors of the true faith echoed his rallying cry, charging fiercely towards the enemy. Undeterred by the armored Templar knights wielding broadswords, the valiant warriors of the true faith, clad only in simple garments, surged forward, only to soon find themselves falling amidst the blood-soaked battleground. As waves of fervent and fearless warriors of the true God continued their relentless charge, the losses sustained by the Knights Templar grew increasingly severe. Ultimately, the once dominant Knights Templar made the unexpected decision to retreat. This withdrawal provided a brief respite for the heavily battered forces of King Saladin. Simultaneously, Saladin found himself perplexed by the enemy's actions, unable to comprehend the reasons behind their retreat. The sole explanation lay in the piercing cold of the night, which had necessitated the majority of the king's soldiers being dispatched to the battlefield of the Great G Kingdom. The soldiers from the Night Cold Kingdom who participated in the ambush were almost the entirety of the kingdom's 5,000 troops. Should they all perish here, the Night Cold Kingdom would soon fall. Consequently, the commander of the Knights Templar, after successfully ambushing Saladin's forces, resolved to conserve his strength and opted for retreat. This skirmish resulted in King Saladin losing 1/3 of his military might. However, his arrival illuminated the path to freedom for the oppressed civilians of the Night Cold Kingdom, who had long endured the tyranny of the Celestial Emperor's Church. Local inhabitants eagerly volunteered to join Saladin's army, awakening within him an awareness of the deep-seated yearning for liberty among the subjugated populace. Thus, Saladin commenced the recruitment of soldiers within the Night Cold Kingdom, swiftly amassing a formidable force of 30,000 troops. He then directed his army towards the capital of the Night Cold Kingdom, in the Great G Kingdom. Beneath the walls of Tianluo City, the 20,000 soldiers of the Night Cold Kingdom had besieged the city for a week. Yet, under the rallying cry of the young King Aellen, the defenders and citizens of Tianluo City united in purpose and resolutely repelled the assaults of the Night Cold forces. Left with no alternatives, the commander of the Night Cold Kingdom devised a new strategy. He dispatched an aide laden with gold coins to seek out an assassin organization, hoping to conclude this protracted conflict through assassination. He had received word that the Night Cold Kingdom was under assault by a force known as Saladin's army. In the royal palace of the Great G Kingdom, although young King Aellen was gripped by hunger, he had no desire to eat. In his tender voice, he questioned a nearby minister. "Did you not say that the reinforcements from the Paddy Kingdom would arrive shortly? Why have they not yet come?" The minister chuckled softly, replying, "Your Majesty, the Paddy Kingdom is quite distant from us here in Tianluo City. They require time. Come, Your Majesty, partake in some food. I can hear your stomach growling." Sighing, Aellen responded, "With so many enemies surrounding the city, I cannot eat. Please take this food away for the servants." After saying this, he rose and made his way to his chamber. Once in his quarters, Aellen consumed a cluster of grapes before retiring to bed. That night, a grave incident unfolded within the palace. All the servants who had consumed the king's meal perished suddenly, before Aellen could issue any commands. The ministers had already executed the palace cooks. The assassin organization, realizing their plan to poison the young king had failed, resorted to sending over a dozen assassins to infiltrate the palace and eliminate the young monarch. In the stillness of the late night, the palace of the Kingdom of Daji lay enveloped in an unusual silence. A dozen shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, materialized outside the royal residence. Subsequently, they skillfully cast climbing ropes and ascended the steep, smooth palace walls. This section of the wall was relatively remote, nearly devoid of guards. Once inside the palace, the cloaked figures proceeded with caution, stealthily evading the patrolling guards as they made their way toward the young King Aladdin's chamber. In recent times, following a poisoning incident, The ministers of Daji had heightened the palace's defenses to thwart any ill-intentioned individuals from harming the young monarch. At this very moment, 2 squads of armed guards were diligently patrolling the palace grounds. The assassins concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting for what felt like an eternity for an opportunity to infiltrate the king's quarters. The leader of the assassins instructed 2 of his comrades to act as decoys. Drawing the guards away, armed with throwing knives, these 2 assassins crept closer to the patrolling guards, and then, in unison, hurled their blades. Ack! Ack! Several guards were struck, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. "There are assassins! Protect His Majesty!" shouted the captain of the guards. At that moment, a flash of cold light streaked through the air as more throwing knives whistled toward their targets. "Kill them!" another guard captain bellowed, leading a squad in pursuit of the assassins who had thrown the knives. Following their prearranged plan, the 2 assassins split up to escape. The guards had no choice but to divide into 2 teams, chasing after the fleeing figures. Once the guards had departed, the remaining assassins surged forward to attack those tasked with protecting the king's chamber. These assassins were among the elite of their guild, renowned for their lethal skills. However, the guards assigned to the palace were no ordinary foes. A fierce battle erupted outside the king's quarters, and soon, several individuals lay forever still in pools of blood. Chapter 204. A battle to ascend to divinity from a distance. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The leader of the assassins realized that more palace guards were rushing to the scene. Thus, he commanded a forceful entry into the king's chamber. Yet, the guards steadfastly held their ground at the entrance. With every step the assassins took, a guard paid the ultimate price. Realizing time was running short, the assassins released poison gas, incapacitating the guards who valiantly defended the king's chamber. They then stormed into the royal quarters, brandishing gleaming curved blades, ready to strike down the young King Aellen. At that moment, a maid leaped forward to shield the king. The cold light flashed as the assassin's blade struck her down with a scream. The frenzied assassins pushed the maid aside, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the young monarch. Just then, a resounding clang echoed as the curved blade met a brilliant sphere of light. In the blink of an eye, the radiant light transformed into a figure. A handsome man, bathed in a divine glow and wielding a curved blade, appeared before young Aellen. The assassins were taken aback, yet their madness had already driven them to the brink of desperation. They paid no heed to the identity of the figure before them, be it divine or mortal, and struck at the man who had appeared out of thin air with a swift blade. The handsome man, wielding a curved sword, suddenly swung his arm. A beam of white light, akin to a crescent moon, instantaneously pierced the bodies of the assassins. The assassins scarcely had time to utter a scream before collapsing to the ground. "Who are you?" the young king asked the beautiful man, trembling with fear. "I am the divine messenger, Aellen," replied the divine messenger in a melodious voice. The young king promptly knelt before Aellen, bowing his head and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your salvation, divine messenger." At that moment, the king's guards arrived, witnessing their sovereign bowing in reverence to a radiant figure. They too fell to their knees, paying homage to the divine messenger Aellen. Aellen smiled gently at the young King Aellen before vanishing into thin air. The guards, having witnessed the divine messenger's manifestation, increasingly believed that young King Aellen was the chosen one. Thus, they surrounded him, silently vowing to protect him with their lives. At dawn, 30,000 reinforcements from the kingdom of Patti arrived at Tianluo City. Commander Mu Haniad led the vast army to defeat the forces of King Yitalong, driving them out of the Great Ji Kingdom. Soon, the tale of the divine messenger Aellen protecting young King Aellen spread throughout the Great Ji Kingdom. The citizens began to place their unwavering trust in the 7-year-old King Aellen. The kingdom of Yitalong was encircled by tens of thousands of Saladin's troops. Day and night, they bombarded the city walls with catapults. Although the walls were tall and sturdy, they could not withstand the relentless assault of Saladin's forces. After several days, the walls of Yitalong were breached. Saladin's army surged into the city, engaging in a bloody battle with the defenders. Inside the city, the Knights of the Celestial Emperor's Church shielded the 16-year-old Prince Aloys, known as the Mad King, as they fought their way towards the city exit. After a desperate struggle, the knights managed to carve out a path through the carnage, allowing Prince Aloys to escape. However, the other followers of the Celestial Emperor's Church and the civilians within the city were not so fortunate. In a bid to instill terror in the world of the Celestial Emperor's Church, King Saladin ordered a massacre. All male believers were to be executed, while women were sold into slavery. Regardless of their previous status as nobles or commoners, they were all reduced to slaves. News of King Saladin's conquest of the sacred city of Yi Ta Lung quickly spread throughout the realms of the true God and the Celestial Emperor's Church. The spiritual leader of the Celestial Emperor's Church, residing in the distant city of Roman on the Longtail Peninsula, was so overwhelmed by the news of the holy city's fall that he succumbed to shock. In an instant, the skies over the northern lands of the Celestial Emperor's Church were shrouded in grief. This sorrow stemmed not only from the fall of the holy city of Yi Ta Lung, but also from the passing of the Church's Pope. The faithful across the northern nations never anticipated that, merely decades after reclaiming the sacred city, they would once again lose it. The defeated king of Yi Ta Lung fled with his remnants to the Fire Sea Peninsula. Not long ago, the Cold Night Kingdom was besieged by Saladin, leading to its ultimate downfall. The former king, overwhelmed by a mixture of shock and fury, succumbed to his grief. Consequently, his loyal subjects interred him on the Isle of Fire. Shortly thereafter, the Mad King Aloys, under the protection of several Templar knights, arrived at the Isle of Fire. He took command of his father's remnants and declared himself King of the Mad. The title Mad King was attributed to Aloys due to his frail health, which occasionally rendered him delirious. He established his capital in the city of Aellen. With the aid of the Templar Knights, the Mad King Aloys clung to life on the Isle of Fire. The Knights, recognizing Aloys' insufficient strength to contend with the formidable kingdom of Dagi in the west, advocated for relinquishing control over the Suez Canal. The Mad King acquiesced to this proposition. Furthermore, he felt an acute sense of dread towards Saladin, who had recently conquered the holy city of Night Cold, praying fervently for divine intervention to spare him from annihilation at the hands of Saladin's army. Saladin, having attained divine status for his conquest of the holy city, became the universally acknowledged spiritual leader of the true faith, known as Hierophant. The victory in the Battle of Night Cold illuminated the possibility of expelling the heathens of the Celestial Empire from the Crescent Lands. 2 years later, Hierophant led his forces towards the neighboring Celestial Empire nation of Bolia, which remained under the control of the Holy Kingdom. The King Luther was a descendant of a duke from the Holy Kingdom. Upon learning of Saladin's impending assault, King Luther urgently sought assistance from the newly appointed pope in distant Rome. Considering the significance of Bolia and the neighboring kingdoms of Raymond for the Celestial Empire, the new pope called upon the northern realm to launch another crusade against the eastern true faith. Meanwhile, on the distant Red Continent, King Leo of Tang, after nearly a century of refinement, had wholly transmuted his physical form using elemental spiritual power. At this juncture, he awaited a fortuitous moment to attain divinity. Alone, King Leo approached the grave of Seth, bearing offerings of wine, meat, fruits, and flowers. Leah had not been by Seth's side at the time of her passing. Upon returning, he learned from his disciples that Seth had reached the end of her earthly journey and was laid to rest there. Seth had remained unmarried throughout her life, devoted to Leah, whom she loved deeply. However, a formal wedding was deemed inappropriate for Leah, as his position as king could not allow such an act that might perplex the citizens of Tang. He would rather remain unwed for eternity than forsake the bond he shared with Seth. Chapter 205, The Burden of Title. Kings bear their own sorrows. Leah's every word and action served as a beacon for the entirety of Tang. Although Leah regarded Seth as his wife in his heart, he could not publicly declare it. Gently caressing the unmarked gravestone before Seth's south resting place, Leah's disciples were at a loss for how to inscribe it. They were unaware of the connection between their master and the elderly woman with silver hair. At this moment, Tang Wang Leah felt an overwhelming sense of solitude as she addressed Sei Fu's grave, expressing, "I miss you dearly." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wang Leah unsheathed her sword and inscribed upon the unadorned stone at Sei Fu's resting place, "Grave of Sei Fu, beloved wife of Tang Wang Leah." She lingered at the tomb for a while before gradually departing. As Tang Wang Leah traversed a nearby brook, she observed a young maiden washing clothes by the water's edge. The girl, clearly unfamiliar with Tang Wang Leah, glanced up upon hearing footsteps and was startled to see a masked figure approaching. Frozen in place, fear overtook her. Tang Wang Leah halted, gazing intently at the young woman with a complexion tinted a deep shade of red. After a brief pause, she inquired, "What is your name?" Upon hearing a woman's voice, the girl exhaled softly, responding, "I am Tang Wan. How old are you?" Tang Wang Leah continued her questioning. "I am 15, Tang Wan replied. "Well then, you shall accompany me from now on," Tang Wang Leah declared with a smile. "Accompany you? Why would I do that?" Tang Wan questioned, perplexed. "In time, you will understand," Tang Wang Leah assured her and proceeded on her way. After a few strides, noticing the girl still at the brook, she turned back and called, "Tang Wan, are you not coming? I have so many clothes to wash." Tang Wan responded, bewildered by the strange woman before her. What is so entertaining about washing clothes? Come, let me take you flying, Tang Wang Liao exclaimed, grasping Tang Wan's hand and soaring into the skies on her sword. Ah! Tang Wan could not contain her exhilaration as they ascended. What are you doing? Hold on tight, there is no need to fear. Look below at the mountains, rivers, and lakes. These are the lands I have conquered. Are they not beautiful? Tang Wang Liao remarked, wrapping her arm around Tang Wan's waist. It's too high. I cannot bear to look, Tang Wan gasped. You timid creature, there is nothing to fear. The more you fly, the more accustomed you will become. Tang Wang Liao chuckled. Who are you? How can you fly? Tang Wan stammered in astonishment. You shall find out once we descend, Tang Wang Liao replied, diving towards the Grand Tang Palace. As they landed, Tang Qianfeng, who governed the Tang dynasty, rushed to Tang Wang Liao's side, accompanied by several disciples, and bowed, saying, Disciple greets master. Rise, Tang Wang Liao instructed. It has been years. Your cultivation has advanced, master. Tang Qianfeng congratulated her eagerly. Oh, how did you discern this? Tang Wang Liao asked, puzzled. Your aura is hundreds of times more potent than before, Tang Qianfeng remarked with a smile. Tang Wang Liao chuckled softly, saying, It is merely a modest advancement. Master, may I inquire about this young lady? Tang Qianfeng glanced at Tang Wan. Ah, this is my newly accepted disciple, Tang Wan. Tang Wang Liao clarified after a moment's thought. So, she is my junior sister, he acknowledged. The senior brother had nothing else of significance. He presented a bottle of jade dew elixir to the junior sister as a token of their meeting. After speaking, Tang Qianfeng took out a vial of elixir from his robe and handed it to Tang Wan. Caught off guard, Tang Wan could only accept it with a silly smile. The disciples surrounding Tang Qianfeng eagerly approached to offer their tributes to the little master uncle. After a few days of residence in the royal palace, Tang Wang Liao took Tang Wan to the Star Palace located in the Changbai Mountains. Liao's other disciples had already received word from Tang Qianfeng about their master taking on a new disciple, and they had prepared their gifts in advance, awaiting the arrival of their master and the junior sister at the Star Palace. When Tang Wan beheld the majestic Star Palace, she was utterly astonished. She had never imagined that such a splendid place existed in the world. At that moment, she gradually realized that the person before her was none other than Liao, the founder of the great Tang dynasty. In the Tang realm, Liao was a legend, with no one having seen her true visage. To Tang Wan's surprise, Liao took the initiative to accept her as a disciple. From then on, Tang Wan followed her master Liao, dedicating herself to cultivation in the Star Palace of Changbai Mountain. At that time, the Star Palace's alchemy hall, weapon forging hall, and rune crafting hall were bustling with talent. The alchemy hall regularly provided the elixirs required for Tang Wan's training. Everyone in the Star Palace was aware of Li Ya's deep affection for her young disciple, and thus, each person treated Tang Wan with special regard. The reason behind Li Ya's fondness for the dark-skinned maiden remained a mystery to all. From that day forth, Tang Wan immersed herself in her cultivation at the Star Palace. Years passed in the blink of an eye. The True God sect and the Celestial Emperor sect continued their fierce battles along the coast of the Central Sea. The leader of the True God sect, Saladin, successfully repelled the Celestial Emperor sect's coalition forces in their renewed Eastern campaign. The prolonged warfare left both the nations of the True God sect and the Celestial Emperor sect suffering heavy losses. In pursuit of a more peaceful existence, Saladin and the leader of the Celestial Emperor sect's coalition established a peace agreement. Saladin permitted the followers of the Celestial Emperor sect to pilgrimage to the holy city of Night Cold, and allowed the merchant caravans from the Celestial Emperor nations to traverse through the realm of the True God sect to trade in the Eastern world. The Celestial Emperor nations were forbidden from attacking the True God territories under Saladin's rule. The northern Celestial Emperor nations, having tasted the spoils of plunder during several Eastern campaigns, agreed to Saladin's terms, vowing not to assault the True God territories. However, the monarchs of these northern nations turned their gaze towards the distant nation of Daji, which lay across the sea. Daji was indeed not under the spiritual leadership of Saladin. The young King Aladdin of Daji had come of age. The miraculous events surrounding the divine messenger had garnered the unwavering support and affection of the people for their young ruler. Aladdin ruled Daji and the Padi dynasty with benevolent governance. After more than a decade of development, the national strength of Daji had flourished and its citizens thrived. Aware of the significance of Alishan City due to past conflicts, King Aladdin dispatched personnel to fortify Alishan City and stationed a formidable army there. Years later, the king of the Hookford Kingdom, along with the sovereigns of the Seven Kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom and the merchants of Wadali, once again formed an alliance with the intent of launching a maritime assault on the Grand G Kingdom. Chapter 206. The coalition of the northern lands gathered at Longtail Island, where the merchants of Wadali proposed a plunder of the ancient city of Jushur, renowned for its millennia-old treasures amassed within its walls. Tempted by the merchants' promises, the allied forces set their sights on the city of Jushur in the Danding kingdom, which was currently embroiled in a coup. The blind king had been imprisoned by his own son, who usurped the throne. Chaos reigned within Jushur, and the populace was consumed by fear. Under the banner of rescuing the old king, the Northern Coalition, numbering in the tens of thousands, launched an assault on the ancient city. At the gates of Jushur, the usurper commanded his troops to engage in fierce combat against the invading forces. However, the battle was short-lived as the warriors of Danding retreated within the city walls. The usurper, left with no choice, also withdrew into the towering defenses of Jushur. The Northern Coalition split into two factions. One set up siege engines outside the city, hurling massive stones to batter the walls, while the other approached from the sea, targeting the city's vulnerable sections. In a moment, the area surrounding Jushur was teeming with the besieging coalition. They either raised ladders to scale the ramparts or used siege machines to launch projectiles against the city. The soldiers of Danding inside Jushur were disinclined to defend their stronghold, perhaps harboring resentment towards the usurper. Their lack of zeal allowed the attacking forces to gain the upper hand, as they successfully captured over a dozen towers atop the city. Subsequently, a steady stream of assailants ascended the ladders and engaged the defenders in fierce combat. If Jushur falls, you and your family shall face slaughter and humiliation. Will you not rise to fight? The usurper shouted in desperation, gazing at the indifferent soldiers. Jushur is not merely my city, it belongs to all of us. We must fight valiantly for the families within. He brandished his great sword and bellowed. Some valiant warriors, inspired by his words, charged forth with their swords drawn, joining the fray against the enemies atop the walls. Their bravery began to resonate with the increasingly apathetic soldiers of Danding. Soon, they roared, "For the Empire! For our families! Fight!" Awakened by a sense of purpose, the warriors of Danding fiercely resisted the enemies scaling the walls, and through their determined counterattack, they eventually drove the invaders down from the battlements. As night fell, both sides ceased hostilities. After a day of relentless conflict, the usurper felt the palpable resentment of his soldiers towards him. Aware that this could not continue, he sought to bring forth his father. Faced with imminent danger, the old king chose to forgive his ambitious son. At the old king's call, the military and civilians of Jushur finally united, pledging to collectively repel the invaders. After dawn, the old king dispatched emissaries to the coalition of the Celestial Empire to question their leader about the assault on the city of Jushur. King Hookford exchanged a glance with the king of Witalia before responding. "We merely seek to assist the kingdom of Dantang in quelling the rebellion and rescuing their sovereign, who has been imprisoned by the insurgents." The envoy from Dantang interjected. "If that is indeed the case, our king has reconciled with the prince, and you sovereigns should withdraw your forces. We shall not depart until we have seen the king," firmly declared King Hookford. After a moment of contemplation, the Dantang envoy conceded, "Very well. I shall escort you into the city today to meet our king. However, you must not bring too many guards." "Agreed," replied King Hookford without hesitation. Thus, the sovereigns, each accompanied by 1,000 guards, entered the city of Jushur. The king of Dantang graciously received the Catholic monarchs. After negotiations, the king of Dantang consented to offer 10,000 taels of gold as a token of gratitude for the coalition's intervention. In turn, the sovereigns promised to depart once the gold was received. The previously tense atmosphere eased considerably due to their agreement. The soldiers of the various kingdoms wandered through the streets of Jushur, awestruck by the grandeur of this ancient imperial capital. While their homelands were characterized by dilapidated structures, here stood magnificent edifices in abundance, with towering buildings and colossal churches of the Celestial Empire lining the streets, alongside the iconic domed churches of the True Lord. Days later, as the king of Dantang delayed his delivery of the promised gold, the sovereigns grew increasingly irate. That night, the soldiers of the kings caused a disturbance at the True Lord's church, clashing with the heretical worshippers. Tensions escalated, resulting in a conflagration within the city. Observing the flames reaching the heavens, the coalition of the Celestial Empire seized the opportunity to launch an assault on Jushur. Through a combination of internal strife and external attack, after a night of fierce combat, they finally captured the city of Jushur as dawn approached. The ancient capital suffered the ravages of the coalition, which unleashed a torrent of violence upon its inhabitants, slaughtering residents, incinerating homes, and committing unspeakable atrocities. The people of Dantang, having welcomed wolves into their midst, ultimately lost their nation and capital. They were forced to flee across the strait, seeking refuge in the east. The invasion and plunder of Dantang enriched the coalition's members beyond measure. Consequently, the ideology of invading and plundering the East took root deeply in the hearts of the Northern Celestial Empire's populace. Under the influence of this aggressive expansionist mentality, the Northern Kingdoms embarked upon a renewed age of maritime exploration, particularly aided by the compass, which had traveled from the East. The Northern realms discovered new continents over the ensuing decades. The Red Continent, once drifted upon, became home to the Aellen people, who, after centuries of evolution, established their own tribal identity. Having eschewed the cultural assimilation of the Great Tang, they retained their unique Aellen language, setting them apart as distinctly exceptional. What struck the AI tribe as particularly peculiar was the unwavering kindness displayed by the people of the Tang dynasty towards them. In times of great calamity and hardship, it was not uncommon for Tang individuals to deliver provisions and clothing to aid them. This benevolence had persisted for over a century, enabling the AI tribe to thrive and flourish. As a result, the tribe expanded its influence towards the coastline, fully aware of the formidable power of the Tang, which deterred them from engaging in conflict. One fateful day, the members of the AI tribe beheld two grand vessels appearing upon the shore. Curiosity piqued. Several tribe members ventured to the beach to observe. To their astonishment, they were seized by the individuals aboard the ships. Chapter 207, Enslavement. This vessel had embarked from the City of Kings in the Seven Nations, setting out on an adventurous expedition to the west. The captain was astonished to discover that the captured natives could communicate in the Aellen language, with no barriers to conversation. The captains of the Seven Nations swiftly gleaned information about this red continent. The captains and their soldiers escorted the captured AI tribe members to their homeland. The leader of the AI tribe graciously welcomed these foreign visitors who had traversed the sea. The captains of the Seven Nations, laden with abundant food, fresh water, and exotic fruits, departed from the Red Continent. 2 years later, the AI tribe encountered the ships of these foreign individuals once more, this time an imposing fleet. 1,000 armed men from the Seven Nations disembarked and swiftly occupied the AI tribe's territory. Those who dared resist were met with gunfire, their lives extinguished by the weapons of the invaders. The Seven Nations established their first stronghold on the Red Continent, named Jamestown, following their conquest of the AI tribe. Subjugating the AI people, they seized their lands and forced them into servitude. A portion of the AI tribe was taken back to the mainland of the Seven Nations. Upon witnessing the captives fluent in Aellen, the king of the Seven Nations was taken aback, never having imagined that the Aellen people were the first to discover this new land. Years of sustained peace had led to a population boom in the Seven Nations. Coupled with a flourishing wool export trade, the nobility sought to amass wealth by occupying vast tracts of farmland for sheep grazing. Consequently, the Seven Nations faced a dire situation, with no arable land or food to sustain their burgeoning populace. In a bid to address the pressing issues of population and agricultural land, the king of the Seven Nations resolved to pursue overseas colonization. Henceforth, a steady stream of Seven Nation citizens journeyed to the Red Continent. From Jamestown, the Seven Nations began their expansion in all directions. Their first adversary was the long-standing Tang dynasty. Among the enslaved AI individuals toiling in the fields, two lamented their fate. Once, they cultivated crops for themselves, reaping bountiful harvests for their own benefit, which had spurred their industrious spirit. However, with their lands now seized by these detestable foreigners, they had been reduced to the status of slaves. Shall we escape? One proposed. If we do not flee, we shall be worked to death. These wretches are exceedingly oppressive. We must escape to the Tang Empire, one proposed. The Tang Empire? Will they take us in? Fleeing may yet allow us to preserve our lives. Staying, we are certain to perish, another added. Very well. The two members of the AI tribe seized the opportunity while the overseer was distracted and fled towards the Tang Empire. When the workday concluded, the overseer counted the heads and discovered 2 were missing. He immediately reported to the squad leader, Carl. Carl, accompanied by a team, scoured the area for the 2 escaped AI tribesmen, but ultimately found no trace of them. Upon learning of this incident, the governor of Jamesding, Count Jameson, contemplated the matter and dispatched individuals to the Tang Empire to ascertain whether the fugitives had indeed sought refuge there. After the 2 AI tribesmen reached the Tang Empire, they were brought before Tang Qianli, the local authority. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our Tang Empire? Tang Qianli inquired. We are of the AI tribe. A few years ago, a group of foreigners armed with firearms invaded our tribe. Since then, we have lived as slaves. We had no choice but to flee to the Tang Empire, hoping that you might take us in, one explained. Upon hearing this, Tang Qianli understood the gravity of the situation. For many years, his master, Leah, had instructed him to treat the AI people well. Now, with the AI tribe enslaved by foreigners, it was imperative that Master Leah be informed. Thus, Tang Qianli promptly conveyed the message to his master, Leah. At that moment, Leah was engaged in concocting a beauty elixir for her beloved disciple, Tang Wan. Upon learning of the invasion of the AI tribe, she was taken aback. Such an occurrence had not transpired in over a century. Foreigners invading this land was unprecedented. Leah instructed Tang Qianli to temporarily shelter the two AI tribesmen, assuring him that she would return in a few days to personally address the situation concerning the AI tribe. The following day, Leah successfully completed the preparation of a batch of beauty elixirs, yielding a total of 8. She gifted one to her beloved disciple, Tang Wan. Upon hearing that consuming the elixir would grant her eternal youth and preserve her beauty, Tang Wan eagerly accepted it, expressing her profound gratitude to Master Leah. Leah took Tang Wan's hand, gazing at her for a moment, before stating, "Waner, I must return to Chang'an in the Tang Empire for a matter of importance. You must diligently cultivate your skills here, striving to achieve the golden core as soon as possible. Your disciple shall faithfully obey your command," Tang Wan replied. With a flicker, Leah vanished from sight. Leah reappeared within the royal palace of Chang'an in the Tang Empire. From Tang Qianli, she learned that several years prior, a group of foreigners had set foot on this crimson land. Over the years, they amassed thousands in the coastal territories that once belonged to the AI tribe. These foreigners not only seized the lands and wealth of the AI people, but also enslaved them, treating them as mere objects. These despicable beings. Have they made any recent moves? King Liu inquired, a hint of anger in his voice. It seems not, came the response. The disciple promptly dispatched individuals to monitor their activities. After expressing his intentions, Tang Qianli departed. Under the orders of Governor Jameson, Bayer commanded 500 musketeers to venture into the territory of the Tang dynasty. Soon, they encountered a quaint village, where the inhabitants resided in wooden houses adorned with tiled roofs, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Upon noticing a large group of oddly dressed foreigners entering their village, the villagers hurried to inform their leader, Wang Shi. Accompanied by 2 villagers, Wang Shi approached and inquired in Mandarin, "Who are you? What brings you to our village?" Bayer responded in a cacophony of 7 different languages, but Wang Shi understood none of it. Frustrated, Wang Shi waved his hands, pointed to his ears, and then spread his palms, indicating his inability to comprehend. Bayer, feeling irked, shoved Wang Shi aside and, with an air of arrogance, marched into the village with his subordinates. The hundreds of foreign soldiers scoured the small village but found nothing of value. Infuriated by their lack of success, they seized numerous sheep and captured many chickens. The villagers, recognizing the overwhelming force before them, refrained from protest, allowing these uncivilized foreigners to rampage through their home. Bayer and his musketeers continued along the Tang River, plundering sheep, chickens, and grain from the Tang villages. Any who dared to obstruct them met their demise beneath the fire of their muskets. Chapter 208. The Might of the Muskets Before Long. Tao Yang, the director of the Tang River District, received word of a large group of foreign musketeers invading the territory of the Tang dynasty. He ordered military officer Wu Hui to lead 1,000 Tang soldiers to expel the intruders. Wu Hui and his 1,000 troops encountered Bayer's 500 musketeers by the banks of the Tang River. Due to the language barrier, communication proved impossible. Military officer Wu Hui resorted to gestures, urging Bayer and his men to withdraw. Bayer understood Wu Hui's signals but feigned ignorance, raising his hands in confusion. With no other recourse, Wu Hui commanded his soldiers to draw their swords and point them at Bayer and his men. Seeing the resolute stance of the Tang soldiers, Bayer had no choice but to retreat with his subordinates. As Wu Hui observed the enemy's withdrawal, he finally lowered his weapon. However, once Bayer and his musketeers had distanced themselves, they turned, raised their muskets, ignited their fuses, and aimed at the unsuspecting 1,000 Tang soldiers. Bang! Bang! The thunderous sound of gunfire echoed, and the Tang soldiers fell one by one, bewildered by their sudden fate. Wu Hui, witnessing his men succumbing to the onslaught, was both shocked and furious. He commanded the remaining Tang soldiers to charge at Bayer's musketeers. The musketeers swiftly reloaded their weapons, and before Wu Hui and his men could reach them, they unleashed a second volley. Ultimately, the entirety of the 1,000 Tang soldiers lay lifeless upon the battlefield. With the formidable power of the musket, Bayer and his marksmen emerged unscathed. The 7 nations, triumphing against overwhelming odds, began to plunder indiscriminately in the vicinity of Tangha Prefecture. Upon learning that the 1,000 elite troops he had dispatched had been utterly annihilated, the prefect Tao Yang was left in a state of shock. These soldiers were exceptionally well-trained and fiercely valiant. He could not fathom how the enemy had managed to obliterate his entire contingent. In a fit of rage and disbelief, Prefect Tao Yang promptly sent word to Chang'an to report the dire news. Just days after his envoy departed, Bayer arrived at the gates of Tengha Prefecture with 500 musketeers. Without uttering a word, he directed his fire upon the defending forces stationed within the city. The defenders, armed with bows, retaliated against the musketeers outside. After a fierce exchange, both sides suffered casualties, particularly the defenders of the Tang army, who faced a higher toll. Aware that his mere 500 musketeers could not seize Tengha Prefecture, Bayer decided to retreat, assisting the wounded as they departed. Upon returning to Jamestown, Bayer recounted his experiences around Tengha to Governor Jameson, who swiftly resolved to assault Tengha Prefecture. Days later, Governor Jameson led 3,000 musketeers, equipped with siege engines, towards the city. When Prefect Tao Yang beheld the approaching force, he was utterly dismayed. He had never anticipated the enemy's return, this time with siege machinery. Understanding the futility of holding the city, he nonetheless felt compelled to defend it to the last. Tao Yang rallied the citizens, urging them to gather stones and timber to fortify the walls. At the order of Governor Jameson, the siege commenced. Under the protective fire of the musketeers, a contingent of soldiers began to maneuver several battering rams towards the city walls. The defenders drew their bows, firing at the advancing enemy. But any soldier who dared to expose themselves was met with gunfire from below, some fortunate enough to evade, while others fell victim to the bullets. The battering rams, braving the storm of arrows, finally reached the gates of Tengha Prefecture. With resounding thuds, they commenced their assault. Despite the defenders' efforts to prop up the gates with thick timbers, the relentless battering eventually proved too much, leading to the gates' collapse. In a desperate maneuver, the defenders ignited piles of wood stacked outside the gates, attempting to create a wall of flame to deter the attackers. Yet, flames, too, have their extinguishing moments. Ultimately, the 3,000 musketeers surged into Tengha City. After a brutal massacre, Tengha Prefecture fell. This city was a keystone for the Tang dynasty. In those years, King Li Ye of the Tang dynasty established the Tengha civilization in the Tengha River basin. Now, the fall of Tengha Prefecture has sent tremors throughout the entire Tang dynasty. To threaten the foundation of our great Tang and slay our people, these wretches are courting death. King Li Ye exclaimed with fury, "Master, please calm your anger. I shall lead 20,000 valiant soldiers of the Tang to reclaim Tengha Prefecture." Tang Qianli hastily replied, "Very well." King Li Ye nodded in agreement. Tang Qianli marched forth with his 20,000 troops, advancing towards Tengha Prefecture. He commanded 3,000 siege troops to steadily push the siege weapons towards the gates of the prefecture. 3,000 archers continually loosed arrows skyward at the battlements. Additionally, over a dozen catapults hurled massive stones at the city walls. Under the relentless bombardment, the walls of Tengha Prefecture began to tremble precariously. Governor Jameson atop the city walls could hardly fathom that the Tang would dispatch such a formidable army to assault Tengha Prefecture. Nevertheless, he believed that regardless of the enemy's numbers, as long as their ammunition held out, they could not breach the city's defenses. The air resonated with the thunderous crack of gunfire, as countless soldiers of the Tang fell, struck down. Yet, undeterred, they charged valiantly towards the walls of Tengha Prefecture, braving the hail of bullets. As the siege commenced, thousands of Tang soldiers perished beneath the enemy's gunfire, inciting Tang Qianli's wrath. Using his divine sense, he surveyed the scene atop the walls. Soon, he discovered that the defenders had filled metal tubes with gunpowder, igniting a fuse that unleashed a thunderous bang, sending bullets flying and Tang soldiers collapsing in their wake. This was Tang Qianli's first encounter with such a devastating weapon as the firearm. He realized that relying solely on the flesh and blood of his soldiers would make it exceedingly difficult to capture Tengha Prefecture. Even if they succeeded, the cost would be grievous. Thus, he summoned his magical artifact, the Qingyun sword. Under his command, the sword shot forth like a beam of azure light, piercing through the enemy ranks atop the city walls. With each strike, thud, 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 the enemies were impaled and fell screaming. As a late-stage golden core cultivator, Tang Qianli was an invincible force on this battlefield. Reluctantly, he resorted to his flying sword, allowing the enemy to taste the bitterness of their impending defeat. Chapter 209. The faith of colonization. The soaring Qingyun sword continued to reap the lives of the enemy sharpshooters on the battlements, instilling fear in Governor Jameson and his men, who felt utterly powerless. Before long, hundreds of gunmen had perished under Tang Qianli's swordsmanship. Reluctantly, Governor Jameson ordered a retreat from the city. However, Tang Qianli had no intention of letting the intruding gunmen escape so easily. After reclaiming Tanghe Prefecture, he led the Tang army in relentless pursuit of Jameson and his gunmen. Arriving at the gathering place of the Seven Nations, Jamestown, the inhabitants of the Seven Nations could hardly believe that the soldiers of the Tang would pursue them with such tenacity. Their initial sense of superiority upon arriving on this red continent had long since vanished. Upon reminiscing about the past, the elusive flying swords that darted through the skies brought nothing but headaches to Jameson and his subordinates. At this very moment, Jameson, leading his musketeers and shielded by fortifications, aimed his firearm at the advancing 20,000 troops of the Tang dynasty. Tang Qianli, utilizing his divine sense, pinpointed the location of the enemy musketeers and executed the thunder summoning technique. Instantly, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the musketeers beside Governor Jameson. What on earth is happening? A bolt from the blue? Jameson could not help but curse aloud. Just then, another bolt of lightning struck nearby, leaving Jameson pale with fear. He could not fathom the origin of this celestial wrath, believing it impossible for the indigenous people to wield such magic. However, as he watched his musketeers fall one after another to the relentless strikes of lightning, genuine terror gripped him. Jameson set down his firearm and raised his hands in surrender. Observing his gesture, Tang Qianli refrained from casting further lightning to smite the foreigners. Jameson sought out a woman among the AI tribe slaves who spoke Chinese. Finding one named Wang Hong to serve as his translator, Jameson spoke, "Previously, we invaded your villages and captured your cities. It was our wrongdoing. I now extend my sincerest apologies and hope you can forgive our past transgressions." Tang Qianli replied, "The Tang dynasty harbors no enmity towards you. Yet you audaciously dispatched troops to slay our officials and soldiers, seizing the wealth of our people. The harm you have inflicted upon us cannot simply be resolved with an apology. Then, esteemed leader, what must we do to be spared?" Governor Jameson inquired anxiously. "First, release the AI people you have captured and return their property and land. Second, depart from this place. We desire no further encounters with you, and this land does not welcome you," Tang Qianli declared without hesitation. Jameson nodded vigorously in agreement. Subsequently, the people of the Seven Nations departed the lands of the AI tribe in accordance with their agreement, leaving in batches. However, they did not abandon the Red Continent, but instead traveled north along the coastline, seeking a land devoid of the Tang dynasty where they could establish a new home. Thus concluded the initial confrontation between the Tang dynasty and the colonial forces of the Seven Nations. This battle further solidified the bond between the AI people and the Tang dynasty. They never anticipated that in their most arduous and trying times, the Tang would once again extend a helping hand. Such a nurturing sentiment, akin to that of a reborn parent, would forever be etched in the hearts of the AI people across generations. Jameson's fleet made landfall on the territory of the Byrian tribe. Suddenly, over 10,000 individuals from the Seven Nations arrived, swiftly capturing the attention of the Byrian. Upon their arrival, they rapidly seized coastal towns and villages, plundering resources. After all, with their considerable numbers, survival necessitated a substantial supply of food. Like a pack of ravenous wolves, the Seven Nations soon faced resistance from the Byrian. A formidable army of 20,000 Byrian warriors surged towards the gathering of the Seven Nations. A fierce battle erupted near the newly established colony of the Seven Nations. Armed with the formidable power of firearms, the forces of the Seven Nations repeatedly repelled the charges of the White Rhine warriors. Among the 20,000 White Rhine warriors, nearly half sustained casualties. It was only then that the leader of the White Rhine army realized that his once mighty forces were at a distinct disadvantage against the enemy's firearms, as they fell before the enemy's distant shots before even nearing them. Despite the prowess of the White Rhine archers, who inflicted considerable losses on the Seven Nations gunners, this conflict enlightened Governor Jameson to the fact that this tribe, conversant in the northern dialect, lacked the terrifying sword wielders capable of flight. He perceived that, as long as such formidable opponents were absent, his gunners would be invincible in this land. Jameson resolved to lead his people to establish the first overseas colony of the Seven Nations, named Bidayuo, in a bid to expel the invading Seven Nations. The White Rhine organized an army of 50,000 to confront the gathering of the Seven Nations. This time, they summoned over 10,000 archers and a multitude of shield-bearers. The Seven Nations forces suffered severe losses under the relentless assault of the White Rhine archers, while the shield-bearers advanced steadily towards the enemy's defenses under their cover. Amidst the thunderous gunfire, numerous White Rhine warriors fell. Nevertheless, the formidable White Rhine warriors managed to breach the Seven Nations lines, revealing that in close combat, the Seven Nations were evidently no match for them. After fierce fighting, thousands of gunners were slain by the White Ryan warriors, forcing Jameson to retreat with the surviving Seven Nations by ship. Of the original forces, only a little over 2,000 made it out of Budaluo, sailing northward along the coastline. Once they felt they had distanced themselves from the fearsome and powerful White Ryan, they chose to land in a region that lay in the northern segment of the Changbai mountain range, far removed from both the White Ryan and the Tang dynasty. Jameson and his remaining 2,000 compatriots named this place Fulina Province, believing that this fertile and untouched land was a divine gift from the Heavenly Emperor. The indigenous tribes of Fulina Province, known as the Red and people with their distinctive red skin, welcomed the disheveled foreigners with bountiful food upon their arrival. However, the Red and people were unprepared for the treachery that followed. Once their bellies were full, the foreigners descended upon their tribe in the dead of night, launching a brutal massacre. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of gunfire. The polite gentlemen of the day transformed into voracious demons by night. Jameson led his gunmen to slay over 100 Red and individuals, subsequently seizing control of the entire indigenous tribe. Henceforth, the colonial ventures of the Seven Nations on the Red continent commenced, where local indigenous Red and people either fell to gunfire or were reduced to slavery. Chapter 210, Tangwan. The other indigenous tribes residing on the Red continent harbored deep dissatisfaction with the actions of Jameson and his foreign cohort. More than 10 tribes united with the intention of expelling the colonizers from the Seven Nations, led by Jameson. However, the indigenous people were taken aback by the formidable weaponry wielded by these foreign colonizers, particularly their firearms. The resounding gunfire echoed like thunder, causing them to flee in terror. Conversely, Jameson's riflemen managed to slay numerous Red and people. The local tribes, paralyzed by fear of the colonizers' guns, hesitated to confront them directly. Nevertheless, they did not abandon their offensive against the invaders. The valiant warriors of the Red and often lay in ambush near the colonizers' encampments, capturing or killing any isolated foreigner they encountered. As a result, nearly 100 colonizers from the Seven Nations went missing within a mere 2 years. This continuous disappearance instilled a profound fear among the colonizers. In response to this predicament, Jameson urged his compatriots to refrain from venturing out alone, particularly warning against entering the dense forests, where Red and ambushes were likely. Fueled by fear and animosity towards the indigenous people, Jameson frequently led his riflemen on hunts, treating the Red as if they were mere beasts. The conflict between the local tribes and the Seven Nations colonizers persisted unabated. At Changbai Mountain, within the Hall of Stars, Tangwan, under the guidance of her senior brothers and sisters, embarked upon the ethereal purple mist sword that floated before her. This was her inaugural attempt at sword flight, and she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as she ascended slowly on the flying sword. The gentle breeze tousled her hair and garments, rendering her an ethereal figure. "Be careful, junior sister Warner," they cautioned. "Understood," she replied. "Don't fly too high on your first attempt," they urged. All right, she responded, ascending higher into the sky. Unbeknownst to her, she soon found herself amidst the clouds. At that moment, Tangwan gazed at the vast expanse of the cloud sea before her, with endless mountains stretching beneath her. The exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the sky like a soaring eagle ignited a profound excitement within her. In her childhood, she often envied the birds for their ability to fly freely in the sky. It was only when Leah took her on a swift flight that she realized humans could do the same. After years of diligent cultivation, she finally obtained the ability to fly solo on her sword. At Changbai Mountain, within the Hall of Light, Barton stood alone at the mountain's peak, lost in thought as he gazed toward the distant horizon. Having practiced in the Hall of Light for decades, he now found himself in a state of confusion, questioning the purpose of his cultivation and what his future held. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. In Barton's memories, the happiest and most joyful times were undoubtedly those spent in his childhood with his family. As he looked toward the direction of the kingdom of Aellen, a wave of longing for his loved ones surged within him. Just then, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Help! Save me!" Barton looked up to see a woman plummeting rapidly from the sky. Without hesitation, he soared upward, his gun drawn, racing toward the falling woman. "Master, save me. If you don't come soon, your beloved disciple will be thrown to her death," Tangwan cried out in desperation. Suddenly, she felt her body pause, as if something had caught her, and then a warmth enveloped her as she found herself cradled in someone's arms. "Master, I knew you were the best." Tangwan, frightened and with her eyes tightly shut, nestled into the embrace of Barton, pouting sweetly. However, she soon sensed something amiss. A masculine aura surrounded her. starkly contrasting with the fragrant and gentle presence of her master, Leah. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with the sight of a handsome man, furrowing his brow as he looked down at her. "Who are you? Why are you holding me? Put me down at once," she demanded, her voice laced with indignation. "Oh, so you do call for your master. It seems my rescue was not in vain," Batten replied with a smile. "You saved me just now?" Tangwan asked softly. "Indeed. If I had waited for your master, you would have been doomed," Batten said, a hint of hesitation in his tone. "Doomed to what? What are you implying? You shameless old man. You've taken enough advantage of me already. Now let me go," Tangwan retorted angrily. "Since you insist, I might as well take more advantage of you. How about calling for your master again for me to hear?" Batten said with a grin. Tangwan's fury ignited. As the prized disciple of Tangwang Liya, she commanded respect throughout the Star Palace. Little did she expect to find herself so unfairly embraced by this older man. "You think you can be my master?" She challenged him fiercely. "What's wrong with that? Is it not permissible?" Batten replied, flying towards the Hall of Light while still holding on to Tangwan. "Do you even know who my master is?" Tangwan seethed. "Who? Just another practitioner from the Star Palace, isn't it?" Batten asserted confidently. "You know of the Star Palace? Who are you?" Tangwan asked, her curiosity piqued. "I spent several years at the Star Palace during my youth and frequently returned to learn from the senior disciples. If you call me master, it wouldn't be a loss for you," Batten stated. "A tremendous loss. My master is Tangwang Liya. How dare you wish to stand alongside my revered master? Just wait until I tell him about you," Tangwan threatened, gripping Batten's tail. "You are a disciple of Tangwang?" Batten exclaimed, taken aback. "Of course. Are you afraid now? Will you let me down?" Tangwan boasted. "I don't believe you. Just because you say so, does that make it true?" "I'm not letting go until your master arrives," Batten declared boldly as he strutted into the Hall of Light, still holding her tightly. "You lecherous old man. Release me at once," Tangwan shouted angrily. "Since you've said so, I'll show you just how lecherous I can be," Batten replied, playfully pinching her bottom. Tangwan, infuriated, burst into tears. "Come, give me a smile," Batten teased, showing no signs of relenting, and instead escalating his mischief as Tangwan cried even harder. "Oh, look at you crying. Allow me to wipe away your tears," said Barton as he reached out to touch Tangwan's exquisite, pale face. Startled, Tangwan immediately ceased her sobbing. Barton gently dabbed the corners of her eyes and softly remarked, "That's better. Why must you behave like a child, weeping so lamentably?" Tangwan glared at Barton in silence, pondering that finding herself in the clutches of this older man necessitated caution. Otherwise, this lascivious old fool might exploit her in various ways, leading to her significant loss. Chapter 211, Ascension of the Radiant Clouds. Seeing Tangwan, once proud and defiant, now subdued, brought a hint of disappointment to Barton. After a moment, he inquired, "Regardless of whether you are a disciple of the Tang King, now that you are here, you are a guest. My disciples have gathered some fine wines and fresh fruits. Would you care to partake?" Before Tangwan could respond, Barton summoned his disciples to present an array of fresh wild fruits and exquisite wines. From that point onward, Tangwan found herself ensnared within the Radiant Palace. Her senior brothers and sisters, noticing her prolonged absence, assumed she had gone to the Great Tang to seek her master, Leah, and thus paid her little mind. 2 years later, when the Tang King Leah returned to the Celestial Palace, he found himself unable to locate his beloved disciple, Tangwan. Upon inquiry, he discovered that 2 years prior, Tangwan had departed with Barton to the Radiant Palace. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, the Tang King unearthed the shocking truth that Tangwan had even borne a child with Barton. In that instant, Li Ya's world crumbled. He could not comprehend why, despite his kindness towards Tangwan, she had chosen to follow the foolish golden core cultivator, Barton. An overwhelming sense of loss enveloped Li Ya's heart, casting dark clouds above the Celestial Palace. What is the essence of love? He pondered. It compels one to risk life and death. Was it my fault? She is not Seth. She merely resembles Seth. What do I truly admire in her? I do not love her, yet why does my heart ache? Leah stood alone atop a high peak, murmuring to himself. Even as a formidable nascent soul master, he found himself ensnared by the complexities of emotion. Perhaps due to his profound affection for her, the heavens, indifferent to mortal plight, bore witness. Yet Leah, a mere human, possessed the full spectrum of emotions. He was not a deity. As lightning danced through the sky, an immense pressure inexplicably gathered above the head of the Tang King. Yet in that moment, he remained lost in the sorrow of his loss, entirely unaware of the celestial upheaval above. With a deafening crack, a colossal bolt of lightning struck towards the Tang King. Startled, Leah raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a mere thought, his sacred sword soared forth, cleaving towards the tempestuous lightning. With a resounding boom, the lightning dissipated. Shortly thereafter, another bolt descended. Leah continued to wield his sacred sword against the heavenly wrath. As time flowed, he severed 18 bolts of divine lightning. The sky fell silent for a moment, only to erupt once more into brilliant illumination. Countless bolts of lightning descended upon Leah like a torrential downpour. "Do you wish for my demise? Come forth," Leah roared, brandishing her holy sword and invoking the 10,000 swords technique. The swords in the sky transformed instantaneously into a myriad of sword rain, imbued with an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Soaring upward to meet the onslaught of the descending lightning, amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds that shook the very foundations of the world, Leah's swords vanished one after another, yet the storm of thunder continued unabated. Leah stood with her hands clasped behind her back, defiantly gazing at the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. She endured the onslaught of 5 successive bolts of heavenly thunder. At this moment, her body was a tapestry of injuries, drenched in blood. Nevertheless, the thunderstorm showed no signs of relenting. Boom, boom, boom. After enduring 4 more bolts, Leah lay motionless on the ground, her fate uncertain. Moments later, a radiant light enveloped the very spot where Leah had fallen. The disciples of the Star Palace gathered their gazes upon the luminous spectacle, hesitant to probe with their divine sense, fully aware that it was the Tang King Leah undergoing her divine tribulation. When the celestial light dissipated, so too did Leah. The news of Tang King Leah's ascension spread swiftly to the Hall of Light, leaving Tang Wan and Barton in stunned disbelief. They had never anticipated that a practitioner from their world could truly ascend to the fairy realm, and that the first to do so would be none other than their familiar Tang King Leah. The disciples of the Star Palace erected a solemn tomb for Tang King Leah, situated beside the grave of Seth. That year, Orpheus came to pay his respects at the tomb of his master Leah. He stood before the grave, lost in thought. Upon noticing the inscription on the gravestone beside his master that read "Beloved wife Seth," he was taken aback. If Seth had always accompanied his master across this crimson land, then who was the Seth I encountered previously? Orpheus pondered with a sense of unease. "When will I, too, ascend like you, master?" he murmured to Leah's tomb. Since the ascension of Tang King Leah, the Tang dynasty was overseen by Tang Qianli, who also assumed the role of the new palace master of the Star Palace. The practitioners of the Star Palace had no objections to Tang Qianli's appointment, although his cultivation was somewhat lacking, having only reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. Ever since the day Tang King Leah ventured alone into the lair of the Dark Elves and annihilated their kin, no one had dared to incite the half-orc tribe to attack the Tang dynasty from behind. For many years, the Tang dynasty and the half-orc tribes coexisted peacefully. Aware of the Tang's formidable strength, the half-orcs redirected their aggression towards the western regions of the Crimson Land. Empowered by their brute strength, the half-orc tribes systematically obliterated the indigenous tribes inhabiting the Crimson Land, leaving desolation in their wake. The White Ryan clan gleaned the secrets of firearms from the captured colonizers of the Seven Kingdoms. After a decade of diligent research, the White Ryan clan finally produced their first firearm. King Quentin of the White Ryan clan planned to equip a formidable firearm battalion to extinguish their mortal enemy, the Tang dynasty. In the northern lands, a formidable cavalry force from the east swept through the various kingdoms, leading to their successive downfall. The Eastern cavalry soon entered the Holy Empire, but retreated shortly thereafter, leaving many to ponder the reasons behind their withdrawal. This powerful cavalry had ravaged the northern lands for decades, inflicting severe losses upon its nations. Concurrently, the populace began to question their faith in the celestial emperor, Kimin, as he offered no assistance to his beleaguered and helpless subjects during the invasion. The emperor permitted the eastern riders to trample upon the devout followers of his faith, plundering their possessions and women. Deprived of divine protection, the citizens of the northern lands began to doubt the existence of the gods. Fortunately, the eastern cavalry departed without establishing a colonial rule over the region. The threat posed by these invaders spurred a wave of emigration to the New World, as people hastily boarded ships bound for the Red Continent, believing it to be the safest haven in the world. Yet, an ominous affliction known as the black spot disease began to spread throughout the northern lands. The origins of this deadly plague remained uncertain, but its virulence and rapid transmission claimed the lives of millions. Those infected exhibited terrifying black spots, fever, vomiting, and even coughed up blood. The disease first manifested in a port city on the Longtail Peninsula in the province of Vitalia, swiftly spreading in all directions. Within a few short years, the black spot disease had extinguished the lives of countless individuals across the northern lands. in a desperate bid to escape both the Eastern cavalry and the devastating plague. Countless inhabitants of the northern lands fled their homelands for the Red Continent. These diverse groups established their own colonies, embarking on a quest for conquest and colonization. Some ventured to the overseas colony of Wellfina in the Seven Kingdoms, while others journeyed further north or to the southern hemisphere. Within a few years, Wellfina amassed tens of thousands of settlers. As the colonial forces grew in strength, Governor Jameson resolved to organize an army of over 3,000 to launch an assault on the indigenous Redan people of the Five Lakes region. The colonial troops swiftly captured several Redan tribes. In response, the indigenous Redan people rallied to form a coalition to resist the invaders. Clad in rags, they charged like wildlings, armed with primitive bows and spears fashioned from sharpened sticks, against the well-equipped colonial army. In the midst of relentless gunfire, those who sought to defend their homeland with their flesh and blood fell one after another. Yet, the specter of death did not intimidate the Redan. They pressed forward, resembling moths drawn to a flame, with no retreat and no alternatives. Ultimately, the colonizers trampled over the bodies of the Redan people and seized control of the fertile and prosperous Five Lakes region. The inhabitants of Hongin, having lost their homeland and land, are compelled to once again gather their families and leave their homes, migrating westward. This represents a conflict between the most advanced segment of society and the most backward. In the eyes of the colonizers, the indigenous people of Hongin are scarcely regarded as human. They are perceived more as primates. Consequently, these inhabitants are deemed unworthy of possessing land, let alone residing on this bountiful red continent. The occupation of the Wuhu River Basin has afforded the colonizers a wealth of resources and fertile land. Subsequently, they established a city named Fingernail, which served as the nucleus from which they expanded in all directions, ultimately giving rise to the second state of cultivation. Once fully prepared, the Bai Ruayan tribe resolved to launch an assault on the Tang dynasty. At the northeastern frontier of the Tang, an army of 100,000 Bai Ruayan troops crossed the border and commenced their attack on the northeastern cities of the Tang. In less than half a month, the cities fell one after another. The Bai Ruayan dispatched a formidable contingent of 5,000 musketeers, whose concentrated firepower inflicted heavy casualties upon the Tang defenders, who dared not venture out to confront the Bai Ruayan forces. With the cover provided by the 5,000 musketeers, the Bai Ruayan army easily besieged the cities. Upon learning of the fall of the northeastern cities, King Tang Qianli summoned the disciples of the Star Palace to gather in Chang'an using the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique. Glancing at his fellow disciples and the members of the various halls, King Tang Qianli proclaimed, "The Bai Ruayan tribe has launched a massive invasion of our Tang dynasty, and the northeastern cities have succumbed. We stand at a critical juncture for the survival of our dynasty. I have gathered you here to implore your assistance in safeguarding our millennium-long legacy. To protect a nation and its people is the duty of every practitioner of the Tang dynasty," he continued. "We shall heed the palace master's command." Tang Qianfeng respectfully acknowledged King Tang Qianli. "Very well. I shall now appoint several of our brothers and sisters to command the troops and lead our soldiers in driving out the invading Bai Ruayan forces," declared King Tang Qianli. The Tang dynasty dispatched 200,000 troops, led by the accomplished practitioners of the late Golden Core stage from the Star Palace, charging toward the northeast. Eventually, both sides met in the Tang River Basin. Upon confrontation, the Tang practitioners discovered that the Bai Ruayan tribe was equipped with muskets. Amidst the relentless gunfire from the enemy, countless Tang soldiers fell, their morale severely dampened by the overwhelming firepower of the Bai Ruayan musketeers. The Grand Marshal of the three armies, Tang Qianfeng, addressed the practitioners of the Star Palace. "Disciples of the Star Palace, heed my command. The enemy dares to inflict harm upon our Tang soldiers with their muskets. There is no need for restraint. Unleash your flying swords and magical artifacts upon these wretched foes." Consequently, over 100 practitioners from the Star Palace summoned their respective magical artifacts, wielding their powers to eliminate the Bai Ruayan musketeers. In an instant, the sky was filled with vibrant flying swords, some transforming into a torrential rain of blades, hurtling toward the Bai Ruayan musketeers, while others morphed into formidable mountain peaks, crashing down upon the Bai Ruayan army. The Bai Ruayan forces were thrown into disarray, having never encountered such a spectacle in their decades of conflict with the Tang dynasty. They witnessed 5,000 gunmen being slain by dazzling, multicolored flying swords, causing their faces to pale in fear. Before the White Ruayan army could retreat, a multitude of celestial talismans shot through the air. Enormous fireballs erupted among the ranks of the White Ruayan warriors, claiming numerous lives. Long icicles whistled past, piercing the chests of the White Ruayan fighters in an instant. A relentless torrent of lightning descended from the heavens, continuously striking down the White Rian soldiers. A fierce wind stirred up dust, disorienting the White Rian army within the swirling sands. At the command of Tang Qianfeng, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty roared as they charged towards the enemies hidden in the dust. The already terrified White Rian army had lost all will to fight and turned to flee, pursued relentlessly by the Tang forces. Typically, the Tang cultivators refrained from engaging in battle. However, this time their intervention was not merely to repel the White Rian army. Months later, an army of 100,000 Tang soldiers invaded the territory of the White Rian clan. Under the leadership of Golden Core cultivators from the Star Palace, the Tang forces swept through, capturing enemy fortresses with ease. The White Rian army, defeated and dispirited, could no longer contend with the resounding momentum of the Tang forces. The Tang army, dominating the White Rian clan, conquered the royal city within a single year. Consequently, the White Rian clan was annexed into the Tang dynasty, leading to their annihilation. Upon learning of the power of firearms, Emperor Tang Qianli commissioned artisans to research the methods of firearm fabrication, aspiring to establish a rifle division for the Tang dynasty. The dispossessed Red and indigenous people sought refuge in the central plains of the Red Continent. There, they encountered the formidable Daenerys tribe, known for their prowess in hunting buffalo. These individuals, robust and swift, were courageous and strong. The displaced Red and people were welcomed by the Daenerys tribe, and together they began a new life in the Central Plains. Chapter 213. The Daenerys people, however, years later, the avaricious colonizers from the Seven Kingdoms arrived in the Central Plains. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the herds of buffalo, perceiving them as an inexhaustible source of wealth. Thus, a frenzy for buffalo hunting erupted among the colonizers. Mounted on horses imported from the Seven Kingdoms and wielding firearms, they galloped across the Central Plains. With each thunderous gunshot, robust buffalo fell to the ground. For the Daenerys tribe, these buffalo represented their very existence. Their clothing was crafted from buffalo hides, and the majority of their sustenance derived from buffalo meat. Now, the vile colonizers dared to extend their hands towards the buffalo that sustained the Daenerys people, igniting their fury. The Daenerys tribe organized attacks against the colonizers who had come to hunt buffalo, issuing a warning. However, the actions of the Daenerys people provided the colonizers with a pretext to continue their westward expansion. They organized a battalion of 5,000 musketeers, advancing towards the central Great Plains under the pretext of safeguarding the lives and safety of the Seven Nations cattle. Faced with such a formidable force, the denizens of Daenerysville did not succumb to fear. In the face-to-face confrontation with the musketeers of the Seven Nations, they suffered heavy losses, with thousands of Daenerysville citizens falling to the gunfire of their adversaries. However, the swift and agile Daenerysville warriors, utilizing the cover of night, launched a surprise assault on the encampment of the Seven Nations colonizers. Armed with wooden spears, they dispatched hundreds of musketeers and seized their firearms and ammunition. The astute Daenerysville people quickly mastered the use of muskets. Henceforth, the balance of power in the conflict between the Seven Nations colonizers and the Daenerysville warriors began to shift unfavorably for the former. In subsequent battles, the Daenerysville warriors employed their muskets as cover to close in on the colonizers' ranks, engaging in close combat. This tactic rendered the muskets of the Seven Nations largely ineffective. The prolonged reliance on firearms had significantly diminished the close-quarters combat skills of the Seven Nations troops, who found themselves at the mercy of the courageous Daenerysville fighters. The once mighty battalion of 5,000 colonizers dwindled to just over 2,000, fleeing back to the territory of the cultivated state. While nearly 100 of their number were captured by the Daenerysville people, the captured colonizers, under duress and inducement, began to impart the secrets of musketry to their captors. The Daenerysville people realized their own technological lag and understood that to procure firearms and ammunition, they must either seize them from the eastern cultivated state or barter for them with cowhide. Yet, it was all too obvious that the Seven Nations colonizers would never willingly provide ammunition to their enemies, the Daenerysville warriors. Driven by an obsession for firearms and ammunition, the Daenerysville people organized a campaign against the eastern cultivated state. Tens of thousands of Daenerysville warriors surged into the territory, slaying the Seven Nations colonizers and pillaging resources, particularly firearms and ammunition. Thousands of colonizers met their demise at the hands of the Daenerysville warriors, while nearly 2,000 Daenerysville fighters were killed, with countless others injured. Ultimately, the Daenerysville people reclaimed the territory of the Great Lakes, prompting numerous Seven Nations colonizers to flee to the state of Fulina. The Daenerysville warriors also seized an arms depot established by the colonizers in the cultivated state, which housed not only a vast quantity of ammunition but also materials and equipment for its manufacture. From that point onward, the Dennisville people could produce ammunition independently, marking a catastrophe for the Seven Nations colonizers in Fulina, as they had lost their advantage in weaponry. In order to survive on the Red Continent, the Seven Nations inhabitants of Fulina resolved to maintain amicable relations with the valiant Dennisville people. Otherwise, these fierce warriors might, in a fit of passion, once again take up arms against them. The Seven Nations people of Fulina dispatched envoys to the Dennisville inhabitants of the cultivated state, seeking to engage in a trade of buffalo hides. The Dennisville people consented to this proposal. From that moment onward, the Dennisville people began to sell the buffalo hides obtained from hunting to the colonizers of the Seven Kingdoms in exchange for desired goods. Through this trade of hides, the colonizers successfully stabilized their relationship with the Dennisville people, gradually winning their favor. The two parties grew increasingly close due to their trading activities. The colonizers from Fulina loaded countless buffalo hides onto ships, transporting them back to the Seven Kingdoms to amass great wealth. Subsequently, they sent back domestic goods such as wine, silverware, clothing, sheep, horses, and pigs to the Red Continent, as the pricing power rested firmly in the hands of the colonizers. The gold coins exchanged for the buffalo hides quickly returned to the colonizers as the Dennisville people purchased their beloved bread, clothing, lamb, and pork. Through trade, the colonizers not only accrued significant wealth, but also incited the Dennisville people to relentlessly hunt the buffalo herds upon which they depended for survival. Years passed, and the once primitive Dennisville people grew enamored with the lifestyle of the Seven Kingdoms. They took pleasure in donning the light garments of the colonizers, sipping wine, and feasting on lamb and bread, which deepened their reliance on the Seven Kingdoms. The colonizers, with their amassed fortune, continued to acquire the fertile lands of the Who Lakes region from the Dennisville people at remarkably low prices. Upon these extensive tracts of purchased land, they established numerous estates. Most Dennisville people favored a life of hunting and remained oblivious to the significance of land, with only a minority embracing agricultural pursuits. The lands of the Dennisville people intersected with the colonizers' estates, yielding vast fields of corn that stretched endlessly. Due to the sparse population and low productivity, the colonizers sought a substantial number of slaves to toil on their estates. Thus, the nefarious slave trade emerged, with ships laden with slaves from the Black Continent being transported to the Red Continent. These slaves from the Black Continent alleviated the labor shortages on the Grand Estates. Soon, a new model of wealth began to take shape in Fulina, and the trade in enslaved Africans became increasingly rampant. In the Red Continent, the Tang dynasty faced unrest following the annexation of the Bairuan people, particularly in the northeastern regions where frequent rebellions occurred. Emperor Tang Qianli resolved to relocate some formidable noble families entirely to designated areas within the Tang territory. As waves of powerful families were forcibly removed, local Bairuan populations became significantly quieter. Deprived of strong leadership, the commoners of the Bairuan found it challenging to unite, let alone instigate disturbances. In Chapter 214, The Revelation King, any signs of discontent were swiftly addressed by Tang officials, who actively sought to divide and conquer, preemptively dismantling adversarial factions. Consequently, over the course of a decade, the Bairuan people gradually assimilated into Tang culture. Once the Tang dynasty mastered firearms technology, they formed a regiment of 10,000 armed with guns. With the assistance of this formidable force, the half-orcs west of the Fan River dared not cross the river to invade the Tang territory again. Conversely, the armies of the Tang dynasty frequently crossed the Vanna River to hunt the half-orcs residing on the opposite bank. Before the formidable gunmen of the Tang, the half-orc clan trembled in fear, compelled to retreat westward. Consequently, the sphere of influence of the Tang dynasty gradually expanded westward. In the northern part of the Black Continent lies the kingdom of Daji. Following the demise of the religious leader Saladin, King Aladdin of Daji ascended as the sole spiritual leader of the Christian world. Under the guidance of Harivar Aladdin, the Christian realm successfully repelled several invasions from the Celestial Empire's forces. The Eastern cavalry captured the city of Jushur, advancing westward, leaving the Celestial Empire in utter devastation. Millions of celestial subjects perished, and countless women suffered indignities. After the Eastern cavalry's withdrawal, the northern nations fell into a dark age. They began to question the existence of the Celestial Emperor, and even more so the tenets of the celestial faith. They pondered whether a deity truly existed. If so, why did he not punish and eradicate the dreadful Eastern cavalry? As the northern inhabitants grappled with their doubts regarding the Celestial Emperor, a terrifying plague known as the Black Spot began to spread across their lands. Perhaps this was the Celestial Emperor's retribution for those who betrayed his faith. The northern people, having forsaken their belief in the Celestial Emperor, increasingly embraced the natural law of survival of the fittest. Once liberated from the constraints of the celestial doctrine, their primal instincts emerged. Colonization, plunder, and slaughter became mundane affairs for them. In the course of their external conquests, these northern nations grew increasingly affluent. Throughout the Black Continent, the presence of northern colonizers was ubiquitous. They enslaved the local black populace to mine and pan for gold. After the death of King Aladdin of Daji, the throne and the position of Harivar were bequeathed to his son, Tianchi. Tianchi was a remarkable monarch who created the art of sound manipulation, a technique that enabled him to control objects by modulating the frequency of sound waves. The principles of this art remain a mystery to all, perhaps known only to King Tianchi himself. He commissioned artisans to forge a resplendent golden harp. Though diminutive, this harp possessed extraordinary capabilities through its melodies. Tianchi could influence both objects and the minds of individuals. One day, King Tianchi addressed his subordinates, proclaiming, "I received a divine revelation yesterday. We must rescue our oppressed and enslaved black brethren from the northern oppressors." His followers contended that the black inhabitants of the southern continent shared no common faith with them and thus should not be their concern. Nevertheless, King Tianchi asserted, "The Almighty Andra has instructed us to embrace love and liberty. Freedom encompasses not only our own but also that of others. To be enslaved and oppressed is a calamity. We must liberate them and allow them to experience the love and kindness of the Almighty." The ministers of Daji, witnessing King Tianchi's unwavering resolve to mobilize the army, reluctantly organized a force of 100,000 soldiers to accompany him on his southern expedition. This region, known as the Black Plateau, lies closest to the sun. The immense sun blazes like a furnace, mercilessly scorching the plateau day after day. The inhabitants, bronzed by the fiery rays, became known as the denizens of the Black Plateau. The Black Plateau, rich in resources and lush vegetation, abounds with an array of wild fruits and sustenance. The blazing and unrelenting sun incessantly scorches the souls of the black inhabitants, rendering them somewhat lethargic and devoid of vigor. King Tianchi, leading an army of 100,000, embarked on a campaign to the southern nations with the aim of expelling the northern colonizers. After a decade of arduous efforts, the expeditionary forces of King Tianchi successfully liberated the nations of the Black Continent. Henceforth, all the nations of the Black Continent acknowledged the Great G Kingdom as their suzerain and united under the Southern Alliance, led by the Great G Kingdom. King Tianchi did not coerce the newly allied southern nations into adopting the faith of the true Lord. His singular objective was to consolidate all possible forces to confront the northern nations. Following the destruction of their colonies on the Black Continent by the Great G Kingdom, the northern nations formed a coalition intent on annihilating the Great G Kingdom. Under the pretense of eradicating heretics, the Northern Coalition set sail from various ports along the northern coast of the Central Sea, gathering at a place known as Crete Island. Subsequently, tens of thousands of northern expeditionary troops crossed the sea on grand vessels, charging toward the Great G Kingdom. Outside Alishan City, countless northern forces bombarded the tall and sturdy city walls with a relentless barrage of artillery. The defenders within Alishan City had held their ground for 2 weeks. Yet reinforcements from Tianluo City had yet to arrive. Observing the multitude of wounded and the many unburied corpses, Commander Ismail silently vowed to himself, "I shall hold out for no more than 2 days. Thereafter, I will surrender with my brothers." Commander Ismail personally directed the defenders from atop the city walls, engaging in battle against the besieging Northern Coalition below. Amidst the deafening gunfire, bullets whistled through the air, striking the soldiers defending the city. One by one, the defenders fell. Though they returned fire, the enemy was overwhelming, and their ammunition dwindled rapidly. "My true Lord Andra, may you bless us. May you ensure we endure until reinforcements arrive," Ismail fervently prayed while firing 2 shots at the enemy below. Finally, night fell, and Alishan City remained unbreached by the Northern Coalition outside its walls. In the darkness, Commander Ismail counted the remaining defenders. Fewer than 1,000 remained, and their ammunition was scarce. At dawn, the Northern Coalition launched another assault. The enemy's cannons relentlessly struck the same section of the city walls. With a resounding crash amidst the billowing dust of cannon fire, that segment of the wall finally collapsed. Commander Ismail paused momentarily, realizing that Alishan City could no longer be held. Yet, he shouted with fervor, "Brothers, follow me. We must defend the breach. We cannot allow those wretched dogs to enter." The Northern Coalition surged toward the crumbled section of the wall like a frenzy. Commander Ismail, stationed at the breach, aimed his weapon and shot down an advancing enemy soldier. The charging warriors of the Northern Coalition hesitated. They yearned to storm Alishan City, but feared death at the hands of Ismail's gun. They advanced slowly, guns in hand, pointing towards the breach in the wall. As time passed, the number of soldiers beside Ismail dwindled. Meanwhile, the Northern Alliance outside the city drew ever closer. Their hesitation to charge was due to uncertainty about the number of defenders remaining within the city. Chapter 2:15. The Beast Tide. At that moment, countless warships appeared on the sea outside Arishan's city, their prows adorned with flags bearing the emblem of a star and crescent. These were reinforcements from Tianluo City. The Northern Alliance soon noticed the commotion on the water and hastily sounded the retreat, preparing to engage in naval combat with the incoming fleet of over 1,000 ships on the Central Sea. Before long, the warships of the Great G Kingdom clashed fiercely with those of the Northern Alliance upon the Central Sea. Amidst the thunderous roars, ship after ship was sunk. In the din of gunfire, countless soldiers fell upon the decks. Rockets soared through the sky, igniting the sails of the ships they struck. The Central Sea was engulfed in smoke and flames, lighting up the night sky. After a fierce naval battle, over 100 ships of the Northern Alliance were sunk. Faced with such devastating losses, they had no choice but to retreat. This battle solidified the Great G Kingdom's dominance over the Central Sea, allowing its warships to sail freely henceforth, unchallenged. Subsequently, the enlightened king dispatched individuals to reinforce the defenses of Arishan City, erecting multiple artillery emplacements atop its walls. After decades of effort, the colonizers of the Seven Kingdoms ultimately claimed the fertile lands of the Red Continent and the Five Lakes region. Countless grand estates were established across the newly cultivated territories. At this juncture, the Denisweer realized they had irrevocably lost their lands in the Five Lakes region. Simultaneously, their excessive hunting of buffalo herds had led to a dramatic decline in their numbers. If this continued, their livelihoods would be jeopardized. An even graver issue arose as the half-orc tribes encroached upon the Central Plains. A conflict between the Denisweer and the half-orc tribes was imminent. The cold winds swept in from the north, engulfing the entire Central Plains. Before long, a harsh winter descended, blanketing the land in snow. On the vast and desolate Central Plains, a band of half-orcs trudged through the snow, their sights set on the Denisweer's encampment. Soon enough, the Denisweer stationed at the camp detected the invading half-orcs. They raised their firearms and began firing at the approaching foes. Despite the hail of bullets, the half-orcs, wielding massive axes, charged forward, unperturbed by the gunfire. To them, moving forward meant death, retreating also meant death. Thus, they preferred to die fighting. The half-orcs breached the Denisweer's defenses, engaging in brutal combat. The Denisweer fought valiantly, yet the strength of the half-orcs was formidable. After a fierce struggle, nearly 100 Denisweer defenders at the camp were slain, while a few managed to escape. The news of the orc invasion swiftly reached the Denisvale tribe. In response, the Denisvalians organized a battalion of 5,000 musketeers, advancing westward with the intent to annihilate the formidable orc horde. However, the 5,000 musketeers were taken aback when they encountered tens of thousands of orcs advancing towards them. Armed with sharp spears and round shields, the orcs pressed forward, braving the hail of gunfire from the Denisvalians. The Denisvalians were compelled to retreat continuously, striving to distance themselves from the orc army. As they withdrew, they fired their muskets at the pursuing orcs, resulting in thousands of orc warriors being slain, with countless others wounded. Yet, the orc forces showed no sign of retreat, relentlessly pursuing the terrified Denisvalians. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the sky, gradually becoming clearer. It was a flock of winged beings, armed with bows and arrows, swooping down towards the Denisvalian musketeers while raining arrows upon their foes. The assault by the winged army inflicted grievous losses upon the Denisvalians. Particularly alarming were the arrows tipped with poison. Those struck would soon foam at the mouth and perish. An unprecedented dread of death gripped the hearts of the Denisvalian musketeers. Little did they anticipate the sheer terror that the orcs could invoke. Despite their profound fear, the Denisvalians raised their muskets, aiming at the circling winged beings above. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, several winged beings fell to the ground, struck down. Just as the Denisvalians focused on their aerial assailants, the orcs closed in. With mighty fists, the orcs struck down upon the petrified Denisvalians. Their sharp spears pierced the bodies of the Denisvalians like venomous serpents. The battlefield echoed with the harrowing and anguished cries of the fallen. Ultimately, all 5,000 Denisvalian musketeers perished, and the orc army continued its relentless advance eastward. As the orc forces clashed with the Denisvalians over the Central Plains, the colonizers on the Crimson Continent also engaged in conflict over border disputes. In the territory of the Seven Nations colonizers, specifically in the northern part of the state of Welvina, lies the state of Andra established by the Hookford colonizers. With an increasing influx of Hookford nationals migrating to Andra, the land could no longer accommodate the burgeoning population. Consequently, the governor of the Hookford colony set his sights on the fertile Five Lakes region. As the Hookford colonizers pressed southward, encroaching upon the northern territories of the state of Welvina, the Seven Nations colonizers initiated a war to defend their lands. A fierce conflict erupted between the Hookford colonizers and the Seven Nations colonizers over the Five Lakes region. In a bid to secure victory against the Hookford forces in Andra, the Seven Nations colonizers sought the assistance of the Denisvalians, who readily agreed to their request. Thus, the two factions allied to confront the formidable army of the Hookford nation. The Denisvalians acquired a substantial arsenal of firearms and ammunition from the Seven Nations colonizers. Concurrently, the kings of the Seven Nations dispatched nearly 10,000 soldiers across the seas to partake in this conflict occurring on the Red Continent. The northernmost colonies of the Red Continent were predominantly inhabited by immigrants from the Hookford Kingdom, alongside numerous settlers from various other northern realms. In a bid to secure victory against the Seven Nations colonizers, the settlers of Hookford besieged King Louis for assistance. However, before King Louis's grand army could embark, hostilities between the two colonial powers had already concluded. With the support of over 100,000 Deniswalian warriors and nearly 10,000 musketeers from the motherland, the Seven Nations successfully vanquished the Hookford colonial forces, compelling them to retreat to Andestate. In recognition of the valor displayed by the Deniswalians during the conflict, King Henry of the Seven Nations divided the territory of Kaiking State, allocating the western lands for the settlement of Deniswalians while retaining the eastern lands for the Seven Nations colonizers. Chapter 216. Mutation. King Henry's actions incited considerable discontent among the Seven Nations colonizers, yet they found themselves powerless to contest his decree. After all lands acquired by the colonizers on the Red Continent required the royal certification of land ownership. Without the king's endorsement, any land claim remained illegitimate. Following the cessation of hostilities between the Seven Nations colonizers and the Hookford settlers, King Henry began levying taxes on the colonizers under the pretext of military expenses. The Deniswalians reclaimed fertile lands from the Seven Nations colonizers through their valor and sacrifice, and thus commenced their new life in this territory. The half-orc tribes spread like wildfire across the vast central plains of the Red Continent. Within a mere decade, they had seized control of a significant portion of these plains. More intriguingly, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, these half-orcs continued to evolve, growing increasingly formidable. Initially devoid of winged beings, the half-orc ranks eventually saw the emergence of powerful winged entities. Presently, among the half-orc tribes, individuals with extraordinary abilities began to arise, possessing a myriad of peculiar powers. Should this evolution persist, who knows what monstrous forms might manifest? Under the leadership of these superpowered beings, the half-orc army commenced their advance eastward. Braving the dense barrage of gunfire from the Deniswalians, they surged into the Deniswalian tribes situated on the plains. Hundreds of thousands of half-orcs inundated the Deniswalian settlements like a relentless tide. Ultimately, more than 200,000 Deniswalians perished in this cataclysmic conflict. After securing the central plains, the half-orc forces refrained from further eastward advancement, as they required time to reproduce and recuperate. The devastation of the Deniswalian tribes in the central plains soon reverberated throughout Kaiking State. The chieftain of the Denisvale sought the alliance of the Seven Kingdoms colonizers to vanquish the orcs. The governor of the Seven Kingdoms agreed, albeit under the condition that the orcs maintained their advance eastward. As long as the orcs continued their march, the governor would lead the Seven Kingdoms musketeers alongside the Denisvale to eradicate the encroaching orc menace. For decades, the orc tribes had been recuperating on the central plains, showing no inclination to advance. During this prolonged period, the tax burdens imposed by the kings of the Seven Kingdoms on their colonizers grew increasingly severe, ultimately leading to a schism between the colonizers and their sovereign state. In a bid to teach a lesson to the colonizers far away on the Red Continent, the king of the Seven Kingdoms dispatched an expeditionary force of 30,000 troops. For reasons unknown, the people of Hookford informed the governor of the Seven Kingdoms colonizers of the impending arrival of this army. Upon learning that their motherland was preparing for war against them, the colonizers in Fulina were taken aback. To preserve their freedom on the Red Continent, they resolved to organize an army to confront the approaching forces of the Seven Kingdoms in a decisive battle. To distinguish themselves, the colonizers of the Red Continent established a nation named Balin White Ear and elected Governor Rosen as its leader. Rosen subsequently appointed Commander Hanner, Prime Minister Peanut, and Treasurer Buffett. Under the call to arms from President Rosen of Balin White Ear, the people of Felina and Kaikan raised their weapons, forming an army of 20,000 determined to engage in a fierce confrontation with the expeditionary forces of the Seven Kingdoms. The forces of the Seven Kingdoms clashed with the newly independent army of Balin White-Ear on the Red Continent, igniting a series of intense battles that continued for 3 years, with both sides experiencing victories and losses, suffering grievous casualties. The warriors from both factions shared a common language, faith, and even bloodlines, not to mention their similar complexions. Yet, these two groups, bound by the same blood, fought mercilessly for their respective interests on this Red Continent, turning against one another. The civilizational pride, racial ideologies, and religious tenets they once cherished became utterly insignificant in the face of greed and self-interest. Deep within their souls, an inscription read, "Money is original sin." Amidst the fierce struggle between the expeditionary forces and the army of Balin White-Ear, the orc tribes on the central Great Plains began to mobilize once more, continuing their advance eastward. The first to bear the brunt of this assault were the millions of Dennisvale inhabitants residing in the eastern expanse of the central Great Plains. In a bid to withstand the orc onslaught, the Dennisvale had preemptively constructed numerous fortifications. However, before the overwhelming orc horde, these defenses crumbled like mere stacks of straw, easily toppled. Undeterred by the relentless hail of gunfire, the orc army charged toward the citadels of the Dennisvale with an unwavering determination to prevail. They tread upon the corpses of their comrades, brandishing their spears as they assault the denizens of Dennisvale within the fortified settlement. In the air, countless winged beings soar, some wielding torches to ignite the abodes of the Dennisvale inhabitants, while others rain arrows upon the marksmen stationed on the ramparts. More terrifying still, among the horde of half-orcs, a faction of burrowing half-orcs has excavated a lengthy tunnel that breaches the very heart of the Dennisvale stronghold. Once the subterranean passage is complete, a throng of half-orcs surges forth from below, overwhelming the defenders of Dennisvale. Amidst this coordinated onslaught, the fortified settlements of Dennisvale fall one after another, with countless Dennisvale lives extinguished and numerous women subjected to the most heinous violations. Across the Central Plains, over 1 million Dennisvale souls are mercilessly slaughtered, while tens of thousands of survivors flee in every direction. At the edge of these plains lies an expanse of boundless forest. In the heart of this forest once stood the World Tree, a majestic giant. Beneath its sprawling boughs thrived a community of elves. However, since the annihilation of this elven clan by the Dark Night Elves, the vast forest has lost its protective barriers. Consequently, thousands of Dennisvale have sought refuge within this enchanted woodland. The trees here soar skyward, some over 1,000 years old, their trunks so robust that they require several individuals to encircle. In this fairy tale-like forest, they flourish and multiply, their numbers swelling to millions. This woodland teems with a variety of edible wild fruits, providing sustenance for the Dennisvale people. The forest is also home to an abundance of avian and terrestrial creatures. The Dennisvale frequently hunt exquisite birds, fashioning their vibrant plumage into ornate headdresses. Chapter 217. The Crisis of Existence. The image of a young and beautiful Dennisvale maiden, adorned with a splendid feather crown, gracefully dancing to the sweet melodies of a flute, is a scene of unimaginable beauty. Yet, when the horde of half-orcs invades this serene forest, the joyful existence of the Dennisvale is irrevocably shattered, replaced by a brutal massacre. Millions of half-orcs surge into the woodland like a tempest, ravaging millennia-old trees and pursuing the terrified Dennisvale. After 2 long years of warfare, the forest is consumed by an unending inferno, claiming the lives of countless Dennisvale within its flames. The army of Balin Bear, bolstered by support from the colonizers of the Hookfur Kingdom and several other northern realms, successfully vanquished the coalition of 7 kingdoms and proclaimed their independence. The 7-year conflict drained the royal houses of the 7 kingdoms, forcing the defeated kings to acknowledge the existence of Balin Bear. From that moment forth, Balin Bear severed all vassal ties with the 7 kingdoms. Concurrently, Balin Bear delineated its borders with the northern colonies of the Hookfur Kingdom. Shortly after gaining independence, a substantial influx of Dennisvale people began to settle in the newly established territory of Kaikan State. This contingent of Denniswellians comprises millions, driven here by the marauding half-orc army. Faced with the overwhelming might of the half-orcs, the millions of Denniswellians found themselves in a dire predicament, prompting them to seek assistance from the Balin White-Ear people. They hoped that the Balin White-Ears would aid them in vanquishing the half-orc forces. However, the Balin White-Ears, citing their heavy losses from previous conflicts with the 7 kingdoms, declined to mobilize their troops to assist the Denniswellians against the half-orc onslaught. Concurrently, They barred the Deniswellians from entering the eastern regions of Kaikin province and the state of Wallina. After fierce battles against the brutal half-orc army, the Deniswellians were left with no choice but to traverse the Changbai mountain range to escape the relentless pursuit, or to flee northward. Hundreds of thousands of Deniswellians crossed over the Changbai mountains, entering the territory of the Great Tang. The moment they scaled the mountains, the disciples of the Star Palace took notice. They refrained from intervening, having witnessed the horrific slaughter the Deniswellians faced at the hands of the half-orcs. Upon the Deniswellians' entry into the Great Tang, the disciples of the Star Palace, under the command of their leader, Tang Qianli, activated the National Protective Barrier. In an instant, countless beams of radiant light surged skyward from the borders of the Great Tang. These beams intertwined in midair, ultimately forming an extraordinarily robust protective barrier. This national defense barrier was transparent, imperceptible to the naked eye, and its energy was derived from innumerable spirit stones. To establish this protective barrier, the Great Tang constructed thousands of defensive formations along its borders and within its territory. When these formations were simultaneously activated, a vast transparent dome emerged above the Great Tang, impervious even to meteor showers. Countless half-orcs, having tracked the scent of the Deniswellians, arrived at the Changbai Mountains. Attempting to breach the Great Tang, they discovered themselves thwarted by an invisible barrier. Regardless of their fervent assaults, they could not penetrate this unseen shield. In desperation, they retreated to Kaikin province to continue their massacre of the Deniswellians and the Baolan White-Ears. The White-Ears and the northern Hookford colonists soon bore witness to the formidable might of the half-orc army. After successfully laying waste to Kaikin province, the half-orc forces pressed eastward, invading Wallina province. Millions of half-orcs rampaged across the lands of Wallina. The Baolan White-Ears unleashed a barrage of artillery fire against the surging tide of half-orcs. Yet, these half-orcs, seemingly undeterred by death, charged relentlessly into the oncoming fire. The battlefield became a grim tableau, with half-orc corpses heaped like mountains, while the Baolan White-Ears' ammunition dwindled perilously low. With 200,000 half-orcs poised to strike, President Rosen of the Baolan White-Ears convened an emergency summit. Gazing at the commanders gathered around the round table, General Hanna, Prime Minister Peanut, and Treasurer Buffett, he remarked, "These ghastly creatures truly pose a significant challenge. We must devise a solution post-haste, lest we and our nation face annihilation at the hands of these monstrous beings," Commander Hanna declared. "We ought to reach out to the Hookfordians in the north. We are in dire need of assistance. It is impossible for us alone to contend with such dreadful creatures. To my knowledge, the Hookfordians are grappling with a similar predicament. A portion of these grotesque monsters has ventured north," the astute Treasurer Buffett remarked. All eyes turned towards the Prime Minister, Peanut, who had remained silent thus far. Prime Minister Peanut rubbed his hands together and said, "Well, there are indeed ways, albeit with a degree of risk. Risk? As long as it is not insurmountable. We can bear it," President Rosen responded eagerly. "What is this method? Please, enlighten us." Prime Minister Peanut glanced at the assembly before continuing. "Do you recall the blight that once swept through the Northlands? I remember. That affliction was devastating. Millions perished in that horrific calamity," Treasurer Buffett said, a shudder in his voice. "We could harness this blight to confront the terrible monsters," Prime Minister Peanut whispered. Upon hearing his words, a heavy silence engulfed the room. They were all acutely aware of the horrors associated with the blight. If it were to spread among the Baolan White-Ear people, it would spell certain doom for them all. This was not merely a minor risk. It was a peril that could claim the lives of everyone. "Do we have any alternative strategies?" Prime Minister Peanut retorted, unable to contain his frustration. President Rosen sighed deeply, slumping into his chair. He rubbed his face vigorously, attempting to awaken his senses. "Time is running short. For the sake of the Baolan White-Ear and our dreams, we must take a chance. After all, we are all facing death," Prime Minister Peanut expressed with fervor. "Very well. I concur. Do either of you have any objections?" President Rosen contemplated before speaking. "I agree. I concur," came the responses. "This matter must remain confidential. Too many must not be informed. By the way, where will you find the source of the blight?" President Rosen inquired suddenly, turning to Prime Minister Peanut. Prime Minister Peanut appeared hesitant. "Well, never mind. Go and take care of it." President Rosen waved his hand dismissively and turned his face away. Chapter 218. The final chapter under the cloak of night. Prime Minister Peanut ventured alone to a secluded courtyard. A light still flickered from within the house, indicating that its occupant had not yet retired. He gently knocked on the door, and after a moment, it opened. A disheveled old man, wearing spectacles, peered at Prime Minister Peanut and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Doctor, I wish to inspect your basement," Prime Minister Peanut stated directly. At the mention of the basement, the doctor's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Who are you? What do you intend to do? He asked, irritation evident in his tone. Let us discuss this inside. Prime Minister Peanut proposed. Humph. Dr. Wong, somewhat irked, stepped aside to gesture for Prime Minister Peanuts to enter. I am Prime Minister Peanuts. Our nation is currently confronted with a grave disaster that necessitates your assistance, he declared. Disaster? What disaster? Dr. Wong inquired. The terrifying monsters advancing from the west are devouring our country and slaughtering our people. If we do not devise a means to halt their advance, we shall all perish here, Prime Minister Peanuts lamented. Do you not possess firearms? Dr. Wong asked. These monsters fear not death. We have already gunned down millions of them. Yet they continue to pour in relentlessly, Prime Minister Peanuts replied. What do you wish for me to do? Dr. Wong queried. We require a highly lethal virus that spreads rapidly, Prime Minister Peanuts whispered, lowering his voice. Are you certain? Dr. Wong paused momentarily before asking. Indeed. Prime Minister Peanuts nodded affirmatively. Very well. Remain here while I retrieve something from the basement, Dr. Wong said, turning to depart. He entered a discreet underground chamber filled with various bottles and jars. He carefully picked up a vial labeled with Black Plague. Upon seeing the vial marked with the label, Prime Minister Peanuts became visibly anxious. You know how to use it, I presume? Dr. Wong asked. Yes, Prime Minister Peanuts responded hastily, clutching the vial of the Black Plague as he left Dr. Wong's residence. Days later, the Black Plague erupted among the half-orc army, rapidly spreading throughout their ranks. Tens of thousands of half-orcs succumbed to the illness and soon perished. The outbreak significantly diminished the combat effectiveness of the half-orc forces. Nevertheless, they continued to assault the positions of the Baolan Bear people without hesitation. The Baolan Bear were compelled to retreat to the eastern coastline. As time passed, over 1 million half-orcs became infected with the Black Plague. The Baolan Bear, fearing contamination, hastily departed for the state of Walfina by boat. The northern Hookford colonists also could not endure for long. Ultimately, the entire Red Continent fell into the hands of the half-orcs. Even more ominous was the fact that the half-orc army was continually evolving. Within a mere 5 years, the Black Plague virus had claimed the lives of tens of millions of half-orcs. Consequently, the half-orcs vanished from the Red Continent. Hundreds of thousands of Dennisweiler people fled to the Tang dynasty, prompting Emperor Tang Qianli to send envoys to engage with them. Upon expressing their willingness to embrace Tang's teachings, Emperor Tang Qianli divided the hundreds of thousands of Dennisweiler into thousands of small tribes, settling them across the Tang territory. As the half-orcs, realizing the terror of the Black Plague virus, sought refuge within the Tang dynasty, the national protective barrier of the Tang thwarted their entrance. Regardless of their relentless attempts to breach the barrier, they found themselves unable to enter the Tang, which loomed tantalizingly close. Ultimately, they all perished at the borders of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the landscape remained serene, and the nation thrived in peace and stability.